In a post-apocalyptic world, after 3 years of struggle, Fan Lin perished from thirst while searching for water. She was reborn 5 days prior to the cataclysm and immediately set about frantically stockpiling supplies alongside her parents. Additionally, she sought to confront those who had betrayed her family in her previous life. In this new existence, the trio would not tread the typical path of survival. Chapter 1. Rebirth and the Winds of Change. Come to school and pick me up quickly. Don't take any orders on the way, it's urgent. After sending these 2 WeChat messages, Fan Lin eagerly tore open a bag of jerky and a carton of milk. It had been an eternity since she had indulged in such treats. She devoured a spicy pork jerky with fervor, finishing the carton of milk in one go, and promptly opened another. Her cravings were momentarily satiated. Just 5 minutes ago, she had awoken to find herself back in her university dormitory. Her 5 roommates were napping, and the room was enveloped in tranquility. The time displayed on her phone was 1:30 p.m. on Tuesday, October 11th, 2033. The first wave of calamity was less than 5 days away. The era of prosperity had dwindled to a mere 100 hours. Realizing she had returned 5 days before the impending disaster, Fan Lin wasted no time lamenting her fantastical fate. A sense of urgency surged within her. She had to act swiftly. She needed to amass wealth and stockpile supplies. While waiting, she immediately applied for a loan on a lending platform using her phone. Ding! The WeChat notification chimed. Lindsay, it's Tuesday. Why aren't you in class? It was a voice message from her father. Hearing his familiar voice after so long made her heart ache, and tears nearly spilled from her eyes. The harsh climate, severe environmental degradation, and extreme scarcity of resources in the apocalyptic world made survival arduous. Civilization had crumbled, humanity had deteriorated, and to be reborn meant living through such a brutal reality once more. No one desired to exist in such a cruel world. The only solace she found was the chance to reunite with her parents. Suppressing her excitement, she typed a response. You can pick me up first, it's urgent. Urgent, urgent. The 3 exclamation marks prompted her father, a ride-hailing driver, to respond swiftly. I'll be there shortly. All right, she replied. Exiting the WeChat interface, Fan Lin continued her loan application. At 2:10 p.m., her roommates began to wake, and she asked a classmate to excuse her from class, citing a family emergency. With the apocalypse looming, what was the point of studying? She needed to embark on a frenzied shopping spree. However, this was not something she could share with those around her. Human nature is inherently selfish, and besides, no one would believe her self-preservation came first. Once her roommates had left for class, she hastily packed her belongings, taking a suitcase with her. Outside the school gate, a white BYD was parked by the roadside. Seeing his daughter emerge with a suitcase, Fan Jiming hurried over and asked, Lindsay, what's wrong? Why the rush? Upon seeing her father's rosy complexion, thoughts of his tragic demise in the apocalypse flooded her mind, and sorrow welled up within her. With tear-filled eyes, she cried out, Dad, and embraced her beloved father, unable to contain her emotional sobs. Having not experienced such closeness from his daughter in a long time, Fan's heart tightened at the unusual gesture. What's the matter? Have you been bullied? In a fleeting moment, various ominous speculations flashed through her mind, and she was deeply apprehensive about her daughter's potential misfortune. Fan Lin shook her head, her voice quivering as she said, No, I will explain everything when we get home. Dad, let's return home first. All right, let's head home, replied Fan Jiming, his heart heavy with concern over his daughter's unusual behavior. He promptly placed the suitcase in the trunk and drove them home. At 3:30 p.m., the father and daughter returned to Zhejiang Yuan, but instead of entering the community, they stopped at the commercial street. Fan's mother owned a clothing store there. When children have matters to discuss, they often seek their mother. Fan Jiming had grown accustomed to this. Upon seeing her mother, Fan Lin's throat tightened and tears nearly spilled from her eyes again. However, as a customer was about to exit the store, she managed to compose herself. Without waiting for her mother's surprised inquiry, she entered and immediately sought out a hook. Mom, I have something extremely important to discuss. Please close the door. This action puzzled her mother greatly. What could be so urgent that it requires privacy? The store had glass doors, and closing them while hanging a temporarily closed sign would deter any potential customers, even necessitating the pulling down of the roller shutter, which seemed quite peculiar. Just do as she asks. It's not a big deal to close for a short while, Fan Jiming urged, anxious due to his wife's obliviousness. He assisted his daughter in pulling down the roller shutter. Once the door was shut, they found themselves in a confined space, just the three of them. Mom. At that moment, Fan Lin could no longer contain her tears and embraced her mother, seeking solace in her presence. What's wrong? What has happened? Finally realizing that something was amiss, Lu Wanyun was taken aback. Don't cry, Lindsay. Whatever it is, your parents are here for you. Just tell us what's troubling you. Throughout the journey home, Fan Jiming had been worried and eager to inquire. Yet his daughter insisted on waiting to speak until they were with her mother. He had mentally prepared for the worst. Whether it was a school suspension or matters of heartbreak and pregnancy, life's obstacles could always be surmounted if one chose to overcome them. Time was of the essence, and Fan Lin did not dwell on her emotions for long after embracing her mother. She made an effort to regain her composure. Mom, please give me the jade ring you're wearing. Lu Wanyun wore a round jade ring, its quality pristine and radiant, a cherished heirloom passed down through the Lu family. She only adorned herself with it occasionally as she entered middle age. Though perplexed by her daughter's request, Lu Wanyun complied, removing the ring and handing it to Fan Lin. What do you need it for? Didn't you always think this ring was rather old-fashioned? This ring is a treasure I was once blind to its worth. Fan Lin responded, cradling the ring as if it were a sacred relic. Seeing their daughter's parents exchange bewildered glances, she solemnly declared, Please do not question what I am about to say. Just keep your eyes wide open and listen until I finish, all right? Both Fan Jiming and Lu Wanyun nodded in confusion. Go on. Fan Lin then revealed that she had been reborn from a post-apocalyptic world and that only 5 days remained until the arrival of that cataclysm. Upon hearing this, her parents could only gaze at her in speechless astonishment. Their eyes seemed to convey, Surely, you must have read too many novels and lost your grip on reality. They likely began to comprehend the purpose behind their daughter's request for the jade ring. Was it truly necessary to be so juvenile? Fan Lin did not expect her parents to easily believe her with just a few words. She picked up a pair of scissors from the table and made a swift cut. Are you really going to draw blood for verification? Both parents, familiar with online novels, had encountered numerous plot devices involving hidden spaces within jewelry. A novel is merely a creation of the author's boundless imagination, a whimsical flight of fancy that one would not take literally. As their daughter succumbed to her fantasies, the parents exchanged a glance of helplessness. How would they comfort her when she inevitably faced the harsh realities of life? In the next moment, they observed a drop of blood land upon the jade ring, which was astonishingly absorbed in the blink of an eye. Jade is not akin to a sponge. How could it possibly absorb blood? The couple's pupils dilated in disbelief, their eyes widening in astonishment. The ring, having absorbed the blood, began to emanate a faint dual glow of green and red, quickly transforming into a luminous circle several times its original size, radiating a brilliance so intense that it was nearly blinding. When they could finally open their eyes again, the light had vanished and the ring on the table had disappeared. The parents blinked in confusion, wondering if they had merely imagined the spectacle. With a mere thought, Fan Lin discovered an expansive void within her mind, reminiscent of a vision from her past life. Illuminated without light, it resembled a vast circular plaza spanning hundreds of acres and towering 6 or 7 stories high. The space bore a striking resemblance to the seemingly infinite interior of a ring. She reached out to grasp a chair, and with a focused thought, it vanished, only to reappear in the vast emptiness, appearing exceedingly diminutive. In the astonished gaze of her parents, she conjured the chair once more, repeatedly vanishing and reappearing it, akin to a magician performing tricks, leaving Fan's parents utterly dumbfounded. Behold, the jade ring is a storage space, a realm where time stands still. I discovered this secret only 2 months before my demise in the apocalyptic world, which is why I asked my mother for the ring upon my return, she explained. The evidence lay before them, more persuasive than words could convey. After 5 minutes of processing this revelation, Fan's parents regained their composure and focused intently as their daughter spoke of the impending apocalypse. Fan Lin solemnly informed them, in the past few days, you must have received warnings regarding the catastrophic typhoon Great Shark. This tempest has wreaked havoc upon the land, causing devastating destruction. The tsunami has submerged coastal cities, and although we are inland, we still face severe calamities. Following this, there were earthquakes, torrential rains, floods, plagues, snowstorms, extreme cold, and scorching heat, with the possibility of further disasters to come. Yet in the apocalypse, you did not survive for long. I was the only one who endured, ultimately succumbing to thirst during a severe drought. The pallor of her parents' faces deepened as they absorbed this grim reality. It is no wonder that this year's weather has been so erratic. In October, a typhoon swept through, with temperatures fluctuating from a sudden chill to sweltering heat, revealing just how dire the climate has become. Fan Jiming remarked, shock evident in his expression, completely devoid of skepticism. This morning, I heard on the news and mentioned to your father whether this typhoon might be a false alarm. But now it appears we are faced with a genuine crisis, he lamented. Lu Wanyun, visibly anxious, interjected, shouldn't we rush to procure supplies? Her anxiety heightened as she continued. But we don't have much money at home. Our savings amount to only around 170,000, which won't buy us much. In the face of impending doom, the end of good days loomed large. With a storage space where time stood still, one would need to stockpile enough provisions for a lifetime. Yet, with their limited resources, how could they possibly gather supplies sufficient for 3 people to last a lifetime? Lu Wanyun felt a growing sense of panic, uncertain of how to proceed. Fan Jiming had perused apocalyptic literature and candidly declared, we should immediately secure loans, utilize credit cards, and chase after outstanding debts. We ought to be able to amass around 1 to 2 million. Whatever we can gather, we shall, for the end times are upon us, and we need not concern ourselves with repayment. Fan Lin nodded in agreement. Precisely, we must resort to any means necessary to generate funds and stockpile supplies with utmost urgency. She offered her father a strategy. List the house at a bargain price with an agency if it sells today, grant them an additional 100,000 in commission if it sells tomorrow, provide an extra 50,000. Should it remain unsold, by tomorrow afternoon, we shall immediately mortgage it for a loan. If sold, we will request a week to vacate. After a week, amidst the calamities, who will come to claim the house? Our sole focus must be on stockpiling resources. Though her spatial realm could not accommodate living beings, it could hold all inanimate objects. After 3 years in the apocalypse, she had endured the agony of scarcity. Reborn with a personal space, she had no desire to relive the days of hunger and deprivation. Upon hearing her plan, her parents grasped the situation. Let's also transfer this shop at a low price, every bit counts. Once they accepted reality, a sense of direction emerged. Fan Jiming turned to his wife and said, transfer the available funds to Lindsay, allowing her to begin procurement. We shall focus on generating income. The reborn daughter had evidently shed her previous pampered demeanor, displaying a decisive and independent mindset. Entrusting the critical task of resource acquisition to their daughter, seasoned by the apocalypse, was undoubtedly prudent. Very well, I will transfer the funds immediately, Lu Wanyun acknowledged, understanding that her daughter had transformed significantly. There was no need to worry about entrusting her with substantial amounts. From that moment, the family was propelled into action. Fan Lin felt a sense of resolve. With her parents working alongside her, the task seemed considerably more manageable. By the way, Mom and Dad, we must keep my rebirth and the existence of my space a secret, Fan Lin reminded them. Of course, we are well aware and will certainly not disclose it, they assured her. We must not inform Grandma or Uncle Ayer and his family. Fan Jiming was momentarily taken aback, his expression revealing a hint of disapproval. Chapter 2. Stockpiling a biological mother and a blood brother. Both are his closest kin. As the apocalypse looms, should he abandon them? Would that not be a touch callous? Lu Wanyun cast a glance at her husband, who clearly disapproved, and softly informed her daughter, your grandmother and your second uncle will be visiting this weekend. Living in a neighboring town, her mother-in-law and uncle's family made monthly visits. When they departed, they would take with them an assortment of fruits, milk, snacks, tobacco, alcohol, tea, and supplements. If the freezer was stocked with meat, they would take a few pieces as well. This routine of visiting remained unchanged, regardless of the weather. Her husband was quite eager to play the role of a dutiful son and an amiable brother. Although she had her reservations, she did not dwell on them too much. After all, he treated his parents well, while her own had passed away 2 years prior, leaving her bereft of their company. Yet, Fan Lin had never fostered a sense of intimacy with her grandmother and uncle's family. Children may not articulate their feelings, but their hearts discern the sincerity of affection. Her grandmother and uncle's family exuded a veneer of warmth in front of her parents, but their demeanor shifted in their absence. Their smiles were most genuine when they returned home, laden with gifts. Her father had once thrived in business, but after facing setbacks in recent years, he struggled to maintain stability and accrued significant debt. Even selling her maternal grandparents' house proved insufficient to clear his obligations. After transitioning to a ride-hailing driver, the demand for tobacco, alcohol, tea, and supplements from his family became increasingly irksome. with the household income drastically reduced and debts looming. She had taken it upon herself to cut back on her food expenses and allowance over the past 2 years. While her budget was $2,000 a month, she could scarcely spend it all, yet her grandmother lamented the insufficiency of her own funds, claiming hardship in the countryside. The pension was entirely devoted to supporting her younger uncle's family. Was it any wonder she felt beleaguered? Regrettably, her father's devotion as a dutiful son and benevolent brother had only invited ingratitude. She resolved that neither she nor her parents would continue to be taken advantage of. Mom, I know they are coming this weekend. Dad, can't we exclude them? Have you not considered this? Her daughter's words momentarily stunned Fanjiming. Indeed, he had not thought deeply on the matter. Then tell your father what they have done to evoke such aversion in you. Despite his mother's slight preference for sons, she had always shown affection for her granddaughter. Otherwise, she would not visit so regularly. Though his brother's family lacked ambition, they treated their wives and daughters with courtesy. And generally, he observed that everyone seemed to get along well. What could have engendered such profound disdain in his daughter? His earnest nature blinded him to the potential for his relatives to act mercilessly in a time of crisis, to distance themselves from those people. Fan Lin would not hold back. When the typhoon struck, your grandmother and uncle were unable to return home and became stranded at our house. With so many mouths to feed, our stockpiled resources will deplete within 2 months. This is still a result of the habits formed during years of pandemic, which allowed us to endure for so long. At that time, the floods had yet to recede, inundating the community up to the 4th floor, making it impossible for us to venture out in search of food. Each day brings relentless torrential rain, and the government's relief efforts cannot keep pace. My younger cousin, unable to bear the hunger, vents his frustrations, while my grandmother shifts the blame onto my mother, accusing her of lacking foresight and stockpiling provisions at home. The collective suffering from hunger is deemed to be my mother's fault. My grandmother, unreasonable as ever, engages in a quarrel with my mother, culminating in a tragic outburst that leads to my mother's demise as she leaps from a height and succumbs to the floodwaters below. In the aftermath, my grandmother coldly asserts that my mother's death was deserved. With a trembling voice, Fan Lin declared, "To me, my grandmother is the murderer of my mother, and I cannot forgive her. She had consumed the family's provisions meant to last half a year, all while berating her mother for her inadequacies. Such an elderly figure is unworthy of the title grandmother." Fan Jiming was taken aback by the unfolding events. He glanced at his wife, whose pallor mirrored his own distress. His mind grappled with the dissonance. His mother, who typically appeared less harsh, had transformed under the strain of survival. After all, she was his mother. If her actions were a result of dire circumstances that inadvertently led to the death of his daughter-in-law, perhaps there was a chance for redemption. Yet, the reality was starkly different. Resources had been prepared, and there was ample storage. Survival should not have been an issue. But Fan Lin interrupted his thoughts. Do you think this is the only incident? What more has transpired? The sorrow and pain reflected in his daughter's eyes caused Fan Jiming's heart to sink, his palms involuntarily clenching. Mother was driven to jump and drown in her despair. And you, father, were consumed. You lived only a few months longer than she did. Fan Lin's revelation was chilling. Fan Jiming stood frozen for a moment, horror coursing through him. Consumed by whom? What could be more terrifying than the knowledge of being devoured? A wave of dread washed over him, tightening his very being. Lu Wanyan, equally aghast, turned pale, momentarily setting aside her grief regarding her own demise. With a trembling voice, she implored, Lindsay, who consumed your father? Surely, the truth could not be as dreadful as she feared. Even a tiger would not harm its own cub. It was not as they imagined. Yet the reality was scarcely more comforting. Fan Jiming's expression darkened to an extreme. Regardless of the circumstances, the notion of being consumed was horrifying. He lacked the courage to inquire further. If his daughter spoke thus, it meant that his fate was inexorably linked to his family. Even a tiger does not eat its offspring. But what of cannibalism? Could he possibly accept such a notion? No, he could not. He dared not continue contemplating this path. The limits of his family's morality had surpassed his understanding. However, Fan Lin cruelly informed him, before the arrival of the extreme cold, the government constructed shelters. But they only accepted able-bodied adults and healthy minors. Your grandmother, along with Uncle Air and Aunt Air, were too old to enter the shelter. We had no choice but to remain home and weather the disaster. Without government assistance, we were forced to venture out in search of food, but Uncle Air's family, under the protection of grandmother, refused to leave the house. My father met with misfortune while seeking supplies, engaged in a struggle, and, weakened and injured, succumbed without timely medical aid. I have kept you on the rooftop, hoping to find a place for burial once the ice melts. Unfortunately, the cousin secretly took your lifeless body to trade with a group of cannibals, returning with several bags of dog food. By the time I discovered this, it was already too late. and Air claimed it was a form of utilitarianism, while Grandma and Uncle Air said nothing. Yet, they consumed the dog food without hesitation. Upon realizing that her father had been devoured, she nearly lost her sanity, consumed by a desire to obliterate the entire world, almost losing herself in the process. She fled from those selfish, cold-blooded, and deranged so-called relatives to a refuge. Soon after, she encountered a few schoolmates at the shelter. Feeling an overwhelming sense of loneliness after losing her parents, she hoped to find solace in their company, only to be ultimately betrayed and left with nothing. Fan Jiming felt as though his heart was being ripped apart upon hearing this. His wife had succumbed to despair and taken her own life with a single blade. He himself was consumed in another cruel twist of fate. Their daughter, stripped of parental protection, faced relentless bullying in this apocalyptic world, a further stab to his heart. Each revelation pierced him deeply, suffocating him with sorrow. In his daughter's recounting, his family appeared so foreign, they were no longer kin, but rather wolves in sheep's clothing. They had driven his wife to her demise, bartered him for dog food, and even plotted against his daughter. With a pallid face, Fan Jiming swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. Father, husband, Lindsay, and Lu Wanan hurriedly steadied him. I am fine, he managed to wave his hand, forcing a bitter smile. The self-deception could no longer continue. It was not the apocalypse that turned people into demons, but rather the demons that already resided within their hearts. His mother had always harbored resentment, believing that living near his in-laws made him akin to a son-in-law lacking proper standing. She refused to come to the city for retirement. They had borne only daughters and feared that he would leave them with no heirs, consequently allowing their family fortune to fall into the hands of outsiders. His brother had long harbored jealousy over his possessions in the city, always asking for support. He had been aware of this all along, but felt that, as blood relatives, there was no need to keep score. He simply wished to live contentedly. However, no matter how much he gave maternal love, brotherly affection, it all paled in comparison to a few bags of dog food. They had callously allowed him to be butchered and boiled, all while living in his home and mistreating his wife and daughter, even plotting against his daughter's welfare. How could he have such relatives? Lindsay, your father knows what must be done, he declared. Their capacity for such heinous acts meant that there could be no reconciliation here between his daughter, wife, and himself. Wiping his face, he resolutely stated, in a few days, I will call them and tell them not to come this week. Let them remain in their hometown and face their fate. No longer would he indulge in foolish filial piety, only then did Lindsay begin to relax. Time was of the essence, and the three did not linger in their emotions for long, immediately discussing their next course of action. Fan Jiming sought out a real estate agent. Lu Wanyan transferred money to their daughter and promptly hung a sign for urgent transfer at the door. She also sent transfer information to several groups. Soon, inquiries came in for the clothing store, surprisingly from a neighboring shop wishing to expand. While her mother negotiated the transfer details, Lindsay went to a nearby car rental shop to rent a box truck. Having obtained her driver's license right after high school, she had occasionally driven for her father during holidays, allowing him some much-needed rest. Having rented a car, she hurried to the Western District Logistics Park before the end of the workday, where she secured a warehouse for a month, paying a rental fee of 30,000 yuan along with a deposit. Although she didn't require such a spacious facility, the smallest warehouse available in this logistics park was a minimum of 1,000 square meters. She had visited this location during her sophomore year, and it remained the only storage hub that resonated with her, thus making it indispensable. By 6:00 p.m., having finalized the warehouse arrangements, she began searching for PVC swimming pool manufacturers in the southern city. Conveniently, she discovered a factory in a nearby industrial zone. With the impending typhoon threatening power outages and disruptions to water and gas supplies, she was acutely aware that the resources often taken for granted during peaceful times could swiftly become luxuries in the face of natural disasters, particularly during extreme droughts. The agony of thirst was an experience she vowed never to endure again. At 6:25 p.m., she arrived at the swimming pool factory, where business seemed to flourish as the eager factory owner warmly welcomed her as a client. Fan Lin selected a large-sized PVC swimming pool, capable of holding 7 tons of water, and placed an order for 300 units to be delivered to the warehouse the following afternoon. The factory also offered hovercrafts, inflatable beds, and folding bathtubs, from which she ordered 10 of each as well. She spent 210,000 yuan, providing a deposit of 100,000 yuan. The exorbitantly priced stainless steel water tanks were beyond her means, reserved for the affluent. The swimming pools represented the most economical option for large water storage. 300 PVC swimming pools could collectively hold 100 tons of tap water, if filled to provide basic necessities with careful usage. They could last for decades without the worry of running dry. Having previously endured the dire experience of thirst, she imagined herself smiling even while sleeping in a desert. Moreover, She intended to stock up on pure drinking water, an essential source of life, as she requested the factory owner to load 20 PVC swimming pools onto her vehicle. Fan Lin took out her phone and placed orders for 10 dishes each from 2 nearby restaurants known for their reasonable prices. At a Cantonese restaurant, she selected dishes such as white-cut chicken, honey-glazed char siu, garlic ribs, pepper salt manna shrimp, and crispy roast pork, favorites of her parents. At a Sichuan restaurant, she ordered her personal favorites, spicy hot pot, sauerkraut fish, boiled beef, fish-flavored eggplant, konjac duck, and garlic pork. Each dish was ordered in 10 portions, accompanied by rice, and she requested that they be prepared for pickup in an hour. By the time she returned to her mother's clothing store, it was already 8 in the evening. Chapter 3, Liquidation of Jewelry. Fan's father has already put the house on the market and invited a real estate agent to take photographs, due to high commission rates. The agent is particularly diligent, promptly disseminating news of a luxurious top-floor apartment in Zhejiang Garden with a spacious balcony available at an exceptionally low price. The price is set at a 20% discount compared to the market rate, and inquiries have poured in swiftly. However, viewings can only be arranged for the following day. During this time, Fan's father has been busy, borrowing from lending companies and pursuing those who owe him money, while also seeking loans from others. He is engaged in a myriad of financial dealings. Meanwhile, Fan's mother acted quickly, transferring a 45 square meter shop along with 6 months' rent for a mere 50,000 yuan. The neighboring shop owner felt fortunate to have stumbled upon such a bargain. Yet, in her heart, Fan's mother felt a pang of regret towards the new owner but could say nothing, hastening to pack her own goods instead. Most of the items are newly launched autumn and winter apparel, which she intends to keep for herself. Upon the return of Fan Lin, she swiftly stored the clothes and items away in her space. The family of 3 gathered in the shop, dining on takeout ordered by Fan Lin from a restaurant. While discussing procurement matters, with no time to cook at home, they needed to work relentlessly to survive in this dystopian world. The warehouse has been secured, but essential survival supplies such as rice, flour, and oil must be purchased at the wholesale market tomorrow for cost-effectiveness. It is already past 8 in the evening, and they cannot afford to waste time. After their meal, they planned to buy whatever was convenient. Fan Lin devoured her fragrant meal voraciously, cheeks puffed out like a squirrel, relishing the long-awaited flavors and the sense of satisfaction. She even picked up fallen grains of rice to avoid waste, a sight that made her parents' hearts ache. The hardships endured in this apocalyptic era have led her to eat with such abandon, disregarding appearances. Slow down, don't choke, admonished Lu Yun, wiping a tear from the corner of her eye and pouring her daughter a glass of warm water. It's fine, I won't choke, I'm just terribly hungry, replied Fan Lin, polishing off a plate of sauerkraut fish and mixing the leftover rice with eggplant and garlic sauce, leaving no sauce behind. This was something she had never done during the days of peace, having experienced the desperation of scavenging for moldy bread in the apocalypse. The rich sauce over rice has become a rare delicacy for her. Fan's father, too, felt his eyes moisten, the discomfort lodged in his throat. Have some shrimp, he said, peeling a few large shrimp for his daughter. Thank you, Dad, Fan Lin replied, quickly finishing the shrimp. With 4 dishes and a soup, they cleared the table. Finally, Fan Lin let out a satisfied belch, collapsing onto her chair in blissful abandon, exclaiming, "It would be perfect if I had a cup of milk tea." She had almost forgotten the taste of the leisure beverage she used to indulge in 3 or 4 times a week. Let us order a cup of milk tea for a treat, she suggested. Her parents did not object. What young person does not enjoy milk tea? Even they occasionally indulged in a cup. In this dystopian world, finding a milk tea shop will become increasingly difficult. Nearby, a water shop operates at night and after dinner. Fan's mother took charge of ordering 500 barrels of 5 Elibao bottled water and 5,000 boxes of 24 550 milliliters ice stew. With limited funds, they had to prioritize affordable drinking water. After all, water is essential for survival. Father Fan visited a nearby hardware store to purchase various tools he envisioned he might need in the future, including water pipes, a large wrench, a welding gun, an impact drill, a nail gun, and an electric saw. As the clock approached 9 in the evening, Fan Lin contemplated the impracticality of acquiring other essential supplies at this hour and opted to visit the nearby Qian de Plaza instead. She acquired several 128 gigabytes budget smartphones and tablets, along with a considerable number of memory cards and USB drives. Should the apocalypse endure for an extended period, these electronic devices would serve to enrich an otherwise monotonous existence. Anticipating power outages following natural disasters, she prudently purchased 20 power banks and included a power generation device in her plans. Having completed her purchases, it was already past 10 o'clock, and the street-side shops were gradually closing their doors, leaving only the late-night snack street bustling with activity. Recognizing that returning home would squander valuable stocking time, Fan Lin decided to drive her light truck to gather provisions for the night. She ordered an array of delectable treats: barbecued skewers, crayfish, seafood congee, stir-fried rice noodles, spicy skewers, flying pancakes, stinky tofu, and fried snails, totaling 50 servings. The family relished the spicy chicken feet and garlic-flavored duck webs, ultimately purchasing the entirety of the vendor's stock. Upon returning home just past midnight, after taking a shower and organizing the living room's contents into storage to clear space for a swimming pool, Father Fan connected a soft water pipe to the main water supply, initiating the filling of the pool. This method allowed for a substantial flow rate, far exceeding that of a standard faucet. The three family members then began to tally their available funds. Their household savings amounted to 170,000, with the clothing store yielding an immediate turnover of 50,000 and liquid cash at 30,000. The combined credit limits of Father Fan and Mother Fan across 6 credit cards totaled 700,000. Their bay could be utilized up to 80,000. With a borrowing limit of 150,000, Fan Lin possessed only a single credit card with a limit of 20,000, and her bay limit was 12,000. While her borrowing option remained unapproved, Father Fan secured a high-interest loan of 300,000 from a lending company, recovering 180,000 from past debts, while Mother Fan borrowed 250,000. Thus, the family's available funds reached a cumulative total of 1,940,000. Today alone, Fan Lin expended nearly 260,000, and with the remaining balance of 110,000 for the swimming pool, their total expenditure amounted to 370,000. Father Fan spent approximately 30,000 at the hardware store, and Mother Fan incurred over 90,000 for water supplies. Aware of the extremely cold and dry air, she also purchased skincare products from Watson's, including frostbite and sunscreen ointments. Upon reflection, the family had swiftly spent almost 500,000. Such funds were fleeting, and the subsequent purchases of grains, oils, rice, vegetables, meats, and fruits would be substantial and costly, reinforcing their hope for a swift sale of their house. Fan Lin jotted down a rough calculation on paper, sighing inwardly at their persistent financial constraints. Suddenly, Lu Wanyan stood up, declaring, "I have some jewelry. I will sell it all tomorrow." The collection included gold bracelets, necklaces, and rings, amounting to several hundred grams of gold, potentially fetching tens of thousands. There were also a few jade bracelets, though these were less marketable. Fan Lin turned to her father, asking, "Mother's jewelry was all gifted by you. Do you wish to sell it?" "Look at your father. Sell it," Lu Wanyan responded, already retreating to the bedroom in search of her jewelry. In truth, Fan Jimin harbored no objections. With the impending apocalypse, survival took precedence above all else. Presenting his wife with jewelry at the appropriate moment served as a heartfelt expression of his sentiments. As the world transformed, so too could the modes of expression. There was no need to be confined to merely ornaments. He gently tapped his daughter's forehead, exclaiming in exasperation, "We are on the brink of selling our home. Do you think I would lament over a few pieces of jewelry?" Fan Lin chuckled softly. "How would I know whether you cherish them?" Her playful spirit remained intact only while her parents were still around to shower her with affection. She recalled vividly the times when her parents faced financial struggles after changing careers, yet they never resorted to exchanging those golden treasures for cash. As far as she knew, those ornaments were gifts commemorating their wedding anniversaries. For every year of marriage, her father had gifted her mother a piece of gold jewelry, gold bangles, necklaces, rings, and earrings. His rationale was simple: gold retained its value. Should they ever fall on hard times, they could rely on gold to procure money. Now, it had indeed come to the point where they needed to exchange gold for sustenance. With over 100,000, they could purchase enough rice to sustain the three of them for an eternity. That night, Fan Lin urged her parents to rest peacefully, while she remained vigilant, overseeing the filling of the swimming pool. Only once she comprehended the duration required to fill the pool could she set her alarm and succumb to slumber. She also needed to download an array of films, television series, novels, and games. The following day, she intended to procure external hard drives to archive various encyclopedic materials and specialized knowledge from diverse fields, striving to preserve as much of human industrial, agricultural, and technological advancement as possible. Whether it would be of use in the future was uncertain. Nonetheless, safeguarding it would at least prevent future regrets. In less than 5 days, she aimed to place swift orders for anything available online. She altered the delivery addresses to the warehouse, where numerous courier companies, including major state-owned enterprises, had established transfer points. This would save an entire day's time in receiving her orders. At around 2 in the morning, she finally succeeded in filling the swimming pool to the brim. After setting her alarm, she climbed into bed, relishing the soft warmth of her long-forgotten mattress. The comfort was so profound that she rolled over, succumbing to sleep within moments, entirely oblivious to the notification on her phone that announced a new weather alert. Chapter 4. Stockpiling staple foods at 4:30 in the morning. Fang's parents rose from their slumber. The vegetable and fruit wholesale market opens early, necessitating a trip for bulk purchasing. Fang's father joined in to lend a hand, as he needed to return by 8:30 to welcome prospective tenants. Meanwhile, Fang Lin, having filled 2 swimming pools, experienced intermittent sleep. Each pool takes approximately 2 hours to fill. Thus, she managed to rest for 2 hours before her parents arose, just as she was dismantling the 3rd swimming pool. Once this was filled, she too would need to venture out to procure a batch of buns and deep-fried dough sticks for breakfast. Her mother, feeling a twinge of sympathy, embraced her daughter tenderly. The burden of managing the pools fell solely upon Fang Lin, leaving her little time to rest. "What is the issue? I'm young. A little less sleep doesn't matter," she replied with a sense of resilience. The luxury of 2 hours of restful sleep in a warm and comfortable bed rejuvenated her. A stark contrast to the grueling year of extreme cold during the apocalypse, when even lying in bed for hours brought no satisfaction compared to her current 2 hours of slumber. "Dad, don't forget to contact the oil suppliers and ask them to procure more gasoline and diesel for us," she reminded her father. Fang Jiming nodded in acknowledgement. "I know. We should be able to secure 2 tons today." He had connections with suppliers of private oil, and with a little extra payment, acquiring 2 to 3 tons of gasoline and diesel in a single day was quite feasible. Stockpiling 10 to 8 tons of fuel would bring a sense of security, especially for the times when they might need to escape quickly. The family of 3 divided their tasks and set out. Fang Lin reviewed the latest information released by the meteorological station early that morning, which, as in her previous life, indicated a low-risk assessment, merely advising citizens to prepare for disaster. By 7 o'clock, she tidied the living room before heading out to gather breakfast provisions. 2 months post-disaster, many found themselves destitute, resorting to burning furniture for warmth, and if one frequently cooked at home, it inevitably attracted attention. Thus, maintaining a low profile was advantageous for longevity. In the southern city, several renowned breakfast chains existed, and Fang Lin drove her light truck to visit them. Ordering in the name of her company, she requested a variety of buns, xiaomai, steamed bread, and golden cakes, instructing each shop to pack them in groups of 5. This method ensured cleanliness and made it convenient to retrieve them from storage later. She had 2 small stalls prepare 200 fried dough sticks. By the time it was nearly 9, she had visited 5 or 6 breakfast shops, successfully stockpiling 1,500 meals. Next, she made her way to the grain and oil market, purchasing essential supplies under the guise of a charitable donation. She ordered 25 tons of various rice types, 6 tons of assorted flours, as Southerners primarily consume rice, treating flour as an embellishment. Any excess could be exchanged for other necessities. 1 ton each of millet, glutinous rice, black rice, and purple rice was acquired, along with 5,000 pounds each of glutinous rice flour and corn flour, and 200 boxes of noodles, and 100 boxes of various rice vermicelli. She also procured 1,000 pounds each of yellow beans, green beans, and peanuts for sprouting, 300 pounds each of red beans, black beans, adzuki beans, peanuts, and sesame seeds were also included in her purchases. Given their preference for peanut oil, she ordered 500 barrels of 5-L-Jinlanja peanut oil, along with 200 barrels of blended oil and 50 bottles each of soybean oil, canola oil, sesame oil, and olive oil. Refined sugar, brown sugar, and rock sugar were all procured in quantities of 1,000 pounds each. Various types of salt were ordered in a staggering amount of 10,000 pounds, sufficient for a family of 3 to last several lifetimes. The initial batch of goods cost nearly 350,000 yuan, with half paid as a deposit. The remaining balance would be settled upon the complete arrival of the goods at the warehouse. Given her financial constraints, Fan Lin decided to prioritize sustenance, establishing a minimum guarantee to ensure a century free from worry, even though no one could realistically live for 100 years. Nevertheless, it is better to be prepared than to be caught unawares. Subsequently, Fan Lin turned her attention to the wholesale market for processed food items, ordering 50 cases of luncheon meat, 50 cases of beef canned goods, and 100 cases of mullet fish canned goods. She also ordered 100 cases of assorted fruit canned goods. For condiments, she placed orders for 100 cases each of beef sauce, mushroom sauce, yellow soybean sauce, fermented bean sauce, chili sauce, sweet noodle sauce, sesame sauce, tomato sauce, salad dressing, shrimp paste, dried shrimp sauce, and fermented tofu. Additionally, she ordered 30 cases of pickled mustard greens, 30 cases of dried radish, 20 cases of pickled cucumbers, and 20 cases of sour pickles. With an expenditure of 100,000 yuan, she now had an ample supply of ingredients. She settled the full payment, allowing her to load the goods for transport. While waiting for the loading process, she used her mobile phone to place takeout orders from several restaurants known for their delectable dishes, selecting 10 dishes from each establishment, with 10 portions of each. By noon, the goods were ready, and Fan Lin maneuvered her truck loaded with canned goods and sauces into a narrow alley. Noticing that no one was around, she swiftly parked under the cover of dense tree shadows, pretended to inspect the vehicle, and discreetly stowed the entire load into the hidden compartment. Afterward, she drove along the route of the ordered restaurants to collect the takeout. By 1 p.m., she had successfully gathered 600 dishes from 6 restaurants, including accompanying rice, all stored within the concealed space. During this time, she received a call from her father. He informed her that 3 groups had come to view the house. 2 were interested, while one could not afford to pay in full at once, and the other could, but only after the current occupants vacated. As they feared being cheated once the payment was made, he outright refused, stating that his urgent need for funds was the reason for his hasty decision to sell at a reduced price. He was willing to sell to anyone who could pay. If not, he would mortgage the property to a lending company. He reasoned that once he weathered this financial storm, the house would no longer hold its current value. The 140 square meter house, complete with a spacious 20 square meter balcony, was priced at 2 million yuan, more than 500,000 yuan below the market rate. Consequently, upon hearing this, the potential buyers hesitated, while the intermediary company's owner, upon learning of such a low-priced property, saw an opportunity to profit significantly by reselling it. Thus, he approached Fan Lin's father, Ji Ming, expressing his intent to purchase the house and granting him 1 week to relocate. With the prospective buyers regretting their indecisiveness, Ji Ming promptly visited the real estate agency to finalize the transfer of ownership. The funds were now in his account. He paid the agreed-upon commission of 100,000 yuan, while the agency fee was waived. Ultimately, he received 9 million yuan. This transaction alleviated some of Ji Ming's guilt, as the agency owner was financially secure. Losing 2 million yuan would not significantly impact him. If left unspent, the money could soon become worthless. Should an ordinary individual deplete their savings to purchase the house, they could find themselves in dire straits when disaster struck, unable to stockpile food and supplies, an unforgivable predicament. It is sufficient to sell, father. I am now bringing food back for you, and mother should be arriving home shortly as well. The house has been sold to the owner of the real estate agency, and Fan Lin has breathed a sigh of relief. Very well, I am also on my way home. The procurement at Mother Fan's side has gone smoothly as well. She has acquired goods from the largest vegetable and fruit market in the southern city, under the guise of charitable organizations providing care for various nursing homes. She has purchased an impressive quantity of 20 tons of leafy greens, 5 tons of cabbage, and a total of 8 tons of winter melon, bitter melon, pumpkin, loofah, and cucumber. Additionally, various mushrooms, corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, yam, taro, lotus root, onions, ginger, scallions, and garlic have been procured, totaling another 8 tons. This has amounted to an expenditure of over 130,000. Fruits are not to be neglected either. A total of 6 tons has been procured, including apples, grapes, pears, bananas, pomelos, pomegranates, cherries, citrus fruits, oranges, kiwis, mangoes, dragon fruits, and papayas. Watermelons and cantaloupes were purchased by the unit, with 1,000 of each variety. The cost for the fruits alone exceeded 100,000. Once the morning market procurement was completed, the deliveries were promptly sent to the warehouse at the West District Logistics Park. Fan Lin had already provided mother with the warehouse key, and after placing the order, she quickly arrived at the warehouse to inspect and receive the goods. By 10:30, she hurried off to the poultry and egg market to procure a batch of chicken eggs, duck eggs, century eggs, and quail eggs. Passing through the spice market, she placed another order for soy sauce, vinegar, cooking wine, oyster sauce, chicken essence, and various cooking spices and hot pot base ingredients. In the dried goods section, she requested red dates, longan, tremella, black fungus, bamboo shoots, and various seafood products. The largest supplier was consolidated for delivery to the Logistics Park warehouse in the afternoon. Aside from fresh meat, the preparations for food are nearly complete. Chapter 5: Unexpected Windfall. At 1:40 in the afternoon, the family of 3 was just beginning to enjoy their lunch at home. I plan to procure solar equipment, batteries, and generators shortly. Selling the house has significantly relieved Fan Jimin both physically and mentally. Otherwise, hoarding over 1 million in goods would be utterly insufficient. Additionally, we must stock up on gas, coal, and charcoal. Fan Lin, biting into a roasted lamb chop, remarked, in extreme cold temperatures reaching -50 or 60 degrees, lasting for an extended period. We must have ample fuel to ensure a degree of comfort against the frigid air. In this post-apocalyptic world, her primary tasks, aside from foraging for food, have been gathering firewood. Without firewood to stave off the cold, enduring such severe weather becomes a formidable challenge. -50 or 60 degrees. Lu Wanyan shuddered at the thought. The climate in the southern city rarely dips below zero. Winter days registering 1 or 2 degrees are scarce, with an annual average temperature exceeding 20 degrees. She could scarcely fathom how one might survive in such extreme cold. Mother, do not fear. Human adaptability will adjust with the environment. As long as our family of 3 is together, we can endure any hardship, Fan Lin reassured her mother with an embrace. Her mother, who frequently traveled to Southeast Asia, would never venture to the Northeast, as the thought of bundling up in layers caused her discomfort. She would rather bask in the sun in Thailand than be bundled like a bear to admire the snowy scenery in the Northeast. While she might withstand extreme heat, extreme cold would likely prove overwhelming. Hence, thorough preparations are essential. You are right. As long as we are united, we shall not fear anything. Even in the face of apocalyptic dread, we cannot escape it, Lu Wanyan thought of her daughter, who would be left to wander alone in a desolate world without her parents, and her heart twisted with pain. For the sake of her mother. She found it hard to comprehend her own actions when angered by her mother-in-law to the point of abandoning her daughter to leap into floodwaters. Yet, without having faced true calamity, she remained unaware of where her own limits might lie. She could only muster silent encouragement for herself. Checking the time, Fan Lin reminded her mother, "It's nearly time, mother. Please head to the warehouse to continue receiving goods while I make a trip to the clothing wholesale market. The supplies, including grains, oils, swimming pool necessities, and purified water, will also be delivered to the warehouse this afternoon, and someone needs to be there to receive them." "Yes, I shall go at once. I have ordered 300 canisters of liquefied gas, so they should be arriving soon. I have paid in full," Fan Jimin informed his wife. "Have you purchased the gas stove?" "Not yet. The hardware store has them readily available, so there is no rush." "Just remember," he replied. The trio then dispersed to fulfill their respective tasks. At 2:35 in the afternoon, Fan Lin arrived at the clothing wholesale market, a place she often visited with her mother to procure supplies. Just as she parked the car, her phone rang. Noticing the caller ID, Li Zizi, Fan Lin frowned. She recalled that this was a classmate from her neighboring dorm, of ordinary background yet possessing a modest beauty, who had latched onto a wealthy second-generation heir and embraced a life of affordable luxury. She was acquainted with this affluent boyfriend, the benefactor, but they shared little personal connection. Their only interaction had been a few inquiries related to sponsorship for the school sports meet just before National Day. After that, the wealthy heir seemed to have taken a peculiar interest, frequently messaging her on WeChat. She had largely ignored topics unrelated to the sponsorship, yet he appeared undeterred, persistently seeking conversation. After several encounters, she came to understand the dynamics between bowls and pots. She explicitly stated that discussions unrelated to the sponsorship of the school sports meet were off limits, to prevent any misunderstandings with his girlfriend. Yet, the wealthy heir remained unabashed, continuing to flirt unabated. As she contemplated whether to block him, Li Zizi began to make a scene, accusing her of seducing her boyfriend and posting on the school forum, branding her a green tea bitch, a shameless harlot. This incited a wave of public outrage directed at her. How could she bear such a stigma? She promptly revealed her chat history with the rich heir. Anyone with discernment could see who was truly enticing whom, standing firm in her integrity. She refused to be a scapegoat for someone else's inability to keep a man. Consequently, she was unrepentant in her response. The wealthy heir openly referred to Li Zizi as a gold digger in their conversations, which only added to her humiliation. This unfortunate incident, if her memory served her correctly, occurred quite recently. The previously embarrassed Li Zizi came directly to her dorm, initially confronting her aggressively and demanding the deletion of her post. After a brief refusal fueled by her anger, Li Zizi feigned remorse. In a moment of weakness, not wishing to escalate the situation, she ultimately deleted the post. To her astonishment, Li Zizi continued to plot against her, attempting to enlist others to harass her. Had she not been in constant company with her roommates, she might have fallen victim to their schemes. The matter was reported to the police, yet no resolution had been reached, and when calamity struck, it naturally remained an unresolved case. Should she ever encounter that venomous woman again in this lifetime, she would not let her off the hook. However, for now, she deemed it unworthy to squander her precious time on such scum. Pressing the red button, she decisively rejected the call. Nothing was more important than her own affairs. Yet, undeterred, Li Zizi persisted in calling back, prompting Fan Lin to block her without hesitation. She thought she would finally be free from disturbances. However, just as she was exiting the parking lot, the wealthy heir's call came through. What on earth was going on? Fan Lin contemplated blocking this insufferable air as well, but hesitated, a flicker of insight crossing her mind. What is it? Speak. She answered, her tone laced with impatience. The heir seemed momentarily taken aback, likely unprepared for her icy aloofness. Classmate Fan, I apologize. I had no idea Zizi was so petty as to trouble you. Oh, and then? Fan Lin interjected coldly. I'll have her apologize to you. She has already deleted her post. Could you also delete the chat records you shared? Fan Lin smirked. Sure, but it will cost you 1 million, if you wish for me to remove the post. You owe me 1 million in damages to my reputation. Is that appropriate, classmate Fan? I understand this has disrupted your studies and life. I am genuinely sorry, but appropriate? How could it not be? Since you recognize the significant impact this has had on me. You should realize that mere words cannot compensate for my losses. If you truly feel regret, be practical. Wealthy individuals should express their sincerity with money. While the impoverished cling to empty words, Fan Lin could almost hear the grinding of teeth on the other end. She raised an eyebrow, a cold smile gracing her lips. What's wrong, young Master Luo? Are you reluctant to part with this million? The other party chuckled a few times, their tone becoming languid as they said, what difficulty is there in wanting 1 million? I can even sponsor your school's sports meet. As long as you agree to dine with me. This small request is hardly excessive, is it? All right then, if you transfer me 1 million now, I shall treat you to dinner this Sunday evening, and you may choose the venue. With 1 million at stake, she was surprisingly generous, willing to issue a blank check. The other party became even more pleased, realizing that the fish was not as difficult to catch as they had imagined. You need not treat me. I have no habit of living off a woman. I shall treat you to French cuisine, Fan Lin smirked. Even if you wish to dine, it won't be possible. 3 minutes later, the wealthy heir indeed transferred 1 million to her account. Gazing at this unexpected windfall, Fan Lin gleefully blocked the heir. As for deleting the post, she had long forgotten the login password to the school forum. Apologies, but I cannot delete it. Having taken advantage of a wealthy individual. With an additional 1 million in her pocket, Fan Lin indulged herself in a shopping spree at the clothing market without restraint. On the first floor, men's clothing. Although winter had yet to set in the southern city, the neighboring counties experienced a chill. Consequently, the men's clothing stores stocked summer, autumn, and winter attire. She ordered 80 pieces each of shirts, short t-shirts, long t-shirts, sweaters, jackets, and trench coats, 60 pieces each of cotton jackets, down jackets, and windbreakers, 20 vests, and 40 sets of thermal underwear. For trousers, she requested 80 pairs of various thicknesses, spotting a store specializing in sportswear. She ordered 50 sets for spring and summer, and another 50 sets for autumn and winter. Even with several fathers, they would struggle to wear all these clothes. Oh, forget it. She only needed 1 father. That was sufficient. In a hurry, she completed her shopping for men's clothing in just 1.5 hours. Having inspected the fabrics, she simply pointed out the styles and colors to the shopkeepers, specifying quantities before settling the bill and leaving. Such a straightforward customer was a rarity, bringing smiles to the shopkeepers' faces. On the second floor, women's clothing. For herself and her mother, the objective was clearer. Comfort and durability were paramount. Those surviving in this world struggled to make a living, leaving little room for vanity. Exceptions existed for those whose power remained unshaken despite the hardships. Ordinary people ought to avoid drawing attention. She placed orders for 80 pieces of insulated jackets, 80 down jackets, 80 windbreakers, 60 trench coats, 100 cashmere sweaters, 100 sweatshirts, 100 sets of thermal underwear, 60 cardigans, 100 base layers, and 300 pairs of various trousers. She ordered 120 sets of sportswear in differing thicknesses for her collection. The summer women's clothing was nearly all accounted for. Those interested could simply visit the warehouse to select their items. Special clearance sales could also be arranged after the wholesale market closed, as the warehouse was located outside the market. Fan Lin arranged with several vendors to meet at the warehouse half an hour after closing. She then turned her attention to shops selling undergarments, scarves, hats, socks, and gloves. She ordered 200 pairs of men's underwear and 50 vests. For women's lingerie, she placed an order for 600 sets and 1,200 pairs of panties. Additionally, she requested 2,000 pairs of socks, along with 100 scarves, hats, gloves, and earmuffs each. From the shop front, she acquired 50 assorted headbands and 500 hair ties. Although I intend to cut my hair, as a girl, I still find myself wanting to hoard these little things, even if I have no use for them myself. In a post-apocalyptic world, there will undoubtedly be someone who could. Chapter 6, Relentless at 8 o'clock in the evening. As Fan Lin emerged from the warehouse at the back of the clothing wholesale market, various merchants had already gathered beside her light truck, eagerly awaiting her arrival. "I apologize for the delay," she hurriedly exclaimed as she jogged over to open the truck's rear door. "It's no trouble, we only waited a short while." One merchant reassured her. Receiving such a large order just before closing time is certainly worth the extended hours, as long as there's profit to be made. That's what truly matters. After inspecting the goods, the merchants promptly loaded their items onto Fan Lin's truck. Alongside the 1,000 pieces of summer apparel she had selected from the warehouse, the truck was filled to the brim, with even the passenger seat occupied by a sizable bag of merchandise. This load of clothing would certainly suffice for the three of them to wear casually in the impending apocalypse. If anything, it was more than enough. Thanks to the generous contributions from a certain spoiled heir. Otherwise, she would have had to meticulously count her money to procure the goods. Upon her swift arrival at the warehouse, her parents were already waiting for her. She hurriedly exited the vehicle, prioritizing washing her hands and having a meal over the cargo. The tables and chairs from the clothing store were stored away in a spatial pocket, but were now set out for their dinner. The warehouse had temporarily transformed into their grand dining hall. "Dad, Mom, you must be starving," she exclaimed. "Not at all. There are plenty of fruits here. If we get hungry, we can just snack on one," Fan Jiming replied with a cheerful grin. "We should keep some bread or similar items here, so that if I don't have time to bring you meals, you can have something to tide you over," Fan Lin remarked, feeling a twinge of guilt for her oversight. Looking at her daughter's fatigued expression, Lu Wanyan felt even more concerned. In special circumstances, a little hunger is nothing. Let's not dwell on it. Let us eat. All right. Let's eat, the family agreed, gathering around the table to enjoy their meal and discuss the day's procurement activities. "I purchased 10 sets of solar and wind power devices, 5 generators of varying capacities, and stocked up on 60 batteries. That alone cost us 750,000. It seems money vanishes quickly. And there are still many items left to acquire," Fan Jiming lamented, feeling both pained and inadequate in their preparations. "High-capacity batteries easily run into thousands each. This alone has set us back 400,000. I envy those fictional protagonists with fortunes in the hundreds of billions who can hoard supplies without a care. I earned 1.2 million today, Dad. A bit of indulgence wouldn't hurt," Fan Lin said with a smile. The sum included 1 million in compensation for reputational damages and an additional 200,000 borrowed from various lending platforms, which had just come through. "Where did you procure such a large sum?" her parents questioned, astonished. Fan Lin recounted the events that transpired at school, feeling no remorse in holding on to the money. Upon grasping the full context, both her father and mother were incensed at how their daughter had been treated. "Lu Yifan? That name sounds like trouble. He's surely isn't a good person," Lu Wanyun muttered discontentedly. Fan Lin chuckled. "Mom, you truly have a knack for judging character. Oh, you wouldn't understand. Never mind. Just know they're not good people. It's wise to minimize contact with them. This money is rightfully ours, and it's better to take it than to let it sit idly and become worthless in a few days." Linji found herself unable to delete the post, wary of that scoundrel potentially turning against her and accusing them of extorting their daughter. Fan Jimin's concerns seemed somewhat far-fetched. With less than 4 days remaining until the impending disaster, should they resort to such tactics, it wouldn't be the threat of legal action that worried her, but rather the time wasted. Linji quickly reassured her parents, stating that she only mentioned the need to delete the post promptly, not immediately. And given that she was currently away from school, they should also be concerned about her being defamed and potentially taking drastic measures. Luo Yifan, under the impression that providing her with 1 million would grant him the liberty to act as he pleased that Sunday evenings, should have known better than to engage in self-sabotaging behavior. One must always be cautious of others, particularly since he had a girlfriend. Reflecting on the cunning and manipulative Li Zizi, Linji understood her parents' apprehensions. "I see," she thought. If Li Zizi were to whisper sweet nothings, it would be no trouble for her to play along with a hint of flirtation. After all, who couldn't engage in such playful banter? It merely depended on one's willingness to indulge. Consequently, she added the wealthy heir to her blacklist, preventing him from discovering his exclusion and allowing his anger to disrupt her stockpiling efforts. After dinner, Linji carefully organized the goods in the warehouse. Watching the piles of supplies vanish instantaneously, even her parents, who had witnessed it before, found it utterly astounding. Fortunately, the warehouse was situated in a remote area, devoid of rental properties nearby. Had anyone discovered that they were merely receiving goods without transporting them, suspicions would certainly arise. "I deliberately chose this location," Linji explained. "This row has fewer rentals, and our warehouse is conveniently located near the water tank and pump house for easy access to tap water." She elucidated her reasoning for renting a warehouse in this logistics park. Ultimately, All of this was for the sake of thriving in a post-apocalyptic world. Even if the three of them had to take a risk, it was a price they were willing to pay. At 10 o'clock in the evening, she returned home to continue filling her water supply and downloading various online resources for her electronic devices. A roommate inquired in their group chat about when she would return to school, mentioning that Li Zizi had sought her out several times, evidently vexed. Linji replied, "My grandmother has passed away. I will probably need to take a few more days off." Li Zizi need not be concerned. Although her grandmother had indeed passed away 2 years prior, along with her grandfather who had not lived much longer, she had never mentioned this to her roommate. Now, using it as an excuse for her absence from school mattered little, as her primary concern was to avoid any disturbances during her fervent preparations for the impending apocalypse. Her roommates expressed their condolences, sending several sad and comforting emojis. Deflecting their sympathy, Linji mentally reviewed her inventory in the space. She needed to have a clear idea of what was lacking. That day, the family had exhausted the funds from selling their house, exceeding their budget by quite a few thousand. Coupled with the online orders placed the previous night for gas masks, various protective suits, cut-resistant and stab-resistant clothing, face masks, oxygen tanks, oxygen generators, portable toilets, and bags for waste disposal, they had spent several more thousand. She had selected suppliers from the neighboring province to ensure prompt delivery within 3 days. Were it not for the wealthy heir's foolish generosity, providing an excess of 1 million to spend, the situation would have been quite overwhelming. There were still many items yet to be purchased. October 13th, Thursday, sunny. The temperature had risen another 2 degrees compared to yesterday, feeling hotter than summer, devoid of any signs of autumn or winter. A typhoon warning has once again been issued. It is reported that individuals in coastal areas have begun to evacuate, while life here continues in a state of blissful ignorance, unperturbed by the impending danger. Fan Jiming sighs with deep concern. Located somewhat inland, our city is distanced from the ocean, and although the remnants of typhoons sweep through annually, the impact is usually minimal. The populace maintains an attitude of complacency towards this impending storm, believing it to be merely a fleeting tempest that will pass in a day or two. At most, they stock up on a few extra days' worth of groceries, treating the situation with nonchalance. "Father, let us first ensure our own safety. No one will heed our warnings at this point," Fan Lin remarks. She has posted apocalyptic warnings on several online platforms, only to be ridiculed and threatened with legal repercussions for spreading rumors. Her efforts prove to be thankless. Lindsay is right. We must prioritize our own well-being, for we cannot be the saviors of others. Lu Wanyun, preparing century egg porridge, casts a wary glance at her husband. "I advise you not to express apocalyptic sentiments in the community group. Should it come to light that we have already taken precautions, we could find ourselves in peril." While others prepare only a few days' worth of provisions, those who are anxious about the end times are likely hoarding supplies. When the surrounding populace finds themselves deprived of resources, they may come seeking sustenance from our home. Human nature is unpredictable. Once targeted, tranquility becomes an elusive dream. Fan Jiming understands this well. He is not so naive. He feels helpless, yet cannot suppress his discontent. As Fan Lin savors the porridge made by her mother, she reminds her father, "We still have many preparations left to make. We need to install an iron door that can be electrified. If anyone attempts mischief, we ought to have multiple layers of protection. Natural disasters persist, and the societal management system is on the brink of collapse, leading to the erosion of both moral and legal constraints. When one finds themselves in dire straits, the boundaries of human decency can diminish to nothing, prompting individuals to commit unspeakable acts. Enhancing the security of our dwelling is imperative." "Very well. I shall arrange for someone to install the door today." As depicted in novels, if the entrance is not sufficiently fortified, the homeowner is certain to meet their demise should intruders gain entry. The security of one's home is of utmost importance, and Fan Jiming finds himself preoccupied with thoughts of his own safety rather than the well-being of the masses. Chapter 7. The Neighbors After a Hearty Breakfast. Fan Lin stepped out to continue her errands. While waiting for the elevator, she noticed the door of apartment 1102 ajar. Preoccupied with stockpiling supplies over the past few days, she had scarcely thought of her neighbors. Upon this unexpected encounter, she hesitated for a moment before greeting them somewhat awkwardly. "Good morning, Grandpa Zhou, Grandma Sue." It was not yet the end of the world. One ought to maintain civility. Both elderly individuals, in their 70s, slowly closed the door. Turning at the sound, they were somewhat surprised to see Fan Lin. "Ah, it's Lindsay. Why aren't you at school today?" "I had some matters to attend to at home." As she was attending university in the city, her absence during non-holiday periods naturally raised eyebrows, especially given that these two were retired professors. "Today is Thursday. The weekend is still a couple of days away," Grandma Sue chuckled, playfully suggesting she might be avoiding school. "Oh, Yes, the weekend is still a bit far off. Fan Lin responded, feeling slightly embarrassed. Having experienced the apocalypse, her social skills had significantly deteriorated. The weight of her thoughts turned heavy as she recalled the fates of these two elders during those dark times. Grandpa Zhou, with his entirely white hair, was quite talkative. You must be in your third year, Lindsay. Are you preparing for graduate studies? Oh, no, I don't think so. Alas, even if I wanted to. It seems impractical now. The school may no longer exist. Grandma Sue expressed her concern. Why not? I heard your mother say your grades are quite good. When one excels, they should seize the opportunity to study further. Oh, no, my grades are just average. Sigh. This elevator is so slow. Lindsay, the most blissful period in life is that of a student. If you have the chance to prolong it, do not let it slip away easily. Cherish the opportunity to enrich yourself. Grandpa Zhou imparted his wisdom. I understand. She had lost the ability to engage in lighthearted banter and now felt social anxiety. For a fleeting moment, she considered that perhaps the apocalypse had its silver linings. At least it spared her the awkwardness of conversing in an elevator. Finally reaching the ground floor, Fan Lin disregarded the customary courtesy, rushing out as soon as the elevator doors opened. She felt an uncomfortable prickling sensation, as if under scrutiny. These two elderly individuals had succumbed during the plague. After their passing, someone had removed their bodies and organized a disinfection, while the neighbors, both nearby and below, seized the opportunity to claim the resources within their home. Even their wooden furniture had been smashed to serve as firewood. In times of calamity, survival became paramount, and few cared for the lives of others. Even those once considered friendly neighbors hardened their hearts in such dire circumstances, prioritizing their own survival. Yet, upon returning to life, the sight of these amiable elders conjured forgotten memories. After the disaster, the elderly rarely ventured outside, with relief supplies from the government being collected by her cousin, who eagerly rushed downstairs to assist. However, after repeatedly pilfering from the elder's rations, they discovered his transgressions and declined his assistance. Within days, he too fell victim to the plague. He was the first to learn of the elder's misfortune. How curious it was that a person so lethargic would show such concern for the neighbors, exuding a sense of justified excitement at their plight. One can only say that there is no profit without effort, and the family of three was particularly proactive in seizing resources from the neighbors. However, at that time, she was still engulfed in sorrow over her mother's death, leaving her with little inclination to concern herself with others. Now, upon seeing the two elderly individuals, certain memories become difficult to ponder without emotional turmoil. That little white-eyed wolf. How cruel it is. Taking her seat in the driver's position, Fan Lin took a moment to gather her scattered thoughts. She exhaled deeply, determined to focus on stockpiling supplies. With a swift press of the accelerator, she departed the parking lot and exited the community. At 7:40, she passed by a certain restaurant known for its rice rolls and pulled over, entering the establishment to place an order for 300 servings of rice rolls. The proprietress at the cash register was taken aback by the sheer quantity. Young lady, are you joking? I'm not joking. Just tell me the price, and I will transfer the amount immediately, Fan Lin replied, pulling out her phone. Showing no inclination to offer excuses, she presented herself with an assertive demeanor that conveyed her unwavering demand. Realizing she was serious, the proprietress hurriedly began to prepare the order. How many varieties do you want? I'll take 60 servings each of beef rice rolls, pork rice rolls, shrimp rice rolls, pork liver rice rolls, and egg rice rolls, she specified. Her fondness for rice rolls made 300 servings a tempting indulgence. You'll need to wait a bit. I can't prepare such a large order quickly, the proprietress lamented, caught between excitement and overwhelm. I'm not in a rush. As long as it's ready before noon, that's fine. However, you must ensure they stay warm. I don't want them served cold, Fan Lin insisted. Determined to profit, the proprietress reluctantly agreed. All right. I'll do my best to keep them warm. With her rice rolls secured, Fan Lin promptly made her way to the wholesale shoe market. She ordered 100 pairs each of hiking boots, athletic shoes, snow boots, casual shoes, cotton shoes, cloth shoes, and sandals, in various sizes for both men and women. Additionally, she added 100 pairs of flip-flops, thick cotton slippers, and stomp shoes. 20 pairs each of ice skates and rain boots rounded out her order. The total expenditure on footwear exceeded 80,000. Next, she ventured to the bedding section, purchasing 12 heavy cotton comforters, 20 down comforters of varying weights, 10 cashmere blankets, 10 silk quilts, 10 air conditioning blankets, 15 fiber blankets, and 15 milk velvet blankets. She also requested 25 sets of pure cotton 4-piece bed linens and 10 sets of infant-grade milk velvet linens, ideal for the frigid season. 40 memory foam pillows were included in her haul, along with 10 bamboo mats, which provide coolness during the sweltering heat. She acquired 10 electric blankets and 10 mattresses made from different materials. The total for bedding exceeded 80,000 as well. These two major categories would suffice to meet the needs of several decades. After arranging for delivery to the warehouse, Fan Lin hurried to the rice roll shop to collect her order. In a brief moment, she called her mother. At that time, Lu Wanyan was busy at the daily necessities wholesale market, perspiration beading on her forehead. Lindsay, I want to be coming home for lunch today. Just grab something on the go. I'm quite occupied here, she said. Today, she had ordered toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, shampoo, conditioner, laundry detergent, and other personal care items. Each in boxes of 10 or more. 6 boxes of Vinda toilet paper, 200 boxes in total, 100 boxes of facial tissues, each containing 40 packs. An ample supply of wet wipes and dry wet facial towels. Various sizes of sanitary pads, both day and night, amounting to 20 boxes, with each box containing 50 packs. Additionally, 10 boxes of mini pads, panty liners, and sleep pants were procured. This would suffice for the mother and daughter until menopause. The sheer act of inventorying each item kept her so occupied that she could hardly attend to her urgent needs. All right, I shall head directly to the appliance market. Mother, do remember to eat. Do not neglect yourself, she urged. With no need to return home, she decided to indulge in some rice rolls instead. Time was of the essence. Do not worry, mother, just drive carefully. Understood, came the reply. The urgency on her mother's side was even more palpable than her own, which brought a wry smile to Fan Lin's lips. She quickly finished one serving of beef rice rolls and another of egg rice rolls. 20 minutes later, the delivery truck came to a halt near Suning Appliance City. Chapter 8. Setting up a stall in the apocalypse? Though one lacks the capability to stockpile an adequate supply of batteries, achieving electrical freedom in the apocalypse poses a considerable challenge. Nevertheless, it is imperative to prepare electrical appliances in advance, for once calamity strikes, opportunities for collection may dwindle. This time, the excuse of company welfare procurement shall be put to good use. In celebration of the company's anniversary, a grand reward and incentive event is to be held, where these items will serve as prizes. The salespeople of electrical appliances are grinning from ear to ear. 5 refrigerators, 5 washing machines, 10 air conditioners, 15 electric fans, 15 electric heaters, 5 ovens, 3 microwaves, and 5 water heaters are to be acquired. Additionally, 3 integrated stoves capable of utilizing both natural gas and liquefied gas are included. After deliberation, she decided against a household water purifier due to its high usage costs, frequent filter replacements, and water consumption. The cost of filter replacements, coupled with that of the appliances, could instead purchase several years' worth of pure drinking water. Ultimately, she resolved to acquire one set for preservation, along with 5 sets of filters as a tribute to human technological advancement. However, a large water filtration system must be procured from a specialty store in the apocalypse. The ability to bathe freely will depend upon it. Several humidifiers, dryers, and ice makers were also included in her expansive order. In one fell swoop, she spent over 200,000 yuan, receiving a plethora of complementary items: rice cookers, stainless steel pots, frying pans, milk pots, knives, vegetable baskets, dish sets, and even several trash bins. Upon seeing the kitchen knives, Fan Lin contemplated the low enforcement of law in the apocalypse, where social order would be unrecognizable compared to the present. Carrying a kitchen knife while venturing outside would become part of her survival gear. That very knife had seen its share of blood. It was her sheer courage and resolve that had enabled her to evade numerous crises. Lacking connections in the underworld, acquiring formidable weapons was not feasible. However, procuring reliable knives for self-defense seemed prudent. Once she completed her electrical appliance acquisitions, she promptly visited a renowned knife specialty store. Watermelon knives, bone cutters, filleting knives, and an array of long, sharp custom knives were all ordered in quantities of 20. As a valued customer, the proprietor gifted her 2 cutting boards, 3 fruit knives, 5 pairs of scissors, and 10 nail clippers, along with a few whetstones. Her acquisitions were plentiful. She then placed orders for hundreds of meals at various restaurants, followed by a stockpile of milk tea. While his wife and daughter busily engaged in various purchases, Fan Jiming kept watch over the home, ensuring the installation of an electrically operable iron door before heading to the warehouse to receive the goods. They had stockpiled 4 to 5 tons of gasoline and diesel, along with 50 tons of smokeless coal. As for charcoal, inquiries at several suppliers revealed limited stock, totaling only 8,000 G. It was better than nothing. In the worst-case scenario, one could venture out with an axe to fell trees. After all, once disaster struck, cities would likely lie in ruins. And chopping down ornamental trees should not be deemed illegal, right? At 2 in the afternoon, a truck delivered an entire load of shoes, rows upon rows, boxes upon boxes. Upon glancing at the invoice, Fan Jiming was astounded to find over 1,000 pairs. Sweat trickled down his forehead. Was Lindsay planning to set up a stall selling shoes in the apocalypse? Alas, such vanity from a young girl. Little did he know just how many pairs of shoes she would wear out in her lifetime. He only knows that if he stays cooped up at home to avoid natural disasters, he could probably make a pair of flip-flops last for 2 years. By that calculation, if he were to live to 100, he could only wear out a little over 20 pairs of flip-flops. TSK. It's still my daughter who is extravagant. Buying so many pairs of men's shoes, even if he had 2 extra feet, he wouldn't be able to wear them all. After signing the order, he snapped a photo and sent it to his daughter. Receiving the image of a wall of shoeboxes from the warehouse, Fan Lin couldn't help but chuckle. Her father must think she is squandering money. Dad, those shoes belong to a category of hard-to-produce goods. If we don't wear them all, we could trade them for other necessities. Having more rather than less is useful. Fan Jiming smacked his forehead, realizing he had overlooked the option of bartering with others. Oh dear, what a blunder. Understood, you carry on. His daughter truly has foresight. He had been narrow-minded. As the lights illuminated the entire city, the family gathered again at the warehouse. Today's purchases were numerous and varied. After signing for the final batch of supplies, they finally sat down to eat. This time, Fan Lin took out a set of oak tables and chairs from her storage space. Her mother was somewhat surprised. You even bought furniture? Yes. The glass table at the clothing store seemed fragile, so I thought it prudent to have an extra set of furniture, and since I passed by the furniture market, I made the purchase. Fan Jiming washed his hands and picked up his bowl, asking, so, just tables and chairs? I bought beds, sofas, and cabinets as well. The rest will be delivered tomorrow. It will be enough to fill a 3-bedroom apartment. Fan Lin sipped her soup, smacking her lips in satisfaction. Everything should be bought. In case of any unforeseen circumstance, it's good to have a backup. Both Fan Jiming and his wife agreed on the necessity of acquiring a complete set of furniture. Their daughter had only lived for 3 years in this post-apocalyptic world and was unaware of what disasters the future might hold. If earthquakes were to strike repeatedly, their house might not withstand the pressure. Should misfortune strike and their building collapse, leaving them no time to gather their belongings, at least they would not have to worry about sleeping on the floor. By the way, I bought a gas stove today, and I also purchased several of those coal stoves recommended online for heating. I bought a barbecue grill too. We have basically stocked up on household fuel. These items were all procured by Fan Jiming in between deliveries, as he searched for suppliers nearby using his phone and arranged for direct delivery. Meanwhile, Fan Mother counted on her fingers while eating. I also bought a lot of daily necessities at the wholesale market today. Toiletries, paper goods, women's products, as well as various towels, plastic bags, and disposable food containers and cups. After we finish eating, we still need to buy some medicine. Yes, we haven't bought the medicine yet, Fan Lin echoed. The 3 of us should split up to gather supplies. We need to stockpile some medications tonight. Although she retained memories from her previous life, remembering that the typhoon would reach the southern city on Saturday night, she was concerned that if disaster struck earlier and essential supplies could not be procured in time, it would pose a significant problem. Going hungry for a few days wouldn't lead to death, but being ill without medicine in the apocalypse would be perilous. She glanced at the time. It was already past 8 in the evening. Mom, since you don't have a car, you can purchase supplies at the pharmacy nearby. Dad and I will go to the national pharmacy to try and stock up on more medicine. Fan Mother nodded in agreement. All right, let us do that. Fan Jiming pondered for a moment and said, shouldn't we prepare a few more vehicles? Lu Wanyun was taken aback. You still want to buy a car? How many? This is a significant expenditure. Isn't it a waste of money? Of course we need them. Noticing her mother's disapproval, Fan Lin exchanged a knowing smile with her father. We'll just rent a few cars from the rental agency tomorrow. It won't cost much, she explained to her mother. We must have an RV and an off-road vehicle. I've already thought it through. Oh, I see. Lu Wanyun exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon her. Haha, my daughter is indeed clever. It's just something you hadn't considered. Fan Jiming chuckled at his wife. They were just ordinary folks, lacking the luxury of extravagant wealth. With the impending apocalypse, one must seize every opportunity. Hee. I'm so foolish, Lu Wanyun admitted without a hint of annoyance. Then we'll rent them tomorrow, and I won't have to take taxis back and forth. All right. Let us secure the rentals early tomorrow and stock up on fuel as well. Aside from purchasing fuel from the black market, we also need to find ways to acquire more gasoline and diesel. One can never have too much fuel, as long as there is money to buy it. And we mustn't forget the essential motor oil for vehicle maintenance. After finishing their meal and closing the warehouse door, Fan Lin suddenly inquired, Dad, have you called home? Just as Fan Jiming was about to get into the car, he hesitated, his expression subtly revealing discomfort. Yes, I called. Being husband and wife. Lu Wanyun immediately sensed something was amiss. What did they say? A Chow wants to come here to buy a new phone. I told him to postpone his trip. He informed his family that a strong typhoon is expected this week, urging them to stay indoors and remain in the hometown. However, his mother insisted that his nephew wanted to buy a new phone in the city, a plan they had already made. They hardly took the typhoon seriously, believing it's merely a stronger breeze. They thought traveling by bus posed no real danger. It took a fair bit of persuasion for him to convince his mother to reluctantly agree to postpone the visit until next week. Reluctantly. Which indicates there is still room for change. Chapter 9 Murphy's Law. Upon hearing this, Ru Wanyan was filled with indignation. Lindsay had been using her Huawei phone for 2 years without expressing any desire for a new one, while Fan Xiao had purchased the latest model just last year and was already contemplating another upgrade. The entire family relied on the meager pension of 2,000 yuan you provided, yet they dared to indulge in such extravagant spending. Do they expect you to finance Fan Xiao's new phone? I will not provide any further assistance, absolutely not. Ru Jiming felt a twinge of shame in front of his wife and daughter. He regretted being too lenient with his brother's family, which had resulted in raising a brood of ingrates. Ru Wanyan's anger intensified. Ru Jiming, let me make this clear. If you cannot manage their affairs, I will seek alternative accommodation with Lindsay. I will not allow them to wreak havoc on our lives. If you cannot bear to part with them, then you should live with them. No, that is out of the question, Ru Jiming replied, growing anxious. I do not wish to be with them. I cannot possibly live with them. We agreed they would not come here, and even if they do, I will not take responsibility. Dad, you must hold to your words. Otherwise, I will truly leave with Mom, Ru Lin warned. She understood that the relatives back home were accustomed to taking advantage of others. They would come every month without fail, bringing along an assortment of fruits, milk, cigarettes, alcohol, and tea. Should they cease to visit, it would create a gap in their routine. Even his daughter began to feel unreliable. Ru Jiming felt a pang of distress. I will call them again tomorrow to reiterate my stance. He had not anticipated his mother would be so obstinate, refusing to heed any advice. She accused him of being stingy, asserting that he only cared for his immediate family while neglecting those back home. Even his offer of an extra 2,000 yuan this month to help them purchase some fruits and milk had fallen on deaf ears. She questioned whether he had begun to resent them. It seemed that only by inviting them to the city for a night of feasting and sending them home with bags of goods could he prove that he had not forgotten his roots. Were it not for the fear of their potential backlash, Ru Jiming would have contemplated a more confrontational approach. Ru Wanyan angrily took her seat in the passenger side of the truck. Ru Lin also perceived her father's lack of decisiveness and resolve in this matter. He believed that his words alone would compel their relatives to behave, but to those accustomed to taking, his words held no weight. Ironically, the more he tried to prevent them from coming, the more determined they seemed to be. After a long day, the trio found themselves simmering with frustration over this disheartening issue. Nonetheless, they still needed to proceed with their planned procurement of medicines. They required cold and fever medications, anti-inflammatory and analgesic drugs, antiemetics and antidiarrheals, antibiotics and antihistamines, antihypertensives, gastric medications, and a myriad of other supplies. They sought treatments for cardiovascular, digestive, respiratory, urinary, and hematological systems, rheumatism, diabetes, hormonal therapies, dermatological issues, gynecological concerns, oncology, and psychiatric disorders. They aimed to gather a comprehensive array of commonly used medications for individuals from birth to old age. The pharmacists at the large pharmacy were astonished by Ru Lin's list and the quantities requested. Why do you need so many different medications? It's uncommon for an ordinary family to purchase such a vast array of pharmaceuticals, Fan Lin calmly stated. Our company is set to donate a batch of supplies to the welfare and senior care homes tomorrow. We forgot to purchase the necessary medicines, so we are urgently making up for that. It is quite normal to have a range of medications that cater to all age groups. Given that the welfare home has children and the senior care home houses the elderly, this reasoning is indeed compelling. Oh, I see. In that case, we will prepare your order immediately, the pharmacy's attendant exclaimed, her spirits soaring at the prospect of a significant client after waiting for so long. After settling the bill and seeing the truck piled high with medicines, Fan Lin couldn't help but reflect on the situation. No wonder it is said that one should avoid illness at all costs. It is exceedingly costly. The mere half-truckload of medications had cost over 100,000. If that sum were spent on rice, it would require several light trucks to transport it. However, regardless of whether the medicines would be utilized, it is reassuring to have them on hand. While Fan Lin purchased a wide array of commonly used medications, Lu Wanyan's selections were more targeted. She personally suffered from excessive dampness and insufficient vitality. Her daughter was prone to throat inflammation, and her husband, who spent long hours driving, had issues with his lumbar spine. Thus, she prepared 2 large bags of medications for her family's specific needs. In addition to stockpiling traditional Chinese medicines such as Banlanjian, Shaochaihu, and Huixiang Zhengqi water, Fan Jiming also acquired various first aid supplies and supplements: donkeyhide gelatin, propolis, folic acid, ginseng, fish oil, melatonin, vitamin tablets, and calcium tablets. Should a serious illness arise, he would simply resign himself to fate in this chaotic world. Yet, without a grave ailment, both he and his wife must maintain their health to accompany their daughter for as long as possible. It must be said, Fan Jiming's foresight was commendable. As midnight approached, a tally revealed that medications had cost a total of 200,000, and they would need to devise a plan to procure prescription medicines the following day, such as tetanus injections. For this, Lu Wanyan would need to consult her physician friends. That night, Fan Lin continued to fill the tank with tap water and took the opportunity to download various programs on the computers she had purchased. The atmosphere at home felt somewhat stifling, and she lacked the energy to alleviate it. Her father's lack of ambition weighed heavily on her mother, and the consequences were his to bear. If only he could offer a more reasonable excuse to fend off the persistent inquiries from their hometown. Rather than using the approaching typhoon as an excuse, had he claimed that the family was off on a pre-planned trip, with tickets booked for a flight that very evening, they would certainly have refrained from coming to visit, fearing they would be turned away. Her father was far too earnest. That night, they managed to fill 3.5 swimming pools with water, amounting to roughly 1/30th of the total needed. The task ahead remained daunting and far-reaching. As for the typhoon, it was indifferent to human concerns. On October 14th, Friday, the weather shifted from sunny to cloudy. The warning center frequently updated its typhoon alerts. Coastal regions were undergoing extensive evacuations, and vital supplies were being relocated. Typhoons and tsunamis were mentioned across various platforms, and the panic along the coast reverberated inland, garnering sympathy from online communities. Everyone fervently prayed for the great shark to pass gently, sparing their homeland from destruction, much like previous encounters with super typhoons. It was hoped that it would veer off course, bypassing the land and frolicking in the ocean instead. Upon witnessing such Navi prayers, Fan Lin sighed and edited a message online, reminding netizens of the Murphy's Law curse. Fear not the improbable, but rather the possibility of calamity. Should the great shark typhoon unleash catastrophic devastation, it would undoubtedly extend its reach to non-coastal regions. Thus, I pose a simple inquiry: are you prepared to face such natural disasters? Whether anyone will heed this warning remains uncertain to Fan Lin. She has done all that is within her power. Today, she must hasten her procurement efforts. Before dawn, Father Fan ventured to the meat processing plant, securing an order of 40 fresh pigs for 1,000 pounds of beef and a modest 20 sheep, as lamb is less favored. He arranged for the butchering, ensuring the meat would be conveniently cut into pieces for storage and retrieval. After placing the order, he hurried to the fresh produce wholesale market, acquiring 1,000 chickens, 1,000 ducks, 300 geese, and 300 rabbits. Additionally, 500 pigeons and 500 quails were included in his order. The seafood, fish, shrimp, crabs, and clams totaled 4,000 pounds. Frozen goods, including various fish balls, meatballs, and crab balls, amounted to an impressive 2,000 pounds. The meat, valued at over 500,000 yuan, is not intended for excessive consumption. It is sufficient to sustain a family of 3 for 30 to 40 years. Chapter 10. The Great Harvest at 9 o'clock. Having completed the procurement of meats, Fan Jiming hurriedly joined his wife and daughter. Early in the morning, Fan Lin had secured hundreds of steaming portions of Gillan rice noodles, luosifin, clam noodles, roasted duck noodles, beef noodles, pig trotter noodles, old friend noodles, and beef offal noodles. Meanwhile, Lu Wanyan was frantically purchasing tofu, oil tofu, fish dumplings, dumpling skins, wonton skins, and freshly cut noodles at the market. After loading these items into a light truck and transferring them to storage, they parked the vehicle by the roadside. The two women then joined Fan Jiming in his car as they made their way to the rental agency. At the market, some were already clamoring to stock up on vegetables. I advised them to buy more grains and oils, only to be met with resistance from the elderly. They insisted it was unnecessary, claiming that no typhoon could affect the southern city for long. They accused me of having ulterior motives to boost the market's grain and oil business, which infuriated me. Lu Wanyan had already forgotten her earlier unilateral Cold War with her husband. Upon hearing this, Fan Jiming's expression grew grave. Everyone seems to underestimate the potential disaster a typhoon could bring. If they fail to prepare adequately when the worst comes, and they see our family faring well, we may not find peace for long. What should we do? We can't simply announce that the apocalypse is upon us and urge everyone to exchange their money for supplies. No one would believe us. Gazing through the car window at the bustling traffic outside, Fan Lin felt the weight of the situation. While we cannot concern ourselves with distant matters, We must at least be wary of those living in the same building, lest they view us as prey. Fan Jiming made a decisive choice. Our building has a community group. Perhaps we could find a way to alert the homeowners? Lu Wanan understood that it was impossible to remain isolated in this matter. What can we do? Let us finish our tasks first and discuss this tonight. If they heed our advice, they will have a full day tomorrow to purchase supplies. Fan Lin firmly concluded, regardless of the circumstances. We cannot allow our home to be perceived as a granary by others. The variety and caliber of vehicles offered by the large rental agency astonished Fan Lin. Luxurious sports cars, opulent RVs, and extravagant SUVs were all available. Regrettably, there was no Hummer H1, the ultimate off-road vehicle. A lavish RV measuring 9 meters in length, valued at over $5 million, required a deposit of $100,000, while a G500 SUV, worth over $2 million, demanded a deposit of $50,000, including 5 days rental. The total cost would amount to $180,000. Spending such an amount would grant them access to 2 super luxury vehicles, while their own hybrid BYD had already cost over $200,000. The thrill of this prospect quickened their pulses. The trio endeavored to maintain their composure, embodying the grace of seasoned actors as they completed the rental procedures without a hitch. Each took a vehicle, hastily driving to a gas station to refuel before heading to the warehouse. Fan Jiming drove the G500, while the RV was stored in the warehouse. Just as the purchased meat supplies began to arrive, after receiving this shipment, Lu Wanyan took her BYD to drop her daughter off at the location where the light truck was parked. "Mom, take it easy while driving. There's no need to rush," Fan Lin cautioned her mother as she stood beside the truck. Her mother appeared anxious, fearing a shortage of time for shopping. Yet, no matter how urgent the situation, safety on the road must prevail. Her daughter's reminder helped to calm Lu Wanyan's restless heart. Indeed, it was crucial to avoid any mishaps at this time. "Be careful yourself." "Yes, I will." They split into 2 teams. Fan Lin made her way directly to the outdoor supply store. In a world beset by catastrophic disasters, it is uncertain whether one can survive a lifetime within the comforts of home. Therefore, she must prepare ample supplies. In the event that her home is lost, the necessity for specialized outdoor equipment becomes paramount. Emergency backpacks, tents, sleeping bags, binoculars, night vision goggles, quick-drying clothing, flashlights, inflatable boats, kayaks, windproof lamps, safety hammers, portable stoves, alcohol blocks, rain and snow protective gear, and diving equipment. She ensured to procure several of each item. Upon discovering a supply of kerosene, she purchased 2 large barrels, weighing a total of 100 pounds. Should electricity become scarce, kerosene lamps and candles would serve as a backup. Passing by a military supply store, she ventured inside to acquire a selection of military coats, boots, blankets, training uniforms, safety helmets, powerful flashlights, entrenching tools, goggles, sunglasses, and large pieces of military-grade waterproof fabric. She also secured a military tent. With these high-quality items in her possession, she felt confident that they would prove invaluable in the face of impending calamity. Next, she visited a pest control shop to stock up on various insecticides, extermination tools, and disinfectants. The erratic climate of the apocalypse had led to the mutation of flora and fauna, resulting in a rampant proliferation of snakes, insects, rodents, and ants. With astonishing numbers and sizes, southern cockroaches, already sizable, had evolved over the years into creatures that rivaled the size of large beetles, terrifying many from the north even in peaceful times. With the advent of disaster and climate deterioration, these cockroaches had doubled in size. They were now the harbingers of a veritable insect plague, capable of swiftly devouring a human corpse. As for the rats, she had encountered specimens that could rival the size of rabbits. While no one dared to consume the oversized cockroaches, the rabbit-sized rats had become a source of sustenance for humanity in this desolate era. Even the presence of viruses could not deter the starving populace. Given the option, Fan Lin resolved never to partake in rat meat again. Meanwhile, Lu Wanyan was on a shopping spree at a small goods wholesale market. She purchased steel wool, dishcloths, plastic bags, cling film, various brushes, brooms, mops, rubber gloves, combs, mirrors, bath balls, scrubbing towels, needles and threads, night lights, lighters, LED flashlights, assorted batteries, and heating pads. Anything that would serve her in daily life, she bought in bulk. Others assumed she was preparing to open a small grocery store, and she did not deny it. Across the street from the small goods market lay a wholesale market for snacks and foodstuffs. Recalling her daughter's fondness for snacks, she had previously admonished her about overindulgence for the sake of health. But with the world descending into chaos and uncertainty about how long anyone might survive, she felt there was no reason for restraint. She decided that they should enjoy whatever they desired, making the most of their lives. Thus, she acquired a variety of jerky, dried fruits, potato chips, spicy strips, pickled chicken feet, duck feet, assorted nuts, candies, chocolates, and various small breads, cakes, and biscuits, as well as compressed biscuits. She also stocked dozens of cases of cola, Sprite, iced tea, green tea, assorted fruit juices, and energy drinks, determined to ensure her daughter would live comfortably during the apocalypse. On the other end, Fan Lin received a delightful surprise from her father. When she answered his call and learned that he had managed to procure 2 electric shotguns and 3 high-voltage batons, her heart soared with joy. In a post-apocalyptic world, it is evident that firearms reign supreme. However, in nations where gun ownership is prohibited, ordinary individuals find it nearly impossible to acquire such weaponry. Even electric shock devices, which are also regulated, are hard for the average person to obtain. Father, you truly are remarkable. Fan's father chuckled softly, aware that someone owed him a favor, which he had initially intended to leverage for his daughter's future. With the world on the brink of collapse, he realized that if he did not capitalize on this favor soon, it would be a lost opportunity. He discreetly informed his daughter that a universal key had been prepared, costing 80,000 yuan. So, can we rely on you to acquire it at no cost? Fan Lin's heart raced with excitement. Their family of 3 was just ordinary people, and even a simple task like breaking through a security gate proved challenging for them. Naturally, they yearned for the chance to acquire a storage space at no expense. Although the aftermath of the typhoon would bring forth earthquakes and floods, destroying a plethora of valuable resources, seizing the right moment could still lead to substantial gains. The universal key was crafted in anticipation of fleeting opportunities that might arise. Chapter 11. Preparations for progeny after indulging in a sumptuous meal from a restaurant at noon. As she passed by the Golden Arches, Fan Lin was reminded of the nostalgic original-flavored ice cream cones she had relished since childhood. Regrettably, such treats are not easily portable. However, she could certainly procure Mingyo, Yili, and Lushui. Without hesitation, she decided to stock up. Moreover, since she was passing by, the family buckets from McDonald's and KFC would add a delightful touch to their lives, so she placed an order for 100 of each. Following that, she headed to wholesale markets to acquire a considerable supply of ice cream. Her favorites, the green mood and carefree flavors, were each ordered in quantities of 2,000. She also requested 500 units of Thailand Xingxue, fragrant cups, choco pie, little pudding, vanilla torches, and the Magnum series. The ice cream assassin was not under consideration. Along her route, she also swept through several chain pastry shops, collecting an array of baked goods and desserts. By 4 in the afternoon, as she passed by Luxa River, she decided to purchase an assortment of meat floss pastries, cream puffs, pineapple cakes, mung bean cakes, walnut crisps, and mochi from a local shop. Fortunately, the queue was short at this hour. As soon as she placed her order, there was no one behind her, sparing her from any judgmental glances. Much to the astonishment of the staff, once they confirmed she was not jesting, they beamed and began packaging her order. While enjoying a complimentary box of fresh cream rolls, Fan Lin stood by the car awaiting her goods. Simultaneously, she ordered several hundred portions of spicy and garlic-flavored crayfish from a few specialty shops. Then, she proceeded to the market to retrieve the 100 roasted ducks and 100 crystal chickens her mother had arranged earlier that morning. It seemed they had adequately prepared for a feast. As dusk descended, the family gathered at the logistics warehouse. By this time, all their online shopping deliveries had arrived at the courier transfer point. They walked a few hundred meters to collect their packages from several courier locations, avoiding the need to wait for the delivery scheduled for the following day. After several days of relentless shopping, they had amassed the essential supplies. However, a thorough check was necessary to ensure nothing was overlooked. Today, in addition to securing safety essentials, Fan Jiming also stockpiled 3 tons of diesel and 1 ton of gasoline, with 2 tons of diesel obtained by filling the RV's tank and siphoning fuel. The RV could hold over 300 liters of fuel, and with 2 additional barrels, he managed to negotiate an extra 100 liters from the gas station staff, amassing 2 tons of diesel from several stations nearby. They planned to make multiple trips tonight. Observing the neatly arranged empty fuel barrels in the warehouse, Fan Lin felt a sense of urgency. The G-Class was a fuel guzzler, and the RV was even more voracious. Without a sufficient reserve of fuel, her mind could not rest easy. After dinner, they would make a trip to the supermarket. Her father needed enough razors and shaving cream to last for decades. After a long day of exploring wholesale markets, Lu Wanyan felt the need to visit a supermarket as well. Some items could only be deemed necessary upon sight. With approximately 300,000 remaining in funds, they prepared to continue their shopping spree. The father and daughter exchanged nods, understanding that it was time to visit the supermarket. Deep down, they all realized that this would likely be their last excursion to a bustling supermarket as a family. In the post-apocalyptic world, such environments and moments would become a distant memory. The 3 hurriedly finished their meal, each taking their own vehicle to depart. To save time in acquiring fuel, Fan Jiming pulled out the RV. The BYD was parked for space. Lu Wanyun switched to the G-Class, while Fan Lin drove her light truck as usual. This evening, several vehicles require refueling repeatedly. The vicinity of the Lianhua Grand Comprehensive Supermarket is bustling with traffic and throngs of people. The resplendent skyscrapers gleam under the lights, and the leisurely flow of pedestrians remains undisturbed by the impending super typhoon, which seems to have no bearing on the stability and prosperity of this place. No one could fathom that a catastrophic natural disaster could abruptly end this splendid era. "Let us go. Stop taking pictures," Lu Wanyun called out, urging her daughter to capture the last vestiges of urban prosperity on her phone. Fan Lin sniffled, silently following her parents. Having witnessed the city's desolation, everything she now beheld was imbued with a poignant nostalgia. This city, which has borne the weight of human technological civilization and glorious eras, would become an indelible part of her memories, a lifetime to remember. Upon entering the supermarket, the trio instinctively split up, each taking a shopping cart. However, within 10 minutes, Lu Wanyun had drawn the attention of the supermarket manager. The catalyst for this commotion was the sight of infant formula and milk, which suddenly reminded her of her daughter's future. Regardless of whether her daughter would eventually start a family, provisions for the third generation must be secured. Thankfully, she remembered this while at the supermarket. Otherwise, it might have slipped her mind. Thus, she ordered 50 boxes of premium baby formula for various stages and 500 boxes of assorted milk. The sheer volume naturally piqued the manager's interest. When Fan Lin arrived, cart laden with instant noodles, self-heating pots, and sausages, she was taken aback by her mother's extravagant purchases. She had never contemplated contributing to the continuation of humanity. In a world on the brink of collapse, surviving was a feat in itself, let alone bringing a child into such turmoil. "Mom, are you really going to spend $100,000 on all these dairy products?" "Absolutely, and without doubt. Don't hinder me. Think bigger and broader," her mother replied with unwavering resolve. It was natural for her daughter to lack foresight at such a young age. It was the mother's duty to plan for her future. With an expression of utter disbelief, Fan Lin acquiesced. As her father, Fan Jiming, approached with a cart of male-specific items, he observed his resolute wife and his resistant daughter. Silently, he turned and swept all the small boxes from a nearby shelf, disregarding brands or models. In a post-apocalyptic world, one cannot afford to be choosy. Having anything usable was a blessing. As their daughter matures, she would need to learn to protect herself. The decision of whether to marry or have children should ultimately rest with her. Parents merely provide options and prepare accordingly. Witnessing her mother's authoritative stance for once, Fan Lin reluctantly accepted. "All right, you win. After all, the items stored in the space won't spoil. At worst, they can be exchanged for other supplies later." After their excursion to the supermarket, the truck was once again filled to capacity. They refueled their vehicles en route, returned to the warehouse to unload their goods, and then went back to the gas station for another fill-up. This cycle continued for 5 or 6 trips, and by 1 o'clock in the morning, they had amassed 4 tons of fuel. Upon returning home and freshening up, Fan Lin filled 2 bathtubs with hot water and stored them in the space before turning on the tap to fill the rest. She then set her alarm and went to bed. Though a lingering sense of unfinished business nagged at her, fatigue soon overwhelmed her, and she fell asleep without fully grasping her thoughts. As the clock struck 4 in the morning, Fan Lin, battling her drowsiness, opened her eyes and rose from her slumber. She stored away the swimming pool filled with water into her space and proceeded to set up a new one to continue filling it. Glancing up, she noticed the curtains swaying in the breeze, which reminded her of a task she had neglected before bed. In a flurry, she took out her phone to compose a message, using this year's meteorological anomalies as a focal point for her analysis. She anonymously published a warning about an unprecedented super typhoon, predicting that humanity would face the most brutal natural disaster in recorded history. Typhoons, tsunamis, earthquakes, floods, and various extreme climatic possibilities. She urged the public to take heed and prepare survival supplies just in case. Her choice of words was considerably more serious than in her previous announcements. Not only did she disseminate the same message across a dozen platforms, but she also posted a warning on her school's forum. The destructive force of the great shark is unmatched by any calm, and the ensuing calamity would be incalculable. Those who underestimate it shall surely suffer. Subsequently, she utilized a pseudonymous account to share a similar message in her community group, her identity unbeknownst to the members, who had no idea which building she resided in. The early risers were predominantly elderly, who tend to value their lives more than the youth. However, inciting a sense of urgency among the residents of the community was still far from sufficient. Chapter 12. The Family's Film Emperor on Saturday, October 15th. The sky was overcast with intermittent clouds. After breakfast, with the assistance of his daughter, Fan Jiming transformed his appearance with makeup. Donning a wig and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, morphing from a simple man into an erudite scholar, Lu Wanyun gave her daughter a thumbs up, exclaiming, "This transformation is quite impressive. No one would recognize your father if he stepped outside." Fan Jiming gazed at the unfamiliar reflection in the mirror, puffed out his chest, and grinned. "Don't you think I look rather handsome like this?" The mother and daughter were both amused by a sudden bout of self-admiration. Lu Wanyun playfully pinched her husband, saying, "Look at you. Just remember not to slip up when we go out." "Oh, I won't. Back in my school days, I performed in stage plays. Who doesn't have a bit of acting talent?" Seeing her father ready to unleash his thespian skills, Fan Lin chuckled heartily. The anxiety of the impending apocalypse momentarily faded, as the family worked together for a better living environment. In the community recreational area, elderly residents and children played together, and Fan Jiming seemed to pass by casually when his phone rang. "Hello, it's old Zhang. Good morning." "You." His words were abruptly interrupted by the other party, and Fan Jiming's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Oh, all right, please go on." Nearby, several elderly men and women curiously turned their attention toward him, sensing something was amiss. "What? Is that news true?" Fan Jiming glanced around and stepped aside, as if to shield the conversation from prying ears, yet remaining within earshot. "Why didn't your meteorological bureau announce this sooner? Such delays leave many unprepared." His voice trailed off again, seemingly interrupted. The surrounding onlookers immediately perked up, eager to listen. The meteorological bureau? What could it be about? The gravity of the situation was becoming apparent, as Fan Jiming's tone grew increasingly tense. He connected the dots to the approaching typhoon, and the mention of being unprepared heightened the urgency in the crowd. They were desperate to grasp the details of the call. Fan Jiming gripped his phone, his expression fraught with anxiety. "All right, I understand. I'll go procure disaster supplies immediately. Thank you, my old classmate. Without your insider information, I would have been oblivious to the global catastrophe that the Great Shark could unleash. Without preparation, who knows what could happen? All right, I'm aware now. I want to be going to work. I'm off to stock up on food and clean water. Please take care of yourself." After hanging up, he seemed so overwhelmed by the shocking news that he was unsure where to place his phone. Fumbling and flustered, he took a few hurried steps before being halted by someone. "Hey, wait a moment." Stopped in his tracks, Fan Jiming looked at them with a perplexed expression. Frowning as he inquired, "What is going on?" "I have urgent matters to attend to." An elderly lady in a printed blouse asked urgently. "We overheard that someone from the Meteorological Bureau called you. We were wondering if you have any insider information." Fan Jiming hesitated, seemingly weighing whether to divulge the details. "Oh dear, do enlighten us. What calamities have transpired globally? We overheard some internal news that has piqued the interest of the elderly in our community, even though we initially dismissed the messages circulating in our neighborhood group." The middle-aged thespian, Fan Jiming, adjusted his spectacles and feigned seriousness as he addressed the gathering. "Since you have overheard this, do exercise caution. A classmate of mine from the Meteorological Bureau in the capital just informed me over the phone that this year's climate is rather unusual. It appears there has been a shift in solar particles, accelerating the warming of our planet, which may lead to various unavoidable natural disasters. This typhoon is merely the precursor to such calamities, which could potentially trigger a series of subsequent disasters, tsunamis, earthquakes, floods, viruses, and even extreme temperature fluctuations. He advised me to prepare for an extended confrontation with these disasters, and I must go procure supplies now. You all should manage accordingly." With that, he hurriedly made his exit. "Wait, don't rush off. How long do we need to prepare for?" The anxious seniors grasped at him, their hearts racing. "Stock up as much as possible. Grains and oils can last a year or two. What is there to fear?" Having achieved his purpose, Fan Jiming did not allow others to detain him and swiftly dialed a number before departing. Half an hour later, this internal news spread throughout the Zijing Garden community. Those who took it to heart hurriedly ventured out for a major shopping spree, while others dismissed it as mere gossip meant to incite panic. At this juncture, Lu Wanyun made her entrance. She shared a message within her residential group, stating that she too had received a call from a relative at the meteorological station, who urged her to prepare for an extended period of disaster response, claiming that this was the greatest catastrophe humanity has faced in millennia. "Do not believe that nations can shield us in the face of such overwhelming calamity. Even the mightiest of nations will be powerless against devastating disasters. To survive, one must take proactive measures." The populace, accustomed to the security of governmental support, was taken aback by such shocking assertions. Fan Lin also offered her advice to her dormitory group. "Dear roommates in 403, I have just received internal news from the Meteorological Bureau, indicating that this typhoon will unleash multiple disasters. Everyone should swiftly stock up on provisions. It is better to be prepared than not, so hurry. This announcement stirred a wave of concern within the small group. Several roommates questioned the gravity of the situation, wondering if it was merely a storm. The information from the Meteorological Bureau is credible. I just received it and am rushing out to gather supplies. I have no time to explain. I'm leaving the group to avoid distractions. With her departure from the chat, she emphasized her urgency. Upon witnessing Fan Lin exit the group, the residents of Dorm 403 exchanged puzzled glances. Is Fan Lin unwell? What is this about a doomsday stockpiling guide? Has she been reading too many novels? Scoffed Li, who usually maintained a neutral relationship with Fan Lin. However, Liang Suqing furrowed her brow. Fan Lin is not one to speak without cause. And there are indeed discussions online suggesting that this typhoon is out of the ordinary. With her straightforward disposition, Jin Xianxian remarked. Fan Lin has stated that this is insider information. I believe this matter is not a jest. We should stock up on supplies. Li, who was still lounging in bed, turned over and lazily yawned. Hey, I must say, you all are lacking in common sense. The South City is several hundred kilometers from the coast. Even if a typhoon were to trigger a tsunami, it wouldn't reach us here. Why the panic? I think Fan Lin is just stirring up trouble, even leaving the group chat. How childish. Liang Suqing and Chen Xianxian exchanged a glance, silently agreeing to refrain from further debate. They each privately contacted Fan Lin via WeChat. Fan Lin responded to them both. If you can return home, do so. If not, inform your families. A relative of mine works at the Meteorological Bureau and urgently called me this morning to convey this information. You should act accordingly. With a relative in the Meteorological Bureau, Fan Lin's credibility was bolstered. This tactic had already caused considerable alarm among many residents in their community. Today, the warning center announced that an exceptionally strong typhoon would make landfall in coastal areas within 24 hours. This meant that the populace had less than a day to prepare for disaster. The panic among the residents of Zhejiang escalated rapidly given the urgency of the situation. Those who harbored doubts found themselves swept along with the tide. Reliable sources of gossip wielded considerable influence. Yet, those with resolute minds scoffed at the rumors, cautioning against the dissemination of falsehoods lest they run afoul of the law. The Zhan family was apprehensive of being summoned for inquiries, which deterred them from acting prematurely. Now, with less than a day before the calamity was expected to strike, even if someone were to report them, the police would need to conduct investigations before any arrest could be made, providing at least half a day of safety. As for the risk of detention beyond that time frame, it remained uncertain. Thus, they could only stay in the community for half a day. After leaving an impression of collectively preparing supplies with their neighbors, they would need to depart for other reasons as well. Chapter 13. To the best of our abilities in the cluster of buildings at Block 8. Someone inquired about Lu Wanyun's plans for preparing supplies. This was indeed a question that struck a chord. Lu Wanyun feigned confusion and sent out a request in the group chat for everyone to discuss. Soon, channels for wholesale purchases of grains, oils, and drinking water were provided by several individuals. The residents began to relay the procurement efforts. Among the 66 households in the 3 units of Block 8, 5 families were away and indicated in the group that they would not return, opting instead to shelter in place. Excluding these 5 households, 52 out of the remaining 61 participated in the supply chain, while 9 families remained unresponsive. Fan Lin directly addressed the group, stating, consolidating our procurement of supplies is essential for ensuring equitable distribution among all residents in the building, thereby preventing a scenario where some possess resources while others do not. I must clarify that any household that chooses not to stockpile supplies today should refrain from imposing moral obligations on others later if someone finds themselves without food or water. That is their own responsibility. Her words garnered immediate support from the majority. The essence of collective action is that everyone feels secure when participating together. Dissenters would inevitably evoke resentment, making it seem as if they alone were enlightened while the rest were foolish. If a situation arose where one had resources while another did not, and there was an attempt to morally coerce or seize from another, it would indeed be quite irksome. Why should others bear the consequences of an individual's decision to diverge from the group, especially when the opportunity for self-sufficiency was available? Fan Lin's candid and assertive approach displeased some who preferred to remain silent. Some continued to lurk, while others, frustrated, voiced their opinions. One resident from Unit 3601 appeared particularly irate, stating, "What's the fuss? If someone wants to hoard, let them. I'll simply not participate. So what?" Fan Lin retorted without hesitation, "Just don't flaunt your arrogance in our building when you struggle. You think you can act so arrogantly? Come on, give me a reason." Came the response from Unit 2802. Another from Unit 3502 cautioned, "I advise you to calm down. If your arrogance reaches my home, I'm not averse to showing you why the flowers are so red. A voice from Unit 3901 chimed in. Don't come knocking when you're hungry, lest I turn into a doomsday food hoarder. The residents collectively fell silent. Fan Lin praised, in the face of natural disasters, societal order may falter. I hope our spirited neighbors can safeguard their homes. Protecting one's home is paramount, ensuring that others do not overstep boundaries. This sentiment resonated with many, awakening a sense of urgency. Fan Lin continued, time is of the essence. Let us prepare for the impending disaster. As the clock edged closer to 9, further delays would be unwise. The occupants of Unit 3601, perhaps feeling outnumbered, ceased their objections. Subsequently, 3 more households joined the procurement efforts, bringing the total to 55 families willing to prepare supplies together. Although Fan Lin wished for her neighbors to amass more resources, convincing those who usually consumed 60 gene of grain over 2 to 3 months to purchase in bulk would be a daunting task. Ultimately, they settled on a quota of 100 gene of rice per person. Families of 3 would procure 300 gene, while those of 5 would acquire 500 gene. Flour and noodles would be sourced from the market, and they were reminded to purchase storable root vegetables like sweet potatoes and potatoes. Additionally, it is prudent to stockpile instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and other dry provisions. In the minds of the populace, the expectation is to prepare enough sustenance for 6 months to a year. Despite the anxiety incited by the news, no one truly believes that an apocalypse is imminent. Most merely anticipate that after the typhoon, storms may follow, potentially leading to flooding. As for earthquakes, it seems that the southern city has historically been spared, so there is little concern there. The notion of humanity facing its greatest calamity in thousands of years undoubtedly contains an element of exaggeration. They are confident that the provisions they have gathered will suffice to weather the storm. Fan Jiming has ventured out to continue stockpiling fuel. The mother and daughter duo have collaborated with their neighbors, who are also well prepared with supplies, alleviating their fears of being targeted in the early days of the apocalypse. Mother, let us leave it at that. If we say more, we might raise suspicion. In her previous life, neighbors had not prepared, and many perished during the flood, with further losses during the plague and the bitter cold that followed. Upon her departure from home, she observed many vacant and dilapidated buildings in the neighborhood, with only a few intact structures and less than a third occupied. Ruffians invaded, vandalizing and plundering, yet with no surplus provisions in any household. They resorted to violence against the people. In the face of survival, some individuals abandoned their humanity, revealing their basest instincts. In this lifetime, both her parents and she must strive to avoid becoming easy prey in the eyes of others. Ensuring the survival of more individuals is indeed a noble endeavor. Supplies of grain, oil, and drinking water have been ordered and will arrive shortly. When Fan Lin suggested liquefied gas, it was met with skepticism. This time, she was spared the need to explain. A knowledgeable individual interjected. In the event of a serious natural disaster, urban systems will undoubtedly be disrupted, leading to potential outages of electricity, water, and gas. Without fuel to cook, are we expected to chop our beds for firewood? If one is unwilling to spend a mere 100 or so, one may find themselves reduced to gnawing on raw food. The presence of astute minds certainly lightened her burden. Fan Lin responded with approval. Consequently, each household agreed to procure 2 canisters of liquefied gas, which, if used sparingly, could last a year and a half. The efforts bore fruit only up to this point. The supermarkets, markets, and pharmacies near Zhejiang experienced a surge in business. Naturally, the news of the severe natural disaster spread. However, most people outside remained indifferent, having heard too many rumors and dismissing all as exaggerated. Fan Lin recounted to her mother how the 2 elderly residents in apartment 1102 had met their demise in her previous life, eliciting shock and anger from Lu Wanyan. I always suspected Fan Xiao had sticky fingers since childhood, yet your grandparents insisted I not inform your father. Do you remember those instances when I inquired about the missing spare cash in the living room? Initially, I thought you had taken it. But later I realized it was Fan Xiao. Every time he visited our home, money from the cabinet would vanish, and he would deny it. He has pilfered over 10,000 yuan from our family. Such a person would not hesitate to seize the rations of the 2 elderly neighbors. And he even had the audacity to trade dog food with your father, devoid of any conscience. Fan Lin certainly recalled the frequent disappearance of money from their household finances. Her mother had scolded her for misappropriating funds, leaving her feeling aggrieved. It turned out she had unjustly borne the blame for Fan Xiao's misdeeds. How infuriating. Grandfather Zhou, refusing to allow Fan Xiao to assist him in claiming his relief supplies, incited Fan Xiao's ire, leading him to curse in frustration at home. Yet, moments later, he dutifully fetched a bucket of water for Grandfather Zhou. Subsequently, the elderly couple, who had not ventured downstairs for several days, claimed to have succumbed to a plague. making it evident that the bucket of water was indeed suspicious. This detail lingered in her mind. After Fan Chao assisted the neighbors with a bucket of water, she overheard him conversing in hushed tones with her second uncle and aunt, shrouded in secrecy. Could one truly perform good deeds in such a manner? As these numerous details resurfaced, Fan Lin increasingly recognized the malice of that cousin. Alas, such a wretched creature, lower than beasts. Lu Wanyun could not contain her disdain. Turning to her daughter, she remarked, were it not for the notes from their brilliant granddaughter next door, you might not have been able to gain admission to a prestigious university. This kindness must be remembered. We ought to look after them a little more. The Fan family had previously wronged them, and the weight of that guilt compelled them to make amends. Fan Lin shared a similar sentiment. Otherwise, upon returning to life, she would not feel such unease in their presence. The mother and daughter deliberated and resolved to extend a helping hand to the two elderly neighbors. Chapter 14. Affectionate relatives next door. In apartment 1102, preparations were underway as they had procured 20 barrels of 19L purified water, which took Fan Lin by surprise. My daughter resides in the state capital, and her family holds public positions. Before the retreat, they cautioned us that the inconveniences caused by the typhoon could persist for an extended period, prompting us to purchase 4 or 5 barrels of water for our own supply. This morning, before dawn, I came across several alarming meteorological reports on my phone regarding natural disasters, and finding their analyses quite plausible, I decided to buy an additional 10 barrels for storage. The elderly tend to sleep little and have a habit of checking their phones upon waking. Grandma Sue is an intellectually progressive individual. It is prudent to prepare well. Once the water supply is interrupted, it may prove challenging for you, given your age, to navigate the stairs for water. Grandma Sue paused momentarily, sensing the earnestness in Fan Lin's gaze. Her heart stirred. Lindsay, what is your perspective on this super typhoon? Fan Lin carefully pondered her response. Sometimes, whispers of information hold more truth than the mainstream narrative. Society cannot descend into chaos all at once. Both Grandma Sue and Grandpa Zhou reflected on her words, their expressions shifting slightly. Those with high intelligence often process information rapidly. This implies that the situation is indeed grim. Grandpa Zhou, recalling the oppressive heat that still lingered in October, grew solemn. Fan Lin accepted the peeled pomelo that Grandma Sue offered, taking a bite and nodding. It is exceedingly bleak, yet I fear that few will embrace this reality. She chose to leave her thoughts unsaid. Exiting apartment 1102, she clutched 50,000 yuan in cash. The two elderly residents entrusted her with the funds, asking her to assist in gathering supplies. They indicated that they would prepare in accordance with the preparations of the Fan family. Communicating with pragmatic individuals saves one from needless verbosity. By noon, the sky darkened, and clouds rolled ominously across the heavens. A sporadic gust of wind rustled the trees in the community, offering a slight reprieve from the oppressive heat. The supplies of grain, oil, drinking water, and liquefied gas ordered for Block 8 had arrived in the underground parking area, and families dispatched representatives to collect them. As Fan Lin returned with a half-loaded cart of goods, the delivery personnel had just departed. This moment coincided with a lull in elevator service. She called her mother to assist, and together they utilized a handcart to transport the items to apartment 1102 in several trips. The 50,000 yuan had secured ample essential supplies to last the neighboring family over 2 years. In addition to the surplus grains, oils, rice, and flour, potatoes, carrots, onions, pumpkins, winter melons, and large bags of mung beans, soybeans, and peanuts were included. They had also procured canned meats, fish, and fruits with extended shelf lives, as well as compressed biscuits. Several additional canisters of liquefied gas and large bags of smokeless coal had been set aside in anticipation of the bitter cold. It was hoped that they would adapt successfully to the harsh climate. Essential medications for the elderly were not overlooked, and a filtration system for water was also provided, along with portable toilets and garbage bags. Even thick quilts were purchased for their comfort, along with a few packets of vegetable seeds for their gardening pursuits. For the two septuagenarians, acquiring such a multitude of supplies would have been an insurmountable task. Grandma Sue embraced Fan Lin, overwhelmed with gratitude. Lindsay, you are truly capable. How fortunate we are to have your assistance. A natural disaster is imminent, and there are no children to rely on. The son and daughter-in-law are on a business trip abroad, while the granddaughter is attending university in the capital. The daughter's family, being civil servants, must remain steadfast in their duties during this perilous time. Thus, it is only the two elderly individuals who are left to face the impending calamity alone in their hometown. Fortunately, the Fan family is eager to assist, providing them with a sense of reassurance despite the prolonged duration of the disaster. They admonish the elderly couple not to venture outside during the typhoon and to refrain from opening the door to anyone. After securing the house, The mother and daughter hastily depart. Having fulfilled their responsibilities, they turn their attention to their own matters. Lindsay, do you think we should call your grandaunt? Lu Wanyan suddenly inquires of her daughter. Grandaunt? Fan Lin recalls the elegant elderly woman who loves to style her hair and remembers some past events. Without hesitation, she replies. Yes, let us call. It has been 2 years. She should have calmed down by now. Not long after her grandmother's passing, her grandfather, in a daze, fell while out and struck his head on the steps, resulting in a cerebral hemorrhage that could not be salvaged. Consequently, her grandaunt harbored resentment towards her parents for not taking better care of their widowed father, allowing him to go out alone, which ultimately led to his untimely demise. For the past 2 years, the elderly lady has been rather reclusive, sometimes ignoring phone calls, which has made her mother hesitant to reach out. However, the cousins are more understanding, though their busy schedules leave little room for contact. As the world faces upheaval, the few relatives that could have been close are dwindling, and it is vital to preserve whatever connections remain in these dire times. With newfound resolve, Lu Wanyan retrieves her phone to dial. Just then, her phone rings. Upon seeing the caller ID, Lu Wanyan is taken aback. Who could it be? Fan Lin leans in to take a look. Oh, what a coincidence. Noticing her mother's slight bewilderment as she holds the phone, she playfully urges, "Answer it, Mom." "Oh, right." Lu Wanyan quickly presses the answer button. "Hello, Grandaunt? You little rascal, so you're not going to call me unless I call you first? Do I not exist in your eyes anymore?" The voice on the other end belongs to her grandaunt, a woman in her 40s. The young woman's face flushes with embarrassment. "Grandaunt, I was just about to call you. I didn't expect you to beat me to it." Fan Lin gestures towards the large SUV parked in their driveway, signaling to move to the vehicle. In the underground parking garage, residents coming and going might overhear them, which is undesirable. Once in the SUV, Lu Wanyan adjusts the volume and activates the speakerphone. "Listen carefully, Yin, I have something very important to discuss with Howard. Please pay close attention." "Oh yes, Grandaunt. I'm listening." Both mother and daughter adopt serious expressions, straining to hear. "Hello, Grandaunt. This is Howard. I'll keep this brief as it's urgent. A major disaster is about to strike our nation, and you must immediately procure a substantial supply of food and necessities. Stock up on compressed biscuits and water. And after dark, seek refuge in a place safe from the typhoon's wrath. Avoid high-rise buildings and those of poor construction. It would be best to head to solid structures on nearby hills until the storm passes. Steer clear of dilapidated buildings, low-lying areas, and places prone to mudslides. Do you understand?" "Yes, we understand." The mother and daughter exchange astonished glances. My great-aunt's son is an officer in a military district in the Northwest, and her grandson, Muharan, seems to be in his 3rd year of high school. It is likely that my great-aunt received some urgent news from the front lines, prompting her to instruct her grandson to relay it to us immediately. "Cousin, please harbor no doubts. My father has stated that the typhoon has obliterated country R. This nation no longer exists in our world. The Northern Hemisphere is experiencing numerous earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. This is a global catastrophe that none can evade. Air travel has been severely restricted in many areas. You must hastily stockpile provisions and focus on survival in the aftermath of this disaster. Should you emerge unscathed after the calamity, find a way to come to the Northwest, where we are comparatively safer than in the southern city. Cousin, do you understand? Country R has ceased to exist." Fan Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. Aware that official news cannot be false, she was momentarily overwhelmed. Lu Wanyan stifled her sobs and nodded fervently. "I understand. I will remember." To think that their relatives so far away in the Northwest were concerned for them before the impending crisis filled both mother and daughter with a sense of shame. They knew far more about the looming disaster, but had failed to inform their loved ones in time, depriving them of the opportunity to prepare adequately. Even a warning an hour earlier would have eased their hearts. Now, guilt consumed them, leaving them flushed with remorse. "Ayun, do not weep. You must live well and bring Jiming and Stalin to see me when the time comes. For now, go procure food and necessities and take care of yourself." My great-aunt urged, seizing the phone to hasten the conversation. Just as she was about to hang up, Fan Lin quickly interjected, "Great-aunt, it's me, Stalin. Please allow me to speak with my cousin for a moment. It's important." "Oh, very well. Howard, your cousin wishes to speak to you. Listen closely." Chapter 15. The dogskin plaster. As soon as the call was transferred, Fan Lin got straight to the point. "Do not concern yourselves with us. We have adequately prepared our supplies for the year. Cousin, please inform Uncle that the global climate anomalies are revealing signs of impending catastrophe, and we must be prepared for the worst. Earthquakes, floods, viruses, and extreme weather events may occur in succession. Please trust me on this." That is all. Muharan on the other end of the line was taken aback. Supplies prepared for the year? He was at a loss for words, holding up his phone in confusion. Indeed, it was a mobile phone, not a walkie-talkie. Regaining her composure, Lu Wanyan quickly added, Howren, and was just too agitated to process everything. What your sister said is true. You need not worry about us here. Remember the things Lindsay mentioned. We will surely visit you in the northwest when we have the chance. Take care of yourselves. Though Ant's family resided in a military district, their safety was not guaranteed. Understood. I will remember. And you all must take care as well, Mu Howren replied, not having the chance to inquire how his cousin knew of the consecutive natural disasters. He hoped she wasn't merely echoing online rhetoric. The call left both sides in a state of turmoil. With over 100,000 yuan still unspent, there remained the need to procure the final batch of supplies. There was no time to wallow in familial sentiment. The mother and daughter set off on separate errands. Fan Lin parked the truck outside a mountain bike dealership, acquiring 10 mountain bikes at a cost exceeding 20,000 yuan, where vehicles could not traverse. Bicycles and motorcycles would suffice. Additionally, she procured 2 rugged off-road motorcycles, which were durable in sandy terrains. A few lightweight motorcycles and several electric bikes rounded out their land transport options. At 3:30 in the afternoon, passing a stainless steel water tank factory, she checked her phone balance and purchased 5 stainless steel tanks with a capacity of 4 tons each. By 5 o'clock, her balance dwindled to a few thousand yuan. Just as she intended to drive to refuel, she received a frantic call from her mother. Lindsay, those ungrateful wretches your father couldn't deter are here. What should we do? Frowning, Fan Lin slammed the brakes and pulled over, anger flaring within her. She had anticipated that those leeches would not easily relent. Each missed opportunity to drain them could lead to a desire to linger during the typhoon, enjoying the comforts of their home without lifting a finger. With everything attended to by others, she had indeed guessed the intentions of the individuals loitering at their doorstep. They had come specifically to take advantage of the storm. How fortuitous that the typhoon has arrived. They can justify luxuriating in the city for a few extra days. Fan Jiming and Lu Wanyan would certainly not venture out during the tempest. Their every meal would be prepared for them, a rare indulgence. Damn it, let them go back. Fan Lin exclaimed, cursing into her phone. Her rare display of profanity startled the couple in the warehouse, who were momentarily taken aback. Fan Jiming had repeatedly warned them not to come to Nanshur during the typhoon, even reiterating the message that very morning. The mouth should have been kept shut. Yet 4 individuals arrived nonetheless. Upon reaching the community, they did not bother to call him. Instead, seizing the opportunity to slip through the entrance as someone was coming in or out. Lacking a key, they entered their home. And only when seated in Unit 1102 did they deign to contact him. It was a case of acting first and reporting later, executed with remarkable ease. Tell them to leave. If they do not, they cannot blame me for being impolite, Fong Lin shouted vehemently. The echo of the hand-free phone in the warehouse amplified her words. Fong Jiming, filled with regret, could sense his daughter's fury. He quickly reassured her, Lindsay, do not be angry. Focus on driving. I will handle them and ensure they do not enter our home. How will you manage that? They are already at our doorstep. How will you remove them? Fong Lin could no longer contain her anger towards her father. Dad, you are fully aware of their true nature. You cannot hesitate in cutting off their intentions. Do you realize that indecisive individuals perish the quickest in a world like this? Fong Jiming was rendered speechless by his daughter's rebuke. He had overestimated his persuasive abilities and underestimated his family's shameless tenacity. You are utterly useless, cried Lu Wanyan, striking her husband in frustration. I said I would make the call, yet you insisted on doing it yourself. Are you satisfied now? Are you content with inviting disaster upon us? The couple, who had always shared a strong bond, found their relationship strained due to her enduring tolerance of those parasitic individuals. This was the first time her anger had escalated to physical confrontation, albeit a gentle slap to his arm, yet it instilled fear in the already regretful Fong Jiming. His wife had warned him that if he failed to manage the situation, she would choose to live with their daughter and leave him behind. The thought of such an outcome was unbearable for him. He promptly retrieved the key to their BYD vehicle and declared, I will personally see them off. Wait for my return. The journey from Nan City to their hometown would take over an hour. If all went smoothly, the round trip could be accomplished in 3 hours. Which should suffice. Send them back? Lu Wanyan, her face streaked with tears, was taken aback. Indeed, if we do not send them away immediately, they will be stranded in the city by the impending storm, posing a significant risk to us, unless... He glanced at his wife and cryptically added, unless we employ measures to ensure their disappearance. Lu Wanyan froze, and upon comprehending her husband's implications, her expression shifted and she shook her head. It is not yet the end of the world. Do not act recklessly or take such risks. Then I will take them away. Wait for my return. Time was limited. The wind had begun to rise, initially gentle but destined to strengthen rapidly. Soon, even pedestrian movement would become challenging, let alone driving. There was no room for hesitation. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Fong Lin understood that further discussion would only waste precious time. I am just minutes away from the community. I will return to fetch them. Dad, you wait at the highway entrance to save time. All right, that is the plan. Fang Jiming did not hesitate, for time was indeed of the essence. Lu Wanyin could only watch her husband leave with tears in her eyes. After ending the call, Fong Lin found Fang Chao's number in her phone and dialed it. Hello, why haven't you returned yet? We've been waiting for ages. Fang Chao, sitting in 1102 engrossed in his phone game, was interrupted by the ring and answered impatiently. Fan Lin, suppressing her anger, stated, come to the entrance of the community. I will take you to my father. Where is uncle? Why must we go outside? Fan Chao frowned in displeasure. Upon entering, Fan's wife immediately began to lament to the neighbors about the various shortcomings of her eldest son and daughter-in-law, mocking them for their apparent nervousness in the face of adversity as she noticed the numerous bottles of water in the living room. Fortunately, the other supplies from apartment 1102 were stored in an empty room. Otherwise, the conversation would have been even more tedious. The elderly couple in apartment 1102 were cultured individuals, and upon receiving a WeChat reminder from Ru Wanyun, they refrained from engaging in excessive conversation with the Fan family. They merely offered them some fruit and water. When they overheard their eldest grandson on the phone mentioning that his father was dining somewhere and invited them to join, only then did Fan's wife cease her complaints to the neighbors. A lavish meal outside sounded delightful, another opportunity for indulgence. Without further ado, everyone departed from apartment 1102 with cheerful expressions and descended to partake in the feast. Chapter 16. The impatient chase of vampires after hanging up the phone. Fan Lin pursed her lips tightly and pressed the accelerator, navigating through 2 streets before arriving at the entrance of the community with the truck. Shortly, a few individuals emerged cheerfully. Noticing them looking around in search of someone, Fan Lin suppressed her impulse to draw her blade and honk the horn from the truck. Once they turned to look, she stepped out of the vehicle. Why did you come to pick us up in a truck? Zhang Chao, without even addressing her as sister, immediately expressed his displeasure. Zhang Jitsung's face darkened as well. Lindsay, where is your father? Why didn't he drive over? Zhang Laopa and her daughter-in-law shared the same sentiment. Taking a truck to go out for a meal. What is this all about? However, Fan Lin seemed to disregard their complaints completely. She briskly opened the back of the truck and, with an impassive expression, stated, only 2 can sit in the front. Who wants to ride in the back? It was merely this one truck. If they wished to dine out, they had no choice but to board it. Reluctant to spend their own money on a taxi, they begrudgingly climbed aboard the truck. As the head of the family, Zhang Laopa rightfully occupied the front seat, while Zhang Jia Ershi, Zhu Yanping, found it difficult to climb into the back in her dress. Thus she too took a seat in the front. All right, ladies first. The father and son, feeling disgruntled, had no option but to settle in the back. Lindsay, why are you driving a truck? Is this vehicle owned by your family? Zhu Yanping inquired upon entering. Although riding in a truck lacked prestige, the possession of such a vehicle hinted at the possibility of additional support from the eldest brother's family. Suppressing her inner frustration, Fan Lin replied coolly, I help someone deliver goods on weekends to earn some pocket money. Really? A university student delivering goods? Zhu Yinping exclaimed, her tone laced with a hint of schadenfreude. Her son had not even graduated high school, while her niece had gained admission to the best university in Nan City. Yet, what good was attending a prestigious institution if she was now engaged in such undignified work? Zhang Laopa frowned. What's the use of all that education if you end up doing work that even your cousin wouldn't consider? Unless the truck belongs to you. It seems unworthy to invest so much in raising a girl. Once grown, she will belong to someone else. It would be better to support your cousin that way. There will be someone to rely on in old age. As Fan Lin steered the vehicle towards the roundabout, she coldly retorted to her grandmother's comments. At least it's better than Zhang Chao playing video games at home every day. At least I can earn my own spending money while studying. This sarcasm left both the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law looking somewhat uncomfortable. Your cousin is still young, Zhang Laopa began, but Fan Lin cut her off without hesitation. He's only a few months younger than me. Ah Chao lacks a diploma. Making it hard to find a job, Zhu Yinping interjected. It shouldn't be difficult for your father to find him a good position in the city. Haha. If my father had that capability, would he still be driving for Didi? You're quite amusing, second aunt. Knowing that a lack of education makes it hard to find work, yet you criticize me for studying? This duo of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law seemed to be burdened by their own contradictions, addicted to draining others, while also expecting Fan Lin to secure a future for Zhang Chao. Engaging in conversation with them feels like an affront to one's intelligence. In her previous life, she was so naive, akin to being manipulated by emotional predators, unable to discern the insidious calculations of those who professed familial bonds. Having endured a cannibalistic apocalypse, She now recognizes that some individuals are predatory even in times of peace. Throughout the journey, she maintained a frigid demeanor, and the elderly matriarch, Fan, could not help but notice the change. Her granddaughter, who once spoke so differently, was now brimming with ire, her words igniting like sparks. Was it the impending typhoon that soured their spirits about coming to the city? Yet, without her presence, how could she procure funds from her eldest son for her grandson's new phone? She needed to garner more money for her grandson, otherwise, it would be a boon for others. The strained relationship made it difficult to request money, and though the old woman felt displeased, she tolerated her granddaughter's impudence, signaling her second daughter-in-law to remain silent. As they sped out of the urban area, the two women sensed something amiss. Why are we heading this way? Is your father dining at a rural resort here? They were well acquainted with the route, having traversed it monthly by bus. This was indeed the direction towards Bing County. Fan Lin responded with a stoic expression, offering no further comment. At 5:53 p.m., Fan Jiming, who had been perusing the alerts from the warning center, awaited the arrival of the truck driven by his daughter at the highway entrance. Surprised to see his eldest son waiting, the elderly matriarch inquired, "Ming, where are you taking us for dinner?" The ruse of dining out to lure them away from the neighborhood was his daughter's idea, and understanding his family, Fan Jiming recognized its effectiveness. Indeed, it had proven to be quite successful. The entire community was rife with anxiety, yet they pretended not to notice, eagerly anticipating the feast. "Let us get in my car first," Fan Jiming urged his mother as he opened the door. However, as Fan Jitsong and Fan Chao descended from the truck bed, they were not so easily deceived. Upon seeing the road signs, they immediately grasped their location. "Eldest brother, what are you doing?" Fan Jitsong exclaimed in frustration. "We've all arrived, and now you want us to go back without even entering? What is the meaning of this?" The women who had boarded the vehicle were incredulous, exclaiming in disbelief. "You want us to return? Get out if you don't want to die?" Fan Lin shouted, startling everyone into silence. The two women, poised to exit the vehicle, froze, bewildered by her sudden and rude outburst. With a watermelon knife in hand, radiating fury, she approached them. "I don't have time for idle chatter. Are you leaving or not? If not, then prepare to meet your end." The final words erupted from her lips, her eyes blazing with rage, as if she were unleashing the pent-up resentment and sorrow accumulated during the apocalypse. She genuinely desired to eliminate these individuals, even amidst the bustling traffic. With a fierce demeanor, she brandished the knife towards the stunned father and son. Fan Jiming realized his daughter was serious. A bloodbath here would be inescapable, especially with the highway bustling with vehicles. Even with the impending storm, he could not take such a risk. Quickly, he intervened, exclaiming, "Lindsay, don't do anything reckless. I will send them away immediately." He hastily turned to urge his younger brother and nephew, "Get in the car, quickly." Fan Chao protested vehemently. "Why should we go back? I haven't even bought my phone yet." He simply could not believe that his cousin would dare to harm him. It was utterly nonsensical, as if she were suffering from some delusion. In a fit of anger, Fan Jiming shoved his nephew and scolded, "What nonsense! If you want to live, get in the car now." He pushed his nephew into the vehicle and then forcibly ushered his protesting younger brother inside as well. "Stop the chatter and sit down." Fan Jiming barked with a scowl. The individuals crammed into the car were both indignant and bewildered, voicing their objections. Fan Jiming had already entered the vehicle, locked the doors, and with a swift press on the accelerator, the car sped away, leaving his daughter, still clutching the knife with an unsettled fury, behind. Chapter 17. The typhoon approaches with a menacing glare. Fan Lin brandished a knife, confronted by an irate crowd. Fan Jiming accelerated the car to 120 miles per hour. Unable to contain his fury as he exclaimed, "I have repeatedly instructed you not to come, yet you insist on disregarding my wishes. Is it so difficult to heed my counsel for once?" Fan Lawazi seethed with indignation, retorting, "You would deny us entry over a mere typhoon? Are you fearful that we might deplete your pantry? Why the urgency to drive us away?" Zhu Yinping chimed in, equally displeased. "Indeed. We merely intended to stay a few extra days at your residence during the storm. Is such hostility truly necessary? You threaten us with knives. This is utterly outrageous. Brother, even if you wish for us to stay away, must you act so harshly? I acknowledge that our family may not be favored, but it is unjust to treat even our mother in this manner. And what is wrong with Lindsay? How can you fail to manage your own daughter?" Fan Jichong, who narrowly escaped a knife's edge, seethed with anger. "I have never witnessed relatives being treated with such disdain. This is a farce of epic proportions." Fan Chao, eager for a new mobile phone, felt the most aggrieved of all. It was 1 against 4. For every statement Fan Jiming uttered, there were countless retorts awaiting him. No one took his words seriously, except when they sought financial assistance or material goods. At all other times, they treated him with utter disregard, though previously, Their contempt was less overt. He had merely chosen to ignore it. Veins bulged in Fan Jiming's hands as they gripped the steering wheel. He had no desire to engage further with these individuals, yet felt a profound disappointment as he declared, "For 20 years, you have visited my home every month. Have I ever uttered a single complaint? I have always welcomed you warmly and prepared various gifts for your return. This is the first time I have requested you refrain from visiting. Why must you prioritize your own desires above my wishes? Am I a mere ghost, incapable of voicing my discontent? If I no longer wish to entertain you, what of it? My kindness has yielded nothing in return. Were it not for the threat of a catastrophic accident, I would have relinquished the steering wheel entirely." The car sped down the highway, the wind resistance causing the modest vehicle to emit a whirring sound. Yet, each of Fan Jiming's words resonated clearly with everyone present. For 2 decades, they had consistently returned from their brother's home bearing an abundance of goods. This was an undeniable fact. Their neighbors envied them, for they received monthly provisions to supplement their living expenses. To claim disdain was utterly unfounded. The expressions of Fan Jichong's family began to reflect discomfort, soon overshadowed by concern. Was their brother's tone an indication that the flow of support might cease? This could not be allowed. Zhu Yinping immediately cast a worried glance at her mother-in-law. Fan Lawazi remained unfazed, dismissing their fears. "What does it matter? It is merely a typhoon. We fear nothing. Your incessant fretting is unwarranted. My son has no right to dictate who may or may not visit. I have every intention of coming. A mere storm shall not deter me." Fan Jiming, weary of the futility of argument, declared, "I am entangled in high-interest loans, pursued by creditors. Your presence only invites calamity. Do you wish to court disaster?" This truly is a shocking piece of news, affecting everyone profoundly. The elderly Mrs. Fan lamented, "Alas, my retirement funds are about to be cut off." Fan Jichong expressed his dismay. "What about my cigarettes, alcohol, and tea?" Zhu Yinping fretted. "What shall I do about my monthly supply of fruits and milk?" Fan Chao questioned, "Does this mean I can no longer purchase the latest fruit machine?" The malfunction of the ATM was utterly unacceptable. This revelation stirred considerable agitation within Mrs. Fan. "Then why didn't you just say it plainly? If you had, we could have sought you out." The others also reproached him for his lack of clarity, feeling they had wasted a trip. No one inquired about the amount owed, nor did they ask how he intended to repay it, as if they feared that such questions might lead to being asked for loans to settle debts. Having already discerned their true nature, Fan Jiming harbored little hope for a better outcome. His reluctance to engage further stemmed from a desire to avoid entanglement with these individuals. What more was there to say? In the past, he had remained blind and oblivious, and even when he occasionally sensed something amiss, he merely numbed himself, convincing himself that they were merely lazy and a bit biased. Ultimately, their lack of boundaries had led them to barter him for dog food. Whenever Fan Jiming contemplated this, he wished fervently that he had no ties to them at all. He retorted with irritation, "I refrained from telling you to spare you worry. I simply did not expect you to come rushing out, even in a typhoon, to meet your demise in such a manner." For a moment, the expressions of those in the vehicle faltered. They secretly wished the typhoon would linger in the city a few more days, yet dared not voice such sentiments, knowing the threat of loan sharks loomed. Upon returning to the small town, Mrs. Fan hesitantly remarked, "If we must evade our debts, we should not return to South City." The others could not hide their expressions. "We are out of money and in debt to loan sharks. Do not come and burden us," Zhu Yinping bluntly asserted. "Lindsay cannot manage without her older brother." Fan Jiming seemed to detect a sigh of relief from his mother. The hypocrisy of their familial bond was disheartening. What was the point? I am utterly devoid of funds. What purpose would it serve to remain in my hometown? Indeed, no one wished to keep him any longer. As the wind rose, the wild grasses by the roadside bowed to the ground. After dropping him off at home, Fan Jiming exchanged not a single word and immediately turned back. The mother and daughter, who were incessantly stopping at gas stations, grew increasingly anxious as night fell. The warning center had issued a red alert, continually urging the public to prepare for disaster and to refrain from venturing outside once the typhoon arrived. News of her country's sinking spread across the internet. Not only her country, but according to satellite imagery, several coastal nations had suffered devastating natural disasters, with even inland areas facing severe damage. At this moment, the populace of South City began to realize that this typhoon was anything but ordinary. Those who had previously dismissed the danger rushed out to procure emergency supplies. Supermarkets became overcrowded, their shelves stripped bare of food and drink. The stores could not restock quickly enough, leading to public outrage and chaos. The streets were filled with frantic pedestrians scrambling to replenish supplies. At 6:22 p.m., the Great Shark made landfall in Hai Province, triggering a massive tsunami that inundated several coastal cities within half an hour. The super typhoon, with wind speeds reaching 70 to 80 meters per second, swept across the entire coastal region, wreaking havoc inland. As the typhoon's ferocity reached Nanshur, Fan Lin filled the RV with fuel for the final time and immediately called her father upon returning to the warehouse. "Dad, are you ready?" The smaller vehicles struggled against the wind on the road, and within a short span, Fan Jimin had already witnessed several accidents. Even seasoned drivers were left in a cold sweat. "I am still 30 kilometers away from Nanshur." Despite the seemingly short distance, traveling 30 kilometers in such tempestuous weather was far more time-consuming than covering 100 kilometers under normal conditions. The wind's intensity would only escalate, increasing the likelihood of small cars being overturned by the typhoon. After witnessing numerous accidents in just a few minutes, Fan Jimin's confidence in safely reuniting with his wife and daughter began to wane. Chapter 18. The reckless man in a state of urgency. Fan Lin exclaimed, "Father, I shall drive the truck to fetch you immediately. Please remain calm." Equally concerned, Lu Wanyun promptly stood up, declaring, "I will accompany you." Fan Lin insisted, "Mother, I can manage alone. I am determined to bring father back." Given the critical circumstances, she wished to shield her mother from the impending danger. Yet, Lu Wanyun could not bear the thought of waiting idly. "No, regardless of the challenges we may encounter, we must face them together. If my husband and daughter do not return, I cannot bear to live on. We shall face our fate united." Unable to persuade her mother otherwise, Fan Lin reluctantly set off with her. To counteract the fierce winds, the truck's cargo area was filled with bottled water, resulting in an overloaded vehicle that raced against the typhoon. The tumultuous winds and torrential rain posed numerous hazards, with fallen branches and toppled barriers inducing various accidents that obstructed the truck's exit from the city. Without hesitation, Fan Lin made a U-turn, driving against traffic. Despite the cacophony of honks and curses directed at her, at that moment, such concerns were trivial. After a longer route, they finally found an alternate way out of the city and sped towards the highway. The storm was relentless, obscuring visibility on the road. Yet Fan Lin maintained constant communication with her father, sharing locations and updates. At 20:08, the two vehicles ultimately converged at the highway entrance. The state of the BYD was dismal, its body marred with scratches, the hood severely dented, and one side mirror shattered. The scratches were inflicted by fallen greenery, the dent from a rock that had tumbled down the slope, and the broken mirror from an out-of-control vehicle. Having encountered numerous perils on the road, the fact that Fan Jimin could see his wife and daughter was a testament to his good fortune. Fan Lin exited the vehicle and gently assisted her father, whose nerves were frayed. "It's all right, father. Mother and I have come to rescue you." "Good, good," he replied, his pallor betraying his relief mixed with lingering trepidation as he stepped out, his legs unsteady. Thankfully, he had not succumbed to the dangers of the road. He had witnessed several accidents, all attributed to the wind's disruptive effect on driving. On 2 occasions, he narrowly escaped disaster by deliberately increasing the distance from the vehicle ahead, thus evading the clutches of death. The fact that his wife and daughter had braved the elements to retrieve him provided him with the fortitude to maintain his composure and navigate through the crises. "Hurry, get in the car," Lu Wanyun called out, opening the door against the forceful gust that nearly pulled it from her grasp. They still faced a considerable journey back against the typhoon. Understanding the urgency, Fan Jimin quickly instructed his daughter, "Secure the vehicle. It is still operable, though marred in appearance. Its performance remained intact, and they could not abandon it." "All right," Fan Lin acquiesced, promptly stowing the battered BYD away. Just then, another vehicle passed by, but the storm's ferocity rendered visibility a challenge for all. The return journey confronted them with winds even more ferocious than before. The truck, laden with water, swayed precariously, and smaller vehicles fared even worse. Accidents were frequent, as nature unleashed its wrath. Within an hour, the fierce tempest wreaked havoc across the southern city, uprooting advertisements that sparked with electrical discharges while debris rained down from above. Inadequately weighted pedestrians were tossed about by the gusts, sustaining fractures. Through the fleeting gaps of the rapidly sweeping windshield wipers, Fan Lin glimpsed the road ahead, choked with congestion, and, in her agitation, pressed the horn with fervor. Fools! With the typhoon approaching, why venture out to court disaster? Road rage surged within her. In the passenger seat, her parents exchanged a glance of resignation, acknowledging their daughter's outburst. Fan Jimin felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Had he managed his family better, they would not be ensnared in this predicament on the road, caught between retreat and advance. They could have been safely enjoying a hot pot in a secure haven by now. Fan Lin, aggrieved, thought to herself that if she was to curse, she would do so without restraint. After all, in the face of impending doom, what use was decorum? Being a compliant girl would only render her vulnerable to bullying. Having scolded indiscriminately, she was aware she had transgressed the household's principles. A quick glance at her parents reassured her. They showed no inclination to lecture her, allowing her to exhale in relief. Today, Her words had been unfiltered, and if she claimed not to have insulted anyone, then she had not erred. She resolved to continue this assertive approach. Her parents were astute enough to discern her subtle emotions. While a strong demeanor was commendable, she ought to temper her language at home. Ruwanyan was already aware of how her daughter had banished those leeches. Truth be told, had she been present, even without a knife, she would have exchanged a few words with them. Despite repeated admonitions to stay away, their audacity was remarkable. This had compelled her husband to risk returning them, and fortunately, he had remained unharmed. Had anything untoward occurred, she would not only have held her daughter accountable but would have sought retribution herself. Such family members were a bane. With the newfound freedom to express herself outside, Fan Lin chuckled softly. It was difficult for someone who had navigated the tumultuous landscape of the apocalypse to feign demureness. Being true to oneself was the optimal path. Surviving against all odds, Fan Jiming had relinquished any authority over his daughter. Having taken the risk of driving the truck to rescue her, he had no right to critique her behavior. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. Stuck in traffic. Fan Lin turned to glance at her device and let out an exasperated sigh. Who is it? Ruwanyan inquired. A wealthy second-generation individual involved in poverty alleviation. Fan Lin scoffed, initially intending to hang up, believing that with the natural disaster unfolding, the other party's influence had waned. However, as the vehicle jolted, her finger inadvertently pressed the answer and speaker buttons. Hello? The howling wind could not conceal the voice on the other end. Fan Lin, it's Luo Yifan. The familiarity with which he addressed her, transitioning from calling her classmate to using her name, was quite presumptuous. Not wishing to engage further in front of her parents, Fan Lin directly inquired, What do you want? His dissatisfaction was palpable as he retorted, You made a promise. Why haven't you deleted the post? Days had passed, and now he was seeking answers, rendering her previous efforts futile. I forgot the forum login password, she replied, speaking the truth without deceit. His frustration escalated. Fan Lin, you took $1 million from me. It's unreasonable to accept the money and not deliver. Fan Lin scoffed derisively. What impact could those chat records have on you? Young Master Luo, I care not for your concerns. Your reputation should be a mere embellishment for someone of your stature. Li Zizi could hardly bear it. After all, she was merely a gold digger, yet you truly hold her in high regard? Fan Lin, you wretched person. I shall have my boyfriend accuse you of extortion and see how you flaunt your arrogance then. You despicable creature, just wait. I shall ensure you face the consequences. A sharp, feminine voice, brimming with rage, reverberated throughout the carriage. This post has lingered for days, and Li Zizi has long been humiliated enough. Today, she finally cornered Luo Yifan, clinging to him until the typhoon struck, seizing the opportunity to compel this man to seek justice on her behalf. Learning that Luo Yifan had awarded Fan Lin $1 million in damages for defamation nearly drove her to the brink of fury. After devoting over half a year to this fickle man, enduring his whims, all she received were a few designer outfits and handbags, with only occasional monetary gifts trickling in. The total of her gains scarcely amounted to $1 million. Yet, Fan Lin, this pretentious woman, effortlessly secured a substantial sum with a mere utterance. Something Li Zizi had toiled for in vain. How could she swallow such indignation? Now, being branded as a gold digger merely added to her anger and resentment. Unable to direct her shame and fury towards her benefactor, she could only unleash it upon Fan Lin. Ah, so you two are indeed entangled together, huh? The winds of this affair are quite strong, yet alas, it is too late. Fan Lin remained composed, showing no signs of anger. However, Lu Wanan could not tolerate anyone berating her daughter and immediately lashed out at the phone in fury. You are the true wretch, bullying my daughter and threatening her. Believing that your wealthy companion elevates your status. Come and see how you can demean my daughter. Li Jiming's expression was one of anger, but his basic decorum prevented him from engaging in a verbal spat with a woman. He was only inclined to strike, wishing to deliver a few slaps. The opponent seemed taken aback by the protective mother, momentarily at a loss. Fan Lin deliberately urged her mother in a loud voice, Mom, it's not worth getting worked up over such a person. She merely clings to a wealthy benefactor for validation. Even we find it strange that Luo Xiao is interested in her. It's quite baffling, to say the least. With a swift volley of words, Li Zizi was thoroughly humiliated. Fan Lin, the roar pierced through the phone, explosive in its intensity. Observe how being exposed ignites a tempest of anger. The call ended. She blocked the number and switched off her phone in one fluid motion, with no outlet for her retaliation if she couldn't suppress her emotions. Then it was her loss. If only that benefactor could feel a shred of shame for his taste, how splendid that would be. In this desolate world, stripped of support, let us see how far Li Zizi can truly go. Chapter 19. Return to the warehouse, wounding without bloodshed, with a deft flick of her wrist. The daughter delivered a flawless strike that left both father Fan and mother Fan somewhat in awe. If they were to report this incident, would anyone even take notice? Lu Wanya was not troubled. Rather, she was intrigued. Fan Jiming cast a helpless glance at his wife and remarked, "Look at the myriad of unforeseen circumstances outside. Who has the energy to deal with such matters? They are too busy managing disaster relief." This situation was merely a result of the impending typhoon, and according to their daughter, conditions would only worsen. Father was right, not to mention minor incidents. Even a murder case would likely go unattended in the wake of an earthquake, which would incapacitate the relevant authorities. Fan Lin disengaged the handbrake and, braving the fierce winds, cautiously followed the vehicle ahead. No sooner had they traveled a mere 10 meters than a small car in the adjacent lane was blown sideways. "Be careful," Fan Jiming quickly warned his daughter. Fan Lin steadied the steering wheel, pressed the brake. But the small vehicle scraped against the front of the truck and veered into the adjacent greenbelt, flipping over. The warning center had repeatedly advised against venturing outdoors due to the imminent super typhoon. Yet the sight of cars on the road and pedestrians foolishly attempting to confront the tempest revealed that even at such a critical juncture, some still disregarded the monstrous storm. While she needed to load several tons of water to feel secure enough to drive the truck, these reckless small car drivers were truly courting disaster. Hail the size of eggs began to pelt down from the sky, each icy orb striking with a painful thud, even from within the truck. The family, trembling and swaying, narrowly navigated through several crises before finally returning to the logistics park. Those who could leave had already departed, leaving only a handful of security personnel behind. Yet, the gate was unmanned, as the on-duty security had likely taken refuge from the ferocious typhoon. Everywhere lay scattered signs, billboards, umbrellas, and construction debris, creating a scene of utter chaos. Those who valued their lives would not sacrifice them heedlessly. Fan Lin boldly crashed the truck through the barrier into the yard. Upon reaching their warehouse, they encountered yet another obstacle, although they had managed to shield the truck from the winds by positioning it at the entrance. Pulling up the roll-up door proved exceedingly difficult. The wind pushed it inward, increasing resistance, and standing was a challenge in itself. After much effort, they managed to raise the door about 20 inches, and Fan Lin urged her parents to crawl inside, lest they be toppled by the raging winds. Once her parents were safely inside, she lay on the ground and maneuvered the truck into the warehouse, assisted by her parents who pulled her in by her feet. Although the situation was precarious, they ultimately emerged unscathed, soaked from the rain. The trio feared the onset of illness and promptly took a shower and changed clothes upon entering the warehouse. 3 tubs filled with warm water were set up inside, while Fan Jiming turned his back to the mother and daughter, soaking in one of them. The howling winds outside, combined with the noise of the shutter door rattling against the gusts, created a terrifying cacophony. Only Fan Lin remained unfazed, suggesting, "Dad, Mom, how about we warm ourselves up with a hot pot later? Let us have a lamb broth. I crave lamb hot pot." As the typhoon approached, the temperature plummeted by 20 degrees, transforming the sweltering days into brisk autumn nights, making it the perfect time for a hot pot. Facing such a formidable storm for the first time, Lu Wanyun anxiously suggested, "How about making a clear broth lamb hot pot?" "All right, I'll prepare a spicy sauce to accompany it," she replied. Her palate differed slightly from her parents. While they preferred lighter fare, she had a penchant for bolder flavors. However, with limited options, she was willing to eat anything. Upon hearing his daughter express a desire for lamb hot pot, Fan Jiming swiftly washed the ingredients and remarked, "Lindsay, bring out some lamb. I'll chop it up and blanch it first." The pots, pans, and induction stove were all conveniently stored in the warehouse, ready for immediate use. Reaching into the bathtub, Fan Lin produced a bag of lamb. "Dad, this must weigh 4 or 5 pounds. Are we cooking all of it?" Fan Jiming weighed the lamb chops in his hand and chuckled. "Yes, we'll cook it all. You've worked hard today. Make sure to indulge." As a father who hadn't handled matters well, he felt it was only right to let his brave daughter enjoy a hearty meal. "All right. I'll eat to my heart's content today," Fan Lin replied with a gleeful grin. "Fortunately, we are all safe. Let us see if you'll understand the importance of decisive action in the future." Lu Wanyun chided her husband with a sideways glance. Feeling somewhat guilty, Fan Jiming sheepishly busied himself elsewhere. By the time the mother and daughter emerged after washing up, the lamb was already simmering in the pot with spices. With a moment to spare, Fan Jiming suggested, "Let us connect the water pipes at the pump room while we have the chance. We should aim to fill the swimming pool as soon as possible." After several days, only a handful of the 300 pools had been filled. Gathering water was a time-consuming endeavor, and stockpiling tap water was no small feat. The choice of this warehouse was strategic, situated right next to the pump room, where the industrial zone provided robust water pressure, maximizing the amount of tap water they could access. As for the surveillance cameras around the warehouse, Fan Lin had discreetly disabled 2 earlier that evening, rendering the area a blind spot. Let us get to it then. Connecting the water was a significant task, and Fan Lin was keen to avoid any delays. After their showers, the father and daughter donned their full-body raincoats. Be careful out there, Lu Wanyan cautioned as she escorted them to the roll-up gate, her concern palpable. The winds outside were fierce, and she feared they might be swept away. Both father and daughter reassured her that with a little caution, the short distance posed minimal risk. Fan Lin tucked her freshly washed hair into a silicone swim cap, donned windproof goggles, adjusted her raincoat, and slipped into non-slip shoes, preparing to crawl along the ground. With the gate barely ajar, the wind surged into the warehouse, creating a cacophony of sounds. Fan Jiming ventured out first, his larger frame offering some protection against being swept away. Once his daughter emerged, he shielded her behind him. Inching along the warehouse wall, at a height of 164 centimeters and weighing 98 jin, Fan Lin, despite moving cautiously like a gecko against the wall, struggled against the fierce winds that threatened to push her backward. Fortunately, her father's sturdy presence helped her navigate the treacherous path. Otherwise, progress would have been nearly impossible. The short distance of just a few meters took them several minutes to traverse. Finally, they unlocked the pump room door, escaping the torment of the wind at last. Retrieving a flashlight from the storage space, Fan Jiming fumbled momentarily before shutting off the main valve for the domestic water supply. He then instructed his daughter to fetch the tools, detaching the water pipe at the outlet and affixing a large fire hose to it. Once secured, he carried the fire hose back to the warehouse, preparing everything before calling for Fan Lin to turn the valve. As soon as the valve was opened, high water pressure transformed the fire hose into a colossal serpent, unleashing a torrent of water that surged forth in a relentless cascade. The 7-ton capacity swimming pool, which would ordinarily take over 2 hours to fill, could now be replenished in under 10 minutes at this flow rate. After ensuring that his wife held the hose steady, Fan Jiming swiftly returned to the pump room to fetch his daughter, realizing that they could fill 6 or 7 swimming pools within an hour. Fan Lin exhaled sharply in relief. She had feared that even 300 pools would remain unfilled if the water supply ceased. Regret soon followed. Had she known, she would have purchased an additional 100 pools. An extra 700 tons of water would provide ample surplus. At the very least, they would no longer need to ration their bathing. Gratitude washed over her, with over 2,000 tons of water, as long as they refrained from daily soaking and exercised prudence in washing vegetables, cooking, and laundry, it should suffice. She reflected on others who lacked their fortune of having a space to store clean tap water. Lu Wanyun playfully reproached her little glutton of a daughter, already empathizing with the hardships of post-apocalyptic survival. Fan Jiming too felt content. His wife was correct. As long as their consumption of drinking and utility water was not excessively wasteful, fulfilling basic life necessities would not pose a problem. Yet, Fan Lin remained somewhat dissatisfied. The space was vast, and with millions worth of stored supplies occupying merely a fraction of it, hoarding more tap water would hardly take up much room. It all hinged on their fortune in the days to come. Chapter 20. Action. The mutton stew had reached its peak flavor. With the water pipe secured, the family of 3 gathered around to indulge in their meal. The steaming mutton hot pot, accompanied by radishes, tofu, and mushrooms, offered a comforting respite from the dread brought on by the impending typhoon. As they savored their food, they engaged in discussions about the messages circulating in their community group, as these matters pertained to their future living conditions and warranted their attention. Hours had passed since the typhoon's arrival, and while the winds had yet to reach their most ferocious strength, the entire southern city was already in shock. The ferocity of the storm was indeed terrifying. Some witnesses saw several purple-blooming trees by the lake uprooted and toppled by the gale. Others, whose balcony windows were left ajar, found their living rooms in disarray. Leaves scattered across the floor, and even their television toppled. A grand chandelier had also been dislodged and crashed down. The residents who faced such calamities were understandably alarmed, expressing their fears in the group with exclamations of a disaster not seen in a century. Fan Lin couldn't help but chuckle at the exaggeration. Was this truly a once-in-a-century event? Without proper precautions, in a couple of days, their windows would shatter, and they would have to endure the elements in their own homes. Lu Wanyan, upon seeing the chaos in others' homes on her phone, felt a sense of relief knowing that her family had taken preventive measures. Should she offer a word of caution to them? Their windows were made of shatterproof glass, and before leaving, they had reinforced them with tape for added stability. The balcony windows were secured with several large wooden boards to withstand the hurricane's force. Perhaps she should say something, as in a couple of days. When the power and internet were out, it would be too late to communicate. Fan Lin took her mother's phone and began drafting a few suggestions for typhoon preparedness. Securing doors and windows was imperative, and reinforcing window glass was equally essential. The balcony windows, being the most exposed to the wind, required particular attention to prevent shattering, which would allow wind and rain to invade. Moreover, she reminded the residents that typhoons often brought heavy rains, should doors and windows fail. Their homes could quickly turn into ponds, which would spell trouble. Families with wooden floors needed to be especially vigilant, while lower floors would inevitably succumb to flooding. It was best to mitigate suffering wherever possible. Lastly, she advised them to prepare for potential power and water outages and to stockpile as much potable water as they could. The family contributed a few comments in the group chat before retreating into their own silence. It was then that a call came in, from far away in the northwest. Their elderly aunt called to inquire about their well-being. Lu Wanyun was no longer as anxious. She could efficiently report on their situation. Knowing her family was safe brought some relief to their relatives in the northwest, who then shared that torrential rains were currently battering their area. The unprecedented deluge had caught many off guard, and it was foreseeable that widespread flooding would soon follow. After the call ended, the family of three felt a heavy weight in their hearts. They watched as humanity teetered on the brink of losing its cherished homes, facing a world marred by devastation, yet feeling utterly powerless. Even though they did not have to worry about basic necessities, an undercurrent of anxiety still gripped them. "Did your aunt call today in the last lifetime?" Lu Wanyun asked her daughter. After her initial conversation with her aunt, she had forgotten to inquire. Suddenly, she pondered. Had her aunt called her in her previous life to offer a warning, their family might not have endured the dire straits her daughter spoke of, struggling to survive until the floodwaters receded. Was it possible that she had ignored the wisdom of the elders? Was she so stubborn as to disregard the counsel of her beloved aunt? Her mother's inquiry momentarily halted Fan Lin's action of sipping soup before she explained, "At that time, your phone had been damaged and sent for repairs. It's likely that your aunt tried to call but was unable to reach you. In her previous life, those calamities did not arrive in the afternoon as she had thought, but rather in the morning, because Fan Chao desired a new model of a fruit machine." Her mother's gentle admonitions fell on deaf ears, and her grandmother's incessant criticisms drove her to impulsively smash her phone. Thus, she had not received any communication from the northwest. Lu Wanyun felt a wave of regret for her past self. How fortuitous it was that her phone broke at such a critical moment. It was truly the epitome of bad luck. Fan Lin cast a glance at her father, with her parents' relationship having just begun to soften. She had no intention of reviving painful memories that could disrupt the current harmonious atmosphere. So she responded nonchalantly. Indeed, in her previous life, their family was plagued by misfortune. Perhaps the heavens were displeased, which is why she was reborn to alter their tragic fate. Lu Wanyun's eyes immediately glistened with tears as she offered her daughter a piece of lamb chop. It was all the mother's fault for allowing Linzi to endure such hardships. "It's not your fault," Fan Lin reassured, serving her parents a portion of meat as well. "It was due to natural disasters, which no one can escape. Even if in this life they were prepared and had a storage space, suffering was still inevitable. Only through loss can one truly appreciate the rarity of peace and prosperity." Fan Jiming bowed his head in shame, realizing that his wife's phone had likely been damaged due to internal family issues. Considering his nephew's insistence on a new phone and his own previous overindulgence, the truth became evident. It was his own confusion that had brought hardship upon his family. In this life, he vowed not to allow his wife and daughter to suffer again. That night, the couple took turns monitoring the swimming pool as it filled with water. The following morning, Fan Lin rose to find dozens of pools brimming with water. The typhoon's winds were even stronger than the previous day, the howling never ceasing. The broadcasters who had gleefully captured the calamity yesterday seemed to have diminished in number today. It was uncertain whether they had grown cautious or had met a grimmer fate. Yet, some reckless souls remained undeterred by danger, ignoring safety warnings to venture out and challenge the tempest. Consequently, several live streams abruptly cut to black, eliciting gasps from viewers, who exclaimed, "Oh, the heavens have claimed another." Some others, lacking sensitivity, quipped, "To please us mortals, the celestial beings bravely risk all, ultimately achieving great success. Amen, Maria." These fleeting live-streaming careers, soon to be extinguished, held no interest for Fan Lin. Seizing the last moments of electricity and water, they endeavored to make the most of it. In addition to collecting water, they brought out all the rice cookers, diligently preparing rice and congee in abundance. They also set up an induction cooker, hastily pulling out pork, beef, lamb, chicken, duck, fish, and seafood to concoct richly flavored dishes. The cacophony caused by the typhoon rendered any sounds from the warehouse a mystery to all. The logistics park is merely attended by security personnel who would not investigate even if they sensed something amiss. In such tempestuous weather, who would dare to venture out? The family of three busily went about their tasks, assured in their activities, taking turns to rest in the tent when fatigue set in. 2 days later, all the swimming pools were filled with water, and 10 bathing tubs brimmed with heated water. Tonight, We shall rest well, conserving our energy. Once the power goes out, we will spring into action, Fan Lin remarked to her parents after dinner. Indeed, let us gather our strength for a significant endeavor, her parents, Fan Ba and Fan Ma, responded with excitement. The anticipation of adventure quickened their hearts. At around 4 in the morning on October 18th, the lights in the warehouse dimmed. As if sensing the change, Fan Lin swiftly opened her eyes. The extinguished light indicated a power outage. She immediately shook her parents awake, exclaiming, "Dad, Mom, the power is out." "Oh," Fan Jiming replied, crawling out of his sleeping bag to inquire, "What time is it now?" "It's 4:30, Fan Lin said, already hastily dressing and tying her hair. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Lu Wanan quickly emerged from her sleeping bag as well. "Let us hurry, lest we be discovered." Although the apocalypse had arrived, order had not yet disintegrated, and the trio could not afford to confront the security personnel of the logistics park. Should their actions be exposed, it would pose a grave danger. None of them washed their faces or brushed their teeth. They swiftly consumed breakfast consisting of milk, steamed buns, and fried dough sticks. At 5 o'clock, amidst the raging winds, the sky offered no hint of dawn, remaining shrouded in darkness. "What shall we do? It's still so dark," Luan said, wrapping her hair with a silicone swim cap. "Fear not, we have night vision goggles," Fan Lin reassured, producing a pair for each person. They donned one-piece raincoats, securing knee and elbow pads, and slipped on protective gloves. Once their helmets were securely in place, they unitedly pulled open the roll-up gate. Chapter 21. The Perils of Zero-Cost Shopping. Lindsay, you are in the middle. As the three of them lay on the ground, Lu Wanyan sensed something amiss and insisted on swapping positions with her daughter, standing at 159 centimeters and weighing 110 jin. She believed that she would be less likely to be swept away by the wind than her slender daughter. As parents, it was their duty to shield their child. However, Fan Lin, initially intending to protect her mother, found herself bemused by the discrimination against her weight. With her parents' insistence, she reluctantly took her place in the center. Thus, the three of them positioned themselves with half their bodies in the warehouse and half exposed to the outside. The wind was so fierce that even the stoutest individuals risked being toppled. They could only crawl forward, minimizing the risk. At that moment, the drawbacks of having rented a warehouse in a corner became apparent. Every destination felt painfully distant. Speaking was futile against the wind, and the trio could only encourage each other with claps. Onward, the three crawlers, adorned with helmets, trudged through the darkness before dawn, battling the tempestuous winds towards an uncertain destination. The power was out, alleviating concerns about electric poles being blown down. After nearly 20 minutes of crawling, enduring the pain of being struck by various debris, they finally reached their first target, a logistics hub of a leading courier service, situated over 400 meters from their warehouse. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Once they regained their composure, they sprang up to unlock the door with a master key. Moments later, they successfully entered the warehouse. To their surprise, everything unfolded more smoothly than anticipated. The warehouse had windows, and occasionally, a flash of lightning illuminated the shelves within, revealing a considerable number of packages yet to be dispatched. "Look at all this," Lu Wanan whispered in awe, cautious of being overheard. Fan Lin chuckled softly, "Mom." With the wind howling and the cacophony of sound all around, even if you shout, no one would hear you. "Are you certain no one can hear?" Lu Wanyan expressed her lingering concern. Lu Jimin jested, "It's no wonder you feel guilty. Just look at how anxious your mother is." "Humph. As if you yourself aren't feeling guilty," Lu Wanyan retorted playfully. "First time committing a theft, it's only natural," Lu Jimin teased. "Get used to it," he added with a smirk. "Get used to stealing?" "No, this is what we call zero-cost shopping." The three of them exchanged sly grins. Having gained entry through their wits, they were determined to leave laden with spoils. Seizing the moment, they wasted no time and immediately set to work. The primary goal of renting the warehouse was to capitalize on this day. Fan Lin took out her electric skateboard, gliding smoothly as she reached out to collect the towering shelves brimming with goods. Her parents provided illumination and helped consolidate the scattered items for easy collection. In this expansive warehouse, a swift sweep yielded all the parcels from this courier company. Zero-cost shopping was indeed exhilarating. Following the same method, they swiftly moved on to neighboring courier services, and within 3 hours, they had cleared out the entire delivery point. Was this enough to satisfy them? No. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. The logistics park houses not only a myriad of express delivery enterprises but also dozens of local logistics companies, primarily serving the regional wholesale market. These encompass a diverse array of industries, including apparel, footwear, furniture, hardware, food and beverages, medical equipment, agricultural products, and electronic components. Additionally, there are storage facilities established by major e-commerce companies, containing an extensive assortment of goods, including cold chain logistics warehouses. The thought of possessing such a vast array of resources ignited excitement within Fan Lin. With zeal, she navigated through the expansive warehouses, gathering items with fervor. Every shelf and container was meticulously collected into her space, along with forklifts. Anything deemed useful was swiftly stowed away, even plastic stools. For one could never discern what might be of value in the apocalypse. The space was ample enough to accommodate towering shelves of 5 to 6 meters high, allowing her to arrange the contents at her discretion. Enduring a formidable typhoon, the family of 3 scoured warehouse after warehouse, tirelessly working until dusk to clear every storage facility brimming with supplies. Although the thrill of acquiring goods at no cost was exhilarating, a day spent from dawn till dusk left even the most resilient exhausted. With no strength left to return to their own warehouse, they sought refuge where they were, only to discover that the roof of the warehouse had been breached, leaving the floor inundated with rainwater. Fortunately, there was a small office within, separate from the main storage area. "Let us take shelter inside. I'm utterly fatigued," Lu Wanyan remarked, her exhaustion palpable. The 3 retreated to the office to escape the wind, changing out of their sweat-soaked and rain-drenched clothing. After a day filled with relentless activity, even raincoats could not keep their garments dry. The best remedy to dispel the chill and fatigue was to indulge in a warm bath. Fan Lin eagerly set up 3 steaming bathing tubs, and the trio relished the luxury of soaking at their leisure. With her eyes closed, Fan Lin submerged herself in the warm water, feeling every muscle relax, exclaiming, "How delightful! It's akin to soaring to the clouds." The bliss of immediate access to a bath encapsulated the essence of happiness. Being mother and daughter, they moved in harmonious synchronicity. Meanwhile, Fan Dad, with his back turned, also found solace in washing his face and scrubbing his head. "Mom, would you like to eat?" Fan Lin inquired, her stomach growling. After a day of frugal foraging, subsisting on mere bowls of noodles or a bit of bread and cake, her hunger was palpable. Lu Wanyan echoed her sentiment. "Let us have some golden cake to tide us over until dinner. Bathing on an empty stomach is not beneficial." Fan Lin retrieved a bag of golden cake, taking a piece for herself and offering the rest to her mother. Lu Wanyan accepted 2 pieces, passing the remaining 2 to her husband. "Have a few bites. We mustn't neglect our stomachs." Equally famished, Fan Jimin quickly devoured his share. Suddenly, a loud noise reverberated through the warehouse. The 3, submerged in their bathing tubs, exchanged alarmed glances. "What was that sound?" Lu Wanyan asked, her voice tinged with fear. "We must exit immediately," Fan Lin decisively commanded. The 3 individuals hurriedly donned their clothing. Yet before they could fully prepare, a resounding crash echoed through the air. Suddenly, a fierce gale filled the entire space, the blustering wind and rain assaulting them with such ferocity that they struggled to maintain their footing. Alarmingly, the roof had been torn asunder by the tempest. As Fan Lin glanced upward and beheld half of the roof lifted by the wind, a wave of panic surged within her. "Quick, put on your knee pads. We must leave at once." There was no time to don raincoats, for their garments were already drenched. Sensing the impending peril, they needed to flee. The trio hastily equipped themselves with knee pads and helmets, while Fan Lin swiftly gathered the bathtub and scrambled out of the dilapidated warehouse. The moment they emerged, the wind immediately tumbled them into a chaotic heap. Something was amiss, and Fan Lin's heart raced with trepidation. Fan Jiming also recognized the anomaly. "Is it a tornado?" "We can't leave now." Fan Lin tugged at her parents, urging them to return to the crumbling warehouse. If it was indeed a tornado, venturing outside would spell certain doom for the 3 of them. Chapter 22. A bottle of Ergo 2 for a bath. The trio retreated laboriously to a corner of the warehouse, where the roof had long vanished, huddling together for warmth. Fan Lin extracted 4 large freezers filled with seafood from her space, arranging them into a triangular shelter. Regardless of their efficacy, they resolved to make an effort before being swept away by the tempest. Shivering in their makeshift refuge, their bodies trembled not only from anxiety but also from the cold, having been thoroughly drenched. The hot bath they had anticipated now seemed a distant dream. Fan Lin produced 3 cups of hot milk tea and a bag of pastries, declaring, "We must replenish our energy. Once the winds subside, we will seek a safer haven." The parents, though lacking appetite, consumed the food and drink with vigor, clinging to the hope of survival. Minutes passed, and ominous cracking sounds reverberated as the wall against which they leaned shook violently. Could a tornado truly uproot this warehouse? The terrifying noise sent shivers down their spines, and they clung tightly to one another, fearing they might be separated at any moment. Together they would live, together they would perish. After a few tense minutes, the tremors lessened significantly. The trio seized the opportunity to crawl out of the warehouse, relieved to find themselves unharmed by the violent winds. Though crawling amidst the ferocious typhoon remained perilous, leaving this place was imperative. Without pause, they pressed onward, navigating an increasingly obstructed path littered with iron sheets, broken boards, chairs, and tables. In the fleeting light of lightning, they discerned that several roofs of the warehouses they had just vacated had been torn away, with the furthest collapsing into a heap of rubble. It was no wonder the commotion had been so deafening. Fortuitously, they had not lingered in the most vulnerable warehouse. Otherwise, they might have been entombed there. Perhaps it was the will to survive that awakened their latent potential, or perhaps their agility had simply improved with practice. Despite the multitude of obstacles and the peril of debris raining down from above, they returned to their own warehouse in less time than it had taken them to set out that morning, escaping unscathed. The roof of their warehouse still stood, and the walls remained intact. Exhausted yet grateful to be alive, the trio sat haphazardly on the warehouse floor, soaked to the skin, their clothes tattered and torn, rendered unwearable. Lindsay, quickly fetch some ginger. We need to prepare ginger baths, or we risk falling ill, Lu Wanyan urged her daughter, her voice weary and weak. After enduring the relentless wind and rain, even the healthiest among them would struggle to withstand such trials. All right, I'll get it, Fan Lin acknowledged. Sensing the gravity of their situation, she hurriedly retrieved several pounds of fresh ginger and set to work washing it. Fan Jiming, feeling a pang of concern for his wife and daughter, urged them to enter the bath while he prepared the ginger. After scrubbing and squeezing 5 or 6 pounds of ginger, he meticulously extracted the juice, pouring both the ginger and its essence into their bathing tub. He then retrieved a bottle of strong liquor. We must add this, he reminded his daughter. Fan Lin, somewhat perplexed, grabbed a bottle of cooking wine, unaware of its potency. This is for cooking, she explained. Fan Jiming sighed. You should have taken a few bottles of erguo instead. Is erguo really that strong? Fan Lin questioned. As liquor was something her father had stockpiled, leaving her unfamiliar with its effects. Indeed, it is quite potent. Just a small bottle would leave your father inebriated. Lu Wan chimed in teasingly. Fan Jimin, whose tolerance for alcohol was rather poor, poured 100 milliliters of erguo into each bathing tub. This wine is inexpensive, and I have stockpiled quite a bit of it, not for consumption, but rather to barter for necessities when the time comes. Fan Lin, her eyes stinging from the pungent aroma of ginger wine, sneezed. Dad, since this is marinating well, shouldn't we put it in the pot now? Well, let it steep a bit longer. We need to dispel the chill before we cook it, Fan Jimin replied with a playful tone. Lu Wanan murmured, still shaken. You truly have a carefree spirit. We nearly lost our lives, and you still find time to jest. Although she understood that great rewards often required taking risks, the palpable threat of death left her feeling uneasy. It was precisely this lingering fear that prompted Fan Lin to crack jokes to ease the tension. Mom, the timid starve while the bold feast. We've risked our lives for this bounty, enough to sustain us for generations. Tell me, was this risk worth it? Fan Lin chuckled heartily. They had warehouses brimming with various packaged foods, rice, flour, oil, and an assortment of side dishes. Beverages and dairy products piled high, while clothing and footwear could fill 10 trucks. The cold chain storage was stocked with so many fresh goods that their family could dine for 200 years without exhausting the supply. And this was merely what was visible. The resources from courier and e-commerce companies contained even more unknown varieties. As for furniture, hardware, medical supplies, and automotive parts, as well as various electronic products, they too represented valuable assets. Indeed, it is worth it, Lu Wanyan thought. Feeling reassured by the sight of her daughter filling dozens of warehouses with goods, the anxious thumping of her heart transformed into a rhythm of excitement. Fan Jimin smiled and declared, from now on, our family will be an inconspicuous affluent household, thriving even in the apocalypse. Absolutely, this makes my second life worthwhile. Fan Lin replied with a satisfied grin. The warming technique was indeed effective. After soaking, she quickly dried off and donned thick clothing, feeling a delightful warmth envelop her. After drying her hair and finishing dinner, her skin remained pleasantly warm with a slight tingle. The three of them tended to their bruises from the earlier chaos, each taking a sip of the Xiao Chai Hu decoction. They then crawled into their sleeping bags for a bit of warmth, utterly exhausted. Finally able to lie flat. Fan Lin was the first to crawl into her sleeping bag, settling down obediently. The trio relaxed completely within the tent, exchanging insights on zero-cost shopping. How about I help you with unboxing packages every day when we get home? She said, wrapped snugly like a silkworm. That sounds splendid. Your mother loves doing that. This time, let her indulge to her heart's content. Fan Jimin teased his wife, who had a penchant for online shopping. You'll have to join in too. No escaping this, Lu Wanyan, cocooned in her sleeping bag, attempted to kick her husband but found it futile. I want to shy away. The constant unboxing signifies our wealth. Indeed, we have become prosperous in this apocalypse, she exclaimed with a hint of pride. It seems that we have indeed thrived, Fan Jimin chuckled merrily. rubbing his sore waist from the earlier encounter. As Fan Lin's consciousness meandered through the space, she beheld an array of shelves brimming with supplies, densely packed and occupying a significant portion of the area, filling her with an immense sense of satisfaction. The thrill of adventure was undoubtedly worthwhile. Let me search for a container to hold water, if I find one. We can fill it with tap water over the next couple of days while it's still available. Her overwhelming thirst had instilled in her a profound obsession with water. Even though she was aware that the existing supply sufficed for their household, she yearned for more. After all, water was an essential resource for survival, and the more, the better. This sentiment was wholeheartedly supported by her parents, who encouraged her to look for any kind of water bags, buckets, or basins. However, as she multitasked, fatigue soon set in, causing her eyelids to grow heavy and her mind to drift into a haze. Sleep now, my dear, you're very tired," Lu Wanyun whispered softly. In this moment, the family of three remained blissfully unaware of the extraordinary fortune that awaited them that night. Chapter 23. The earthquake. On the second day after the earthquake, Fan Lin awoke to find the warehouse leaking. Looking up, she noticed that the roof appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Goodness, could fate be any more cruel? Fan Lin hurriedly urged her parents to rise. The water was about to overflow. It was no longer safe to remain there. Fan Jiming quickly donned his clothes and emerged, instantly deciding to take refuge in the pump room. As the tempest was intensifying, the destructive force of the typhoon, dubbed Big Shark, had only just reached its peak. Despite having made numerous predictions in advance, Fan Lin had still underestimated the ferocity of the super typhoon. The seemingly sturdy warehouse at the logistics park was actually constructed from thick extruded polystyrene boards and steel, which could not compare in strength to reinforced concrete. A powerful storm could easily obliterate everything. However, due to the warehouse's modest height and the surrounding tall buildings that shielded it, a portion of the wind's force had been mitigated, allowing it to stand until now. Realizing that even without a tornado, the warehouse was at risk, the three of them hurriedly packed up the tent and their belongings, swiftly relocating. The wind was incredibly strong. This time, even attempting to walk along the warehouse wall towards the pump room proved impossible. After being toppled by the fierce gusts and rolling several times, Fan Lin opted for a crawling approach. Concerned for their safety, her parents followed suit, and the three of them crawled their way to the pump room, which was situated a few dozen meters away. The pump room was a sunken structure made of reinforced concrete, equipped with a water barrier at the entrance, ensuring safety as long as water did not breach its threshold. However, the interior was cluttered with pipes and a large water tank occupied much of the space, leaving insufficient room for a tent. Fortunately, the door was securely closed, providing better insulation than the warehouse, offering decent protection from the wind and tremors. They decided to remain there until the earthquake ceased. As Fan Jiming gazed at the concrete ceiling of the pump room, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Yet there was nowhere else to seek refuge. The warehouse at the logistics park had only been destroyed by the typhoon after the zero-cost acquisition event concluded, and they considered themselves fortunate. Otherwise, all their supplies would have been ruined, and even if salvaged, they would have been waterlogged. Regardless of whether the materials would be damaged or not, the unpleasantness of the situation was undeniable. Indeed, opportunity coexists with risk. Had they not braved the storm to escape, they would have lost half of their supplies. The family felt immensely grateful. Let us bring out the stove and prepare a few barrels of hot water, while also keeping warm, suggested Fan Lin's mother, as the temperature had plummeted to 10 degrees, the onset of winter in the south. Heeding her mother's advice, Fan Lin quickly retrieved a stove. This stainless steel stove, suitable for both coal and wood, was equipped with a flue. The pump room featured a ventilation window. By opening it and directing the flue outside, they could avoid the peril of carbon monoxide poisoning. As Fan Lin enjoyed her breakfast, she rummaged through their supplies and indeed discovered several packages containing foldable bathtubs. These items would be in high demand during winter. The diverse assortment of goods in their space required meticulous organization for easy access, presenting a considerable undertaking. With time on her hands, Fan Lin began unpacking some suspicious containers for her parents. After 4 days in the pump room, they had unpacked a total of 177 foldable bathtubs, 16 wooden bathtubs, along with 7 or 8 smaller PVC swimming pools and over 30 large water bags. The water bags boast a considerable capacity, with some holding as much as 10 tons or 8 tons, contributing to an additional 300 tons of tap water. The bathtub is partially filled with hot water and partially with tap water, significantly increasing their supply of domestic water. All efforts prove worthwhile. On the night of October 22nd, the family found themselves unable to sleep. Recalling memories from a previous life, they knew an earthquake was likely to strike a week after the typhoon's arrival, this very night. At this moment, their phones had long since lost signal. The typhoon had not only devastated the power grid but also destroyed the signal towers. They were utterly unaware of the conditions outside. After stowing away all their belongings in a secure space, Fan Lin and her parents sat together on a small air mattress, illuminated by a small LED night light, anxiously awaiting the second wave of disaster while donning helmets. In their past lives, they had resided in an apartment building, and when the earthquake struck in the dead of night, they had been asleep, mistaking the shaking of the building for a dream. It was only when they learned of the collapse of several towering residential buildings in their community, which had turned nearby mid-rise structures into rubble, that they fled their own building in terror, fearing that an aftershock might bury them. They could only comprehend the devastation in their community at dawn. The Zijing Haoyuan comprises 4 residential towers of over 30 stories and 16 11-story mid-rises, all constructed with shear wall structures, providing substantial seismic resistance. However, after enduring a week of relentless typhoon winds, the structural stability of these tall buildings diminished considerably, making them the first to collapse during the earthquake. In Zijing Haoyuan, only a few mid-rise buildings exhibited no visible cracks, including the so-called Building 8 and Building 9. The others either leaned precariously or had developed significant fissures, leaving many hesitant to reside within. In this lifetime, it remains uncertain whether anyone heeded the warnings. Nevertheless, even if they did, it likely proved futile. While the typhoon's winds had subsided, the heavy rain persisted, leaving people with nowhere to seek refuge. This was an apocalyptic scenario devoid of escape. At 23:46, the earth finally trembled. The pronounced tilt of the ground caught Lu Wan off guard, causing her to slip off the air mattress in terror. Fan Lin also lost her balance and fell to the side. Only Fan Jimin managed to grasp a pipe swiftly to steady himself. "Wife, hold on to something secure," he called out, noticing his daughter sprawled out in a starfish position. "Lindsay, be careful not to get hit by anything." Fan Lin immediately rolled over, protecting her vital areas. The pump room contained only fixed pipes, water pumps, and a water tank, devoid of any clutter, save for the dust and peeling wall plaster that cascaded down. Crouched on the ground, Lu Wanyun clung to a pump station, paralyzed with fear, her dizziness preventing her from opening her eyes. The tremors of the earth persisted for several seconds, and after a brief pause, 2 aftershocks followed. The trio remained tense, waiting for several more minutes. And upon sensing no further movement, they finally relaxed somewhat. Perhaps it was over? Fan Lin cautiously rose, her head still spinning, leaving her unsteady on her feet. Not necessarily. There may still be aftershocks. Fan Jimin, drenched in cold sweat, surveyed the surroundings, noting a crack had formed in one wall of the pump room. If there were no aftershocks, it would likely remain stable for a while. However, if aftershocks occurred, this place would become perilous. "Let us go outside. We cannot stay here any longer." Fan Lin immediately proposed, "Why don't we return home now, before dawn breaks?" Initially, they had intended to remain in the logistics park until the earthquake subsided, and then return to their community to resume their lives in peace. However, plans are but mere constructs, subject to the whims of circumstance. Now, lacking even a secure place to take refuge, it would be wiser to hasten back home. The typhoon's winds had diminished, though the rain had intensified. At least they could walk upright, rather than crawl. Fan Jimin glanced at his pale-faced wife. Concern etched on his features as he asked, "My dear, shall we head home now?" Lu Wan promptly nodded. "Yes, let us return immediately." That was incredibly frightening. It left me shaken. This was her first true encounter with an earthquake, and her heart raced with trepidation. Only within the confines of their own home could she find solace. "Very well, let us don our gear and ensure our protection. It is time to go home. We have faced danger and gathered our belongings. It is indeed time to return." Once the decision was made, hesitation vanished. Fan Lin produced a one-piece raincoat and waterproof boots, ensuring that protective covers were affixed at the joints to prevent injury from falls. Night vision goggles were indispensable, and the steel helmet remained a necessity. Each person was equipped with a hiking pole to provide stability while navigating obstacles. Battling through the wind and rain, the trio departed the pump room. Outside, darkness enveloped them, punctuated only by the occasional flash of lightning that illuminated the city's scars. Chapter 24. The journey of zero-cost acquisition. The logistics park lay in utter devastation, a mere shadow of its former self. The beam of the flashlight illuminated the surroundings, revealing no intact warehouses. The 3 of them were extraordinarily fortunate to have escaped being buried beneath the rubble. Upon exiting the logistics park, they found the security booth still standing, yet devoid of any guards. The fate of those security personnel remained unknown, as they had not encountered another soul during their week of concealment. The direction of the logistics office had also succumbed to ruin, foreboding a grim reality. Obstacles littered the road, fissures marred the pavement, rendering even mountain bikes useless. They proceeded with utmost caution, and not far along their path, distant cries echoed through the air. The typhoon merely confined people indoors. It was the earthquake that had sealed many within their entrapments. In the face of such catastrophic natural disasters, humanity found itself powerless, just as they relished their fortunate escape. The sight of devastation soon extinguished any glimmer of joy in their hearts. Standing outside a nearby community, they observed survivors, distraught and helpless, clinging to one another in anguish. Even Fan Lin, who had returned from a post-apocalyptic existence, felt a pang of sorrow. In this moment, the essence of humanity was palpable. These people did not rush to seize the possessions of others, but instead pleaded for assistance in rescuing the trapped. Yet, how could they rescue anyone? With so many buried beneath the debris, how could they possibly excavate? Time was of the essence, imminent flooding loomed. And the priority was to salvage supplies for survival before the waters engulfed everything. However, the pleas of those mourning their lost loved ones fell on deaf ears. Fan Jiming could only silently urge them, the earthquake may not be the final calamity. What is lost cannot be retrieved. We must focus on how to persevere. These survivors were stripped of their homes and resources. If they possessed any wisdom, they would hasten to gather supplies, find a secure refuge for once the waters rose. It would be too late. In a moment of fury, someone shouted, "You speak as if unaffected. Do you know how many of our family members remain trapped?" Fan Lin, illuminated by the faint light of her flashlight, turned to the enraged bald man and replied coldly, "We understand that disaster has struck. If the rain continues, this place will be submerged. You must brace yourselves for this reality. No one can alter the calamity wrought by nature." Her voice was crisp, tinged with a hint of ruthlessness, unwavering against the man's anguished glare. "Father, mother, we must go." Fan Lin had already turned away. Remaining there served no purpose. They could not aid the survivors nor alter the devastation caused by the earthquake. It was far more prudent to move forward, reminding those they encountered along the way of the necessity to secure their survival. Nature was merciless. Wallowing in sorrow would yield no benefits. To survive, they needed to quickly seek out essential provisions. Fan's parents, heavy-hearted, followed closely behind their daughter, clad in complete gear, including steel helmets, night vision goggles, and knee pads. They traversed the area. Survivors, upon glimpsing them, mistook the trio for advanced rescue personnel and rushed forward, pouring out their tales of despair in hopes of receiving aid. Fan Lin has reached a consensus with her parents that it is impossible to enter the construction ruins to rescue people. The three of them, with their 6 hands, can only do so much. It would be more prudent to alert others about the impending flood and encourage them to salvage supplies. Some heed their warnings while others do not, but even if only 1/3 of the survivors take their advice, it would be worthwhile. The logistics park is 10 kilometers from Zhejiang Yuan, and the trio traverses the rain-soaked path. They remind every passerby of the impending flood. When they encounter collapsed buildings blocking their way, they carefully climb over the debris. Passing by a gas station, they notice a fuel tanker parked nearby. Fan Lin promptly inspects the tires, concluding that it should contain fuel. Fan Jiming, with more experience, quickly identifies that the tires are overburdened. "I'll take it," he declares. Looking around at the enveloping darkness, Fan Lin believes that no one will notice as she stores the tanker in their space. As for the fuel in the underground tank of the gas station, they are eager to obtain it. But Fan Jiming is uncertain about prying open the fuel outlet of the underground tank. They decide to give it a try. Gas stations typically have staff on duty. Thus, they split their tasks. One keeps watch, another pries open the outlet, and the third assists. After 10 minutes of effort, they manage to open the outlet of the 95 fuel tank. Once Fan Lin begins to siphon the fuel, Fan Jiming starts working on the diesel outlet. They aim to drain every drop, for if the waters rise and damage the outlet, the fuel would become inaccessible. As for other types of gasoline, they leave that for those who come later. They have successfully acquired a fuel tanker and underground fuel, along with their own reserves, totaling nearly 100 tons of fuel. This is sufficient for their survival in the apocalypse. Under the cover of darkness and heavy rain, they are fortunate that no one appears, allowing them to complete their task undisturbed. With such an abundance of fuel, they grow bolder as they pass an automobile sales center. Without hesitation, they enter, knowing that there are no power or surveillance systems to deter them. With a master key, they slip inside to search for car keys. Once they find the keys, they begin to press buttons, collecting the vehicles they desire into their space, prioritizing off-road vehicles, followed by urban SUVs, and then compact cars. They do not overlook RVs either. In truth, vans would be subtly practical in the apocalypse, but there are none available here. Having scavenged over 50 desirable vehicles, they suddenly hear other sounds approaching and quickly retreat, leaving the premises at once. Their luck holds as the darkness before dawn, coupled with the sound of wind and rain, allows them to escape unscathed. Both the gas station and the sales center are relatively unaffected by the earthquake, and it seems those remaining are still lost in slumber, much like they once were in their previous lives. As they pass through a commercial area, they see many people gathered in the square, bewildered and surrounded by cries and shouts, initially intending to warn them about the flood. Fan Lin keenly observes that the door of a Watson's store has been smashed by a vehicle. She quickly grabs her parents. Let us take advantage of this opportunity first. Upon seeing the direction she points to, Fan's father and mother nod in agreement. They quietly approach the store, and once inside, Fan Lin asks her mother, Mom, what do you want? Let us focus on the brands we frequently use. As for the others, they can be left for someone else. Although there is ample space, there is no need to exhaust every resource. Following her mother's instructions, Fan Lin used a small flashlight to search for the familiar brands in the store. She collected dozens of skincare and hair care sets, alongside a considerable amount of health and hygiene products. Fan Jiming found the warehouse and kicked the door open. Here, take what you need. Inside lay a substantial stockpile of goods. Without hesitation, Fan Lin began to clear the warehouse, ensuring they would have more than enough supplies. As they emerged, no one paid them any mind, nor did anyone think to take advantage of the zero-cost shopping. This greatly facilitated the audacity of their actions. Fan Lin soon discovered that a jewelry store was located next door and found it difficult to resist. In a post-apocalyptic world, survival supplies are vital. While gold and silver jewelry may seem worthless, yet, what if the end of this world were to come? Their family's finances were nearly depleted, having sold even her mother's gold jewelry. Now, with a jewelry store standing right before her, how could she not seize the opportunity to benefit from her rebirth? Thus, she made her way to the jewelry store. The store's door remained intact and sturdy. The master key only unlocked the rolling shutter. But the glass door's lock was impenetrable. They needed to devise a plan from inside. Fan Jiming glanced at the distant crowd and conveyed to his daughter that they could not be brazen in public. Fan Lin understood immediately. Therefore, the trio returned to Watson's. They opted to breach the wall of Watson's, though not through brute force. Such an approach would surely attract attention. Instead, they carefully used a sharp entrenching tool to scrape away a section of wall, revealing the brick seams. Subsequently, they employed a fire axe to carve out a groove in the cement joint and wrapped a metal rod in a sock, striking it with a hammer to dismantle the bond between the cement and bricks. This was a labor-intensive endeavor, but to avoid drawing attention, they had no choice but to proceed in this manner. After removing 2 bricks, the task became easier. Fortunately, this was not a load-bearing wall, but rather a single brick partition. After an hour, they finally created a hole large enough for a person to pass through. The jewelry store's counters were locked, yet the locks inside were simplistic. A single blow rendered them ineffective. Lu Wanyan nervously illuminated the space for her daughter, while Fan Jiming searched for the store's inventory and safe. They spared no effort in collecting gold, silver, and precious gemstones. Soon, they had cleared the store of its valuables. The worth was uncertain, but this endeavor would ensure they had enough resources to secure a home when the world returned to normalcy. At any moment, they would be able to afford a respectable dwelling, which brought them a sense of stability, taking advantage of the current situation. When the law still held sway over the populace, they managed this heist without anyone attempting to intervene. No one even noticed their entry into the jewelry store. Upon exiting, the trio kindly warned those still standing in the rain, bewildered in the square, advising them of the impending flood and the need for urgent disaster preparedness, lest they find themselves with nothing when the time came. The astute among them quickly realized that if flooding were imminent, many items would be submerged. Rather than wait for calamity, it was better to act swiftly. Those quick to seize the moment would reap the rewards, while those slow would miss out entirely. With their haul of supplies amassed through zero-cost shopping, the family swiftly departed from the commercial district, heading homeward. Chapter 25, Calamities of the Human Realm Due to the Earthquake. A continuous stream of tragedies has beset humanity. Despite having acquired numerous valuable possessions, the trio felt a heavy gloom enveloping their hearts. Countless lives were lost tonight, and innumerable families have been rendered homeless. The once beautiful world has been devastated by natural disasters. Help, please, save my child. At a crossroads, they were halted by a desperate plea. Please assist me. My son is injured. Could you lend a hand and take him to the hospital for treatment? I can no longer run. A frail woman bore a semi-conscious teenager on her back, accompanied by a small girl whose cries had rendered her voice hoarse. It was uncertain how far she had traversed as she gasped for breath. Fan Lin illuminated the youth with her flashlight, revealing a head drenched in blood. His face pale as parchment, unconscious. Fan Jiming immediately extended his arms to take the burden. I shall carry him. Thank you. Thank you. I am eternally grateful. The woman's legs buckled, threatening to collapse, but Lu Wanyan swiftly supported her. Do not falter. Saving lives is paramount. The city hospital lay less than a kilometer away. And without uttering a word, Fan Lin led the way, guiding her father towards the hospital. Alas, the hospital was as she had feared, crippled. Although the outpatient building had not collapsed, It bore several large fissures, and the structure was dangerously tilted, with chaos reigning as people evacuated. The inpatient building fared far worse. Having crumbled halfway, inside the hospital, the staff were preoccupied with their own escape, neglecting to attend to patients. The injured mother, disregarding all else, ran to a doctor clad in a white coat, crying out, "Please save my son. He has sustained a head injury. Doctor, you must help him." The physician glanced back. Urgency etched on his face. "The situation is critical. We must evacuate to a safe location before we can provide care. But my son is losing a great deal of blood. We cannot afford to wait," she pleaded, falling to her knees, refusing to release her grip. The doctor, torn between duty and compassion, squatted to examine the injured boy, checking for signs of life. Shaking his head, he sorrowfully stated, "The pulse has ceased. I am deeply sorry for your loss." In terror, the woman lunged toward her son, frantically searching for warmth before crying out, "Impossible. Doctor, my son is not dead. Feel. He is still warm. Please, save him. I am sorry, but you must leave quickly. This place is on the verge of collapse." The doctor nodded solemnly, joining his colleagues as they risked their lives to salvage medical supplies from the upper floors. The woman sank to the ground in despair, weeping uncontrollably. Fan Jiming reached out to check the boy's breath, confirming his worst fear. He had indeed stopped breathing. With a pained expression, he shook his head at his incredulous wife. The woman clutched her son, whose body was growing cold, her cries echoing with anguish, "Your father is gone, and now you too. How can I continue living without you?" "My son." Faced with the specter of death, Lu Wanyan was filled with both fear and shock, covering her mouth to stifle her own sobs. Words of comfort felt painfully inadequate and utterly futile at that moment. Fan Lin knelt beside the distraught mother, gently reminding her, "You still have a daughter. She may soon develop a fever and needs your care." A young girl, no more than 8 years old, trembled uncontrollably, drenched to the bone, if not cared for promptly. The consequences of illness could be dire, especially given the current scarcity of medical resources. The grieving mother, lost in sorrow over her son, turned her swollen and lifeless eyes towards her daughter upon hearing Fan Lin's words. As she witnessed her daughter's helpless shivering, the woman finally reached out to embrace her, and the two wept together in anguish. The pale-faced girl clutched her mother's hem tightly, stifling her cries, her lips forming the word "mama." Following the earthquake, her father had been buried under the rubble, untraceable. She and her mother had fallen into the crevice of the floor, and after much effort, they managed to free her brother, only to rush to the hospital in vain. Her brother had still succumbed. With the earth collapsing and calamity striking, the little girl found herself lost, knowing only that she could not be without her mother. Fan Lin placed a steel helmet on the girl's head, urging her to take care of her mother. Lu Wanyan quickly removed her helmet and handed it to the grieving woman, advising her to leave, for the building was unsafe. The woman, clutching her deceased son, gazed at her trembling daughter and, with clenched teeth, hoisted her son onto her back once more. "Wan, we shall take your brother home." The little girl sobbed, shaking her head, her hoarse voice reminding her mother, "Mama, our home has collapsed." The woman, having just managed to stand, stumbled and fell to the ground, overwhelmed by despair. Everything was lost. Their home was gone. The scene was heart-wrenching. With reddened eyes, Fan Jimin lifted the lifeless boy. "Let us leave this place." He led them to a parking lot opposite the hospital, where a makeshift shelter, albeit tilted from the quake, offered some protection from the rain. "You may stay here for a while, until the rescue teams arrive to direct you to a safer location." Though heartbroken, the woman recognized the kindness extended to her and expressed her gratitude in a choked voice. Returning to the outpatient building, Fan Lin asked her parents, "Are you certain you wish to go inside?" They nodded firmly. Having just endured a tragic loss, they felt an unwavering resolve. "Very well, let us proceed." Having witnessed countless lives and deaths over 3 years in a post-apocalyptic world, her heart had become hardened. If not for her parents' presence, she would not have lingered for anyone. Yet, her parents could not remain passive. Their values and beliefs had yet to be tempered by the harsh realities of their new world. Seeing others in distress compelled them to help as much as they could. Whether they were saints or martyrs was not a consideration at this moment. They simply followed their hearts. Fan Lin understood that she could not deter them, so she discreetly retrieved 2 additional helmets. The 3 of them entered the outpatient building, joining the doctors and nurses in hastily moving various medical supplies. In this new world, such equipment was irreplaceable. Every item preserved meant one more measure of medical security for humanity. Time was of the essence. Clad in helmets and knee pads, they clearly appeared as outsiders. Fan Jimin candidly stated that their family had come to assist. This was a time when help was desperately needed, and the hospital welcomed the goodwill of its citizens. As dawn approached, 6 hours after the earthquake struck, the military units dispatched for aid finally arrived. The three individuals promptly departed from the precarious hospital. Upon reaching the parking lot across the street, they discovered that the mother and her child had vanished, presumably taken away by the rescue team. Seeing no one around, Fan Lin stowed her large bag into her spatial compartment. Originally intended to provide them with dry clothing, the absence of the two rendered it unnecessary. The torrential rain continued to pour, accompanied by fierce winds and sporadic hail. The trio resumed their journey homeward, cautiously wading through the accumulating water. Anxiously navigating the debris of collapsed buildings and crossing fractured roads, they encountered other survivors along the way, warning them of the impending floods. Though no one was there to instruct them on how to endure such calamity, the nation lay in ruins, deeply scarred and unable to attend to every need. The infant must learn to fend for themselves. Fortunately, the government and military recognized the dire consequences of the relentless rainfall and swiftly established a disaster response task force. Observing that the military had taken control of supermarkets and markets for essential supplies as dawn broke, Fan Lin felt a slight sense of relief. Any amount that could be salvaged was better than being completely submerged. It was a heart-wrenching sight for anyone. At this juncture, they had traversed only half the distance home. With several kilometers still to go, they decided to find a place to eat and rest for a while. A nearby bank branch, though closed, had a designated withdrawal point that offered shelter from the rain. The three entered the small space, sitting on the floor. "Should we have buns or noodles?" she inquired. "Let's have a bowl of beef noodles to warm ourselves up." Despite wearing raincoats, they were still soaked and chilled to the bone, relying solely on their spirits to endure. In this deserted refuge, they reluctantly consumed a steaming bowl of noodle soup, gradually warming themselves. Having spent the night without sleep, trudging through the rain, and engaging in physical labor at the hospital, they felt utterly exhausted. It appeared that the rain was only intensifying. Through the glass door, Zhang Jiming gazed at the relentless downpour outside, his face etched with concern. If the water could not be drained, it was likely that South City would soon be inundated. Upon hearing her father's words, Fan Lin's mind suddenly sparked, and she realized the common-sense error she had made. Chapter 26. The journey home. She could only recall that after the earthquake in her previous life, she had assisted her parents in rescuing others. While the water in their community had only begun to seep into the entrance of their building at night, by the next day, the water had risen to such depths that venturing outside became impossible. The elevation of their own community was relatively high. The lower-lying areas would undoubtedly be vastly different. It was possible that they could be submerged in mere hours. They needed to depart promptly. She immediately stood up, exclaiming that the Jiangbin Park area, being lower in elevation, had likely transformed into a pond by now. Although they possessed a rubber boat, it was always preferable to have solid ground beneath their feet. "Let us hurry." "I certainly do not wish to swim back," she urged. Lu Wanyan was the first to plunge into the curtain of rain. After spending a week outside, the journey home had become unexpectedly arduous, far beyond her anticipation. "Dear, slow down. Don't fall." Fan Jiming hurriedly followed his wife, whose heart was set on returning home. Fan Lin trailed behind them as well. With several kilometers still ahead, under normal circumstances, they could have reached home in less than 10 minutes on an electric bike. Now, however, the path was obstructed. They had to wade through water, navigate barriers, and scale debris while remaining vigilant to avoid falling into fissures in the ground. It would take them no less than 2 hours to reach home. As the three braved the elements on their journey, the southern city lay in ruins, with low-lying areas already experiencing flooding. Survivors, having lost their loved ones, were reluctant to leave, helplessly watching as the water rose higher, leaving them with nothing but the clothes on their backs. The intensifying rain posed a significant risk of secondary collapses of the ruins and the collapse of unsafe structures. Young soldiers, driven by a sense of duty, took risks to rescue those trapped in precarious buildings. Yet, the secondary collapses claimed the lives of countless young soldiers, burying them beneath concrete debris. Striking reds were washed into the heaps of reinforced concrete by the rain, transforming vivid hues into ashen shades. The torrential rain fell as if the heavens had torn open, a gap that seemed irreparable. Suddenly, Lu Wanyan was struck on her helmet by hail, causing a jolt of pain to resonate through her head. The hail descended like an unrelenting barrage, catching them off guard. "Dad, Mom, quickly take cover," she urged, pulling her parents beneath the eaves of a nearby building. Being struck by hailstones the size of fists was no laughing matter. A blow could fracture bones. "Oh dear. We've barely traveled 500 meters, and hail is coming down. When will we ever return home?" Lu Wanyan felt herself on the verge of despair. But then, something even more terrifying occurred. "Look, that building is about to collapse." Fan Lin, with keen eyes, noticed the old structure leaning precariously as they sought shelter. Indeed, no sooner had she spoken than a dull roar echoed, and the building fell. The debris tumbled to their feet, splashing water around them. Lu Wanyan's face turned pale. "If we hadn't taken cover from the hail just now, we would have?" She couldn't bear to imagine the horrific fate that awaited the three of them had they remained exposed. Fan Lin clutched her chest in relief, realizing that the hail had inadvertently saved their lives. Thank goodness we stopped. That building was vacant. It must have been deemed unsafe after last night's earthquake. And everyone had fled. Let us find another route. This area has become yet another heap of ruins, Fan Jiming said, his expression filled with concern. He had never anticipated that the journey home would be fraught with such tribulations. In this area, there are numerous old houses. And next time they may not be fortunate enough to evade disaster. Taking a longer route may be inconvenient, yet it assures safety. The family, stumbling along, decided to return home via an alternate path. Despite the heavy downpour and occasional hail, the streets began to fill with people, many carrying or assisting the injured en route to the hospital. This family of three resolved not to linger any longer. Their sole desire was to reach the sanctuary of their home. They were insignificant and ordinary, capable only of caring for themselves, lacking the ability to be saviors. At the riverside bridge, it had indeed transformed into a large pond. What were they to do? Should they swim across or walk through? Lu Wanyan felt tears welling up in her eyes. The water was fathomless, likely over a meter deep, reaching from below the neck to the chest. Nearby, others contemplated crossing the bridge, but Fan Lin found it impossible to retrieve the inflatable boat from her space. Resigned, she sighed, we must swim. Walking through the water in rain boots would be futile. If one boot were to slip off, they would have no means to recover it. Should they walk barefoot? Though she had shoes in her space, revealing them was out of the question. The temperature was below 10 degrees. Winter swimming was no easy feat. The sooner they swam, the sooner they would arrive. The trio understood that procrastination would not resolve their predicament. They quickly shed their rain boots, knee pads, and raincoats, bundling their belongings to carry along, and then plunged into the water. Oh dear, they truly swam across, despite the murky depths. A young couple, sheltered under an umbrella nearby, gasped in astonishment. Fan Lin paid them no heed. Not swimming across would mean attempting to fly an umbrella, torn by the fierce wind, across the water. The water was undoubtedly rife with bacteria. The delicate voice expressed disdain. The girlfriend complained about the filth, while the boyfriend hesitated. But seeing someone so resolutely swim across made him feel guilty for his indecision. His parents were on the opposite bank of the river, and while he had accompanied his girlfriend during the typhoon, he never anticipated an earthquake. He yearned to return home to ensure his parents were safe. However, he had hesitated here for several minutes due to his girlfriend's protests. To hesitate over a bit of dirty water while disregarding the uncertain fate of his parents was truly unfilial. If you do not wish to return home with me, then you may go back, he said, handing the umbrella to his girlfriend. Without further hesitation, the boy stepped into the water. The girl, infuriated, stamped her foot. Come back. You are not allowed to go. Yet the boy had already splashed into the water, swimming after Fan Lin. If you leave, do not come back to find me, she shouted, exasperated at his defiance. The boy momentarily paused, nearly choking on the filthy water. However, he did not turn back. He let out a cry of frustration and swam even faster. Fan Lin felt someone closing in behind her, only to see a figure swiftly surpass her, gliding forward like a fish. What a pity such skill was wasted in a world devoid of the Olympics. The boy reached the bridge first, looking back to wave at his girlfriend before sprinting away. He had to run. The cold was unbearable. The three members of the Liu family crossed the bridge without delay, quickly putting on their shoes. Soaked to the bone, they crossed the bridge and sought refuge in a public restroom to change clothes. They had no choice. Staying wet would lead to illness. Having changed into dry garments, donned a fresh raincoat, slipped into new rain boots, and equipped themselves with knee pads and helmets, the trio continued their arduous journey. The path remained fraught with difficulties, although the terrain was slightly elevated in some areas, resulting in less accumulation of water and shallower puddles. There was still no clear route to follow. They encountered obstructive ruins, toppled trees, scattered metal scraps, shards of glass, and broken guardrails, stumbling every few steps, their bodies already marked with countless scars. Perseverance was key, and they pressed on, soon reaching their destination, supporting their mother, who had fallen the hardest. Fan Lin offered her comfort. Fan Jiming, too, had stepped into a fissure, twisting his ankle and finding it increasingly laborious to walk. The final kilometer was riddled with challenges, exacerbated by the intensifying rain that obscured their surroundings, and their strength was waning. Chapter 27. Blocked at the doorstep, the three of them supported each other as they walked. Much like countless others who had suffered from the earthquake, disheveled and weary. Fortunately, they eventually returned to their destination, despite their daughter's vivid descriptions of the community's devastation. Witnessing it firsthand left Fan father and Fan mother utterly astounded. Lu Wanyan could not contain her tears. Oh my God. This is horrifying. The entrance to their neighborhood had vanished, buried beneath the debris of collapsed high-rises. The four towering buildings, once as formidable as the four great kings, had all succumbed to disaster. It was impossible to know how many souls lay trapped beneath the ruins, their cries of despair echoing all around. Were they truly safe at home? Doubt crept into her heart regarding the fate of their residents. We're fine. Look, a few buildings inside are still standing. Fan Lin pointed on tiptoe to reassure her mother. Four low-rise buildings remained relatively intact, while a few others bore minor cracks that made them barely habitable. The rest had been rendered hazardous. The four fallen towers had been densely populated, resulting in catastrophic consequences. The nearby low-rises, too, suffered severe damage. Rain continued to pour as bodies were relentlessly retrieved from the wreckage, with residents and rescue soldiers tirelessly aiding those trapped. At this moment, Fan Jiming felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for having heeded his wife's advice to purchase the central building. The King of Buildings was situated in the heart of the community, surrounded by low-rises on either side and a vast scenic garden in front. It shared the same seismic resilience, yet was spared from the peril of collapsing structures. Nearby neighborhoods were equally afflicted, with wailing and lamentation permeating the air. The rain fell incessantly, and the wind howled, indifferent to the human anguish that surrounded it. Exhausted and in pain, the three of them slowly navigated through the debris that concealed countless lives, making their way toward Building 8. A throng of people stood at the entrance, a gathering of residents who had been rescued but found their homes uninhabitable. There's no room here. The hallway is packed. You should find another building to stay in. A plump woman with a child in her arms grumbled, blocking their path. Her imposing figure obstructed their entry. Lu Wanyan furrowed her brow. We are residents of this building. Please allow us to pass. The woman looked at her with disdain and retorted, Oh, you really are something. You lie without any finesse. Who are you trying to fool? Hurry along to another place. Considering we are all in distress, don't make me speak harshly. It was inconceivable that a resident of this building would appear so disheveled from outside. Surely, the occupants of these few buildings were the luckiest in the entire community, fortunate enough to evoke envy. We truly reside here. Please step aside, Fan Jiming interjected, taken aback by the absurdity of being barred from entering his own home. The audacity was infuriating. The woman stood her ground, glaring defiantly. Step aside? Don't think I'm intimidated just because you're a man. Go on, move along. There's no place for you here. Others began to echo her sentiments, protesting that the area was overcrowded and insisting they seek refuge elsewhere. How dare you claim to be residents here? You have no shame. The overweight woman glared at them with disdain, refusing to yield an inch. Both Fan's father and mother were exceedingly angry. Not only did they refuse to let them enter, but they also hurled insults, claiming it was their territory. They merely occupied the entrance of the building, yet they exhibited such arrogance. You come here and obstruct our passage. I haven't uttered a word to you, yet you brazenly treat this place as your own. Who granted you such authority? In the wake of such a grave natural disaster, Lu Wanyan had initially sought to empathize with those rendered homeless. However, these individuals were far too domineering, usurping other spaces as if they were lords of the land. If they lingered here for long, it would surely be a matter of time before they attempted to invade their homes as well. Lu Wanyan's questioning was imbued with conviction. Some had begun to discern the undeniable truth. Only the overweight woman shouted defiantly, What rights are you blabbering about? The community's buildings have collapsed. Only a few remain standing. Who needs anyone's permission? Naturally, those who enter first have the authority to decide. I arrived first, and I have the final say. What are you going to do about it? If you have the guts, try to kick me out. Let's see who prevails. Suddenly, a gleaming watermelon knife was thrust within 30 centimeters of her head. The knife, brand new and glinting with a chilling sheen, startled the overweight woman, causing her to retreat in fear. Her grandson nearly dropped the knife in shock. Fan Lin, with a frigid gaze, challenged her, Who do you intend to harm? I didn't mean to harm anyone. I was just speaking casually, the overweight woman stammered, visibly shaken by the unexpected appearance of the blade. A classic case of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Her son and daughter-in-law stood behind her, hesitant to defend her. In an unforeseen moment of conflict, a woman brandished a knife, exuding a fierce demeanor that instilled fear in everyone present. The others were equally intimidated. This girl, donned in a steel helmet, radiated an aura of intimidation. Get out of the way. The knife wielder shifted her stance slightly, prompting the overweight woman to hastily step aside. No longer daring to utter another word, Fan Lin gestured for her parents to ascend the stairs. In this apocalyptic scenario, there was no need to engage in futile arguments with such individuals. The one who holds power is deemed right. As Lu Wanyan passed by the overweight woman, she couldn't help but remark, in times of disaster, we should support one another to weather the storm together. However, with your brutish and overbearing behavior, no one is inclined to lend a hand. The overweight woman's face flushed with alternating shades of red and white, unaccustomed to encountering resistance. At that moment, Someone hurriedly entered from outside. It was Zhu Yilong, the owner of Unit 702 on the 7th floor. He had been injured while participating in rescue efforts and sought to return home to tend to his wounds. Upon entering, he was taken aback to see Fan Jiming. "Brother Fan, what has happened?" Equipped with a steel helmet, a rain suit, knee pads, and rain boots, the family appeared well prepared. Yet the evident injuries on the trio suggested they hardly resembled participants of a community rescue operation. Although residents who had not sustained damage in the earthquake had engaged in voluntary rescue efforts, none would recklessly disregard their own safety. Fan Jiming offered a wry smile to his neighbor, explaining, "We were trapped outside by the typhoon for many days and only dared to return when the winds had calmed after the earthquake. We traversed several hours through a landscape riddled with debris and obstacles, resulting in our current state." He had twisted his ankle and had to grasp the railing to ascend the stairs. When Lu Wanyan fell, she struck a concrete block and now stands hunched, unable to straighten her back. Only Fan Lin appears somewhat better, seemingly unscathed, as she supports their mother while guiding their father. "Alas, you are indeed fortunate to have returned. Come, allow me to assist you." Zhu Yilong promptly extended his hand to support Fan Jiming, momentarily forgetting the pain from his injured palm. However, Fan Jiming noticed and repeatedly waved his hand, saying, "Do not concern yourself with me. Hasten back to tend to your wound. My injuries are minor. I can manage to ascend slowly on my own. Be cautious then." Seeing his insistence, Zhu Yilong did not press further. With his hand still bleeding, he proceeded upstairs first. The neighbors bore witness. Indeed, they were genuine residents of the area, beyond reproach. The plump woman, now devoid of her bravado, retreated to the shadows, no longer daring to show her face. Chapter 28. The apocalypse has arrived. A family of 3, all injured, slowly ascended the staircase. The survivors occupying the hallway, eager to assist, clamored to help them, with some even offering to carry them upstairs. However, their offers were firmly declined. To the residents who still had a home, they appeared as fortunate souls capable of offering refuge to the homeless. The notion of providing minor assistance in exchange for a place to stay was bothersome. They had already traversed such a long distance, a few flights of stairs were insignificant. Gritting their teeth, they persevered, though the strain was palpable, and their jaws ached from the effort by the time they reached the 8th floor. At this point, the hallway was deserted. The family of 3 panted heavily, encouraging one another. Just 3 more floors to go. They were close. Fan Lin's legs trembled slightly, her mother heavily leaning on her, making the ascent exceedingly arduous. Yet, they could not afford to falter. Fan Jiming's ankle was swollen, and he bore the pain as he reached out to support his wife, urging her to endure just a bit longer. Lu Wanyan had sustained injuries to her lower back and right foot during a fall, her pain becoming increasingly unbearable. As they prepared to ascend to the 9th floor, a small boy, around 7 or 8 years old, rushed into the hallway, heedless of the presence of others, charging downwards. Fan Lin quickly grasped her mother and warned the child, "Be careful as you walk." The boy, however, paid her no mind, barreling ahead and shouting, "Move aside." He inadvertently stepped on her shoe, which he had not managed to retract in time. The sudden impact caused Fan Lin to yelp in pain. The mother and daughter nearly lost their balance, on the verge of tumbling down the stairs. Fortunately, Fan Jiming was behind them, managing to catch them before they fell. However, this act of support forced his injured foot to bear weight, exacerbating his injury, leading him to involuntarily groan in pain. Fan Lin, her anger flaring, shouted at the boy, "You stop right there." Just then, a woman appeared at the staircase entrance, glaring at them in irritation, showing no courtesy towards the child. "Your son lacks manners. Yet you expect me to be polite to him? Is he not aware of his own behavior?" Despite having warned him to be cautious, he had recklessly charged down, trampling on them as if he assumed they were too timid to confront him. "Just wait. If your son does not apologize and admit his fault, I have plenty of ways to make him pay the price." Fan Lin was consumed by fury, her pain forgotten as she confronted the situation head-on. The mother and son from Unit 901 were notorious within the vicinity, flaunting their 4 properties in the community, their arrogance leading them to act without regard for others. The property management, often reluctant to confront them, had indulged their behavior, but after 3 years of surviving in this harsh new world, Fan Lin had no intention of tolerating it any longer. Wan Furong was taken aback that her upstairs neighbor dared to speak to her in such a manner. Her overly groomed eyebrows shot up in disbelief. "Are you threatening us over such a trivial matter?" "Indeed, I am threatening you. If you have the guts, come down and trample us to death. If not, then wait and see. Even if I cannot act on it now, I will exert my influence." The world is one where the strong intimidate the weak. In her previous life, she had felt this deeply. With a sharp retort, Fan Lin supported her mother and proceeded upstairs. Wan Furong immediately blocked their path, incredulous that this brash girl would dare to threaten her. How could she endure such indignation? What do you intend to do? If a single hair on my son's head is harmed, I assure you, your entire family will pay dearly. The intimidation only fueled Fan Lin's anger further. Get out of my way. Who the hell do you think you are? If you think you won't pay, believe me, I could eliminate you without a soul to care. Eliminate her? Wan Furong was taken aback. How dare this girl speak to her in such a manner? She glared at Lu Wanyun and Fan Jiming, her fury palpable. Are you two going to tolerate your daughter's arrogance? Lu Wanyun straightened slightly, suppressing her pain, and retorted. Your son is insufferably arrogant. Why should my daughter not be? You. Wan Furong, accustomed to domineering others, was taken aback that the neighbors had turned against her. What do you mean by you? Get out of my way. Fan Lin pushed Wan Furong aside. Stumbling, Wan Furong leaned against the wall of the corridor. She was about to erupt in anger, but found herself quaking under Fan Lin's cold stare. Then, noticing Lu Wanyun and Fan Jiming, one stooped and the other limping. She ground her teeth and restrained herself. Finally, in a fit of rage, she stomped her foot and called out to her son, Luo Zhongyi, come back here. The mischievous child, hiding on the 7th floor and overhearing the commotion, merely pouted. Why should he heed someone else's call? Apologizing or admitting wrongdoing was out of the question. It was merely a minor incident. What was the fuss about? The family of 3 finally reached the 11th floor. And Lu Wanyun leaned against the fire exit to catch her breath, exclaiming, at last, we've arrived. I feel as though half my life has been spent. Fan Lin, equally fatigued, gasped with a smile, once we're home, we'll be revitalized. She moved ahead to unlock the door. Just then, the door of apartment 1102 swung open. Ah, you've returned, exclaimed Grandma Sue and Grandpa Zo, visibly excited. However, as they took a closer look, their expressions shifted to shock. Oh dear, what happened to you all? How did you end up like this? Are you injured? Their concern was genuine, devoid of pretense. It's nothing, just minor injuries, they attempted to downplay. It certainly doesn't look that way to me. You appear quite hurt. Come inside and let us have a look. Grandma Sue supported Lu Wanyun while Grandpa Zo assisted Fan Jiming, guiding the limping couple into their home. Fan Lin had already opened the door and, witnessing the elderly couple aiding her parents, she began to dismantle the wooden boards on the balcony. It was blocking the light, leaving the interior dim and cluttered with items dislodged by the tremors. Where have you been? You weren't home during the typhoon, and we were worried sick. The 2 elders had realized they were missing only on the 3rd day of the typhoon and had been extremely concerned. They speculated that the family might have been caught outside, unable to return in time. Lu Wanyun entered, shedding her raincoat, knee pads, and rain boots, collapsing onto the sofa in agreement with their concerns. We had a stroke of bad luck and lost some time. We saw people being blown over by the typhoon and didn't dare to take risks, so we ended up stranded outside. We were indeed negligent. Despite our awareness that natural disasters could prove more severe than we anticipated, we never imagined it would reach such catastrophic levels. Now, the southern city lies in ruins, with towering edifices reduced to mere remnants. How tragic. Similarly, Fan Jiming, while dismantling equipment, shifted the focus of 2 elderly individuals. The reason for their family's prolonged stay outside was merely the inability to return in time after procuring supplies, and that sufficed. The 2 elders, true to form, refrained from inquiring about their prolonged absence or the conditions they had endured during those days. Instead, their attention turned to the situation in the southern city. Since the earthquake, they had not ventured outdoors, fearing that stepping out could invite disaster. If one were to perish, it seemed more prudent to do so within the safety of their home rather than outside. Thus, they remained shuttered within, largely ignorant of external developments. Even when their building within the community collapsed, they merely stood on the balcony, gazing through the rain-drenched veil in a daze. Upon hearing Fan Jiming mention that the southern city's skyscrapers were nearly all destroyed, and that streets had cracked open, they instinctively gasped in horror. As if witnessing a scene from an apocalyptic film, their expressions grew grave. It appeared the rumors circulating online held truth. The apocalypse had arrived, and the world was on the brink of transformation. Industrial civilization lay in ruins, and humanity regressed. Fan Lin raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Indeed, a highly intelligent mind is quicker to discern the harsh realities of the situation, unlike 901, who displayed no sense of urgency and remained unprepared. Chapter 29. Preparedness. Upon observing the injuries sustained by the 2 elderly individuals, they hastily urged, quickly change your clothes. We must avoid catching a cold. I shall return to prepare some warm water for you to cleanse yourselves. No need, Grandma Sue, Fong Lin interjected promptly. Our home is equipped with water. She explained that both of their bathrooms housed large water buckets filled with tap water, originally intended for emergencies like toilet flushing during water shortages, now serving as an ideal cover. Skeptical yet reassured, Grandma Sue peeked into the bathroom and confirmed the presence of a plastic bucket brimming with water, allowing her to relax. It is fortunate that you were prepared. Do conserve it, as tap water is certainly cleaner than rainwater. The earthquake had disrupted both water and gas supplies, and those with a strong sense of caution were now reluctant to squander their stored tap water for toilets, resorting instead to rainwater. Understood. We shall be frugal with these 2 buckets of water. The elderly couple, realizing their inability to assist further, advised them to remain cautious and to call for help if needed. Fong Lin escorted them to the door, reiterating that they should not open it for anyone. She informed them of the situation concerning the survivors downstairs, emphasizing the necessity for vigilance. The elderly couple, aware of the gravity of the situation, readily complied. As they returned to their home, Fong Lin noticed that they had also installed a sturdy iron security door. She couldn't help but chuckle at how subtly these 2 elderly individuals had taken cues from others, securing their own double doors. The family of 3 hurriedly prepared for a bath infused with ginger wine, designed to ward off the chill, alleviate fatigue, and combat inflammation. After their bath, they indulged in a vigorous routine of massage and acupressure, their exuberant chatter filling the air, finally allowing the 3 of them to find solace. The room was infused with the scent of red flower oil, and after airing out the aroma, they sat down for lunch. Their meal consisted of braised pork knuckle, poached shrimp, 3-flavor lotus root, garlic stir-fried greens, complemented by a bowl of nourishing soup. A high-calorie, protein-rich feast aimed at rejuvenation. Sated, they succumbed to the allure of sleep, indifferent to the world outside. However, it was not long before a loud knocking echoed against their door. "I'll check. You 2 stay put," Fong Lin, clad in her cozy pajamas, informed her parents in the master bedroom. She then sauntered to the door, opening the main entrance, and inquired through the small window of the iron gate, "What is the matter? We are residents of Building 5. Our home has collapsed and is uninhabitable. May we seek refuge with you? We are willing to pay rent, provided we have a place to stay." The woman outside pleaded, accompanied by a man and 2 children. "Our home is not suited for additional occupants," Fong Lin replied. "However, if you seek shelter, it is not difficult to find. Qingdao Plaza is vast and requires no rent to enter. Those with wit should seek refuge there, rather than soliciting shelter within this building." Her words sparked a glimmer of hope in the man's eyes outside. He had not considered this option. In the aftermath of the earthquake, they had been stranded in the building's corridor, unsure of what to do. Now overwhelmed by hunger and fatigue, they were merely seeking a household willing to take them in. However, upon inquiring, they found no one willing to open their door. The expansive Qingdao Plaza, with its abundance of resources, was indeed a promising alternative. "Miss, could you lend us a couple of umbrellas? We're leaving right away," a man made a modest request. When they were rescued, they carried away very little. Bank cards, cash, and a few valuable items were essential, but there was no time to gather anything else. Fan Lin retrieved 2 umbrellas from the shoe cabinet and silently handed them out through the small window. She was not one to cling stubbornly to the situation. She had no qualms about providing them with 2 umbrellas. The individuals outside, having received the umbrellas, expressed their gratitude and promptly departed. Rather than seeking refuge here and navigating the fickle moods of others, it was far more in line with their needs to head to Qingdao Plaza, a place abundant with food and drink. After sending them on their way, Fan Lin did not immediately return to her room to continue sleeping. Instead, she stood at the entrance and wrote a note on paper. "Those in need of assistance, please proceed to Qingdao Plaza or other large venues for refuge. We cannot accommodate anyone here." Once finished, she hung the note on the door. In her previous life, many had knocked on her door seeking help. Upon seeing that her household consisted of 7 individuals, including 3 adult men, they tended to temper their demands. Those ungrateful souls had only served that purpose. In this life, with fewer people in the household, she had to guard against anyone attempting to take advantage of their situation. The door of their home would not be opened lightly. After hanging the notice, she returned to bed. It must be said that the note proved quite useful. The family that had received the umbrellas, fearing others would seize the opportunity, left without informing anyone of their destination. When others attempted to climb to the 11th floor to knock on her door, they were struck by the message on the note and suddenly understood. Word spread, and the survivors stranded in the building left amidst the rain. While there were kind souls offering some food and drink, it felt more like a trap than hospitality, as they were not even allowed inside. Sleeping in the hallways could never compare to the spaciousness of Qingdao Plaza or the gymnasium, where sustenance and necessities awaited. Fan Lin had not anticipated that her simple gesture would prompt those below to vacate the community early, inadvertently sparing the first-floor residents from a territorial conflict. As night fell, water began to seep into the ground floor. The residents hastily moved their belongings. The hallways and corridors became makeshift storage areas for their possessions. Had those survivors remained, conflict would have been inevitable. Now, while the first-floor residents had lost their homes, they managed to safeguard most of their belongings. Fan Jiming and Lu Wanyan would learn of these developments the following day. In a couple of days, the second floor would also be submerged. And once the waters reached the fourth floor, the hallways and corridors would be filled with people, in constant bickering. One could only wonder if this life would unfold in the same manner. As Fan Lin savored her rice noodle rolls and century egg congee, she reflected on the neighbors from her previous life who had been crammed in the hallways, engaged in endless friction and conflict. With people incessantly knocking on doors seeking temporary refuge, she felt a twinge of concern that her parents might succumb to moral coercion in her past life. The elderly couple in Unit 1102 had been so overwhelmed by such moral pressure that they were ultimately compelled to take in a family from the first floor. That family, however, later turned the tables, seizing the elderly couple's provisions and bullying them. Two elderly individuals sought refuge at the Fan household, but the family promptly expelled them, thus thwarting any attempts by that household to usurp their space. In their desperate state, they had lost all sense of dignity, regardless of the circumstances. Our family would never harbor anyone. This principle must be unwavering, emphasized Fan Lin repeatedly. Both Fan father and Fan mother nodded in agreement. Certainly, we cannot take anyone in. For our family harbors significant secrets that must remain concealed from outsiders. While they openly displayed the supplies acquired alongside their neighbors, they would not deprive themselves during mealtime. If outsiders were present, how could the three of them enjoy their 4 dishes and a soup, with an abundance of provisions at their disposal? It would be sheer folly to forego their own enjoyment due to the presence of others. However, now that they were aware that their neighbors could potentially disrupt their lives, should they not take precautions in advance? They must avoid escalating tensions to the point of hostility, which would only serve to create more adversaries. Fan father and Fan mother sought their daughter's counsel on this matter. Chapter 30. The implants. As the flood waters reached the second floor, Chu Yilong, residing in Unit 702, received a message instructing him to ascend to the 11th floor. At that moment, the space outside his door had become a makeshift storage for belongings salvaged from the inundated homes below. Once a soldier, at 34 years of age, Chu Yilong possessed a tall stature, exuding an innate military demeanor coupled with a keen sense of vigilance. He refrained from hastily opening his door to shelter anyone, instead opting to assist those affected by the disaster in moving their possessions. Upon hearing someone from the upper floors call for him, he surmised it was Fan Jiming. A few months prior, Chu had offended someone at his workplace and, after resigning voluntarily, found himself struggling to secure employment. In his quest for survival and to meet his mortgage obligations, he had temporarily taken on the role of a Didi driver, seeking insight from Fan Jiming regarding the industry. The two had developed a modicum of camaraderie. Fan Jiming sought out Chu Yilong due to his character, which had proven steadfast amidst the apocalypse, information relayed to him by his daughter. In a previous life, Chu Yilong had embodied integrity, remaining unyielding during the trials of the end times. In the depths of winter, a group had attempted to raid the 8th building for supplies, attempting to coerce Chu Yilong into joining them, but he had resolutely declined. Instead, he rallied several households to resist the marauders, injuring a few and successfully intimidating the band of evildoers. Thanks to his presence, the 8th building enjoyed a period of relative safety. Regrettably, as resources became increasingly scarce, he bore the heavy burden of providing for his wife, child, and mother, often going hungry to ensure his family had enough to eat. Ultimately, he fell victim to retaliation, meeting a gruesome end with his head severed and displayed at the entrance of his unit, while his family suffered the same fate at the hands of the malevolent. With his daughter vouching for his character, Fan Jiming spoke to Chu Yilong without preamble, directly inquiring about his plans in light of the unfolding apocalypse. Startled, Chu Yilong pondered. The apocalypse has come? Are you suggesting that society will never return to its former state? Having participated in rescue efforts over the past few days, he had undoubtedly absorbed much news from the outside world. Half of South City lay in ruins, and even in areas where conditions were not as dire, the situation remained bleak. Most critically, the flooding was merely the beginning of a series of calamities. Both industry and agriculture had been ravaged extensively, and compounded by consecutive natural disasters. It was evident that conditions would only worsen. Chu Yilong, who had initially sat in a relaxed posture, gradually straightened his back, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Brother Fan, how do you know that these disasters will not cease? Typhoons, earthquakes, floods, plagues. Extreme weather warnings have circulated online regarding these calamities. Furthermore, the meteorological department has leaked information indicating that disasters are indeed unfolding, and it is indisputable that further tragedies are forthcoming. Fan Jiming was blunt and forthright. Chu Yilong, having perused the online disaster warnings and the notion of an impending apocalypse, had not dismissed them as mere fabrications. Yet he had not taken them to heart. Even with the earthquakes and floods occurring, he had not connected them to the end times. However, with Fan Jiming's reminder, a profound realization struck him. The disasters were indeed manifesting in the sequence foretold online. Do you think the government has any contingency plans? Suddenly confronted with the grim reality of the apocalypse, Chu Yilong's first thought was about how the state would respond. Fan Jiming shook his head. The island nation has perished. This is a global catastrophe. We should not expect the state to respond swiftly. We must rely on ourselves. Setting aside such grand considerations, let us focus on our present situation. It is widely understood that in the face of apocalypse, human nature is difficult to uphold. The floods have submerged several households below us, and over time, the mental state of those individuals is bound to deteriorate. At that point, we will be among the first to bear the brunt of their despair. Therefore, should we not deliberate on ways to avert potential calamities? This matter concerns us personally. And Chu Yilong, with his own experiences of clutter at his doorstep, can certainly relate. Furrowing his brow, he nodded in contemplation. Fan Lin quietly listened beside them, occasionally refilling their tea. Their injured mother lay resting in the bedroom. The sound of rain mingled with the wind, relentlessly battering the balcony windows, shrouding the outside world in a gloomy haze. Their family must maintain a low profile. Such overt actions should be undertaken by those with capabilities. Their family could merely serve as strategic advisors. It is no small feat that Zhu Yilong has embraced the notion of an impending apocalypse. His approach to problem-solving has transcended conventional constraints. It appears that 2 households in our unit are currently unoccupied. Perhaps we could accommodate those affected by the flood? Fan Jiming regarded him with appreciation. This is a commendable idea, since those places are vacant. It would be a waste to leave them empty when they could provide relief to our neighbors in distress. Moreover, if our unit has unoccupied rooms, others likely do as well. If every unit could arrange for the displaced neighbors, the cohesion within our building would strengthen. In the event that someone harbors ill intentions towards us, it would be far more advantageous to stand united than to face adversities alone. With Zhu Yilong initiating the discussion, Fan Jiming felt encouraged to voice the ultimate goal. The order in the apocalypse will undoubtedly be disrupted. The disaster relief supplies prepared by our building's residents are relatively sufficient and could sustain us for a while. Once the surrounding survivors find themselves in dire hunger, we may become the target of their desires. To secure a stable existence in the apocalypse, we must plan ahead. My dear brother, you possess both capability and resolve. It is upon you to lead the charge. Our family supports your endeavor to become a remarkable figure in these trying times, and we trust in your integrity. As for my own limitations, my injured leg hampers me from assisting you at present, but once I recover, do not hesitate to call upon me. This declaration left Zhu Yilong somewhat astonished. Upon grasping Fan Jiming's intent, his face flushed with embarrassment as he rubbed his knees and modestly replied, Brother Fan, you flatter me. I am but an ordinary person, unworthy of such commendation. I merely believe that if we are indeed facing the apocalypse, we cannot afford to be complacent. We must take precautions early. Yes, early prevention is key. Fan Jiming smiled knowingly. You are young and have military experience. Both your physical prowess and personal awareness are commendable. This task must fall upon you, and I have great faith in your abilities. Fan Lin also smiled, giving a thumbs up. I believe in you too. With the support of the father and daughter, Zhu Yilong's face grew even redder. Despite his embarrassment, a surge of passion welled within him. In times of national and familial adversity, humanity's plight cannot leave one indifferent, especially for someone with a military background. I will do my utmost. The property management of Zijinghao Yuan has ceased to exist, and there is no longer any necessity for it to continue. For the 8 buildings to achieve autonomy, a leader is essential. Zhu Yilong emerges as an excellent candidate. With his proactive leadership, the interests of this building can be preserved, and the chaotic state of the past may finally be curtailed. Fan Lin, despite her previous failure to unite her family during the apocalypse, does not seek to undermine her parents' aspirations. In a world plunged into disorder, moral boundaries may fade as survival becomes increasingly arduous, allowing humanity's darker inclinations to surface without restraint. However, if sustenance and security can be ensured, might the benevolent aspects of human nature be preserved? This question remains unanswered. Human nature is complex yet simple. It is shaped by the environment. Everything remains uncertain. Fan Lin is willing to encourage her parents to strive for a better situation, for success would naturally benefit her, alleviating the constant anxiety of vigilance against potential dangers. Should their efforts falter, they would be forced to confront the harsh realities of their existence, leading them to accept the necessity of adapting to the rules of survival in a post-apocalyptic world. After all, in such a dire setting, being a lone wolf without considerable strength makes it exceedingly challenging to endure into old age. In her previous life, she managed merely 3 years in that unforgiving environment. With the support of the Fan family, the two elderly residents of Building 1102 have also been invited to contribute their insights. Initially, Chu Yilong felt uncertain, but after discussions, he gained a clearer sense of direction. Chapter 31. The floor leader as the water threatened to inundate the second floor. Its residents hurriedly began to elevate their belongings to higher ground. The first-floor tenants, having already suffered from the flooding, piled their possessions in the corridors, obstructing the movement between floors and igniting tensions among the residents. Just as a heated argument erupted between the first and second-floor occupants, Chu Yilong arrived to mediate the situation. Fan Lin, the only family member able to move freely, followed closely behind him. Upon learning of her husband's intentions, He-shan, Chu Yilong's wife, also lent her support, and the trio stepped forward to restore order. Please, no more shouting. Let us first assist in moving the items. There are vacant rooms on the 6th and 10th floors. You can temporarily relocate there, Chu Yilong announced. The tenants, upon hearing of the available accommodations above, fell silent. But there are only 2 units available. Does that mean we must share with another family? One resident questioned. Chu Yilong shot a stern glance in response. Having a place to stay is already a blessing, and it is unbecoming to complain. Do you not realize the gravity of the situation? Countless individuals are left homeless outside. If word spreads that there are empty rooms here, it won't just be 2 families, many more would be willing to squeeze in. The owner of Unit 201, taken aback by his retort, appeared sheepish. Indeed, amidst such calamity, having shelter is far preferable to being crammed in the corridors, and it is unreasonable to be picky. The first-floor residents had already stacked their belongings up to the 6th floor's hallway and requested to occupy Unit 602. Chu Yilong had no objections but issued a cautionary note. Our unit has only 2 vacant rooms. If the flood continues to rise, the residents of the 3rd and even 4th floors may be at risk as well. They will also need arrangements for shelter. So do not assume that just because you move in first, the place becomes solely yours. The notion of merely 2 families sharing was naive. Preparations must be made for several families to coexist. The affected residents wore expressions of discontent. Fan Lin, wielding a crowbar, struck the hallway railing, declaring, "One must learn to be content. Do not mistake kindness for weakness." She found it incomprehensible that, having suffered a disaster and receiving assistance, some still wished for exclusive accommodations. A man from Unit 101 cast her a sidelong glance and stated in a gruff voice, "If we had known there were vacant rooms, we would have pried our way in without needing your help." With a resounding clang, Fan Lin struck the metal railing again, silencing the distressed residents who gaped at her. "If you think you can take it for yourself, go ahead and try. But let me assure you, the neighbors in this building will not allow it." In a previous life, someone broke in and claimed a vacant property, denying others refuge. Conflict and disputes erupted among the residents crammed in the corridors and hallways, as tensions boiled over into chaos. In moments of despair, frustrations were often misdirected at those who remained unaffected by the flooding, leading to an unbearable situation. Let us not entertain the notion that whoever breaks in is entitled to the space. We are all neighbors, and those affected by the disaster must exercise mutual understanding and not exploit the situation for dominance, He-shan emphasized. Those who had suffered losses inherently felt less empowered in the presence of those who had not. The residents of Units 1101 and 702 represented the unaffected. And should they unite, the affected would only find themselves at a disadvantage. This reality was clear to all. The man of 101, assessing the situation, obediently remained silent. Refraining from instigating further trouble, cooperation was all that mattered. Chu Yilong, satisfied, cleared his throat and remarked, "Consider the chaos outside. Such a catastrophe has surely thrown everything into disarray. We are all neighbors in the same building. If we do not empathize and assist one another, are we to wait until the desperate individuals outside come to ransack our homes before we band together? By then, who will even heed your pleas?" Upon hearing Chu Yilong's admonition, the crowd was suddenly struck with alarm. The community security personnel might very well be unaccounted for, and the property office had been reduced to ruins, leaving no one to ensure their safety. If indeed there were intruders, they would be like lambs to the slaughter. Only by uniting in defense could they find a semblance of security. They must show mutual understanding and face this adversity together. They were already more fortunate than many others. Once the waters receded, at least their homes would remain. Flooded residences could be cleaned and made habitable again, albeit in a state of disarray. One resident on the 2nd floor could scarcely bear to envision the state of her own home. She wiped away her tears and quietly began to move her belongings upstairs. Indeed, at least their homes were still intact. Compared to those trapped beneath concrete slabs, or those whose roofs had collapsed, they were considerably luckier. After successfully relocating the residents from the 1st and 2nd floors to the 6th and 10th floors, Chu Yilong took a consent form signed by a resident on the 11th floor and began to knock on the doors of neighbors one by one. starting from the third floor. He explained the need for their agreement to appoint him as the building leader. Those who disagreed would have no choice but to acquiesce. Opposition would invite confrontation. The residents were intimidated by his towering stature and commanding presence. Moreover, as support began to trickle in from the 11th floor, the anxious neighbors, shaken by the earthquake and flood, were disinclined to contest him. It was a relief to have someone concerned for their safety. They were eager to avoid further worries. Only Juan Furong from Unit 901 was vocal, questioning this and that, ultimately conveying one sentiment. On what grounds do you claim the position of building leader? And why is there a need for one? Chu Yilong, growing impatient, retorted, if you disagree, fine, your matters are no longer my concern. Should an intruder enter your home, do not call for help, handle it yourself. At this, Juan Furong fell silent. Living with just her son and a nanny, she had no choice but to relent, fearing the repercussions of her bravado. After much hesitation, she finally signed the document. Observing Fan Lin trailing behind Chu Yilong and his wife, she muttered under her breath, harboring old grievances, lickspittle. Upon hearing this, Fan Lin swiftly delivered a spinning kick that struck the half-closed door of Juan Furong's residence with a resounding crash, causing the putty in the door frame to crumble and fall. What are you doing? Juan Furong screamed, startled as the rebounding door nearly struck her. A dog's mouth cannot produce ivory. If you speak like that again, I'll make sure your mouth is bruised, Fan Lin threatened, pointing a crowbar at the pale-faced Juan Furong. Chu Yilong was somewhat taken aback. That spinning kick had been quite impressive, not only in force but also in execution. Yishan was equally taken aback. This girl typically exhibited no signs of a fiery temperament. However, 901 had it coming. Why provoke others with thoughtless remarks? Upon hearing the commotion, Juan Furong's son emerged to investigate. Upon witnessing Fan Lin brandishing an iron rod at his mother, Juan Furong's face turned pale with fear, prompting her to retreat immediately. The courage to confront was utterly diminished. Though a mischievous child, he was not lacking in perception. Juan Furong, startled and humiliated beyond measure, clutched at Chu Yilong to lodge a complaint. As the building leader, if you allow her to bully us without intervention, you forfeit your right to that title. With a slight pull, Chu Yilong withdrew his hand, his expression stern as he retorted, your opinion on my qualifications as building leader holds no weight. If you desire respect, learn to manage your words. Were it not for your own indiscretion, none would treat you this way. The fault lies within, do not blame others. Juan Furong felt the sting of humiliation, akin to a tiger fallen to the ground, bullied by dogs, and she was infuriated. This is absurd. Chu Yilong, disinterested, turned and ascended the stairs. Yishan and Fan Lin followed suit, finding the situation unworthy of further discussion. Some individuals are simply peculiar, forever casting blame on others regardless of their own actions. Chapter 32. Relief. After all the residents in this unit signed the consent forms, Zhu Yilong proceeded to the adjacent second and third units to rally support and coordinate efforts. Each unit required a leader to facilitate communication and management. Fan Lin chose not to accompany him. Watching Zhu Yilong and Yishan ascend to the rooftop, she returned home to recline. Of course, true relaxation was an impossible feat. While savoring a green bean ice cream, she updated her parents on the situation's progress before commencing a vigorous training session with a standing punching bag in the living room. The punching bag had been purchased on a whim from a fitness equipment store, accompanied by a set of weights to enhance her arm strength. During her time at the logistics park, she had practiced regularly, significantly improving her agility. Meanwhile, her parents, seated at the dining table, unboxed deliveries. They separated the food from the other items with glee reminiscent of opening surprise boxes, their joy evident as they occasionally glanced at their industrious daughter. With strikes, jumps, front kicks, and spinning kicks, the bag swayed under her relentless assault, eliciting sympathy from her onlookers. Youth was on her side. Her recovery was swift, in stark contrast to her parents, one limping and the other hunched, both requiring time to recuperate. Yet, within a couple of days, their daughter was brimming with vitality. How enviable. Hey, what is with that look? After practicing for about 20 minutes, Fan Lin removed her gloves to hydrate. Noticing her parents' peculiar expressions, she felt somewhat perplexed. Lu Wanyan chuckled. We're simply envious of your youthful resilience. Look at you, back to training in just 2 days, and your bruises haven't even faded. Fan Lin gulped down some warm water, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. Mom, I must insist that once you and Dad are well, you both need to train too. Don't end up like before, accumulating excess weight that hampers our speed in desperate times. Quick running ensures longevity. Coughing slightly, Fan Jimin choked on his saliva. Why are you always thinking about running away? He was striving to create an atmosphere devoid of anxiety. It's not about constantly thinking of escape, but rather the concern that if the need arises, you may not be able to move quickly enough. If you don't practice, your lung capacity will falter when the time comes. Fan Lin asserted with conviction. Furthermore, with her daily meals consisting of 4 dishes and a soup, remaining sedentary will inevitably lead to a burgeoning belly. If we step outside, wouldn't that just make us envious of others? A round, plump physique. The thought of potentially becoming a meal sent a shiver down Fan Jimin's spine. All right. Once the swelling in my foot subsides, I'll join you. Fan Lin immediately fetched 2 weights. You can exercise while seated. As for her mother, the waist was the central point of the body, and both upper and lower limbs relied on it for strength, so she couldn't be forced. Fan Jimin smiled ruefully. Couldn't he just have a few more days of rest without feeling the draft from his worn-out jacket? Fan Lin was unconcerned. Her parents' good health was essential for them to accompany her longer in this tumultuous world. A week later, water had flooded the 3rd floor. The rain showed no signs of abating. Residents whose homes had been inundated crowded into 2 vacant units. Tensions occasionally flared, yet remained manageable. Zhu Yilong persuaded a few neighbors to maintain order within their unit, warning that those who resisted management would be threatened with relocation to the stairwell. At this juncture, the neighbors have been trapped in the building for half a month, enduring the aftermath of the typhoon and subsequent flooding. During this period, power outages were first experienced, followed by interruptions in water and gas supply, which have yet to be restored. It is evident to any sensible person that the urban infrastructure has suffered grave destruction. The devastation caused by the typhoon, earthquakes, and floods is unprecedented. Apart from the military's brief presence on the day of the earthquake to provide assistance, all military personnel withdrew after the waters rose. The calamity was unstoppable, and orders were issued for the military to focus their efforts on salvaging essential supplies for the southern city. No one tended to the deceased, and those barely clinging to life had nowhere to seek care. The homeless were temporarily housed in nearby sports venues, shopping malls, and other spacious places. Yet no official representatives have been seen since. If the government departments were functioning normally, such a dire situation would be inconceivable. In the past, even a 2-hour water outage warranted a written notice affixed to the glass door of the building. Now, with bodies floating in the waters, there is no organized effort to retrieve them. This starkly illustrates the paralysis of governmental functions. In these circumstances, the building's resident manager has effectively become the sole authority. With no recourse for grievances, the law cannot reach them, and minor officials wield power over major issues. Those whose homes have been submerged dare not act recklessly. They huddle together to endure the hardship. Meanwhile, residents whose homes remain intact enjoy a semblance of peace, largely unaffected. Other units have followed the example of the first unit, arranging for the displaced residents to be accommodated. Although the second unit has only 1 unoccupied apartment, a solitary resident has taken in 3 families, under the condition that they take turns preparing meals. On the morning of the typhoon, having stayed up all night, he overslept and missed the opportunity for collective procurement. By the time he arose in the afternoon, it was too late. He rushed to the supermarket, only to find the shelves nearly bare, and the market had largely closed down due to the impending storm. After much effort, he managed to procure some basic necessities but was unable to buy liquefied gas. Lacking gas, he has been surviving on instant noodles and compressed biscuits. In a desperate bid for a warm meal, he reluctantly opened his home to others. He did not demand food in return. Rather, he asked for assistance in cooking. Consequently, the displaced families were able to sleep in his spare rooms or living area, avoiding the corridors. This arrangement proved mutually beneficial. Unlike the previous cycle of disputes, bickering, animosity, scheming, and moral coercion among the affected and unaffected residents, harmony prevails this time. Thanks in no small part to Zhu Yilong's efforts, Fan Lin feels a sense of relief for having heeded her parents' advice. Indeed, wisdom comes with age, and her path has proven to be the right one. Had she followed her initial instincts, she would have isolated herself, resolutely refusing to engage with others. But such a stance would not prevent intrusions. Her living conditions would certainly be less favorable than they are now. Yet, this marks merely the beginning of a dystopian reality. A long and arduous road of calamity lies ahead. Whether the community can sustain this spirit of mutual understanding and assistance remains uncertain. On the 10th day of the deluge, a swift boat finally appeared at the Zijinghao UN community. Relief workers dispatched by the government arrived. Amidst the rain, someone shouted through a megaphone, urging residents to descend and collect their aid packages with identification in hand. The boat docked near the corridor window on the 3rd floor. Zhu Yilong was maintaining order, directing residents to queue by floor to receive their supplies. Fan Lin and Grandpa Zhou stood at the end of the line, unhurried as they knew there was enough for everyone. Each person was allotted 7 bottles of mineral water, 5 loaves of bread, 5 packets of instant noodles, and 2 packets of biscuits. This constituted a meager 5-day supply, enough to stave off hunger and sustain life. The workers informed them that they would return every 5 days, hoping the residents could endure until then. This announcement brought tears to many eyes. Although everyone had stockpiled food and could cook with gas, they were not in dire need at the moment. The arrival of relief supplies signified that the government had not abandoned them, which restored a sense of calm to many troubled souls. Residents encouraged one another as they carried their aid packages. Once the waters receded, the nation would undoubtedly find ways to rebuild our city of Nan. We must hold on. Yes, hold on and weather this storm. Everything will eventually improve. Let us keep going. The atmosphere was filled with harmonious encouragement. Fan Lin shook her head inwardly. The relief supplies could not be relied upon for long. In her previous life, most survival materials had been submerged by the flood, and even if salvaged, they were limited. Furthermore, there was only consumption, not production. With the ongoing calamity and the arduous path to reconstruction, the government would ultimately have to cease relief efforts and implement a human preservation initiative. Alas, let them cling to their illusions and find joy in each passing day. After a few steps, she recalled her father's words. Brother Long, my dad wants you to come up for a moment. She turned to Zhu Long, the last to collect his aid. Zhu Long nodded hastily. I'll be up shortly. By the time he realized the misaddress, she had already vanished from sight. Chapter 33. Remember to knock on the pot. The 3 building leaders of Building 8 frequently convene meetings on the rooftop. They are ordinary individuals familiar with apocalyptic narratives. Devoid of ambitions to become tyrants or the ruthless hearts of conquerors, they merely yearn for a stable existence, to prevent themselves from becoming prey to others' machinations. Zhu Long proposed early precautions. Though they still clung to a semblance of hope, they all agreed to and implemented his suggestions. They were fortunate to have heeded Zhu Long's counsel, for soon the tranquility and stability of Building 8 became starkly contrasted with the chaos next door. Building 9, also a prominent structure, remained physically unscathed by the earthquake, yet it was plagued by incessant quarrels and brawls. Residents who had suffered losses contested territory, and those affected demanded shelter from the unaffected. Refusal often resulted in door kicking, insults, and deliberate vandalism. The darker facets of human nature were laid bare, with the air frequently filled with shouts and cries of despair. In recent days, Fan Jiming had been observing the situation of the neighboring buildings through binoculars, with Building 9 being the closest and thus the clearest in his view. He witnessed 2 households that had escaped flooding being forcibly invaded. Once individuals shed the bonds of morality and easily profited, their character increasingly gravitated towards wickedness. The phenomenon of the strong preying on the weak became a source of twisted enjoyment for these morally bankrupt individuals. On the balcony of the Fan residence, Zhu Long, equipped with binoculars, gazed towards the floors that Fan Jiming had mentioned. Indeed, he saw the occupants within being brutally beaten, their relief supplies having been plundered. A group of men laughed boisterously, reveling in their arrogance. Fan Lin, standing nearby, also peered through the binoculars, witnessing the horrifying visage of the apocalypse unfold, foreseeing even graver atrocities to come. In a previous life, these individuals had formed gangs, brazenly threatening their neighbors, and when intimidation failed, they would break in and commit unspeakable acts. After the waters receded, the bullied residents, unable to endure their plight, fled to the shelters seeking assistance from government personnel. Law enforcement had intervened to eradicate a batch of villains, yet as the calamity persisted, societal order deteriorated further. Criminal activities erupted everywhere, overwhelming the police force. Similar gangs quickly re-emerged, often exhibiting even more heinous behavior, killing without hesitation. It was imperative to inform all neighbors about the situation in the adjacent building. Zhu Long recognized this as an opportune moment to deliver a stern message. They must realize that their current stability was not without reason. Fan Jiming had summoned him precisely to underscore that without initial containment, their building could easily descend into the same turmoil. To ensure everyone's safety, vigilance was essential. With his military background, Zhu Long was efficient in his actions. He promptly conferred with the other building leaders and insisted that each household designate at least one representative for a collective meeting, to be held on the rooftop. The Fan family contributed a military-grade waterproof tarp, which measured approximately 30 to 40 square meters when unfurled, serving as a makeshift rain shelter fixed in the center of the rooftop. As dozens of individuals gathered on the rooftop, braving the biting wind, some expressed their discontent. What is the point of this gathering in such heavy rain? Can't we address matters directly? Others grumbled. Why must we come up here in this downpour? It's utterly nonsensical. I perceive that there exists a triviality in our midst. The building manager seeks to assert their presence at our expense, perhaps to find meaning in their self-appointed role. Ruan Furong scoffed disdainfully, prompting laughter from those who overheard. Her mirth was particularly loud, a gleeful display of triumph. After having been humiliated by Units 1101 and 702 previously, she could scarcely resist the opportunity to publicly belittle them. Once the waters recede, She would certainly seek to confront these individuals who have banded together to intimidate their neighbors. Fan Lin narrowed her eyes and boldly remarked to Chu Yilong, Brother Long. It seems there are quite a few who fail to recognize their own folly. Despite Chu Yilong's repeated corrections, she stubbornly refused to address him as Uncle Long. She was resolute in her stance, unconcerned with the fact that he referred to her father as Fan Ge. To call him uncle would diminish his perceived youth, undermining his authority. She spoke without restraint, her voice unfiltered before the assembled crowd, inciting hostility in the gazes of certain individuals. No matter, she thought, they shall soon learn the true nature of their misjudgments. Chu Yilong remained composed, unfazed by the unfolding drama. As the gathering reached its full complement, the three building managers stood in a line, with Chu Yilong taking the lead to address the assembly. I am Chu Yilong from Unit 702, a veteran who once served in the armed forces. I have volunteered to be the manager of this unit to maintain order among us. As we are all aware, our community has suffered greatly from natural disasters, resulting in numerous casualties. Fortunately, the residents of our buildings have been spared, and we are still alive. Our building, number 8, has been slightly more fortunate. We had the foresight to stockpile disaster supplies, allowing us to enjoy warm meals to this day, thanks to a neighbor who proposed the idea. However, other buildings may not share our luck. Some residents have run out of food, and those who do have provisions are left with only dry rations. Consequently, many in the adjacent buildings are on the brink of despair, with some resorting to despicable acts of violence. In Building 9, several households have been forcibly entered, with homeowners subjected to abuse and their relief supplies stolen. For those who doubt, I invite you to observe through a telescope the calamities befalling our neighbors. He paused, noting the sudden change in the expressions of those who had previously complained, their faces now reflecting sheer terror. Maintaining a stoic demeanor, he continued. The reason for summoning you is to convey my desire for our Building 8 to remain free from such chaos. Should anyone take advantage of the turmoil, we shall not tolerate it. The muscular building manager from Unit 2 promptly declared, I am Zhuang Yusin from Unit 802, a member of the provincial boxing team, and my brother is on the fencing team. If anyone wishes to wreak havoc amidst the disorder, come forth. If you survive, I shall concede defeat. The manager from Unit 3 was equally unyielding. I am Zhou Iyo from Unit 502, and my family owns a pig farm, skilled in the art of slaughter. While I have yet to try my hand at killing a person, I assure you, should anyone provoke me, I will not hesitate. If chaos ensues, I possess an abundance of butcher knives. The words from Unit 502 were indeed intimidating, for butchers are not to be trifled with, and the crowd took heed. Both of these building managers were carefully selected by Chu Yilong after personally visiting each household to assess their capabilities. We once engaged in a discussion regarding survival in a post-apocalyptic world, all yearning for a tranquil existence. To reside in an environment that allows one to uphold their moral integrity is the aspiration of every sane individual. Even the smallest corner of safety is worth striving to maintain. When natural disasters strike, cities crumble before our eyes, rendering past endeavors meaningless. With nothing left to occupy our time, the sole endeavor becomes the protection of our homes. This serves as a stark warning. For the vast majority, it is a positive development. They desire stability, abhor chaos, and dread the emergence of home invasions. Only those who have harbored nefarious thoughts in the past are momentarily shaken. It is no jest. Within the building reside veterans, boxers, fencers, and those wielding cleavers, each one formidable in their own right. Even if factions were to form, they would merely be a disorganized rabble. The true elite unite, backed by the majority. Failure could lead to dire consequences in mere moments. Some lower their heads, avoiding eye contact with the building leaders, fearful that their innermost thoughts might be discerned. After instilling a sense of caution among the residents, Chu Yilong earnestly proclaimed, in the other buildings, various incidents have transpired. Our building, number 8, remains at peace, a testament to our collective efforts. We are neighbors. Let us assist one another where we can, and refrain from unreasonable disturbances. Furthermore, it appears that the flooding will not recede in the short term. We must live frugally and plan for the long haul. For now, let us consume the relief supplies, should the day come when they are no longer available. We must rely on ourselves. These words instilled trepidation in many hearts. Although they had provisions at home, the prospect of government aid ceasing signified a grim reality. The current situation had already surpassed the expectations of many, and the uncertainty of the future only amplified their concerns. Inquiring minds sought to know how long the relief supplies would last. Of course, Chu Yilong could not provide an answer. He had merely listened to Fan Lin's insightful analysis and deemed it prudent to remind his neighbors to conserve their resources. One must be mentally prepared, as the flooding may not be the final calamity. In any case, one should brace for the worst and remain vigilant against the malicious forces lurking outside. Should anyone intrude upon your home, do not forget to sound the alarm. Chapter 34. The good citizens fear the wicked. The crowd, with ears pricked up, wore expressions of astonishment. However, they soon grasped the situation. The sound of the pot served as a rudimentary alarm system, a call to arms for assistance. When Shuilong noticed that everyone comprehended his intent, he nodded in satisfaction, regardless of the circumstances. Whenever the pot was struck, everyone should seize their defensive weapons and come to aid. If one feared for their life, when trouble befell them, no one would come to their aid. Do you all understand? They understood. At last, they realized that the building leaders' efforts to gather them were for their collective benefit. No one grumbled anymore. The danger posed by the chaotic neighboring building left many anxious. The good citizens were wary of the wicked. Those who had previously looked askance at Fan Lin due to a mere comment now felt uneasy under her scrutinizing gaze. The building leader, having exerted great effort without any personal gain, deserved respect. To disregard him was to be ungrateful. Offending those who could offer protection made everyone anxious about their own safety. Even Wan Furong turned her head away, feigning innocence. Fan Lin refrained from calling them out to save face. Regretting their earlier bravado was indeed wise. Otherwise, this righteous and responsible brother Long would have been left unjustly wronged. With Zhu Yilong and the few valiant men he had recruited, the residents of their building could rest easy. Fan Lin felt at ease, indulging in food and drink at home while honing her physical fitness. Her parents, compelled by their daughter, joined her in exercising, lacking a clear plan and merely following along with videos. In any case, they could not afford to lapse into idleness. A month after the floods, the water level had risen to the ceiling of the 4th floor, and residents on the 5th floor worried they might float away in their sleep. Fortunately, the rain had lessened, causing the water to rise more slowly than before. At this juncture, the distribution of relief supplies had shifted to once a week, and the quantity provided was diminished. Bread was no longer available. Instant noodles were insufficient for even one per day, and biscuits were a matter of luck, occasionally replaced with potatoes and sweet potatoes. As for how to cook the potatoes and sweet potatoes, that was left to the ingenuity of the residents. Consequently, those without sufficient gas supplies had to resort to burning books to stave off hunger. In the absence of books, they burned furniture. The stability of Building 8 persisted until someone could no longer endure and began to stir trouble. Initially, those who had participated in the collective procurement of liquefied gas enjoyed the luxury of cooking without worry. But now those who had considered themselves clever at others' expense deeply regretted their choices. At first, they managed to cope, using alcohol blocks or portable stoves as needed. However, their preparations had been insufficient, and they could no longer sustain themselves. With all their books consumed, even if they had food, they lacked fuel for cooking. It echoed the sentiments of those who had warned that those who did not purchase liquefied gas would be left to survive on raw food. Some sought assistance from their neighbors, but those with liquefied gas were incensed. When asked to participate earlier, they had refused. Now, faced with regret, why should they bear the cost of your oversight? The residents of Unit 801 were met with a firm refusal from those in Unit 802. Ignoring sound advice meant accepting the consequences of their own arrogance. With books all burned, they resorted to chopping up furniture for firewood. Given the abundance of furniture in their home, they might conserve it and perhaps endure until the floods receded. Each individual ought to take responsibility for their own actions, rather than seeking to burden others. With a huff, 802 slammed the door shut. In the past, when he noticed the neighboring unit engaging in a game of dominoes, he had even taken the initiative to knock on their door to remind them, only to be met with ridicule. Now, he shamelessly sought assistance at their doorstep, displaying a remarkable audacity. Who can predict when the calamities of nature will cease? If indeed the apocalypse were to descend upon us, one would need to guard their own sparks of flame. Who would have the luxury to concern themselves with others? Left speechless by the confrontation, 801 slunk downstairs in search of the building manager. However, the building manager is not a philanthropist. Chu Yilong, while upholding the order of their residents, was not obliged to cater to everyone's sustenance. Upon visiting 801, he noted that their furniture remained intact, the floors even crafted of wood, and immediately understood the situation. They were unwilling to sacrifice their possessions. Originally, the communal shopping had been organized to prevent scenarios like this, with everyone agreeing to bear the consequences of their decisions. If your household possesses so many burnable items, why expect others to expend their resources to assist you? It is unwise to be so calculating. Though chastened, 801 remained undeterred, pleading, "The furniture in our home is made of fine materials and holds considerable value. I merely wish for you to assist us in preparing food. It's a simple favor." A simple favor? Chui Long scoffed in disbelief. Cooking 5 potatoes requires the same amount of gas as cooking 10. Do not feign ignorance. It is merely a slight increase in gas consumption. Just a little more gas each day accumulates into a significant sum over a month. I am not your parent. Responsible for your lack of preparedness in the face of disaster, Chu Yilong retorted before walking away. He refused to indulge such self-serving behavior. The following day, those affected by the flooding discovered that a shoe cabinet left in the hallway had vanished, its contents strewn across the floor. This incident stirred quite a commotion. Once his foot had healed, Fan Jiming occasionally exercised by traversing the stairs. He was approached by the residents of 302, inquiring incessantly if he had seen who had taken their shoe cabinet. Furrowing his brow, he replied that he was not a surveillance system and suggested they report it to the building manager for investigation. Such matters were the responsibility of the manager. Allowing someone to pilfer from the building could not be tolerated. With minimal effort, Chu Yilong identified 801 as the culprit. This individual, unwilling to burn their own furniture, had the audacity to pilfer from others. They treated the hallway as their own backyard, taking items without a second thought. Upon entering 801, the sight of the disassembled shoe cabinet greeted him, with its wooden panels being used as firewood for their rice porridge. The residents of 302 were infuriated, ready to confront 801 physically. Yet, 801 brazenly claimed that their shoe cabinet was of little worth and offered to compensate them. What makes you think your financial means grant you superiority? Even if my shoe cabinet holds no value, it is still my property. Why should it serve as your fuel? They argued. Indeed, regardless of its worth, it is mine. If you are unwilling to sacrifice your valuable possessions, why resort to thievery from others? And besides, what good is money now? Where could one possibly purchase anything? The flood raged on, and those in the other buildings who could no longer endure the situation ventured out in search of an escape, only to be swept away by the torrent along with their rubber boats. Who would dare to step outside? Although everyone had been confined within the building for over a month, they were not entirely devoid of information from the outside world. Those who delivered relief supplies shared updates about the circumstances beyond their walls. The entirety of South City was submerged, with no commercial establishments operational. Even with money, one could not procure anything. What use was wealth under such dire circumstances? In response to the shameless actions of Unit 801, Chu Yilong issued a stern denunciation, demanding compensation. They were to pay with their valuable shoe cabinet. If they were unwilling to part with it, they would have to settle with cash. Disagreement was not an option. Chu Yilong summoned the neighbors from the floor to assist him. The family of 4 from Unit 801 could not withstand the collective will of the others, and the woman's desperate antics proved futile. Chu Yilong aimed to set an example, making it clear to those who might harbor ill intentions due to the scarcity of supplies that disregarding the rules would incite public outrage. Among the several households in the building, some had not prepared adequately for the disaster. Whether anyone had privately stockpiled resources remained uncertain. However, should even one household attempt to exploit neighbors due to insufficient preparation, it could not be tolerated. Indulgence in such behavior would only embolden them to extract others' precious resources at minimal cost. This matter spread throughout the entire building. Meanwhile, Wan Furong, who had also not participated in the preparations, found herself increasingly anxious. Chapter 35. Pouring a cup of tea for my mentor, she held a disdainful view of the cheap rice and water purchased by others in the group, deeming them beneath her standards. Moreover, she found the gas canisters to be rather outdated. Thus, she refrained from participating in the group purchases. Instead, she procured 150 pounds of premium rice and 20 barrels of purified water, along with a portable stove and a case of butane gas. She also acquired an alcohol stove and alcohol blocks. Each case of butane contained 30 canisters, each capable of burning for 3 to 4 hours. While these fuels could last for a considerable time if used sparingly, the main staple was depleting rapidly. Others had initially stockpiled rice at a rate of 100 pounds per person, but she believed that natural disasters would only disrupt life for a month or so at most. Her family consumed less than 30 pounds of rice in a month, and thus she felt that stockpiling 150 pounds was excessive. She had no desire to eat stale rice. Her large refrigerator was stocked with plenty of vegetables and fruits. However, once the power went out, many items could no longer be preserved, leading to a swift depletion of her staple foods. With a son to care for and a nanny to support, her rice supply had diminished considerably. Although there were still some noodles and canned goods available, these would only sustain them for another month at most. The flood had persisted for far too long, showing no signs of abating. Most concerning was the news that there were no places left to purchase goods in the southern market, and recovery was not expected in the near future. This meant that even with money, she was powerless. The severity of the disaster had far exceeded her initial estimations. Her stockpile was not as extensive as that of her neighbors, a thought that caused her great distress. She had always been in a position of superiority, and now finding herself at a disadvantage was disheartening. Had she known, she would have stockpiled more supplies, regardless of their freshness. She contemplated whether to dismiss the nanny, but feared that managing her son alone would be too strenuous. Torn between decisions and weighed down by the chaos in the other buildings, she found it disheartening that 2 of her 4 properties were now in perfect condition. A fleeting sense of satisfaction now vanished. Anxiety consumed her, to the point where she neglected her son's needs. Fan Lin noticed her father had brought Chui Long over for a chat again, prompting her to halt her workout and roll up the non-slip mat on the living room floor to make space. This was the 3rd time Chui Long had witnessed Fan Lin drenched in sweat, with temperatures hovering around 10 degrees Celsius. The fact that she could work up such a sweat indicated that she was engaging in significant physical exertion. "Lindsay, are you training in boxing?" Chui Long inquired, picking up the boxing gloves from the sofa. Fan Lin wiped her brow and smiled shyly. "I'm just messing around, trying to improve my physical fitness and agility." Chui Long pondered for a moment. "It seems your family is not only mentally prepared for the apocalypse, but physically as well. Maintaining an exercise regimen during these times shows a level of alertness. You understand that one cannot afford to be complacent anymore. In the end times, being a delicate little princess is hardly an asset." He nodded in agreement. "It is indeed essential to stay fit. If you wish to learn some combat techniques, I would be more than willing to teach you." Fan Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really?" As someone with no prior foundation, she had been learning through videos on her own. Without a mentor to guide her through the intricacies of martial arts, mastering such skills was a daunting task. The prospect of someone willing to teach her was a golden opportunity she could hardly resist. Fan Jiming was also quite pleased. "If you are willing to teach Lindsay martial arts, our family is prepared to pay your fees, whether in food or other means. Money is no longer of great value. What we cherish now is sustenance. The prolonged floods have enlightened many that, even when the waters recede, society shall never return to its former state. The cities lie incapacitated, and the rural areas are not spared from calamity either. Resources will become increasingly scarce. In order to survive, food is the ultimate currency. Food holds more significance than money. And currently, no one is inclined to part with their provisions easily." Fan Jiming's offer to pay with food surprised Chui Long. He appreciated the support the Fan family had shown him from the beginning and was grateful for the insights they provided regarding the management of Building 8. His suggestion to mentor Lin was intended as a way to reciprocate that trust, with no thoughts of charging tuition. Fan Jiming's insistence on a fee was clearly an attempt to avoid owing him a debt of gratitude, which left Chu feeling somewhat uncomfortable. "Brother Shi, there's no need for our families to be so calculative. With all this time on our hands, teaching Lindsay is akin to my own practice. This isn't some esoteric skill that requires tuition. That cannot be the case. While this martial art may not be a unique secret, it is not something everyone understands. Mastery requires a mentor. Without one, initiation is challenging, and thus, a fee must be paid. That is settled then. When you have the time, come and guide Lindsay. Let her learn some self-defense techniques. Any progress she makes shall be credited to you," Fan Jiming declared unequivocally. "Really, it isn't necessary." Chui Long still disagreed. Lindsay touched her nose and poured Chui Long a cup of hot tea. "Brother Long, you shall be my martial arts teacher from now on. And I will be your student. Please guide me well. As a student, it is only customary to bring something for the teacher. It wouldn't be right for you to refuse." Fan Jiming gave a thumbs up to his perceptive daughter. Chui Long looked at the tea, bemused. Having already poured the tea, how could he not drink it? From that day onward, Chui Long visited the 11th floor almost daily to teach Lindsay martial arts for 2 hours. Sometimes, he would bring his son, Chu Inchi, along to play with the older sister. Hishan would also come to sit idly. It seemed the Fan family had stocked up on plenty of goods, continuously offering snacks to her son, which made her feel rather guilty as she tried to limit his consumption. Seeing her muscular husband train Lindsay as if she were a boy was sometimes hard to watch. She whispered to Lu Wanyan, "Sister Yun, can you really bear to see Lindsay practice like this? It makes my bones ache just watching." Lu Wanyan, observing her daughter easily being knocked down by Chui Long and constrained in a chokehold, gasped for breath, felt a pang of sympathy. However, her daughter had expressed that fearing pain now would lead to far worse situations in the future, situations that could threaten her life. They, as parents, could not accompany their daughter indefinitely. One never knows when life might end. For their daughter's future safety, acquiring self-defense skills would provide her with added security. Without hardship, one cannot forge resilience. It is better to endure this hardship here than to face greater suffering outside in the future. She held back her sorrow and shook her head. If she wishes to train, let her train. We respect her decision. It is indeed a source of pride to have a daughter who is unyielding in the face of pain and hardship. Not every child possesses the resilience to pursue martial arts. Upon hearing Lu Wanyan's words and observing the spirited yet battered Fan Lin, who despite her struggles exuded vitality, Hishan felt a stirring within her. Upon returning home, she suggested to her husband, "Our son has expressed a desire to train like Lindsay. Given his frail constitution, perhaps you could instill a foundational understanding of martial arts in him. It may bolster his health." Shui Long turned to see their son playfully brandishing his fists, laughter escaping him. He's merely 5 years old, too young for such endeavors. Too young? Several of his classmates at kindergarten are already studying taekwondo, she countered. Their son, a premature infant, faced certain congenital shortcomings, rendering him physically weaker than his peers. This was a source of deep concern for her. Observing Fan Lin, who had once been a delicate flower but had transformed into a resilient individual after the calamity, she found inspiration. Fan Lin, who now diligently practiced martial arts daily, exhibited a newfound strength and vigor that Hishan yearned for her son to emulate, seeking to alter his overly fragile disposition. Chu Ilong understood his wife's intentions, yet he believed their son was too young and his bones too pliable for martial training at this stage. However, he agreed that practicing standing postures could cultivate his perseverance. Unbeknownst to Fan Lin, her example prompted the Long family to reconsider their indulgence towards their son. Chu Inchi began to be put through his paces by his father. Once a decision was made, there was no turning back. As a former Special Forces soldier, Chu Ilong was a man of his word, determined that once a commitment was made, it must be followed through to the end, with no room for half-heartedness. Not even his wife's intercession could sway him. Hishan, witnessing her son's potential regret midway through, found herself in a state of exasperation, leading Lu Wanyan to provide her with unexpected comfort, a situation both amusing and absurd. After a month and a half of flooding, the rain began to wane, occasionally halting for hours, yet the relief efforts simultaneously ceased. Residents who had relied on governmental aid were left disheartened, while those who had cast aside moral restraint to exploit their neighbors for personal gain grew increasingly restless. Some had noted that Building 8 was well stocked, having previously mocked their foresight in gathering such resources. Now, the abundance of Building 8 had transformed into an object of desire for certain individuals. In desperate circumstances, malice could easily fester. The once stable days of Building 8 were now threatened with impending unrest. Chapter 36, The Invasion. When the sound of pots clanging echoed through the night, Fan Lin was immediately jolted awake and sprang into action. She hurriedly donned her clothes, seized a watermelon knife, and prepared to head outside. Wait for us. Both Fan Jiming and Lu Wanyan quickly arose. No, you stay and guard the house. I will go, regardless of which household was under siege. It sufficed for one member to offer assistance unless multiple families were in distress. Keep an eye on the house and do not open the door indiscriminately. As she spoke, Fan Lin had already donned her helmet and swiftly departed. Honey, who will guard the house? Lu Wanyan expressed her concern for their daughter's safety. Fan Jiming, a man of resolve, could not bear the thought of his daughter confronting danger while he remained sheltered at home. I will go. You stay here, he firmly insisted, compelling his wife to remain behind. He then retrieved another watermelon knife from the drawer of the bar and, donning his helmet, rushed out to pursue their daughter. The sound of clanging pots originated from 2 households on the 5th floor. They remained vigilant. Upon hearing the door being pried open, they rushed to investigate. Upon discovering the attempted break-in, they immediately grabbed pots from the kitchen and began to strike them fiercely. The clattering noise resonated clearly through the night. Close to 10 individuals outside initially felt a twinge of panic upon hearing the commotion, but soon steeled themselves, intending to force their way in. They were not mere thieves who would flee at the first sound. They were a group organized specifically for burglary, unwilling to retreat without spoils. They planned to systematically scour the building, leaving no stone unturned. The residents of the community were largely indifferent to one another. Many did not even know the names of their neighbors, who would dare to meddle in another's affairs. They wore face coverings, emboldened by their anonymity, brazenly prying and forcefully kicking the doors, unabashed in their audacity. Damn it, I heard every household here has gas canisters. Had I known earlier, we wouldn't have had to endure such meager rations for so long. The squat figure with tattoos adorning his neck, wielding a watermelon knife, commanded his companions with an air of menace. I'm tired of dry food, nearly burned down my own bed. Meanwhile, they indulged themselves. I truly regret not coming sooner. We'll have a hot meal in no time, and everyone can feast to their heart's content. Within Building 9, no one dared to resist this unruly gang, who had already begun to treat Building 8 as their larder and kitchen. A band of ruffians, they callously plotted how to torment the residents of Building 8. However, just as they were about to pry open the door, a large group of individuals descended the stairs, each armed with makeshift weapons, either kitchen knives or steel pipes. Chu Ilong led the charge, holding a flashlight in one hand and a steel pipe in the other. Stop right there. A dark mass surged forward, each person brimming with righteous indignation. Get out. Do not think you can come here and act like bandits. Their imposing presence was indeed intimidating. The would-be burglars, upon assessing the numbers against them, faltered and ceased their actions. The leader of the gang, the tattooed figure, was taken aback by the unexpected resistance. With a fierce demeanor, He challenged, "If you're not afraid of death, come forward. For the sake of some nameless neighbor, let us see how many lives you have." He brandished his knife, convinced that no one would dare to risk their lives for another. Yet he overlooked the fact that no one possessed a single-digit IQ. The residents of Building 8 understood the principle of mutual dependence. If the fifth floor was breached, their unit could very well be next in line. In summary, it is well understood that if the fifth floor cannot be defended, everyone will suffer the consequences. Although there was a slight twinge of fear in their hearts, none were deterred, especially with the building manager standing in front. Chu Yilong witnessed the abhorrent nature of the first wave of doomsday fanatics. As the Fan family had stated, desperation breeds malice. Within 2 months of natural disasters, some had already abandoned their moral compass, had it not been for the incessant floods and turbulent waters. Building 8 might have become a target much sooner. With a stern expression, he handed the flashlight to his neighbor from Unit 701, instructing, "Hold it steady and shine it well." The male occupant of 701, a lanky fellow, trembled slightly as he grasped the flashlight, assuring, "Brother Long, I will keep it steady." Chu Yilong replied, "It's not that dire," with illumination provided. He did not wait for others to close in before launching a steel pipe at the diminutive assailant before him, proclaiming, "So audacious. Let us see who meets their demise first." The steel pipe, over a meter long, left no room for retreat in the narrow corridor. The assailant's knife was barely raised before it was knocked from his grasp, and he was subsequently sent flying, colliding with his own comrades behind him. One of them, armed with a dagger, was caught off guard. In an instant, the blade found its mark. Within mere moments, the would-be robbers were stained with blood. As the others realized what was transpiring, they hastily brandished their knives, attempting to intimidate. Relying on his own prowess and the advantage of the lengthy steel pipe, Chu Yilong swung it in wide arcs, injuring 5 or 6 of them. This unruly mob, emboldened by their numbers and the absence of resistance in other buildings, mistakenly believed themselves formidable. However, when faced with a capable adversary, they were swiftly dismantled. Those from Building 8 who had come to assist crowded at the fire exit and in the hallway, having no opportunity to intervene, thankfully, as many were experiencing their first encounter wielding a knife against another, trembling with anxiety. They could only watch as the gang of thieves hastily squeezed through the corridor's ventilation window and leapt to escape. Some feigned bravery, shouting, "Don't run, take my blade." This only frightened the assailants further, prompting them to leap out as if dumplings thrown into boiling water. The residents of Building 8 erupted in laughter, basking in the glory of victory. Fan Lin and her father, standing at the rear of the crowd, exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed, Chu Yilong was remarkable. Given a platform, he shone with brilliance. After this battle, his reputation was undeniably elevated. The residents of the 5th floor, who had been hiding behind their doors, only dared to emerge once they felt safe, expressing heartfelt gratitude towards Chu Yilong. Others also recognized that without the self-appointed leadership of Chu Yilong managing Building 8, those hoarding supplies would not have slept soundly for so many nights. Unfazed by the flattery of the crowd, Chu Yilong, after sending off the reinforcements from the neighboring units, called for a meeting that very night with all the residents of Unit 1. It was held in the corridor of the 5th floor. He pointed at the ventilation window and asked everyone, "I have examined this window and found no signs of damage. It appears someone failed to secure the inner latch. Who is it? Step forward now." Instantly, the crowd exchanged glances, taken aback by the notion of an insider. Anger surged among them. Who could be so despicable? Living in the same building yet choosing to invite malevolent outsiders to invade our homes? What kind of twisted individual would do such a thing? Is it a scheme to collude with external forces for personal gain? This is nothing short of a disgrace. Building manager, it is imperative that this individual is identified. If not exposed, the presence of such a traitor will leave us all in a state of unrest. The community was filled with indignation, casting wary glances at one another, searching for the suspect among them. Unit 801 quickly became the prime suspect. Their lack of gas prompted them to reportedly resort to burning shoes from others' cabinets. And after being ordered to compensate, they might harbor resentment and a motive for revenge. "Unjustly accused," cried 801. "It was not us. Our family has left the house in half a month. I swear, if it were us, may the heavens strike me down." "Oh, what good is a vow?" retorted resident 302, whose shoe cabinet had been burned by 801. "If such oaths held any power, you would have been struck down long ago. Truly, it was not me," 801 exclaimed, exasperated. The thought of being perceived as colluding with outsiders was unbearable. If it were our family involved, I would jump from the rooftop and end it all. The resident of 801 felt an overwhelming desire to lay bare their heart to prove their innocence. Chapter 37. Reaching a preliminary plan due to the incident involving the use of a neighbor's shoe cabinet for burning in the absence of gas. He faced ostracism from the community. No one desires isolation, especially amidst the chaos outside. It would be madness to abandon the relative safety of Building 8 to consort with wolves. 801 adamantly refused to shoulder the blame. With a resolute declaration, 801's suspicion diminished somewhat. But who could it be? Standing on the periphery, Fan Lin had silently observed each neighbor's expression since Chu Yilong mentioned the issue with the window. Though the beam of the flashlight cast stark shadows, she discerned a flicker of panic on someone's face. At this meeting, no one stepped forward to confess. And Chu Yilong remained unperturbed. I will uncover the culprit. Once revealed, do not blame us for our harshness. You have two choices. Either remain hidden within your homes or vacate Building 8. There are no other alternatives. Yes, such punishment was warranted. It was utterly despicable to conspire to have them suffer a home invasion. How inhumane. The collective outrage intensified. Some listeners grew increasingly pale as the discussions escalated. With no confessions forthcoming, Chu Yilong temporarily set aside the investigation and shifted focus to security measures. Once the rain ceased, the flood would gradually recede, enabling outsiders to access Building 8 more easily. Henceforth, our building would implement a watch. We shall guard the stairwell and ventilation windows up to the level where the water recedes. Should anyone attempt to infiltrate, we will immediately sound the alarm. Are there any objections? Had it not been for tonight's events, there would undoubtedly have been grumbling about the burden of watch duty. However, no one voiced dissent now. Everyone feared the prospect of intruders ransacking their homes and silencing them. The fierce thugs armed with knives could breach any household, leaving none secure. The consequences ranged from theft of belongings to the loss of life. Who would not be afraid? Thus, they proceeded to establish a schedule. 2 households would form a team, each responsible for a 6-hour shift. The duration was not overly long, and, with rotations, it amounted to a day of watch followed by a day of rest, which was manageable. For their own safety, everyone acquiesced. Even the usually talkative 901 fell silent. After the meeting, Fan Lin lingered behind and whispered something to Chu Yilong, who nodded discreetly. Fortunately, with the cleverness of the fangirl, he would not have to expend unnecessary effort on the investigation. We will resolve this matter tomorrow. You should return home and rest. You are still a student, in your growth phase, and ought to avoid staying up late. At 20, it was likely that Fan Lin had reached her full height. She shrugged. All right, I'll head back to sleep. Brother Long, do take care. Chu Yilong waved his hand dismissively, signaling her to refrain from further chatter. This girl stubbornly insisted on calling him brother, while she addressed her father as brother too. Such confusion in their familial hierarchy, yet she remained unyielding. Fan Lin made a playful face before turning to ascend the stairs. Concerned for his wife's worries, Fan Ba returned home as soon as the intruders fled. Chu Yilong began instructing the first team of watch personnel on effective night surveillance. Upon returning home, Fan Lin found her parents awake, waiting for her. Her mother had even prepared sesame dumplings for a late-night snack. At 1 o'clock in the morning. Though the hour was late for a meal, it did not diminish Fan Lin's appetite. She savored the dumplings while discussing her suspicions of collusion with her parents. Though there were suspicions, verification was necessary before any announcement could be made. This matter would soon be clarified. That night, Chu Yilong ensured the duty was fulfilled, which came as no surprise to his family. The timing was opportune. Thus, the 8 buildings entered a phase of communal defense, with preliminary plans set in motion. Early the next morning, Chu Yilong stood in the living room of Unit 901, accompanied by 2 neighbors from the 5th floor. Wan Furong initially sought to deny any involvement. However, Chu Yilong, observing her evasive gaze, was nearly certain that the issue stemmed from her household. He could not fathom what benefit this woman could derive from her actions. A woman with a child, what could they possibly gain from the promises of nefarious individuals? It was utterly foolish. Under Chu Yilong's succinct interrogation, this woman, lacking both intelligence and emotional acumen, ultimately revealed the truth. It was my son. He went out to play in the water yesterday evening. When he returned, his shoes and pants were soaked. At that moment, I did not contemplate the matter regarding the window, so I paid it no heed. Had I known that his reckless opening of the ventilation window would lead to your misunderstanding, I would have certainly closed it. He is merely a child, innocent and unaware. How could he possibly conspire with outsiders? Moreover, even if that window were shut, those villains would still find a way to enter. My son cannot be held accountable for last night's events, due to the chaotic conditions in the surrounding buildings. Residents had been repeatedly reminded to secure the corridor ventilation windows tightly, preventing outsiders from easily entering. Wan Furong could not claim ignorance of this directive. Indeed, upon hearing the ventilation window on the 5th floor had been opened, she recalled her son had ventured downstairs to play in the water. Knowing her child, she feared he might unwittingly cause trouble. When she inquired further, her suspicions were confirmed. Neighbors were incensed at the thought of someone colluding with outsiders, vowing to punish the traitor. Despite her pride and high aspirations, she recognized that even a child, if deemed the source of collective ire, would not escape unscathed. She repeatedly instructed her son to keep the incident to himself, hoping to bury it in silence. Little did she know, the building supervisor would soon confront her, questioning whether she sought to conspire with outsiders against her neighbors. Naturally, she denied such accusations but dared not make any solemn oaths. If the neighbors believed her to be complicit, she would surely become the target of scorn within the building. No amount of pride could bear such a stigma, thus, she resolved to disclose the truth, hoping her neighbors would not hold her child accountable. The resident of Unit 502, whose door had been pried open, rebuked her without mercy. Your son is 7 or 8 years old. He understands human speech. Did you not remind him not to go downstairs to play? I have children of similar age who play in the corridors and hallways every day, yet they have never opened the ventilation windows on our floor, knowing full well that doing so could invite danger. Your child is mischievous and often bullies other children. If you cannot discipline him properly, then keep him at home and prevent him from causing harm. It is not just your door that has been breached. You speak so lightly of not holding grudges. The arrival of the mistress of Unit 501 brought with it a palpable disdain for Juan Furong's character, and upon hearing her words, a wave of irritation washed over her. Your child is utterly unmanageable. I have warned him not to open the window recklessly, yet he continues to do so in secret. This clearly indicates his rebellious nature. If you cannot discipline him properly, he is bound to cause trouble in the future. We certainly do not wish to be endangered by your negligence. Juan Furong's displeasure was immediate, her eyes narrowing in indignation. My son is merely 8 years old. He is just a bit mischievous. How can you label him as a troublemaker and rebellious? It is entirely normal for a child of his age to lack understanding. Why do you persist in holding this against him? Even if my son had not opened the window, those individuals could still have broken in and caused havoc. To lay the blame for last night's incident at my son's feet is simply unacceptable. The occupants of 501 and 502 grew increasingly incensed. You cannot raise your son properly. He has done wrong, yet you wish to act as if nothing happened. We all reside in the same building, and your indifference could endanger us all. Do you possess no sense of responsibility? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? What makes you think I lack conscience? Juan Furong retorted, her voice rising in response. Meanwhile, hidden away in his room, Luo Zhoni fiddled with his Rubik's Cube, indifferent to the accusatory voices outside, his own frustration simmering within. Chapter 38. Dividing the territory and governing it. Bring your son out, Chyling said, his mind disinterested in their quarrel. What do you intend to do? He is but a child. You cannot frighten him. Juan Furong, fiercely protective of her son, was reluctant to let him face the situation. I will count to 3. Will you call him out? Chyling's patience with the potentially treacherous mother and son duo was waning. The threatening countdown brought Juan Furong to the brink of humiliation, her eyes reddening. Spare me the tears. I, Chyling, am indulgent only to my wife, and to no one else. With the final word, his voice rose by 2 degrees. Are you Chyling, hiding in the room? Was hastily pushed out by the nanny. Quickly, go apologize. The nanny, perceptive enough to understand the gravity of the situation, took it upon herself to handle this shameful task. Otherwise, she would face reprimand from her employer for failing to act. Are you Chyling emerged, his face clouded with displeasure. What is the big deal? It's just opening a window. It's not like the bad guys will break into our home. Juan Furong's expression shifted. She barely had time to cover her son's mouth. The residents of Unit 502 clenched their fists in indignation. Raising such a mischievous child was truly infuriating. Residents of Unit 501 regarded the mother and son duo with disdain. Chyling, arms crossed, looked down at the child and casually inquired, how do you know the bad guys want tea come to your house? Juan Furong attempted to stifle her son's response, but Chyling's icy glare silenced her. Sensing impending trouble, she tightened her grip on her son's hand, trying to signal him to remain silent. Yet, the boy, lacking any understanding, shrugged off her hand and protested, Mom, why are you holding me so tightly? With an air of impatience. He replied to Chyling, of course I know, they told me. In that moment, the weight of dread lifted, causing Juan Furong to feel faint. Even the nanny stared in disbelief. Oh, how could they possibly tell you? You cannot assist them in any way. Chyling raised an eyebrow. Leaving, are you Chyling feeling embarrassed? Who says I can't? I helped them open the window. It would be much easier for them to come in at night. They even promised me a box of instant noodles and a bag of chips. If you drive them away, then I won't receive my noodles and chips. And you must compensate me. At 7 or 8 years old, one would expect a child to have developed some sense of right and wrong. Yet, this boy clearly had not. He was brazenly demanding compensation for his misdeeds. Both Units 501 and 502 shook their heads in astonishment. Apart from a bemused chuckle, they were at a loss for words. With such a hopeless child, the mother was hardly any better. Arguing with them was a waste of breath. Chyling had no desire to educate someone else's child. He turned his cold gaze towards the visibly distressed Ing and ruthlessly declared, "The three of you shall not leave your home from today onward." If they wished to betray him, he would eliminate any possibility of their contact. As for when they might be allowed to emerge, that would depend on the circumstances. This punishment was necessary to quell public anger and establish order. Once the decision is made to maintain a semblance of tranquility, one must follow through with unwavering resolve. It is imperative not to show leniency simply because he is a child. This child is no ordinary one. He possesses a complete lack of discernment and moral compass. And the family that has raised such a child must bear the consequences of their failures. At this moment, Furong realizes that the situation has spiraled beyond control. The words and actions of her son surpass even her own expectations. The profound sense of sorrow is utterly foreign to her. The neighbors cast scornful glances, mocking her for her ineptitude in parenting, a shameful mark indelibly etched upon her, reducing her pride to ashes. However, Luo Zhengyi, filled with indignation, attempts to storm out in defiance, exclaiming his determination to leave. With a swift motion, Chu Yilong seizes him and hurls him onto the sofa 3 meters away, declaring in anger that he could easily throw him out of the window. Furong, in a panic, rushes to protect her son, crying out, "No!" Luo Zhengyi, taken aback by the suddenness of his airborne predicament, is struck by fear. He had assumed that the adults would not take such drastic measures against him, unaware that he could be treated like refuse. Though unharmed, he is left shaken by the stark disparity in strength. The previously furious expression on his face is replaced by trepidation as he realizes that adults can effortlessly dispose of him. Chu Yilong departs with the neighbor, who shares his disdain for idle chatter. 10 minutes later, the entrance to apartment 901 is barricaded with an assortment of furniture and appliances from the hallway. There is no escape. The troublemaker shall be confined within his own home to wreak havoc upon himself. The Fan family, upon learning the truth, is not particularly surprised. The boy's lack of virtue has been evident for some time. He has been bullying other children in the neighborhood, leaving a trail of distress in his wake. And his malevolence only seems to intensify with age. Lu Wanyun recalls the day she nearly fell down the stairs due to his antics. Her anger flaring, to raise such a morally bankrupt child and then accuse others of poor upbringing. Her face, perpetually adorned with makeup, is a disgrace. Fan Lin, caught mid-bite of a char siu bun, stares in disbelief. Lu Wanyan lightly taps her lips in self-reprimand, reminding herself not to let such individuals affect her appetite. Fan Lin, however, remains unfazed by the miscreant from 901, savoring her food with gusto. "I suspect the family cannot endure for much longer." That woman is exceedingly proud and refuses to conform, believing it sets her apart. While others stockpile supplies, she has not participated, and her resources must be dwindling. If Brother Long extends the duration of their punishment, they may very well starve within their own home. This could be considered a form of private confinement. Yet, at this moment, who truly cares? Allowing the miscreant from 901 to roam free would only invite further chaos. Given his current disposition, who can predict what other mischief he might undertake? For the safety of all, a unanimous decision is made to prohibit 901 from venturing outside. Even if law enforcement were to arrive, the collective will would render them ineffective. Fan Jiming, possessing some understanding of Chu Yilong, shakes his head, stating that while the building manager may appear strict, human life is the ultimate boundary. He would not allow anyone to starve to death. Fan Lin nestles on the sofa, scrolling through her phone while sipping milk, convinced that there is no need for mercy towards such a wicked child. Once the waters recede, chaos is likely to ensue. Our Building 8 may unwittingly become the target of many survivors, and should that wretched child be released, it is conceivable that they might harbor resentment and seek to cause further destruction. While Fan Jiming was still unpacking the deliveries, he remarked, "You are correct. It appears that we must prioritize our defenses following the withdrawal of the waters." Lu Wanyun set aside a packet of vegetable seeds she had just unpacked, saying, "I've noticed that in the past few days, people have been venturing out on wooden boards and hovercrafts, returning with supplies. The current seems less ferocious than before. This is indeed a positive development. The residents of Building 8, apart from a few families whose circumstances remain unclear, have stockpiled hundreds of pounds of food, including a considerable amount of coarse grains and dried provisions. If they ration their supplies judiciously, they could sustain themselves until mid or even late next year. However, one must not become complacent simply because they have ample food reserves. Moreover, the fact that Building 8 possesses a substantial stockpile has already come to the attention of others. And once the waters recede, they may very well be perceived as a granary by other survivors. Failing to prepare in advance could lead to a multitude of troubles, leaving them overwhelmed. Thus, When Chu Yilong approached to teach Fan Lin martial arts, the Fan family engaged in a more profound dialogue with him, having already contemplated the situation. Chu Yilong promptly asserted, "You are right. We can no longer afford to delay. We must strategize our layout." As the natural disaster has persisted, a significant portion of the populace has come to believe that the apocalypse is upon us, while some still cling to delusions of normalcy. Regardless of belief, the impending challenges must be addressed. A meeting was convened among the building leaders at the Fan residence to discuss potential issues they might face and to devise various solutions. Fan Lin's proposal for territorial governance received unanimous support during their discussions. It was at this moment that the framework for the autonomy of Building 8 began to take shape. Chapter 39. The zero-cost expedition. Had we known that you possessed both an inflatable boat and a powerboat, we would have orchestrated our mission much sooner. The ever-enthusiastic Zhuang Yusen rubbed his hands together in excitement. The fact that the Fan family owned such vessels was an unexpected revelation, igniting an insatiable desire to venture forth in search of resources. Fan Jiming elucidated, "The likelihood of flooding following a typhoon is exceedingly high. Hence, we urgently procured these boats. Regrettably, we were unable to stockpile sufficient fuel due to the pressing timeline. Our fuel reserves are limited to merely a few dozen liters. We refrained from informing you earlier about the torrential rains and raging currents, fearing that you might be tempted to undertake a perilous journey. I cannot bear the consequences should something go awry." No one questioned this reasoning, for it was indeed accurate. Previously, venturing outside could have proven fatal. They had witnessed individuals swept away by the merciless torrents. In any circumstance, life remains paramount. Without it, aspirations are rendered meaningless. The timing now appeared propitious. With the rain having ceased and all of them being proficient swimmers, they felt confident in their abilities. Zhuang Yusen was already soaring with anticipation. The prospect of a post-apocalyptic treasure hunt thrilled him. Zhou Iyo jested, "If the powerboat runs out of fuel after 10 kilometers, can you swim back? I can paddle back if need be. I'm not foolish. But even if I must swim, I fear no challenge." Such youthful exuberance was infectious. Chu Yilong shared in the buoyant spirits. "All right, let us venture out and strive to find more inflatable boats. The more hands we have, the better prepared we shall be." This time, Fan Lin did not lag behind, as they were headed to the outdoor supplies store where she had procured these watercraft. As the powerboat roared to life, not only the residents of Building 8 but also those from other blocks rushed to their windows in astonishment. To their disbelief, someone possessed a motorized powerboat, eliciting feelings of envy and admiration. The powerboat could accommodate 4 individuals, while the inflatable boat could hold 3. Zhuang Yusen's younger brother, Zhuang Yulin, Wei Dong, whose home in Unit 3 had been inundated, and Wu Sudong from Unit 802, all core believers in the apocalyptic narrative. The inflatable boat trailed behind the powerboat, utilizing its propulsion while steering clear of the collapsed high-rises, wary of potential debris that could damage the inflatable's underside as they navigated out of the community. Transformed into a waterlogged city, the South District was rendered virtually inaccessible without aquatic transport. Since the onset of this calamity, these individuals were embarking on their inaugural journey outside the community, witnessing the external devastation with unprecedented clarity. The structures that still stood above the water were not all intact. Many were in a state of ruin, a haunting sight of desolation. In the aftermath of the floods, survivors who had lost their homes were reportedly relocated to Shirxiu Mountain, situated to the east of the city, where the elevation approached 400 meters. The floods had only reached the mountain's base, making it the highest refuge from the deluge. In contrast, other low-lying areas were submerged to depths of 30 meters, with some floors of buildings entirely inundated. The vast majority of resources within the South District had been obliterated by the flooding, rendering the quest for supplies increasingly arduous. Moreover, the water was marred by the occasional grotesque sight of decomposing animal carcasses, including human remains, alongside a myriad of refuse both large and small. Both the pace of progress and the emotional state of individuals are profoundly affected. Although the residents have previously encountered numerous floating corpses within the community, they have only observed them from the confines of their homes. Now, confronted with the grim reality at such close proximity, the stench palpable in the air, the impact is undeniably different. Aside from Chu Yilong, Fan Lin, and Zhou Yiyo, the others cannot bear to look. Chu Yilong is taken aback by Fan Lin's composed demeanor, asking, "Aren't you afraid?" To which she replies, "I've mentally prepared myself. I'm managing." Her casual assertion makes the other burly men feel somewhat embarrassed. Faced with the bloated, decaying bodies, it is rather humiliating that a young girl maintains her composure better than they do. Realizing her unusual demeanor, Fan Lin hastily adds, "I employed a focal deception technique. I was really staring." This explanation brings a slight sense of equilibrium to the group, as they realize she was merely in a daze. Ha ha ha, at least it's not as embarrassing now. However, Chu Yilong cast her a skeptical glance. Her calmness does not seem feigned. The arrival of another speedboat diverts his attention. Fan Lin breathes a sigh of relief, momentarily letting her guard down. The newcomers, also a group of robust men, are towing 3 inflatable boats laden with supplies, clearly retrieved from the water. They are the residents of Building 8 warily. Some brandishing tang knives, others wielding iron rods, ready for confrontation. Their equipment is formidable. Yet, the occupants of Building 8 do not slow down and zoom past with determination. The burly men, poised for a fight, find themselves momentarily taken aback. They number only 4, and had the previous 7 attempted to forcibly seize their supplies. They would likely have suffered significant losses. Fortunately, that was not the case. Do they think we are highway robbers? Zhuang Yusin cannot help but chuckle. Fan Lin also feels a smile tugging at her lips. In the past, when she ventured out in search of supplies, she was the one hiding from others. Now, the sight of them instills caution in others. A towering figure indeed carries a certain intimidation. The outdoor equipment store is located on the first floor of a shopping mall, which has been submerged up to the 5.5 floors. Diving is necessary to locate the shop. Fan Lin produces a portable diving buoy, which includes a long flexible hose and a floating ball. With such diving apparatus, one can breathe underwater for an hour without the cumbersome burden of an oxygen tank. She explains that this is a new gadget from her previous diving escapades, although she possesses several of these devices. Acquired from a tech company's shipment intercepted at a logistics hub, it is not wise to elaborate further. Chu Yilong, a proficient diver, is the first to test this new contraption, shedding his outer garments and descending into the water armed with a crowbar and a hammer. The water is murky, obscuring visibility beneath the surface, leaving the group to wait anxiously at the water's edge. The mall, 7 stories tall, reveals that the 2.5 stories above water have likely been pillaged, yet Fan Lin decides against wasting time exploring. I'll accompany you, Zhuang Yusin and his brother declare in unison. The sibling rivalry to act as her protector elicits laughter from the others. Fan Lin, without a second thought, replies, all right. If you wish to join, let us go together. The 2 brothers, who serve as the dealers, bear a resemblance in their facial features, yet their physiques are strikingly different. The elder brother, robust from his boxing training, contrasts sharply with his slender younger sibling, who feels somewhat embarrassed by the teasing they receive. Their intentions are innocent. They merely wish to ensure that no young woman faces danger alone. I shall join as well, Wei Dong declared, as he untied the rubber boat from the speedboat, instructing those waiting to board the inflatable vessel. The quartet navigated the speedboat closer to the building, scaling through a window that had been forcibly opened by others, and entered the 6th floor of the mall. This level is dedicated to entertainment and leisure, featuring not only a cinema but also a VR experience center and various gaming arcades. The contents of the vending machines have been entirely stripped away, and the snack counter in the ticket booth is devoid of even a single kernel of popcorn. Indeed, there is a complete absence of food and drink. Even wooden items have been dismantled and taken, likely repurposed as fuel. Is there truly nothing to be gained? Not necessarily. Fan Lin discovered a restroom, from which she extracted an assortment of mops, cleaning buckets, and various cleaning agents and disinfectants stored within the small compartments. Once the water recedes, a thorough cleaning of the building will be imperative, and these supplies will prove invaluable. The men, initially disheartened, suddenly snapped their fingers in realization. How did we overlook this? Particularly Wei Dong, whose home had been flooded, exclaimed, "Ah, thank goodness for Lin. We must take this back. It will soon be needed." He hurriedly gathered the items, acknowledging the meticulous nature of the young woman, as they had been preoccupied with thoughts of food and drink. They collected 3 cleaning buckets, 7 or 8 mops and brushes of varying styles and conditions, along with cleaning and disinfecting solutions, and several boxes of sandalwood, all of which they carried away. A thorough search of the 6th floor yielded these few useful items. The 7th floor appeared to be an office area, but the group remained undeterred and ascended to explore further. Chapter 40. The Waterway Bandits. The 7th floor had been thoroughly ransacked, leaving even the wooden door frames of the offices in ruins. Each office stood devoid of its main door, facilitating easy entry. Desks were absent, plastic chairs lay overturned, and remnants of debris and litter blanketed the floor. Computers, copiers, and shredders languished in a corner, reduced to mere scrap. The tea room still housed some appliances, a coffee machine, a water dispenser, and even a refrigerator, but these items were now of little utility. However, in the numerous restrooms on the 7th floor, they discovered a dozen mops and several bottles of hand soap. It seemed their foray into the shopping center yielded only discarded bathroom supplies. They could only console themselves with the thought that it was better than nothing. Each of the 4 men carried a few mops down the stairs, and just as they were about to exit, Zhou Iyo called out to them from outside, loudly announcing, "Hey, come out. Brother Long has found something good." Where luck had faltered here, it flourished elsewhere, and the group instantly perked up. Let us go, they exclaimed, emerging with their collection of mops. They elicited laughter from Zhou Yiyo. Seriously? You've been in there all this time and found just these things? Zhuang Yusen, fearing that Fan Lin might be displeased, hastily explained, once the water recedes, these will prove invaluable, so don't look down on them. Ha ha ha, of course we value them. Anything useful is worth appreciating. Zhou Yiyo chuckled as he took the items and placed them onto the inflatable boat. He then informed them, Brother Long has found 5 inflatable boats and 12 rubber dinghies. The motors have water damage and are inoperative, but we can carry them back and see if they can be repaired. If they work, we'll find a way to gather more gasoline. Transporting supplies will become much easier. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with joy. With such a number of inflatable boats and rubber dinghies, they could assemble a considerable fleet capable of transporting substantial loads in one outing. The Zhuang brothers were particularly excited, eagerly rubbing their hands together. Let us see what else is down there. We'll haul it all up. More supplies meant more opportunities. Even if they were not edible or drinkable, the absence of food and drink did not equate to a lack of value. Returning to their previous location, they spotted Wu Sutting inflating the newly acquired rubber dinghies, with 2 already laden with items salvaged from the water. The group immediately sprang into action to assist. Chu Yilong dove in repeatedly to retrieve goods, quickly exhausting his strength and needing a moment to recover. They managed to salvage 3 sets of diving gear. With 3 individuals working together, their efficiency increased significantly. Fan Lin had intended to join them in the water, but was unanimously deterred by the others. With temperatures hovering around 12 to 13 degrees Celsius, even the men found the water chilly. And its murkiness posed greater risks to women's health. This was common sense that even those without wives understood. The consensus was clear. Fan Lin was not to enter the water, despite her diving skills. Reluctantly, she acquiesced, feeling a surge of emotion. In her previous life, when she scavenged for supplies with others, she had not been afforded such consideration. Her former peers would force her to be the first to test the stability of dilapidated structures, relegating the dirtiest and most arduous tasks to her. While the meager rations that fell into her hands were the least among them, she was enamored with the sense of belonging that came from their close-knit community, only to find herself cast out as a scapegoat. Yet, the neighbors in Building 8, whether motivated by basic decency or by the fact that their family had donated a speedboat and inflatable rafts, treated her with a degree of kindness that marked a significant improvement from her previous circumstances. It seemed that their family's efforts to survive in this post-apocalyptic world were proving fruitful. Zhuang Yusen, donned in diving gear, swiftly retrieved a batch of camping stoves and butane canisters. These items were invaluable, with the city's gas supply disrupted. They would need to rely on their own ingenuity for cooking. Are there many? Wu Sutting, who lived in the unit above Chu Yilong, inquired eagerly, although he felt disdain for the neighbor who had resorted to stealing other shoe cabinets for fuel. He also wished to spare him the fate of losing all his furniture to fire, now that they had located combustible materials. These items belonged to Building 8 and could be exchanged for points by those who desired them. Indeed, a clear and structured management system had been established for Building 8, wherein individual assets were calculated based on points earned through labor. The individuals who ventured out today were the first to earn points. Zhuang Yusen gestured to him, indicating that there was indeed a substantial quantity. There were more than 20 boxes of butane, along with alcohol stoves, alcohol blocks, and candles. They had also collected tents, backpacks, sleeping bags, various outdoor clothing and footwear, moisture-proof mats, climbing ropes, ice axes, rock hammers, field axes, binoculars, knives, jacks, spare fuel barrels, safety helmets, fishing gear, and more. Many of these items could be cleaned and reused, so nothing should go to waste. They even transported several folding bicycles from the store once the waters receded. These would become their primary means of transportation. After emptying the outdoor supply store, they filled several inflatable boats with their bounty. That should suffice. Let us head back with these items, Fan Lin suggested, glancing at her waterproof watch and realizing it was already 5 in the afternoon, which explained the darkening sky. The exhilaration of working tirelessly without the burden of cost was delightful, yet they were aware that greed could lead to peril, and returning too late would be unsafe. Only one speedboat was operational, capable of towing 3 boats laden with supplies, while the others would rely on human strength to paddle back. As a girl, Fan Lin naturally took the helm of the powered speedboat, while the others each managed a rowboat filled with provisions. Although this trip yielded no food or drink, there was no urgency among them. The consumables lay submerged beneath the water, inaccessible to the average person without watercraft and diving gear. With the harvest of the day, they were confident they could indulge in a substantial bounty of free goods. The future of Building 8 looked promising. This group, laden with their haul, navigated through the crumbling structures of South City, their spirits alight with excitement, yet their nerves remained taut. They had to be wary of potential robbers lying in wait for supplies, as well as the dilapidated buildings that could collapse at any moment after being battered by the floodwaters. They needed to return to their community before darkness fell. On their journey back, they encountered several small groups. Those with fewer members hesitated to target them, while the larger groups could not suppress their intentions. I see. Observed a multitude of inflatable boats and decided to seize a few. My companions, their eyes gleaming with fervor, rowed vigorously towards me. At the helm of the speedboat was a woman, whom I intended to outmaneuver first. The two inflatable boats, carrying 7 or 8 individuals, appeared to be on a quest for supplies, their vessels heavily laden and sitting low in the water. They positioned themselves in front of Fan Lin, effectively obstructing her path. "Hey there, sweetheart, you can't possibly haul all this away. Hand over the speedboat to your brother, and I shall assist you," one of them leered, his laughter echoing with vulgarity. The delicate beauty, possessing a figure of considerable allure, drew the lewd gazes of the men aboard the inflatable boats, who unabashedly exchanged crude remarks. Despite their numerical advantage, Fan Lin remained composed. Any sign of panic would only embolden them further. She decelerated, maintaining a distance of 6 or 7 meters from them. In a swift motion, she retrieved a dagger and a segment of titanium alloy pipe from her backpack. The pipe, designed with a telescopic structure, was both hefty and resilient. When fully extended, it measured a formidable 1 meter and 20 centimeters. Attaching the dagger transformed it into a lethal weapon, reaching a length of 1 meter and 50 centimeters. This item had been among the diverse assortment of goods unpacked from a delivery warehouse, which had taken 2 months to sift through, revealing an eclectic mix of items, many of which were unfamiliar. The telescopic titanium weapon, reminiscent of ancient long spears, had initially sparked curiosity about its intended use. Perhaps those accustomed to wielding traditional spears sought a more portable innovation, such as the vastness of the world, filled with wonders. After studying its assembly and usage, Fan Lin sharpened the dagger, and now it was time to put it to good use. In the chaos of waterborne combat, the advantages of a long weapon were evident. Meanwhile, her 8 companions, witnessing her interception, frantically paddled their boats forward. They understood all too well that if Fan Lin were to be captured, both the speedboat and their supplies would be lost, along with their very lives. Chapter 41. Returning home to relieve anxiety, Fan Lin navigated the speedboat with deliberate slowness, mindful to avoid forging too far ahead, as it could jeopardize those behind her in case of danger. Presently, her companions were not far behind, and with the titanium steel lance in her possession, she felt secure as long as she prevented anyone from boarding her vessel. Upon noticing the approaching inflatable boat team behind her, the adversaries wasted no time and surged forward to seize the speedboat. Fan Lin steadied herself, brandishing the titanium steel lance and thrusting it towards their rubber boat. "Damn it! Don't let that woman puncture our inflatable." The opponents frantically attempted to fend off her attacks with their paddles, causing their 2 obstructing boats to veer apart in a bid to evade. With her height of 1.5 meters plus the reach of her arms, nearly 2 meters, Fan Lin skillfully wielded the lance, thrusting it left and right to compel them to split and evade. She simultaneously denied them the opportunity to advance, knowing that any close encounter risked their inflatable being punctured. However, should they keep their distance, despite possessing knives, they could not reach the individuals on the speedboat. "Get over here and jump across. Let us see how many hands this wretched woman has to block us," they shouted. However, before they could leap, as the 2 inflatable boats parted, Fan Lin executed a swift 360-degree spin with her lance. Seizing the moment of their evasion, she bent down and twisted the throttle. The roar of the speedboat intensified, propelling her forward with a sudden burst. The resultant wave surged, rendering their inflatables unable to pursue. They watched helplessly as the speedboat, nearly within their grasp, slipped away beyond their reach. The pursuers who arrived shortly after witnessed Fan Lin's escape and collectively exhaled in relief. No longer hesitant to confront those who sought to seize their supplies, they swiftly encircled the adversaries. Chu Yilong deftly maneuvered the inflatable boat, directing the others to block their path. Although the occupants of the 2 inflatable boats coveted the supplies aboard the 6 boats, they were deterred upon seeing the robust figures of the 6, armed with knives and axes, initially venturing out in search of survival supplies. They reconsidered the risk of injury in a fierce skirmish, knowing that there were no hospitals available for treatment at this time. "Forget it. Let us head back. We've managed to gather something today," one suggested. Some valued their lives, realizing that engaging in a direct confrontation with a similarly sized group would inevitably incur losses. No one wished to be the one to pay that price. Thus, the occupants of the 2 inflatable boats, intimidated, hastily paddled away, retreating in disgrace, revealing their nature as bullies who preyed on the weak. Having successfully piloted the speedboat a distance away, Fan Lin circled back to her companions. "Lin, are you all right?" they inquired, paddling closer. "Don't worry, I'm fine, Fan Lin replied, raising the titanium steel lance. With this in hand, they feared their inflatable being punctured and didn't dare approach, allowing me to escape. Since the lance was now visible, there was no point in concealing it any longer. Zhuang Yulin, intrigued, remarked, I didn't see you with that earlier. With a smile, Fan Lin retracted the lance and disassembled the bayonet, showcasing its unique features. I had it stored in my backpack. It's something my cousin left at my home. Everyone finally came to a realization, filled with admiration. How impressive. With sheer strength, she repelled 7 or 8 burly men without a scratch. Truly a martial arts master. Huh, is this what constitutes a martial arts master? Fan Lin couldn't help but laugh. My master is right here. Please don't mock me. I merely had a stroke of luck. Had they not underestimated her, she might not have escaped so easily. With laughter, the crowd turned to praise Chu Yilong. Brother Long, please teach us too. If Lindsay can be so formidable, we ought to learn a thing or two. However, Chu Yilong did not believe that Fan Lin's bravery had anything to do with him. He shook his head and said, Lindsay has only trained in combat skills with me for a month. This time, it was her own cleverness that allowed her to evade danger, which is largely unrelated to me. If you genuinely wish to practice combat skills, I can teach you when the opportunity arises. It is commendable that everyone desires to strengthen their bodies and enhance their combat abilities, for that will provide more manpower when confronting nefarious forces in the future. After such tribulations, everyone was even more cautious on the return journey. Fan Lin also endeavored to slow her pace, keeping in step with the group. As the dim twilight enveloped the entire water city, they finally returned to their community. Upon seeing them return with a fleet of inflatable boats laden with supplies, the residents of Building 8 were filled with excitement. Many had already heard that the supplies they sought would be shared among everyone, though how they would be distributed was still unclear. The mere fact that they would all partake in the bounty had already stirred considerable enthusiasm. The crowd mingled in the 5th floor corridor, eagerly vying to assist. Everyone, please remain calm. These supplies will be utilized by all. They must be stored uniformly. Chu Yilong directed the residents of the building, instructing them to first carry the items up to the rooftop. Fan Jiming and Lu Wanan stood in the corridor, straining on tiptoe to catch a glimpse of their daughter. Upon spotting her on the assault boat, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lindsay, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Lu Wanan couldn't help but call out. As the waters receded slightly, Fan Lin stood beneath the 5th floor ventilation window, looking up to respond to her mother. Mom, I'm fine, really. Hearing that she was unscathed, and with her daughter's bright and cheerful voice, the couple finally felt at ease. Lindsay, you should climb up first. We can manage these supplies. Chu Yilong urged Fan Lin to return home. After being out for so long and encountering danger on the road, it was time for her to calm her nerves. Although he perceived that his disciple was capable, her parents needed reassurance. All right, I'll head in now. Fan Lin, not one to be overly assertive, felt it unnecessary to complete every task given the number of people in Building 8. She didn't possess such a spirit of self-sacrifice. Chu Yilong and Wu Saoting each took hold of one of her legs, effortlessly lifting her so she could climb through the 5th floor ventilation window. 10 inflatable boats laden with supplies were unloaded through the ventilation windows of 3 units as everyone worked together to carry all the items up to the rooftop. After returning home, Fan Lin took a warm shower and then prepared a delightful duck and hot pot feast, featuring lamb and tripe, complemented by mushrooms and radishes. The family gathered joyfully around the dinner table to enjoy their meal. As for the management of the supplies collected today, that responsibility would rest with the 3 building leaders. All supplies are stored in a waterproof covered area on the rooftop, with new locks installed on all 3 rooftop doors. Only the building manager possesses a key. Access to the rooftop is restricted to collective meetings, preventing others from entering freely. Remarkably, the residents of Building 8 have demonstrated exceptional resourcefulness, and by the following day, word spread that 2 motors had been repaired overnight. Consequently, Building 8 now boasts 3 fuel-powered speedboats. However, the fuel supply has dwindled, with over 10 liters consumed yesterday, leaving only 30 liters, insufficient to last more than 2 days. Thus, the urgent quest for fuel has become paramount. As dawn broke, another collective meeting was convened in Building 8, during which the specific management policies were outlined. The supplies that are recovered will not be distributed freely but will require individuals to earn points through labor, which can then be exchanged for desired items. Given the current flood situation, the opportunities for work are limited, but those eager to begin earning points may sign up. The building manager will select suitable individuals to venture out in search of supplies based on task requirements. This announcement sparked lively discussions among the residents. Some were willing to contribute, while others hesitated. Those inclined to act were often driven by a sense of urgency or limited resources at home. whereas those reluctant tended to cling to the hope of returning to a previous normalcy or simply exhibited a lack of motivation. Whether one wishes to participate or not is a matter of choice for now, but once the waters recede, evasion will no longer be an option for anyone. Chapter 42. Come, let us fight. After clarifying the management system, Chu Yilong inquired if anyone possessed portable fuel cans filled with spare gasoline. If so, they could directly exchange them for points. Currently, procuring gasoline from either vehicles or gas stations was exceedingly challenging. Both were submerged beneath the water, rendering any available fuel inaccessible. Upon hearing this, someone stepped forward to ask if gasoline could be exchanged for rice. Indeed, 1 liter of gasoline would equate to 15 points, while rice was tentatively set at 30 points for 1 pound. The points calculation would be published in a table, yet the exchange prices therein would not remain static. They would be adjusted according to the difficulty of acquiring resources. This was not difficult to comprehend. Naturally, that which is readily available is inexpensive, while that which is scarce is correspondingly costly. For instance, rice that once cost $3 per pound was once readily available. Now, even if offered $300 or even $3,000 per pound, it would not be sold. There exists a price without a market. Furthermore, do not bring up the previous price of gasoline at $9 or rice at $3, claiming that 1 liter of gasoline should be able to exchange for 3 pounds of rice. Whoever utters such nonsense is lacking in reason. Gasoline, while not consumable, is not entirely dispensable. However, in these times, rice has become a valuable commodity with a non-existent market. Without sustenance, even a tanker full of gasoline is of no use. The questioner was Zhang Jie from Unit 601, who stood timidly behind others, his gaunt features and evasive gaze betraying his discomfort. Zhou Yiyou glared at him. You fool. Do you regret it now? When I advised you to stock up, you were so arrogant in the group. Now that you realize the necessity of rice, where were you before? Exposed publicly by Zhou Yiyou, Zhang Jie's face flushed crimson, leaving him no choice but to bow his head in remorse. I was wrong. I did not heed your advice and foolishly spoke out of turn, and now I am reaping the consequences. My family has been tightening our belts, and we have burned through our furniture, leaving only the bed and dining table. We truly cannot endure any longer. I have a sealed can of gasoline in my vehicle, approximately 30 liters. You may take it, as that car has been submerged for 2 months and is of no use to me. Oh, so you are the arrogant one, Zhuang Yusen remarked, arms crossed, observing Zhang Jie with a hint of schadenfreude. Feeling embarrassed now? I was waiting for you to crack and cause a ruckus. Yet here you are, managing to endure without seeking help. Quite commendable, I'll give you that. This mockery only deepened Zhang Jie's humiliation. His pride was worthless. His family, including his parents and girlfriend, were reduced to 1 meager meal of porridge a day, all of them suffering from hunger. To avoid being a burden, he now possessed no semblance of posture. I am too ashamed to ask for help. I would rather go hungry than trouble you all. I implore you, considering my admission of fault, to exchange some rice for me. Furthermore, I wish to join you in seeking resources to earn points. I promise to work diligently and will not slack off. He raised his hand as if to swear. The brashness of his former self entirely vanished. Whether rice could enhance one's intelligence is uncertain, yet it undoubtedly aids in emotional intelligence. Chu Yilong waved his hand dismissively. No need for oaths. Your regret is evident. Please provide me with your vehicle's location and license plate number. Once I obtain the gasoline, I will exchange it for food. However, such a frail body is ill-suited for venturing out in search of resources. It would be wise to eat for a couple of days and restore your strength first. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jie, despite his weakened state, asserted, I can manage. I still have strength. With little food left at home, he yearned to begin working sooner to accumulate points, allowing him to exchange for enough provisions to satiate his family. Chu Yilong, disinterested in further debate, turned to Fan Lin, who stood a short distance away, and said, Lin, why don't you challenge him? What? Are we going to fight? The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide. Even Zhang Jie was taken aback. Fan Lin, undeterred, approached Zhang Jie and inquired, will you strike first, or shall I? Zhang Jie was at a loss for how to respond, feeling both embarrassed and angry. It was one thing to be denied participation, but to be humiliated by a young girl felt excessively harsh. After all, he was still a man. Chu Yilong spoke calmly when searching for resources. One may encounter robbers along the way. Without sufficient strength and capability, you risk injury or even death. Assess your own abilities before volunteering, if misfortune befalls you. Do not blame others. We are all merely striving together for a better existence. Upon hearing this, those who had been eager to join began to hesitate. Zhang Jie, feeling ashamed yet somewhat composed, recognized the truth in the leader's words. He had gone for an extended period without food, losing at least 20 pounds. His physical condition was indeed not what it once was. In the event of an encounter with robbers, he would certainly be at a disadvantage compared to others. Still, summoning a young girl to challenge him felt like an underestimation of his capabilities. A tiger, even when emaciated, is not to be mistaken for a meerkat. Unyielding, Fan Lin acted without delay, launching an attack. Zhang Jie quickly dodged. What kind of a fight was this against a girl? Yet, in the next moment, he found himself swept off his feet by a well-executed kick from Fan Lin, only to be pinned down with her knee pressing against his back and her arm constricting his neck. Gasping for breath, he realized that while his hands were free, he lacked the strength to retaliate. With your current state, easily toppled and incapable of resistance, you would meet your demise outside, Fan Lin stated, releasing her hold and standing up. The entire exchange lasted no longer than a few seconds. Everyone, except for Chu Yilong, was astonished, including Zhua Jiming, who stared in disbelief. Was his daughter truly this formidable? She had effortlessly brought down a grown man with the grace of autumn leaves falling from trees. Zhang Jie, embarrassed, rose to his feet. Even if his lack of preparedness contributed to his defeat, being subdued by a young girl underscored his vulnerability. I will return to eat and work on my physical fitness. Despite the humiliation, he recognized that this lesson was meant to open his eyes to reality and prevent him from recklessly seeking danger. It was ultimately for his own good. It seemed he had indeed been weakened by hunger. Zhuang Yusin gazed at Fan Lin in astonishment. You've only trained with Brother Long for a month, and you're already this skilled? Is martial arts truly this remarkable? The boxing training I undertook did not yield such rapid results. Fan Lin chuckled softly, stating, It is not my prowess that prevails. Rather, it is his weakness from hunger that allowed me to easily overcome him. Once he has had his fill over the next few days, I might not stand a chance. Is that truly the case? Indeed it is. The onlookers, while acknowledging the logic in their exchange, could not overlook the agility exhibited by the young woman, which unmistakably indicated her considerable abilities. This was precisely the reason why Chu Yilong had intentionally allowed Fan Lin to showcase her skills. The Fan family had declared that henceforth, Fan Lin would partake in all external missions, while her parents would remain behind to safeguard their home. Although it was unclear why the family had made such an arrangement, especially considering that Fan Jiming was in the prime of his life and should ostensibly be the one undertaking the more arduous tasks. Protecting his daughter instead, Fan Lin's commendable performance in her inaugural outing rendered any objections moot. Nonetheless, the missions were predominantly male-oriented, leading to potential dissent among the men regarding a young woman accompanying the team, fearing she might become a liability. Moreover, other women might feel envious, questioning why she was permitted to participate while they were not. Engaging in this scuffle served to silence any naysayers. Even if there was an element of taking advantage of Zhang Jie's weakened state due to hunger, Fan Lin's display of skill signified that she was hardly inferior to her male counterparts. Other women would have to remain silent, for if they possessed the capability, they too could fell a formidable man before voicing their opinions. Fan Lin comprehended Chu Yilong's intentions and naturally chose to align herself with them. Chapter 43. Refusal to be requisitioned today. 14 individuals ventured out in search of supplies, a number that has doubled since yesterday. They brought along 3 motorized boats and 13 inflatable rafts. Chu Yilong and Zhuang Yusin dove into the underground parking garage to locate Zhang Jie's vehicle, prying it open to retrieve a barrel of gasoline. With this single barrel, if used sparingly, they could sustain themselves for 3 days. The 15 pounds of rice destined for Zhang Jie was initially provided by the Fan family, with the promise to replenish their stock from the resources at Building 8 later. Zhang Jie, who had been harshly confronted by reality, was left with nothing but gratitude towards the Fan family. According to their plan, the priority today was to locate heavier cargo to avoid the arduous task of manual transportation once the waters receded. The flotilla from Building 8, led by 3 motorboats, created a commotion as the engines roared, reverberating throughout the entire community. Having witnessed a single motorboat and an inflatable raft yesterday was already a source of envy. Today's multitude left them unable to count, their eyes nearly popping with jealousy. What extraordinary fortune resided in Building 8. Not only did they possess ample supplies, but also an impressive array of watercraft, ensuring their future sustenance. Conversely, others struggled to secure even the most basic necessities, lacking even a large basin for water. It was infuriating to witness such disparity. The residents of Building 9, who were the most observant, exhibited a spectrum of emotions, some green with envy, others consumed by jealousy, and a few gnashing their teeth in resentment. A failed attempt to pry open a door could be followed by another, and this time, they would gather more people to unite in their efforts. They were determined to seize the abundant resources and rafts of Building 8. Behind the windowsill, many pairs of eyes greedily fixated on the flotilla. They were resolute. They would venture out and claim Building 8 as their granary. The residents of Building 8 were acutely aware of the covetous gazes upon them, prompting them to enhance their vigilance. At the most accessible windows along the corridor, 5 or 6 individuals stood guard even during the day. The fifth-floor residents took great care, rarely opening their windows, and if ventilation was necessary, someone would always keep watch. Should anyone approach by swimming, the fruit knife tied to a mop handle would not hesitate to defend. Thanks to the heightened awareness of the residents of Building 8, the leaders felt secure enough to lead their teams in search of supplies. Today's target was a wire mesh factory located to the north of the southern city. The razor wire would be essential for constructing protective barriers once the floodwaters receded. It was heavy and dangerous to transport by hand. However, with the inflatable rafts, they could facilitate waterborne transport. Yet, before that could occur, they needed to find protective coverings for the rafts to prevent the razor wire from causing any damage. The group exited the community and, relying on their memories, paused at a nearby commercial street where buildings remained standing. Chu Yilong and the Zhuang brothers donned their diving gear and descended in search of materials. After 15 minutes, the trio emerged, clutching a bundle of dripping wet curtains. They quickly wrung out the excess water and placed 2 thick curtains on each raft, making their way north towards Water City. The commotion created by this flotilla attracted attention along their route, even prompting an official patrol boat to approach and inquire. Upon learning that they were residents of Zijin Garden, the officials requested the surrender of 2 motorboats and 5 inflatable rafts to assist in evacuating residents from dangerously unstable structures. Chu Yilong was once a member of the establishment, possessing a certain level of awareness. However, these resources were not solely his to control. Fan Lin could discern the turmoil he was experiencing. She stated directly, "I own an outdoor goods store, and these boats are the last of my stock. They are my personal property. You cannot simply requisition them without my consent." The other party expressed their dissatisfaction with her stance, deeming her overly selfish, especially in light of the devastation that had befallen Nen City. The surviving residents should, they argued, exhibit compassion. By donating these boats, she could enable assistance for more survivors, a sentiment that ought to resonate within every citizen. Unmoved, Fan Lin countered, "Many in our community are starving due to the government's cessation of aid. Where is your compassion in distributing life-sustaining food to them?" She continued, "I am aiding my immediate neighbors, who are also survivors. I believe my sense of duty is no less than yours." The other party was momentarily rendered speechless. With resources scarce and no further aid allocated to the community, they found themselves at an impasse. "With so many boats at your disposal, can you not spare a few? We need them for rescue efforts, as we are genuinely lacking in waterborne transport." This time, their approach was devoid of moral coercion, adopting a more conciliatory tone. "Not today. However, if you require assistance, come to Building 8 of Zijing Haoyuan tomorrow, and I can donate 3 inflatable boats to you. Only 3, as the rest are for our own use. As for the motorboats, they are non-negotiable unless you can offer gasoline in exchange. I might reluctantly part with 1, but I doubt you would agree." "Only 3? Yes, just 3. If you want them, come by tomorrow to collect them," Fan Lin concluded, signaling her companions to depart swiftly. "Hurry, it might rain soon. We need to leave." Initially fearing the loss of half of their boats, the group found relief in Fan Lin's negotiation, as they only needed to part with 3, and that would be tomorrow. A collective sigh of relief echoed among them as they hurried away, keen to avoid any forced requisition. It was absurd. For survivors, the concept of awareness is something that one can only possess after securing their own sustenance. With so many in the community suffering from hunger, attempting to lecture them on awareness would surely earn one a barrage of disdain. Ensuring the well-being of oneself before that of the community was Fan Lin's priority. The notion of self-sacrifice, she believed, was something only her parents could inspire her to embrace. For others, it was of no concern to her. On the route to the wire mesh factory, Chu Yilong remained contemplative and silent. Fan Lin, seated behind, sensed his mood but paid it no mind. Should Chu Yilong feel she had overstepped her bounds by making decisions on behalf of everyone, she would not concede any wrongdoing. Had she not taken the initiative, given Chu Yilong's disposition, he might have sacrificed the interests of Building 8 in pursuit of some lofty ideal. She was unwilling to allow that to transpire. Her heart was small, confined to the needs of Building 8. She felt she was already quite generous, otherwise. She would only care for her immediate family of 3. Upon reaching the vicinity of the wire mesh factory, they beheld a vast expanse of water, with only a few taller buildings protruding above the surface. Such factories typically featured single-story structures with corrugated steel roofs. Even in the event of an earthquake, locating items within would not pose much difficulty. The family possesses an orchard, and a resident who previously purchased barbed wire here carefully discerned the direction before indicating a rough location. Whether they can accurately locate it depends on their efforts in the water. Chu Yilong and the three brothers of the Zhuang family descended into the water, while the others remained above, waiting. Let us venture over there, Fan Lin suggested, pointing towards a nearby building rooftop. On the edge of that rooftop, two discernible characters hung limply, reading apartment. This is likely a self-built structure repurposed into rental apartments, with many such buildings scattered throughout the area, some towering 6 or 7 stories high, while others are 4 or 5. However, following the earthquake, few buildings have survived. Those that remain are mostly submerged. Only a handful of structures protrude above the water's surface, all bearing the marks of flooding, suggesting they are uninhabited. Rather than wasting time waiting here, it would be more prudent to take the opportunity to search for any salvageable items. It is a rare outing, and one should not let the chance slip by. Chapter 44. Our own sanctuary. Fan Lin piloted the speedboat, accompanied by 3 inflatable rafts and several individuals. Swiftly arriving at the front of the building, they first inspected the structure for any signs of tilting or cracks, ensuring safety before entering. The exposed top floor had once been submerged, but now the water level receded to the windows of the penultimate floor. The speedboat approached the wall, and the towering Wei Dong utilized hydraulic shears to sever the aluminum alloy bars of the security window, allowing the glass window to swing open with a gentle push. One by one, they climbed into the room. Inside, traces of water damage marked the floor. However, the inundated area was shallow, approximately 30 to 50 centimeters deep, and the furniture remained mostly intact. Fan Lin ventured into the kitchen and discovered that most of the items were still present. Such self-built homes often relied on canister gas, which was cumbersome to transport during an evacuation, leaving it behind. Upon noticing a gas canister, Wei Dong's eyes gleamed with excitement. He joyfully shook the canister and then twisted the knob of the gas stove, igniting a flame with a satisfying pop. The presence of fire indicated that there was still gas inside, and even a little would be worth taking. The kitchen also contained various condiments, which Fan Lin had in abundance, but others may not. Take everything useful, she urged. Wei Dong happily gathered the kitchen seasonings into a plastic basin. They did not forget to collect mops, brooms, and toilet cleaning supplies, having learned from experience. As for the wooden furniture, it was all to be dismantled and brought back for firewood. Those who emerged were individuals with a survival mindset. They understood that the gas in their homes would eventually run out. In the second-tier city of Nan City, the mountains surrounding the urban area were at least 10 kilometers away, making the search for firewood challenging once the gas was depleted. The wooden furniture before them was readily available firewood, and they could not afford to overlook it. This floor contained 10 apartments, aside from 3 rooms with empty gas canisters. The remaining 7 still had gas. They filled 3 plastic barrels with seasonings and even discovered some dried goods left behind by previous occupants, such as mushrooms, beans, red dates, and flower tea. They dismantled all the curtains and packed away any clothes, quilts, and shoes found there. This area of self-built homes likely housed many more gas canisters, though Fan Lin was uncertain if those submerged in water could still be used. It can be used, Wu Su Ting, who was chopping a wooden bed, informed her. When the gas canister's valve is closed, it remains sealed and is less susceptible to water damage. We can devise a way to retrieve them and test them. Oh, that is wonderful. Fan Lin felt a sense of relief. This meant she would no longer have to pretend that her gas at home had also run out and endure the laborious task of chopping wood in the mountains with the others. While they were busy collecting useful supplies from the self-built homes, the team searching for razor wire finally located their destination. 8 buildings required at least 150 rolls of razor wire for perimeter security, and these heavy items made of steel wire and blades were no light burden. After finding the materials, the 3 immediately bound them with climbing ropes, securing 5 rolls together per rope, and prepared 30 bundles. With the ropes in hand, they emerged from the water, triumphant. That's enough. Haul it up, Zhu Yilong instructed as he passed the rope to those waiting in the inflatable raft. The group hurriedly began the task, pulling each bundle up one by one to avoid tangling the ropes. What about Lindsay and the others? Zhu Yilong noticed the absence of a few individuals and promptly inquired. Zhou Eo chuckled and informed him, they have gone over there to scrape the surface. Zhu Yilong turned his gaze towards the rooftops peeking out of the water, intrigued. I shall go take a look, he declared, swimming over directly. Upon witnessing them busily chopping furniture inside, he retrieved an axe from the speedboat moored outside. This tool, having amassed dozens from outdoor supply stores, proved quite practical. However, Wei Dong, upon seeing him enter, instructed him to dive down and collect gas canisters, suggesting there were likely many more beneath. Oh, that is essential, Zhu Yilong responded. Elated by the prospect of gathering gas canisters, he immediately called for the 2 brothers from the Zhuang family to assist, those capable of diving submerged to retrieve the canisters, taking only those that still had gas after testing. Eventually, the inflatable boat they brought back was filled to the brim with supplies. The return journey captured even greater attention. Unlike yesterday, when they had to paddle and could not wield weapons to intimidate, they now sat in the speedboat, each person, aside from the helmsman, brandishing a glinting axe. Anyone daring enough to approach would do well to reconsider their stance. With a dozen burly men wielding axes, who would dare provoke them? This was on water, not land, where expeditions for supplies typically involved small groups. Despite the envious glances directed their way, none dared to confront this formidable crew, which boasted several inflatable boats. Zhuang Yulin, now grasping an axe instead of a sword, observed it thoughtfully. "Brother Long, can we have a name for our group?" he asked aloud. "A name?" Chui Long, piloting the boat, did not turn around, expressing his disapproval. "What sort of name? We are not a military unit." Although they had formed a loose alliance, they were not raising a banner of rebellion. Yet, Zhuang Yulin, brimming with enthusiasm, suggested, "Let us call ourselves the Axe Gang. From now on, we shall venture forth with our axes, and others will surely think twice before challenging us." Uft. Fan Lin could not help but burst into laughter. "The Axe Gang? We are not a criminal syndicate, my brother." The others joined in the mirth, unable to stifle their chuckles. Why on earth would you plagiarize that? 19-year-old Zhuang Yulin, though not born in the era of Stephen Chow's peak fame, was nonetheless an avid admirer of this heavyweight figure in Hong Kong cinema. Scratching his head, he laughed sheepishly. "I just think it fits us perfectly to wield axes in this apocalypse." Fan Lin shook her head in disbelief, making a gesture towards Zhuang Yulin as she teasingly shot him a look, narrowing her eyes and blowing a soft whistle. "If someone possesses that, they could eliminate you in an instant. Do not let your axe go to your head," she mockingly scolded. "In the apocalypse, cold weapons may effectively intimidate civilians, but are of little use against thugs who can be far more ruthless. As for those with a bit of skill or backing, before you even raise your axe, their bullets might have already pierced you. One must never be careless in this world." Upon hearing Fan Lin's words, Chu Yilong's brow furrowed slightly, contemplating her insight. The laughter and chatter of those behind him seemed to fade into the background, until someone inquired, "Long Go, the government will establish shelters, right? What if we from Building 8 want to leave?" The news of the official shelters had yet to be announced. However, Chu Yilong was confident that the nation would indeed create protective spaces, refusing to disregard the welfare of its citizens. The absence of information did not equate to a lack of action on the part of the government. Chu Yilong expressed his thoughts. "Even if there are shelters, we should not idealize them too much. We have food and housing. We can cultivate our own land. It is inconceivable that we would fare worse than those who seek refuge in shelters." Fan Lin concurred, remarking, "Why would anyone forsake a 3-bedroom apartment to crowd into a shelter? That would be sheer folly. Furthermore, government shelters are not charitable institutions. They would not indefinitely sustain survivors without requiring labor in return. It is more beneficial for us to labor for ourselves, transforming Building 8 into our own sanctuary." This sentiment resonated with others, as Monday Yu expressed his agreement with applause. Establish our own sanctuary. What they were currently undertaking was indeed a step in that very direction. The words ignited a fervor among them, as most men harbored ambitions of accomplishing great feats. Pioneering and exploration offered a sense of fulfillment and challenge. Observing her spirited neighbors, Fan Lin's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling with delight. Excellent. They had taken another step forward. Chapter 45. The drafty cotton-padded jacket Building 8 deployed a considerable number of inflatable boats, bringing back an abundance of supplies. The other residents of Zijinghao Yuan looked on with envy, even some swimming over in hopes of borrowing a boat to search for resources. This time, Fan Lin did not object, but instead proposed a rental arrangement, insisting that the boats could not be lent out for free. To prevent these individuals from feeling entitled to use the supplies of Building 8 without any obligation, Chu Yilong had already noticed Fan Lin's strong sense of caution towards others. Even though he taught her martial arts and their families grew closer, he could still sense her firm boundaries. This was not necessarily a negative trait. He simply did not understand how such a young girl could be so astute in her dealings. Previously, when the authorities sought to requisition their inflatable boats, he had hesitated, torn between his unwillingness to part with more than half of their fleet and his inability to find a valid reason to refuse. However, Fan Lin effortlessly dismissed the officials with a few remarks. He could see that even if they were denied a single boat, it would not significantly impact them, as they had already been thoroughly chastised by Fan Lin. In contrast, he found himself hesitant due to his past profession, leading to some self-reflection afterward. He bore no ill will towards Fan Lin for her decisive actions. Undoubtedly, her solutions were exceptionally appropriate. The authorities could not forcibly requisition her personal property. She voluntarily donated 3 inflatable boats, fulfilling her civic duty, thus preventing any further claims on Building 8's boats. Moreover, They were utilizing these boats to assist other survivors, such as now, by renting out the inflatable boats and collecting supplies as rental fees, which benefited all parties involved. Building 8 could not allow their neighbors to become ravenous wolves. Living in an environment surrounded by predatory instincts offered no comfort. The residents, striving to survive without resorting to moral coercion or intimidation, were very supportive of this approach. As for the amount of supplies collected as rent or how to discern whether the renters were malicious groups, Fan Lin left those considerations aside. After spending most of the day outdoors, her raincoat soaked through, she was eager to return home for a warm bath. Fan Jiming assisted in unloading supplies onto the rooftop while Lu Wanyan accompanied her daughter back home. "Are you hurt?" was the familiar question. Fan Lin, exasperated, twirled around and replied, "No, I'm perfectly fine." Lu Wanyan playfully swatted her backside, saying, "As long as you're well, because if you get hurt, I want to let you go out again." Their family had no need for Fan Lin to exhaust herself searching for supplies. It was merely a ruse to make it appear that the Fan family, like everyone else, relied on points to exchange for resources. Moreover, the current opportunity to earn points by gathering supplies was at its peak. Pioneers should receive certain privileges, otherwise, who would be motivated to contribute? Even altruism requires some form of return. Future points would not be so easily earned. A little hardship now could lead to lasting happiness. After reassuring her mother, Fan Lin hurried to the bathroom for a bath. Upon returning home, when Fan Jiming learned that Chu Yilong had rented out all 10 inflatable boats to residents of the neighboring buildings for resource gathering, Fan Lin was at a loss for words. Fortunately, he had the foresight to reserve the assault boat and the 3 inflatable boats intended for the authorities the following day. Before darkness fell, they were to return, with 2 or 3 hours available, ample time for them to scavenge for supplies nearby. The initial intent was merely to borrow a few hours, which relieved Fan Lin, as it would not impede their journey the following day. In the vicinity, there were shopping centers, a farmer's market, and office buildings. As long as they were willing to take the risk, they could surely find provisions. The residents of Building 8, emboldened by their possession of an inflatable boat, hastily searched the surrounding area, hoping to leave resources for the nearby survivors, enabling them to sustain their lives. However, when matters are perceived as simple, they often become complex. As dusk approached, 7.5 rubber boats returned. The half boat was due to one that had deflated and lost its shape. Some discovered supplies only to be robbed, resulting in goods falling into the water, and individuals plunging in as well. Those who could swim assisted in bringing them back. One punctured boat was also retrieved. Originally, they had ventured out in search of food, but instead of finding supplies, they lost lives. The wife who lost her husband could not bear the blow and, clutching her child, leaped from the rooftop. The only elder left at home succumbed to a heart attack. Thus, the entire family was lost. At 8:30 in the evening, Zhu Yilong, with a grave expression, knocked on the Fan family's door. Upon hearing the news, Fan's father and mother shared a sense of melancholy. Lu Wanyan particularly connected this incident to her own past despair when she had jumped into floodwaters, her complexion paling. In this lifetime, she vowed to remain by her daughter's side, never to forsake her for anyone or anything. Seeking supplies inherently carried risks. Misfortune could not be blamed on anyone. Fan Lin displayed little emotional fluctuation. She held her mother's hand, gently massaging it in an attempt to alleviate her mother's distress. Sensing her daughter's concern, Lu Wanyan grasped her daughter's hand in return, her eyes beginning to redden. Fan Jiming noticed his wife's unusual demeanor but felt unable to speak in front of outsiders. He nodded in agreement with his daughter's words. This incident was an accident, unrelated to them, and there was no need for guilt. Zhu Yilong's visit was rooted in his own unease. Renting inflatable boats to other residents was done with good intentions. Yet it resulted in the tragic loss of an entire family, and it appeared that 2 boats would not be returned. They had paddled away. It was said that upon borrowing the boats, they did not immediately set out for supplies, but returned to their own building to take their wives and children with them. They must have found a better refuge, prompting them to abandon their homes here. Of the 10 boats borrowed, only 7.5 returned, for lives were lost, and 2 families fled. Coupled with his mishandling of the government's requisition of the boats, Zhu Yilong began to doubt his capabilities. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Fan Gu, I feel I am insufficiently thorough in my dealings. Perhaps you should take over as the building manager while I assist you." "What? That's out of the question." The 3 members of the Fan family were momentarily taken aback. Fan Lin was particularly bewildered. Was he suggesting that he should become a subordinate? If Long Gu could not shoulder the responsibility, then their family's hopes of survival would surely be dashed. "Dragon, you are truly remarkable. Not only do you possess formidable strength, but your ideals are also commendable. When it comes to enlightenment, none can rival you. Furthermore, You approach tasks with decisiveness and adhere to established principles. If not for you, the 8th building would have descended into chaos long ago. Do not underestimate your worth. Indeed, it is essential for you to serve as the building leader. My father is inadequate. He lacks both literary and martial prowess, embodying the essence of an elderly man, excelling only in the art of dining. He is unfit for such a significant role as the building leader and would be better suited assisting you. Truly, the position is rightfully yours. With fervent praise, I also jest at another's expense. In pursuit of our dreams, we harness every ounce of our strength. Zhu Yilong chuckled at the initial remarks, but upon hearing the latter part, he burst into laughter. He shook his head and glanced at Fan Jiming, who, in the candlelight, gazed at his daughter with a look of disbelief. What does it mean that at 46, he is considered half an old man? Such words strike a chord. Zhu Yilong could not contain his laughter. Ha 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 ha. Brother Fan, it seems your daughter's cotton-padded jacket is rather drafty. What kind of daughter speaks of her father in such a manner? It's simply outrageous. However, Fan Lin was discreetly signaling to her father, Dad, for the sake of our dreams, please overlook my words. Fan Jiming, caught between laughter and frustration, shot her a glance, exclaiming internally at his ungrateful daughter. Lu Wanyan also playfully tapped her daughter on the head, admonishing, when did you become so loquacious? Must you always disparage your husband? Fan Lin, in a moment of self-reflection, made a comical face. She was compelled to perform beyond her usual capabilities. After all, it is no easy feat to find a supportive figure. Chapter 46. Universal zero-cost purchases. After visiting the Fan family, Zhu Yilong managed to regain his confidence, which had been shaken by a series of events. The apocalyptic world is inherently abnormal, governed by the principle of survival of the fittest. Inevitably, some individuals will be cast aside by the harsh realities of life. The 4 lives lost are burdens he need not carry. He also need not dwell on the 2 inflatable boats taken away. From this point forward, he must abandon his previous way of thinking and strive to make decisions that align with the current environment. This is what requires his careful contemplation. He-shin awaited her husband's return, lighting a homemade oil lamp. Upon seeing him enter the house, she rushed to greet him with a gentle inquiry. Where have you been? The fact that his wife was waiting at the door stirred a sense of guilt within Zhu Yilong. I went to the Fan family. There's no need for you to worry. Her face still bore signs of concern. The matter of lives lost, 1 death or the demise of an entire family of 4, was tied to their rental of 8 inflatable boats. Should a tragedy occur, it would lead to utter devastation. Although it was not their fault, any reasonable person would feel a pang of unease, contemplating whether things might have turned out differently had they not agreed to lend the boats. She was aware that her husband bore a burden in his heart about this. No, they were quite understanding. After all, this is the apocalypse. Such disasters are bound to eliminate many, and we must learn to adapt to the cruelty of this world. Zhu Yilong internally agreed with this rational analysis of the Fan family. Indeed, adaptation requires time. Hearing this, He-shin exhaled in relief. Their clarity of thought truly set them apart from the majority. Their family possesses an open-minded attitude and a long-term perspective. Their foresight in dealing with calamities far exceeds our own. Thankfully, they were there. Otherwise, their current lives would likely be fraught with turmoil. Indeed, had they not raised the issue of disaster supplies in the group, had they not reminded you to maintain order, our building would have been as chaotic as Building 9, with no stability whatsoever. Perhaps, given your character, you would have resisted all that was wrong, leading to a life of constant anxiety. Winning would mean fearing retaliation, while losing would bring suffering to the entire family. How could life be as comfortable as it is now? The Fan family is truly our benefactor, the couple exclaimed in unison. Meanwhile, Fan Lin, who had climbed into bed to continue watching a series, was oblivious to the significant conversation taking place in her home that evening. The following morning, a rowboat made of iron appeared at Zijinghao Yuan. After a fortnight, official personnel finally returned. Unfortunately, they were not there to distribute relief supplies. They had come to collect the inflatable boats, the 3 boats mentioned the previous night, as someone had been sent to retrieve them. Despite having lost 1 boat to damage and another missing, Zhu Yilong dutifully handed over the 3 intact boats to the officials. Thank you. We hope you endure. We will strive to communicate with the higher authorities, and once a new aid plan is established, we will promptly inform you. The officials stated in a manner that offered little hope as Zhu Yilong watched them depart. Behind me, the idle neighbors expressed their regret. Yesterday, 2 kayaks were stolen, and 1 was damaged. Now 3 more have been given away. Our building has suddenly lost 6 kayaks, which significantly hampers our ability to transport supplies. In my opinion, we should not have given or rented them out. Why should our building's possessions benefit others? Indeed, why should they profit at our expense? The more they borrow and give away, the less we can transport back each day. This is an egregious loss, one that directly affects our building's interests. There are plenty of individuals who merely chatter but contribute nothing. As Fan Lin, impeccably dressed and carrying her backpack, overheard these comments, she felt a wave of discomfort. The kayaks are not theirs. Why do they all act as if they are in charge? They lament the interests of our building. Who actually brings those interests back? Those who exert no effort, yet wish to assume leadership roles. Where is their dignity? Did they oversleep this morning? Those who lead comfortable lives, idly chatting all day, appeared sheepish when Fan Lin confronted them. We're merely voicing concern that your belongings might be taken, someone muttered. You need not worry. The items are retrieved under the leadership of the building head. Whether they are given or lent is determined by the head. What right do you have to dictate here? Do you only know how to eat and chatter without ever closing your mouths? Last night, she nearly considered retreating. What if these incessant voices irritated her to the point of wanting to abandon her duties? The building head's position is unassailable, starting from her. With a few sharp words, she dispersed the crowd. Chui Long found amusement in watching Fan Lin assert herself. She must not have slept well the previous night, as she was quite fiery this morning. Come on, it's time to leave. He beckoned. He paid no heed to the comments made by those women. They were merely bored individuals, trapped in the building, seeking to assert their existence by creating trivial issues. He had neither the time nor inclination to engage with them. However, Fan Lin did not consider this a trivial matter. Who gave them the audacity to chatter so freely, wishing to dictate public matters before anything had even occurred? Brother Long. Our building does not require the meddling of community committee members, Fan Lin remarked as she boarded the inflatable boat. Wu Sutting, who was fueling the boat, agreed. Indeed. We do not need them. It infuriates me to feel as though we are working for them while they criticize us without lifting a finger. Seeing his companions displeased, Chu Ilong could not remain indifferent. Fine, if they continue to prattle, they shall be ignored. He was not one to be trifled with. Yesterday, someone claimed he was well-meaning yet harmful, which irked both him and his wife. 5 inflatable boats, alongside 7 rubber dinghies, were led by 3 powered boats, mobilizing a total of 14 individuals. With such a number, they had the capability to confront any group they might encounter along the way. Today's objective was to procure essential supplies to aid those in our building facing shortages, allowing for exchanges that could be settled later with earned points. In Unit 801, Fan Wei had preemptively acquired 2 bottles of butane gas, finally freeing himself from the necessity of burning furniture to prepare meals. He yearned to venture out and gather supplies to earn points for repayment. However, due to past transgressions, he found himself ineligible to participate in the current endeavors. To earn points, one must toil as a laborer once the waters recede. At this juncture, he lamented the folly of having burned his neighbor's shoe cabinet, recognizing that one must ultimately pay for their misdeeds. In the eastern district of the city, particularly in the newly established area of Nanshur, towering office buildings dominate the skyline. Though many structures succumbed to the earthquake, a significant number still stand resilient amidst the flooded landscape. A group of individuals casually selected a skyscraper, entering through a ventilation window. Regrettably, they discovered that this edifice had already been plundered. The 30-plus floors that emerged above the water had been thoroughly searched, leaving no trace of even a single bottle of purified water. It was hardly surprising that this area had been scavenged, as it was widely known that the undamaged supplies could predominantly be found in such locations. Amidst the collective disappointment, Fan Lin offered some words of consolation. What was this? She mused, recalling her own experiences of climbing several high rises in search of sustenance, only to find nothing. This was merely the first building. The era of universal zero-cost shopping in the apocalypse had only just commenced. Let us explore other locations, she urged, as the group exited the 40-plus story building. Turning their attention to nearby structures, they proceeded with caution this time, meticulously surveying the perimeter to ensure there were no signs of prior incursions before entering. Their judicious selection promised that their efforts would not be in vain. Chapter 47. Taba in advance. This building towers 39 stories high. Yet the waters have risen to the 8.5 floor. It is a structure that is barely half utilized. Despite the abundance of vacant levels, the interior is surprisingly stocked with provisions. Various offices contain an assortment of consumables, chocolates, instant noodles, self-heating pots, small cookies, petite cakes, and loaves of bread, along with open yogurt, dried fruits, and cereals, not to mention probiotic drinks. Essentials such as tissues and sanitary pads are also present and must be collected. With a bit of gathering, a small pile soon accumulates. The pantry boasts coffee sticks, tea bags, milk, bottled mineral water, snacks, rolls of paper towels, garbage bags, paper cups, and medical emergency kits. Lin, do we need a mop today? There should be plenty in this building, inquired Zhuang Yusen, cheerfully holding a large garbage bag filled with items. Fan Lin, sipping on a bottle of probiotic drink, replied, "Today, our primary objective is to scavenge for food and drink. We need to find a space to store these supplies, prioritizing essentials, my friend. Previously, we had no other options, so we took what we could find. Today, however, in this area, our goal is solely to procure sustenance. We cannot afford to waste space on mops. Indeed, why take unnecessary items when we can gather food and drink?" Zhuang Yulin chimed in, chuckling at his brother's folly. He rummaged through the supplies, ensuring no edible item was overlooked. "Just a jest, but you've already consumed 3 chocolates. It's about time to moderate, don't you think? Your finds hardly outweigh your own consumption," Zhuang Yulin admonished his younger brother. "After this chocolate, I shall cease." Zhuang Yulin retorted with a playful pout. At that moment, Chui Long passed by, carrying half a box of purified water. Upon overhearing, he remarked, "If you wish to indulge, then indulge. We've all toiled hard to gather these supplies, satisfying our own cravings comes first. I even saw Monday Yo-Yo boiling a self-heating pot. And he had 2 going at once. Wow, Yo-Yo is outdoing me. I too long for a self-heating hot pot. It has been ages since I last enjoyed one. My cravings are unbearable. If we don't eat now, we'll have to record everything for inventory later, and to indulge will require redeeming points. Why pass up free food? Since Boss Long has stated so, I shall not hinder you. Just be cautious not to overindulge and upset your stomach," Zhuang Yulin conceded. "How could that be? I'm no child. I understand moderation," Zhuang Yulin replied, chuckling. "Ah, but who was it that devoured 2 meals worth of ham and potato dumplings in one sitting?" Leaving themselves uncomfortably full, Zhuang Yulin pointed out without mercy. "That was merely an act of frugality. It was a rare occasion when mother made dumplings. And I couldn't resist," protested Zhuang Yulin, embarrassed by his brother's revelation. Zhuang Yulin, undeterred, continued, "If you cannot even control your portion of dumplings, with all this food and drink before you, do you truly believe you can exercise restraint?" Coughing slightly, Zhuang Yulin scratched his face, unable to counter this time. As the 2 brothers engaged in their playful banter, Chui Long and Fan Lin exchanged amused glances. "Goodness, what is this?" Zhuang Yulin exclaimed, suddenly discovering a box that piqued his interest. Without lifting his gaze from his collection, Zhuang Yulin asked, "What is it?" Chui Long glanced over and cleared his throat. Upon receiving the hint, Zhuang Yulin cast a glance at Fan Lin and hurriedly discarded the items in a fluster. His cheeks slightly flushed as he stammered, "It's nothing. Nothing at all." Fan Lin, who had already surmised the contents, found herself somewhat speechless. "It's merely a box of condoms. Why throw it away? Quickly, gather them up," she stated with confidence. In this apocalyptic era, the lack of medical care makes childbirth a perilous endeavor. Many in Building 8 will require these. We cannot afford to discard them. Is that so?" Zhuang Yulin, still bewildered, promptly picked the items back up and handed them to Chui Long. "Brother Long, you might find use for these. Take them. There are several boxes here." This left Chui Long in a quandary, unsure whether to accept or decline. Among the few men present, he was the only one with a wife, making the situation undeniably relevant to him. Particularly after hearing Fan Lin emphasize the dangers of childbirth in such dire times, he found himself in total agreement. However, the notion of accepting such items in front of a young lady felt rather awkward. Noticing the discomfort of the men, Fan Lin shrugged and turned to leave. "I'm off to do some shopping." Once she departed, the men felt a wave of relief wash over them. Zhuang Yulin shot his younger brother a disapproving look. "What was all that fuss about? You could have simply collected them quietly." Zhuang Yulin, feeling guilty, dared not retort. His initial surprise at finding such items in the office had clouded his judgment, and he had not considered anything beyond that. Chui Long chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. "No need to make a scene. It's all quite trivial." He placed the items into his backpack, reflecting that Lindsay had handled it with such grace that they appeared less composed than a young lady. "All right, let us get back to work. Gather anything else we find." Fearing another reprimand from his brother, Zhuang Yulin hastily scurried off to search for supplies. As they scoured the building, the prospect of unexpected treasures awaited them. Those venturing out for supplies indulged in food and drink, justifying their labor with a hearty reward. Following the group, Fan Lin assisted in searching 5 floors before she broke away to explore other levels. Having no interest in the mundane items found in ordinary offices, she made her way to the executive office suite. Armed with a master key, she entered each room she could access. The group began their search from the 23rd floor downward, while the 24th floor was devoid of any businesses, left entirely vacant. Upon reaching the 17th floor, she came across a biotechnology firm that piqued her interest. After breaking in, she discovered a trove of pharmaceutical products in the display area, both for internal and external use. Selecting items she lacked, she stored them in her space. The innermost office door was substantial and impenetrable. The electronic lock was beyond her master key's capabilities. Resorting to a more forceful approach, she wielded an axe to breach the door. Fortunately, it was wooden, and with some effort, she managed to create an opening wide enough to gain entry. The CEO's office was, as expected, the epitome of luxury. And she found a Patek Philippe watch in the desk drawer, which appeared quite valuable and was promptly added to her collection. She also collected a few boxes of Fuchin Mountain cigarettes, knowing her father occasionally smoked, and in this desolate world, cigarettes sometimes proved more valuable than food. The office is well stocked with fine liquor. It either comes as gifts or is meant to be gifted. I received 3 bottles of Matai for my father to savor, leaving 2 to be submitted to the communal stock. Eager to seize the opportunity, I logged on to Taobao. One cannot remain passive while exceptional treasures elude one's grasp. After all, her backpack was rather flat, devoid of any suspicion of hidden contraband. The exquisite Chilean ornament crafted from jade is undeniably a gem. One must not let such an opportunity slip away. There is a safe in the break room, but rather than pry it open, I simply cast it into my dimensional space. Anything that fits within the safe is either crucial documentation or a genuine treasure. The odds are evenly balanced. And I refuse to overlook any chance. The fully equipped massage chair also catches my eye. It would serve as a splendid remedy for fatigue upon my return home. After securing the first establishment, I proceeded to the next. However, my subsequent visits yielded little more than ordinary firms, lacking in any substantial resources. I made my way to the 16th floor. Chapter 48. Meat. Abundant meat. The entire 16th floor was transformed into a photography studio, replete with various stylistic backdrops. Aside from the clothing prepared for shoots, there was little of value to be found. Most of the garments were impractical for daily wear, and those from Building 8 could only repurpose them as fabric for alterations. Even so, they were far cleaner than clothes and materials fished from the water. There were numerous barrels of purified water, totaling over 20, along with several large boxes of paper towels, all of which she had no need for and left for Building 8. The subsequent floors yielded no surprises, merely ordinary offices. The only finds were common snacks and some beverages. After wielding an axe, a heavy hammer, and a crowbar to breach numerous doors, her hands grew weary. Upon reaching the 12th floor, she finally discovered a source of exhilaration. To her astonishment, there was an influencer incubation company occupying the entire level. The influencers had dedicated live streaming rooms, and the culmination of their efforts was live commerce. Their merchandise was diverse and plentiful, with each streaming room stocked with various consumables. One room was entirely filled with packaging boxes of instant baby squid from the North Sea, which certainly counted as meat. She examined the product labels and found them to be 5 pounds per box, produced over 3 months ago, with a shelf life exceeding 8 months. Excellent. She collected 10 boxes into her space and left the remainder for Building 8. Self-heating pots, river snail rice noodles, sweet potato chips, hand-torn bread, an assortment of nuts and fried snacks. These were all items available for sale, though the workspace lacked the overwhelming stock found in the room dedicated to baby squid. Nonetheless, there were still dozens of boxes of products displayed. The supplies from the 16th floor would suffice for several trips. She hurried upstairs to inform everyone. The group, busy gathering scattered supplies in various offices, was immediately stirred by the news of thousands of boxes of edible goods on the 12th floor. "Let us go take a look," they exclaimed. They carried down all the supplies they had collected. The water was too cumbersome to transport. "Never mind, let us just take what we can," they urged, each person hoisting a large garbage bag filled with supplies as they eagerly rushed downstairs. Upon seeing the plethora of instant baby squid, their joy was palpable. Meat. We have meat to eat. Though their homes contained some stockpiles of ham, cured meats, or canned goods, after 2 months of rationing, supplies were dwindling. With this substantial batch of instant baby squid, they could indulge their cravings frequently for at least the next 6 months. "Let us transport a batch of supplies back," Chuilong promptly decided, wishing to prevent anyone from scouring the building for resources and seizing their goods. The cardboard boxes took up too much space, so the group quickly opened them and emptied the squid into large garbage bags. They had amassed many garbage bags of various sizes. Items like self-heating pots, river snail rice noodles, and hand-torn bread were packed into bags as well, while the heavier sweet potato chips and nut mixes were kept in their boxes. The squid filled 4 inflatable boats, and the self-heating pots and river snail rice noodles would also require 4 boats for transport. The hand-torn bread is lightweight, yet occupies considerable space. Over 200 boxes required 50 to 60 large garbage bags for containment, stacked into mountainous formations on the kayaks. It necessitated 3 kayaks to transport the entire load, all meticulously secured with waterproof tarpaulins. Due to the need for personnel supervision, not all kayaks could be fully laden. 3 inflatable boats carried 10 individuals alongside some goods, while the other kayaks were at full capacity. Transporting the items from the 12th floor could not be completed in one trip. At least 3 or 4 trips were required, with such ample supplies awaiting retrieval. Even if it meant making a few extra trips, everyone was more than willing. Fan Lin, the Zhuang brothers, and Wei Dong remained behind to oversee the operation. While the others returned with the cargo, Zhuang Yulin, who had just enjoyed a self-heating hot pot, held a few squid snacks set aside for munching. His expression radiated excitement. This zero-cost acquisition was immensely gratifying. Wei Dong and Zhuang Yusin grinned broadly, unable to contain their delight. If only there were a host selling grain and oil. It would be perfect, they joked. Although they still had provisions at home, the more, the merrier. It was better to indulge than to save. Fan Lin shared in the joy, recognizing that with resources at hand, everyone would be more motivated to maintain the safety of Building 8. The 4 of them transported the collected drinking water from upstairs and packed various clothing items from the 17th floor meant for filming. There were still 3 floors below yet to be scoured, and the other 3 showed little interest in the upper floors Fan Lin had previously examined. They decided to follow Fan Lin downstairs to explore the mystery boxes. Perhaps there would be delightful surprises in store. Fan Lin had no objections. After all, she had managed to acquire several safes from the executives' offices along with some fine tobacco, liquor, and tea, content with her fortunate finds. One must not be overly greedy. After gathering the collected supplies in one location, they proceeded to the 11th floor to open the mystery boxes. Unfortunately, the 11th floor yielded no significant surprises. Merely the mundane contents of typical office spaces. The 10th floor housed the headquarters of a direct sales company specializing in home care products. Fan Lin had heard her mother mention this company before, as someone in their community had become a primary agent and frequently invited her mother to events. The intention was to recruit her mother to join the venture and enhance sales performance. However, their family preferred traditional business practices and found their sales model unacceptable, politely declining the offers. Yet, those in that line of work possessed remarkable perseverance, continuing to invite her with enthusiasm despite repeated refusals, tirelessly promoting their products and benefits. This was something Fan Lin had overheard during her mother's complaints about the relentless solicitations. To her surprise, that very company was located here. After a brief search, they discovered the product storage area. In a space nearing 100 square meters, various categories of products were displayed: cosmetics, personal care items, cleaning supplies, toiletries, and sanitary products, among others. Upon seeing entire boxes of condoms, Zhuang Yulin no longer found it shocking. Indeed, these could suffice for the residents of Building 8 for 5 to 8 years. Observing the numerous boxes of daily necessities, Wei Dong chuckled. While not for consumption, they were certainly essential. However, such quantities wouldn't last indefinitely and would eventually expire. Zhuang Yulin picked up a bag of products and noted the shelf life was 3 years. Fan Lin remarked, "In this apocalyptic world, who cares about expiration dates? Anything that can still be utilized is a blessing. After all, it won't kill us." Zhuang Yusin nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's not as if it's food. Expired items can still serve a purpose. The industrial landscape of Nanshur lay in ruins, and the timeline for restoration was uncertain. If it were only Nanshur that had suffered such devastation from natural disasters, reconstruction would not pose a great challenge. With nationwide attention and support, prosperity could eventually be restored. However, it was reported that natural calamities had struck the entire country, even the globe. Comparatively, given the severity of Nanshur's plight, it was clear to anyone with a modicum of intelligence that rebuilding the city and restoring productivity would be an impossible feat within just a few years. Well, in an apocalyptic scenario, there truly are no standards to uphold. Zhuang Yulin shrugged, resigning himself to reality. As they descended to the 9th floor, Fan Lin suddenly heard voices. Before she could find a place to hide, she spotted 6 men approaching from the opposite end of the corridor. The 2 groups collided head-on. Chapter 49. The struggle is quite exhausting as they sized each other up. A palpable tension filled the air. From a distance of over 10 meters, they assessed their respective strengths. Zhuang Yulin, visibly anxious, whispered, "What if they see what we stashed on the 12th floor? Will they try to steal it?" Zhuang Yusin shot a disdainful glance at his younger brother, retorting, "Why pose such a foolish question? The supplies we loaded onto the inflatable boat are already being contested by others. What makes you think the items in this building, which are essentially ownerless, would be any different? ISNT had understood that the first to find them claims them. Do you really believe they will reason with us?" His naivety amused Fan Lin, leaving her speechless. Zhuang Yulin found himself at a loss for words. "So, what should we do? Are we going to fight?" Although he practiced swordplay daily, he had never truly been in a brawl. His brother, however, was no stranger to hand-to-hand combat, albeit with boxing gloves. Let us see how it unfolds, Zhuang Yusin murmured, then raised his voice. Brothers, perhaps you should look elsewhere. This building has little of value left. We've already gathered everything worth taking. Don't waste your time here. Those with insight began to depart, realizing there were numerous similar office buildings in the area, rendering conflict unnecessary. Those lacking discernment would soon discover the extent of their capabilities. As the opposing group entered, they were promptly driven away before even beginning their search, naturally displeased. The leader, with a gruff voice, declared, "Now that we're here, we deserve our share of whatever's inside. Indeed, it's all ownerless. Why should you take what we cannot? To the victor go the spoils," someone shouted, inciting further unrest. It was evident that chaos had bred a band of robbers. Wei Dong and Zhuang Yulin exchanged worried glances, aware that reason would not sway these individuals. Fan Lin felt a knot of anxiety tighten in her chest, noting the numerical superiority of the opposing group, which made the prospect of a confrontation troubling. Silently retreating to the rear, she concealed herself behind her companions, retrieving a titanium steel pipe and a bayonet from her backpack, as if from thin air. Wei Dong, catching a glimpse of her actions, tightened his grip on the axe in his hand, astonished. Zhuang Yusin was resolute in not relinquishing their hard-earned supplies. Frowning, he asserted, "These items were collected by us. They rightfully belong to us. If you seek supplies, look elsewhere. Do not entertain thoughts of brigandage." The opposing group, emboldened by their numbers, paid no heed and swaggered forward. "What if we choose to be brigands? You'd best leave before things escalate. All the supplies here belong to us." They seemed to relish the idea of having their burden alleviated, free from the toil of climbing countless flights of stairs. It appeared that conflict was unavoidable. "Be careful. Little brother, don't get hurt. Lindsay, stay back and don't expose yourself," Zhuang Yusin cautioned in hushed tones. Yet, when faced with impending confrontation, evasion was no longer an option. Both Zhuang Yulin and Fan Lin merely nodded in response, each harboring their own plans. The gaze of the opposing leader fell upon Fan Lin, noting her fair complexion and delicate features. Even in athletic attire, her shapely figure was evident. He could not help but make a few lewd sounds, exclaiming, "This girl is quite a catch. Be careful not to harm her. If anyone else is disobedient, make sure to teach them a lesson." "All right, everyone heard that? This beauty belongs to the boss now, so be cautious not to bump into her. If she gets hurt, it won't be amusing at all. Lovely lady, see how our boss treats you? Hurry and come serve him." The 6 men chuckled as they approached with their weapons drawn, dismissing the trio of men and 1 woman as insignificant. In their minds, they were 2 against 1, expecting their adversaries to submit. "Serve your own mother." Suddenly, an axe was hurled without warning, startling the 6 arrogant individuals. Those caught off guard were struck, crying out in pain. "How dare you throw an axe? Attack!" Yet, the 4 had taken the initiative. After throwing the axe, Fan Lin launched herself into the fray. Armed with a spear, she charged forward, striking and thrusting with such speed that even Zhuang Yusin was taken aback by her ferocity. However, he quickly regained his composure and rushed to assist her. Wei Dong and Zhuang Yulin also followed suit, wielding axes as they joined the fray. The 4 of them, emboldened, were undeterred by their opponent's numerical advantage. If they wished to fight, they were equally eager to engage. To refrain from striking would only lead to being struck themselves. Who would wait for such a fate? With the advantage of long weapons, Fan Lin unleashed a flurry of strikes, forcing several large men to evade her attacks. Zhuang Yusin, his brother, and Wei Dong seized the opportunity to brandish their axes, pressing forward and compelling their foes to retreat. The adversaries attempted to snatch Fan Lin's spear, but she had trained her arm strength for 2 months and was no delicate flower. She wielded the spear with such skill that it was not easily seized. Even if someone managed to grasp it, her comrades were quick to threaten with their axes, compelling the assailants to relinquish their hold, though they had never practiced together. At that moment, the 4 of them exhibited remarkable synergy. Despite being outnumbered 4 to 6, they thwarted their opponents' attempts to gain the upper hand. The more they fought, the more the adversaries withdrew. "I'm bleeding." At least 3 of the opposing men had been pierced by the titanium steel spear. The blade was honed to a sharp edge. Even through several layers of clothing, a puncture would draw blood. "Let us go, let us retreat," they conceded, realizing they had encountered formidable resistance. The 6 of them scurried away, climbing out of the 9th-floor window in a hasty retreat. Just as they departed, Chui Long and his team arrived. Upon seeing the 4 sitting against the wall, panting heavily, Chui Long anxiously inquired, "Are you all injured?" They had spotted 2 rubber boats anchored on the opposite side of the building, instinctively sensing trouble, and had rushed inside, with half their group still outside. The 3 men shook their heads, assuring they were unscathed. Fan Lin rubbed her wrist, feeling some pain. It seemed she had overexerted herself, possibly straining a tendon. Today, even splitting the door with an axe had required considerable effort, and engaging in combat had exhausted her entirely. Had their adversaries been even a bit bolder or more ruthless, they would not have emerged unscathed. Listening to the recounting of events, everyone felt a sense of relief for their safety. Fortunately, you were all unharmed. Let this serve as a lesson for the future, as such actions are perilously reckless. Shoei shook his head. If confronted by a multitude, it is wiser to refrain from engaging. Material possessions can be replaced, but human lives cannot. Chui Long wholeheartedly concurred, affirming that human life holds greater value than material goods. Sacrifices must be made when necessary, and we shall not hold any grievances against you. The four nodded in agreement. Zhuang Yusin recalled how he had previously instructed Fan Lin to stay behind, only to find her bravely advancing during the confrontation, which left him feeling somewhat inadequate. A boxer. Yet he was outperformed by a young woman in combat. Little did he know that Fan Lin had faced numerous battles with nothing more than a kitchen knife during the apocalypse, having even taken lives. Driven by an unyielding resolve to survive, she had come to understand the essence of combat. Strength and momentum are equally crucial. The brazen intimidate the hesitant, while the reckless frighten the cautious. Those willing to take risks often find fortune favoring them. With her wrist now weary, Fan Lin ceased her efforts. In the recent endeavor to safeguard supplies, she had exerted tremendous effort, earning the respect of her peers, who regarded her with admiration. The titanium steel spear they had lifted weighed at least 7 to 8 pounds, making it quite a challenge to wield in a skirmish. This young woman possessed genuine strength, proving her worth in their quest for resources, not merely occupying space without contributing. Fan Lin remained indifferent to the opinions of others about her. Such confrontations would undoubtedly recur in the future. In a world where civilization has crumbled and order disintegrated, the law of the jungle prevails. The notion of peace and stability is upheld solely through the application of force. Chapter 50. The arrival of supplies. After the second batch of supplies filled the team's inflatable boats, Fan Lin returned with her group. They had packed almost all consumables, leaving behind only items of lesser value that were unlikely to attract competition, even if others approached. 3 individuals stayed behind to guard the supplies while the rest accompanied the team to escort the goods. Previously, during their return trip, they had garnered some attention, with a few attempting to follow them. However, with their numbers and each person wielding an axe, even the most covetous onlookers dared not approach. Only a few from the neighborhood paddled over, hoping to obtain some supplies. Giving anything away was simply out of the question. Offering one item would quickly lead to countless others seeking the same, a risk well understood by the building managers. After several unsuccessful attempts, the residents of Building 8 remained tight-lipped, causing the would-be beggars to depart in frustration. Fan Lin trudged home with a backpack brimming with supplies, a reward for her resolute defense of the provisions. The bag contained an assortment of chocolates, chips, and small cakes, items deemed suitable for a girl, as decided by the 3 building managers. Although she had ample snacks stored in her space, refusing these would seem odd, prompting her to feign delight as she accepted the gift. On her way upstairs, she encountered a pair of siblings residing in apartment 902. They had come down to assist the team in transporting supplies to the rooftop upon seeing the inflatable boats return. The siblings were young. One was 20 and a sophomore, while the other was 17 and still in high school. Their parents had departed for a conference out of town before the disaster struck. On the day the typhoon hit, their parents, upon hearing news of the impending calamity, could not return in time and instead participated in a group purchasing effort, reminding their children to collect supplies promptly and transferring some money for them to procure necessary items. The siblings had directly engaged with the survival supply guidelines of the apocalypse. Utilizing a single day, they had stocked up on various items, including compressed biscuits, canned meats, water, vacuum-packed dried fruits and vegetables, as well as instant self-heating noodles. Their approach, reminiscent of a survival game, yielded a substantial stockpile with long shelf lives, complemented by the 400 pounds of rice ordered by their parents. Thus, when disaster struck, they were well prepared to endure for an extended period. However, rather than retreating into isolation, they actively participated in the community's labor efforts upon learning of the new point system for Building 8. They were far more industrious than the gossiping onlookers. Upon seeing Fan Lin return, they greeted her warmly, with Jian Dan gazing at her in admiration. "Sister Lin, you are incredible. To find so much food is truly amazing." The morning's returning team had brought back an array of ready-to-eat foods, a fact known to all involved in the transport. Fan Lin smiled in response, encouraging them to work diligently, promising that they could earn points to exchange for whatever they desired in the future. With supplies of food and drink secured for Building 8, it would be easier to motivate the neighbors than before. "Indeed, my brother and I will not slack off," Jian Dan declared, making a fist in a gesture of determination. Although their parents' fate remained uncertain, she felt less lonely with her brother by her side. Jian wished to say something to Fan Lin but hesitated, ultimately closing his mouth. He had intended to participate in the zero-cost purchasing initiative, but had been dismissed by the building manager. The head of the building remarked that he weighs a mere 100 pounds and lacks the fortitude to venture out on an adventure. Indeed, Brother Long is quite straightforward. His slender physique is not his fault. He has been this thin since childhood, and it is not due to any ailment. However, others do not perceive him as reliable. Initially, he harbored some resentment towards the notion that he could not go out while Fan Lin, a girl, could. Yet after witnessing Fan Lin effortlessly subdue a large man, he resigned himself to the reality. Very well, he is a weakling, and weaklings do not associate with phoenixes. Unbeknownst to Fan Lin, who inadvertently crushed the spirit of a strapping lad, she returned home and reclined in repose. Upon learning of her return, Lu Wanyun, who was cataloging supplies on the rooftop, hurried home to check on her. "Oh dear, are you injured?" she anxiously inquired upon seeing her daughter lying on the anti-slip mat. Exhausted, Fan Lin shook her head. "It's just that my arm feels a bit weak. I might have strained a muscle." She relayed the incident of the altercation to her mother, reasoning that if she didn't disclose it, others certainly would. Lu Wanyan immediately fetched medicinal alcohol to apply to her, saying, "Perhaps you should refrain from going out in the future. After all, we lack for nothing at home." She was well aware that her mother would worry. "Look at this," Fan Lin exclaimed, producing a jade pie show for her mother to admire. "Isn't it beautiful? It must be genuine." It was unlikely that such a prestigious boss, with an opulent office filled with rare cigars and spirits, would display counterfeit jade on their desk for the sake of ridicule. Regardless of its value, the jade ornament, measuring over half a foot in height, was undeniably charming. Lu Wanyan, enchanted by the smooth jade, found it difficult to part with. If we don't go out, this could fall into someone else's hands, not to mention these treasures. She then revealed several bottles of fine liquor, a few packs of exquisite cigarettes, and high-grade tea. "Your father would surely appreciate these. We could never afford such luxuries before, but now they are within our reach. Going out is indeed worthwhile." Seeing her daughter present her treasures, Lu Wanyun affectionately patted her head. "We could do without these items. Safety is more important than anything else." "I understand. Safety is indeed paramount. I am sensible and will not put myself in peril. Had it been a gang of a dozen instead of 6 today, I would not have recklessly charged in." Recognizing when to concede is essential. One's life is far more valuable than the possessions one seeks to protect. Realizing her daughter would not easily change her mind, Lu Wanyun rose to prepare a nourishing meal for her. "How about a beef brisket stew today? It will help mend your strength." "Aren't you concerned about the smell?" Fan Lin worried, knowing the stew would require strong spices. "Fear not. Your father has sealed every crack and crevice in the kitchen, and the windows are adorned with floral film. Even those with binoculars would struggle to discern our activities. With so many supplies at their disposal, they could not afford to live blandly every day. To avoid detection, they would only prepare meals in the sealed kitchen and ventilate once the night grew quiet. Fortunately, being on the top floor allowed them to remain discreet. And with their parents' caution, Fan Lin felt reassured. The beef brisket stew is splendid, nourishing, invigorating, and delectable, allowing one to indulge heartily in both meat and rice. A fine bottle of Matai is just perfect for my father to savor. However, just as the brisket was simmering, Fan Jiming burst in, carrying a bag, and informed the ladies, "Several building heads are coming over for dinner tonight, and each family has contributed some provisions. This luncheon meat is from Zhui Long. The peanuts and prawn crackers are from Zhou Yo, and the ham sausage is provided by the young man from the Zhuang family. Let us contribute some dried goods and prepare a few dishes. We can all enjoy a drink together. We have Matai, aged for decades, authentic and genuine." By the end of his speech, he was nearly drooling. Even those who rarely drink cannot resist the allure of Matai. The charm of this spirit is beyond the comprehension of the mother and daughter. Nevertheless, this does not deter them from embracing the moment, eagerly inviting the only man in the household to partake in the experience. Lo and behold, Fan Jiming's eyes widened as he beheld 5 or 6 bottles of aged Matai, along with a few bottles of Wuliangye that his daughter had retrieved from storage. One bottle of Matai was wrapped in old cotton paper, the date obscured, a packaging style that is virtually priceless and exceedingly rare. It seems that Zhu Long and the others had brought back what the daughter did not desire. What to do now? A sudden wave of affluence washed over him. Chapter 51. A startling realization. Fan Lin truly could not comprehend the allure of alcohol. Observing the wrinkles on her father's face smooth out, unable to suppress his delight, she recognized his joy. Meanwhile, her mother's lips were perpetually curved in a smile. She knew that bringing back these luxuries, which their family could seldom afford, would surely please her parents. Their happiness filled her with joy. How wonderful it was to have both her father and mother present. She could finally show her filial piety. Today, the residents of Building 8 made 3 trips to the Eastern New District, nearly exhausting their gasoline. Yet the supplies from that towering building had yet to be fully transported back. They had gathered the essentials, leaving the remainder to be collected tomorrow. As night fell, 3 building leaders visited the Fan household. The family, in turn, generously prepared a hearty meal of potatoes stewed with luncheon meat, onions stir-fried with ham, fried peanuts, shrimp chips, accompanied by a dish of chives stir-fried with dried shrimp, and a comforting egg and tomato soup. The beef brisket pot was, of course, concealed, as it could not be explained where it had come from. The chives and tomatoes were once grown in the flower pots on the balcony. Knowing that a calamity was imminent, Lu Wanyan had uprooted the remaining flowers and planted several pots of bitter wheat, mustard greens, and asparagus lettuce. Unfortunately, after planting, relentless natural disasters deprived them of sunlight, stunting their growth, and even after harvesting, there was hardly enough for a single dish. Many neighbors also cultivated vegetables at home. Scallions, cilantro, and chives were relatively easy to grow, and most had a pot on their balcony for convenient use in daily cooking. The Fan family had prepared quite an array of vegetarian dishes today, causing the 3 building leaders to feel a tad embarrassed. Over the past 2 months of natural calamities, they had been lacking both meat and vegetables. In fact, vegetables had become scarcer than meat, and the withering plants in their pots could hardly meet their daily needs. With no hope of a harvest for the next 10 days to half a month, sprouting bean sprouts would be more efficient. Yet today, the Fan family's spread included potatoes, onions, chives, tomatoes, eggs, shrimp, and even rice, a significant indulgence. Brother Fan, this is too lavish. You have meat, vegetables, and soup. Oh, it feels like ages since I've had soup. It's as if life has returned to the way it once was. How delightful. Shaki poured a packet of baby squid onto the table, marveling at the steaming dishes, his mouth watering. Chu Yilong and Zhuang Yusin could not help but swallow hard. During typhoon days, those who had stockpiled vegetables managed to enjoy 3 dishes and a soup daily without difficulty. After the earthquake, they faced the grim prospect of enduring prolonged hardship. 3 dishes and a soup dwindled to 2 dishes and a soup, then to 2 dishes without soup, and eventually to a single dish with rice. At times, to conserve food, they would have watery meals thrice a day, with the occasional dry meal being a rare treat. Now, witnessing such an abundant spread from the Fan family stirred their emotions deeply. In the past, a meal like this would have been considered ridiculous for entertaining guests. Yet now, for those who had endured meals of rice and watery gruel, the sight of such a banquet felt akin to a grand feast. Fan Jiming chuckled. Our chives are thriving, and the tomatoes we planted yielded well, though these past 2 months have been challenging. We have plenty of potatoes and onions stored, so please, do not feel shy, just eat. Lu Wanyun, while arranging the squid, remarked, no need to be modest. Today's remarkable acquisition of supplies calls for a celebration. The waterproof tarp on the rooftop could hardly contain the abundance of goods. They unfurled the tent fabric and erected tents salvaged from an outdoor supply store. And now a third of the rooftop was piled high with provisions. The greater the bounty, the more easily hearts unite. Sister-in-law was right. We should indeed celebrate today. Here, let us fill our glasses. Chui Long seized a bottle of vintage Matai, a liquor worth tens of thousands, a rare indulgence for them. Today, Fan Lin had managed to pry a few bottles from an office, igniting the group's excitement. Such fine liquor was not meant for everyone. The 8th building was managed by 3 heads, distributing all supplies, and naturally, the precious tobacco, alcohol, and tea were reserved for the elite. Without certain privileges, what motivation would there be to toil for the collective? They were hardly saints. As Fan Lin took a small sip of the expensive liquor, she immediately grimaced and exclaimed, Yuck! It smells decent, but the taste is dreadful. The fiery drink scorched her throat and stomach. It merely smelled slightly better than the erguo her father bought. And yet it commanded such a high price. She had no palate for it and felt it was not worth her time. She would not take another sip. Her disdainful expression elicited laughter from the group. Those unaccustomed to liquor often find their first experience overwhelming. This wine, rich in aroma with a smooth and profound taste, was a classic national spirit, especially this aged variant, which is rare to encounter. Though Chu Yilong was not a connoisseur, he had a fair tolerance for alcohol. I find it quite agreeable. It goes down smoothly and leaves a pleasant aftertaste. Zhuang Yusin rarely drank, opting instead for beer. Yet men seem naturally endowed with an ability to discern the nuances of alcohol. With this, I could manage 2 bottles. The flavor is just right. Zhou Yo spoke plainly, lacking embellishment. He was not one to flaunt his profession, though he indeed came from a pig farm. His real job was that of a crematory worker, a detail he seldom shared. Fan Jiming chuckled. 2 bottles? Consuming 10,000 in one sitting is no small feat. Zhou Yo laughed heartily. What does it matter when it's free? It's not painful to drink. The group erupted in laughter. Indeed, free drinks never sting the conscience. If they had to purchase alcohol, not just 10,000, but even 1,000 or 100, each of them would have hesitated in the past. They were all bound by mortgages, and in this apocalyptic era, to spend on a bottle costing as much as 2 or 3 square meters of their homes was a sentiment fraught with complexity. How unpredictable life can be. Fan Lin and her mother observed the men, who were lost in their revelry, and decided to finish their meal quickly to clear the space for their indulgence. The 4 men continued their drinking into the late hours. As the dishes dwindled, they ventured to the rooftop for squid and various nuts to accompany their drinks. Fan Jiming, aware of his limited tolerance, refrained from excessive consumption, wary of uttering something inappropriate while intoxicated. Taking advantage of his seniority, he took on the responsibility of pouring drinks. Zhuang Yusen, slightly inebriated, patted Fan Jiming on the shoulder and slurred, "Uncle Fan, did your family know about the apocalypse long before? It seems like Lindsay has made quite a few preparations." At 24, Zhuang Yusen initially intended to address Fan Jiming as brother, akin to how Chu Yilong did. But realizing he was 4 years older than Fan's daughter, he felt embarrassed and opted to refer to him as uncle instead. Zhou Yo, in his 30s, had no qualms calling him brother. Upon hearing Zhuang's inquiry, Fan Jiming's heart sank, apprehensive that others might discern something amiss. He cautiously replied, "If one were to say early, it would be the day the typhoon struck. We have relatives at the Meteorological Bureau who called to inform us that the typhoon was quite unusual, urging us to prepare for potential disaster." Lindsay, an avid reader of novels, was engrossed in an apocalyptic tale at the time, immediately connecting it to their situation and persuading them to stockpile supplies. Unfortunately, time was exceedingly pressing. Within a day, even if they had the will to gather resources, circumstances did not permit, and they nearly perished outside, unable to return. Everyone present was aware of the incident when the Zhuang family's supplies were delayed due to the typhoon, which left them stranded. They narrowly escaped death during the earthquake, managing to return home, albeit with injuries to all 3 family members. Fortunately, you all are relatively unharmed. The gathering expressed their admiration for the Zhuang family's fortune. It was said that the supplies they had procured, along with their vehicle, were swept away by the fierce winds, leaving one to ponder the harrowing scenario they narrowly avoided. Chapter 52. The most reliable source observing that the others seemed to harbor no suspicions, Fan Jiming let out a quiet sigh of relief. He continued to elaborate, "We ultimately confirmed that after the earthquake, the lower floors were inundated. It reminded me of the warnings I encountered online about the impending apocalypse. The sequence of disaster alerts corresponded precisely with the natural calamities that unfolded, and at that moment, we realized the gravity of the situation. Fear gripped my heart, prompting me to consult Yilong. None of us wish to witness the moral decay and loss of humanity depicted in novels. Such scenarios are terrifying. The possibility of neighbors breaking down doors to rob us is not a mere figment of imagination. You all understand that this concern is not unfounded." Everyone nodded in agreement. Fortunately, we had taken precautions early on. Had we not acted swiftly to assist those affected by the flooding, the residents who remained dry would have faced dire circumstances, as evidenced by incidents in Building 9. Human nature is fragile under the strain of disaster. It can change in an instant. Thus, our family was among the earliest to adopt an apocalyptic mindset to address these issues, without a shred of complacency. Lindsay's desire to learn combat skills from Yilong stems from a need for self-defense in the future. She is our only daughter. What would happen if her mother and I were to encounter misfortune? Who would be there to protect her? In a world that cannot afford to coddle, she must strive to acquire self-preservation skills. The reality is that the world is becoming increasingly harsh and unstable. She must endure this hardship. Knowing that his daughter faces danger repeatedly filled Fan Jiming with anxiety. While others praised her composure in the face of adversity, his heart ached. Why did she not instinctively seek refuge behind others like most girls? This was a result of the years she spent honing her survival instincts during the apocalypse. How many perils had she encountered to forge a character marked by decisiveness, no longer reliant on others, always rushing forward when trouble arose? Each reflection deepened his resentment towards his family. Were it not for them, his daughter would not have lost her parents and endured such difficulties in this harsh world. Her distinct demeanor could no longer be concealed, and Fan Jiming could only strive to justify her behavior. The concerns he harbored were understood by all present. Zhou Yo also had a daughter, merely 8 years old, and upon hearing Fan Jiming's words, he felt a weight settle in his heart. When societal order collapses, girls face greater threats than boys. Their lives become significantly more arduous, a timeless truth. Zhuang Yusen, though slightly inebriated, sensed the somber mood enveloping the group. The apocalypse is not a light-hearted topic. Even if they could form teams to scavenge for survival supplies, the looming dread of the future would perpetually shadow them. After just a few days outside, they had already experienced the transformation of both their environment and humanity. It was not just buildings that had crumbled, order itself had disintegrated. They, like many others, were no longer part of the original societal framework. Zhuang Yusin rallied himself and stated, Lindsay has adapted more swiftly than any of us. We should learn from her. Truly, I believe we are all lagging behind her both in mindset and action. Today, Fan Lin boldly took the lead, charging forward without a hint of fear, which left a profound impact on Zhuang Yusin. Reflecting on the situation, he came to a clear understanding of the existing disparities. Fan Lin, in both thought and action, had already begun to approach problems and solutions through the lens of apocalyptic rules. Meanwhile, they spoke of believing in the apocalypse and mentally aligned themselves with its principles. Yet when faced with provocation, they remained constrained by their ingrained conventions. Holding an axe, Zhuang Yusin did not initially consider throwing it to harm others. Rather, he contemplated retaliating only if he were attacked. However, what relevance does self-defense hold in a world that has descended into chaos? At that moment, his mind was clouded, unable to break free from the constraints of the rules instilled in him since childhood. Had it not been for Fan Lin's decisive and preemptive action, they may not have emerged unscathed. Zhuang Yusin did not feel embarrassed. He articulated his thoughts candidly. Over the past 3 days, whenever challenges arose, it was Lindsay who stepped forward to resolve them. Frankly speaking, none of them could match her timeliness in handling such matters. He pondered why they fell short compared to Lindsay, deeming it a question worthy of discussion. As Zhuang Yusin spoke, clarity began to return to his mind. Zhu Yilong agreed wholeheartedly. Indeed, this matter warrants discussion. Should we invite Lindsay to join us in this conversation? Zhuang Jiming felt somewhat bewildered. Was the intention to have his daughter instruct them on how to swiftly adapt to the apocalypse? These floor leaders must have lost their minds. They ought to reflect on this when they return home. A little selfishness coupled with a touch of ruthlessness would suffice. When called upon, Fan Lin tousled her hair, pretending to have been asleep. These men seemed interminable in their revelry, still lingering late into the night, and even summoning her for a midnight chat. Quite absurd. Zhuang Jiming feigned seriousness as he urged his daughter to wake up, stating that everyone had matters to discuss with her. The 3 floor leaders, noticing the groggy and swaying Fan Lin, suddenly realized how late it had become. Awkwardly, they stood up and exclaimed, "Oh dear, it's so late. Our apologies. Let Lindsay return to her slumber. We shall continue this tomorrow." The trio hastily departed, leaving behind a table strewn with remnants of their feast. Feeling embarrassed for having overstayed their welcome at the Fan household, once on the rooftop, they braved the cold wind to clear their heads. Zhu Yilong rubbed his temples and remarked, "Although we 3 are floor leaders, the contributions of the Fan family are not to be underestimated. In fact, their impact is even more significant. Henceforth, we must not equate their household with others. I hope you all understand this." Of course, came the consensus. We are all well aware that the Fan family contributes manpower, resources, and support. Without them, we would be unable to accomplish anything. Not to mention the waterproof tarpaulin above our heads, the Fan family's inflatable boats and rafts have been invaluable. Brother Long, what are you worried about? With Lindsay's formidable nature, if we were to shortchange her family, she would surely hold us accountable, one remarked. Even as a grown man, I find her fierce demeanor somewhat intimidating. Today, that strike of hers with the axe was merciless. She swung it without the slightest hesitation. Although Zhuang Yusin was a boxer, there were rules to the sport. Especially for a seed competitor like him, where regulations abounded, no one fought to the death, such actions would be deemed a violation. Today, witnessing Fan Lin's relentless determination was truly astonishing. It made me acutely aware that we have entered an era where human life is treated as expendable. This realization has instilled a sense of urgency, anxiety, and fear within me, as I dread the prospect of being unable to adapt and thus becoming obsolete in this harsh new world. Lin, employing the rules of this apocalyptic reality, acts with strength and decisiveness. We must also keep pace, lest we find ourselves unaware of our demise. Chui Long has already envisioned the challenges awaiting us in Building 8, where those who fail to adapt to their surroundings and operate without restraint could eliminate us first. The apocalypse is a realm where the strong reign supreme. We cannot afford to be overly merciful. Tomorrow, our core team will convene to discuss matters, and I will ask Lin to provide a summary, as it may offer valuable insights that could one day save our lives. A young girl initiating a conflict, triumphing against overwhelming odds without sustaining any harm, has not only surprised Chu Yilong, but has also heightened his vigilance. If our group cannot respond as promptly as Lin has, the consequences could be dire. We cannot perpetually rely on a single girl to lead the charge. What purpose would that serve for the men in our ranks? Naturally, Zhuang Yusin and Zhou Iyo have no objections. As Lin tidies up the table and overhears their discussion, she reflects on her own actions with a sense of irony. She realizes that even if the situation were to repeat itself, she would act in the same manner. She cannot hide in the shadows. for that would leave her feeling profoundly unsafe. In scenarios where she can fend for herself, she must rely on her own abilities rather than expecting assistance, as no one is as dependable as oneself. However, during the meeting the following day, she presented an entirely different perspective. Chapter 53. The cycle of heat. Without the unwavering support of my comrades, I would hesitate to act boldly. You are the foundation of my audacity. The unity among the residents of Building 8, bolstered by the wise leadership of our 3 esteemed captains, instills in me a sense of fearlessness. Surely, you would not allow me to be bullied, nor would you stand idly by while others are mistreated, would you? With your presence, I fear no challenge. In this apocalyptic world, where others disregard the rules, we too need not adhere to conventionality. An eye for an eye is warranted. At times, one must strike first lest we fall behind. Some rules may govern our neighbors in Building 8, ensuring a semblance of peace and stability. But beyond our walls lies a world where only the strongest survive, an entirely different set of survival norms. As long as we can distinguish between the two, we shall be fine. This is precisely how I operate, and thus far, I have reaped great rewards. Indeed, I have profited immensely by being shrewd and safeguarding a plethora of resources. Her boldness and humor brought laughter to the crowd, dissipating any lingering feelings of resentment or apprehension. That girl from the Fan family is audacious enough to seize the initiative. They are men, and their strength and aggression surpasses that of women. What is there to fear? Should we encounter the ignorant, we confront them head-on. With her assertive demeanor, she adjusted the mindset of the group, enhancing their sense of belonging and cohesion. This motivational broth was rich indeed. Even the 3 captains found themselves invigorated, bolstered by newfound confidence. Under their stewardship, Building 8 thrived, outpacing all others in the vicinity. This success relied on internal stability as well as external vigilance. Both realms necessitate our collective effort and their sagacious guidance. In the ensuing days, with fuel proving elusive, the kayak team resorted to manual paddling to procure supplies. Though laborious and significantly slower, the group bore no complaints. The resource-gathering kayak crew not only accrued substantial points daily but also enjoyed provisions while out in the field, returning with a share of supplies for their households. Such privileges increasingly ignited envy among others. However, the kayak team would not expand. The core members from Building 8 were fixed, serving as assistants to the 3 captains and forming the management layer responsible for overseeing our neighbors. Lu Wanyun and Hishan were tasked with meticulously documenting the influx and outflux of various supplies. Fan Jiming coordinated the assignments for residents seeking to earn points, distributing tasks such as cleaning and drying items retrieved from the water. These responsibilities required immediate attention. Taking advantage of the occasional rain, the group endeavored to collect a substantial amount of rainwater for storage. The kayak team also discovered a plastic manufacturing plant, bringing back numerous plastic barrels, those large containers typically used for kitchen waste, with over 100 procured for rainwater collection. Later, they stumbled upon a water tank factory, where various models of stainless steel tanks were available, albeit marred with imperfections. Nonetheless, they were still functional. They transported dozens of 3-ton tanks back, accompanied by a multitude of filters. Reflecting on the 20,000 yuan spent on a few stainless steel tanks, Fan Lin felt a twinge of regret. Just look at how many resources are now available without cost. One can only find solace in the tap water, for it is undoubtedly cleaner than rainwater. The rooftop is designated for storing supplies, yet there is insufficient space for the multitude of large barrels and water tanks. Thus, these items are distributed to each household, requiring them to collect rainwater daily. The more water they gather, the more points they earn. Collecting a full barrel of rainwater earns enough points to exchange for 2 hand-torn breads, while filling a water tank earns points sufficient for 10 instant squid snacks. Before the calamity, many regarded these items as mere junk food, hardly consuming them. Now, a daily diet of rice porridge paired with pickled vegetables, occasionally supplemented with stir-fried bean sprouts or winter melon, is considered a feast, and appetites have been whetted. Bread and instant squid snacks have become rare commodities, especially for families with children eager to indulge their little ones. Driven by the lure of supplies, many willingly participate without need for further persuasion from Fan Jiming, turning their umbrellas upside down on their balconies to collect rainwater. Some have cleverly stretched waterproof cloths outside their windows to capture rainwater on a larger scale. For those residing on the top floor, accessing the rooftop for water collection is impossible, as it is now under the control of the building managers. However, the rainwater above must not be wasted. They block the drainage outlets and use spoons to scoop water from the gutters into basins, a task assigned to the families of Monday Yu and Zhuang Yusen. Of course, the tasks that earn points easily are reserved for those close to them. As the rain diminishes and the water recedes at an increasing pace, by the end of December, the water has fallen to the second floor. with the walls of the flooded third and fourth floors already turning black. The tiled floors remain somewhat intact, but the wooden floors are beyond salvage, completely ruined. Along with cabinets and other furniture that could not be removed, the great cleanup begins. Each household affected by the disaster is responsible for cleaning their own space, while other residents seeking to earn points may clean shared areas, including hallways and stairwells that require thorough disinfection. Once the walls have dried, they must procure cement and sand to replaster them, as the demand for construction materials in Building 8 remains substantial. This is a matter for the future. As the waters begin to recede, the kayak team diligently scours both above and below the water for supplies, while the heavy transportation tasks rapidly deplete their resources. Initially, 6 or 7 kayaks were damaged, but later they discovered an outdoor supply store and salvaged 12 more. With these kayaks, Building 8 has managed to gather a significant amount of supplies, and several military-grade tents now stand atop the rooftop, filled to the brim with provisions. Each floor's corridor is also stacked with supplies, including many items that are inedible or undrinkable, safely stored away without fear of theft. As New Year's Day 2034 arrives, the new year begins without fireworks illuminating the night sky in celebration. Who would welcome the end of the world? Since the disaster struck, as the waters recede, the urban landscape becomes increasingly clear, revealing an astonishing yet undeniable reality. Countless ruins and pervasive decay mark what was once a vibrant city, now transformed into an irretrievable wasteland. The fantasies of the past have been thoroughly shattered, and the world as it once existed has truly vanished. In the Zhejianghao UN community, only 7 or 8 buildings remain inhabited, echoing with the sounds of sorrow. Death by starvation, asphyxiation, murder, and suicide. Tragic events continue to unfold in this area of survival. Fan Lin leisurely licked an ice cream while standing on the balcony, gazing into the distance. The facade of the 8th building was devoid of any structures. The towering edifices of the community had vanished, the entrance was no more, and the road had fractured into a wasteland littered with debris. Although the sun had emerged, the survivors found little joy in its presence. The sunlight illuminated the dilapidated city, rendering any self-deception impossible. As far as the eye could see, everything was in ruins. The imagery of a post-apocalyptic film had morphed into the stark reality before her, a sight so terrifying it took one's breath away. So tragic it made one yearn for it to be merely a nightmare, hoping to awaken to a prosperous era of tranquility and comfort. Ru Wanyun, who was busy watering the vegetables, frowned upon seeing her daughter indulging in the cold treat. Isn't your period about to arrive? You should be more cautious, she admonished. I'm only having this one, Fan Lin quickly defended herself. Even one can have an effect. Be careful, you might end up with menstrual cramps. I can't wait several days to eat. I want to enjoy it before my period starts, she insisted, disregarding her mother's concerns. It won't happen. It won't. Fan Lin retreated to her room, clutching the remaining half of the ice cream, seeking solace from her mother's watchful gaze. Remember to soak your feet tonight. A warm soak will alleviate any troubles, her mother reminded her. Chapter 54. I only feel sympathy for myself as the waters receded to the first floor. Many residents from other buildings could no longer endure the situation. In the initial stages of the flood, a few households in the community, boasting inflatable boats, had once flaunted their possessions. However, underestimating the flood's ferocity, they were swept away. This spectacle instilled fear in many, as they dreaded being carried off and drowned. As long as there was still hope, they tightened their belts and persevered. Now that the waters had subsided enough to reach solid ground, people emerged seeking assistance. Those with familial ties to Building 8 approached, as did acquaintances with better relationships. Despite each unit in Building 8 securing their doors with thick ropes, some individuals remained undeterred, brandishing stones and clamoring to break through the glass doors, while others vandalized the ground floor windows. Additionally, incessant calls for certain residents echoed, urging them to come down and open the doors. A few neighbors, feeling compassion and with close family connections, contemplated inviting others in to endure the hardship together. However, the guards at the entrance opposed this idea, for once they allowed outsiders in, Building 8 could no longer maintain a relatively equitable distribution of supplies. The imbalance of resources could easily lead to conflict. With some having and others lacking, tensions would inevitably arise. Outsiders would lack any sense of stewardship towards Building 8 and might even exploit their proximity. This issue had been discussed in meetings, and rules had been established. Yet, when the situation became dire, some disregarded these regulations, eager to challenge the established order. Arguments erupted among neighbors, escalating to the brink of violence before someone sought out the building leader. Today, Zhou Yiyou and Zhuang Yusen led a team to procure supplies, while Zhu Ilong remained behind. Building 8 had amassed a considerable stockpile of resources, and many in the vicinity had already set their sights on it. The main personnel could not all venture out, Thus, a rotation system was implemented for those who stayed back. Today was Zhu Yilong's turn to guard. Fan Lin, hindered by her menstrual cycle, was forbidden by her mother from leaving the house and thus remained indoors. During this period of frequent outings to gather supplies, her martial arts training had been neglected. So Zhu Yilong took the opportunity to impart some combat techniques to her. During their recent expeditions for supplies, they had encountered several conflicts, and Fan Lin, armed with her titanium steel spear, had ensured she was not a burden, even rescuing several companions on multiple occasions. Others, however, were not as fortunate. Numerous individuals had sustained injuries from their ventures along the riverbank. Although these injuries were not severe, they had managed to collect medicines for treating wounds and anti-inflammatory drugs, which would aid in recovery. Nevertheless, this situation weighed heavily on Fan's parents, who were reluctant to witness their daughter face the brutality of physical confrontations. They insisted that Fan Lin refrain from further excursions until she had mastered her combat skills. Coupled with her menstrual cycle, Fan Lin settled into a brief period of rest at home. Zhu Yilong understood the concerns of Fan's parents, even with her weaponry advantage. Ensuring her safety during every encounter was a formidable challenge. Teaching combat skills without a solid foundation was not a simple task. Fan Lin's strength was insufficient. In Zhu Yilong's eyes, a girl's physical prowess could not match that of a boy. Despite his attempts to lower the standards, she still fell short of his expectations. Thus, they could only focus on refining her combat techniques. Fan Lin listened intently until Zhu Yilong's mother arrived, bringing news of the unrest below. As the parents were preparing the batter for pancakes, Fan Lin decided to join and observe the situation. "Open the door. Let us in. Why won't you allow my sister-in-law inside?" A woman outside stood in half a meter of water, brandishing a stone in a threatening manner, warning that she would smash it if the door remained closed. Upon arriving and witnessing the scene, Zhu Yilong was immediately filled with rage. He turned to the residents of Unit 601, who were eager to let the woman's sister-in-law in, and inquired, "You two elderly folks are looking after a grandson. How much food do you have left?" Unit 601 consisted of a grandfather and grandmother caring for their 5-year-old grandson, while their son and daughter-in-law had traveled to a neighboring province 2 days prior due to a family bereavement, and they had since lost contact, leaving their fate uncertain. When questioned about their food supplies, the residents of 601 responded confidently, "Our grandson is small and doesn't eat much. We bought 200 pounds of rice, and we still have over 100 pounds left. We also have some noodles and rice flour, and we are not lacking in essentials. They are my brother's family. I cannot let them go hungry." Initially, she had joined others in stockpiling supplies and had even urged her brother's family to purchase more provisions. However, they did not heed her advice, and although they had bought some food, it was insufficient, and now their resources were nearly depleted. Unable to bear the thought of them suffering from hunger, she wished to bring them home to weather the storm together. Additionally, with her son and daughter-in-law absent, she wanted to ensure her household had enough people for stability. "I see your brother's family must have several mouths to feed. They will consume at least 2 or 3 pounds of your grain daily. Your 100 pounds of food won't last 2 months. What will you do then?" Unit 601 immediately replied, "Perhaps my son and daughter-in-law will return in 2 months. They will find a way." This statement caused Fan Lin to furrow her brow. Aid workers had already indicated that this earthquake affected half the country, as evidenced by the mortality rate in their own community. Relying on the uncertain return of her son and daughter-in-law was less prudent than considering the needs of her grandson. They are young and capable. They won't starve if they go out to seek supplies. Why must you disrupt the established order? Unit 601 was unconvinced that her son and daughter-in-law would encounter any dangers and retorted, "It's dangerous outside. Buildings are collapsing, and people are dying. You speak so lightly." Fan Lin's expression darkened. "Lightly? Are we not risking our lives to search for supplies? The items on the rooftop didn't come floating down from the sky. Without taking risks, there are no rewards. We toil for the survival of the residents of Building 8, not for those outside. What is your intention in bringing them in? Are you hoping they will come and compete for resources with the residents of Building 8? Or do you wish for them to bolster your confidence, allowing them to act recklessly and seize food?" Faced with the merciless questioning of a young woman, the expression on the face of Unit 601 darkened. In frustration, she replied, "What do you think I could possibly gain? I simply cannot bear to see my brother's family starving. Allowing them in for one meal wouldn't hurt." Zhu Yilong promptly interjected, "You can prepare food for them, and providing assistance for a meal or 2 is acceptable, but they cannot be allowed to enter. We must maintain stability in Building 8. Otherwise, if everyone follows suit, and the complexity of residents increases, who will be able to sleep soundly?" The building manager spoke rightly. "We are averse to outsiders entering our domain. Times have changed, and one cannot discern whether those who come are humans or specters. The safety of us, the residents of Building 8, must take precedence. The onlooking neighbors unanimously opposed the entrance of outsiders, expressing their discontent at the notion of strangers accumulating points meant for our community. 601 was greatly dissatisfied. We possess ample resources in Building 8. Allowing my brother's family to enter could facilitate our efforts. This is inherently beneficial, so why must you lack compassion? Fan Lin was simultaneously exasperated and amused. Ah, so this was your intention all along. No wonder you were so eager to have them join us. But I must inform you, it is not permissible. Allowing one relative today may lead to a multitude of friends tomorrow, and the day after, who knows how many acquaintances will follow. What would become of Building 8 then? A shelter? We currently lack the capacity to accommodate outsiders. Our priority must be our own well-being. If you wish to be generous, do so on your own terms. But do not bring instability to our community. Look at those individuals outside. Does that seem like a plea for help? They appear intent on invading our sanctuary. Fan Lin's words incited 601 to stomp in frustration. My brother's family is on the brink of starvation. Do you possess no empathy at all? I only have sympathy for myself and my parents. We must now live frugally, she retorted. 601 was left speechless. Chu Yilong firmly declared, only the parents or children of the owners shall be permitted entry, no one else. The likelihood of immediate family causing disruption in Building 8 is negligible. This is a matter of common sense. The building manager's decision was final. Those feeling morally coerced by relatives or friends breathed a collective sigh of relief upon hearing this resolution. Chapter 55. One must prioritize oneself. Otherwise, one faces dire consequences. The earthquake has ravaged urban civilization, while floods have submerged the city's resources. Given the extent of this natural disaster, recovery within a short span seems implausible. Everyone is confronting a crisis of survival. Only a fool would sacrifice themselves to aid others. It is strictly forbidden, and a refusal to assist is justifiable. The collective will cannot be defied, and 601's countenance fell into despair. How could she single-handedly oppose all her neighbors? Outside, the onlookers witnessed the heated debate within. Though the specifics were unclear, it appeared that her relatives had capitulated, indicating they could not take charge and allow entry. This infuriated the crowd, who began hurling stones at the glass. With the door shattered, how would they prevent entry? With a resounding crash, a stone struck the glass door. Fortunately, it was made of shatterproof material, cracking like a spider's web but not shattering completely. Currently, the 8th building relied on this door as a barrier against the outside. If it were destroyed, they would need to expend even more manpower and energy to defend their home. Bastards! Chu Yilong exclaimed furiously, wading through the water towards the glass door to untie the ropes, intent on confronting the assailants outside. Seeing the glass door being attacked, the residents present also grew enraged. Rallying together, quickly, go back and fetch weapons, drive them away. Those crowded at the staircase hurriedly raced back to their homes to arm themselves. Someone shouted, bring back several knives. The response came from those ascending the stairs. In a state of panic, 601 rushed to her relatives outside, shouting, run. You must flee. She never anticipated that her brother and sister-in-law would truly attempt to break the door, nor did she foresee her neighbors arming themselves. This chaos instilled fear in her. She worried that her brother's family might be harmed by the enraged residents. Let them go. You cannot strike them. 601 pleaded urgently. But it was too late. The residents of the 8th building had already surged out in fury. Chaos erupted in an instant. Outside, not only were 601's relatives present, but also a group eager to seize the opportunity to enter the 8th building. They waited for turmoil to ensue. The more chaotic, the better, for it would grant them a greater chance to claim the building as their own. Chu Yilong positioned himself resolutely at the steps, preventing anyone from approaching the glass door. This barrier had to be preserved. It must not be allowed to be further damaged. He engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the aggressors, witnessing the building's leader enduring the struggle alone. The other residents, now emboldened, surged out to assist, fueled by anger as they rushed to join the fray. In the chaos, 601 was unceremoniously shoved into the water, her attempts to protest ignored as both sides clashed in close combat. Desperately, she cried out to her brother to leave swiftly, even promising, I will bring you food later. But the turmoil was overwhelming. Even those who wished to withdraw found their resolve hardened. Those who had been harassed were unwilling to back down. Their spirits lifted as they pursued their attackers. The conflict raged from the half-meter-deep steps into the meter-deep area before the building, where someone attempted to slip inside amidst the disorder. Fan Lin stood at the glass door, wielding a watermelon knife as a barrier. Try to enter if you dare, she said coldly. The woman at the door stiffened, clasping her hands in a plea. My cousin and cousin's daughter live on the 9th floor. Please allow me to go up and check on them. Their parents are not home, and I am worried. Please do not obstruct me. Fan Lin remained unmoved. If you wish to see your cousins, I will call them down shortly. We are right here. There is no need for that. At that moment, Jianyu and Jiandan emerged from the waterlogged interior. Jianyu concealed a fruit knife in his hand, while his sister, anxious, hesitated, wanting to reach for her brother, but faltering. The woman outside, upon seeing them, was instantly filled with joy. A Dan, you have come. The building where your great-aunt lives is truly uninhabitable. You cannot let us languish outside. Jianyu, now an adult and no longer a child, maintained his composure and replied sternly, what you are doing is a coercion, and this is hardly the behavior of relatives. Before the woman could utter another word, he dashed out to join the neighbors who were already engaged in the fray. The woman, frantic, shouted, I am your great-aunt. How can you speak to me in such a manner? What are you fighting for? Come back. Dan, quickly call your brother back. Hurry, your great-uncle is also there. She yelled at the girl. Jiandan, hiding behind Fan Lin, was somewhat frightened and dared not show her face. She and her brother had heard someone calling their names from upstairs yesterday, but they could not discern who it was. Not recognizing the voice and unwilling to engage, they had reluctantly come down to investigate. However, upon seeing the person, they could not immediately identify her. They had seldom interacted with their parents' generation of distant relatives, and had met her only a couple of times. The idea that such a distant relative would wish to move in with them, using the building's cracks as an excuse, was absurd. They were not foolish. Regardless of any regulations that might exist, they could not possibly allow a few people to consume their resources during such a time. They had already declined in person, and now she had the audacity to come here and create a scene. It was truly vexing. Fan Lin stood guard at the doorway. The woman could not discern her cousin's expression, nor could she hear her response. Seizing the opportunity, she attempted to force her way through the door. Whoosh! The watermelon knife swung perilously close to her forehead, missing by mere centimeters. The woman had not anticipated the girl would actually strike, and she hurriedly stepped back. Why you? How can you threaten to harm someone? I merely wish to speak with my cousin. Fan Lin brandished the knife, glaring at her, yet turned to the people behind her. Do you wish to speak with her? Jiandan quickly shook her head, realizing that the person shielding her could not see her, and promptly spoke up. I do not wish to. She says she does not wish to speak with you. You must leave immediately. Fan Lin took a step forward, pointing the knife at the woman, forcing her to retreat. In her desperation, the woman exclaimed, Jiandan, I am your great-aunt. We do not know if your parents will return. From now on, our family will be your kin, and we will care for you as our own children. Do not be foolish and listen to outsiders. We are relatives, and only we will genuinely protect you, preventing you from suffering great losses. Do you understand? One moment, she expressed concern about the children's parents being away, and the next, she implored them for shelter. Now, she shamelessly declared her intent to protect them, attempting to deceive them by treating them like children. As an outsider, Fan Lin couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Let alone Jiandan. Though she was still young, she possessed a necessary vigilance. Would you come to us if we had no food or drink? Do not mistake me for a fool. I have only encountered you once before with my brother. What familial bond could there be? At 17, she was hardly a child. The woman's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing that this seemingly youthful girl was not easily swayed. Fan Lin smirked coldly, issuing a stark warning. If you do not check on your husband, you may never see him again. The woman's expression drained of color as she recalled that the individuals who had just left were wielding knives, prompting her to hurriedly seek her husband. In the chaos of the waterlogged battleground, nearly everyone was drenched, some pushed, and others struck. The situation escalated from shoving to outright brawling, resulting in injuries all around. When the residents of Building 8 began to retaliate, the tide quickly turned against them. The relatives from Unit 601 were not spared, suffering their fair share of blows, women included. That stone was indeed wielded by a woman and handed to a man to strike. Witnessing his younger brother, sister-in-law, nephew, and niece injured and bleeding, the occupant of 601 harbored resentment towards their neighbors in Building 8. Meanwhile, disturbances arose at the entrances of Units 2 and 3, with individuals attempting to exploit the turmoil to force their way in. However, the residents within resolutely barred anyone from approaching, rendering insults and moral coercion futile. Self-preservation took precedence. They were not a granary. Those seeking food and drink could venture further afield, as the floodwaters had receded significantly. A mere stroll down any street would yield supplies. These individuals, unwilling to endure hardship and risk, fixated solely on Building 8. How infuriating. Chapter 56. There are always those who act foolishly in the midst of a chaotic skirmish. Nearly all residents of Building 8, save for the children and the elderly, descended from their homes, armed with whatever makeshift weapons they could muster. Even the women joined the fray, with their men rushing out to confront the danger. The fierce matriarchs could hardly remain idle. Those with knives wielded them, those with sticks brandished their clubs, and even the clothing poles were put to use. Onlookers, waiting for the opportunity to prey upon the chaos, were taken aback by the steady stream of armed individuals emerging from the building. Gripped by fear, they hesitated to advance, clutching their weapons tightly. How could it be that while the other buildings were disorganized and scattered, Building 8 stood united? The size of their group had multiplied several times, infuriating the arrogant little tyrants who had once boasted of their dominance with merely 30 individuals. The audacity of the street thugs, who had somehow garnered widespread support, was infuriating. Those who had previously shouted threats against Building 8 were now cowed by the sight before them. Faced with such a formidable gathering, they realized they were merely buzzing flies. What hope did they have of taking advantage of the situation when the residents of Building 8 were clearly intent on keeping their spoils to themselves, denying even the faintest scent of their bounty to outsiders? The would-be conquerors, filled with bravado, turned tail and fled, recognizing that they would need to recruit more allies to challenge such unity. This was the first instance of such a blockade, but it would not be the last. The residents of Building 8 understood that once the waters receded, true peril would emerge. Upon the return of Zhuang Yusin and Zhou Yiyou, the three building leaders convened an urgent meeting, which also included Fan Jiming and Fan Lin. They knew that within a few days, the waters would recede entirely, making it easier for outsiders to approach. We must establish a protective barrier immediately. We cannot wait until the waters have completely drained, proposed Chu Yilong. After today's battle, Building 8 would inevitably become a target of animosity. Should vengeance arise, the residents would become the focus of that wrath, especially with other factions lurking, eager to seize the opportunity for gain. Proactive measures were essential. Yilong was correct. There was no time to waste. They needed to organize personnel to erect the barrier, working through the night, if necessary. Fan Jiming suggested, once the protective net is established, we must arrange for patrols during the night. The news of the resources available in Building 8 would surely spread, and if multiple gangs united in their malice, the absence of a protective barrier would leave them vulnerable to attack. While others may disregard their lives, they valued theirs and aimed to avoid confrontations whenever possible. Injuries, whether major or minor, were still injuries, and in this apocalyptic landscape, where medical care was scarce, it was best to avoid harm altogether. Zhuang Yusin immediately concurred. Let us act without delay. Zhou Yiyou, who had engaged in skirmishes while scavenging for supplies, wholeheartedly agreed, stating, we must delineate the perimeter. Only then can our people venture out, lest they remain cooped up indoors, rendered powerless. Fan Lin nodded in agreement, supporting all actions that would ensure her survival. There was indeed a wealth of supplies on the rooftop, which would incite frenzy among outsiders. In a small warehouse, they had unearthed over 6 tons of vacuum-sealed rice. Though it had been submerged for some time, the packaging remained intact, untouched by the water. Amidst the remnants of small supermarkets, provisions such as vacuum-sealed food, grains, oil, water, and beverages remained consumable. The larger supermarkets and markets in the southern district, which escaped burial, were swiftly secured by military personnel on the day of the earthquake, leading to the urgent relocation of essential supplies. These individuals scoured small supermarkets and nearby warehouses for any overlooked goods. Fortuitously, each day they returned laden with bounty. The survival resources amassed on the rooftop could sustain the inhabitants of an entire building for over a year if rationed judiciously. For those in dire straits, this sight was too tempting to resist. A decision was made, and personnel were summoned to act promptly. However, chaos erupted on the 6th floor. A neighbor had brutally assaulted a family member of Lu Dema, leaving them bloodied. Upon her return, Lu Dema vociferously condemned the residents of Building 8 for their lack of humanity. Several families, affected by flooding, emerged from their homes to argue with her. In a fit of frustration, her husband, Zhao Yi, could no longer tolerate the scene and struck her. At this moment, what was there to gain from being submissive? His grandson was merely 5 years old. Should he not reserve provisions for him instead of supporting her brother's family? He had never consented to this. Yet his wife insisted on descending to fetch them. Were it not for the uncertainty surrounding the Civil Affairs Bureau, he might have considered divorce. Lu Dema, having been struck, sat in the corridor, wailing loudly enough for the noise to reach the 11th floor. Chu Yilong, accompanied by others, descended to investigate. Upon witnessing Lu Dema's profane outburst, he frowned, expressing disdain for the neighbors in Building 8. If she found them so intolerable, she should seek out better neighbors. They had no desire to coexist with those of questionable intellect. In the midst of this domestic strife, Zhao Ye's pride was further wounded by his wife's provocations. He resolutely declared, take your share of provisions to support your brother's family. I desire none of your foolishness. From now on, I shall remain here with my grandson. And you may leave. Why should I leave? This is my home. Ludama shouted, her voice rising. I deserve a share of the goods on the rooftop. This remark rendered others speechless. What did she mean by claiming a share of the rooftop supplies? Did she imply that should she leave, she would still be entitled to a portion of those resources? Where was her dignity? With a resounding slap, Zhao Yi struck her face, his anger boiling over. You shameless old woman. Did you exert any effort to procure or carry those supplies? You contributed nothing yet are fixated on what lies above. How dare you utter such words? You have brought disgrace upon the Zhao family. In these tumultuous times, the world had become chaotic. Their household consisted of merely 2 elderly individuals caring for a child, relying heavily on the goodwill of their neighbors to survive. They had contributed little yet enjoyed the benefits of communal living. If they continued to be a burden, resentment would inevitably fester, and in future crises, who would come to their aid? Relying on her brother's family was far less reliable than hoping for the safe return of their son and daughter-in-law. Zhao Yi understood this well, yet his wife's mind seemed clouded with folly, consumed by thoughts of her brother's family. She risked alienating all the neighbors in Building 8 while they needed to continue living here. The thought of dealing with such a troublesome spouse was infuriating. Having received several blows from her husband, Ludama was now completely enraged. You wish to kill me, don't you? Go on. Strike me if you dare. I declare that even if it means my demise, I shall assist my brother. I will not abandon them. If you possess the capability, then manage it yourself. I have no such means. I can only care for my grandson. Elder Zhao returned indoors, carrying 2 bags of rice which he cast out. Begone. Go to your brother's house. Not so fast. Chu Yilong intercepted Elder Zhao, stating, Today, aside from those I have designated, no one is permitted to leave this building. We cannot allow any information regarding the supplies in our Block 8 to leak. If you must go, do so tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhao hastily snatched the rice back from Aunt Lu, asserting, I shall keep a vigilant eye on this madwoman to prevent her from causing further chaos. You need not worry. Aunt Lu, who had intended to deliver rice to her brother's family, found herself under involuntary house arrest, incensed and unleashing a torrent of curses. She berated Chu Yilong for meddling and ruling with authoritarian dominance, condemned her neighbors as heartless creatures content to be subjugated, and chastised her husband for being unfeeling and cowardly. As the crowd's ire began to rise, Elder Zhao quickly dragged his wife inside and shut the door. Had he hesitated, there were many men willing to strike a woman. In this world, who still adheres to civility and decorum, Fan Lin had even drawn out her watermelon knife, ready to silence her with a slice, questioning what she intended to achieve. Such individuals, existing in these dire times, are a waste of sustenance. Chapter 57. The mischievous child is punished. The building manager of Block 8 intends to organize 40 robust young men to establish a protective barrier. In the future, the guardians of Block 8 will be selected from this group. Many individuals eagerly volunteered, motivated by the allure of provisions stored on the rooftop. The recent attack on Block 8 that awakened a sense of danger, and the harsh reality that has shattered their previous illusions. The government can no longer provide even basic relief supplies, and the pre-existing world has been obliterated by calamities, leaving no chance for a return to the past. The meager rations at home will inevitably be exhausted, igniting a sense of urgency among the populace to earn more points and exchange them for essential goods. Among those selected for work were Fan Wei, who had burned people as cabinets, Zhang Jie, who traded gasoline for rice, and Jian Yu. Additionally, 2 families who initially refrained from hoarding supplies sincerely applied for jobs, as their modest stockpiles had dwindled to the point of near depletion after barely 2 months. They had contemplated venturing out to engage in zero-cost purchasing once the waters receded. But seeing the several robust men from Block 8 venture out, some returning with injuries, dissuaded them from such risky notions. They preferred to earn points through honest labor within Block 8. Collecting rainwater and participating in communal cleanup efforts had already illustrated the tangible benefits of exchanging labor for supplies. Those with sharper minds recognized that being selected for the protective team equated to securing a relatively stable job, much like civil servants. As long as Block 8 and its manager existed, they would be among the privileged few to access provisions first. The enthusiasm was palpable, with the number of volunteers exceeding the needed personnel. Older individuals and minors were excised from the list, resulting in nearly all able-bodied individuals from Block 8 participating in this endeavor. Hundreds of long iron columns, previously stacked in the corridor, were relocated to the ground floor. Hammers and ladders were prepared. Clad in half-waterproof trousers, the volunteers waded through the water, following the building managers to mark the spots for the posts. Block 8 is surrounded by flower beds, and they chose to drive the iron columns into the earthen ground. attempting to maximize the area covered while ensuring the protective net would remain at least 10 meters away from the building itself. A vast expanse of derelict garden lay before Block 8, with only a small portion being incorporated into the initial protective structure. Once the barriers were established, the entire vacant space would be enveloped. Residents from other buildings observed from their windows as they drove posts into the still submerged ground, speculating on their intentions. Only when the posts formed a cohesive barrier did the truth dawn upon them. They intended to enclose Block 8. How could they dare to do so? This is a public space, not their private backyard. By what right do they claim such territory? Indeed, they had extended their claim quite far. Who granted them the authority to act in such a manner? It seemed utterly absurd. However, a more astute rebuttal emerged. If they possessed the capability to establish a barrier, does it matter who granted them permission? Look at them. Look at us. We are but a disorganized mass, destined to be bullied by tyrants daily. Though reluctant to admit it, Block 8's ability to unite and take action is indeed remarkable, while the others remain fragmented, each family tending solely to its own affairs. Amidst the turmoil, the residents, burdened with grievances and discord, find it increasingly challenging to unite against those who perpetrate injustice. Observing the solidarity among the inhabitants of Building 8, the other survivors are filled with unease. The fortunate residents of Building 8, oblivious to the opinions of others, realize that without establishing defenses for their wealth, they risk being preyed upon by the ravenous. No one desires to endure a life of uncertainty regarding their next meal. On the rooftop, Fan Lin directs a few men not selected for groundwork, lowering the razor wire down to the first floor. Be cautious, these items are extremely sharp. Don't be greedy. Lower them in bundles of 5. The packaging of the razor wire has long since deteriorated, exposing the blades, which pose a constant danger. Lowering this batch of razor wire from the rooftop can yield 60 points, enough to exchange for 4 loaves of bread or 2 pounds of rice. 4 individuals collaborate, with 3 hoisting the goods down from the rooftop while 1 catches them below. After 2 hours of labor, they might earn a loaf of bread or half a pound of rice. In the past, few would have accepted such meager compensation. However, in the current dire circumstances, any opportunity to earn bread or rice is invaluable. Parents are willing to toil for their children who have gone too long without bread, while those with scant supplies are eager to labor for half a pound of rice. Although the quantity appears minimal in a world where resources are scarce, such provisions could extend survival by a day or 2. Witnessing the plight of the neighboring residents underscores the preciousness of a loaf of bread and half a pound of rice. Yet not all in Building 8 are willing to accept such low wages. Those inclined to work will do so, while others remain idle at home. Fan Lin only oversees those willing to labor, refraining from instructing others on how to live their lives. Meanwhile, the family of Unit 901, confined to their home for over half a month, gazes enviously through their balcony window at the bountiful supplies being transported back by Building 8's team. Juan Furong is tormented by curiosity, wondering if those supplies are being divided among the neighbors. Trapped indoors, her cries for help go unanswered. Initially, she pleaded at the door, but when ignored, her frustration boiled over into harsh insults, cursing the building manager for their lack of humanity and the indifference of the neighbors who failed to assist them in their plight. In response, the siblings from the neighboring Jing family, incensed by her outbursts, retaliate with insults of their own. Occasionally, other residents from above and below join in, hurling retorts back at Unit 901. Juan Furong has now drawn the ire of the community. Once treated with civility, her neighbors now regard her with disdain. She is consumed by anger and fear as her household supplies dwindle. Sensing the dire situation, the caretaker grows increasingly insubordinate, lamenting her misfortune of working for Juan's family. Feeling trapped by circumstances beyond her control, oblivious to their plight, Juan Furong, intent on skimping on food for the caretaker, finds herself outmaneuvered. As the caretaker seizes control of the kitchen, turning the tables on Juan and her son, who now bear the brunt of her frustration. The nanny toils throughout the day, possessing considerable strength and a sharp tongue. After a few confrontations, Juan Furong felt as if she were a plucked chicken, utterly trampled beneath the nanny's feet. Unable to fight back or retaliate verbally, she remained anxious about the nanny's potential malice towards her son. In a state of utter despair, with neither heaven nor earth responding to her pleas, Juan Furong was left feeling completely deflated. Only Luo Zhongyi continued to cause a ruckus, but no amount of noise could secure his escape. If he became too bothersome, the nanny would deliver a few resounding slaps, leaving his face swollen. Having witnessed the adult world's treachery, the once mischievous child dared not act out any longer. The little rascal certainly deserved a good thrashing. Before Juan Furong, the nanny mercilessly mocked her inability to discipline her son. Faced with a nanny who was no longer compliant but rather ferocious, Wan Furong found herself seething with anger yet silenced by fear. Reduced to such a state, she blamed it all on Chui alone. If it weren't for his incessant meddling as the floor monitor, none of this would have transpired. And that yellow-haired girl from the 11th floor was equally insufferable, a wretched nuisance. It was as if these individuals conspired to bully her, fixating on every minor transgression of her child, believing that mother and son were easy targets due to their lack of support. Once the tide recedes and she can emerge, she vowed to show these people that she indeed had allies, and they would soon regret their mistreatment of her. Chapter 58 Important news. Hundreds of iron pillars were driven into the ground over the course of half a day. The underwater mud had become soft and mushy, and the iron pillars took a solid footing only after being hammered down about 50 to 60 centimeters. Once the water receded, the ground would become even more stable. As darkness fell, the residents of Building 8 lit torches and continued their work. From a distance, their neighbors could not discern what they were encircling, but when the blades of barbed wire glimmered under the torchlight, they deduced it was a protective implement. How surprising that they even had such items. Building 8 was clearly preparing to secure their perimeter, a testament to their forethought. Even if no one instigated trouble today, they would have surrounded themselves regardless. This approach undoubtedly enhanced their safety, alleviating the worry of intruders easily slipping in to commit robbery. How enviable. If only someone capable could organize our building. I would certainly contribute, but alas, we are but a disjointed group. Should we discuss this among ourselves? Continuing down this path is unsustainable. We cannot remain in league with these beasts, allowing their brazen behavior to persist. Sooner or later, we will suffer the consequences. The diminutive group, still contemplating how to gather support, was nearly infuriated upon witnessing Building 8's swift preparations. Damn it! The residents of Building 8 are cunning. With such a formidable barrier, how could they possibly proceed? The wealth of resources in Building 8, visible yet unattainable, caused a deep sense of frustration. Throughout the night, the men of Building 8 toiled tirelessly. By dawn, a protective barrier composed of 3 layers of barbed wire had been established, creating a secure zone around their building. It would be impossible for outsiders to approach with ease, unless they could leap over the protective netting that stood over 1.5 meters high. However, any such attempt would be promptly detected. From this day forth, there would be round-the-clock patrols along the perimeter. Should anyone attempt to breach the barrier, a whistle would sound as an alarm. There was no need for pots to be knocked anymore. Each resident received a cleaned whistle, but it was imperative that they did not blow it indiscriminately. During a collective meeting, it had been established that upon hearing the signal, a long note followed by 5 short ones. Everyone in Building 8 must remain vigilant, and young men should immediately arm themselves and descend to provide assistance. Thus, the safety measures for Building 8 transitioned into their second phase. The residents' activity zone expanded to encompass the area surrounding the building. The glass door at the entrance no longer required being tied shut with ropes, allowing residents to move freely around their vicinity. Aunt Lou from apartment 601 could finally assist her younger brother. Perhaps the fog of confusion in her mind had been dispelled by her husband's stern admonitions, for she did not rush to her brother's home with bags of rice. Instead, she brought a pot of thick rice porridge, wading through the water and mud to the edge of the protective net, calling out her brother's name towards Building 11. Thus began her delivery service. Today's breakfast consisted of beef noodle soup and deep-fried dough sticks. Fan Lin finished her bowl of noodles, nibbling on a dough stick as she leaned out the window of the balcony to look down. Dad, you're quite swift. You managed to install the net in just one night, and even added double doors. Impressive. The central section of the barrier in front of Building 8 featured 2 doors, ingeniously repurposed from the adjacent, dilapidated structure. After a long night of toil alongside his companions, Fan Jiming, feeling satiated and weary, lamented, "If we, a group of dozens, cannot accomplish this task, it would be utterly futile." Moreover, everyone understood that this protective net safeguarded not only themselves but also their families, ensuring domestic security that left no room for idleness. Lu Wanyan, who was busy fetching clean clothes for her husband, felt a considerable sense of relief from this understanding. Once the protective net was correctly established and the waters receded, the children would finally have the opportunity to play downstairs, having been cooped up indoors for over 2 months, nearly driving them to despair. Indeed, households with children were particularly invested in the protective net, acutely aware that a faulty installation could lead to restless nights. Without adequate shielding, letting the children wander outside posed significant dangers. The residents of Building 8 lacked for nothing, yet many around them faced dire circumstances, and the likelihood of someone resorting to coercion to leverage parental affection was alarmingly high. "Lu Lin, bring a bucket of warm water for your father to ease his fatigue," called Lu Wanyan. "All right." Lu Lin responded eagerly, retrieving a bathing tub filled with warm water from the storage space. adding a touch of essential oil for her father's comfort. She was indeed a vital contributor to the family, tirelessly ensuring their peace of mind. Your father has declared today a day of rest. No one is to venture out for supplies. I will be distributing vegetable seeds shortly. Would you like to accompany me? Of course, Mom. You handle the distribution. And I'll carry the seeds, Lu Lin readily agreed, ensuring the essential oil was safely set aside. Although Lu Wanyun had already stockpiled vegetable seeds, they had gone unused. The team from Building 8 had scoured 2 seed stores, finding many packages undamaged by the flood, with an assortment of seeds available, including rice, wheat, and corn. Concerned that prolonged exposure could compromise their quality, Lu Lin discreetly stored some in the space for safekeeping, knowing her mother would handle the inventory. And any discrepancies would go unnoticed. With the sun now shining, families could cultivate vegetables on their balconies. Seeds were distributed free of charge, and even flower pots could be obtained at no cost. Such benefits were met with unanimous praise from the residents. This welfare initiative included everyone, ensuring that even those from Unit 901, who had previously erred, were not excluded. The furniture piled at the entrance of Unit 901 was removed, and the building manager decided that the punishment would end there. Now, with the protective net in place for Building 8, any ill intentions from Unit 901 would find it difficult to materialize. Those with prior offenses would remain under close scrutiny, forbidden from breaching the protective perimeter or contacting outsiders. The lifting of their surveillance would depend entirely on their conduct. Wan Furong, having anticipated her release after over half a month of confinement, was dismayed to find herself still under the watchful eyes of her neighbors. Although she felt a deep resentment, her recent experiences had taught her the value of silence. Observing the well-nourished appearance of the Fan family, she could not conceal her envy. Jealousy, indeed, can distort one's very visage. In her current state, utterly worn down by the harsh realities of life, Wan Furong was hardly worthy of Lu Lin's attention. Those who needed correction had been admonished. It was time for them to act with humility and not provoke further ire. Without hesitation, Wan Furong took the vegetable seeds, personally collected her flower pot, and promptly expelled the nanny from her home. The maid, who had only recently assumed authority, found herself unceremoniously dismissed, her indignation prompting a torrent of vitriolic accusations against her for being harsh and malevolent. In response, Wan Furong retorted, labeling her a despot who deserved to be cast aside. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of insults, with no one intervening, as the residents were disinclined to involve themselves in the affairs of Unit 901. The ousted maid, known as Aunt Fong, faced considerable distress. Her home was several hundred kilometers from Nanshur, the surrounding area still inundated, and she was devoid of provisions, rendering her unable to return. Displaying a shrewd disposition, Aunt Fong approached Chu Ilong with a proposal. Building manager, that woman, Wan, is quite cunning. If you permit me to stay in this building, I will ensure that she and her child have no opportunity to cause disturbances. I am not one to take advantage of others. I am quite capable and can assist with any tasks required in the building. With so many residents in our Block 8, there are ample hands to keep a watchful eye on them. Chu Ilong scrutinized this calculating middle-aged woman, his expression inscrutable. Moreover, he continued, many in Block 8 are eagerly seeking work. You may be unaware, but we have implemented a points system. Labor earns points, which can be exchanged for food and necessities. Everyone is eager to work for points to secure sustenance. Your presence here would be competing for their opportunities. And in these trying times, survival is a shared struggle. Desperate, Aunt Fong implored, you want me to toil alongside everyone to earn points, but I possess crucial information. Unfazed, Chu Ilong replied, what could you possibly have that would be of significance to us? I assure you, it is vital, she insisted fervently. Wan Furong's partner is formidable. You are likely to face retaliation. Chapter 59. Seizing time for self-reliance. Is she merely a mistress, or is she the concubine of the president of the extraordinary group? When Fan Lin first heard this news, she was genuinely taken aback. Indeed, the nanny had claimed to overhear Wan Furong telling her son that once the waters receded, she would go to Honglei Mountain Villa to find his father, urging him to bring men to seek revenge, asserting that her father possessed a firearm. Honglei Mountain Villa is an upscale residential area, elevated enough that its hillside villas are generally unaffected by flooding. This implies that, unless the villas collapsed during the earthquake, Wan Furong's lover likely survived. Furthermore, it is not uncommon for the wealthy to acquire firearms. If what the nanny said holds true, this situation escalates significantly. A single gun could indeed facilitate their revenge. Given the temperament of the 901 clan, they would not overlook those with whom they have grievances. And both the Fan family and themselves would be at the forefront of their ire. Thus, Chu Ilong decided to inform the Fan family first. Fan Lin scoffed silently, realizing that she was merely a mistress, adept at masquerading otherwise. Lu Wanan also held Wan Furong in disdain, noting her haughty demeanor, as if she were above everyone else. Vainly believing herself to be of noble status. She even boasted that her husband managed business abroad, thus rarely returning. It turned out he was not her husband at all, but someone else's. How shameless. However, Fan Jiming expressed concern, casting a glance at his daughter and saying, "If that scoundrel's father does indeed come seeking vengeance and possesses a firearm, that could spell trouble." In their previous life, Ruan Furong perished during the onset of extreme cold, having survived the apocalypse for over 6 months. If that president were alive and valued them, he would not have allowed them to fend for themselves. Yet, that was the past. In this life, many circumstances diverged from their previous existence. Whether the flutter of a butterfly's wings could incite significant change or transformation remained beyond Fan Lin's precise estimation. What a small world it is. That wastrel of a second-generation heir may remain oblivious to the existence of a brother not born of his mother's womb. She glanced at Chui Long and boldly suggested, "If we're concerned about the possibility of retaliation with firearms, we could procure some for our own defense. Brother Long, having been in the armed department, you should know better than us how to obtain firearms. If we had access to such weapons during the apocalypse, the safety of Building 8 would be greatly enhanced." Chui Long raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. This girl certainly had audacity, speaking so nonchalantly about acquiring firearms. Nonetheless, he had pondered this matter before. The average person found it nearly impossible to obtain guns, nor did they know where to procure them. However, if he were to liberate his mind and truly desire to acquire them, the odds were not insurmountable. Let me think of a way. We must keep this matter discreet. As for the nanny, her chances of survival outside were bleak, so he decided to let her reside in the corridor for the time being. She would clean the common areas of Building 8 daily and undertake other communal tasks, receiving food and drink in return. Once the waters receded, she could devise a plan to return to her hometown. Several hundred kilometers is not an insurmountable distance, with food and water. One could walk home in 10 days to 2 weeks. Thus, the plan was set. 2 days later, the waters at the base of the building had completely receded, leaving only a thick layer of silt on the floors and stairs. The remaining puddles outside had diminished to mere shallow pools, necessitating a thorough cleaning of the enclosed protective area. In Building 8, all elderly individuals capable of self-care, as well as children aged 8 and above, are required to engage in labor. The 3 building leaders each have their designated responsibilities. One leads a team to continue gathering essential supplies. Another oversees the collection of construction materials such as cement and sand, while the third remains to supervise the efforts of the residents. The cleaning of the ground floor and protective area is relatively straightforward, primarily involving the removal of mud and refuse, along with uprooting the plants in the flower beds. The vacant spaces surrounding Building 8 must be tidied up, as they intend to utilize these areas for cultivating crops and vegetables. Even if complete self-sufficiency cannot be achieved, they must strive to maximize land use for supplementary production. As the water recedes and the sun emerges, temperatures rise to between 10 and 20 degrees. A climate suitable for winter vegetable planting, necessitating prompt sowing. Based on her recollections, Fan Lin informs her parents that there are only a few months of favorable weather remaining. After this period, the challenges of planting will significantly increase. Fan Jiming immediately references the sequence of natural disasters previously warned about online, urging the building leaders to prepare mentally for the aftermath of floods, which is often followed by epidemics, and subsequently, extreme weather conditions. Such extreme weather, whether frigid or sweltering, poses considerable challenges for successful cultivation. Hence, their window for self-production is limited. Time is of the essence, and collective effort is paramount for swift engagement in productive labor. The message is conveyed to each household, and with few exceptions, the residents respond positively. With management in place and future planning underway, their quality of life and living conditions far surpass those of the surrounding residents. The examples are harsh, yet the lessons learned are profound. In order to sustain their livelihoods, even those who have never engaged in arduous labor are now learning to wield shovels and spades. The inflatable kayaks have become obsolete. Securing supplies now relies solely on their own 2 legs. After nearly a month of accompanying the team, Fan Lin, who has managed to salvage quite a few valuable items, feels it is time to step back. Wading through muddy waters is both exhausting and filthy, and she decides she has done enough. Thus, she joins the larger group in cleaning the ground floor and the surrounding areas. When hunger strikes, she returns home for a meal. When fatigue sets in, she lies down at home, contributing only as much as her peers, avoiding the spotlight. In just 2 days, over 100 individuals have transformed the protective area of Building 8 into a smooth, vacant lot. Once cleared, the soil must be turned, and plastic planting boxes filled with soil need to be placed on the cement pathways. Aside from a portion of the open space in front of the building, Every available inch must be utilized. Fertilizer was brought back by Chu Yilong and his team from a flower and tree farm in the western suburbs. This farm, situated on a hillside, had its tiled houses spared from flooding due to the surrounding trees with robust roots, including the large-leaved banyan. Some farming tools and fertilizers could still be found there. Chu Yilong had previously visited this place with his comrades, and fortunately, his memory of it proved invaluable. Without access to fertilizer, cultivating vegetables in such barren soil within the community would yield little success. A group of 20 young men spent an entire day enduring great hardships to transport over 20 bags of organic compound fertilizer back. Several elderly women, with only balcony gardening experience, took on the role of mentors, guiding everyone in applying the base fertilizer. Lu Wanyun, possessing a modicum of knowledge, even had her daughter find planting videos for her to review at home. The cultivation efforts were swiftly implemented within a matter of days, astonishing the residents of the other buildings. They presumed that the enclosure around Building 8 was a precaution against outsiders. However, the inhabitants were contemplating far beyond their limited perspectives. While others ventured out in search of resources to address survival challenges, Building 8 had already begun devising ways to achieve self-sufficiency. This disparity intensified the envy and anxiety among those struggling to secure their next meal. The initially prepared land and planting boxes were soon sown with a variety of vegetables including radishes, turnips, tomatoes, lettuce, mustard greens, cabbages, peppers, asparagus, cucumbers, zucchinis, pumpkins, winter melons, bitter gourds, as well as potatoes and corn, with an emphasis on high yield and easily storable crops. In anticipation of potential limitations on planting, the focus was on maximizing yield and longevity of storage. Once the first batch of crops was successfully planted, efforts were immediately organized to clear the debris of the community. The collapse of numerous buildings left a disarray of steel, concrete, and bricks, not to mention the decaying and malodorous corpses buried beneath the rubble. Young men and women were tasked with the grim responsibility of clearing the ruins while salvaging usable bricks to transport back to the safe zone. Meanwhile, the elderly and children remained in the protective area, charged with meticulously removing the uneven cement fragments from the bricks using shovels. This labor was far more arduous than simply clearing mud. The ruins concealed numerous putrefying bodies trapped beneath the concrete slabs, their horrific conditions too disturbing to bear. Many men struggled to mask their terror, and the relatively more timid women found it even harder to confront. Some steeled themselves to undertake the task, while others withdrew in refusal to engage in the grim work of clearing the debris. Chapter 60. What do you call this? A few timid individuals hesitated while urged to clear the rubble, donning masks and gloves. When they witnessed someone dragging out a decayed corpse, they shrieked and retreated to a distance. This scene left Zhou Iyo rather dissatisfied. You are not being asked to handle the bodies, merely to pry loose those wooden planks and bricks to take back. Why the outcry? The ones dealing with the corpses were men who had ventured out and seen the world. The most exhausting, dirtiest, and arduous tasks had been kept from the women. What more did they desire? Leader, those planks and bricks have been pressed against the dead. And so what? If something has been atop a corpse, does that render it untouchable? If you run out of food and a sack of rice is resting on a corpse, would you refuse it? No one answered. They merely muttered about having nightmares. Regardless, they had to work. In the apocalypse, there was no room for princesses. If they did not learn to adapt, they would face starvation in the future. Those who exhibited diligence would have more opportunities for employment and accumulate more points, while the idle would be duly noted and miss out on any good fortunes. Some were incensed by Zhou Iyo's words. I would rather starve than do such work. If you want me to shovel sludge and till the soil, fine, but clearing the ruins where the dead lie is beyond my capabilities. The girl who expressed such reluctance was named Deng Jiashuang, a resident of Unit 1101. Her parents lived in another city, and before the calamity struck, she had invited her friend Susu to keep her company. Deng Jiashuang was affluent and acquainted with a supermarket owner. With a single call, she had received a generous supply of provisions. Self-heating pots, instant noodles, ham sausages, compressed biscuits, small loaves, various canned goods, snacks, and bottled water were stockpiled in half a room. They were incapable of cooking and only knew how to prepare instant noodles, equipped with a portable stove and butane gas. The supermarket owner had assured them that any uneaten items could be returned for resale later. Thus, they requested as much as they could, unburdened by concerns of wastage. However, when calamities struck in succession, their hoarded supplies suddenly became invaluable resources for survival. With half a room filled with provisions, they felt more secure than others. Had it not been for the collective effort required from all residents, they would have preferred to abstain from labor. They had their own plans, even amid the apocalypse. They were confident in their ability to thrive. Zhou Iyo, however, could not comprehend their mindset. He only knew that Block 8 could not afford idle hands. Having enjoyed the stability they provided, they were obligated to contribute to the communal effort of rebuilding their home. When one protested, the other hesitant girls followed suit. Why must we clear the ruins? This is not our area. What does it have to do with us? One voice rose above the rest. Fan Lin, who had been prying up cement slabs alongside Jian Dan, initially refrained from speaking up, but could no longer contain herself upon hearing such remarks. How is it not our concern? The decaying corpses will breed bacteria and viruses. If left unaddressed, we will smell the stench of death wafting into our sleep. Do you relish that odor? Several of those reluctant to work turned pale at Fan Lin's words. You must be the one who enjoys it. With so much rubble in the community, why is it solely the responsibility of Block 8 to clean it up while the rest remain unbothered? Are you envious of their freedom from labor while earning points? Fan Lin narrowed her eyes. Building 8 possesses valuable resources, and through diligent work, one can earn points that can be exchanged for essential survival supplies, a privilege that others can only envy. Yet, there is discontent? Well, that is not my intention. The girl who had exchanged sharp words with Fan Lin would never admit her reluctance to work. She merely wished to avoid the task of clearing debris. She shot a glare at Fan Lin, questioning why it was solely their responsibility to labor while others in the community remained idle. Indeed, why should they bear the burden alone? Deng Jiashuang vehemently echoed her protest. Zhou Yiyou, growing weary of the dissent, declared, as the building leader of 8, I oversee you. I cannot manage others. While residing in Building 8, you must adhere to our governance. In the fervor of her protest, Deng Jiashuang blurted out, by what authority do you govern us? We do not require your oversight. The others, who had initially joined in the protest, dared not support such a statement, fully aware of its impropriety. Her close friend, Su Su, wished to intervene, but was too late. The moment the words escaped her lips, Deng Jiashuang realized her folly, yet it was too late to retract them. With a defiant pout and a vacant gaze, she persisted in her stance. Fan Lin frowned. The presence of several building leaders had mitigated countless misfortunes. How could this person be so ungrateful? She responded directly, if you wish to dismiss the building leader's authority, you are essentially saying that our vigilant neighbors are unnecessary as well. If the leader is to be disregarded, then let everyone else do the same. Should anyone wish to enter, allow them, provided they do not disturb us residents. Any issues that arise should be borne by them. It is no concern of ours. Those like Wan Furong, who were proud and obstinate, dared not utter such demands in the chaos of a lawless world. Who would have thought there could be someone more reckless than her? Let her break free from the governance of Building 8 and fend for herself. Fan Lin's words caused Deng Jiashuang's expression to shift dramatically. She pointed an accusatory finger at Fan Lin. How can you be so malicious? You are deliberately trying to put us in danger. Fan Lin scoffed. And what would you call this? You reject authority while simultaneously seeking the protection of others. Wishing to shirk your responsibilities, yet expecting assistance. No one has ever so shamelessly taken advantage of others, and then turned their back. Faced with such direct confrontation, Deng Jiashuang felt a mix of anger and guilt, realizing she had inadvertently given her adversary leverage. She did not genuinely wish to be free from oversight. She merely believed no one would hold her accountable and that a brief uproar could exempt her from the labor she detested. Meanwhile, neighbors clearing the debris nearby were even more incensed than Fan Lin. Do you possess no conscience? Without a building leader to manage, it is not only outsiders who pose a threat. Even those within our own building could easily dismantle your home. Do you believe it? The grim lessons from Building 9 lingered. Those who refused to heed warnings often faced dire consequences. The haunting memories of the tragic events at Building 9 sent a shiver down Deng Jiashuang's spine, and she quickly glanced at Zhou Yiyou, fearing he might utter words of abandonment. Zhou Yiyou shot her a withering glance, uninterested in further debate, and turned away to remove the decaying, foul corpses. Reality was harsh. A few words of protest could swiftly lead one into a terrifying predicament. If someone were indeed to attempt to pry open her door, it would be futile for the two of them to resist. Shuang, it is unwise to provoke the people here. It would be better to endure for now, her friend casually remarked, causing Su Su some distress. With the stigma of public condemnation weighing on her, Deng Jiashuang clenched her teeth and whispered to her friend, once the officials arrive, we must ensure to seek their protection. It is beneath us to associate with such tasteless neighbors. We shall address this later. For now, it is prudent to avoid drawing attention to ourselves. Resigned, Su Su crouched down to pull the wooden planks pinned beneath the concrete slab, no longer daring to remain idle while awaiting someone to urge them to work. Reluctantly, Deng Jiashuang followed suit, casting a disparaging glance at Fan Lin nearby. If only she had remained silent, she would not be facing such public scorn. The residents of Building 8 were zealously clearing the debris, while those from other buildings watched with disdain, some even mocking them for busying themselves with trivial matters. However, their laughter soon faded. On the second day of clearing the rubble at Building 8, a group of armed personnel arrived at Zhejiang. Entering Building 9 under the guidance of a local. Chapter 61. The Guardian in the 9th Building, a gang that had been rampantly committing acts of robbery, bullying, and exploitation was apprehended, with over a dozen members captured within half an hour. The short, brutish figure caught in the act of violating underage girls was shot on the spot as a warning to others. The residents of the 9th Building, unable to endure the humiliation any longer, rose in defiance. They began reporting their malicious neighbors. And not just from the 9th Building. Upon hearing that armed personnel had arrived to restore justice, people from other buildings rushed to file their complaints as well. Those who had committed robberies during the floods, bullied women and children, and caused loss of life. If more than 3 witnesses came forward, they were all taken away. In a moment, the community was filled with cries of anguish, as those who had suffered were finally liberated, their tears a mixture of sorrow and relief. The apprehended criminals left behind families who wailed in terror. Their enjoyment of the spoils of their misdeeds was their original sin, and the neighbors they had wronged would not let them escape unscathed. The armed personnel, capable of enforcing the law on site, were elite forces organized from both military and police. During the flooding, these forces had focused on rescue operations and distributing supplies. As the waters receded, many survivors found their way to the military and governmental offices, recounting their harrowing experiences. Acts of robbery and bullying had occurred in nearly every location where survivors had gathered. The government and military were striving to maintain order, even as their own systems had suffered severe damage and their resources were limited. With a population of 8 million in South City, the number of survivors post-earthquake was less than half. Even though the military and government had initially mobilized to salvage supplies, they could not keep pace with the rapidity of the flooding. A significant amount of essential supplies had been destroyed by the water. Industries were devastated, and agriculture had failed. What was even more despairing was the realization that this was a global catastrophe. The entire nation had been deeply scarred, with infrastructure and resources across various regions in a state of severe disrepair. This indicated that external aid for South City was highly unlikely. What awaited them were prolonged and arduous days ahead. Without sufficient resources to sustain life, public sentiment would inevitably falter, leading to chaos in law and order, a situation that greatly troubled the government. Yet, no matter how challenging the circumstances, they could not abandon the suffering populace. The military and government worked closely together, striving to maintain order and restore the deterrent effect of the law. Today, their mission at Zhejiang was to make an example out of the offenders. This team of armed personnel acted swiftly, moving from one location to another to conduct their purges. By the time Deng Xiaoshuang sought to inquire about official updates, the team had already rapidly transitioned to assist survivors elsewhere. The law-abiding citizens within the community, including those from the 8th Building, were buoyed by the developments. Just when everyone believed that the government would regain control, Fan Lin doused their hopes with a cold reality check. Do not harbor excessive expectations, she warned. When resources become scarce and life becomes untenable, the number of criminals will only increase. It is unrealistic to expect the government to provide constant protection in such a dire situation. Her words served as a sobering reminder to many. With South City so utterly devastated, devoid of production and resources, it was inevitable that many would face starvation. The instinct for survival is inherent in all living beings, and humans are no exception. In the quest for survival, one may lose their humanity and reveal their primal instincts, a phenomenon that is hardly surprising, with examples all around. The scarcer the resources, the more prevalent the crimes. Could the current manpower of the government keep pace with this rising tide of lawlessness? The responses were rather superficial, leaving the crowd in a state of dejection. It is indeed far better for us in Building 8 to rely on our collective efforts rather than wait for government assistance. Thankfully, we have a building manager to oversee matters. Otherwise, we would be as anxious as the others. However, Deng Xiaoshuang, with her delicate hand gestures, interjected. You underestimate the power of the state. The government will certainly assist us. Why incite unnecessary panic? While her words resonated with political correctness, they were somewhat grating to the ears. Fan Lin shot her a glance, choosing not to engage. She reminded the neighbors nearby, after the flooding, the water resources may be contaminated, and there is a significant possibility of an outbreak. It is best to avoid using external water. This issue had been raised in a community meeting, yet no preventive measures had been established. Several neighbors nodded in gratitude for her reminder. The crowd agreed with Fan Lin's sentiments, but her words were met with silence from others, which irked Deng Xiaoshuang. Unable to restrain herself, she retorted, You truly thrive on creating panic. With the government in place, there is no cause for concern regarding the water supply. They will surely devise a solution. An epidemic? It cannot be that easily triggered. Before Fan Lin could respond, Jian Dan, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "What is wrong with you? Sister Lin's kind reminder is twisted into a fear-mongering statement by you. I believe you are the one truly worried about problems arising." Receiving rebuke from a high school student, Deng Xiaoshuang glared at her. "What do you understand? You believe everything you hear without any independent thought. If you lack discernment, refrain from meddling." Jian Dan was not accustomed to confrontation. Her earlier remarks were an impulsive reaction. Engaging in a direct dispute would put her at a disadvantage. And being accused of lacking independent thought left her flushed with anger. Fan Lin cast a reassuring glance at her, then turned to Deng Xiaoshuang with a sidelong look. "What business is it of yours? If you have your own opinions, then don't listen to us. Why interject? Indeed, your own words and actions are hardly commendable. Yet you criticize others. How shameless." Several who had been displeased with Deng Xiaoshuang's prior conduct voiced their disapproval. "Look at how young Jian Dan is, working diligently without complaints. While you, several years her senior, show such lack of understanding and dare to criticize her. How can you have the audacity?" Further inciting the ire of the group. Su grew increasingly frustrated with her friend's obstinacy and, clutching a broken chair, retreated to the protective area. Su, why didn't you wait for me?" An irate Deng Xiaoshuang hurriedly grasped the small cutting board in pursuit. Feng Suyu, residing on the 10th floor of the same unit, cast a disdainful glance at Deng Xiaoshuang's departing figure and remarked to Fan Lin, "Lin, in the future, do not engage with such people. They are clearly foolish and oblivious." The description resonated with Fan Lin. "You are absolutely right. She is indeed a fool. Having never endured the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world, she continues to operate under outdated notions, and she will inevitably come to regret it." Meanwhile, someone from Building 9 sought to discuss matters with Chu Yilong. But upon discovering that he was absent, Zhou Yiyo, after grasping their intentions, informed them that he could not assist at the moment and suggested they return later. He then approached Fan Lin and quietly informed her, "The armed individuals from this morning were sent by the people from Building 9. They wish to learn from us. To form a coalition. What do you think? Should we assist them?" This revelation was somewhat unexpected. Previously, after sending individuals to eradicate wrongdoers, the inhabitants of Building 9 sought vengeance against the families of those wronged. Soon after, the official refuge was established, and many chose to reside there. Now, they inexplicably wished to join forces with Building 8? Fan Lin removed her gloves, scratched her face, and contemplated before responding. This could potentially be advantageous. The group that was apprehended likely consists of individuals who have faced oppression. If they can unite around us, they might become our protectors. Protectors? Zhou Yiyo was perplexed. "What do you mean?" Fan Lin smiled. "It means they could serve our interests moving forward. We currently possess a secure zone, abundant resources, and have begun cultivation. If we engage with them amicably and share resources, they will come to rely on us for mutual survival. In the event of an attack by a large number of ruffians, we, in Building 8, would not have to face them alone. Wouldn't he that make them our protectors? They would be protectors we need not pay, and with their strength, we need not worry about nurturing a threat." Zhou Yiyo remained bewildered. "But they are almost at their wits' end. What could they possibly share with us?" No. Fan Lin shook her head. "If they were truly at their wits' end, they would seek refuge with the government for assistance. Yet they have not done so. Instead, they wish to form a community here, indicating that they possess some resources. They wouldn't consider forming a coalition otherwise. Their desire to seek our guidance likely stems from a wish to gain our approval, to coexist peacefully with us in Building 8. If they genuinely wish to unite, seizing the opportunity to gather resources while they still can in the South City. And if they are willing to endure hardship and take risks, they might hope to replicate some of our successes." Understanding dawned on Zhou Yiyo, and he gave Fan Lin a thumbs up. "No wonder you are the daughter of Brother Fan. Your mind is truly sharp." "Oh, you flatter me." Fan Lin chuckled as she donned her gloves and continued to excavate the floorboards. Building 8, the future is increasingly promising. Chapter 62, preparing for the next natural disaster. Building 8 has taken the initiative to clear the debris of the community. Survivors at the temporary shelter in Shirshio Mountain have long been required to participate in the city's cleanup efforts. Without work, they would no longer receive relief food. A portion of the individuals were selected to construct a refuge base. Both military and civil authorities actively engaged in post-disaster reconstruction, yet soon, a new wave of calamity surged forth with unstoppable force. A multitude of animal and human corpses, along with various refuse and chemical pollutants, contaminated the water supply. The southern city lacked clean drinking water. Many, unable to endure the thirst, resorted to fetching water from the river, which they filtered and boiled for consumption. Consuming this water resulted in immediate symptoms of dysentery. Common antidiarrheal medications proved ineffective, After succumbing to dehydration and high fever, symptoms of respiratory distress quickly emerged, leaving little chance for treatment. The death toll escalated to a horrifying number within days. Even more alarming was the potential for infection carried by the corpses without adequate protection. The risk of contagion through close contact was exceedingly high. The shelters and various communities housing survivors experienced terrifying outbreaks of infectious diseases. The head of Building 8 convened a collective meeting, warning all residents to consistently wear masks and gloves, and to refrain from using external water sources. Daily washing and cleansing could only be done with previously collected rainwater. The epidemic spread with alarming rapidity. Once one individual contracted the illness, nearly the entire family was at risk. Building 9, which had recently reached a peaceful mutual assistance agreement with Building 8, promptly adopted protective measures similar to those of Building 8. After gathering 30 pounds of grain and oil to exchange for masks and protective gloves, they commenced self-governance efforts. While clearing the debris, Deng Jiashuang noticed Fan Lin taking a detour, not realizing she would soon be confronted with the harsh reality of her situation. The epidemic struck ferociously, claiming lives within the community in just a few days, with reports suggesting far greater casualties outside. The government's personnel were limited. Despite continuous efforts to collect bodies and disinfect, they could not halt the spread of the virus. Had Building 8 not been prepared in advance, they too would have found it difficult to escape the disaster. When the rainwater collected by some ran out, they hesitated to exchange points for more water. One individual, who had considered fetching water from the river, was fortunate to be dissuaded in time. Jian Dan noticed Deng Jiashuang avoiding her gaze and smirked. Feng Suyo, who had been working closely with Deng Jiashuang these past few days, could not resist taunting her. Look at that, you've been slapped in the face. You thought you were so clever and opinionated. If you're so smart, why are you donning masks and gloves? Deng Jiashuang shot her a glare, retorting heatedly. What I'm protecting myself from is none of your business. Angered and humiliated, Feng Suyo shot back. What I say is none of your concern either, so why interject? This remark reminded Deng Jiashuang of Fan Lin's similar taunt a few days prior, a double insult. When had she ever been subjected to such treatment? In a fit of anger, Deng Jiashuang flung the trash in her hand, ready to argue. Su quickly pulled her back, advising, the building head is watching over there. Don't engage in a quarrel. Upon seeing Zhou Eo's piercing gaze, Deng Jiashuang felt a surge of frustration. Was it merely a slip of the tongue? It wasn't as though she truly resisted authority. She had participated in the labor of digging and shoveling as well. The individual surnamed Fan readily concurs with everything, while casting disdainful glances at others. What manner of people are these, mere sycophants from the Fan family? Fan Lin, engaged in her work, felt the unwarranted scrutiny of others. Upon raising her gaze, she caught sight of Deng Jiashuang's hostile stare, which she was unable to retract in time. Squinting slightly, she chose to disregard it and continued her tasks. Feng Suyu, seeing that Deng Jiashuang was rendered speechless by her remarks, felt a surge of pride. She then turned her attention to Wan Furong, cautioning her, you should be more vigilant. Keep a close watch on your son, should there be a second occurrence. The building manager will not be lenient. During this period, Wan Furong had also been participating in labor daily. With dwindling provisions at home and her son becoming a source of disdain among the neighbors, she had no choice but to work. Otherwise, she would face even more contempt. Previously, Feng Suyu often adopted a subservient demeanor towards her, but now she found herself in a position of superiority, which irked Wan Furong greatly. Yet, given her current circumstances, she had to endure it. That wretched maid had exposed all her vulnerabilities. The whispers of illegitimacy and scandal had spread among the residents of Building 8, tarnishing her reputation. Her husband, a prominent businessman with overseas enterprises, could not return frequently, and the fabrications of their superior status had been unraveled by the neighbors, leading to scornful derision. The maid, in particular, had been spreading malicious gossip about her. Wan Furong felt a profound sense of frustration in her current plight. Her son had become increasingly unruly, getting into fights with other children after only a few hours of labor, and was sent home as a result, exhausted and lacking the energy to argue. She only yearned for freedom, envisioning a day when she would exact revenge on those who had trampled upon her dignity. Not a single person who had wronged her would be spared. Seeing Wan Furong devoid of her former arrogance, even hesitant to retort, filled Feng Suyu with immense satisfaction. In the past, she had been belittled by this woman both overtly and covertly, often subjected to Wan Furong's condescending superiority. Now, how could this mistress still maintain her bravado? Initially intending to enjoy the pleasure of belittling others alongside Fan Lin, she found Fan Lin to be reticent, showing no interest in her antics. The young women from the 9th floor, who typically followed Fan Lin's lead, fell silent upon noticing her disinterest. with no one to join her in her derision. Feng Suyu lost interest in mocking Ruan Furong further. However, Ruan Furong would not feel any gratitude towards Fan Lin for this. She had heard that Fan Lin had recently ventured out to gather supplies, earning a considerable number of points, with her parents managing the operations. Their family enjoyed a status akin to that of the building manager, which only fueled Ruan Furong's jealousy. In her eyes, the Fan family only achieved their current standing through flattery and subservience, rendering their position no more noble than hers as a mistress. The overt and covert attempts to curry favor with the Fan family were disheartening to witness. Fan Lin, who had declined to ascend to management and worked at a leisurely pace, remained largely indifferent to those around her. Ruan Furong and her son were currently under surveillance. Unable to leave the community, alleviating their immediate fears of retribution from the Luo family. As for the pretentious girls like Deng Xiaoshuang, she paid them little mind. Reality would eventually teach them how to navigate the harshness of the apocalypse, as long as she did not become excessively lazy. Working half the day and resting the other half would not draw any criticism from others. There is little to be done. Her parents are pivotal figures in management, accruing daily points that surpass those of others, providing her with the luxury of parental support that others can only envy. The pandemic is an unstoppable force. Aside from organizing personnel for disinfection efforts, the government has also dispatched teams to distant reservoirs, seeking relatively safe water sources, which are subsequently purified and distributed to the populace. To facilitate the transportation of water, the city's main thoroughfares underwent extensive cleansing. Zhu Yilong and his team cooperated to clear the roads in front of Zijinghao Yuan. Cracks in the roads were filled and leveled with construction debris, restoring traffic flow and enabling the use of transportation. A significant number of bicycles that had been submerged were retrieved. After a thorough wash and a touch of oil, they were ready for use. This mode of transport proved far more convenient than walking, particularly as they could carry loads. Residents of Building 8 scoured parking lots for waterlogged vehicles to siphon fuel. The fuel stations were no longer an option, as the military had long since secured them. Once the waters receded, the fuel would be relocated. After several generators were repaired by skilled individuals from Building 8, solar panels were finally installed atop the roof. The Fan family also seized the opportunity to set up their own system. At night, they could finally illuminate their surroundings without fear of scrutiny. Mobile phones could be taken out to play games openly. With electricity available, they could equip bicycles with metal brackets using a welding machine, alleviating the burden of carrying supplies on their shoulders. Seizing the moment while most survivors were preoccupied with the search for food and water, Zhuang Yusin led a bicycle team back and forth to the freight station. The freight station had not escaped the earthquake's wrath. Many warehouses had collapsed, and some goods had been rendered unusable by the flooding. However, the coal, despite being submerged, remained viable. According to disaster forecasts, extreme weather would follow the pandemic. And as the Fan family indicated, an extreme cold spell was likely imminent. For a city like Nanshur, where temperatures rarely dip to freezing, enduring such frigid conditions would be a formidable challenge. To combat this harsh climate, preparations were essential, making the extraction of coal from the freight yard an urgent priority. 30 bicycles, laden with dripping bags of goods, swiftly attracted the attention of onlookers. Chapter 63. The time to savor durian has arrived after merely 2 days of transporting coal. The cargo yard was seized by the authorities, rendering all goods in this locale the property of the state. Naturally, they could not contest the government for resources. Having retained a mere 10-odd tons of coal from confiscation, Zhuang Yusin considered himself fortunate and continued his quest for combustible materials elsewhere. They had already scoured the urban villages where gas canisters were utilized, collecting whatever they could. They had also raided the shops dealing in charcoal. But the liquefied gas plants had been designated as crucial protected zones by the government, forcing them to take a detour. No green trees lining the roads or parks could be overlooked. If others were felling them, so too would they. Through relentless scavenging, a substantial pile of flammable materials accumulated in the vacant lot in front of the 8 buildings. Relying solely on this heap to endure an unknown duration of extreme cold was, of course, precarious. However, the ruins buried within South City were far too numerous, making the search for resources beneath the debris a formidable challenge. It would require considerable time to excavate cautiously, all while being wary of potential collapses of dilapidated structures. The primary personnel were reluctant to take unnecessary risks. Simultaneously, the perimeter encircled by razor wire began to have its foundation dug for the construction of a wall. The razor wire was not a permanent protective measure for the 8 buildings. It merely served as a temporary safeguard against opportunistic intruders and any ne'er-do-wells. The true intention behind the 8 buildings was to erect a robust wall 3 to 4 meters high, complete with watchtowers, to confront the unprecedented dangers of the apocalypse. Only a sturdy wall could provide a heightened sense of security. The industrious construction of the 8 buildings inspired the 9 to remain diligent. After expelling the families of the miscreants, they too began to collaborate in their efforts. Some ventured out in search of resources, while others focused on establishing a protective zone. Lacking the razor wire perimeter, they resorted to salvaging rebar, cement, and bricks from the ruins to create a rudimentary barrier around the 9 buildings, providing some obstacle for potential intruders. This makeshift wall barely exceeded a meter in height, with one side sharing the razor wire perimeter with the 8 buildings, effectively merging the 2 complexes, separated only by a fence. However, one side boasted a higher level of security, while the other could scarcely claim any. They maintained a vigilant patrol around the clock and divided a group to tend to the land for cultivation. Farming tools were borrowed from the 8 buildings, and vegetable seeds were exchanged for grain. It must be noted that the 9 buildings still possessed some resources. Not everyone had been entirely plundered by the rogues. In instances of home invasions, astute residents cleverly hollowed out their mattresses to conceal food and drink, leaving only a scant amount of supplies on display to mislead outsiders. One family, appearing disheveled and weary, frequently solicited food from neighbors, often seen sitting at their doorstep with forlorn expressions. The rogues, disinterested and rummaging through their abode reeking of foul odors, would rather avoid them altogether. Some even feigned destitution, dismantling their furniture and flooring to barter for food. A little here and a little there each day. Witnessing such behavior led others to believe they were bereft of sustenance. These clever individuals were not exclusive to the 9 buildings. Similar tactics were employed across other complexes. Some concealed provisions within sofa cushions, others within washing machines, and still others tucked away in winter clothing and bedding. Some individuals still resort to using plastic bags to lower supplies from windows, managing to preserve a modicum of survival provisions. Notably, after forcibly expelling a group of offenders and their families from Building 9, numerous residences became vacant. In a bid to bolster their strength, they boldly sought to attract those with resources to settle within their walls, extending an olive branch to others in the vicinity under the pretense of banding together against villainous oppression and collectively establishing protection. With aspirations set on Building 8, their grand vision garnered considerable attention, and the discerning quickly gravitated towards it. Unlike the mere promises of Building 9, the prospects of Building 8 had become tangible and enticing. Although initially resistant to outsiders, the inhabitants of Building 8 reconsidered their stance if deemed beneficial. Many were quick to adapt their strategies if others were not forthcoming. They could always advocate for themselves. The mere prospect of residing within the protective confines of Building 8 was enough to entice them, even if it meant living in tents outside, as it promised to secure slumber free from the fear of robbery or harassment. Since sharing a meal of Mount High, the Fan household had unwittingly transformed into a gathering place for discussions. Any minor issue prompted a collective meeting here, which irked Fan Lin somewhat. This was her private domain, and she preferred it not to serve as a public venue, disrupting her family's leisure. Yet, the management of Building 8 undeniably required an office space, which posed a dilemma. Presently, the building leaders were engaged in deliberations over a stack of handwritten documents with Fan's parents. From Building 11, the records indicated 120 pounds of grain and 33 barrels of 5L drinking water for 3 individuals. The elderly resident, a retired gynecological chief, was 72, while his daughter-in-law, a head nurse, was 41, with a 15-year-old grandson, worth considering. Building 13 listed 95 pounds of grain and 7 barrels of 19L drinking water for 4 individuals, including a son pursuing a doctorate in traditional Chinese medicine, albeit with limited clinical experience. However, they had access to medicinal herbs and ancestral remedies, which also merited consideration. Building 7 reported a stock of 260 pounds of grain and 21 barrels of 19L drinking water for 5 people, with both father and son having military backgrounds and 2 elderly members skilled in agriculture. This was promising, as none in their building possessed genuine rural farming expertise. Additionally, a young couple from Building 11 had only over 50 pounds of grain and 3 barrels of drinking water. Yet they had previously worked at a shooting range and claimed they could procure several Beretta 92s and AKMs, provided someone accompanied them. This presented no issue. They would certainly dispatch personnel to assist. The inclusion of these individuals into Building 8 would yield numerous advantages, and I wholeheartedly supported this initiative. There was also the prospect of selecting an additional apartment. As Monday continued, you flipped through the documents. Fan Lin promptly interjected, "Let us reserve 1 apartment for personal use. In the event of extreme weather, it would be unwise to store essential supplies on the rooftop. An entire apartment could be allocated for crucial provisions, and a corner could be designated for office use. After all, you all oversee more than 200 residents. It is unreasonable to lack an office." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yusin's eyes lit up. Indeed, we need a base of operations. There is no need to assign every residence for habitation. If there are indeed individuals who catch their eye, it would suffice for the young couple to share a residence. A one-time contribution should not be equated with those who can provide ongoing support. Chuilo nodded in agreement, affirming the sentiment. He had already acquired 3 firearms, albeit with a limited supply of ammunition, merely around 100 rounds. While an increase in weaponry would certainly be advantageous, merely sharing information cannot be compared to the contributions of others. They undeniably require a space for both office work and the storage of essential supplies. Thus, they decided to reserve 1 unit for their own use. Chuilong decisively concluded this arrangement. With the objective accomplished, Fan Lin exchanged a knowing glance with her parents, who responded with subtle smiles. They too wished for an uninterrupted life as a family of 3. Whenever there was a knock at the door, they were compelled to hastily conceal any items that were better left hidden. They refrained from enjoying strongly scented foods in the dining area, opting instead to retreat to the study, closing the door and windows to indulge in peace. The fear of being caught off guard by unexpected visitors, with lingering aromas of unexplainable dishes wafting through the living room, was a constant source of annoyance. Now, however, they could relish the freedom of their home, unburdened by the anxiety of unwelcome interruptions, and even indulge in durian without hesitation. Chapter 64. Welcoming new residents in the end. Everyone perused their options and selected a couple with no children, both nearing 30. Their stock of food was scant, yet they possessed an abundance of dog food. This household included a retired military dog with damaged vocal cords and 2 recently born puppies. To prevent the sound of the puppies from drawing attention, the owner had sealed off a room, rendering it as soundproof and airless as a sponge house. As a consequence, 4 puppies suffocated, leaving only 2 alive. In these apocalyptic times, one would think that sustaining a pet would be a luxury, especially when survival for humans is already precarious. However, the abundance of dog food in Building 8 led them to gather as much as possible whenever they ventured to scavenge for supplies. The pet food aisle had been nearly emptied by their efforts. Initially, the intention behind hoarding such a vast quantity of dog food was not out of a desire to care for pets. After the disaster, the only surviving animals in the city, besides humans, were rats, snakes, and insects. They had not encountered any other species. The thought of dogs still being alive had never crossed their minds. Thus, they resolved to collect dog food, thinking it prudent to stockpile in case food supplies dwindled. After all, dog food would be easier to digest than dirt. Now, learning that there were residents in the community with well-bred, trained shepherd dogs, they recognized the value of having 2 guard dogs patrolling Building 8, which had high security needs. Beyond that, maintaining more would be unnecessarily resource-intensive. They settled on these few, deciding that others lacking distinct qualifications should be directed towards Building 9. A few individuals agreed to split up and inform the residents of the water-damaged houses, preparing them mentally for the situation. The buildings had undergone 3 rounds of disinfection, and the 3rd and 4th floors had completed plastering and painting, making them ready for habitation within a week. There was little room for finicky preferences at this juncture. The construction materials had been scavenged from intact, newly built homes that had not succumbed to flooding. Within the properties intended for renovation, various supplies had been stacked, and materials on the upper floors had remained unaffected by water. Building 8 had begun its collection efforts before the waters receded, resulting in a substantial stockpile of materials. Residents on the 1st and 2nd floors would also be able to return to their homes in 2 weeks. Although some contemplated trading their homes for the opportunity to let newcomers occupy the water-damaged houses, the building supervisor insisted that should the original owners return, they would need to reclaim their homes and share living space with the newcomers, making eviction impossible. Likewise, returning homeowners would have to accept the same conditions, leading to the potential of shared ownership of their properties in the future. Protests were futile. Those wishing to reside in Building 8 had to abide by the supervisor's arrangements. Displaced residents pondered their options, realizing that a gold nest or silver nest could not compare to their own humble abode. Even if their homes had been flooded, they remained their own properties, a sanctuary within the apocalypse. Ultimately, they consented to return to their homes. The few residents who received offers from Building 8 were filled with delight. This process was meant to be discreet, yet 2 households inadvertently attracted attention. One was a family from Building 11, headed by a gynecologist. As they sought to recruit resourceful residents from Building 9, their interactions with those from Building 8 raised suspicions of their potential stockpiling of supplies. Although the community had recently been purged by armed personnel, a few outliers managed to evade capture and returned. They clandestinely gathered to devise a plan to silence those who had provisions. Their conclusion was to ensure that these individuals would be permanently muted. One family from Building 7 consisted of 3 robust men of varying ages, seemingly formidable and challenging to deal with. The most expedient method to eliminate them was to infect them with a contagious disease leading to their demise. These unscrupulous individuals, who had previously profited from coercion and plunder, had abandoned all moral boundaries, fixated solely on nearby prey. It appeared that both families sensed impending danger and, after considerable deliberation, sought refuge in Building 8. They hoped for assistance in relocating immediately, even expressing willingness to pitch tents temporarily in front of the building. Although this turn of events was somewhat unexpected, once the decision to shelter them was made, they were regarded as part of the community. Chu Yilong promptly dispatched a team of over 10 individuals to assist in moving their belongings. Consequently, those lurking wolves, who had been plotting their nocturnal assault, could only watch helplessly as the possessions of these two families were carried away by the residents of Building 8. They had the audacity to scratch walls, but lacked the courage to confront the inhabitants of Building 8. As the two families urgently relocated for protection, the remaining 3 families, witnessing this unfolding scenario, could no longer remain idle. With the sun nearing the horizon, they too rushed to Building 8, pleading for immediate assistance in their move. Given that 2 families had already sought refuge, it was only reasonable to extend the same courtesy to the others. Chu Yilong had no choice but to send more aid, prioritizing the transfer of essential survival supplies before relocating some belongings for temporary accommodation. The planting boxes in front of Building 8 were moved repeatedly, and several large tents were erected along the concrete walkway. Initially, the day was meant for recruiting personnel at Building 9, which had been the center of activity. However, after their recruitment concluded and a meeting convened, it was now Building 8 that found itself in disarray. As the selected individuals hastily moved in, the previously unwelcoming Building 8 was encircled by other residents of the community. Please, allow us to join. We can perform any task. Just seeking 3 meals a day before they could finish, they were interrupted. We don't need 3 meals. 2 will suffice, and we can do any work. Fine. We'll settle for just 1 meal. If you provide us with a hearty meal, we'll do anything. Those requesting a single meal were met with disdain by those demanding 2 or 3. However, before the situation escalated into chaos, a group of individuals who required no meals, only seeking to enter the boundaries of Building 8 to sleep on the ground, pushed the others aside. We simply wish to live within your protective perimeter without consuming your food. Please let us in. Some even expressed willingness to contribute supplies for admission. The building leaders found the situation both amusing and perplexing. They had to explain that Building 8 had only a few vacant units, and those accepted were individuals in need from their own building. With the current capacity reached, they regrettably could not accommodate any more. If you perceive any danger in your surroundings, it is advisable to adopt a defensive stance akin to ours in Building 9, banding together to safeguard against those who harbor intentions of theft and aggression. This is a well-meaning suggestion, although the spacing between the buildings in their community is generous. And while they may lack a grand scenic garden like that in the Building King, with diligence in clearing away debris and refuse, they could certainly reclaim a significant amount of open space. Solutions are conceived by human minds, and with paths already paved by others. Emulating their methods should not pose a challenge. Yet, there are always those who prefer an effortless route, seeking to tread the well-worn paths laid out by others. We can no longer afford to wait. Those miscreants, who have evaded capture, have returned and are likely to cause trouble again. Therefore, we implore you to allow us to join forces. Indeed, we are all law-abiding citizens, and previously, we have harbored no grievances against you. You cannot stand idly by in the face of peril. Such words, however, may not be well received. Chapter 65. Mother's Fury. Chyl unexpectedly remarked, since the flood, we in Building 8 have been diligently seeking ways to protect ourselves, never expecting assistance from anyone. We do not even dare to hope that the government will come to our aid. We rely solely on our own efforts. We are all human beings, and if we can manage, then certainly you can as well. Moreover, now that the waters have receded, it is far easier to undertake any tasks than it was before. We are not official personnel and have no obligation to safeguard you, nor do we possess the capacity to assist you extensively. You should carefully consider our advice. Regardless of how much those outside plead, Building 8 will no longer accept anyone. We kindly remind those with supplies to band together and remain vigilant. The few households that urgently rushed to Building 8 were quite alert. Some understood the gravity of the situation and realized that Building 8 truly would not accept them, leaving in disappointment. Only the brother of Unit 601's occupant continued to shout outside, demanding entry into his sister's home. Aunt Lou was exceedingly displeased with Building 8 for accepting several households from outside while denying her brother's family entry. She caused quite a commotion in front of the building, exclaiming, "You preach one thing and practice another. You say no outsiders may enter, yet allow so many in and even clear space for them to reside. If you can do this, what reason do you have to deny my brother's family? This is discrimination and bullying." Every day, she provided a meal for her brother's family. and her own food supplies were depleting rapidly, causing her husband great discontent. Now that Building 8 could earn points in exchange for food, she contemplated allowing her brother's family to enter and gain points. This would not only relieve her of the burden of providing for them, but also spare them the risks of venturing outside. Her eldest nephew had been beaten severely while fighting for a few packets of instant noodles, and her brother's family was pleading for her assistance. This time, she was determined to secure a place for her brother, thus blocking Chyl Ang's path and throwing a fit. Lu W. New York N and HSHN, who were registering and verifying the information of new arrivals, were infuriated by 601's blatant disregard for the situation. What time is it for such antics? Lu W. New York N approached with her notebook, directly questioning Aunt Lu. Does your brother's family possess any supplies or skills? What justification do they have for us to accept them? Is it because you can create a scene, or because of your age? Relying on the residents of Building 8 for protection, while your family contributes little. You claim to be a resident of Building 8, yet they are merely your relatives. You have no connection to us. Why should we accept your brother? Aunt Lu was indeed loud, her voice rising above the others. However, volume does not equate to reason. Lu W. New York N did not engage in a shouting match. Instead, she pointed at her notebook and stated, "Let me explain why we in Building 8 accept those with no connection to us. Look here." She gestured towards tent number 1, saying, "The elderly lady in that household was the head of gynecology at the district's maternal and child health center, possessing exceptional medical skills. Her daughter-in-law is a head nurse, well-versed in care. Our building currently has 2 pregnant women, with the possibility of a 3rd, 4th, or 5th in the future. Childbirth is a perilous affair for women. Without their assistance, who will help deliver the babies? Do you possess such capabilities, or does your brother's family?" Aunt Lu scoffed, asserting her lack of knowledge. Her brother's family ran a toy store, and none of them were particularly knowledgeable. Lu Wanyun then pointed to tent number 2, stating, "This household has 2 men who served in the military, skilled in their craft. Their elder is a master in agriculture, and we must rely on them to teach us how to cultivate the vast land in front of Building 8. Can you do that?" After 30 years as an ordinary worker, Aunt Lu had no experience in farming. She couldn't even grow a scallion properly. And then there's this family. A bespectacled man from outside tent number 3 approached and introduced himself. "I'm a doctoral student in traditional Chinese medicine from a lineage of practitioners. My family possesses numerous remedies for chronic ailments. There were no medical professionals in Building 8, not even a nurse. And welcoming those with medical expertise was a matter of health for all residents. Life in a post-apocalyptic world was already fraught with challenges. In the event of illness or childbirth, lacking a doctor meant a grim fate. Moreover, with the severe pandemic spreading, who wouldn't desire the presence of medical professionals? The only beacon of hope in dire circumstances?" Aunt Lu stared, speechless. Lu Wanyun continued, pointing to tent number 4. "These 2 young men have connections to procure useful weapons, enhancing our security in Building 8. Does your brother's family have such abilities?" Without waiting for Aunt Lu's response, she gestured towards the dogs outside the last tent, saying, "Do you see? Purebred shepherd dogs, the preferred guardians of military and police. With these dogs in Building 8, whether someone attempts to intrude or sneak out, we will have vigilant protectors, safeguarding us from theft and harm." After finishing her introductions, she looked at Aunt Lu, whose face was frozen in shock, and coldly remarked, "We have established a safety zone for ourselves, a sanctuary of our own making. The primary purpose is our own security, not to shelter others. If these families do not contribute value, they will merely consume our resources, much like your brother's family, who come empty-handed seeking to take advantage of us. The building manager's differential treatment is for the benefit of all residents, including your family. At your age, it is crucial to avoid illness. Otherwise, the very doctors you reject may not be inclined to assist you. You must look after yourself. What does one fear in old age? Death." Preoccupied with bringing her brother's family into the fold, Aunt Lu found herself at a loss for words. Her wrinkled face tightened uncomfortably. She turned to glance at her brother's family waiting outside the enclosure, then at the newly joined elite members, her heart torn. At just 60 years old, she still had decades of life ahead. However, as one ages, health issues inevitably arise. Without a doctor, how could she hope to live those years? Aunt Lu faced a choice between her own longevity and her brother's family. Brushing off the dust accumulated from her earlier display of frustration, she trudged toward the entrance of the building. Regardless of how her family called out from beyond the enclosing fence, she did not look back. Initially, some residents, not fully aware of the situation regarding the new households accepted by the building manager, held a variety of opinions. However, all thoughts dissipated now. Each of these individuals was indeed valuable and deserved a warm welcome. Chu Yilong and the other 2 building managers gave a thumbs up to Lu Wanyun. Grateful that this live introduction spared them the effort of further explanations. Standing outside the crowd, Fan Lin felt a deep admiration for her mother's performance. In her previous life, her mother succumbed to despair and familial strife, leading to a tragic end. Yet, in this life, she shone brightly amidst the apocalypse. How wonderful! Building 8 had taken in several families, leaving many who had chosen Building 9 filled with regret. Had they known that Building 8 was also in need of residents, they would have chosen differently. However, even if they wished to abandon their previous choice for a brighter prospect, Building 8 no longer accepted anyone, especially those who were unremarkable. The following day, Fan Lin accompanied Chu Yilong and the others to the Huayong mansion in the city center. With firearms in hand, she found it difficult to remain still. The 3 guns retrieved by Chu Yilong were just sufficient for each of the 3 building managers. Although she felt a pang of envy, she refrained from asking for one. This time, she could not afford to miss out. Chapter 66. A Descent from the Sky. The Huayong mansion, soaring 27 stories high, stands as one of the few relatively intact skyscrapers. The proprietor of the shooting range resides on the 22nd floor in an expansive suite of over 400 square meters. Most of the residents here are individuals of considerable means. The young couple, Lin Haoyan and Liang Yu, learned that the firearms ordered by the shooting range owner had arrived the day before the calamity struck. At the time, the owner was at home and had requested Lin Haoyan to bring the items to his residence for inspection after work. Lin Haoyan had also brought 2 boxes of ammunition along. Upon delivering the items to the owner's home, Lin Haoyan inadvertently overheard the owner's wife on the phone, mentioning that their family had booked train tickets for that evening to flee to the capital. It seemed they intended to temporarily escape the impending typhoon in the southern city. It was unlikely that the firearms and ammunition would accompany them to the capital, as Lin Haoyan noted that those items would remain in the owner's residence on the 22nd floor. Both young individuals were acutely aware of the significance of firearms in a post-apocalyptic world, yet they had no means to acquire them. The area surrounding the shooting range, they heard, had been reduced to ruins. Even if the range possessed weapons, they would be buried beneath the rubble. The owner's front door was a robust steel barrier, designed specifically for bank use, offering protection against bullets, impacts, and forced entry. They understood their limitations and decided to provide information to the residents of Building 8, hoping to exchange it for protection. After careful consideration, Chu Yilong decided to take them along, venturing into this risky endeavor. The signs of flooding in Huayong Mansion still lingered up to the 7th floor, with the fire escape entrance unimpeded by doors, much like the windows and doors of the lower floors, which had been thoroughly destroyed. As Lin Haoyan led the group to the 22nd floor, they encountered no one along the way. In a building with 1 unit per floor, the resident density was inherently low, and with the pandemic in full swing, very few dared to venture outside. Upon reaching the doorstep of the shooting range owner's residence, they knocked several times, confirming the absence of anyone before Chu Yilong guided them directly to the rooftop. On the 25th floor, they encountered a resident who, upon seeing strangers, promptly shut and locked the door, likely fearing a robbery. Their swift actions suggested they had experienced such encounters before, with no one to impede their progress. The group found it easier to navigate. Little did they expect such a thorough divide among the residents, where the approach of outsiders went unnoticed and unchallenged. Upon reaching the rooftop, Chu Yilong surveyed the surroundings. Fan Lin peered over the railing and felt a wave of dizziness. Brother Long, you're a retired soldier, not a firefighter. Aren't you afraid? Just looking down from this height makes my heart race. Chu Yilong chuckled. If your heart isn't racing, then we have a problem. This elicited laughter from the others. Unamused, Fan Lin shrugged, realizing that Brother Long's calm demeanor indicated her worries were unwarranted. Don't worry. It takes courage to be here. Keep an eye on your position, he instructed, as he began to stretch his limbs. The impenetrable steel door barred entry, so he planned to lower a safety rope from the rooftop to the 22nd floor, seeking a way to enter through the balcony. Each household in this building boasted a protruding outdoor terrace. The position is well placed, with excellent lighting and convenient access for those descending from above. Brother Long, must we truly proceed this way? Even Fan Lin and Zhuang Yusin feel a tinge of unease. Zhou Yiyou wears a worried expression, although there is a safety rope. It seems precarious. This is a 27-story building, not merely 7. Even with a harness, he would not dare to dangle in such heights. He fears not the charred remains. But this aerial venture instills a sense of dread. Lin Haoyan's thoughts are in a state of conflict. He gained entry to the protective perimeter of Building 8 through the information he provided. Should an accident befall Chu Yilong due to this, the residents of Building 8 would surely tear him apart. Yet, if they were to be deprived of the weapons and ammunition, there would be no reason for them to shelter him and his wife. Compared to the contributions of other households, Lin Haoyan is acutely aware of his own disadvantage. Only if the residents of Building 8 acquire the supplies can he feel justified in receiving their protection. He can only hope that the apocalypse does not prove too cruel and that matters proceed smoothly. Since they have arrived, retreat is not an option. Chu Yilong first secures the rope to the chimney on the rooftop before fastening his dual harnesses. As long as you ensure this rope remains uncut. Even if it is severed, if it remains taut for 2 minutes, I shall be unharmed. Although they encountered no one on their way, they must remain vigilant against any potential disruptions. Of course, even if I am harmed, I shall not allow anyone to sever this rope, Zhuang Yusin assures. Standing confidently by the chimney, the other 3 also vow to safeguard the rope's end. Then I entrust my life to you, Chu Yilong says, meticulously checking the security of his safety harness and ropes. The quality of the ropes is commendable, capable of supporting his weight of over 140 pounds without issue. The gravity of the task weighs heavily upon them. Brother Long, do take care. The leader's bravery compels the others to assist with utmost effort. Very well, Chu Yilong. No longer indulging in idle talk, equipped with a crowbar, a mountain axe, and a firearm, ascends the protective railing. Aside from Zhuang Yusin, who vigilantly watches the stairway. The other 3 grip the rope tightly, positioned at the edge of the railing, anxiously observing Chu Yilong as he descends inch by inch. For someone like Chu Yilong, trained in rope descent, although he has not engaged in this activity for years, his movements remain fluid and unhesitant. As he lowers himself from the rooftop, he inevitably catches the attention of those inside, yet before they can fully comprehend, he has reached the next floor. The panic and fear of those within are of no concern to him. Their fear is futile, for he does not intend to intrude upon their space. Those atop the building witness Chu Yilong safely landing on the terrace of the 22nd floor, and he gestures an OK sign upwards, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Brother Long truly lives up to his name. He is remarkably skilled. I can hardly bear to watch. My legs feel weak. Once Lin Haoyan calms down, he leans against the wall for support, wiping the sweat from his brow. Zhou Yiyou, also wiping his perspiration, exclaims in admiration, indeed. Those who have served in the military are different. Dangling dozens of meters in the air is like child's play for them, truly impressive. With a slight fear of heights, Fan Lin exhaled deeply before retrieving a generous sip of water from her backpack, alleviating her dry and anxious throat. She then eagerly proclaimed, "Let us descend and await below." Since they had already reached the terrace, they merely needed to wait for Long Gu to open the door from within. All right, let us proceed downward. However, Zhuang Yusin chose to remain atop the building for a while, just in case. The other 3 swiftly descended to the 22nd floor, where they stood outside the heavy steel door, pressing their ears against it in hopes of catching any sounds from within. Yet, the quality of this formidable steel door was such that they could discern nothing from outside. Chapter 67. Having descended to the terrace on the 22nd floor, Zhu Yilong attempted to smash the balcony's glass with an axe, only to discover that it was impenetrable bulletproof glass. This revelation was rather unexpected. Not wishing to expend effort in vain, he grasped the rope once more and suspended himself, maneuvering to the other side of the window. On the rooftop, Zhuang Yusin noticed the safety rope tightening again, causing his heart to race. He quickly leaned over the railing to peer outside, yet failed to see Zhu Yilong's figure. Anxiety gripped him as he clutched the rope tightly, gauging its tension until, moments later, the pull vanished once more. He swiftly began to shake the rope. And after a brief interval, it responded with a tug. Could it be successful? A surge of joy filled Zhuang Yusin's heart as he promptly turned and descended the stairs with haste. Upon reaching the 22nd floor, the door opened just as he arrived. Brother Long's speed is astonishing. The group entered the house with expressions of delight. Having expected that breaking the glass doors would take considerable time, Zhu Yilong smiled as he closed the door, remarking, "All the glass here is bulletproof. It cannot be broken by brute force." Fortunately, the toilet window was merely closed and not locked, allowing me to enter through there. The others were taken aback, astonished that everything was bulletproof. Goodness, even the heavy, specialized bank door was one thing, but to find that the house windows were similarly fortified was astounding. Surely, the owner of the shooting range must be hiding mountains of wealth. As they traversed the intricately designed entrance garden and entered the grand living room, they were struck by the opulence of the decor, making the use of bulletproof glass seem entirely reasonable. Lin Haoyan, feeling somewhat reassured, informed them, "My boss believes in feng shui. This is the origin of his success. He prefers living in a spacious flat rather than a villa, which is why it is so exquisitely decorated." However, he was unaware that all the doors and windows are bulletproof. Had he known, he would still have sold the weapon information to Building 8. The house he shared with his wife had been broken into several times by malicious groups. They had managed to hide some supplies, but those individuals had harbored ill intentions toward his wife. He had fiercely protected her, risking his life to prevent any humiliation. Yet, with societal order in disarray, he could not guarantee her continued safety. The neighbors in this building were equally untrustworthy, each harboring their own agendas and remaining on guard against one another. The unity and protective measures of Building 8 evoked envy among the surrounding residents, and he and his wife could only find safety by joining them. Thus, he fervently hoped that Building 8 would secure that cache of weapons. With those arms, their survival in Building 8 would be significantly more assured. Do you know where your boss has hidden the items? To avoid any potential complications, Zhu Yilong aimed to retrieve the items and depart swiftly. When I brought the items over, I placed them in the study. Lin Haoyan quickly led the way to the study's location. This is it. As for whether the items are indeed hidden here, I cannot guarantee it. Let us begin our search in the study and refrain from checking other rooms. Very well. Together, they entered the study to commence their search. The study, spanning nearly 50 square meters, is adorned with 2 large bookshelves. In front of the shelves stands an imposing mahogany desk, while to the left lies a leather sofa equipped with a massage chair, and to the right, an intricately carved wooden tea table shaped like a dragon. The eclectic blend of Eastern and Western styles within the study is harmoniously executed, yet conspicuously absent is a safe. All drawers of the cabinets have been thoroughly searched, revealing no firearms or ammunition. Lin Haoyan, more anxious than anyone, speculates that the weapons could be hidden in one of the many other rooms. Let us search separately, he suggests. Zhu Yilong remains undeterred. In this expansive flat of over 400 square meters, they have all scoured every corner. Yet the cache of weapons Lin Haoyan mentioned remains elusive. Monday Yu begins to harbor doubts, questioning the existence of such arms. You mustn't deceive us with such grave matters. The unexpected outcome leaves Lin Haoyan in a state of distress, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The inability to locate the items means that the 8th building will not shelter them, a consequence he dares not contemplate. With a forlorn expression, he insists. I am not lying. I truly brought 4 Beretta 92s and 2 AK Alphas here the day before the typhoon. My boss would never transport such heavy weaponry to Jing City. Yet, they remain unfound. Lin Haoyan, now on the verge of tears, exclaims, I do not know. I cannot fathom where my boss might have concealed them. This is his stronghold. The reinforced steel door and bulletproof glass signify the place's undeniable importance, and indeed, the residence contains numerous valuable items. Aside from Fan Lin, the collection of jewels and antiques fails to pique the interest of the others. Only the prized cigars, fine wines, teas, and staple goods such as rice, oil, and delicacies like sea cucumbers and birds' nests could tempt the group. Frankly speaking, these items do warrant a visit from the few individuals of the 8th building, yet they do not justify providing refuge for Lin Haoyan and his wife. Lin Haoyan is acutely aware of this, fueling his urgency and disappointment. Let us search once more, this time with greater care. Fan Lin, who arrived with high hopes, remains resolute. The space, while sizable, does not seem insurmountable for the numerous firearms. One would expect them to be relatively easy to locate. However, they have examined nearly every conceivable storage area, including the bedroom wardrobe, where a hidden safe was violently breached, revealing only cash, jewelry, and property documents, no firearms. Unyielding, the group resumes their search, leaving no room unexamined, even the workers' quarters. Fan Lin re-enters the study, surveying the room thoughtfully. The bookshelves are made of transparent glass, allowing for a clear view of the volumes within. She opens the doors and meticulously inspects each thick tome. The homeowner's collection boasts numerous classics, including a row of works by great thinkers, yet these books appear untouched, as if they have never been deeply studied. Undeterred by the effort, Fan Lin extracts every book thicker than 2 fingers to examine. After scrutinizing dozens of titles, she finally uncovers a surprise within a copy of Don Quixote. Disguised as a book, a hardbound cover conceals a handgun. It is a Glock G17C, a pistol equipped with a bulletproof jump mechanism and no external safety. Designed for quick discharge, with a magazine capacity of 19. Zhu Yilong, who rushes in upon hearing Fan Lin's exclamation, offers a brief explanation about the firearm. Clutching the pistol tightly, Fan Lin declares, I found it. What she discovered must rightfully belong to her. Other possessions may be inconsequential, but this firearm must remain firmly in her grasp. There is no room for negotiation, typically composed in the face of any material acquisition upon encountering the pistol. Zhu Yilong found himself bemused by her unwillingness to relinquish it. Can you shoot? He inquired. If not, I can learn, she replied. No one is born with such skills. She would simply acquire them. Ultimately, she needed a firearm capable of discharging bullets. Of course, a machine gun would possess greater lethality and an undeniable coolness. Yet that was not an option available to her. A pistol could still instill a considerable amount of fear. The fact that she was the one to find the gun signified her rightful claim to it. There was no way she would surrender it to anyone else. Those who had followed her, eager to witness the discovery, were thrilled to uncover a genuine firearm concealed within a book. They eagerly pulled out every volume from the bookshelf that Fan Lin had yet to peruse. Ultimately, among two large bookshelves, only the 2 volumes of Don Quixote, which Fan Lin had initially unearthed, contained a pistol and 4 magazines. This meant that the weapon in Fan Lin's possession held a total of 76 rounds. While it may seem scant, it was undoubtedly superior to the absence of any weaponry that others faced. Chapter 68. Mending the dumplings. Ultimately, this endeavor yielded a firearm, rendering the journey worthwhile. Although the anticipated cache of weapons remained elusive, Lin Haoyan felt a slight alleviation of his anxiety. The group departed from Huayong Mansion, burdened with tobacco, alcohol, tea, grains, oils, and dried seafood, while the safety ropes atop the building were also retrieved. The arsenal at Building 8 had increased to 4 firearms, instilling a renewed sense of confidence among the members. Though only Chu Yilong possessed shooting experience, everyone was eager to learn. As the back wall of Building 8 reached a height of over 2 meters, Fan Lin, Zhuang Yusen, and Shou Iyo honed their aim using slingshots. Chu Yilong guided them to a secluded area for live-fire training. Each participant was allotted only 5 rounds, emphasizing the importance of conservation. Fan Lin's Glock lacked an external safety, posing a risk of accidental discharge for those inexperienced with firearms. Chu Yilong repeatedly cautioned her to exercise utmost care. After several years of surviving in the apocalypse, Fan Lin understood that lacking such caution could spell disaster. Reluctant to expend all 5 bullets, she fired only 3. Through this invaluable shooting experience, she analyzed the weapon's mechanics, internalizing its recoil and shooting characteristics. Zhou Iyo and Zhuang Yusen also recognized the scarcity of ammunition, approaching each shot with careful consideration. Although they were not yet proficient, they would at least be prepared to draw their weapons should a confrontation arise, avoiding the embarrassment of not knowing how to disengage the safety. With a focus on foundational teaching and deep understanding, they endeavored to protect Building 8, where firearms were regarded as treasures of the stronghold. Armed with such formidable tools, adversaries would think twice before approaching. In the days that followed, Fan Lin's spirits soared as she engaged eagerly in dumpling making with her parents, though her creations resembled unappetizing lumps. "The mess you made, you'll have to eat it yourself," Lu Wanyan remarked, unable to bear the sight of the unfortunate concoction. Fan Lin pouted. "Isn't that a bit harsh, Mom? Have you stopped loving me?" It was merely a case of overstuffing the dumplings, causing the wrappers to tear, and she had simply taken an extra skin to patch it up. How did it end up looking like that? Lu Wanyan shot her daughter a disdainful glare. "If you don't take this seriously, I might just stop loving you altogether, you kitchen disaster." Fan Lin, feeling clever despite the insult, chuckled to herself. "Making dumplings is easy, just watch me." With a flourish, she produced a dumpling-making gadget, a collapsible round box that fit over her ears. After sifting through numerous packages, she had found a treasure trove of useful items, which had taken her considerable time to organize. After cleaning the gadget and drying it, she laid out a dumpling skin, added the filling, and folded it perfectly. "See? Simple, right? I can make them faster than all of you," Fan Lin boasted. Lu Wanyan examined a factory-made dumpling and critiqued. "This dumpling lacks soul. Is that even a thing?" Fan Lin, momentarily deflated, was rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Fan Jiming, diligently crafting handmade dumplings, found amusement in watching his daughter as pride be punctured by his wife's critique. "Look at you. Showing off in front of your parents, how could you not expect to be called out?" He chuckled heartily. After exchanging a glance filled with playful rivalry, the mother and daughter couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ignoring the desolation of the city outside and the occasional cries of sorrow emanating from the community, they found joy in their familial bond that felt like a dream on a cloud in this apocalyptic world. Occasionally, this joyous atmosphere gave rise to a sense of surrealism. As they laughed, the trio instinctively wiped their tear-streaked faces and made encouraging gestures toward one another. Once the dumplings were cooked, Lu Wanyun handed her daughter a plate, instructing her to take it to their teacher's family as a gesture of respect. Little Chi's mother had mentioned wanting dumplings just days prior. Chu Yilong's wife, Yishan, hailed from the north and had a fondness for noodles. Before the calamity, she often prepared dumplings for her son. It had been a long time since she last made them, as they had flour but were reluctant to use the precious filling, which required fresh vegetables. Lu Wanyun, however, grew 2 pots of chives on her balcony. Chives were hardy and could be harvested in rotation, allowing them to gather enough for a meal every couple of weeks. Even though one harvest sufficed for their family of 3, they had thousands of pounds of chives at their disposal. By adding a bit of chive to their dumpling filling, alongside eggs and ham, they could prepare a batch for the Chu family without raising suspicion. For their own dumplings, they made a savory mixture of pork, shrimp, and chives, ensuring the best quality. With 35 dumplings in the plate, It was perfect for the Chu family, consisting of 3 adults and 1 child. The adults might consume 10 each, while the child would eat 5, just the right amount, as giving too many would be frowned upon. Nowadays, neighbors were frugal. No one dared to indulge gluttonously in this time of scarcity, fearing the day when food supplies might run out. Fan Lin carried the covered plate outside to deliver dumplings to the Chu family. Upon stepping out, she spotted Grandma Su from Unit 1102 holding a tray. With a warm and loving glint in her eyes, Grandma Su called out, "Lindsay, come quickly and try this. I made glutinous rice cakes with peanut and sesame filling today." "Oh, Grandma Su, you've made treats again." Fan Lin walked over without hesitation, reaching for a plump glutinous rice cake and taking a hearty bite. Freshly made. The cake was sticky, fragrant, and soft, with a crispy and sweet filling. Absolutely delightful. "So good," Fan Lin exclaimed, her mouth full, struggling to articulate clearly. Hearing her praise, Grandma Su's smile widened. "Slow down, there's a whole tray. If you can't finish it today, you can heat it up tomorrow." "Thank you, Grandma Su. Please take it inside for me. We made dumplings today, and we're planning to send some over for you to taste as well." Grandma Su found herself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. It seemed she was trading glutinous rice cakes for dumplings. On the day the typhoon arrived, although the elderly couple had enlisted Fan Lin's help to stock up on supplies, they did not remain idle at home. Instead, they rushed to the supermarket to gather essential goods. While others scrambled for rice and noodles, they filled their carts with glutinous rice flour, sticky rice flour, corn flour, pea flour, and regular flour, also acquiring some brown sugar, white sugar, peanuts, sesame seeds, and red dates. They thought about staying home and making pastries for the Fan family as a token of gratitude for their care. Yet, every time they prepared something, the Fan family always returned the favor with delicious treats, leaving Grandma Su both amused and bewildered. Before she could politely decline the dumplings, Lu Wanyan emerged. Drawn by the enticing aroma, "What delightful dish have you made this time?" Grandma Su smiled as she handed her a tray, revealing the glutinous rice cake she had made. "Come, try one while it's still warm." "Oh, it has been ages since I last tasted these cakes. I didn't expect you to possess such culinary skills. So I must indulge." Lu Wanyan seized the opportunity to pull Grandma Su into the house. Fan Lin, holding a plate, descended the 7 flights of stairs, delivering a plate of dumplings to the Chu family. On her way back, she encountered Feng Suyu from the 10th floor. Noticing her ascending from below, Feng Suyu quickly pulled her aside and whispered, "Lindsay, may I inquire about something? Is it true that our building manager possesses a firearm?" Fan Lin immediately furrowed her brow. The existence of firearms had not been made public, and such matters should remain confidential unless absolutely necessary. Although the apocalypse had arrived, official policies had not changed, and civilians were still prohibited from owning guns. Even for self-defense, if discovered by the authorities, the consequences could be severe. "Who told you the building manager has a gun?" she asked with seriousness. Feng Suyu blinked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Doesn't that imply that the new family has access to useful weaponry?" "A useful weapon is indeed a gun. They've been part of our blockade for several days now. Could they have handed it to the manager?" "Sister Feng, please refrain from speculating unnecessarily. If this information leaks and reaches the ears of someone with ill intent, it could create chaos even if the manager does not possess a firearm. Useful weaponry does not solely refer to guns. Would you not fear a sharp blade designed for decapitation? How about a dagger capable of piercing through with a single thrust? Or sulfuric acid that can corrode half of one's body with just a splash? These are all formidable weapons capable of inflicting harm and defending against external threats. Firearms are not the only means of protection." Fan Lin felt slightly reassured, redirecting the focus of their conversation. Disappointed, Feng Suyu exclaimed, "Oh, I thought we had firearms for protection in blockade. It seems that is not the case." Then, recalling the close relationship between the Fan family and the building manager, she hastily clarified, "I was merely asking out of curiosity. I even defended against other speculations." "As long as that is the case," Fan Lin replied, feeling a sense of vigilance rise within her. She paid little heed to her gossip-loving neighbor and hurried upstairs. Very few were aware of the firearms, and those who knew had been sworn to secrecy, ensuring that such information would not be carelessly disseminated. With the government's authority still intact, any leaks could lead to dire consequences, turning individuals into examples and resulting in the confiscation of firearms, rendering their efforts futile. Chapter 69. The implementation of fire seed protection. Several families newly settled in Building 8 are to draw lots to determine their residences. The retired gynecology chief, due to her advanced age, has been specially assigned to reside in Unit 602, a floor that is neither too high nor too low, thus providing convenient access. The 4 families participating in the lottery possess no right to voice their opinions. surrendering their fates to the small pieces of paper. Unit 1001 is reserved as an office, while Unit 701, 801, and 902 in the second and third buildings will be occupied by these families. Ultimately, the dog-owning couple Tang Chong and Lin Haoyan secured Unit 701, while the family of Dr. Liu Weicheng obtained Unit 902, and the young veteran Chen Liang from the glorious home drew Unit 801. Before moving in, they reside in tents in front of Building 8, which, in reality, presents little inconvenience. The area even has mobile toilets, and they plan to dig a large pit for storing human waste to produce organic fertilizer. With urban civilization vanished, they have regressed to an agrarian era. The genes of the people from the Flower Kingdom have always been imbued with a fervor for cultivation, as they can sow seeds wherever they go. Neither the poles nor outer space can deter them from planting crops, with aspirations to grow pumpkins even in the cosmos. The once yellow earth of the Zijing Haoyuan is soon to transform into fertile black soil. Under the benevolent sun and suitable temperatures, the vegetables planted early have sprouted green shoots, thriving with vitality. However, the southern city is enveloped in an atmosphere of escalating panic. Despite the government's daily efforts to transport safe drinking water back to the city, it remains a drop in the bucket, insufficient to meet the daily needs of all survivors. Some, unable to endure their thirst, resort to drinking from unsafe sources. Infected individuals are isolated for treatment. Yet the rapidly depleting supply of various Western and traditional Chinese medicines fails to control the rising death toll. The vast incineration site established on the outskirts of the city continuously emits thick smoke. Observing the community where people mourn daily, and bodies are regularly wrapped and taken away, Fan Ba and Fan Ma feel like startled birds, even wearing M95 masks to sleep, insisting their daughter do the same. Fan Lin, both amused and exasperated, explains to them, "This is not a contagious respiratory disease. It is an intestinal infection, and there is no need for such precaution. The high infection rate upon contact with corpses arises from the abundance of viruses present on them. Hands and clothing may become contaminated. In the absence of clean water, the viruses cannot be thoroughly removed from their hands, and with clothing potentially unchanged for days, the risk of illness through ingestion is ever present." Despite her explanation, Fan Ba and Fan Ma remain cautious, believing that being prudent is never a flaw. After all, what if the virus mutates? Even knowing that no one in their family succumbed to the disease in their past life, they remain uneasy. Their daughter has returned from the dead. Who knows if the butterfly effect might alter the virus or its transmission methods? In summary, amidst such a terrifying epidemic, it is imperative to take every possible precaution. One must not become negligent due to discomfort or inconvenience. "Should we bring out the gas masks for you?" Fan Lin jokes. Seeing her parents in such a state of anxiety, Liu Wenyan suddenly slapped her thigh, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how could I forget that we have gas masks? Hurry. Bring them out. They must be more effective than mere masks." Fan Jiming, taken aback for a moment, nodded in agreement, certainly more useful than masks. To their surprise, their parents took it seriously, prompting Fan Lin to furrow her brow in concern. "Dad, Mom, please don't be so dramatic. Our Block 8 is already isolated. We have no contact sources and haven't consumed any contaminated water. We will be fine." After much persuasion, she managed to dissuade her parents from the idea of wearing gas masks, wiping her cold sweat as she retreated to her room. She was acutely aware that the current situation, with daily casualties from the epidemic, would likely persist for at least another 3 months. It would not be medication that would end the outbreak, but rather the sudden onset of cold weather, which would freeze all patients with weakened immune systems. The blanket of pristine white snow would alleviate the difficulties of accessing water, depriving the virus of its breeding ground. The cost of this would be a dramatic overnight decrease in the population of Nan City. This calamity was unavoidable, even if she possessed prophetic insight. There was little she could do. Among the medical equipment and pharmaceuticals collected in the logistics park, some were intended for treating intestinal infections and reducing fevers, and she could only seek opportunities to distribute these medications safely. Meanwhile, faced with a surge of infected patients, the newly formed leadership in Nan City made a difficult decision during their meetings. The consecutive disasters had devastated Nan City, plunging the entire nation into paralysis. Southern typhoons, earthquakes, floods, and plagues were met with northern torrential rains, hurricanes, and sandstorms in a vicious cycle, resulting in severe damage to urban systems and air pollution so acute that breathing became a challenge. The elderly and children, with their compromised immunity, succumbed first, leading to overcrowded hospitals, disrupted supply chains, and widespread unrest wrought by both natural calamities and human errors, resulting in countless casualties. Though the disasters in the north differed from those in the south, the situation remained dire. Each region struggled to fend for itself, with external aid hard to come by. Medical supplies dwindled with each passing day, leaving them vulnerable should even harsher calamities arise. There were also survival supplies, the resources salvaged from the earthquakes and floods. In the absence of production, would not last long. To conserve food, from the highest levels to the grassroots, nearly everyone could only afford to eat half their fill each day. After several meetings, the leadership of Nan City consulted with central authorities via satellite phone, ultimately reaching a consensus with the military. Given the extreme scarcity of resources, they could only preserve the best. Those in critical condition and elderly patients over 60 were deprived of medication, with the focus of treatment shifted to younger adults and minors with milder symptoms. The first official shelter, hastily constructed, explicitly stated it would only accept healthy males under 45, females under 40, and children aged 6 and above, implementing a seed protection plan. At this juncture, Nan City was left with just over 2 million inhabitants, discarding the designated seed line. More than half the population would have to find ways to survive in this apocalyptic scenario. When the residents of Scavenged received this official announcement, nearly everyone felt their hearts sink to the depths of despair. Although the authorities did not explicitly label this as a seed protection plan to the general populace, everyone understood the implications behind the stringent admission criteria for the shelters. Behind the protection of the flame lies a terrifying national crisis. Throughout the millennia of the nation's history, even amidst large-scale wars, the populace has never experienced such a profound sense of panic. Yet, a few natural disasters have instilled an overwhelming sense of crisis within the country. This illustrates the sheer destructiveness of calamity, rendering everyone emotionally burdened to the point of tears. When nature seeks to annihilate humanity, the human capacity for resistance appears almost non-existent. The insignificance of mankind has never been so acutely felt. Nevertheless, despite their diminutive stature, the people still possess the courage to confront the heavens. Even if the path of struggle necessitates the sacrifice of countless brethren, it is all in pursuit of preserving the finest embers of the nation. This reflects the will of the elite, yet the common folk can only feel the chill of despair. No one desires to be mere fodder. Everyone wishes to survive until the end. The official shelters represent the sole hope for survival, yet many are barred from entry due to age restrictions. Countless individuals, unwilling to accept their fate, have taken to lamenting and even protesting, demanding equitable treatment from the shelters. When their efforts yield no results, they resort to harming numerous grassroots personnel, inciting riots, with tens of thousands attempting to storm the shelters, hoping to create a fait accompli. However, times have changed. In this apocalyptic era, governance requires measures befitting the situation, and for the first time, the military and police have turned their weapons upon ordinary citizens. Those they once safeguarded now find themselves under scrutiny, and tears glisten in the eyes of countless soldiers and officers aiming their weapons. The natural disasters have severely hampered the operations of the southern city government, with essential supplies ravaged by earthquakes and floods. Having endured until now, the authorities can no longer guarantee the welfare of all survivors. For the greater good, necessary sacrifices have become unavoidable. Following the elimination of the instigators of the riots, the multitude of demonstrators was momentarily silenced. Only then could the official shelters truly begin to accept eligible survivors. Residents of the Scavenged have gradually approached the registration personnel to sign up. Building 8 unfurled a banner proclaiming, "Strive for self-reliance, do not burden the nation." This slogan garnered praise from the officials. Upon learning of Building 8's response measures and future plans following the disaster, no interference was imposed on their self-governance and self-protection efforts. They were even encouraged to persevere, with leaders like Chui Long urged to guide their neighbors in their struggle for survival. However, while the leaders worked to enhance the official perception of Building 8, there were still those who sought to undermine their efforts from behind. Chapter 70. Have I laid my strength upon the weaker? After a long wait, the official personnel arrived, and Deng Xiaoshuang eagerly pulled Su Su to the back, inquiring about the specifics of the refuge. Upon learning that the official shelter's first phase would only accommodate 200,000 people, and that it operated under a joint military and governmental management, they were keen to register. They proposed to donate supplies in exchange for preferential treatment, offering 10 boxes of instant noodles, 5 boxes of small bottled water, and 5 boxes of compressed biscuits in hopes of securing a residence in the first-tier zone. However, the staff only allowed them entry into the second-tier zone, reserving the first tier for elite individuals deemed capable of making significant contributions during the calamity. Lacking any specialized skills, the two women accepted their fate without much thought. After all, they still possessed ample supplies, and once inside the official refuge, they were confident they could eventually infiltrate the circles they aspired to join. Having secured official acceptance, Deng Xiaoshuang requested that the staff assist in transporting their donated supplies to the shelter. In the same breath, she lodged a complaint against the building manager of Block 8, accusing her of bullying and coercing them into impossible tasks, which had severely impacted their mental well-being. The staff, however, were not easily swayed. They scrutinized the well-groomed and vibrant Deng Jiashuang with skepticism. Was her claim credible? They had encountered numerous women who had suffered abuse. Yet none appeared as healthy as these two girls. Given the apocalyptic state of Nanshur, now a desolate ruin with countless lives lost, who had not been touched by psychological trauma, one glance at this girl revealed a sheltered existence. Her hair impeccably tidy and clean, hardly the visage of someone who had been oppressed. Surprised by the skepticism towards her complaint, Deng Jiashuang hastily pointed to Fan Lin, who was nearby moving bricks, asserting that the building manager had forced them to work and had even incited others to rob them. Rob you? The staff frowned, internally questioning how, if they were truly being robbed, they could still offer supplies for donation. Yet, as representatives of the government, they were tasked not only with documenting shelter admissions, but also assessing the sentiments of the populace. They held a certain admiration for Block 8. No other survivor community had managed to unite and organize such rapid local cultivation efforts aimed at self-sufficiency. Considering all aspects, the staff found Deng Jiashuang's claims about the building manager being a bully somewhat unconvincing, yet they still called the individuals involved for further clarification. Su contemplated intervening to stop her friend from lodging the complaint, but Deng Jiashuang would not relent. During this period, others had consistently ignored them, whispering behind their backs. While Fan Lin was greeted warmly by everyone, the stark isolation they faced was infuriating. Why should they endure such treatment? With the prospect of entering the official refuge imminent, she was determined not to leave without voicing her grievances against Block 8. 3 building managers, alongside Fan Lin, were summoned to clarify the situation. Upon hearing the inquiries, Fan Lin shot Deng Jiashuang a disdainful glance and scolded, "You fool! Look at her. She has always relied on the building manager's backing to freely insult and bully others." Deng Jiashuang, as if she had uncovered irrefutable evidence, immediately pointed at her and vociferously complained. The staff, however, wore expressions of utter disbelief. Is this all? Even in a post-apocalyptic world, such childish grievances seemed trivial, as they were no longer children but adults. Were it not for the generosity of donated supplies, the staff might have shown overt disdain. The 3 building managers accused of bullying and coercing others appeared perplexed. When had they ever engaged in such behavior? If they refused to work, had anyone laid a hand upon them? Chu Yilong inquired of Zhuang Yusen. Zhuang Yusen promptly shook his head, admitting he had not touched them at all. Have you ever insulted them? Chu Yilong then asked Zhou Yo. Zhou Yo furrowed his brow, pondering before responding. When they were unwilling to work, I believe I remarked that in this world, one cannot pamper princesses. Chu Yilong sighed, shaking his head in disbelief as he addressed Deng Jiashuang. So because everyone else is working and you are not, simply calling you a pampered princess is tantamount to bullying? Even the staff were left speechless. The building managers appeared quite reliable, yet these 2 delicate young women still felt wronged. Once they entered the mixed populace of the refuge, they would likely come to regret their stance. The refuge does not cater to princesses. All survivors, irrespective of their resources, are assigned tasks. Unless one continuously contributes supplies, one cannot simply hide away in the refuge. Deng Jiashuang, her face flushed with indignation, pointed at Fan Lin and declared loudly. She instructed the building manager to allow outsiders in to rob my home, seeking to divide my supplies. Many people are aware of this. I am not lying. The staff turned their attention to the girl whose forehead bore a smudge of dirt, recalling that she had been called from her work just moments prior. Is this true? They inquired casually, not taking the matter too seriously. Fan Lin did not respond immediately. Instead, she removed her gloves while gazing at Deng Jiashuang. So you believe I am the one bullying you? Indeed, Deng Jiashuang retorted vehemently. You are so malevolent, relying on the building manager's backing to invite outsiders to harass me, even inciting the residents of Building 8 to isolate me. Not only do you wish to deprive me of my supplies, but you also seek to subject me to bullying. If you did not mistreat us, why would we contemplate seeking refuge? If we do not go to the refuge, we might find ourselves harmed by you without even realizing it. Initially, there were those in Building 8 who found it hard to comprehend why these 2 young women would choose to enter the refuge, but upon hearing her words, some began to harbor doubts. If their claims were entirely unfounded, why would they abandon their comfortable and safe home for the refuge? Su was taken aback that her friend would manipulate the situation to cast blame on Building 8. She stood awkwardly to the side. Zhou Yo, who understood the situation most clearly, grew increasingly incensed as he listened. Unable to contain himself, he pointed an accusing finger at Deng Jiashuang, exclaiming, "You are spewing nonsense. Were it not for your reluctance to work and accusations that we were meddling in your affairs, Lindsay would never have suggested letting outsiders in. Aren't you quite capable? Do you not want us to interfere? Then why are you afraid of anyone entering? You relish the protection of others, yet when it comes time to work together, you refuse to contribute and choose to slander us. You claim we bully you. How exactly have we bullied you? Have you truly been so affected by the slightest inconvenience? Or is it merely a matter of pride? Might you not speak with a touch of integrity? If we were genuinely inclined to oppress the weak and bully you, would you still stand here unscathed? Could you dare to present such trifling grievances? A treacherous wolf remains treacherous, even when feigning innocence. The wrath of one who has committed heinous acts is far from ordinary. Once unleashed, it possesses an overwhelming ferocity. Brother Yu, consumed by indignation, appeared almost possessed by a vengeful spirit. Under the fierce reproach of this formidable presence, Zhang Jiashuang, though initially defiant, began to display signs of trepidation. She had never before faced such blatant disdain and reproach. She wished not to be seen as the delicate flower, yet her eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Before those tears could fall, however, Fan Lin approached and delivered 2 resounding slaps across her face. Chapter 71. A white beating and a white insult. Am I bullying you? Before Deng Jiashuang, who was dazed from the slap, could comprehend the situation, Fan Lin seized her collar and delivered a knee strike, bending Deng Jiashuang over. Let me show you what it truly means to be bullied. Following that, she executed a side kick, sending Deng Jiashuang tumbling to the ground. Now, this barely qualifies as oppression. Do you understand? The onlookers were astounded by the scene. This girl was remarkably violent, striking without a second thought. After delivering the blow, Fan Lin cast a disdainful glance at the sobbing and coughing Deng Jiashuang. Here's a piece of advice. The people at the shelter are not as easy to talk to as us neighbors. If you slander us, you might just get a few hits as a lesson. When you truly encounter what it means to be oppressed, I hope you still have your life. Su, who had never anticipated that Fan Lin would resort to violence, stood to the side, her neck shrinking and her face pale, completely forgetting to help her friend. Deng Jiashuang, gasping for breath, cried out for the staff to uphold justice. This was a community, not a shelter, in personal disputes that didn't endanger lives. The police typically did not intervene. In the apocalypse, people's tolerance for violence had significantly heightened. Only within the shelter, where maintaining order was paramount, was there still a semblance of strict regulations. Well aware of this, Fan Lin was unafraid of Deng Jiashuang's complaints. She unabashedly addressed the staff, saying, I'm merely doing a good deed by letting her know not to drink recklessly and to be mindful of her words. Lest a fool like her ends up in the shelter and creates trouble for you. Her words seemed to carry some weight. The staff, witnessing the girl's agility, brightened with interest and inquired, would you be interested in joining the shelter security team? They were in need of female guards, and this girl displayed considerable skill. Since they had encountered her, they would not let the opportunity slip by. Huh? Fan Lin took a step back, almost doubting her ears. Had her actions led to a job offer? The surrounding crowd was both astonished and envious, and the 3 building leaders exchanged alarmed glances, quickly signaling her to refrain. If Fan Lin were to join the shelter, her parents might follow suit. And the absence of the Fan family from Building 8 would be akin to losing a vital support system. They would surely weep. The staff, intent on recruiting her, disregarded Deng Jiashuang as sobs. We are in need of female officers. If you join us, we can arrange for you immediately. As a public servant, you may bring 2 family members under 55 into the shelter. Their work will also be arranged to be relatively easier. What do you say? Would you like to join? In seeking volunteers, it was only natural to offer some benefits. The 3 building leaders were also interested in recruiting, but chose to remain, understanding that they could protect over hundreds of survivors. They realized that enlightenment could shine brightly anywhere, and they viewed this girl as an ordinary resident, whose departure would pose no issue. The 3 building leaders felt their eyelids twitching. Building 8 is your home. Happiness relies on everyone. You were the one who spoke of establishing our own shelter. In a post-apocalyptic world, becoming a civil servant undoubtedly presents advantages, regardless of the circumstances encountered. One has the government as a steadfast ally. Not only does this ensure a more secure supply of food and drink compared to ordinary survivors, but the organized nature of their existence also elevates their safety quotient above that of the average survivor. They feared that Fan Lin might be swayed by the myriad benefits offered by the state. Casting a glance at the twitching building manager and then at the representative of the government, Fan Lin absent-mindedly touched her nose, inadvertently smudging it further. Clearing her throat, she spoke, I apologize, but I have grown up in this community and have no desire to leave. She had visited the shelters before, in her past life. She had spent over 2 years there and was well aware of the conditions. Aside from officials enjoying more spacious accommodations, others resided in cramped quarters, square rooms ranging from 40 to 50 square meters down to as little as 12 to 20 square meters. The grassroots workers were no exception. In her previous life, she shared a 20 square meter space with 7 or 8 other women, sleeping on a communal bed. The memories of that experience were far from pleasant. As for the food, it was hardly worth mentioning. The resources in the southern city had been severely depleted, and even the officials had to tighten their belts. Let alone the ordinary survivors. Once survivors completed the tasks assigned by the shelter, they could only obtain a meager supply of sustenance to survive, to alleviate their hunger. They had to venture out into perilous territories. They rummaged through the ruins of the city, scavenging for anything of value. Even items buried for 1 or 2 years, once unearthed, could still be consumed despite being spoiled. In the apocalypse, survivors were driven by desperation. If red fungus were available, some would not hesitate to partake. For her, the life within the shelter felt like gnawing on dirt. Why would she forsake a life with 4 dishes and a soup for that? One would have to be gravely ill to engage in such folly. The disappointed staff, undeterred, attempted to persuade her further. However, Fan Lin's refusal restored the twitching eyes of the 3 building managers to normalcy, prompting smiles to bloom upon their faces. No one paid heed to Deng Jiaxuang, who remained on the ground, save for Su Su, who went over to assist her. Witnessing the official staff eagerly attempting to recruit Fan Lin, Deng Jiaxuang could no longer stifle her tears. Even she, despite her foolishness, realized that she had not only endured unwarranted scolding but also had been unjustly beaten. Even more absurd was the fact that Fan Lin, who had struck her, was now being courted by the authorities. Having referred to her as a dullard in front of them, Deng Jiaxuang felt as if she might retch blood. Su Su helped her enraged friend to her feet. Feeling a twinge of irritation, if they intended to go to the shelter, wouldn't it be better to leave swiftly and cleanly, avoiding unnecessary complications? She could not comprehend why her friend harbored such resentment, allowing a trivial matter to escalate so dramatically. Now, after being beaten and losing face, they had also made enemies with the 8th building. Should things go poorly for them in the shelter, they would be left with no escape route. Deng Jiaxuang, even if aware of Su Su's concerns, remained unfazed. The enmity between her and Fan Lin had grown too deep for her to consider returning, no matter what. She was determined to establish herself firmly in the shelter. There would be opportunities to avenge her grievances in due time. She clung to her friend to shield herself, awkwardly brushing off the dust from her clothes. As the staff made repeated attempts to persuade Fan Lin, her parents, upon hearing the news, hurriedly arrived. Lindsay, who has wronged you? Tell Mom and Dad, and we shall advocate for you. Hearing that someone had bullied their daughter, they rushed out without seeking further clarification. Fan Jiming even wielded a shovel, exuding an intimidating aura as if he intended to unearth the transgressor. Chu Yilong, having never witnessed Fan Jiming in such a furious state, was somewhat taken aback. This couple truly possessed an ardent protectiveness over their daughter. Initially, there had been concerns that they might oppose their daughter's wishes, but now it was evident that they would side with her unconditionally. With their fierce protective demeanor, it was clear that whatever their daughter said would be upheld. Fan Lin had already expressed her desire to remain in Building 8, and this outcome was unlikely to change. Amiba. Chapter 72. She does not desire an escape route to the surprise of Fan Lin. Her parents had arrived, and before she could react, well-meaning onlookers pointed out to her father and mother, "It's her. Your daughter is bullying others and has reported it to the authorities." However, the reality was that your daughter had already brought her adversary to the ground. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Lu Wanyan rushed forward to confront the fleeing Deng Jiaxuang, scolding her fiercely. "Why are you running? How dare you bully my daughter? Just because we have a good temperament, you think you can provoke us? Today, I shall show you the consequences of tormenting my girl." As she spoke, she advanced to grab Deng Jiaxuang by the hair. Fan Lin quickly embraced her mother, who was transforming into a fierce woman, and interjected, "Mom, she didn't bully me. I just gave her a beating. If we speak of bullying, it is indeed she who has been the true aggressor." "Ah, you beat her?" Lu Wanyan swiftly turned to inspect her daughter, only to notice smudges on her forehead and nose. She hastily reached out to wipe it away, exclaiming, "How did you get your face all dirty? Let me clean it for you." Meanwhile, Deng Jiaxuang, nearly caught by Fan's mother, hurriedly fled towards Building 8, pulled along by Su Su, not daring to look back. In a 1-against-3 situation, even with a surge of courage, she would not dare confront them. Run all you want. While the monk can flee, the temple remains. You think you can bully my daughter without facing consequences? I assure you, it is not going to happen. As she witnessed the girls escape, Lu Wanyan shouted after them. Unbeknownst to her, the 2 girls were soon to seek refuge. Once inside the building, Su Su hesitated briefly, while Deng Jiaxuang, still in pain from being kicked, tugged at her to continue running upstairs. "We must gather supplies for the shelter. We can no longer remain here. Once we establish ourselves at the refuge, we shall seek retribution for this humiliation." Deng Jiaxuang, having been publicly humiliated, burned with indignation and rage, harboring murderous thoughts towards Fan Lin. Yet she was acutely aware of her own limitations, feeling a mix of shame, anger, and panic. All she desired was to escape this forsaken environment. Su, glancing at her disheveled friend, opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. Coming from a less privileged background, she often relied on Deng Xiaoshuang's generosity. This time, although she contributed some funds for supplies, most of the provisions were purchased by Deng Xiaoshuang, who had always taken the lead in their lives. While she sometimes found Deng Xiaoshuang's behavior overly willful and unruly, she considered her a good friend and preferred to avoid discord, tolerating her excesses. Following the calamity, the narrative of an impending apocalypse had become increasingly clear. She understood that adaptation to the new environment was essential rather than expecting the world to accommodate her. However, her friend, accustomed to being pampered, continued to navigate life with an outdated mindset, which was quite unwise. No matter how much Su tried to reason with her, Deng Xiaoshuang dismissed her words, believing that in this new world, their resources would grant them ample opportunities. Coming from an ordinary background, Su also aspired to rise above her station, yet she recognized that not all desires could be easily realized. In times of peace, they could barely approach the circles of privilege. Would the apocalypse suddenly make it easier? She had always lacked confidence, but her friend had assured her there was a way. Initially, she believed in her, yet now she felt she had been rather naive. In ordinary times, with wealth to flaunt, there would always be those eager to curry favor. She was no exception. However, in a world on the brink of collapse, money lost its value, and the supplies hoarded at home were not abundant enough to squander. Eventually, they would be depleted. Locked away in the guest room, Su hesitated for several minutes before making a decision. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, Deng Xiaoshuang was obliviously sorting through a plethora of exquisite garments, completely unaware that her good friend had left the room. Fan Lin repeatedly declined the offer to work as a security personnel at the shelter, and her parents were equally disinclined for her to go. The staff hoping to recruit her could only express their regret. Once the crowd dispersed, Lu Wanyan hurriedly inquired about her daughter. Are you hurt? Your hands? Your feet? Are you injured? Fan Jiming evaluated his daughter from head to toe, somewhat reproachfully stating, Why didn't you come find me when someone bullied you at our doorstep? Remember to call for your father if anything like this happens again. The three building managers standing nearby exchanged glances, at a loss for words. It was clear that even in their absence, with Fan Lin's character and capabilities, she would not have been at a disadvantage. She had decisively crushed the accusations against her. They had not anticipated her reaction. The amused expressions of the building managers were not lost on Fan Lin, causing her to feel a bit embarrassed. She quickly urged her parents to go home, insisting, I'm fine, really, nothing's wrong. Let's go home, I'm hungry. Hungry, you say? Then let's return home to cook. Upon hearing her declaration of hunger, her parents dismissed the building managers with a wave and headed home. It was not as if they were clocking in and out. And such matters were second nature to the Fan family. The building managers had grown accustomed to it. As long as they stayed in Building 8, everything was easily arranged. As the family of three climbed the stairs back to the 11th floor, they spotted someone waiting outside their door. Upon recognizing the individual, Lu Wanyan's expression darkened. What are you doing here? Even Fan Jiming shot a displeased glare in the person's direction. Su felt a mix of panic and embarrassment, summoning her courage. She bowed deeply and said, I apologize. My good friend spoke thoughtlessly and made many inappropriate remarks. Her accusations against your daughter were utterly wrong, and I would like to apologize on her behalf. I hope you can find it in yourselves to forgive her. And I also apologize for not being able to prevent her from making these mistakes. Her posture was exceedingly humble, her body bent low. Lu Wanyan furrowed her brow. Is this what your friend meant? In such a short time, has the foolish one finally realized her errors? Acknowledging her mistakes and sending someone else to apologize, what kind of apology is that? She refused to forgive. Her family would not extend forgiveness either, deeming the gesture insincere. Su quickly clarified, No, it is my belief that an apology is necessary. As her friend, I regret not being able to stop her actions. Lu Wanyan understood. Are you worried that we might target you because of her? Su bowed her head in silence, tacitly confirming it. I heard you were heading to the shelter. If you were leaving, what are you still concerned about? Each person must bear their own consequences. Deng Xiaoshuang's misdeeds are hers alone. She will not drag others down with her, but displeasure is indeed warranted. With her head bowed, Su stirred her lips, contemplating words that she ultimately swallowed back. Please step aside. I am about to open the door, Lu Wanyan said with a stern expression, ushering her away. Su hastily moved aside, repeatedly bowing an apology. Before entering, Fan Lin remarked, There are plenty of predators lurking in the shelter. Take care of yourselves. If one fails to restrain themselves after receiving a beating and remains so self-assured in the shelter, they should brace for consequences. The repercussions from others are not merely a matter of a fleeting physical pain. At best, One might lose all their supplies, and at worst, their very life. Thank you for the warning, Su expressed with a tinge of complexity in her gratitude. Her intention for this visit was simply to secure a contingency plan. As she turned to descend the stairs, she cast one last glance at the closed door of room 1101. Fan Lin's earlier words instilled a flicker of suspicion within her. Her heart, already somewhat suspended, felt further elevated with concern. The nature of her friend, it seemed, could not easily be tempered by a mere reprimand. Chapter 73, The Community Garden in the 11th floor of Building 8, two young women, laden with half a cart of supplies and countless pieces of luggage, followed the staff to the shelter amidst the jeers of their neighbors. In Zhejianghao Yuan, only a portion of the able-bodied residents sought refuge in the shelter, leaving their elderly parents or young children to endure the hardships of survival. The separation in this apocalyptic world was marked by both helplessness and resoluteness. Some were compelled by their parents to leave, while others were held back against their will. The shelter thus became a stage for various familial dramas and ethical dilemmas. A segment of the residents chose to remain behind. The autonomous divisions between buildings 8 and 9 were acknowledged and encouraged by the authorities, prompting those who had long harbored ambitions to imitate this model to quietly convene and strategize. As the rear wall was constructed, the side walls of the buildings began to take shape. Residents of Building 9 gazed enviously at the walls rising to 3 or 4 meters. Yet they lacked the solidarity and willingness to endure hardship that characterized the residents of Building 8. Many were reluctant to engage in the laborious tasks of sourcing cement, sand, or even collecting bricks, and when they did, their opinions diverged significantly. The leader of Building 9, Dong Kai, age 31, had previously served as a foreign manager for a large corporation. Upon returning home, he was soon confronted by a natural disaster. Though he had witnessed the turmoil of war-torn nations abroad and possessed considerable courage, he struggled to grasp the psychological state of the domestic populace, leading to a lack of cohesion among his residents. Opinions within the building varied widely. Those assigned to procure supplies wished to cultivate plants at home, while those tasked with infrastructure sought to gather resources, resulting in a cacophony of dissent that hindered any decisive action. He envied the unity of Building 8, which operated with seamless command, while he found himself unable to replicate such a model. This time, he approached Chu Yilong to discuss the possibility of using razor wire after Building 8 completed their wall. Chu agreed, under the condition that Dong would gather 5,000 bricks for him, given that the construction of the high wall required over 100,000 bricks. The task of collecting 5,000 was comparatively manageable, and Dong, facing numerous challenges in his own construction efforts, consented. The residents of Building 8, united in purpose, from the elderly to the young, all participated in the labor. This collective effort fostered a sense of accomplishment and belonging, deepening their affection for the home they were striving to protect. As the wall was erected, the perimeter fencing was simultaneously extended. Soon, the protective area of Building 8 expanded incrementally. By the time the walls on either side were completed, the fencing had enclosed nearly 8 acres of land, including a garden and cleared rubble. In addition to excavating a deep pool for water storage and a large pit for waste, the remaining areas required leveling. Trees were felled, flowers uprooted, and artificial hills were located. All large stones were removed, and recreational seating and exercise equipment were discarded. The earth was to be deeply tilled, and the concrete ground excavated for new soil. Lacking sufficient earth, they ventured to nearby parks or riverbanks to collect more. Their efforts to transport soil resulted in the deterioration of over a dozen bicycles. Fortunately, their initial swift actions allowed them to gather a substantial amount, and whenever a bicycle broke down, they simply replaced it with another. Now, stepping outside onto the streets, there are no bicycles left to collect. Even the cars damaged by flooding may not have wheels intact. The newly joined Chen family, comprising 5 members, eagerly participates in the labor. The elderly Chen couple, who have spent a lifetime cultivating the land, never anticipated that they would one day become masters of agriculture. They guide dozens of individuals in land reclamation, soil turning, leveling, sectioning, sowing, and fertilizing. Fortunately, under their guidance, the elderly lady's limited experience in balcony gardening would not suffice for such an expansive new acreage. After half a month of diligent effort, the 8th building finally managed to tidy up all the allocated land and plant various crops. Surrounding the building, a towering wall exceeding 3 meters has been erected, adorned with shards of glass, and encircled by a layer of razor wire. Each corner features a small watchtower. The surrounding walls to the left and right, as well as the rear, are set at least 10 meters away from the building, while the high wall in front is planned to be 30 meters distant. Only a portion of the land has been enclosed within the high walls, with the remaining area designated for planting corn and potatoes, enclosed by a 2-meter high fence. The primary focus of patrols is on personal safety. It is unnecessary to erect high walls around all the agricultural land. Additionally, sourcing bricks from nearby ruins has become increasingly challenging. Other buildings are emulating the land protection methods. Regardless of feasibility, not wanting the 8th building to monopolize all available bricks. Interestingly, some residents have cleared the ruins of Ziegen Garden, which is indeed a fortunate occurrence. Observing the cultivated land brimming with crops from the balcony of Office 1001, several building leaders feel a sense of fulfillment and hope. With this experience, we can continue to expand our cultivation next year. If need be, we can incorporate the neighboring community, Monday remarked with ambition. What of the apocalypse? As long as one is willing to alter their lifestyle to adapt, survival is not a concern. He can butcher pigs and incinerate corpses, given a piece of land. He too can cultivate. Zhuang Yusin gazed towards the adjacent community, where only the row houses remain standing, while the high-rise buildings have largely collapsed. The row houses, having been inundated during the flood, only the higher levels have been spared, likely with few inhabitants remaining. He chuckled and shook his head. It seems a bit extravagant to extend our territory to that side. Achieving a bountiful harvest from the land before us would be quite satisfactory. Currently, they have electricity but no internet. The information once accessible online is now out of reach. Fortunately, by opening their phones, they can still retrieve old chat records from the group through screenshots shared by others. They have corroborated the claims from the Fan family that an extreme cold is likely to follow the plague. The concern is that the crops might not mature before the bitter cold arrives, rendering their efforts futile. However, it will not be in vain. Zhu Yilong maintains a calm demeanor. Regardless of the outcome, they will have sustenance, as it will all be organic produce. They will do their utmost, and the results must be left to fate. Should there be a failure in the harvest, indoor cultivation remains a viable option. In any case, they must find ways to produce. They absolutely cannot rely on mere existence and await demise. Zhou Yi and Zhuang Yusin nodded in agreement. Shall we begin our preparations? Lindsay remarked that Professor Zhou would soon be able to cultivate the mushroom strains. Professor Zhou, residing in room 1102, is not a specialist in microbiology. Rather, he is a chemist. Nevertheless, he possesses some knowledge in cell and fungal cultivation. Given that both of his elderly parents have mobility issues, the daily task of navigating stairs to participate in labor has proven quite taxing. Consequently, he contemplated contributing in other ways, leading him to consider the cultivation of edible fungi. Should they succeed, the residents of Building 8 would gain an additional food source. Upon learning of their intentions, Fan Lin promptly assisted them in sourcing cultivation substrates, including straw, palm fibers, wood shavings, and lime. Just a few days prior, the mycelium had already been cultivated. However, to achieve large-scale planting, substantial time and a significant amount of substrates would be required. Chapter 74. Cheating cultivating fungi necessitates the construction of shelters, which must possess insulating properties, thus requiring the collection of thermal materials. After a prolonged period of idleness at home, Fan Lin once again accompanied the supply team on their expedition. This time, they were equipped with a pickup truck. Once the main road was cleared, Zhu Yilong carried several liters of gasoline to the western suburban forest farm. Retrieving the pickup parked at the summit, it was exceedingly challenging to find a functioning vehicle in the city, as most had been submerged in water, rendering their engines inoperative. The cars in their building's parking lot remained submerged in shallow water, leaving little room for hope. Their objective was to visit the building materials market in search of sandwich-color steel panels and insulation materials. Without hesitation, Fan Lin claimed a seat in the vehicle, while over 20 cyclists followed closely behind. The bicycle brigade aimed to collectively transport a larger load back home, with only a limited number of operable vehicles on the road. Aside from a few official ones, the survivors from the hillside community, who were fortunate enough to have their vehicles spared from flooding, also posed a challenge. Official vehicles typically had armed personnel accompanying them, dissuading potential thieves from attempting to seize them. In contrast, the other survivors faced a significantly higher risk of being intercepted and robbed once they ventured out. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, gangs without vehicles relied solely on foot, resulting in diminished efficiency and a lack of intimidation. Fortunately, during the acquisition of the pickup, Zhu Yilong had brought a firearm. Now, as a group journeyed towards the building materials market several kilometers away, they encountered obstacles just 3 or 4 kilometers into their drive. Before the vehicle could come to a complete stop, a gang of individuals emerged, wielding clubs, knives, and heavy hammers, evidently having been lying in wait for some time. Their faces lighting up with excitement upon spotting the pickup. A wooden plank armed with sharp metal shards obstructed a significant portion of the road, with the assailants hiding behind the debris on either side, poised to charge the vehicle. "Get out of the car if you don't want to die," they shouted, as one of them struck the hood of the truck with a metal rod, brazenly issuing threats. The doors were locked, and when they could not pry them open, they resorted to fiercely banging on the windows, exuding an air of menace as if they intended to shatter the glass unless the occupants complied. Inside the vehicle sat the core members of the team, and without a moment's hesitation, Fan Lin drew her weapon. The gang numbered around 30, while the bicycle brigade huffed and puffed behind them. To prevent the thugs from smashing the windows, Fan Lin rolled down the window. The dark muzzle of the gun aimed at the intruders, her chilling gaze locking onto the face of one, which shifted from wild joy to a sudden, ashen pallor. Their hands involuntarily rose, trembling, as fear overtook them. Those who had resorted to a life of predation through intimidation and theft had once likely adhered to the law. However, with the onset of the apocalypse, they had cast aside their moral constraints in pursuit of profit. These individuals harbored a deep-seated fear of firearms, particularly after witnessing military and police forces execute dozens of assailants attacking a refuge. In this new world, there was no need for permission or judgment. Armed personnel had the authority to shoot those posing a threat to their safety or the safety of the majority. In the minds of these road bandits, those who wielded guns were typically affiliated with military or governmental forces, although they were not clad in combat or police uniforms. Their presence instilled a sense of dread in those who were caught in wrongdoing. They may have outnumbered them, but could they outrun a bullet? Who would dare to test the limits of a firearm? They sought merely a vehicle, but did not wish to risk their lives for one. They bore firearms. Finally, someone reacted, exclaiming in alarm. With Fan Lin brandishing her gun, Chu Yilong in the driver's seat wasted no time in drawing his own firearm, feigning readiness to exit the vehicle and confront the assailants. Run. The fear of being shot on the spot sent the gang of thugs scattering in a panic, abandoning even the obstacles they had set up on the road. By the time the bicycle brigade huffed and puffed their way back, the obstructions had been cleared, allowing the vehicle to advance once more. Zhuang Yulin and Wei Dong, seated in the rear, gazed enviously at the two armed individuals. Without firearms, they had previously relied on axes and heavy clubs to fend off robbery gangs, often resulting in injuries, whether through bloodshed or bruising. Now, with a mere display of two guns, the foes were frightened away, making things considerably easier. Regrettably, there were no spare guns allocated for their use. Noticing the expressions of his companions in the rearview mirror, Chu Yilong chuckled, saying, "In the future, let us procure a few more firearms when the opportunity arises. For now, it would be prudent to remain discreet. The control measures have not relaxed, and we must keep the fact that we possess weapons under wraps." Upon hearing this, the two in the back felt a surge of hope. Then we shall await that time. The last time they sought firearms, only Fan Lin had acquired one, leaving the other two somewhat disappointed. There was no envy. It was rightfully hers, and despite her being a girl, none dared to underestimate her. Just moments ago, she had brandished her weapon silently towards the people outside, her hand steady. To an observer, one might assume she had experienced such scenarios before, exhibiting none of the trepidation that would accompany a novice. This girl, after all, had always been remarkably bold, so her composure was hardly surprising. Unbeknownst to her, the two in the back were contemplating her demeanor. Threatening with a gun was far simpler than brandishing a kitchen knife, and she felt no anxiety. She was quite thankful for a weapon capable of efficiently dispatching adversaries. Upon arriving at the building materials market, they encountered both structures and warehouses, though most had collapsed. The authorities had established shelters here, salvaging a considerable amount of usable materials, and they had arrived too late, left to rummage through the ruins. Fan Lin followed the group, scavenging and collecting some slightly deformed sandwich-colored steel plates, but had yet to find the insulation boards they required. They needed a substantial quantity of insulation materials. Homes in the south lacked thermal layers, and when the extreme cold descended, the interiors would be as frigid as ice houses, to withstand a chill they had never before encountered. Each household would need to construct an insulated room. This involved using polystyrene foam boards to create an internal thermal layer, ensuring at least one room remained relatively warm. A refuge from the biting cold. Fan Lin was on a mission this time. Although the environment was somewhat tenuous, there was no more suitable opportunity, and further delays were unwise. She surveyed her surroundings. They were situated amidst the ruins of the warehouse, while the nearby building materials and decoration market had been partially toppled by the earthquake, with water damage extending only to the fourth floor. Generally, survivors would not venture here in search of supplies. That was the spot. She did not head directly towards the dilapidated structure, as such an approach would be far too conspicuous. Instead, they feigned a search for usable supplies while gradually approaching the building, accompanied by Zhuang Yulin. "Sister Lindsay, there probably won't be any insulation materials over here," Zhuang Yulin remarked, presuming she was in search of foam boards. Fan Lin paused, casually stating, "I wonder if those shops might have samples." "Oh yes, I hadn't considered that," Zhuang Yulin responded, promptly setting off. "Let us go see what we can find." "All right." While the others scoured the warehouse area, the two entered a building that had only half of its structure remaining. The foundation was substantial enough that the entrance of two individuals would not jeopardize its stability. Once inside, Fan Lin and Zhuang Yulin separated to search. The water-damaged building was littered with debris. The storefronts featured warped roll-up doors, and the signs above indicated the nature of the businesses within. Fan Lin paid little attention to anything else. Her sole intent was to locate a place conducive to cheating. Chapter 75. Extracting some items ascending to the 5th floor. Where a relatively large decoration company resided, Fan Lin forcefully pushed open the deformed rolling shutter door. Inside, she discovered a spacious office, and upon estimating the area, she hurried outside to observe Zhuang Yulin's location. Noticing him searching on the other end, she calculated he would take 2 or 3 minutes to reach her. Promptly, she retrieved the medications and some medical equipment from within the space. Stacks of cardboard boxes swiftly filled half the room. To create the illusion that these items had been accumulated over a considerable period, she donned a mask and scattered prepared dust around the area. Then, she ran outside, feigning surprise, and called out to Zhuang Yulin. "There are some good things here. Come quickly to see." Upon hearing her call, Zhuang Yulin rushed over, inquiring, "What is it?" Fan Lin pretended to be astonished as she informed him, "This decoration company surprisingly has a large stock of medications. Hurry and summon the building manager to take a look." Medications? A large stock? Zhuang Yulin was equally astonished. How could there be medicines here? This is a building materials market, not a pharmaceutical one. Fan Lin was fully aware that this was indeed a building materials market, and the presence of such a stock of medications and medical equipment was highly unreasonable. However, she found herself in a predicament. Her father had stated that the medications needed to be utilized for a purpose. This purpose extended beyond merely saving lives. It was also to bring some benefits to Building 8. In essence, it was an attempt to use this batch of medications to foster a favorable impression with the authorities, thereby securing some privileges or benefits for Building 8 in the future. The fact that they possessed firearms would eventually come to light, so it was crucial to lay the groundwork. Should the government discover their situation one day, having established a rapport might afford them some leverage. With the pandemic in full swing and a shortage of medical supplies, the government was overwhelmed. Having these medications on hand could enable them to save more lives by making them available sooner. Balancing these considerations, Fan Lin found it impossible to discreetly donate them elsewhere. She had to act publicly, all while ensuring no one harbored suspicions about her intentions. During this period, the supply team had been either digging or transporting soil. She could hardly throw this batch of medications by the riverside or in a park for the residents of Building 8 to collect. After finally completing the agricultural work, the supply team was about to proceed to a more conventional location, and she had to settle for an unexpected approach. Indeed, how peculiar it was to find medications stored here. It seemed they had been placed prior to the natural disaster. "You should hurry and call the building manager," she urged. While Building 8 had a sufficient supply of medications, the official shelters were in dire need. Just days prior, Chui Long had mentioned organizing their collected medications, reserving a portion for personal use, and donating the surplus to the government for those in need. Otherwise, if left unused for too long, they would simply expire and be wasted. Now, having discovered another batch of medications, the matter of donation would be promptly prioritized. Zhuang Yulin, upon seeing the actual heap of boxes within the office, examined them closely and noticed the presence of ventilators, microscopes, recorders, electrocardiograms, electroencephalograms, and X-ray machines among the medical equipment. Wow, this decoration company not only sells decor but also medical equipment. They certainly have a wide array of business ventures, he marveled before rushing downstairs to summon assistance. After he departed, Fan Lin, gloved hands at work, wiped several boxes, leaving behind some smudged marks, and then sought out items to clean the dust from the boxes. The freshly scattered dust might deceive Zhuang Yulin, yet it is unlikely to fool the battle-hardened Chui Long. She must act swiftly to obscure the scene before they arrive. Wiping and sweeping to blend the dust from the cardboard boxes with that on the ground, she treads upon the surface, ensuring that even the most discerning eyes would find it challenging to detect any discrepancies. Behold, she has meticulously cleared the dust from the boxes, leaving a carpet of powder that attests to the long-standing presence of these supplies. The camouflage is flawless. Within the construction and decoration market, numerous shops are brimming with pharmaceuticals and medical equipment, a sight that would be hard to believe if not witnessed firsthand. As Chui Long rummages through the boxes, inspecting the labels, she discovers that most contain intestinal medications and anti-inflammatory drugs, along with a few antipyretics and first aid supplies. These are crucial items that must be transported without delay. The reasoning behind their presence here eludes her, but such thoughts are set aside. The imperative is to collect what has been found. The colored steel sheets can be postponed for now. The priority is to transport this batch of medicines back for immediate organization and reporting to the authorities. The 8 buildings have no use for such an abundance of drugs. The so-called exchange of goods requires that someone possesses supplies to trade. Should a plague decimate the population, there would be nothing left to barter with. The building manager's word is law, and without hesitation, the others commence moving the cardboard boxes. Medical equipment fills the pickup truck, while bicycles carry the medicines. All loaded to the brim, barely managing to transport the entire cache away. In the passenger seat, Fan Lin, alongside Zhuang Yulin and Wei Dong in the back, precariously balances a box of medicine with one held in her arms, with no space left to spare. This batch of drugs and equipment traversed the main road without incident, granting Fan Lin a sigh of relief. Upon returning to the community, Chu Yilong promptly instructs his wife and Lu Wanyun to sort out some of the medicines from the rooftop. He then drives the pickup to the official shelter to seek assistance. Before departing, he inquires if Fan Lin wishes to accompany him to the shelter for a first-hand experience. But she shows no interest, leaving only the Zhuang brothers to join him. After fulfilling the task and returning home, she recounts the event to her parents. Both Zhuang Ba and Zhuang Ma exhale in relief. Although the situation was somewhat strained, they managed to contribute, hoping that the medicines would save more lives. Fan Lin, scooping out bits of watermelon with a spoon, remarks with a puffed cheek, "Fortunately, Brother Long was befuddled by this unexpected turn of events and failed to notice the floor. Otherwise, he would have discovered that the floor beneath the bottom layer of boxes bore no marks." They all breathed a sigh of relief at this fortunate oversight. Had the boxes been in place earlier, the floor beneath would have been cleaner than in other areas. If discovered, even attempts to cover it up might raise suspicion. Thankfully, at that moment, all attention was focused on speculating the reason behind the appearance of these medicines, with various theories circulating, none suspecting Fan Lin. At most, someone remarked, "Lindsay is truly fortunate. She always manages to uncover substantial useful supplies." On her first discovery, she found an abundance of baby squid and a plethora of food, enhancing their meat supply and adding to their survival resources. The second time, she unearthed a large quantity of masks, gloves, and waterproof trousers, among other protective gear. In truth, these items had been surreptitiously transported from a concealed space, organized and newly discovered. All supplies were sourced from the logistics park. Otherwise, where would such pristine items come from? Even if those items could be retrieved from the water, they would be far too filthy to be of any use. The third significant discovery was a room brimming with clothing, encompassing garments for individuals of all ages and genders, all consisting of thick winter wear. This was also a product of the logistics park. The clothing wholesale market in the southern city had collapsed, leaving only ruins in its wake. As the bitter cold approached, the lack of adequate clothing could lead to dire consequences, and neither Fan Ba nor Fan Ma wished to witness any casualties from freezing in Building 8. The fourth discovery, during this very occasion, was a substantial cache of pharmaceuticals and medical equipment, also sourced from the logistics park. To their astonishment, this family of 3 had acquired the logistics park at no cost, which turned out to be a service to the public. This was far removed from Fan Lin's original intentions. Initially, she had targeted the logistics park without contemplating the notion of taking from the people to serve the people. Her sole focus was on hoarding supplies, regardless of whether they would be utilized. Ultimately, her desire to stockpile was driven by a need for security through abundance. Now, influenced by her parents and witnessing how Building 8 thrived under the management of Chu Yilong and others, she felt less remorse in extracting a few items. Chapter 76. Donation of medicines. The officials arrived at Building 8 in a truck. Given his previous experience within the system, Chu Yilong was able to leverage some connections. He learned that those he had offended had relocated to other cities prior to the calamity. Some of those who had conspired against him had perished, while others remained. Chu Yilong reached out to a former superior. The old leader, still alive, was both surprised and gratified to learn of Chu Yilong's current circumstances. He had long felt remorse for failing to protect this subordinate and for not being able to retain him when he left disheartened. Witnessing him thrive despite the disaster, while steadfastly adhering to his beliefs, stirred deep emotions within the leader. A pure heart deserves recognition. Unfortunately, there are always those who cannot hold even a small vessel. The former superior directly introduced Chu Yilong to the new leadership team. Upon hearing that Chu Yilong had gathered a truckload of medicines for donation, the new leaders expressed great delight, patting him on the shoulder, praising his military background and unwavering commitment. Such commendation felt superficial to Chu Yilong, who yearned for tangible support from the authorities, but he understood that the time for that had not yet arrived. He could only respond with humility. Subsequently, the officials dispatched a truck along with several armed personnel to accompany him back to Zijing Haoyuan. The Fan family remained indoors, observing from above as Chu Yilong directed their neighbors in loading the medicines and medical equipment onto the vehicle. having navigated the system. Chu Yilong was astute enough to recognize that this donation could serve as an opportunity to rekindle relationships, which would ultimately benefit Building 8. Although he had never visited a shelter, Fan Jiming had gleaned some understanding from his daughter's accounts. He hoped that in these dire times, the military, government, and civilians could unite to overcome challenges together. Do you think if he excels as the building leader, he might be recalled later? Lu Wanyan suddenly pondered. There was indeed a possibility. By donating this batch of medicines, Chu Yilong would establish a connection with the authorities. It was inevitable that Building 8 would need to unite as one. Once they achieved success, it was difficult to predict how far Chu Yilong might ascend. This was beyond Fan Jiming's foresight. Fan Lin, munching on sunflower seeds, felt displeased. What if Brother Long abandons us and Building 8 to rise to prominence? What will we do then? If the valuable ally they had painstakingly nurtured were to fly away, it would indeed render their efforts futile. Fan Jiming shook his head with a smile. Silly daughter, if Chu Yilong truly has the opportunity to soar, he will be a golden asset. With such a golden ally by your side, what is there to fear? Fan Lin blinked, quickly grasping her father's intent. Hiki, I was being narrow-minded. You're right, Dad. A golden asset is indeed invaluable. Lu Wanyan wrapped her arm around her daughter, playfully scolding. How can you liken this to money? It makes our family seem as if we are calculating something. Nevertheless, it did seem that they were gradually progressing towards something substantial. The three shared knowing smiles. Building 8 donated a truckload of supplies to the government, leaving their neighbors in astonishment. When they discovered that it was medicine, their jaws dropped even further. Though not food or drink, medicine was incredibly precious in these times. The fact that they donated it was simply astounding. They actually donated it. Building 8 is indeed extravagant, so much so that they can only resort to flattery. During this period, the primary focus has been on the 9th building's quest for supplies. In addition to seeking sustenance, they have also unearthed a considerable amount of usable resources. Nevertheless, they can never compare to Building 8. The act of donating a truckload of medicine is something they would never contemplate, even if they possess such resources. Many secretly mock the residents of Building 8 for their foolishness. In these times, why would one not safeguard what they have? Donating it away seems nonsensical. What purpose does it serve to donate for reputation's sake when the world has changed? Who still cares about your reputation? The residents of Building 8 are held in high regard, with their leader, Chu Yilong, being looked up to. As for the opinions of other residents, they should reflect on their own circumstances in this apocalypse before speaking out. Those who do not align with their leader will find themselves emulating those outside who are struggling for their next meal, too afraid to sleep soundly. Chu Yilong's ability to manage Building 8 is largely thanks to the guidance from the Fan family, a fact he is well aware of. He has started to grasp the underlying implications. The Fan family, seeking comfort, wishes to thrive under the shade of a great tree. He finds this situation quite agreeable. Regardless of who the great tree is, the few visionary yet unambitious members of the Fan family, who live their lives modestly, are hard to dislike. Furthermore, if he were to become the great tree, it would be the Fan family who nourished him. If he does not provide shade for them, who will he shade? If Fan Lin were to learn of such joyous news, she would surely be busy making dumplings again. The impact of this batch of donated medicine was swift. The water delivery truck, arriving every 3 days, provided each household in Building 8 with an additional 10 liters this time, a government reward. Clean water has become as precious as medicine, and with over 60 households in Building 8, they received an extra 600 liters of water, inciting envy in others. Yet, they lack the capacity to donate medicine. 2 weeks later, Building 8 harvested its first batch of small cabbages and lettuce. While their growth was modest, at least there was food to eat. Moreover, every household's balcony was yielding vegetables in a staggered manner. From this point on, each family had green leafy vegetables to supplement their vitamins. The high walls of Building 8 prevented outsiders from seeing the lush greenery within. Meanwhile, the residents of Building 9, following the example of Building 8, peered through their makeshift barriers to catch a glimpse of the true growth of the vegetables in Building 8. To be honest, the growth was rather pitiful. Yet, even thin vegetables are still vegetables. Those who struggle to put food on the table naturally envy those who have vegetables to eat. The visible results of Buildings 8 and 9 left other buildings, filled with indecisive individuals, feeling anxious and envious. With the first harvest of vegetables, Building 8 began constructing greenhouses to cultivate mushrooms. Various insulating materials were steadily collected, as the Fan family planned to create their own insulated space. They exchanged points for some insulation boards, enough to cover a room. However, in reality, they aimed to insulate all 3 of their rooms, 2 bedrooms and a dining area in the study. In the logistics yard, among the collected parcels, there are dozens of rolls of rock-wool soundproofing and insulation material, as well as several boxes of foam mats, all of which can be utilized to insulate the rooms. The walls and ceilings of the 3 rooms will be adorned with double layers of rock wool, and due to the oversized bay window, it will require additional ceiling, leaving only a ventilation opening. The floors will be laid with several layers of foam mats, and when the extreme cold truly arrives, an additional thick carpet will be added. This arrangement will inevitably cause the 3 rooms to feel somewhat smaller. Yet, for the sake of warmth, such adjustments are trivial matters. In her previous life, the family had not perished from the cold, which Fong Lin attributed solely to luck. The onset of the extreme cold occurred in the early morning, around 6 o'clock. At that moment, she was roused from her slumber due to a pressing need to relieve herself. Upon leaving her bed, she immediately felt the chill and wished to endure the discomfort until she could return to the warmth of her covers. However, before she could reach the bathroom, the cold pierced her skin, causing every pore to stand on end, and her body heat rapidly dissipated. It felt as though her bones were being frozen to the point of pain, nearly rendering her a mere specimen. Stiffened by the cold, she promptly turned back to don additional clothing, slipping into her coral fleece pajamas and wrapping herself in a thick cotton robe, trembling from head to toe. Realizing that something was amiss, she braved the chill and rushed to the living room to check the external thermometer attached to the refrigerator. To her astonishment, it read a chilling -10 degrees, and the temperature continued to drop. Stunned, she took a moment before understanding the urgency to awaken everyone in the household, ensuring that her family did not succumb to hypothermia in their sleep. Then, the father and daughter each took up a stainless steel pot, creating a clamor that roused the entire neighborhood, allowing everyone to rise and add layers of clothing and blankets. Thus, the tradition of banging pots to alert the community began. Aware of the abnormal temperature, she and her father immediately ventured outside to seek out insulating materials. They scoured the nearby vacant houses, left abandoned due to the plague, in search of blankets. While others remained inactive, they managed to collect several blankets and quilts, along with some mats and yoga mats, returning to fortify their master bedroom into an insulated space, which allowed them to endure the extreme cold. Without such insulation, surviving the harsh winter would prove exceedingly difficult. It was reminiscent of the shelter she had once lived in, with its thin walls and ceilings. Even several layers of blankets could not stave off the cold. In this life, she resolved to prepare as thoroughly as possible. During the day, she engaged in communal tasks, and upon returning home, the 3 of them meticulously worked together to create their insulated haven. In her determination to ensure her family has comfort during the frigid days, Fong Lin initially intended to accompany the supply team to fish in the reservoir but ultimately chose not to go. Chapter 77. Reserve Meats. Building 8 has successfully established a self-sufficient vegetable supply, cultivating corn and potatoes as staple foods. The next step is to secure a source of meat. Squid, after all, cannot entirely substitute for meat, and it will eventually be exhausted. Ideally, raising some poultry would be most beneficial. However, such creatures are scarce in the desolate city. To acquire them, one must venture into the countryside. This time, the supply team not only aims to fish in the reservoir but also bears the responsibility of locating poultry to raise. Fan Lin's desire to fish stems from her curiosity, having never experienced it before. Yet, the thought of cycling several dozen kilometers dissuades her, leading her to decide instead to remain at home and construct a greenhouse. After tending to her own, she must also assist the elderly couple next door. Professor Zhou has cultivated mycelium for straw mushrooms, and with the temperature now suitable, the mycelium is thriving. The achievement of cultivating mushrooms is significant. Even in extreme cold, as long as there is a greenhouse, mushrooms can be consistently produced. To support this, Building 8 has organized a group dedicated to relentlessly searching for combustible materials. Building 8's efforts in planting, constructing greenhouses, and acquiring ample firewood and coal have piqued the interest of neighboring residents. While they observe the potential for self-sufficiency, they continue to worry about their next meal. Lacking unity, they form smaller groups, with several households banding together to claim their own territories around the building. Men venture out in search of resources, while women tend to cultivation at home. Witnessing this, Fan Jiming can only shake his head. Without adequate safety, even if they manage to cultivate something, the harvest may not even be theirs. Unfortunately, those individuals disregard the counsel from Building 8. They believe that a larger group might not always be advantageous, and prefer to unite in smaller, compatible groups to minimize conflict and deter bullying from outsiders. Yet, they remain oblivious to the insignificance of their combined strength in the face of larger gangs that could easily overpower them. Currently, this fragmented approach to group cultivation carries a high likelihood of benefiting others rather than themselves. Ultimately, each is driven by fear of loss and the desire to avoid being taken advantage of. Chu Yilong is not surprised by this situation. His ability to manage Building 8 stems not only from the insights provided by the Fan family, but also from his own awareness and the unwavering commitment of time and energy. It is a thankless endeavor without monetary compensation, Yet one must invest effort to reap rewards. Maintaining faith is crucial to achieving what has been accomplished thus far. Building 9's ability to replicate the efforts of Building 8 is rooted in their resilience following severe oppression from marauders. They possess a tenacity to rise up. Fueled by this spirit, they refuse to accept the destruction of their homes. Even though their attempts may be somewhat clumsy, they persist. Their perseverance has not been in vain. Fan Jiming feels regret that they do not unite as a cohesive group, knowing they will inevitably regret it in the future. However, there is little that can be done. The example set by Building 9 stands as a testament. If they wish to learn, they can do so easily, setting aside their petty grievances. If they focus on two key areas, safety and self-sufficiency, then regardless of how large the challenges may be, there will always be sustenance to be found. Zhu Lilong has already hinted to many individuals, yet their inaction or ineffectual efforts render him unable to extend his reach to manage their affairs. The 8th building has only recently established its footing in cultivation, and the journey towards true self-sufficiency remains a distant aspiration. Should the weather prove unyielding, they too will find themselves in dire straits. In this apocalyptic world, every step forward is fraught with uncertainty, as one cannot predict whether tomorrow will bring calamity or sunshine. The two individuals are sipping tea in the 10th floor office, while below, the corn seedlings have reached a height of a palm, and the potatoes have sprouted 5 or 6 leaves. In the backyard, the radishes and cabbage leaves have grown tall, with adequate fertilizer. They anticipate harvesting a batch of radishes and cabbages in 2 months. These will be dried to create pickled vegetables, which have a long shelf life. In the event of adverse weather, a stockpile of pickled vegetables will provide sustenance for an extended period. This is their primary storage of produce, cultivated over nearly 2 acres. In the evening, the supply team returns, having harnessed solar energy to power their equipment. This time, they brought electric fishing rods to the reservoir, yielding several hundred pounds of fish. Had their batteries not depleted, their catch would have been even greater. Moreover, a dozen individuals brought self-heating pots, instant noodles, and small squid to the countryside. The situation in the nearby villages is equally grim. The disaster has devastated the homes of many villages, resulting in landslides and numerous fatalities. Farmlands are submerged, crops have been lost, and the prospect of replanting is hindered by a lack of seeds. The seed stores are unrecognizable, buried beneath the deluge. The surviving villagers, upon seeing individuals entering the village with bicycles, initially believed them to be government aid workers and rushed out seeking assistance. However, upon learning that these newcomers were merely trading food for poultry, disappointment mingled with a sense of pragmatism among the villagers. It was prudent, for each member of the supply team bore an axe at their waist. Had they not arrived with provisions, the villagers might have feared they were bandits. The supply team exchanged a batch of self-heating pots, instant noodles, and squid for 5 or 6 chickens and 3 or 4 ducks, along with a clutch of fertilized eggs, an ample harvest indeed. The fish brought back from the reservoir are not simply distributed to households. Rather, they must be exchanged for points. The more points one accumulates, the greater the exchange. Those with ample labor at home naturally accrue more points, allowing them to trade for 15 to 20 pounds of fish, which can be preserved as dried fish for future consumption, ensuring a regular supply of animal protein to maintain their health. The Fan family refrains from competing with their neighbors over meat, which they do not lack, and simply claimed they were not particularly fond of fish, opting instead to trade for a single fish weighing about a pound. Had they not feared arousing suspicion, they would have preferred not to make even this exchange. Their storage is replete with seafood, stocked with an abundance of fish, shrimp, and crabs, many of which are imported deep-sea delicacies, including salmon and tuna, perfect for sashimi. The fish from the reservoir holds little appeal compared to their stored seafood. They find it wiser to save their points for future exchanges of chicken. The chickens raised in the 8th building are free-range, with a designated area allowing them sunlight during the day and shelter at night, thus promising a better quality of meat. Indeed, it is this chicken meat that offers a glimmer of hope, far superior in flavor to that of caged poultry. Regrettably, it seems unlikely that they will be realized. Lu Wanyan gazed at the few poultry she had managed to bring back from the village, feeling a tinge of disappointment. She then quietly inquired of her husband. With so much feathering, can chickens and ducks truly endure the frigid winter? Surely, in the northeast, there are no free-range fowl during winter. The cold will inevitably claim the lives of chickens. Ducks may withstand it a bit better, yet they too cannot survive extreme temperatures. To keep them alive, we will likely have to construct a greenhouse for their rearing. Thus, they would become greenhouse chickens. In this apocalyptic world, having a supply of chickens is already a blessing. Any hopes for authentic free-range birds are dashed. Fan Jiming cast a sidelong glance at his wife, who always criticized him for hoarding broiler chickens, feeling somewhat exasperated. I'm merely expressing my thoughts, Lu Wanyan retorted with a playful smirk. She did not particularly desire free-range chickens. It just seemed a pity to transform them into greenhouse birds. Then Fan Lin proposed a bold idea. If pet owners dress their pets in winter coats, why not provide chickens and ducks with thick garments to help them withstand the cold? This peculiar notion left Fan Jiming both amused and bewildered. While he had seen cats and dogs adorned in pet apparel, chickens and ducks in clothing, that was quite an imaginative leap. Chapter 78. Expanding horizons. When the neighbors from the surrounding buildings heard the clucking and quacking emanating from Building 8, their emotions were beyond description. They felt a mix of envy and resentment towards those who lived in that building, blaming them for their apparent lack of ambition and capability, while they themselves continued to live their lives behind closed doors. Only the residents of Building 9, closely following the lead of Building 8, sought ways to acquire a few poultry of their own. In comparison to their neighbors, the residents of Building 9 gradually began to unite. Though they could not compete with Building 8, they felt a sense of accomplishment in surpassing others, which allowed a few leaders from Building 9 to reap the benefits of their newfound management roles. They also installed solar panels on their rooftop, quickly illuminating Building 9 by night. However, the secret of the fish caught with electricity from the reservoir remained tightly guarded by Building 8. A tall shed resembling a wall was constructed in front of the building, supported by stainless steel beams and brick columns. This protective structure served multiple purposes. It obstructed prying eyes, shielded outdoor supplies from rain and snow, and prevented the lower floors from being buried in snow during the harsh winter. The shed obscured the view of neighboring buildings, ensuring that whatever was brought back on bicycles remained a mystery unless divulged. Secrets like the ability to electrify fish from the reservoir were particularly precious. They aimed to maximize their gains before others could catch on, already having harvested several successful catches. In truth, they were not the first to benefit from the reservoir's fish. The daily water delivery trucks to the reservoir also sought ways to fish, employing nets, fishing rods, and even diving. However, no one dared to bring a battery down to electrify the fish, allowing the residents of Building 8 to take the lead and haul back thousands of pounds of fish. With more than they could consume, they organized efforts to process, cure, and dry the surplus, stockpiling it as their reserve. The residents of Building 8 were constantly occupied, with tasks assigned each day, leaving no room for idleness. On February 18th, the eve of the 2034 Spring Festival, the atmosphere in Nan City bore no trace of the impending celebrations. The authorities were preoccupied with expanding shelters. The death toll from the epidemic remained uncontrolled, casting a heavy pall over the entire city. Incidents of fighting and looting for survival resources occurred day and night, as desperation drove people to the brink. In this apocalyptic reality, life was treated with little regard, and the number of homicides continued to rise, overwhelming the government's efforts to maintain order. Ultimately, the dire shortage of resources fueled such chaos. Those who had lost their moral compass believed that with starvation looming, there was no room for ethics. Morality could neither fill stomachs nor quench thirsts. They preferred to abandon morality in favor of survival. Without sufficient resources, even the most brutal enforcement could not curb criminal activity. The number of groups congregating outside for illicit gain was on the rise. Since the onset of flooding, Building 8 could not remain discreet. Many in the surrounding community were aware of their stockpiled goods. Had they not been vigilant and prepared for the intentions of others, their building would have been breached long ago. Yet, even with walls erected and defenses in place, conspiracies brewed among some who planned to strip Building 8 of its resources. Early in the morning, Fan Lin stood beneath the shelter in front of the building, watching her mother register supplies for distribution. A basket of oilseed lettuce, a basket of lettuce, a basket of mustard greens, 2 baskets of bean sprouts, a basket of straw mushrooms, and a basket of dried fish, altogether 7 baskets. What else should we add? This is a New Year's gift that Zhu Yilong intends to present to the leaders on behalf of the community, and it is preferable to have an even number. Should we perhaps add an extra basket of dried fish? Hishan remarked with a hint of reluctance. In their building, dried fish was the most presentable item, and giving away one more basket would mean one less for them. Meat. It pains me. While refueling the pickup truck, Zhu Yilong glanced at the several baskets in the truck bed and deemed it sufficient. There was no need to add more fish. The purpose of this gift was to showcase their self-sufficient achievements. The fish were not raised by them, and adding more would not enhance their persuasive power. It would be wiser to gather more baskets of fresh vegetables instead. Lu Wanyun found this reasoning sound, and agreed to collect more vegetables for the gift. The vegetables they cultivated were harvested without uprooting. They merely plucked a few leaves and then supplemented the soil to allow the plants to continue growing, enabling a sustained yield. The authorities were also making efforts to restore some production, engaging in various planting and breeding activities urgently. However, they were not achieving results as swiftly as Building 8. As soon as the waters receded, they promptly began to cultivate the land, and the vegetable seeds had been nurtured on each household's balcony beforehand. Once the land was prepared, They wasted no time in planting, striving to achieve self-sufficiency as quickly as possible. Building 8 had already harvested multiple batches of vegetables, while the leaders at the official shelter had only recently managed to consume a small portion of bok choy seedlings. The intention behind sending these vegetables was to encourage the government to promote planting and self-sufficiency among survivors scattered across various locations. By setting an example, survivors in the ruins of the city could adopt their methods of survival and self-rescue. By striving for production, as long as everyone could independently procure some food, despair would not be as pervasive. Perhaps it could even halt those who had forsaken their principles out of desperation. Although cultivating in the city is no easy feat, it is certainly preferable to waiting for death due to starvation. Moreover, maintaining a close relationship with the authorities would only benefit Building 8. Fan Lin could only express admiration for the strategic mindset of the building's management. Having struggled for years in the apocalypse as an ordinary person, she felt worlds apart from the centers of power. She had never contemplated engaging with the leadership that was far beyond her reach, as she was merely a tiny ant fighting for survival. Little did she expect that in this second chance at life, her parents would push for a building leader, leading to an ever-expanding vision. Reflecting on her previous mindset, where she had planned to stockpile supplies for her family of 3 to huddle away, it seemed rather narrow-minded in hindsight. "Mom, the mustard greens there are large. We could pick another round. Why not just gather lettuce?" Mustard greens had grown abundantly, and she initially intended to harvest them, but her mother guided her toward the lettuce patch. The daughter, young and inexperienced in household matters, could only be instructed by Lu Wanyun. Mustard greens could be pickled or dried for storage, whereas lettuce did not preserve well and was best enjoyed fresh. Thus, picking more to give away was inconsequential. After all, lettuce grew rapidly and could be harvested weekly. Furthermore, every household had planted some, so they were not lacking in this vegetable. So it is, I've acquired a fragment of knowledge. As preparations for the New Year gifts commence, Zhu Yilong instructs Fan Lin to accompany him in the vehicle. He intends to expose her to the broader world. She harbors no desire to witness any such world. What allure does the post-apocalyptic realm hold? Lu Wanyun, observing that there is little to occupy her at home aside from constructing insulated shelters, nudges her daughter gently. Go on. Accompany him for a while. Upon your return, share your experiences with your father and me. Who knows? Perhaps the current refuge differs from what you encountered in your previous life. A little reconnaissance could prove beneficial. Fan Lin appears utterly speechless. What is there to behold at the refuge? A chaotic assembly, filled with those perpetually hungry. Come on, your mother insists I take you out for a stroll. Do not remain cooped up at home. Lu Wanyun conveyed this message through a knowing glance, yet Fan Lin failed to grasp her mother's intent. Confounded, she found herself climbing into the pickup truck. Chapter 79. The gun has awakened. Accompanying them was Zhuang Yulin, a fellow who found a peculiar fascination in visiting the shelters. Each time he ventured there and encountered the emaciated survivors, he felt a profound sense of gratitude for being a member of Building 8. Brother Long, shall we explore the various districts in the shelter when we arrive? He suggested. Previously, during their outings with the leader, they had only visited the official administrative areas, where armed patrols roamed, deterring any reckless wandering. He had heard that the survivors' quarters in the shelter were divided into 3 distinct tiers, a sight they had yet to behold. Zhu Yilong, the driver, did not decline. Sure, I brought you out to broaden your horizons. The prospect of touring the shelter was indeed intriguing. Fan Lin leaned back in her seat, her enthusiasm waning, choosing silence. With such leisure time, she would rather remain at home, constructing her insulated sanctuary. Noticing Fan Lin's lack of engagement, Zhu Yilong elaborated, regardless of the calamities we face, as long as the state machinery continues to function, we remain under its governance. The autonomy of Building 8 is a result of necessity, and truth be told, not everyone in the higher echelons may endorse our existence. We did not intend to become a model, yet we have inadvertently assumed that role. Should anyone seek to undermine us, Building 8 may struggle to withstand the scrutiny. The only recourse is to lead by example, demonstrating our value to the government, thereby compelling those with ulterior motives to tread carefully. Thus, engaging with the authorities is imperative. His words, laden with solemnity and concern, prompted Fan Lin to ponder deeply. Are you suggesting that someone wishes to exploit our resources? Or is it the officials? She mused. How ironic that while they donate medicine and aid, they also bring forth complications. Zhu Yilong did not refute her. There are always unforeseen individuals and circumstances. We must prepare for the worst and stifle any potential threats before they can materialize. Since the onset of the flooding, the residents of Building 8 had tirelessly amassed various supplies, gathering food, water, and essentials to the best of their abilities. They had accumulated so much that the rooftop could no longer accommodate it, leaving only the balcony of Office 1002 for meetings. Any discerning individual could ascertain that their resources were undeniably substantial. It was not far-fetched to believe that someone might leverage their power to target Building 8. Sitting in the back, Zhuang Yulin suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and blurted out, "If someone from the officials had their sights on us, that would be." The unspoken words of betrayal lodged in his throat, and he swallowed them back. He had been naive. In this post-apocalyptic world, appealing to morality with anyone seemed utterly childish. Fan Lin pressed her lips together, recognizing the complexities of their situation. It appeared that to survive, they would need to exert effort from multiple angles. Zhu Yilong's foresight was commendable. They ought to devise strategies to secure their position with the authorities, rendering any schemes against them futile. Seeing that Fan Lin comprehended the gravity of the situation, Zhu Yilong finally smiled. "Even if we cannot secure everything, we must ensure a close-knit alliance." After their previous encounter with the former leaders during the medicine donation, Zhu Yilong had learned of some unsettling developments. Within the newly established leadership, individuals who had once targeted him had infiltrated key positions. Such people were not known for their magnanimity. Their actions were driven by cunning, and their personas were crafted through deception. Once such individuals become aware of the circumstances surrounding the 8th building, one cannot predict the repercussions. Hence, caution is imperative. The decision to involve Fan Lin stems from the belief that, in certain situations, her words carry more weight than his own. He is, after all, someone who has navigated the intricacies of this environment, and others are acutely aware of the leverage they possess over him. Engaging Fan Lin in this matter would yield more favorable results than his own intervention. Initially, when the authorities sought to requisition the kayak, she confronted them without hesitation. She never concedes to anyone, not even the officials. Any interest she deems non-negotiable, she rejects without remorse, exuding a confidence that surpasses his own. Understanding the purpose behind Zhu Yilong's decision to bring her along, Fan Lin felt no displeasure. The 8th building is their home, and the mantra "happiness relies on us all" was first proclaimed by their family of 3 to instill a sense of community among the neighbors. If she does not lead by example and contribute to the well-being of the 8th building, it would be a disservice. Duty calls, and she must step up. On this occasion, they encountered multiple groups attempting to hijack their vehicle. Unfazed, Fan Lin brandished her firearm. Some doubted her resolve. Questioning whether a woman would dare to commit murder or whether her weapon was genuine, they attempted to seize the opportunity to rob her. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. The aftermath was swift and decisive. The would-be assailants, in a panic, abandoned their comrade's lifeless body and fled in disarray. The gun had finally tasted blood. Witnessing Fan Lin's unflinching and efficient act of violence, Zhuang Yulin sat in stunned silence. Zhu Yilong exited the vehicle to remove the obstructing debris, a hefty metal plate that could be fashioned into several tools. As for the corpse, he dragged it to the roadside and unceremoniously discarded it behind a refuse pile. One was tasked with the act of killing, while the other handled the disposal. Zhuang Yulin, still dazed, sat in the vehicle until Zhu Yilong returned. He cautiously inquired, "Is it truly without consequence to have taken a life?" He feared that Fan Lin might face repercussions. Turning to glance at the pale-faced young man, Fan Lin smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, there are no surveillance cameras. There is no evidence to suggest I committed murder, and those filthy brigands would dare not report me." Zhuang Yulin could only respond with a somewhat twisted expression, unable to muster a smile, his heart racing. His feet trembled slightly beneath him. Despite his surprise at Fan Lin's calm demeanor, Zhu Yilong had long recognized her exceptional nature. His astonishment was fleeting. After all, she possessed an audacity that was remarkable. For her, taking a life was as trivial as slaughtering a chicken, devoid of any psychological burden. This was advantageous, as compassion had no place in a world teetering on the brink of collapse. If their weapon were seized, they would find themselves in peril. Thus, eliminating the threat became a matter of self-defense. He too would not hesitate to pull the trigger under similar circumstances. Upon reaching the refuge, they waited outside the expansive premises for over half an hour before being granted entry. After a brief drive, they encountered another checkpoint at the entrance to the administrative area. Fortunately, they were not subjected to a search. The officials merely glanced at the contents of their vehicle before allowing them to pass. The fresh vegetables delivered under the guise of the Zijing Haoyuan community were urgently reported by Zhu Yilong's former supervisor and soon found their way to the office of the new leadership. Observing the size of the vegetable leaves, the new mayor, Li Qingming, was taken aback and immediately summoned Zhu Yilong and his companions. The deluge has completely receded only a month ago, and in the refuge's cultivation area, the only vegetables that can be harvested are a few seedlings of bok choy. Yet, in this so-called Zijing Haoyuan community, robust leafy vegetables have flourished. How is this possible? Zhu Yilong recounted the process of the 8 buildings' response to natural disasters and their self-sufficiency. naturally leading to the benefits of promoting community cultivation. This is a strategy for the welfare and security of the populace. Had Chu Yilong made such statements a month prior, no one would have taken him seriously. Cultivating in the ruins of the city would have seemed the folly of a madman. Now, with results evident before their eyes, they have no justification to dismiss it. "Let us go see your community," said Li Chiming, struck by the sight of the vibrant vegetables. He immediately expressed his desire to visit Zijing Haoyuan. "You wish to see our community?" Chu Yilong, surprised that the new leader would conduct a personal inspection, responded, "Indeed, it is imperative to understand clearly. If what you say is true, cultivation is indeed possible within the community. With the ruins widespread, if the survivors outside can become self-sufficient, it represents a glimmer of hope for many in overcoming their plight. The official shelters only accommodate survivors within designated safe zones. Yet this does not imply that the government completely neglects other survivors. A population is essential for the city's future. With a scarcity of resources and the challenge of production, many face hunger, compounded by a severe pandemic that has put countless lives at risk. How to preserve more lives is a pressing concern for the Nan City government. The knowledge of such a community, which, in the wake of disaster, has not relied on the government but rather has strived for self-sufficiency, has sparked the leader's urgent desire to investigate the specifics. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this inquiry could unveil significant issues. Chapter 80. The 8 buildings under dual assault. Zhu Yilong took Fan Lin to the shelter to experience the outside world. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yusin led a team to the reservoir to fish, while also gathering firewood from the mountains. Zhou Yiyou directed a group to repair the wall in the parking lot beneath the 8 buildings. After the flood receded, the passage from the first floor to the basement was sealed off with several doors, preventing individuals from the adjacent building from infiltrating through the underground parking area. Once the water in the parking lot completely drained, they gathered the vehicles that had run out of gasoline in one location. Engines that could be repaired were salvaged for backup, while those beyond repair were relegated to scrap metal. As for the electric vehicles, their batteries were rendered useless after being submerged. In the basement, the wall repairs aimed to seal off the underground entrance to the 8 buildings, creating a passage that allowed movement for the residents of the 3 units while restricting others from accessing the space below. Essentially, the 8 buildings had carved out a section underground for their own use. Indoor cultivation could be conducted on the ground or in the basement. As long as there was ventilation, they could grow mushrooms or cultivate chives. The 3 building leaders were busy with their tasks, and Fan Jiming was no exception. The first-tier personnel were managed by the 3 building leaders, while he oversaw the second tier. He had to assign various tasks to these individuals, tending to the vegetable crops, arranging for wood cutting and drying, processing and drying fish, and collecting bricks and glass windows. Except for those too old or too young to work, nearly everyone was kept occupied. With high walls as protection and security personnel on guard, those working in the safe zone felt a sense of assurance. However, this tranquility was abruptly disrupted by a large group of individuals. When Zhou Yiyou on the first basement floor heard the urgent whistle, a gathering of 100 or 200 people emerged outside the cornfield in front of the 8 buildings. Although they concealed much of their weaponry, it was impossible to hide the steel pipes, iron rods, and ladders they carried. Today, the lookout for the 8 buildings was Jian Yu, who, equipped with binoculars, stood atop the watchtower. At first, he thought the group was merely passing by the community road, only to realize with alarm that their target was aimed directly at their building. He immediately sounded the alarm, marking the first instance of the long and short emergency whistle being blown in the 8 buildings. Everyone froze momentarily upon hearing it, but Fan Jiming reacted swiftly, shouting loudly, "Someone's causing trouble. Grab your weapons." The crowd hurriedly rushed home to retrieve their tools, some seizing nearby hoes, shovels, and sturdy sticks to prepare for defense. Jian Yu continued to blow the whistle, the sharp sound reverberating throughout the entire community. Residents from Building 9, peering through the fence, caught sight of the unfriendly-looking group approaching the 8 buildings. Though they felt a slight relief knowing the group was targeting the 8 buildings, they remained apprehensive. Estimating the crowd to be 100 or 200 strong, they realized this was not like the smaller groups of 10 or dozens they had encountered before. Would the 8 buildings be able to handle such a multitude? Despite the warning from the whistle, the outsiders did not halt their advance. They merely exchanged whispers before splitting into 2 factions. One part positioned themselves outside the large gate in front of the cornfield, while the other moved to the wall outside the watchtower. With the expansive territory of the 8 buildings, there was little that could be done to deter their intrusion. Knocking on the door would prove futile. The door at the forefront is situated several dozen meters away from the building. A group of over a dozen men approached the watchtower, looking up at Jian Yu, and said, "We are residents from several nearby communities, and we have run out of food and water. We have heard that you possess a substantial amount of grain here. and we hope you can spare some to assist us, lest we perish from hunger while you thrive. They believed that courtesy should precede conflict, as it would provide them with a justifiable cause. This scheme had been long contemplated and meticulously orchestrated by those envious of Building 8, aiming to seize its resources. In the event of a retreat, they only sought supplies, confident that no lives would be lost, thus ensuring that they would not face severe repercussions. After all, the abundant resources in Building 8 could be deemed communal, and the accumulation of such wealth by a single entity seemed cruel. Their anticipated escape route hinged on the assumption that the government would not execute them for their actions. Therefore, their demands were straightforward. They insisted that Building 8 share its provisions. You think we are a charity? Why should we provide for you? Jian Yu felt a twinge of apprehension, but stood his ground, retorting, You worthless beggars. With so many ruins in the South City, you have hands and feet yet choose not to scavenge for yourselves, instead contemplating the theft of what others have painstakingly gathered. If you wish to act as thieves, do so openly rather than masquerading as beggars, and to have the audacity to demand charity from us. How dare you? Get rid of him. One of the men outside the wall shouted angrily, and a dozen others began hurling chunks of concrete from the ruins at him. However, the watchtower window was small, allowing Jian Yu to evade their projectiles easily. With the attack initiated, he retaliated without hesitation, using a rudimentary crossbow to shoot several arrows from his elevated position. Though his aim was not precise, he managed to wound 2 of them. This makeshift weapon had only recently been crafted, and while the guards were each equipped with one, they were still unpracticed. Unexpectedly, it proved useful today. On the first basement level, Zhou Iyo and several young men, alerted by the watch signal, were already preparing to rush upstairs for support when they noticed an intruder in their vicinity. The underground wall had only been built to a height of 1 meter, providing little resistance. Upon seeing someone suddenly emerge, Zhou Iyo instinctively felt a sense of dread, regretting that he had not brought a firearm with him. Having been indoctrinated with a sense of defense for the entire building by Chu Yilong, Zhou Iyo quickly shouted, Return and secure the stairway door. The underground parking area was dimly lit only in the sections where they were working, leaving the rest enveloped in darkness, allowing intruders to slip in unnoticed. Startled by the situation, the others hastened toward the stairwell. However, the intruders had already approached them, demanding that they be intercepted to prevent them from closing the door. To facilitate the construction of insulated underground rooms, Building 8 had opened a stairway passage for the transport of materials. Between the first and basement levels, they had installed multiple protective doors, 3 in total. As long as these doors were locked, they could effectively block anyone attempting to enter Building 8 from below. Close the door. Quickly, Zhou Iyo shouted as he saw someone already entering through the protective door. Clutching a bricklaying knife, he desperately blocked the entrance against those intent on storming the staircase. The first to enter, Zhang Jie, hesitated upon noticing that his companions had yet to arrive. He pondered the peril of closing the door, realizing that if they were unable to enter, they would be in grave danger. However, the building manager's hoarse shouts urged him to shut the door, as the lurking miscreants were poised to charge forward. A brief delay could easily result in these nefarious individuals seizing control of the building. With dozens of neighbors above and a handful of comrades below, rationality compelled Zhang Jie, his eyes reddened with resolve, to secure the protective door, keeping his comrades safely behind it. The fully enclosed barrier obscured his view of the basement, leaving only the sounds of scolding and violence to reach his ears. The unexpected invasion struck with alarming suddenness, and as Zhang Jie sweated nervously behind the door, he understood that fear would not suffice. He must prevent these intruders from breaching Building 8. He hoped that the building manager and others could hold them off for a while, and he promptly ascended to seek assistance. However, upon reaching the ground floor, he was met with an unsettling sight. The area in front of the building was deserted. Nearly everyone had fled to the front entrance of the cornfield for protection. Outside the main door, voices clamored, Open up. Hurry and let us in. You hoard so much food while we starve. Are you even human? Open the door and give us something to eat, or we will smash it down. Someone wielding a sledgehammer had already begun to batter the door, while others attempted to scale the walls. They had come prepared for an assault from all sides. Zhang Jie, who had been contemplating calling for reinforcements, felt a chill run through him as he witnessed the dire situation unfold. Chapter 81. A crisis unfolds as Fan Jiming was about to ascend the watchtower to ascertain the external situation. He spotted Zhang Jie approaching and promptly inquired, Where is Zhou Iyo? Among the 3 building leaders, only Zhou Iyo remained, and they had to rely on him to steer the situation. However, Zhang Jie brought even graver news. Zhou Iyo and the others were trapped on the basement level, contending with a band of nefarious intruders intent on infiltrating their stronghold. Fan Jiming's heart sank. The motives of these assailants were painfully transparent. Cloaked in the guise of seeking assistance for Building 8, they were, in fact, plotting to seize its supplies. One side feigned distress while the other prepared for invasion. What should they do? Half of the able-bodied men had ventured out to gather supplies, leaving the remainder, along with several others, ensnared in the basement. Should such a multitude break in, the scant few who remained, comprised of women, the elderly, and children, would be powerless to thwart their malevolent intentions. Lu Wanyun and Hishan, witnessing individuals battering at the doors and others scaling the walls, were overtaken by panic. "Dear, they are coming in. What should we do?" Lu Wanyun implored urgently. Fan Jiming cast a glance toward the cornfields, his heart aching, and immediately instructed those at the forefront to retreat. "Fall back to the second gate and defend the building. If we abandon the first gate, the influx of intruders will inevitably wreak havoc upon the corn and potatoes we have painstakingly cultivated." Yet, he understood that preserving human life and the resources within the building took precedence. Chun Liang, a young veteran who had recently joined Building 8, was out with the supply team. His father, Chen Zhongren, a former soldier, stood guard at the front, attempting to thwart those scaling the walls. However, the sheer number of assailants made it nearly impossible to hold them back. Upon hearing Fan Jiming's call to retreat, he quickly withdrew with his men. Once the elderly and young had rushed through the second gate, Fan Jiming hastily secured it. The steel gate would not easily yield to assault. The perimeter wall, tall and fortified with shards of glass and razor wire, posed a formidable barrier to any would-be intruders. Since Building 8 had invested considerable resources in security, it would not allow itself to be breached easily. Zhang Jia, Fan Wei, Old Chun. Each of you take a bucket of sulfuric acid and a few men to guard the stairwell door to the basement. Do not allow anyone to enter from below. Understood. The three replied, promptly following Lu Wanyun to retrieve the acid. Fan Jiming dispatched about 10 individuals to assist in their defense. As for Zhou Yiyo and the others trapped in the underground parking lot, he steeled himself to set aside those thoughts. He had to prioritize the safety of the majority in Building 8. Yet, he had not anticipated that the assailants would seize Zhou Yiyo and the others to leverage against them. This group of schemers had executed a dual strategy, a frontal assault coupled with an underground incursion. Ultimately, they had caught them off guard. They invaded the cornfield, trampling numerous seedlings and binding Zhou Yiyo and his comrades before the second gate, threatening those inside to open up. "Refuse us entry if you wish, but provide us with 5,000 pounds of rice and an equal amount of vegetables and meat. Comply, and we will release your people. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." Their audacity was striking. They spoke of the residents of Building 8 with words devoid of compassion, engaging in acts of robbery for their own gain. Outside, the people had already made a desperate decision, managing to rally a considerable number for this operation, which required significant effort. They relied on their numbers, hoping to pressure Building 8 into submission. Moreover, their numbers served as a shield against potential governmental retribution, providing them with a semblance of safety in numbers. They were merely striving to survive. The government could not turn a blind eye to some dining well while others went hungry. The women whose husbands had been captured were in a state of sheer panic, pleading with Fan Jiming to devise a plan for their rescue. Zhou Yiyo's wife was equally distraught. As her husband was the building manager, she feared that if the outsiders discovered this, they might exact their fury upon him. She anxiously observed Fan Jiming, terrified that he might outright refuse the demands, thereby endangering her husband. Yet, if they acquiesced to the demands for resources, would they later blame her husband and strip him of his position? Nonetheless, her husband's safety took precedence over everything. She could not bear to witness him come to harm. "Brother Fan, you are the only one who can make decisions here. What should we do?" What to do? Fan Jiming's mind raced as he urged them to remain calm. With Chu Yilong absent, he had to find a way to handle this significant dilemma. If mishandled, the stability of Building 8 would be jeopardized. The outsiders demanded an enormous quantity of supplies, which Building 8 was not incapable of providing. However, once this door was opened, would the residents of Building 8 still be able to venture outside? Knowing they possessed substantial resources, would those inclined to extortion not begin to stalk Building 8 relentlessly? Each time someone ventured out, might they be seized and threatened, leading to a vicious cycle of exploitation? Yet, if they refused, those who had already abandoned their moral compass might swiftly turn to violence against Zhou Yiyo and his kin. It was indeed a precarious situation. The outsiders called out, insisting that time was running out, demanding to know whether they would comply. Should they refuse, they would face dire consequences. Behind the imposing steel gate, Fan Jiming hastily replied, "Wait a moment." As Fan Jiming engaged in negotiations with the extortionists, Chu Yilong was leading several off-road vehicles toward the community. Recognizing the vehicles of the city leaders, the bandits did not dare to show themselves along the route. The convoy traversed the pothole-ridden streets of the South City, where no lanes were marked, and they could not maintain a swift pace. The truck's seats were hardly comfortable, with poor shock absorption, and every jolt over the larger potholes sent jolts of discomfort through Fan Lin. Had she known the high-ranking leaders would take such an interest, she would have preferred to remain at home to receive them rather than subject herself to this ordeal. The world in the apocalypse was indeed tumultuous. Chu Ilong, whom Fan Lin silently criticized, maneuvered the steering wheel onto the road outside the community, and within minutes, he uttered a sound of surprise. Fan Lin straightened in her seat. Something had gone awry. Zhuang Yulin, seated behind, failed to discern the issue and promptly inquired, "What is happening?" Chu Ilong pressed the accelerator, charging into the community. As Dong Kai, accompanied by a group of over 100 individuals wielding steel rods and kitchen knives, approached Building 8. He spotted Chu Ilong's pickup truck and hurriedly ran over to inform him, "Quickly, there are people coming to rob you." Chu Ilong had already noticed the front door wide open, revealing a scene of utter chaos within, with at least 200 individuals gathered. Without hesitation, he parked the vehicle, disembarked, and strode purposefully toward the entrance. The corn and potato seedlings, painstakingly cultivated by them, lay trampled and devastated, at least half destroyed. This sight ignited a surge of fury within him. "What do you intend to do? Huh? What are you planning?" he bellowed as he charged towards the crowd. Fan Lin also hurriedly exited the vehicle, eager to assess the situation inside. However, after a few steps, she recalled the influential figure accompanying her. Although chaos reigned throughout South City and criminals ran rampant, the government remained steadfast, serving as the governing authority with the power of life and death. She quickly turned to meet the approaching figure who had just parked, her expression urgent as she said, "Leader, this is not good. We are in trouble. A group of people is attempting to rob us." "What?" Li Chiming, who had just stepped out of the vehicle and was still regaining his footing, narrowed his eyes, his brows furrowing as he glanced toward the direction of Building 8, now encircled by a wall. Chapter 82. We only have cold weapons. As Fan Jiming anxiously maneuvered to manage the logistics of transporting supplies while engaging with the bandits, his heart was ablaze with urgency. He could neither surrender the goods nor abandon the people. Thus, he resorted to every conceivable means to buy time, instructing the residents to feign transporting supplies to the rooftop while he negotiated tirelessly behind the door. "We do not have ample rice. Could you accept a smaller quantity and perhaps exchange it for water instead? The vegetables have nearly reached their peak. If we harvest them now, they will perish. Would it suffice to give you the last of the beans to sprout? As for the meat, we have precious little, if you desire to consume human flesh. It would be a violation of nature and humanity." Channeling his inner Tangsang, Fan Jiming's incessant prattle soon exasperated the individuals outside. It was at this moment, when his incessant discourse had provoked their impatience, that Chu Ilong made his appearance. A throng surrounded Building 8, all anticipating the supplies to be tossed out. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as someone shouted, prompting the realization that individuals were returning from the outside. A few rushed out, attempting to seize Chu Ilong, hoping to capture another hostage for leverage. Without hesitation, Chu Ilong retaliated, swiftly snatching a hefty wooden stick and striking fiercely. Witnessing his ferocity, others quickly armed themselves and closed in. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted. No one could mistake it for mere firecrackers as an armed figure approached, brandishing a submachine gun. Amidst the collective shock and confusion, Chu Ilong, along with the arriving Zhuo Lin and Zhuang Yulin, swiftly shielded the bound Zhou Yiyo and others behind them, safeguarding them from becoming pawns. 8 armed individuals escorted their leader into the ravaged cornfield. Li Chiming surveyed the devastation, knee-high corn plants trampled and potato sprouts in disarray. His brow furrowed, a grimace etched upon his face. This was the hope of the survivors. A cursory glance revealed the truth in Chu Ilong's words. Fields of crops had been cultivated, evidence of considerable toil evident in the tilled earth. The reality was stark. The hopes of the survivors in Nanshur lay before them, yet they were being carelessly destroyed by these intruders. Confronted by the imposing figure of the dark-faced leader advancing towards them, the intimidated crowd instinctively recoiled. As a pickup truck emerged, a sentry atop the watchtower signaled that Long Go had returned. Upon hearing this, Fan Jiming exhaled in relief, though anxiety soon took hold once more. Despite his daughter and Chu Ilong being armed, he questioned whether they could manage the overwhelming numbers outside. He dashed up to the watchtower to personally assess the situation, only to witness Chu Ilong entering, followed closely by a dozen individuals clad in SWAT uniforms, their submachine guns raised in protection of several figures resembling leaders. Realizing that official reinforcements had arrived, Fan Jiming hurried down the watchtower, urging others to clear a space in the greenhouse to accommodate their guests. "Do not fear. Help has arrived." Soon after, the sound of gunfire echoed once more. A coalition of gangs from several neighborhoods, having been intimidated, observed that the bullets were not aimed at them but were instead fired into the air. Their previously frantic hearts found a semblance of calm. After all, even if apprehended, The government would not hold the masses accountable. Under the protection of the special police, Li Chengming surveyed the group besieging another home with a stern expression. What are your intentions? Do you plan to forcibly enter and loot? Or are you seeking to take hostages for extortion? His authoritative gaze pierced through the chaos, revealing the essence of the situation. Though the crowd felt the anxiety of potential capture, fear was not their predominant emotion. One discontented voice rose above the rest. The people here have stockpiled ample supplies. They eat and drink to their fill daily, while we struggle to find food. We are all citizens of Nanshur. Why should they feast while we starve? We have come seeking their assistance. They cannot hoard their provisions while we perish from hunger. Another chimed in. You are the leader, are you not? As such, you should consider our plight. Many of us cannot find sustenance. If we do not come here to beg for food, can you provide for us? Some spoke with increasing boldness. The government watches us starve, offering no relief supplies, and expects us to fend for ourselves. What purpose does such a government serve? Their voices grew louder, emboldened by their numbers, each statement building upon the last, hoping to sway the leader to compel the residents of Building 8 to willingly surrender their resources. Li Chengming understood the dire circumstances faced by the surviving citizens in the wake of disaster. However, such adversity did not justify their unscrupulous actions. With righteous conviction, he proclaimed, in the face of calamity, the Nanshur government has not abandoned its citizens. While we strive for self-rescue, we also endeavor to provide for the survivors. Without such efforts, there would be no shelters established. However, the government is not omnipotent. It cannot shoulder all burdens. We are acutely aware of the challenges you face and are actively seeking solutions to the issue of survival resources. Yet, your current actions, whether past or present, are unequivocally unacceptable to the government. Do not engage in moral coercion against others, nor manipulate the government. Robbery is robbery, extortion is extortion. The presence of food in their possession does not obscure the truth of your actions. Why do they possess provisions for sustenance? It is a result of their foresight, relentless effort, and self-sufficiency. You gather as a mob, seeking to reap rewards without labor, seizing what rightfully belongs to others, both unreasonable and illegal. Furthermore, you are destroying the crops they have painstakingly cultivated. Do you comprehend how difficult it is to restore even a modicum of production at this time? Those who only seek to seize the fruits of others' labor are incapable of appreciating the value of self-reliance. We do not care. We currently have no food. If the government neglects us, we must find our own way. Are you simply going to watch us starve? They questioned the very existence of such a government. Indeed, during these trying times, those with food should share rather than hoard it for themselves. Li Chengming regarded this obstinate assembly of survivors, his jaw clenched tightly. Those who seek to reap rewards without labor cannot be swayed by mere words. The stern admonitions of the mayor fell on deaf ears among these individuals. Their singular desire was for provisions. If the 8th building could not provide, then the government must step in. They clamored incessantly, refusing to relent until, emboldened by their numbers, they pressed the leaders for tangible commitments. After Fan Lin and a few others untied Zhou Iyo and his companions, they quickly urged them to return and tend to their wounds. Not only were their bodies injured, but their mouths bore the marks of restraint, bloodied from the struggle. It was at this moment that the second gate swung open. Upon witnessing the door ajar, the crowd erupted with fervor, recklessly attempting to surge forward before the leaders of the southern city. Give us some rice. We demand at least a morsel. Our families are on the brink of starvation. How can you be so devoid of compassion, offering us nothing? They seized this rare opportunity, intent on extracting whatever they could, unwilling to leave empty-handed. Chu Yilong stood resolutely at the threshold. Fan Lin positioned herself beside him, while Zhuang Yulin took his place on the other side. Together they formed a steadfast barrier, wielding axes handed to them from within, guarding the entrance like sentinels. They sought the gaze of the high-ranking officials, determined to protect their building, to safeguard the resources they had painstakingly amassed, to defend the land they had toiled upon, and to shield the men, women, and children behind them. Armed with cold weapons, they stood resolute against what could potentially become an unending assault. Chapter 83, Subtle Appeals. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire echoed once more. Whether approaching the leader or the individuals near the second gate, they all collapsed immediately. Ah, there's been a murder. Those emboldened by the belief that the law does not punish the multitude were horrified by the sight of those who fell, bleeding. The law does not punish the many? Who said that? People were shot on the spot, just like dealing with those marauding thugs besieging the refuge, leaving bodies in their wake. Finally gripped by fear, some panicked and fled. The corn sprouts were trampled once again, and Li Chengming couldn't intervene in time. Chu Yilong bellowed furiously at the fleeing individuals, "Don't trample our crops." But in their frenzy, they could hardly hear his words. They only knew to run, for they did not wish to be shot. They did not consider that if someone truly intended to kill them, could they outrun a bullet? The remaining individuals, their faces pale and trembling, stood frozen, some even collapsing to their knees in terror. 10 minutes later, after being harshly reprimanded by the leaders, they hurriedly carried away their comrade, who had been wounded but survived, leaving the 8th building's territory in disarray. They were not arrested. They were merely given a brutal lesson. Relying on robbery for survival was futile. Better to learn self-sufficiency, to cultivate the land. The lives of beasts were always considered less valuable than those of humans. That was the message left by the high-ranking officials. Those who chose to live like beasts could very well be slaughtered on the spot. This was the method of governance in the apocalypse, in the face of widespread calamity. Do not doubt their resolve or challenge their tolerance. An attempted robbery and extortion was swiftly quelled by the decisive force of government armed personnel. However, the loss to the planting fields in front of the 8th building was devastating. Many of the elderly who had labored and watched the crops grow were left heartbroken, especially old Master Chin, who had painstakingly led the effort to cultivate this land. His dedication surpassed that of his farming days in the countryside. Having tended to this land diligently every day, he now watched helplessly as much of the newly sprouted yield was destroyed. Everyone was anxiously awaiting the maturation of this crop. How could they not feel sorrow? Those bandit bastards! Lu Wanyan and Ishan set up a few makeshift tables under the greenhouse in front of the building, brewing tea to welcome the government leaders. Chu Yilong introduced them. This is our new leader of Nanshur, Mayor Li, and this is Minister 1 from the Armed Forces, along with their assistants. Minister 1, the Deputy Minister of the Armed Forces, was also Chu Yilong's former superior. The residents of the 8th building extended a warm welcome to the leaders, seeing armed personnel supporting the 8th building and the high-ranking officials inspecting. The residents of the 9th building, filled with envy, hurried back to organize their own building. In case the leaders decided to visit their area for inspection, they certainly did not want to embarrass themselves. Fan Lin was pulled aside by her mother to check on her. Earlier, her daughter had been confronting a group outside, and she was anxious, fearing that a riot might ensue and her daughter could be harmed. "I'm fine. Nothing is wrong," Fan Lin whispered. "There are special police here. There's no need to worry." Having endured the apocalypse, she understood that the populace would be intimidated by firearms, especially with armed personnel brandishing submachine guns in tow. She harbored no concerns regarding their ability to spring into action, as long as all was well. Lu Wanyan felt a wave of relief wash over her as she grasped her daughter's hand and stood alongside her husband outside the crowd. The individuals within the building, upon spotting the prominent leader, expressed their fervent emotions, recounting the hardships endured since the natural disaster struck. They detailed how, under the guidance of 3 building heads, they managed to maintain stability and diligently pursued protective measures and production efforts. Amidst the throng, Wan Furong initially sought to seize this opportunity to voice her grievances before the esteemed leader. Her intentions were not to make blatant accusations. Rather, she yearned for the leader to intervene, granting her the freedom to move about. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, the intimidating gaze of Chu Yilong caused her to falter, bringing her mind to a sudden clarity. The leader was brought forth by Chu Yilong, and she knew that her 10 complaints would scarcely hold weight against a single word from him. She had witnessed the fate of the 2 young women from the neighboring unit who had attempted to embarrass the building head and the Fan family. If she were to openly lament before the leader, it would be tantamount to striking Chu Yilong in the face. In times past, she might have been indifferent, but now she was more discerning. Unless she brought her son to the shelter, life in Building 8 under Chu Yilong's leadership would be far from pleasant for her. She had inquired about the conditions at the shelter and learned that one must work in exchange for food, which extinguished any thoughts of seeking refuge there. Building 8 remained her home. Despite the need to navigate the sentiments of others, it was still tolerable. At least she enjoyed spacious and comfortable living quarters. And with some frugality, she would not go hungry. The nanny had fled after the waters receded, relieving her of a daily verbal sparring partner. Yet, observing her marginalization within Building 8, where she and her son were met with disdain, gnawed at her thoughts. After Mayor Li and Minister 1 had a cup of tea, they circled around Building 8 for an inspection. They noted that the vegetables cultivated there thrived far better than those at the shelter, estimating that the supply would adequately sustain the residents of an entire building. No wonder they felt confident proposing the idea of urban self-sufficiency in agriculture. Now, with the city's population reduced to a mere quarter, the remaining populace could utilize vacant urban spaces for cultivation, aside from those in shelters managed by the state. As long as there was output, starvation or reliance on aid would not be a concern. The southern city lay largely in ruins, and reconstruction was not on the immediate agenda. Survival took precedence. The disarray in the city rendered it neither urban nor rural, but such details were secondary. They could only hope for favorable weather to help the southern city navigate through this arduous phase. The leaders expressed their sorrow and regret over the destruction of the cornfield in the front yard of Building 8, encouraging them to replant and not to lose heart. Before departing, the leaders conveyed to Chu Ilong that the government supported their endeavors and hoped for tangible results to emerge, establishing a concrete example. Chu Ilong expressed gratitude for the government's backing, albeit with a hint of concern regarding the ambition to become a model. Today's crisis would not be the last. If the issue of material shortages remains unresolved, it is likely that more severe assaults may ensue. Merely comprehended Chu Ilong's implication, pondering momentarily before whispering a few words to Minister Wen. He then patted Chu Ilong on the shoulder and departed. Minister Wen glanced back at Chu Ilong, casting a meaningful look, suggesting that he should send several boxes of vegetables to the shelter in a few days. Receiving the subtle hint from his former superior, Chu Ilong felt a sense of reassurance, though his expression remained impassive as he ultimately saw the leaders off to their vehicle. The residents of Building 9 were quite disappointed to find that the leaders did not come to inspect their block and subsequently left. Fortunately, they did not merely observe from a distance. Rather, they extended their assistance to Building 8, which, given its connections and background, would likely reciprocate in the future. Building 8 expressed satisfaction with the conduct of Building 9, appreciating their willingness to help rather than retreat. As for the other buildings, they would still need to settle accounts. On Monday, a dozen individuals from Zhou Yi's group were clandestinely repairing a wall in the underground parking lot, an endeavor known to only a select few. Residents from other buildings typically did not venture into the underground parking area unless they were particularly observant of the activities in Building 8. It was imperative to identify the individual who leaked this information, enabling outsiders to launch a surprise attack against them. Several individuals sustained injuries as a result, and Building 8 could not allow this matter to go unaddressed. A bounty was announced. 100 pounds of rice, 5 pounds of meat, and 5 pounds of vegetables would be awarded to whoever could unearth the informer. The following day, a suspect was indeed revealed. Chapter 84, New Year's Eve in the post-apocalyptic world. Aunt Lu never anticipated that there would come a day when she would be so enraged by her brother's family that it could lead to a heart attack. To her astonishment, her own son reported his father for the sake of food and vegetables. Aunt Lu's brother had long harbored resentment towards Building 8 and bore a deep grudge against his sister, believing her to be excessively stingy, as she only provided them with a meager bowl of thin porridge and a small dish of greens each day. It was a trivial offering, yet he had the audacity to expect it daily. Life had become unbearably dull, and he was weary of scavenging for food in dangerous buildings or ruins. When someone proposed to target Building 8, he readily agreed, envisioning a division of resources that would secure his future. As for his sister, he thought, she could manage with a bowl of porridge a day at most. The ideal seemed alluring, but the reality was harsh. Standing before the building leaders and her neighbors, Aunt Lu felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. With a paper in hand, Chu Ilong coldly regarded her, stating that while he would momentarily believe she had not colluded with them, her brother's dealings with outsiders were inextricably linked to her. He presented her with two options. Either they would break her brother's legs, or she would be prohibited from leaving the safe zone. She was to choose. Like the strict regulations of Zone 901, they aimed to eliminate any external contact to prevent further calamities. Before Aunt Lu could respond, the furious elder Zhao struck his wife with a resounding slap. You wretched woman, how many times must I tell you to keep your mouth shut? You continue to divulge matters concerning our building. You provide food to people who seek to rob your family. This is the brother you have always been so concerned about. He ordered her to leave, declaring that the Zhao family could no longer tolerate a traitor from the Lu clan. Supporting her little brother's family had only produced a wolf in sheep's clothing. Aunt Lu, overwhelmed with shame, covered her face and wept. The evidence was irrefutable, and it was even her own nephew who had reported them. She found herself at a loss for words. Yet leaving was not an option. Building 8 was brimming with hope, and everyone there thrived far better than those around them. She resolved to remain, even if it cost her life. She chose to protect her brother's legs, as it was the last act of kindness she could offer him. Those working with Zhou Iyo in the underground parking lot had been injured, and their families, realizing that Aunt Lu had leaked information, were filled with anger towards her. If not for Hishan and Lu Wanyan intervening, Aunt Lu would have been left with a severely swollen face, one side matching the other. Nevertheless, her brother was inevitably beaten. Chu Ilong led a group to Building 11, delivering a thorough thrashing, though they refrained from breaking his legs. They even contemplated a reward for any information, yet one could not help but wonder why they hadn't thought to procure a fat pig for the new year instead. Did they expect anyone to believe that they were unaware of their father's conspiracy against Building 8? The father and son plotted against them, but still sought to claim a reward for turning against their own. Building 8 had not suffered a power outage. Their electrical systems remained intact. Ultimately, the Lu family's efforts were in vain. Yet, on this New Year's Eve, they faced a year filled with lamentations and cries. For Aunt Lou, the chaos she had wrought came as no surprise to Fan Lin. Lou's aunt's brother rivals her father's brother. Both rely on others for sustenance while possessing the capacity to betray. Those who cannot discern reality are destined for confinement. As she nibbled on potato chips, she observed the Chin family upstairs, diligently replanting the last patch of corn. Rumor had it that the potato seedlings, despite being trampled, could still thrive. However, corn required replanting. She retrieved her phone to peruse agricultural knowledge, and upon discovering the growth cycle of corn, she sighed. Well, let us just get through this year first. For many survivors, the spring festival in this apocalyptic era holds no significance. What does it matter to discard the old and welcome the new? There is little joy in days of hunger. Yet, for Building 8, a sense of ritual is essential. Since the calamity of the typhoon, it has been a full 4 months without robbery, starvation, or illness claiming any lives within their building. They're all doing well. At present, it seems they can continue to thrive. They are fortunate. And this year in the apocalypse certainly deserves to be celebrated. Chu Yilong decided to host a reunion dinner for everyone, allowing the neighbors who had toiled for months to relax. Yesterday, Zhuang Yusen led a team to catch fish, which had been slaughtered and marinated overnight in preparation for a dish of chrysanthemum fish today. The supply team had returned late yesterday, having encountered a gang that obstructed their path, resulting in a skirmish. Upon learning that their homes had also nearly been breached, everyone was exceptionally furious. The apocalypse is truly a place of constant unrest. Moving forward, they must remain vigilant. Building 8 currently houses 203 residents, seated at 20 tables. They cleared away the planting boxes, and the open space in front of the building was just enough to accommodate such a number of tables. The New Year's Eve dinner was cooked downstairs. Women were busy gathering, washing, and chopping vegetables, while the men took charge of the cooking, and children frolicked in front of the building. Outside the high walls lay ruins, yet within them, laughter occasionally rang out. Soon, the enticing aroma of the meal wafted through the air. The supplies for the reunion dinner in Building 8 were provided by the community, a gathering that Building 9 could not emulate. They were too reluctant to deplete their resources. If they knew that the feast in Building 8 included not only enough rice to fill their bellies, but also generous portions of chrysanthemum fish, a bowl of ham, bean sprout, and mushroom soup, along with stir-fried vegetables with cured meat, they would surely feel envious. Despite having supplies, the residents of Building 8 had been frugal in their consumption over the past few months, wary of wasting food. This meal, complete with dishes, meat, soup, and a plentiful amount of rice, along with drinks, sunflower seeds, peanuts, snacks, and sweets, was the most sumptuous they had enjoyed in months. The men who wished to drink could indulge a little, reveling in the moment. Fan Lin sat beside her mother while her father assisted the men with the tables, and the reunion dinner was harmonious and lively. This scene deeply moved Fan Lin. In her previous life, Building 8 had not only lost her mother during the floods, but several others who ventured out on risky quests for supplies never returned, and during the plague, over a dozen lives were lost. By the time the official shelter was established, half of the able-bodied men had gone to the refuge, leaving behind those unwilling to part with the elderly and children, who were reluctantly enduring their days. The gang of robbers was rampant, and although Chu Yilong had made considerable efforts, he ultimately found himself unable to succeed alone. With discord prevailing and neighbors harboring mutual suspicion and animosity, conflicts were incessant. Even the Fan family, relying on their numbers, chose to isolate themselves, retreating to the top floor to endure their days in seclusion. As the severe cold set in, many perished, while others fled, leaving only a third of the building's inhabitants, all gaunt and emaciated. Presently, aside from 2 who had sought refuge in a shelter, the rest remained, with a few additional families joining them. These newcomers, though not as robust as in more prosperous times, at least had not succumbed to the extreme thinness of starvation through arduous labor. They might even possess greater strength than before, much like her parents and herself. One had shed excess weight, transforming flab into muscle, while the other, with a slimmer waist, could ascend stairs without losing breath. As for her, after daily combat training, her physique was exceptional. Furthermore, the 8th building was stocked with supplies and was diligently engaged in production. Even if complete self-sufficiency was unattainable, there would at least be some provisions for the days to come. While life was far from the tranquility of the past, the current living standards of this building could be deemed the highest in the southern city. The people remained fundamentally the same, however, upon her return to life. Her parents' shrewdness had remarkably altered their circumstances. When the granaries are full, one understands propriety. When food and clothing are sufficient, one recognizes honor and shame. As the sages wisely articulated, a gentleman must have food and clothing. Actions speak louder than intentions. Regardless of the past grievances among these neighbors, at least now, their behaviors adhered to a reasonable moral baseline. This fostered an environment conducive to peaceful living, aligning with the aspirations her parents had tirelessly pursued. Once disillusioned with human nature, she now felt a flicker of warmth in her heart due to the camaraderie within the 8th building. She lifted her gaze to her father and Chu Ilong's table, observing their cheerful smiles and toasts of mutual respect. The harsh realities of the apocalypse were kept at bay by their laughter and joy, safely beyond the high walls. She fervently hoped for a day without disintegration. A smile played at the corners of her lips, though her vision gradually blurred. What was wrong? Lu Wanyan noticed her daughter's unusual demeanor and promptly inquired in a hushed tone. Chapter 85. A visitor arrives. Fan Lin sniffed lightly, averting her gaze and blinking away the moisture in her eyes. Turning to her mother with a smile, she said, "I'm fine. It seems Dad is quite happy. He has indulged in quite a bit of white wine." Upon hearing this, Lu Wanyan glanced at her husband, whose face was flushed from drink, and with a hint of disdain remarked, "Do be careful not to overindulge. We wouldn't want you to speak indiscriminately later." With the scent of alcohol surrounding him, she made it clear he should not approach her tonight. Fan Lin was well aware of her father's drinking capacity and mentioned it to her mother in hopes that she would intervene. Although she trusted her father to exercise restraint, he was besieged by those eager to toast him, relentlessly raising their glasses in a convivial manner. Even the 3 building managers were energetically joining in the revelry. Watching them insistently trying to bring her father down was both amusing and infuriating to Fan Lin. They were certainly taking advantage of a good-natured man. After finishing her portion of the New Year's Eve dinner, Lu Wanyan approached Fan Jiming with a gentle reminder. "Drink less, dear. Your daughter is counting on you to make her Tangyuan later. We don't want to end up taking care of a drunken man." Tangyuan? When had she expressed a desire for Tangyuan? Noticing her mother's subtle signals, Fan Lin quickly raised her voice. "Yes, Dad. You promised to make Tangyuan for our New Year's midnight snack, so don't drink too much and fall asleep without keeping your word." Fan Jiming, who had indeed had a bit too much to drink, struggled to maintain clarity. Realizing his wife was there to rescue him, he responded in kind. Right. It's the New Year today. I will make Tangyuan for my dear Lindsay's midnight snack." The onlookers chuckled at the sight of Fan Jiming, a dutiful husband and devoted father. "Brother Fan, you should really stop drinking then, lest your wife and Lindsay be deprived of your Tangyuan tonight," chuckled Chui Long as he took the wine glass from Fan Jiming's hand. Seated at the same table as Fan Lin, Jian Dan observed her family's warmth and unity. And in contrast, the uncertainty surrounding her own parents filled her heart with sorrow. The fish dish lost its flavor as her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, and she bowed her head, allowing a few crystalline droplets to fall onto her plate. While laughter and celebration surrounded her, she did not wish to dampen the spirits of others, silently wiping away her tears, her youthful face adorned with a forced smile that blended into the cheerful atmosphere. Fan Lin set a pack of tissues on the table, choosing not to utter a word. She bent down to retrieve a bottle of cola from the floor. "Sister, I want cola too," exclaimed Chu Inchi, running over with a plastic cup in hand. In this chaotic world of familial titles, where her father called her father brother, she called him brother, and he called her sister, Fan Lin found no desire to untangle the relations and responded readily, "Sure, I'll pour you some." Chu Inchi gleefully stomped his little feet. "Great. Thank you, sister." After pouring a cup of cola for Chu Inchi, other children nearby also began to request cola from their accompanying adults. Ruan Furong's son, having encountered the darker sides of adulthood, had grown silent and withdrawn. His reticence was accompanied by a fierce glare whenever he spoke, a look that was rather intimidating. Few children from Building 8 dared to play with him, and some were even a bit frightened. Now, seeing others asking for cola, he too desired some, but Ruan Furong insisted he finish his meal first. After all, it was a rare feast laden with fish and meat. He must not miss out on such an opportunity. Luo Zhongyi, unable to comprehend his mother's sentiments, grew irate when she denied him a sip of cola, abruptly pushing his bowl aside. In doing so, he inadvertently toppled another's bowl of soup, spilling half of it onto the floor. Seated beside him was Yezi, the daughter of Feng Suyan, who had just begun to savor her own soup. The preciousness of food had become a poignant realization for both adults and children alike during these times. The bowl, once filled with ham, mushrooms, and bean sprouts, now lay wasted on the ground, evoking a sense of sorrow over the loss. In her frustration, 2-year-old Yezi shoved Luo Zhangyi and exclaimed, "What are you throwing a tantrum for? You owe me for my soup." Luo Zhangyi merely glared at her in silence, refusing to apologize. Observing the situation, Wan Furong quickly interjected, "He didn't mean to knock it over. Please don't be angry. Would you like to have some of Annie's soup instead?" However, her own bowl contained only a few sips, having already consumed all the vegetables. Feng Xiyun could not help but cast a disapproving glance at her, questioning her audacity to offer such scant leftovers to her daughter. She then generously offered her own soup to Yezi, continuing, "Look at your son. What a disgrace. If you cannot raise him properly, you should not have brought him into this world. He behaves like a little wolf cub, spoiled to the point of being unbearable." The inability to teach her child well, who neither understood nor obeyed, was a harsh truth that Wan Furong was reluctant to acknowledge, no matter how much she pleaded. Luo Zhongyi remained obstinately silent, refusing to admit his fault, though she could not bring herself to strike her son, nor did she believe such trivial matters warranted punishment. The scornful gazes of those around her made her feel exceedingly uncomfortable, if not for the fact that her nails had become worn from work. Her palms would surely be stained with blood from the tension. Shame, anger, resentment, helplessness, and a tinge of confusion all intertwined on Wan Furong's face, which had aged considerably over the past few months. The mothers from the 5th floor, witnessing the scene, swiftly pulled their children close, cautioning them. "Do not play with such a child. Keep your distance." The children, already averse to Luo Zhongyi's tendency to snatch their belongings or push them around, nodded obediently under their parents' warnings. The collective disdain and aversion painted on everyone's faces ignited a fierce resentment within Luo Zhongyi, prompting him to abandon his meal and retreat indoors. "Zhongyi." Wan Furong rose hastily to pursue him. Yet, under the weight of everyone's gaze, she stubbornly collected the unfinished dishes and even grabbed a handful of cookies and candies, awkwardly chasing after her son. A minor upheaval that elicited laughter from the onlookers soon faded from conversation. However, upon returning home with her son, Wan Furong found it difficult to reconcile the humiliation she had endured in front of others. Exhausted, she implored her son, "Zhongyi, I beg you. Please do not be so stubborn. We are not the same as we once were. We must learn to navigate the world by reading others' expressions. Do you understand? I don't know why I should care. When my dad comes, I will have him kill them all. My dad has a gun. What is there to fear?" Luo Zhongyi retorted defiantly. Wan Furong was taken aback, quickly covering her son's mouth, saying, "Do not shout. If someone hears you, how will I ever find your father?" She lamented his ineffectiveness. "You have been out of sorts for so long." Luo Zhongyi wrenched his hand away from his mother, storming back to his room and slamming the door with a resounding thud. Now, even her own son looked down upon her for her perceived uselessness, leaving Wan Furong with a heaviness lodged in her chest that would not dissipate. Weak and defeated, she collapsed onto the sofa, covering her face and weeping quietly. Life had become unbearably exhausting. After a decade of living a life of ease and comfort, she now found herself laboring daily in backbreaking, menial tasks, whether it was hauling bricks, moving sand, or fetching water and manure to nourish vegetables or pull weeds. Each day required 5 to 6 hours of toil, just to earn a few points to exchange for food and oil to sustain herself and her son. She could not accept such a wretched and humiliating existence. She resolved to seek out that man who lived halfway up the mountain, beyond the reach of flooding. He was resourceful. Surely he had ways to thrive in this apocalyptic world. Perhaps, in doing so, she could become the woman who stood behind a powerful man, reclaiming a life of affluence amidst the chaos. With this thought, her sobs gradually subsided, replaced with a newfound determination. Regardless of the obstacles, she would find a way to escape. On New Year's Eve, the Fan household did not prepare glutinous rice balls. Instead, the family of 3 enjoyed a late-night feast of spicy crayfish, stir-fried rice noodles, and barbecue delights. Though the barbecue had cooled, a brief heat from a small charcoal grill revived the flavors. Concerned that the lingering scent might greet unexpected guests the following day, they dined in the study, opening the window late at night to disperse the aroma. Setting aside the apocalypse, the family appeared to be thriving during this festive season, together, united, well-fed, and sleeping soundly. As the new year arrived, temperatures gradually climbed from the teens and 20s to the high 20s, occasionally nearing 30 degrees. Such fluctuations were common in Nanshur during the spring festival. Mornings brought sweat from short sleeves, while afternoons required warmer coats. Sometimes, the weather would shift overnight, transforming summer into winter or vice versa. Residents of Nanshur had grown accustomed to this unpredictable climate, finding it entirely unremarkable. The warmth spurred rapid vegetable growth, and crops flourished. A welcome blessing. Thanks to the nourishing fermented manure from local farms, vegetables thrived even more vigorously in their efforts to cultivate their land. People transitioned from initial discomfort to consciously collecting their own waste, no longer willing to waste resources. Survival took precedence over all else. There was no room for sentimentality in this new world. When working downstairs, they could use portable toilets, while at home, makeshift toilets sufficed. Emptying these toilets had become a common chore for every household in Block 8. No one could afford to complain about the smell of another's waste. By the end of February, News of the community gardening initiative promoted by the Nansha government had spread to every corner of the ruins. The Zijin Garden, as the first successful self-sufficiency case, was heralded as a model by the local authorities. In no time, the tale of a community that lacked for nothing circulated among the survivors. Zijin Garden gained notoriety. Fan Lin had considered the implications of the community's fame. It could attract others seeking advice or those with ulterior motives. However, she never anticipated that someone would come specifically seeking her out at Block 8. Upon hearing the news, she ascended the watchtower. When she discerned who stood beyond the walls, her expression darkened. Chapter 86, I will handle this standing guard. Jianyu noticed something amiss in Fan Lin's expression and promptly picked up a rudimentary crossbow, inquiring, "Are you friend or foe?" Should she declare herself an enemy, he would immediately aim and shoot to drive her away. Fan Lin did not respond right away. Instead, she squinted to observe the people below. Those gazing upward soon spotted her silhouette and called out, "Fan Lin, it's me. I finally found you. So, you really live in this community, how wonderful." Li, her roommate from dorm 403, was unexpectedly with Li Zizi. Nearby, by an off-road vehicle, stood Luo Yifan, alongside an elderly man with white hair and a bespectacled gentleman. The three bore striking resemblances, indicating they were indeed family. Li, looking gaunt and disheveled, sported a hairstyle reminiscent of a bird's nest, comparable to the infamous Sharp brother. Fan Lin recognized her partly due to Li's height, standing over 170 centimeters. Among the girls she knew, few exceeded that stature. Additionally, Li's habitual waving of both hands, a charming gesture, helped her stand out. Yet, in such a dire environment, this action appeared rather jarring. Li Zizi and the Luo family were somewhat better off but could hardly be described as polished. At most, their sharp style was less pronounced, maintaining a semblance of cleanliness. Ah, how intriguing. Wan Fu Rong had long yearned for freedom, often contemplating slipping away to find her lover for support. Now, there was no need to search. He had arrived. That rotund, white-haired gentleman must be President Luo of the extraordinary group. It seemed he had no intention of revealing his mistress's presence here. He observed his surroundings with an air of nonchalance, pondering his intentions. "I will handle this. You go fetch Brother Long," Fan Lin instructed Jianyu. "Understood." Jianyu replied before swiftly descending from the guard tower. Noticing Fan Lin's lack of response, Li felt a pang of sadness and remarked, "Fan Lin, we are roommates. How can you remain silent upon seeing me? Have you truly forgotten your classmates due to the apocalypse?" Merely the most ordinary of roommates, making it seem as though they shared a profound bond. Fan Lin's expression remained frosty as she inquired, "How did you know I lived here? I've seen your ID. Thankfully, I remembered your address. Otherwise, I would have been unaware you resided in this now renowned community. I have heard tales of your self-sufficiency even in the shelter." Fan Lin, "I never anticipated the apocalypse would actually arrive. I didn't heed your warnings back then. You have no idea how difficult my life has been lately." Recalling the few packs of instant noodles and bottles of 8 treasure kanji she had bought just before the storm, which had sustained her for only a few days, she added, "During the earthquake, I nearly got buried under the rubble. After finally waiting for rescue, I still faced hunger in the temporary shelter. I haven't had a full meal in months." As she spoke, tears began to flow uncontrollably. Beside her, Li Zizi looked up at Fan Lin and said, "So you did warn your roommate. You knew the apocalypse was coming, didn't you? That's why you deceived my boyfriend out of $1 million to stock up on supplies, right? Fortunately, we are all still alive. You should promptly hand over that $1 million worth of supplies to us. If you wish to take advantage of us, you must first consider whether you have the fortune to enjoy it." With her hair cut short, Li Zizi, devoid of makeup, has seen a significant decline in her beauty. Yet, her audacious demeanor surpasses that of the past. Li, wiping away her tears and smearing her face further, paused in astonishment, glancing at Li Zizi and then at Fan Lin in disbelief. Is this true? Wasn't Li Zizi supposed to bring her to visit her roommate and explore the community? It turns out she was merely using her as a stepping stone to provoke Fan Lin. "Fan Lin, I didn't know that," she attempted to explain. But upon witnessing Fan Lin's indifferent expression, words failed her. Their relationship was rather superficial, characterized by mutual incompatibility, with interactions primarily driven by obligation. To be frank, there was little genuine affection. Unlike the other two roommates who shared a close bond with Fan Lin, her explanation would hardly be credible. Her visit to seek out Fan Lin was perplexing in itself. Their camaraderie had never reached such depths. However, after enduring several calamities and witnessing countless deaths, there arose an instinctive desire to seek solace in familiar company. The scarcity of food in the shelter compelled her to team up with others to scavenge for supplies, during which she unexpectedly encountered Li Zizi, who appeared remarkably capable in this apocalyptic world. Not only did she seem to be thriving, But she also possessed a vehicle for travel. Healy requested Li Zizi to take her in, but was met with refusal, inadvertently mentioning their university connections. She brought up Fan Lin's name. Upon realizing that Healy knew where Fan Lin resided, Li Zizi's thoughts turned to settling a score. She had never experienced such humiliation in her life, and Fan Lin's mocking remarks during a phone call with Luo Xiao lingered painfully in her mind. The memory of Luo Yifun's disdain only deepened the resentment, as it felt like a barb planted by Fan Lin's words. She managed to persuade Luo Yifun with her plea for supplies. Though uncertain, he was intrigued by the buzz surrounding Zijing Haoyuan and decided to investigate, prompting his father and brother to join him. Healy was unaware of these developments upon hearing that Li Zizi could take her to find Fan Lin. She eagerly jumped into the car without a second thought. Initially, she merely sought assistance from her roommate. But now she had unwittingly become a villain, bringing others to collect debts. It was no wonder Fan Lin was incensed. However, Li Zizi was not someone she could afford to provoke either. Despite her resentment for being manipulated, she dared not voice her feelings. Standing frozen in place with an innocent gaze directed at the elevated Fan Lin cast a cool glance at Healy before her gaze settled on the furious Li Zizi. With a scoff, she remarked, "Why would I want 1 million? Don't pretend to have amnesia here. If it weren't for your slanderous actions that tarnished my reputation and led to dire consequences, I wouldn't accept even 1 million. Your petty accusations caused my grandmother to learn of it inadvertently, which exacerbated her condition, leading to her passing. I have yet to hold you accountable, yet you come seeking me. Are you still asking me for supplies? Have you starved your brain into a black hole? If I had known the apocalypse was approaching, would you still be seeing me in South City? Such a grave illness." Fan Lin's words left Healy wide-eyed in astonishment. "What? The reason you took leave was due to your grandmother's passing, and that was because of that post?" She cast a glance at Li Zizi. Daring not to utter her name, yet her words hinted that Fan Lin was not fabricating accusations on a whim. Before the natural disaster struck, Fan Lin had indeed taken leave to attend to her grandmother's genuine plight. At that time, the few of them had even offered her comfort. As for how a gravely ill elder could be aware of her granddaughter being bullied, that remained uncertain. Perhaps the discussions around the sickbed reached her ears, and it is conceivable that a person in critical condition might have struggled to catch their breath, though it seemed far-fetched. Fan Lin found herself once again leveraging her grandmother's death to justify her previous actions. If Li Zizi intended to use 1 million to negotiate, then she had indirectly caused a life to be harmed, a matter of reasoning that could sway in any direction. Fan Lin did not wish for Li Zizi to hold even a shred of defensible ground in public opinion, accused of indirectly causing someone's death. Li Zizi was infuriated and ceased to engage in further dialogue. "No matter what you say, you won't have it easy after taking 1 million from my boyfriend. I warn you, if you do not provide us with supplies, prepare to regret it, you despicable wretch." She had grown to loathe Fan Lin intensely. Previously, her disdain stemmed from Fan Lin's seemingly lofty demeanor. The more aloof she appeared, the more interest she garnered from the men around her, which made Li Zizi exceedingly uncomfortable. Each time Fan Lin posted on social media, Luo Yifun would give it a thumbs up, yet her own posts went unseen by him. She could not fathom how there could be no ulterior motives, and when their chat records were exposed, her dignity was shattered. Luo Yifun was a wealthy heir she had painstakingly managed to secure, and she was unwilling to relinquish him, thus seeking to vent her frustrations on Fan Lin. In the end, her anger did not dissipate but rather intensified, leaving her in a state of distress. Now, witnessing Fan Lin looking as vibrant as ever, impeccably clean and evidently thriving, her heart was filled with envy. If she did not ruin Fan Lin, she felt she might explode from within. Li Zizi turned confrontational, causing Healy's complexion to pale. She took 2 steps back, having never intended to harm Fan Lin. She had merely been manipulated. She had heard Li Zizi boast about the Luo family's influence. It was precisely because she had listened that she now felt both regret and fear. She was at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. Had she known, she would never have divulged Fan Lin's situation to Li Zizi. Now, she felt as though she could not cleanse her conscience even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Just as Chui Long arrived at the watchtower, he overheard Li Zizi's threatening remarks. Before he could inquire, Fan Lin quietly informed him, "That elderly person outside is likely Ruan Furong's man. I know his son. This woman, who attends the same school as me, has harmed me in the past, and I will handle her. How do you intend to deal with her?" Chui Long felt a premonition. As anticipated, Fan Lin then produced a Glock handgun from the deep pocket of her work pants. Chapter 87. "You should kill her." Chui Long raised an eyebrow and took a step back, allowing Fan Lin to take her course. As for the grievances between them, he felt no need to inquire. It was evident that anyone who provoked this girl had incurred her wrath deeply. In a prosperous society, one must adhere to the law and maintain social order. Indulging in personal vendettas would only lead to imprisonment. Presently, in this chaotic apocalypse, even with the government's efforts to uphold order, human lives were as inconsequential as weeds. He would not intervene. From her elevated position, Fan Lin inquired of Li Zizi, "What does this vile woman wish for me to regret?" Her tone dripped with disdain, completely dismissing Li Zizi's threats. Such a nonchalant demeanor only fueled Li Zizi's rage, prompting her to retort, "You filthy harlot, just wait. Soon enough, you shall weep." Her overconfidence blinded her to the fact that the man beside her was not in accord with her sentiments. Luo Yifan remained silent, discreetly observing Fan Lin atop the watchtower. In stark contrast to their own diminished living standards in this apocalypse, she appeared to be thriving. Her complexion was fair, her beauty unmarred, showing no signs of the devastation wrought by the end of the world. She was far more attractive than Li Zizi, whose hair was greasy, skin roughened, and beauty entirely stripped away without the mask of cosmetics. The disparity was glaringly apparent. Considering the extraordinary condition of this community, Luo Yifan's thoughts shifted, and he approached Fan Lin, looking up at her and saying, "Fan Lin, I am not here to collect debts. I merely wish to assess whether your community can accommodate us." Li Zizi abruptly turned, disbelief etched on her face, and in a hushed, agitated tone, she hissed, "Did we not agree? Why are you showing her kindness?" An unsettling premonition washed over her. Surely this man could not still harbor feelings for Fan Lin. Luo Yifan shot her a glare and brushed aside her hand, asserting, "When have I ever needed your input on my affairs?" He flicked his sleeve in disdain. Li Zizi was taken aback, her position shifting so drastically after merely encountering Fan Lin. Her face flushed with a mix of anger and humiliation, trembling with rage. Since the apocalypse began, she had followed Luo Yifan closely, becoming a caretaker for the entire Luo family, enduring all manner of menial tasks and derogatory remarks. After receiving crucial information from Healy today, she had hoped the Luo family would view her with newfound respect, elevating her status. Instead, Luo Yifan had once again embarrassed her, leaving her with nowhere to hide her shame. Li Zizi's eyes burned with fury, radiating intense resentment. Healy instinctively recoiled a couple of steps. Fan Lin, acutely aware of Luo Yifan's scrutiny, chose to disregard him entirely. In her previous life, Li Zizi had repeatedly slandered her due to this man, concocting rumors and even hiring individuals to stalk her, attempting to incite harm. This woman was both petty and venomous, a source of great irritation. She would grant her no further opportunities to meddle. As for the scion of a second-rate family, flirting around despite having a girlfriend and bringing her troubles, she had no intention of granting him any semblance of courtesy. "Lao Shao, I have not spent the 1 million you entrusted to me. If you wish, I can return it to you. Although the matter of visiting the community does not fall under my jurisdiction, I reserve the right to oppose your entry due to the presence of that malicious woman by your side. Thus, you are not welcome here." It is evident that she cannot tolerate Li Zizi, and with her around, there is no hope of stepping foot in Building 8. Fan Lin continues to sow discord, and the aggrieved Li Zizi erupts in a fit of rage, hurling incoherent insults. "Mind your language. You are the truly venomous one. It is your own lack of a partner that fuels your jealousy toward me, and you are the one instigating strife." Clinging to their shared history of hardship, she seizes Luo Yifan in a fit of indignation, demanding, "Why have you turned so quickly on what was agreed? What do you intend to do? I ask you, what are your intentions?" The abrupt shift in the demeanor of the man beside her fills her with both fury and trepidation. As if something precious is slipping away from her grasp, Luo Yifan's attention has shifted entirely to Fan Lin, and he finds Li Zizi's grip increasingly irksome. With an impatient tone, he retorts, "What agreement? Do not presume that your words hold sway over me. What gives you the right to question me so boldly?" Were it not for the calamity that has befallen them, he would have long since cast her aside. On the day the storm struck, they found themselves trapped in a 5-star hotel, and their confinement extended until the earthquake struck. Just before the tremors, they had not yet fallen asleep, having gone to the front desk to request instant noodles for a late-night snack. Instead, before they could procure the noodles, the building began to sway, and items from the lobby came crashing to the floor. Even without prior experience of earthquakes, common sense dictated that those on the first floor immediately fled in panic, and they followed the crowd, narrowly escaping with their lives. Witnessing the collapse of the entire structure and the ensuing casualties, he was filled with a desperate urgency to return home. Li Zizi insisted on accompanying him, fearing the magnitude of the disaster, and he welcomed her presence for companionship on the treacherous journey. However, upon finally reaching the foot of Hongley Mountain Manor, they discovered that the villa community had been ravaged by landslides, leaving all the homes in ruins. The occupants of the villas had gathered at a safe distance at the foot of the mountain, including members of the Luo family. With the household staff and drivers having fled, the Luo family, accustomed to being attended to, were left with Li Zizi. armed with weapons. They resorted to intimidation to procure supplies for survival, yet they found themselves besieged by floods in the suburban area, their resources dwindling. Once the waters receded and they managed to seize a vehicle to enter the city, their circumstances improved slightly. Even so, their conditions paled in comparison to the past. Although they possessed weapons, their ammunition was limited. With only one gun and a single magazine containing barely a dozen rounds, their supply dwindled rapidly after a few uses. They dared not recklessly fire their weapons for theft or murder. After a few dark encounters with other survivors, they acquired some essential supplies. But in order to safeguard their vehicle, they found themselves living in precarious conditions. Upon hearing Li Zizi mention that Fan Lin might be hoarding a substantial stockpile of resources, he indeed contemplated leveraging that 1 million as a means of coercion. However, after reflecting on Fan Lin's earlier words, he found her claim of not spending the money on supplies to be credible. If she truly foresaw the impending apocalypse, how could she still be in Nanshur, enduring such life-threatening tribulations? The resources must lie within the fortified walls of this building, which surely is overseen by formidable individuals, rendering it a model community as promoted by the government. Even if they possess firearms, any intention to assault this building must be approached with careful deliberation. Until the situation surrounding this edifice is fully comprehended, Luo Yifan is reluctant to allow matters to deteriorate. Li Zizi, that foolish woman, only knows how to vent her petty grievances. She truly believes herself to be his legitimate girlfriend, failing to recognize her own worthiness. He has long since grown weary of her. In front of Fan Lin, Luo Yifan offered no regard for his own dignity, and to his surprise, Li Zizi's complexion drained of color in an instant. After enduring trials together for so long, it felt unjust to be outshone by a woman he had scarcely met. Li Zizi's head throbbed with indignation, her eyes brimming with tears as she cried out, "How could you treat me this way? I am your woman. Why must you seek to please her? You should eliminate her. You should eliminate her to avenge me." Chapter 88. Finally venting that resentment, do you wish to kill me? Fan Lin glared frostily at the individuals below, raising the pistol in her hand. I might as well eliminate you all. The dark muzzle of the gun glimmered ominously with a metallic sheen. Luo Yifan's face turned pale, and he quickly distanced himself from Li Zizi, urgently explaining to Fan Lin, "No, I absolutely have no such intention. Fan Lin, you know there is no enmity between us. Even if you demanded 1 million from me, I have never spoken ill to you. It has always been Li Zizi who stirs up trouble. Do not misunderstand. She is she, and I am I. Her words do not represent me. I came here solely to witness the so-called exemplary community others spoke of, with no ulterior motive. Please do not misinterpret my intentions." Meanwhile, those who had been observing from the vehicle noticed the commotion and hurried over. What is happening? The bespectacled man cautiously placed his hand behind him. Fan Lin, brandishing her gun, declared, "The one who bears animosity towards me is this woman. If you think it worthwhile to act on her behalf, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Please, please, we have no association with her. You may dispose of her as you wish." Luo Yifan's father, Luo Haitao, quickly pulled his 2 sons aside. Since the target was merely that useless fool, why should they confront her? Li Zizi's complexion turned ashen the moment Fan Lin aimed a gun at her. Her emotions shifted from furious agitation to sheer terror in an instant. She had never anticipated that Fan Lin would possess a firearm. The seething rage turned to ice in her veins, rendering her speechless, her face awash with disbelief. Li, equally astonished, covered her mouth to stifle a gasp, fearing to attract Fan Lin's attention, her body trembling with fear. It was she who had informed Li Zizi of Fan Lin's residence, yet now she realized that the conflict between Fan Lin and Li Zizi had escalated to life and death stakes. Would Fan Lin harbor resentment towards her for revealing her whereabouts and decide to eliminate her as well? Terrified, Li felt the urge to flee but found her legs unresponsive. Her subconscious warned her that fleeing might lead to a swifter demise. What should she do? Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. As for Li Zizi, facing the dark muzzle of the gun, she was overwhelmed by a paralyzing fear, her legs giving way as she collapsed to the ground. She longed for Fan Lin's demise, but could not even plead for mercy. Fan Lin, however, held her life in her hands, capable of ending it at any moment. This brutal reality finally made Li Zizi recognize her own foolish arrogance. The man who had accompanied her coldly severed ties, and his family looked on, indifferent to her plight. She found herself utterly alone, panic consuming her completely. Confronted by the ominous barrel of the gun, an unintelligible sound escaped her throat as she attempted to implore Fan Lin not to kill her. Yet she could not articulate a single coherent word. A warm stream coursed beneath her, betraying her loss of control. Instinctively, she tried to rise and flee. Bang! Without hesitation, Fan Lin pulled the trigger. From her elevated position, just a few meters away, she effortlessly struck her target. The bullet struck Li Zizi's back, sending her sprawling to the ground, blood instantly staining her clothes. She attempted to cry for help, but her chest constricted, drawing in breath like a leaky bellows. Gasping helplessly like a stranded fish, until her wide eyes finally fell still. Li was so struck by the scene before her that she fell to the ground, letting out a piercing scream. The watchtower could barely accommodate a few individuals. Standing within were Fan Lin, Zhu Yilong, and Jian Yu, while others found it quite cramped to enter. Startled by the gunfire, Fan Jiming, who was on the ladder, quickly inquired of Jian Yu at the entrance of the watchtower. What happened to Lindsay? Stunned by the gunshot fired by Fan Lin, Jian Yu took a moment to respond. Lindsay is fine. She fired the shot. Realizing someone was troubling Fan Lin, many gathered below the watchtower, concerned. Unable to personally witness her daughter's plight, Lu Wanyun anxiously awaited news from her husband. When the gunfire erupted, she, like the others, was taken aback. In Building 8, for the first time, firearms were displayed publicly. The first shot was fired by Fan Lin. Ruan Furong, holding her son, stood at the back of the crowd, her complexion pale. She had sensed the inevitable trend when Zhu Yilong brought officials here years ago. The vengeance she once envisioned was not easily attainable. Building 8 and Zhu Yilong had already been registered with the authorities if she sought revenge. Unless she could annihilate everyone from Building 8, she would surely face the law. Though the apocalypse was chaotic, it was not without regulation. Those intending to rob and extort from Building 8 served as a prime example. Just days prior, the government and military had presented Building 8 with a banner proclaiming it a model area of joint military-civilian production, accompanied by a submachine gun and a box of ammunition. Zhu Yilong had been reinstated to military service, appointed as the armed leader and primary manager of the model area. This meant that Zhu Yilong was not only the government-appointed head of the building, but also an armed officer from the military. The residents of Building 8 were aware that the military had equipped Zhu Yilong with firearms and ammunition to bring back. However, the specifics of how many guns he had or their types were not displayed for public viewing. Nonetheless, it was unquestionable that someone in Building 8 could openly wield firearms for protection. Therefore, when Fan Lin shot and killed an outsider threatening her, no one in Building 8 found it problematic. Rather, they felt a sense of security. They no longer feared invasions, for they possessed firearms. And anyone who dared to approach would meet their demise. Ruan Furong, acutely aware of her hopeless quest for vengeance, was unwilling to remain there. Subjected to the scrutiny of others, her sole desire was to seek out her child's father for protection. Previously, when she had been settled here by a man, during the initial years, she would see him occasionally. After giving birth to their son, she had hoped to receive more affection, but he soon found a new partner, providing her with several properties to rent out and sustain their child. While he became increasingly absent, she transitioned from initial resentment to a reluctant acceptance of his fickle nature. Even so, she believed her situation to be far superior to that of the residents in the community. Watching them toil and struggle to make ends meet and pay mortgages, she felt her choice of a path devoid of arduous labor was remarkably wise. Unbeknownst to her, her demeanor gradually became more haughty in the presence of these individuals. She was not oblivious to the disdain others held for her, yet what did it matter? Their disapproval paled in comparison to her own sense of satisfaction. However, she never anticipated that her days of superiority would eventually come to an end. The apocalypse had cast her from paradise into the depths of despair. The suffering endured over the past months fueled her resentment towards the inhabitants of Building 8, as well as towards her child as father. In this era of desolation, notions of primary and secondary wives seemed trivial. As long as the father acknowledged his child, he bore the responsibility for their livelihoods. She longed to distance herself from the people of Building 8, for there, she only faced coldness and contempt. Yet, she found herself without the opportunity to escape. Even when she expressed a desire to visit Building 9 to check on her rented apartment, Building 8 would send someone to accompany her, denying her the chance to flee with her son. Helpless and unwilling to confront the individuals of Building 8, she dreaded the isolation that came with it. She waited patiently for the day when Building 8 would finally release her from their grip. Little did she know, her wait would soon come to an abrupt end. Chapter 89. No time after Fan Lin shot Li Zizi, the pent-up resentment that had plagued her for 2 lifetimes finally dissipated. She glanced over at the Luo family. Although she harbored a profound disdain for the second-generation Scions, they were still members of the Luo family. Denying them entry would only lead to unrest within. If you wish to tour our Building 8, refrain from bringing any threatening weapons. If you can comply, please proceed to the front entrance to register and complete the visiting formalities. Access to Building 8 is not as simple as you might assume. Faced with a girl who could nonchalantly wield a gun and take a life, the expressions of the Luo family shifted dramatically. The mere thought that a young woman could so easily commit such an act left them unsettled. They could scarcely fathom the weaponry housed within. Any previous notions they had were swiftly extinguished. Li Zizi's death did not faze Luo Yifan. His thoughts were consumed by Fan Lin, to the point where he longed to reaffirm his allegiance to her, distancing himself from Li Zizi. He remained oblivious to the fact that Fan Lin looked down upon his cold-heartedness. Although he was the one who had taken a life, he exhibited no sign of grief for a woman who had been by his side for over a year. One had died unjustly, while the other lived with indifference. The Luo family deliberated on whether to investigate further inside. Luo Yichao, Luo Yifan's elder brother, was deterred by the formidable defenses of Building 8 and the evident presence of firearms. However, at that moment, the patriarch of the Luo family dropped a bombshell of news that left them utterly astounded. They had a half-brother living here. Do not let your mother know just yet. Once I have dealt with them, we will find a safer refuge, and we will no longer need to guard the vehicle. We possess weapons here. We shall not suffer losses. Once stability is achieved, we can gradually plot our next steps. Their only valuable asset at present was the stolen off-road vehicle. Luo Haitao, over 60 years old, had once been a formidable tycoon, commanding respect in the business realm for decades and accumulating considerable wealth. However, calamity had obliterated his life's work. The corporate building had collapsed, crushed beneath the weight of a more magnificent skyscraper. All chain stores had lost their value, and several factories had become mere wastelands. Nearly all properties were utterly destroyed, save for those transferred to his lover's name, which had miraculously survived. He could relinquish what he had given, but he could also reclaim it. Thus, he needed to locate Ruan Furong. Upon hearing their father's plan, the two Luo brothers, despite their discomfort regarding the brother they had never met, acquiesced to his strategy. Gaining residence in this community, particularly in the same building as Fan Lin, was precisely what Luo Yifan desired. Proximity to her would be advantageous. The existence of their father's illegitimate son was a trivial matter. When Ruan Furong finally recognized who was among the visitors to Building 8, she was rendered speechless, unable to react, surprised and somewhat guarded. This was not the encounter she had envisioned. Was he not the chairman of a conglomerate? Did he not possess firearms? How could he be so beleaguered in this apocalyptic world? Indeed, Ruan Furong felt that her son's father had fallen from grace. The calamities that had befallen Luo Haitao had left him destitute. His hair turned completely white from despair, and he appeared to have aged at least a decade. His attire was exceedingly casual. The once distinguished and immaculate tailored suits were replaced by a plain dark blue t-shirt and a gray shirt, the latter marred by conspicuous stains. His trousers were wrinkled and ill-fitted, while his shoes bore the unmistakable marks of neglect, devoid of any former luster. Had it not been for the many nights they had shared, Ruan Furong would scarcely recognize this disheveled old man as her son's father. Even any ordinary elder from the 8th building, even those toiling in the fields daily, would appear more presentable. At least their clothes fit properly. In that moment, Ruan Furong's intellect reached its zenith as she realized that the Luo family had fallen to a state even lower than her own. As her heart sank to the depths, a sense of wariness arose within her. What brings you here? Though suspicions lingered, she felt compelled to seek clarity. Fan Lin, having descended from the watchtower, was pulled aside by her mother for a thorough examination. Upon learning that the woman slain outside was the same one who had previously insulted her daughter, she simply remarked, "If she was killed, then so be it. Such a person deserved to die." They had come seeking retribution against her daughter, and allowing them to linger would be the height of folly. Accepting her daughter's lethal actions with remarkable composure eased Fan Lin's concerns. After all, it was merely a lowly flea, unworthy of her anxiety over any psychological trauma. Lu wanted embraced her daughter, yet her heart raced faster than her child's. Her girl, Lindsay, had indeed transformed, decisive in her actions, evoking both pride and sorrow within her. Fan Jiming accepted the situation with relative equanimity, recognizing that with his daughter carrying a firearm daily, the day would inevitably come when she would draw it in violence, nothing to be overly troubled about. He had intended to lead the newcomers on a tour of the 8th building's cultivation area, but upon hearing who had arrived, Fan Lin grasped her father's arm, disclosing their identities. That rascal? Then I shall not concern myself with this. It's bad luck. Instantly, Fan Jiming's demeanor shifted, casting a fierce glare at Luo Yifan. Luo Yifan, who had been about to approach Fan Lin, faltered momentarily under the weight of that glare. Standing so closely with Fan Lin, it was clear they were her parents, and he did not wish to leave a negative impression before them. He took a moment to adjust himself, then strode forward with an air of self-assured elegance. However, before he could reach Fan Lin, he was intercepted. Jian Yu, who had just finished his shift, noticed Luo Yifan attempting to approach Fan Lin and promptly blocked his path. This is not a place for you to wander freely. Access is restricted to areas where vegetables and crops are cultivated and no further. Fan Lin and her parents stood at the steps of the unit, and indeed, Outsiders were not permitted to approach. I know Fan Lin. I merely wished to speak with her for a moment. On their territory, Luo Yifan could only speak courteously, suppressing any inclination to throw a fit. In a gathering predominantly composed of men, a gentleman who has recently lost his girlfriend harbors intentions that are all too apparent to Jianyu. Despite his lack of romantic experience, with a stern countenance, he declares, if you wish to converse with her, it must be her choice to engage. Stand here and wait. Ignoring the displeasure etched on Luo Yifan's face, Jianyu turns and calls out to Fan Lin, Sister Lin, this gentleman expresses a desire to speak with you. Would you care to listen? Though he is but a few months her senior, being a sophomore, while Fan Lin is a junior, she is nonetheless regarded as an elder sister. At that moment, Fan Lin, who is discussing her lunch preferences with her parents, glances over. Upon noticing Luo Yifan's eager expression, her brows furrow in distaste. With an air of impatience, akin to swatting away a fly, she dismisses him. Not interested, not interested. Such a decisive rebuff brings a sense of relief to Jianyu, who promptly relays the message to Luo Yifan. She is not available. Spare yourself the trouble. Naturally, Luo Yifan hears Fan Lin's response, his expression stiffening in embarrassment. Jianyu's delivery serves as an additional blow, rendering him even more uncomfortable. However, there is little he can do to salvage his dignity. Times have changed, and the status of Luo has lost its former luster, no longer commanding respect from others. He possesses enough self-awareness to recognize this. Fan Lin is likely still irked by his association with Li Zizi, and thus, he resolves to improve his conduct moving forward. After all, he has already entered this sphere, and numerous opportunities lie ahead. There is no need to rush. Meanwhile, Wan Furong finds herself utterly infuriated by a request made by her son's father. Chapter 90. The worthless mother. No, you cannot do this, Wan Furong exclaimed. Disregarding the mocking glances of the onlookers, she was infuriated, entirely dismissing Luo Haitao's words. This house belongs to me. You transferred the ownership to me long ago. It is my last refuge with my son. It is my home, and I will not allow anyone else to reside here. Luo Haitao's expression hardened. After decades of wielding authority, his presence still carried weight, albeit somewhat diminished by his ordinary attire. He coldly replied, I am the biological father of Zhongyi, and I have the right to live here. He further asserted that if he had the right, then his other sons did as well. As for the original wife and the sons and grandsons, with two legitimate heirs in the picture, they could not simply be cast aside. Wan Furong could not possibly acquiesce to such calculations. Even if you are my son's biological father, we were never married. And you have no claim to be the master of this home. Do not think you can burden me with your presence. In a fit of rage, Luo Haitao raised his hand and struck her. Burden you? Have you considered how a mere hotel attendant like you managed to afford this house? If I had not been with you, you wouldn't even be able to afford the restroom here. How dare you look down on me? The slap left Wan Furong dazed, while Luo Zhongyi observed coldly as his mother was struck by his father. Mother is useless, he thought. Noting how his father appeared even older than the grandfathers of his peers, he found the notion of having such a father repugnant. Both parents seemed ineffectual. And his gaze shifted to the young man who had entered with the elderly figure. He had heard this youth was his brother and found him somewhat agreeable. However, his brothers regarded him with disdain. Living in a house bought with their family's money, how dare he refuse them? They deserved to be punished. Unbeknownst to them, the residents of Building 901 were enjoying the spectacle of a lover demanding a place to stay. These bystanders had no grasp of the complexities surrounding the situation. Even if Wan Furong agreed to let him stay, it would be of no consequence if the building manager opposed it. They offered no sympathy for Wan Furong. Had she not been so haughty and had she raised her children properly, the neighbors would not view her with such contempt as they watched her being slapped. In her moment of public humiliation, Wan Furong relinquished all hope of support from her son's father and turned to seek protection from the building manager. Manager, I am the owner of 901. I have no marital relationship with him, and you cannot stand by while I am bullied by outsiders. Oh, so now you seek the manager's aid, someone remarked, recalling how she had previously considered avenging herself on the white-haired man. Ironically, she had not only failed to exact her revenge, but had also been struck by the very ally she sought. What a dramatic turn of events. Lu Wanyan clicked her tongue and exchanged amused glances with her daughter. Wan Furong, having lost her support, would no longer pose a threat, alleviating the concerns once held by her family regarding Chu Yilong. The trio showed little interest in the unfolding drama and chose instead to return home and prepare a delightful meal, feeling particularly pleased after dealing with Li Zizi. Father, please slice some salmon and tuna. I wish to enjoy a plate of sashimi as an appetizer today. Very well. It's quite remarkable that my daughter still craves raw meat. I find myself at a loss for words. I can only indulge her wishes. Of course, Fan Lin would not refrain from eating meat simply because she has taken a life. Whether raw or cooked, if she desires it, she could consume it even standing beside a corpse. In this apocalyptic world, where some resort to cannibalism, her cravings seem trivial by comparison. The shadows of worry, fear, and guilt that haunt my parents do not affect Fan Lin in the slightest. At noon, she savored a plate of sashimi accompanied by soy sauce and wasabi, followed by a bowl of the spicy and sour noodles her mother prepared. This successfully caused her stomach to churn vigorously during her bathroom visit. After a brief afternoon nap, she returned to work, only to learn of the latest developments in the melodrama. Naturally, Chu Yilong would not concern himself with the domestic affairs of the 901 household. But it was impossible for the Luo family to move into Building 8. Those in power can easily dismiss even the rightful residents, let alone those without status or recognition. Yuan Furong harbored some trepidation towards the Luo family, ultimately refraining from a complete fallout, and merely agreed to allow them to reside in Building 9. However, that residence currently housed tenants who had already paid half a year's rent during prosperous times, with a month remaining until the lease expired. If the Luo family wished to move in, they would have to wait a month. To occupy the space immediately, they would need to negotiate directly with the current tenants, which Yuan Furong would not intervene in. She understood that she could not deter the Luo family. As for how the situation in Building 9 would be managed, Building 8 was temporarily uninvolved. Although Chu Yilong now held the title of principal manager of the community, granting him authority over the entire area, there was no need to impose strict measures against the Luo family unless they committed any wrongdoing. After inquiring with Fan Lin and discovering her indifference, he allowed the Luo family to proceed to Building 9. Nevertheless, he discreetly sought out Dong Kai to warn him of the possibility that the Luo family might possess firearms. In the past, the presence of individuals armed with firearms in Building 9 would have instilled considerable apprehension in Dong Kai. However, he had since consolidated his control over Building 9, and, with the backing of Building 8, even he himself fell under Chu Yilong's jurisdiction. Should these individuals attempt to seize power through intimidation, it would ultimately depend on Chu Yilong's willingness to acquiesce. Based on his interactions with Chu Yilong over the past few months, he understood that Chu Yilong was principled and ethical, unwilling to allow Building 9 to fall into the hands of outsiders. When the Luo family negotiated with the tenants of Building 9, they promised to provide a portion of supplies and even offered their vehicle for the tenants' use in sourcing materials. Their vehicle was an off-road model, more upscale than the pickup trucks in Building 8, yet less practical. Considering the Luo family's relatively cooperative demeanor, Dong Kai approved their residency, arranging for the current tenant to share accommodations with others. The tenant had no grounds for protest. The property belonged to someone else, and if they chose not to rent it, there was nothing to be done. Fortunately, this tenant had consistently collaborated with the self-governance of Building 9, earning the acceptance of its residents, allowing them to cohabitate with newcomers. The body of Li Zizi was requested by Chu Yilong to be taken away by the Luo family for proper handling. Terrified, Healy remained beside their vehicle, pleading with Luo Yifan to take her back to the shelter. She no longer dared to request a meeting with Fan Lin. She yearned to return to the sanctuary. Yet it lay a considerable distance away, and traversing it on foot would take at least half a day. In light of her contribution to the Luo family, securing a somewhat satisfactory dwelling, Luo Yifan decided to accompany her. As for the body of Li Zizi, it was disposed of not far from the Zijin community, cast into a refuse heap, and then they departed without a glance back. Healy, witnessing such conduct from the Luo family, huddled in the back seat, paralyzed with fear. With all hope extinguished, Yuan Furong's true self was laid bare, becoming a subject of ridicule among her neighbors. Stripped of her dignity, she grew increasingly despondent and silent, resembling a withered eggplant devoid of vitality. In contrast, Luo Zhongyi's spirit surged with newfound vigor. However, he remained confined within the confines of Building 8, and he utilized the pretext of searching for his father to confront others, demanding to be released. Upon hearing that her son intended to seek out his father behind her back, Yuan Furong, in a fit of rage, struck him for the first time. Luo Zhongyi, filled with anger, retaliated against his own mother. "You are a useless mother, utterly ineffectual. I despise you, go die?" Chapter 91. Her summary: her son had audaciously told her to die. Overwhelmed by the myriad adversities of life, Yuan Furong was driven to the brink of madness. In a fit of rage, she reprimanded her cherished son, exclaiming, "You ungrateful wretch! Since your childhood, I have granted you every desire. Despite the countless troubles you've caused, I have never laid a hand on you or uttered a harsh word. I have treated you with utmost kindness, yet you harbor affection for your father, who has scarcely held you, and dare to retaliate against me, even to the point of wishing for my demise. Have you no conscience? How can you be so thoughtless? In response, Luo Zhengyi shouted back with piercing intensity, "You brought me into this world, so you owe me kindness. If you treat me poorly, my father will not provide you with a house or money. Don't think I am unaware." The veil of deception had been torn away, leaving Yuan Furong feeling both ashamed and heartbroken. It became painfully evident that she had failed in her role as a mother, having raised a thankless and rebellious child. At 9 years of age, Luo Zhengyi possessed considerable strength, and even when his mother struck him, he restrained his blows. However, when he retaliated against her, he unleashed all his might, leaving Yuan Furong struggling to defend herself. It was not until someone intervened that the situation changed. "Hey, you ungrateful brat. That is your mother. Do you not fear the wrath of heaven for striking her?" It was Chen Zhongren, a tall and robust man, who effortlessly pulled Luo Zhengyi away, leaving him no room to resist. With his fierce, defiant gaze, Luo Zhengyi glared at his mother, wishing he could cast her into oblivion. If she were gone, he could seek out his father, though he had little regard for that old man. What he truly longed for were his 2 brothers. If they supported him, he would wish for the demise of all who stood against him. Faced with a son who remained unrepentant and harbored animosity towards her, Yuan Furong felt a mix of anger and profound helplessness. "If you are so capable, then do not eat the meals I prepare for you. Go hungry. I want to eat," Luo Zhengyi defiantly retorted, his neck still craned in defiance. The threat fell flat, leaving Yuan Furong feeling utterly frustrated. She grasped the torn fabric of her clothes, feeling the sting of the wounds inflicted by her son, the pain a testament to his relentless assault. The realization struck her, and a wave of sorrow engulfed her. "I have borne such a creature, it is no wonder that others despise him. Who could possibly cherish a child who knows not the pangs of compassion for his own mother and resorts to violence against her? It is my fault for failing to raise him properly." As she lamented, tears streamed down her face. The onlookers, witnessing the disgraceful behavior of the child, began to voice their disapproval. "How could you treat your mother this way? Have you no sense of decency? To strike your own mother is truly outrageous." They scolded him, emphasizing the injustice of his actions. "Mind your own business," Luo Zhengyi shouted angrily before storming back home. Though the neighbors held little affection for Yuan Furong, seeing her in such distress prompted them to offer her a few words of comfort. Their kindness only served to deepen her sorrow, and she wept all the more. Regardless of the loss of face, she decided to weep freely, as there was little left to lose. Men, often impatient with the sight of a woman in tears, returned to their tasks. A few elderly women, who typically worked alongside Yuan Furong, offered her a few words of comfort, driven by a fleeting sense of sympathy. Before resuming their labors, Lu Wanyun and Hishan busied themselves in the greenhouse, weighing and bundling vegetables for future residents to redeem with their points. Fan Lin, Jian Dan, and several other women were engaged in slicing radishes, preparing them with salt for pickling. The first harvest of radishes and cabbages had been gathered, and the ground was being readied for the second planting. While everyone toiled, none paid heed to the sobbing Yuan Furong at the other end. Jian Dan cast a few furtive glances and murmured to Fan Lin, "It seems her son has truly hurt her this time. Look at her clothes, torn and ragged." Without a thought to change. In her past, she had always placed great importance on her appearance, even changing shoes just to fetch water for the vegetables. Now, it was too late for regrets. Seated on a small stool, Fan Lin did not lift her gaze, reflecting on the unruly child she had raised. Was it not natural for her to face repercussions? A child's character is largely formed by the age of 3, and by 7, it is often set for life. The nature of that troublesome child was already evident, and it would be challenging to alter. The offspring of her own indulgence would inevitably bring her suffering. That boy, with his piercing stare, was quite unsettling, exuding a fierce intensity reminiscent of characters with antisocial tendencies in films. Such a frightening demeanor at such a tender age leaves one to ponder how he might evolve in the future. Jian Dan harbored no fondness for Luo Zhengyi, who lived on the same floor. He had lifted her skirt in the elevator on several occasions and refused to acknowledge it, making him quite detestable. Upon hearing Jian Dan's story, Fan Lin could not resist shaking her head, saying, "You should have slapped him at the first instance. Why endure it so many times?" "I was afraid," Jian Dan pouted. "His mother always looks down her nose at others. She seems quite formidable. She feared that if she retaliated against that unruly child, she would also face repercussions. You had your parents and an older brother. You needn't have feared her. She should have feared your family instead." Recognizing the sense of responsibility in the younger woman, Fan Lin delivered a poignant truth. Those who are kind are often taken advantage of, which is rooted in weakness. Just like in your past life, had you and your mother been less submissive, the Yuan family would not have dared to act so brazenly. Your father would have acknowledged the feelings of both of you instead of only focusing on his role as a dutiful son. If you had not been left alone, you would not have suffered so much. Such is the nature of humanity. When you are strong, others appear weak. When you are weak, others will take advantage of you. The myriad tribulations of the post-apocalyptic world had imparted many lessons, transitioning her from weakness to awakening, to determination, and ultimately to donning armor both inside and out, ensuring that no one would harm her again. While she would not share her experiences, she could succinctly impart the wisdom gleaned to Jiandan, steering this younger sister away from the path that had led her to great suffering. Jiandan felt a flush of shame. Sister Lin was indeed correct. She had been weak. When faced with personal violations, she had been too timid to assert her rights, even hesitating to confide in her parents, silently enduring her plight. Inadvertently, this has emboldened those who engage in nefarious deeds, allowing them to repeatedly bully her. Even a child of 7 or 8 can torment her time and again. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, she realizes that she can no longer afford to be soft-hearted as she once was. She strives to muster her courage. Sister Lin, I will not allow that anymore. If anyone dares to bully me, I will stand my ground. To bolster her resolve, she decisively cleaves a thick carrot in two, the juice splattering across Fan Lin's face. Wiping her arm across her cheek, Fan Lin chuckles. That's the spirit. When you show strength, others will fear you. Indeed. That makes sense, Jiandan thinks, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She wonders if Sister Lin's formidable reputation stems from her fierce nature. Not only is she skilled in combat, but she is also adept at more lethal endeavors. As the first person from Building 8 to take a life at her doorstep, Fan Lin has become a figure of both respect and a hint of fear. Yet, she remains unfazed by this duality of perception. Whether they fear her or respect her, it matters little to her. Enthusiastically wielding her knife, Jiandan chops the carrot with a resounding rhythm, prompting Fan Lin to worry that the small cutting board might crack under the pressure. Oh dear, why is all that strength directed here? The two work in tandem to pickle the carrot sticks, leaving no part of the vegetable unused, including the leaves, ensuring that nothing edible goes to waste. Chapter 92. Official duties. As March arrived, the temperature soared above 30 degrees, marking the end of the lunar January and the onset of summer. Traditionally, this period would usher in the plum rains. However, this year, the air was unexpectedly dry, reminiscent of autumn, allowing items left to dry to become thoroughly desiccated in no time. This stark deviation from the usual climate bewildered the agricultural Chen family. Chyl could only urge everyone to cultivate the vacant land, as he harbored an instinctive foreboding that the weather would soon change. To this end, he organized a group to venture into the outskirts to gather a considerable amount of straw and corn cobs for indoor planting. With his official position, Chyl could no longer solely focus on Building 8. He had to manage the residents of the other structures in the Zijinghao complex as well. Due to their inherent disadvantages, the inhabitants of these buildings, upon learning they would be following the lead of Buildings 8 and 9 in land cultivation, sought to request provisions for sustenance, viewing Building 8 as a source of supplies. Chyl firmly declined their requests, questioning their entitlement to resources when no effort had been exerted. Such entitlement bred detrimental habits in a world teetering on the brink of collapse. He made it clear that while they had the means to protect themselves in Building 8, those from the other buildings would do well to be wise and prudent if they wished to rely on them for safety. Once his stern warning was issued, they complied. Building 8 would provide vegetable seeds, planting tools, and technical guidance. This was a singular opportunity. Should they fail to unite, Building 8 would no longer extend its assistance. Despite previous failures to consolidate, under Chyl's decisive intervention, a few individuals were appointed as building leaders, each responsible for their respective structures. After assessing the survivors within the community, Chyl instituted a tiered management system. Building 8 was designated as the first tier zone, Building 9 as the second tier, and the remaining structures as third tier. Yui and Zhuing responsibilities expanded beyond their own building. Yui liaised with Building 9, while the Zhuing brothers coordinated with the other structures. Routine matters were to be addressed by them, reserving significant issues for Chyl's attention. FNZHM continued to oversee the second-tier personnel in Building 8, who constituted the backbone of production efforts. Although the government's initiative to promote community cultivation was met with mixed compliance, a considerable number of individuals faced the stark reality. Without production, survival was untenable. The dwindling supplies of provisions were inadequate, and the wait for rural crops to sustain the urban populace seemed interminable. Farmers lacked sufficient rice seeds for cultivation and could only resort to planting alternative crops such as sweet potatoes, and corn. The corn seeds available were substandard, with second-generation corn yielding poor returns, and households were unlikely to have an abundance of sweet potatoes and potatoes. Large-scale planting would only be feasible after a successful harvest, which could then be expanded. Urban survivors, unable to wait, opted for immediate local cultivation to enhance their chances of survival. Many who visited Building 8 in Zijinghao sought to replicate its success, dissuading those who had considered alternative survival strategies. After all, if sustainable production could meet their needs, who would choose a perilous existence? Thus, they turned to planting vegetables, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and mushrooms. The government's advocacy for on-site cultivation would provide a portion of seeds to the survivors. Professor Zoe from Building 8, having pioneered the cultivation of straw mushrooms and button mushrooms, received commendation from the government and was invited along with his wife to provide technical guidance at the refuge base. Concerned for the safety of the elderly couple, Chu Yilong insisted that Fan Lin accompany them to offer care and assistance. Fan Lin found it difficult to refuse. For the well-being of these two intellectuals was paramount. Building 8 still relied on their expertise. As Fan Lin prepared to leave, she unexpectedly encountered Luo Yifan, who had been observing her movements from a distance. For several days since his arrival, he had sought an opportunity to speak with her, but she rarely ventured outside. Additionally, he was barred from entering the premises of Building 8, which strictly prohibited uninvited visitors. Thus, he resorted to waiting patiently, occasionally using binoculars to watch her. Today, he noticed her escorting an elderly lady, Mrs. Su, while carrying a bulging backpack, suggesting she was about to depart. He hurried downstairs to approach her. Fan Lin, where are you headed? He inquired, slightly breathless. Ignoring him, she first helped Mrs. Su into the vehicle before turning to give Luo Yifan a glare. What business is it of yours? Although you gave me $1 million, we are hardly acquainted. Fan Lin's aloof demeanor had become familiar to Luo Yifan throughout their previous conversations. From phone calls to their last meeting, there had never been a moment of warmth. Despite his discontent, he managed to maintain a pleasant expression. I was merely asking. No need to be upset. Don't forget, you still owe me a meal. What? She replied, feigning recollection. Standing upright, she retorted, if I recall correctly. You mentioned that you don't partake in meals provided by women, and that you would treat me. I can certainly treat you, just let me know when you're free. With no restaurants available, how about I cook for you myself? Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yifan eagerly offered his assistance. Just then, Chu Yilong, seated in the driver's seat, honked the horn a few times, urging Fan Lin to hurry into the car. Not much of a deal, she remarked as she entered the vehicle and closed the door. Undeterred, Luo Yifan persisted, tugging at the car door. You promised me. How can you go back on your word? Annoyed, Fan Lin replied, I promised a luxurious 5-star meal. Do you have one? If not, cease bringing it up. And as for that $1 million, I will return it to you with interest once I come back. I have no intention of taking advantage. With several safes filled with cash amounting to at least $10 million, she could easily calculate the interest. Money is worthless now. It's just paper. Even if you had hundreds of billions, it wouldn't buy anything. Luo Yifan was not interested in the $1 million. His desire was merely to get closer to Fan Lin and eventually gain free access to Building 8. I don't require repayment. If you feel uncomfortable, you may offer something else in exchange. This way, we can establish a connection. Seeing the potential for negotiation, Fan Lin did not outright refuse. Very well. What do you want? How much would suffice? If it's reasonable, I can accommodate you. If not, you may leave. In the face of the apocalyptic world, what significance does it hold to settle accounts? She bears no psychological burden whatsoever. Moreover, if one were to truly assess the situation, this money cannot be deemed a debt owed to him. Is there any promissory note? She simply finds it tedious to entangle herself with the person before her, unwilling to allow him to leverage $1 million against her. In the car, Chu Yilong and the two elderly individuals were initially concerned that Fan Lin might suffer a loss upon hearing her words, but her dismissive retort made them chuckle. It was evident that she was not one to be easily taken advantage of. Luo Yifan, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, promptly suggested, we have recently moved here. While most matters are satisfactory, the lack of vegetables is a concern. I noticed that the produce from your Building 8 is quite flourishing. Would it be possible for you to provide us with a handful of greens each day? Once we are able to establish a regular supply on our side, we can cease this arrangement. How does that sound? By exchanging a handful of vegetables daily, we can ensure our paths cross regularly. With his extensive experience navigating the realm of women for at least a decade, he was confident in his ability to charm even the most aloof of ladies. Chapter 93, A Bundle of Greens for 100,000. No way, Fan Lin flatly declined. The notion was rather fanciful. Why should she deliver a bundle of greens every day? Who was he to warrant such an effort? A mere bundle of greens priced at 100,000. 10 bundles for $1 million, she could offer them, and if they could not consume them all, they could dry them themselves. Chu Yilong would take the lead on this matter. A one-time transaction would suffice. Let us see how the flies would continue to buzz around. If anyone were to present $1 million in cash, they wouldn't be able to purchase even a single wilted leaf, let alone 10 bundles of greens. This deal, were it not for Fan Lin, would have been firmly rejected by Chu Yilong. Fan Lin's eyes sparkled. Indeed, Chu Yilong was astute. All right then, let us proceed as such. I will bring you the greens upon my return. Before Luo Yifan could voice any objections, Chui Long had already pressed the accelerator and sped away. 1,000,000 for 10 bundles of greens. Luo Yifan stood there, bewildered and furious. Professor Zhou, seated in the front, chuckled. This is how it should be handled. He*s lucky to get off so easily. Grandma Su expressed her disdain. A dandy dares to set his sights on our Lin? He must never have looked in a mirror. Accompanied by his girlfriend, he sought trouble with Fan Lin, only to have his girlfriend meet her demise at Fan Lin's hands. Subsequently, he turned his attention to her, having previously harassed her and allowed his girlfriend to bully her. These transgressions were all recounted by Lu Wanyun with unreserved candor. She would not allow anyone to tarnish her daughter's reputation. The million was a fee for lost dignity, not something to be sought without cost. And they hadn't spent it, so they could return it at any time. Most residents of Building 8 had heard about these incidents and held no favorable opinion of the newly moved-in Luo family from Building 9. Both elders felt a sense of misfortune for Fan Lin being targeted by such a dandy. Vowing to safeguard her in the future and prevent any scoundrel from leading her astray, Fan Lin, who had never contemplated this, pouted and said, Grandpa Zhou, Grandma Su. I'm still a baby. I'm not into early romance. A baby, you say? Chui Long burst into laughter while driving. A fierce 20-year-old baby who takes down villains and exacts vengeance. What a sight. Grandma Su chuckled, playfully patting Fan Lin. Our Lin is a young lady now. She is of age to fall in love, but alas, in this world. Her smile faltered as she sighed. What a pity for such a splendid youth to exist in this apocalyptic era. The splendor is gone, and the world is scarred. Matters of the heart pale in comparison to survival. It suffices to live, and let the rest be forgotten. Indeed. I believe it's quite sufficient for my parents and me to go through life together. More people bring more mouths to feed, which can be quite the burden. Encountering someone with their parents and siblings would surely be infuriating. After all, my mother passed away in the previous life due to such frustrations, a cautionary tale. You have quite a perceptive mind. Grandma Su grasped her hand, a gentle smile masking a profound sorrow in her eyes. A unified family indeed constitutes a great blessing. Yet, amidst natural disasters and calamities, countless lives have been lost, and many have been rendered homeless. Their flesh and blood have become untraceable. Sons and daughters. Entire families, none know the fate of one another. If the family could reunite, they would not desire anything more. Upon reaching the refuge, Chu Yilong possessed a pass that granted him unhindered access to the shelter. The pickup truck traversed the route to the breeding and seedling center at the base. Here, agricultural experts and researchers worked diligently. In the wake of consecutive natural disasters, the government sought ways to restore production and cultivate seeds, for without seeds, large-scale planting and production would be impossible. The specialists focused primarily on high-quality rice and corn seeds, while other crops and vegetables were also continuously being cultivated. The cultivation of mushrooms, however, had lagged behind, and the success rate of their mushroom strains was not particularly high. Professor Zhou and Su, who had embarked on this journey later in life, successfully cultivated 2 major varieties of mushrooms that yielded high output and rapid harvests. Their invaluable experience was imparted face-to-face, as the refuge urgently required such support. Fan Lin frequently visited the 2 elderly professors to observe their mushroom cultivation techniques, gradually gaining some understanding of the procedures. Before departing, she had undergone additional training, and upon arrival at the seedling center, she assisted them in locating the substrate needed to prepare the culture medium. Her role as an assistant was performed quite adequately. They also brought some mushroom strains with them, intending to cultivate a patch of mushrooms here, which would then be used for mass propagation of seeds. Consequently, they would need to stay at the refuge for some time. Their living quarters consisted of a 20-square-meter room divided into a bedroom and a living area, accommodating the 3 of them. This was Zone 1 of the refuge, where technical personnel resided. Fan Lin was taken aback. In her previous life, she had resided in Zone 3 of the refuge, but in this life, she had ascended to Zone 1, a remarkable improvement. After their daughter went to the refuge base, Fan's parents felt quite uncomfortable. The absence of one family member left the home feeling empty, casting a shadow over their spirits. This sensation was reminiscent of when their daughter first left for university, creating an enduring sense of unease. Alas, they wondered what Lindsay was eating in the refuge. Lu Wanyan stared at the freshly cooked stir-fried celery with beef and braised eggplant with green beans, feeling quite unappetized. She merely sipped on a bowl of soup, made from snails and mustard greens. They were not lacking in food, yet their daughter outside had to endure hardship. Rumor had it that the meals in the refuge were far inferior to what the residents of their building enjoyed, consisting of meager rations that barely sustained life. Their daughter had to subsist on the communal food provided in the refuge, lest she go hungry. Fan Jiming served his wife a bowl of rice, reassuring her. Lindsay will surely find a way to sneak in enough food. Do not worry. With vegetables, rice, buns, and pastries available in their space, one could easily find a secluded spot to hide for 10 minutes. How could one still be hungry? Indeed, Fan Lin was not starving. She had not touched the items in their space, yet there was an abundance of food to eat, aside from a change of clothes. Grandma Sue's bag contained a large assortment of snacks, including homemade red date cakes, bread, filled biscuits, chocolates, and vacuum-packed meat such as chicken and duck feet, most of which were prepared for Fan Lin. The food in the refuge was indeed poor, with only 2 meals served each day. Breakfast consisted of a bowl of neither too thin nor too thick porridge accompanied by a small bun and a few shreds of pickled vegetables. They arrived after 9 o'clock and missed breakfast, but the authorities granted them 3 packets of instant noodles as a special provision. In the afternoon, a somewhat thick porridge is served, accompanied by braised beans and a modest portion of greens, complemented by a small spoonful of sauce. This constitutes the communal meal for the technical personnel in Area 1 of the shelter. The fare in Areas 2 and 3 is even less favorable. The staple remains porridge, with the only accompaniment being pickled vegetables, while fresh greens are a luxury reserved for those with ample points. Grandma Sue is immensely grateful for the provisions she brought along. Otherwise, everyone would find themselves unable to sleep at night from hunger. Lindsay, you need not hold back, the building manager assured. Once we finish this, more will be provided. We shall not go hungry. Fan Lin nodded vigorously, her mouth full of spicy chicken feet. They are essentially on a work assignment. And the 8th building is entitled to a modest allocation of travel supplies. Chapter 94. What can we do if we don't work? The Seedling Center welcomed 3 new support staff dedicated to cultivating mushrooms. Due to the outstanding data from the mushroom cultivation and building aid, the higher-ups provided significant support to 2 professors, empowering them to lead a sufficiently large team to commence mushroom production immediately. Fan Lin, acutely aware of the time constraints, approached her tasks with fervor and diligence, showing no signs of procrastination. However, the others seemed lethargic, perhaps due to insufficient nourishment, resulting in sluggishness in their work. On several occasions, she found herself waiting for them to connect various segments of the process. Even moving bundles of straw required 2 people. Undeterred, she strode over and effortlessly dragged 1 bundle in each hand. This girl is quite a challenge for us. Several men, clutching their empty bellies, worried that their performance would be scrutinized by the supervisors on duty. With their meager rations, their strength was sapped, leaving them incapable of quick work. Professor Zhou insisted that the straw and wood chips must be sterilized by morning, with the goal of preparing the substrate in the afternoon. The sooner they cultivated, the sooner they could harvest, and consequently, they would have mushrooms to eat sooner. Observing the gaunt faces of her colleagues, she refrained from harsh words, merely expressing the workload expectations. There were so many tasks to boil, steam, cut, and dry. Accomplishing all that in a day seemed implausible. Some voiced their discontent, explaining that their daily points merely covered their meager meals, which consisted of 2 bowls of porridge. Exerting any effort drained their energy. How can we work tirelessly without reserving some strength to endure? We need to save energy for our stomachs, they lamented. Indeed, they had been accustomed to working at a slow pace, as such tasks could not be rushed. Assistant Fan, please have some understanding. Without sufficient food, we lack the energy. And there's no need to rush and exhaust ourselves. As she dismantled the straw for boiling, Fan Lin exhaled deeply and replied, if you wish to avoid hunger, we must plant early to yield results. The optimal time for mushroom growth is merely a little over a month. Both straw mushrooms and button mushrooms can yield multiple harvests. If they did not expedite the cultivation, they would miss out on several harvests. With the impending extreme cold, those in the shelter would face even harsher conditions without a cellar. This opportunity to cultivate must be seized with full effort, striving for favorable weather to ensure a harvest. But how could she convey this urgency to them? They seemed to believe that the current weather would persist, that the seasons would continue to cycle. Yet, that was not the case. Their window for cultivation was limited to less than 2 months. How could she communicate the necessity of exerting themselves to plant and harvest quickly? No one would believe that extreme weather was imminent. Everyone clung to the illusion that if they could simply endure this period, everything would gradually improve. Just as she once did in her past life, she harbored fantasies of a return to normalcy. Alas, each day seemed to worsen. Our ability to support the base and cultivation stemmed from our achievements. Our community had begun preparations at the tail end of the flooding, tirelessly striving for self-sufficiency. The short-growing vegetables, such as bok choy and lettuce, had long provided us with multiple harvests, while here, they had only just begun to see results. Straw mushrooms and button mushrooms had already begun yielding for us before the new year, yet here, they had yet to even plant them. I perceive that the disparities stem not solely from actions, but also from your mindset. Waiting and procrastination will not satiate your hunger, they will only prolong your starvation. She could no longer contain herself and spoke up. Who among us has never experienced hunger? Working diligently may lead to hunger. Does idleness prevent it? It is merely a matter of mutual complacency. The team cultivating mushrooms consists of dozens of individuals, while only about 10 follow Fan Lin in this particular segment. As they listened to her words, some bore awkward expressions, others displayed dissatisfaction, and some were indifferent. Ultimately, the work objectives remained unmet. And although the two elderly professors were deeply anxious, they felt powerless. The individuals here differ from those in Building 8. They lack that sense of urgency and concern. Perhaps they still believe in the safety net provided by the state. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, work concluded, which is a humane aspect of the shelter. It grants survivors some free time to form teams and search for supplies, earning extra points in the process. If they manage to find food and drink, they can supplement their sustenance. Fan Lin rode a small tricycle, escorting two elderly individuals back to their residence. The seedling center was 3 or 4 kilometers away from their lodging, and this vehicle was specially allocated for the elderly due to their frailty. The tricycle, having been waterlogged and rusted, rattled noisily as it traversed the path. Dinner consisted once again of porridge from the cafeteria. Upon returning to their quarters and securely closing the door, they retrieved some private provisions to accompany their porridge. Fan Lin, too, adhered to the same modesty. Having a bowl of porridge, a piece of cake, and some dried fish prepared by her mother, which sufficed for dinner. The shelter operated on solar power, with lights extinguishing at 8 o'clock. Today, she had worked even harder than at Building 8, and as she lay on the small sofa, she berated herself for her foolishness. Yet, what other choice did she have? Achieving results sooner would allow her to return home and rest. Otherwise, she would languish on that small sofa for an indeterminate duration. Sleeping at 8 o'clock proved rather difficult. She nearly flipped the small sofa in her restlessness, her eyes wide open and irritated. Perhaps she could distract herself with her phone. Glancing at the closed door, Fan Lin quietly took out her phone. Refraining from using earphones to watch a movie for fear the elderly might wake and she would remain oblivious. Instead, she settled for reading a novel. How could one sleep without a comforting distraction? Once the night deepened and the elderly fell into a deep slumber, she indulged in a cup of milk tea and 2 pieces of egg yolk pastry as a midnight snack. The following day, she needed to complete the tasks left unfinished from the previous day and plant the mushroom spores they had brought. Having conveyed her thoughts yesterday, Fan Lin focused solely on her work today. If others lagged behind, she would take matters into her own hands. "Hey, why are you so eager? Are you trying to make us look lazy?" grumbled a man who had felt pressured during yesterday's work. His face sour as he watched Fan Lin bypass him to take half a bucket of sawdust. Fan Lin turned to him and replied earnestly, "Your idleness is your concern. How well I perform is mine. My priority is to finish my tasks promptly so I can return home sooner. Is there an issue with that?" The Zhejianghao Yuan has already established itself as a renowned model, offering excellent living conditions and sustenance. It is entirely understandable that she does not wish to endure such hardships alongside them in the shelter. The man who had been reprimanded was tugged by his companion. LV went away. Imogen, she is here to support us. She is not like us, so mind your words. Imogen scoffed. Casting a sidelong glance at LV Wenhui. What have I said that is out of line? As long as your uncle oversees the patrol without nitpicking, I shall have nothing to say. You make it sound as if my uncle has nothing better to do than to criticize you. LV Wenhui nudged him slightly. Focus on your work. After persuading his companion to get back to tasks, LV Wenhui turned to Fan Lin and apologized. I'm sorry. He can be a bit hot-headed, but he is quite capable. I will ensure they do not slack off and expedite their efforts. Huh? Then you should hurry, she replied. Chapter 95. After work, enjoying radishes having successfully cultivated the strains they brought, the primary focus shifted to the extensive production of the growth medium. With hundreds of thousands seeking refuge at the base, ensuring that everyone could partake in the mushrooms necessitated a considerable planting volume. Various materials such as straw, wood chips, manure, chemical fertilizers, lime, and gypsum needed to be proportionately combined to create the growth medium. The urgency to yield results sooner rather than later imposed a significant workload. It was not just Fan Lin who felt the pressure. Even the two elderly individuals were acutely aware of the ticking clock. The staff in the mushroom cultivation room subsisted on minimal rations, and with the increased intensity of work, they found themselves trembling from hunger long before their shift ended. Granny Sue produced 2 packets of cream-filled biscuits, distributing a piece to each person nearby. Let us have a little something to sustain us. Everyone has worked hard. Thank you so much. Just a single biscuit brought tears to the eyes of those around. Since the onset of the disaster, many had struggled to find sufficient food. And such provisions, once plentiful, had become scarce as the crisis lingered. Only porridge or a thin paste was available, and even those would eventually cease if food could not be grown. One biscuit evoked memories of better times. In the past, delectable treats were abundant. Biscuits were something they might indulge in only a few times a year. Now, acquiring such items felt like a distant dream. Those fortunate enough to receive biscuits were reluctant to consume them, thinking of their families at home, wives and children whom they wished to share with, unwilling to indulge alone. Observing them tuck away the biscuits, Granny Sue sighed but refrained from urging them otherwise. Empathizing, she recognized that she might do the same in their position. She offered the remaining 2 biscuits to Fan Lin, saying, "Here, take these. Children should not go hungry." Young Fan Lin received the biscuits and, from her backpack, produced a hand-torn piece of bread, breaking it in half and offering each elderly person a portion. "You eat this." The residents of Zhejianghao Yuan indeed enjoyed a much better quality of life. They had biscuits, bread, and the generosity to share. It was truly enviable. In truth, one could discern from the trio's appearance that although their post-disaster existence could not compare to the past, they had not endured excessive hardship. To prevent any potential hazards for the community, Granny Sue explained, "We usually do not have access to these things. This time, it is a rare provision. Our building manager managed to procure a little for us. With resources so scarce, every morsel counted, and reliance on agricultural production was paramount. Otherwise, the future would be even bleaker. Indeed, the earthquake and floods have devastated everything. Without external aid, we must rely on ourselves," they lamented. Swallowing hard and turning their eyes away, sighing in unison. Accepting food from others often comes with a sense of indebtedness. It felt inappropriate to continue their idleness when those providing technical support had so graciously shared their precious biscuits. With gritted teeth, they persevered through another day. However, it was unsustainable to rely on sporadic provisions to bolster morale. Such reliance could foster unwarranted greed. Just then, Chui Long arrived for a meeting and took the opportunity to check on them, bringing a half basket of cucumbers and a few large radishes for them to enjoy as fruit. While cucumbers were acceptable, Fan Lin was not particularly fond of consuming radishes as a snack. Thus, the large radish became the object of attention for the group of individuals who resembled donkeys in the mushroom cultivation room. Work hard, work diligently, and there will be radishes to enjoy upon completion. This group of individuals was invigorated with unprecedented enthusiasm, swiftly accomplishing a day's work in mere hours. Subsequently, each person received a crisp, succulent radish. The sound of crunching filled the air as they relished its sweetness. A bit of spiciness? No matter. Juicy and refreshing, the radish rivaled even ginseng. Fan Lin inquired, "Isn't it delightful to have radishes to eat?" The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging that they had never tasted raw radish before and were pleasantly surprised by its crisp sweetness. Though undeniably delicious, it could not compare to the true sweetness of fruit. Yet, with their hunger rendering even porridge insufficient, they found satisfaction in the modest radish. In truth, mushrooms were also delectable. Who hasn't enjoyed roasted mushrooms? With earnest effort, they could soon indulge in roasted mushrooms, seasoned with a sprinkle of salt, cumin, and chili powder. Oh, how delightful that flavor would be! Before Fan Lin could finish her thought, she was met with the unmistakable sound of saliva being swallowed. "Oh dear, stop talking. I thought a piece of radish would hold me over. But now I'm even hungrier," protested someone. Indeed, the thought of barbecued delights, long since missed, was enough to make anyone salivate. Those glorious days of feasting seemed irretrievably lost. What a pity. Fan Lin, who had intended to motivate them to work diligently and avoid laziness, found her efforts thwarted. Lu Wenhui, having sampled a piece of radish himself, found it lacking in flavor, yet it was still better than nothing. Understanding Fan Lin's sentiments, he astutely addressed the group. "Look at how the Zhejianghao Yuan has managed to cultivate such large radishes and already enjoy roasted mushrooms. We are all the same. If they can do it, so can we. Let us put in the effort to cultivate a vast array of mushrooms, and soon we will feast on roasted mushrooms. Away with the bland porridge. Away with the overly salty pickles. From now on, they would savor roasted mushrooms. Let us push ourselves, onward." The crowd was invigorated by the promising prospects ahead, working with the fervor akin to that induced by medicine. Straw mushrooms and button mushrooms could yield results in as little as 20 days. The thought alone filled them with hope, and no further encouragement was needed. Granny Sue smiled and nodded at Lu Wenhui, affirming, "If we work hard, enjoying roasted mushrooms will not be a dream." Lu Wenhui grinned widely. Though his gaze drifted toward Fan Lin, he began mentioning his uncle, Wang Wei, the deputy director of the Seedling Center, who placed great importance on mushroom cultivation and urged him to learn diligently from the elders. Noticing the way Lu Wenhui's gaze wandered, Granny Sue tempered her smile, but refrained from saying much. Fan Lin had already returned to her workbench, while Lu Wenhui trailed behind her, bombarding her with questions, from how she learned mushroom cultivation from the 2 professors to inquiries about her school and daily life. Fan Lin answered questions regarding mushrooms, but she glossed over those pertaining to other topics. You should focus on your own tasks now, she gently reminded him. Lu Winwei paused, smiled, and replied, all right. I'll get to it right away. Meanwhile, Imogen shot him a sly glance, grinning mischievously. The great radishes have already been savored, and roasted mushrooms will soon follow. As one of the first areas to yield a bountiful harvest, Zijing Haoyuan has truly won the hearts of many, with fewer individuals idling in the mushroom cultivation chambers. It takes 3 individuals to genuinely engage in the labor, diligently working each day under the plastic-covered greenhouse. Concerned that the 2 elderly may tire easily, Fan Lin regularly reminds them to take breaks. Lindsay, you should rest as well. Here, quickly wipe away your sweat, Grandma Sue said. Handing Fan Lin the towel she had placed on the bench. Fan Lin accepted it, dabbing her forehead, her face flushed and glowing with health. As LV Wenwei passed by, he briefly caught her gaze and approached her, saying, so your nickname is Lindsay, it's quite lovely. Fan Lin responded with a slight smile. Grandma Sue, sipping water, remained silent, merely gesturing towards the nearby manure, implying that LV Wenwei should attend to it. LV Wenwei's expression stiffened. This was a task he typically avoided. Yet he felt it inappropriate to decline at that moment. All right, I'll take care of it, he said, casting a final glance at Fan Lin, only to feel a twinge of disappointment when he noticed her lack of attention before departing. He then turned to enlist Imogen for assistance. Grandma Sue let out a soft hum and shook her head. Upon hearing this, Fan Lin turned back, her eyes filled with curiosity. Nothing to worry about. You should drink some water too. Oh, Chapter 96. Do not disturb Lindsay. Lindsay, wait a moment. As Fan Lin helped 2 elderly individuals settle into the rickshaw, someone hurriedly approached her, calling out, Lindsay, you should get in as well. I'll pedal the rickshaw to take you all back. El Wenwei ran up to Fan Lin, his gaze intense and unwavering. The 2 elderly people frowned, disapproving of this sudden familiarity that had developed in just a few days. They were not pleased with Lindsay seeking companionship here. After all, everyone was struggling to make ends meet, and who could afford to care for her? Fan Lin merely cast a sidelong glance at him before taking her seat, entirely dismissing any opportunity for him to take the reins. Call me Fan Lin, she corrected him. Lindsay was not a name to be used by just anyone. It was reserved for her parents and the 2 elderly neighbors next door. Now, many from Building 8 had begun addressing her in this manner. Although distant relatives could not compare to close neighbors in terms of shared interests, she found it rather presumptuous for him to address her so casually, especially when she could not even recall his name. Taken aback by Fan Lin's correction, El Wenwei's expression faltered, and an awkward smile crept onto his face. All right, Fan Lin, I'll pedal the rickshaw to take you back, since we're headed in the same direction. With a sideways glance, Fan Lin replied, I am perfectly capable of pedaling myself. Why would I need you to take me? There are plenty of people going the same way, and this rickshaw can hardly accommodate us all. With that, she pushed off and pedaled away, leaving El Wenwei standing there, his smile fading as the challenge of approaching her became apparent. Mo Jin, who had been working alongside them, witnessed the entire exchange and walked over, playfully patting El Wenwei on the shoulder. I told you, this girl has high standards. She clearly doesn't fancy anyone from around here, not even your uncle. Who is the director here? Now do you believe me? El Wenwei discontentedly brushed Imogen's hand away. The difficulty of pursuit is what makes it intriguing. Are you interested in those who come running with just a beckoning finger? Imogen shrugged, self-deprecatingly admitting, not for me. I can hardly support myself, let alone have the energy to court a woman. Unlike you, who has your uncle providing some assistance. El Wenwei forced a smile, without any advantages. He had no intention of pursuing girls from outside. The young women in the shelter appeared gaunt and unappealing, with none catching his eye. Previously, he had noticed 2 who were quite attractive, fair-skinned, and curvaceous, but their aspirations were far beyond him. They resided in District 2, casting their sights on the officials' quarters. Without a glance in his direction, the officials' quarters, home to military and governmental personnel and their families, served as the epicenter of power within the refugee base. Even his uncle lacked the privilege to reside there. Thus, he had given up on that notion, realizing it was futile. Among those sent to support the seedling center, he found one who surpassed the previous 2 in attractiveness. She was willing to work the fields, exuding a down-to-earth charm, and hailed from the prestigious Zijing Garden community. Her vitality and demeanor clearly indicated a higher standard of living compared to his own. With such beauty and a favorable lifestyle, she was undeniably captivating. Should he not seize the opportunity? Would he allow it to fall to another? Securing her affection would alleviate his worries about sustenance, and perhaps then, he could finally confront his aunt without fear of her disdain, which had been a constant source of irritation for him. As Fan Lin pedaled her tricycle back to her residence, she was attentively absorbing Granny Sue's lessons on discerning people's true intentions. Those who feign kindness without reason harbor ulterior motives. Lindsay, Do not be easily swayed by their flattery. In these trying times, those struggling to survive possess little compassion. It is evident they are unreliable, she cautioned. Indeed, that fellow surnamed Liu is just as dubious as the one named Luo. Lindsay, pay him no mind. Grandpazo chimed in. The man lingered around Lindsay, occasionally flaunting his connection to the director, as if to remind others of his prestigious background. Such vanity and insincerity are to be dismissed entirely. Grandpazo, Granny Sue, I hardly recall that man's name, so fret not about me. In this post-apocalyptic world, who has time for frivolities? She retorted, resolute in her refusal to be easily deceived. With her decent meals, tidy attire, and vibrant spirit, she stood out among many. Whether in the shelter or outside, admiration is welcome, but harassment is intolerable. Should he persist in his unwelcome advances, she would not hesitate to rebuff him. After all, her stay here was temporary. Once her mission was complete, she would return home, indifferent to others' opinions. Upon hearing Fan Lin's disinterest, the two elders felt relieved. Yes. Do not entertain such thoughts. Our Lindsay is still young. Hee, you certainly didn't say that when we arrived. Fan Lin laughed as she pedaled her little tricycle toward her dwelling. Their usual routine encompassed the journey between their residence, the cafeteria, and the seedling center. They ventured nowhere else. After a dinner of porridge, accompanied by the stir-fried dried fish prepared by Fan's mother, they had provisions that could last a week, providing a much-needed source of protein. They finished their afternoon meal around 4, saving room for a light supper of small breads, cakes, calamari, and nuts, ensuring their nutritional needs were met. Despite being rebuffed by Fan Lin, Lu Wenwei did not lose heart. While preparing the culture medium, he eagerly positioned himself beside her, offering assistance. He even graciously poured water for the two elders and promptly handed them the tools they required, attempting to convey his sincerity through actions. However, the trio found no need for his earnestness. The two elders, exercising restraint, spoke politely, while Fan Lin remained steadfastly unyielding. When Lu Wenwei reached out to take the sterilized sawdust from her, she replied with an expressionless demeanor, I do not require your assistance. Kindly return to your designated duties and refrain from wandering about. Our community members fulfill their responsibilities, while those from your shelter seem devoid of accountability. No wonder you lag behind us. Her words struck hard, leaving the gathered individuals with discontented expressions directed at Lu Wenwei. His pursuit of romantic interest during work hours had already drawn some criticism, but they had refrained from voicing it, knowing his uncle was a leader. Now, being directly called out by the young woman, he faced disdain for the shortcomings of their shelter. Although the shelter's deficiencies compared to the exemplary community were factual, being publicly admonished was uncomfortable for all, primarily directed at Lu Wenwei rather than Fan Lin. Had it not been for him, such embarrassment could have been avoided. Faced with such public humiliation at the hands of Fan Lin, even with Lu Wenhui's mental preparations for the difficulties of interpersonal relations, he could not help but feel a pang of embarrassment. He knew he could not afford to lose his temper. For the individual before him was a support personnel aiding the refuge base. Offending them would surely earn him a reprimand from his uncle. Weighing his options, Lu Wenhui, despite his inner turmoil of shame and anger, resolved to maintain a facade of indifference. Your criticisms are indeed valid. We must learn from you. I shall return to my duties now, he said, adeptly acknowledging his fault and seeking an exit. His graceful maneuvering even garnered admiration from those around him. Fan Lin dismissed him, returning to her tasks. However, as Lu Wenhui turned to leave, he caught a glimpse of Grandma Sue's piercing gaze, which filled her with a sense of foreboding. Chapter 97. Recognition. The first batch of mushrooms sprouted swiftly. Cultivating a substantial quantity of mycelium was the primary task for the trio and the key to the successful mass cultivation of mushrooms at the refuge base. They engrossed themselves in their work each day. They had previously proposed the idea of subterranean cultivation to mitigate against sudden weather changes. However, the seedling center deemed the current weather conditions satisfactory and not a cause for concern, as the ground cultivation had yet to yield optimal results. They considered it unnecessary to invest energy into underground farming. Naturally, their suggestions were not readily accepted, and Fan Lin felt little disappointment in this regard. As long as they could produce a large quantity of mushroom spores and transplant them into the greenhouse, thus enhancing their success rate, they could return home. You've been going back and forth all day. Today I have some free time. Would you like me to show you around the refuge base? On this day, Chu Yilong brought them meals, including spicy stir-fried cured meat, sweet and sour cabbage, and bitter melon soup with yellow beans, dishes made from ingredients readily available in Building 8. Crafted by Fan's mother. After several days of consuming watery meals, the trio relished the opportunity to enjoy something hearty. Upon hearing Chu Yilong's offer to take them for a stroll, the two elderly individuals expressed interest as they had yet to explore other areas. The refuge zone spanned several kilometers, and their mobility was limited, meaning they relied on Fan Lin's small tricycle for any excursions. Worried for Fan Lin's safety outside, they preferred to remain nestled within their dwelling. After all, little Lin had brought her mobile phone, and although their residence had electricity, it lacked sockets, restricting their power usage. They frequently observed her using a power bank to charge her phone, claiming that she had downloaded numerous novels during the typhoon, which kept her entertained and mitigated her boredom. Much to their indifference, now that Chui Long was present, a tour seemed feasible. Even though Fan Lin was not particularly interested, she felt obliged to accompany them. After their meal, with the sun still lingering in the western sky, the four of them set off in a pickup truck as Chui Long guided them on a tour. His unit, straddling both military and governmental jurisdictions, allowed for passage between the military and political departments. The military base was more expansive than the political one. And in her previous life, Fan Lin had never ventured close to these core areas. However, there was little of interest to behold. The administrative zones consisted of rows of rudimentary barracks, while the residential areas were somewhat more spacious. Upon reaching the ordinary refuge area, they encountered a bustling locale. Zones 1, 2, and 3 formed a concentric arrangement around a large square, which housed a free exchange market where goods could be traded or exchanged for base points. Items for consumption were scarce, primarily comprising practical goods. Survivors would form teams to venture outside in search of supplies, as the construction of the refuge base required numerous materials and useful items. Upon discovering such resources, they could barter with the refuge base. Those with ample points could exchange them for rare provisions such as instant noodles and compressed biscuits, or even directly trade with the refuge center's exchange department for rice and flour. However, the points required for food were exorbitantly high. Typically, an individual, even after a full day outside without transportations, might only manage to gather scrap metal and other debris that could barely secure 2 meals. This led most individuals to opt for remaining at the base to engage in labor for points, striving to accumulate enough for 2 meals before hastening outside to seek additional supplies. This is the method employed by the refuge to retain human resources for collaborative production. The 4 alighted from the vehicle and began to explore the soul exchange market. Fan Lin, of course, possessed memories of this place. In her previous life, she had traded numerous items here, such as toilet paper, sanitary napkins, and water, using this market as a means of exchange. Fond memories were absent from this place, which also contributed to her disinterest in the refuge. The sun had yet to set, marking the peak time for exchanges, with various stalls displaying a plethora of goods. Clothing, shoes, blankets, quilts, hats, gloves, towels, basins, and buckets, items essential for daily living, were all available for trade, some new, others used. Larger items such as tables, chairs, sofas, and cabinets were also on display, appealing to survivors residing in family accommodations. Pots, bowls, utensils, cutting boards, oil, salt, and condiments were laid out on the ground, many of which had seen prior use. Consumables were not displayed. One could directly trade for what they desired, as the market was most deficient in food and drink supplies. The 2 elderly individuals observed someone exchanging 2 blocks of compressed biscuits for a 3-seat leather sofa. They also witnessed a person trading a bottle of beverage for several articles of clothing and shoes. Despite the successful transactions, no one wore a smile. Rather, there were complaints and accusations of dishonesty. The more they wandered, the heavier the mood became for the 2 elders. Although the regression of society was an acknowledged inevitability, witnessing such primitive exchanges firsthand left a profound impact. The survivors, having lost their homes, had also forfeited vitality and hope, merely numb in their struggle to survive. Let us depart. We shall not linger any longer. Grandma Sue first expressed her discomfort. Professor Zhou sighed in agreement, suggesting they return. Everywhere, faces appeared pallid. And upon seeing the relatively healthy group, many gazed not with envy but with resentment. They could feel this animosity, making them exceedingly uncomfortable. Allow me to escort you back, Chu Elong offered, just as they were about to leave the exchange market when a commotion erupted. A fight ensued, an internal dispute among a team that had ventured out for supplies, sparked by unreasonable point distribution. Such incidents were commonplace, and the onlookers, accustomed to the spectacle, showed no desire to witness this chaos. The police stationed at the points exchange center, accustomed to such disturbances, often resorted to their batons. Cries of agony and shouts filled the air. As Fan Lin was about to proceed towards the pickup truck, she halted in her tracks. Grandma Sue, accompanying her, also paused, looking at her in confusion. Xiaolinzi, what is the matter? Fan Lin seemed oblivious, her gaze fixed on the brawl, her brow furrowed with agitation, her expression somewhat dazed. Lindsay? Chui Long called out to her. Oh, Fan Lin snapped back to reality, her expression inscrutable. Do you know them? Chui Long inquired with a glance. Fan Lin found herself at a loss for words. She had thought she could remain indifferent, yet upon hearing those familiar voices and seeing those once familiar figures, her emotions surged. It felt as if her heart was suffocated by dry grass, leaving her quite unsettled. They were merely alumni. In her past life, she had sought them out for suffering. In this life, she need not act so foolishly. As for the grievances of her previous existence, she decided to let them go. For she was living quite well and had no need to dwell on these individuals. Let us go. We should return. Fan Lin hurriedly stepped forward to open the car door, ready to assist Grandma Sue inside. Fan Lin? Is that you, Fan Lin? Unexpectedly, someone had recognized her and was calling out as they rushed over. With so few vehicles around, a pickup truck parked discreetly by the exchange market could hardly go unnoticed, especially since the four of them appeared markedly more tidy and presentable than the others. Chapter 98. The roommate at the medical facility. Fan Lin refrained from responding immediately. After assisting the elderly gentleman into the vehicle, she turned to face the approaching young man. With a nonchalant expression, she addressed him, "Senior Zhang, it's been a while." The newcomer, visibly delighted, scrutinized her, followed by a few other men and women who wore equally cheerful expressions. "Fan Lin, is that really you? I never expected to find you here. It's wonderful to see you," exclaimed a bespectacled man whose hair nearly concealed his ears. As he moved in for a warm embrace reminiscent of a long-lost friendship, Fan Lin quickly raised her hand to fend him off, her tone frosty. "Senior man, we are not well acquainted." In her previous life, these individuals had not exhibited such fervor upon encountering her. Initially, their demeanor was somewhat amiable. However, once they learned that she possessed little more than 2 thick blankets and a few sets of clothing, their attitude turned frigid. Although they reluctantly accepted her into their group, they frequently nitpicked and made things difficult for her. Whenever trouble arose, they were quick to attribute it to her, even using her blankets to settle their debts. It was a miracle she survived the harsh cold without succumbing. Now, this assembly of opportunists who thrived on the weak were treating her as if they shared a deep camaraderie. "Oh, Fan Lin, why do you say such things? We shared many experiences in the student council. Surely you remember? And what of it?" She thought bitterly. When they had pushed her to take the blame, none of them seemed to recall their shared history. "Fan Lin, we are all part of the student council. We know each other. You haven't forgotten us so quickly, have you? I even helped you gather club materials." A girl with a round face approached, eager to forge a connection. Fan Lin cast her a sidelong glance, her voice icy. "I know many people. Those who are still alive number at least in the hundreds. With over 200 individuals in Building 8, do I not know them better than you?" The girl's smile faltered, leaving her visibly uncomfortable. In truth, during their time at school, she and Fan Lin had exchanged only a handful of words, lacking any semblance of true camaraderie. However, seeing Fan Lin in the company of someone exuding a different aura, particularly with access to a vehicle, suggested that they were faring well in this apocalyptic world. Naturally, establishing a connection was advantageous. The other alumni shared similar sentiments. Thus their demeanor towards Fan Lin was overly familiar. Yet, she remained decidedly aloof. Chu Yilong seemed to grasp the nature of their relations. Assuring the two elderly individuals that there was no need for concern, he turned to Fan Lin and said, "Let us go. I will take you back. I have a meeting at the military headquarters shortly." "Military headquarters? Is he an officer?" The alumni who had rushed over cast eager glances at the casually dressed Chu Yilong. Then back at Fan Lin. "Fan Lin, who is this gentleman? Won't you introduce us?" inquired Zhong Yunxin, the former president of the student council, with a self-satisfied smile. Fan Lin forced a slight smile, though it was devoid of warmth. Zhong Yunxin was the epitome of hypocrisy, projecting an image of sophistication and generosity while being calculating, selfish, and cold-hearted. His mastery of verbal manipulation had ensnared her in a web of psychological control. Her efforts to be a diligent team player had largely benefited him. She wished to avoid a second encounter between Chu Yilong and these people due to her presence. Noticing her indifference, Zhong Yunxin exchanged a knowing glance with Min Wei. Min Wei bypassed Fan Lin and directly introduced himself to Chu Yilong. "Greetings, I am Min Wei, a student from Nanjing University, residing in Area 3. I am acquainted with Fan Lin. May I inquire about your identity?" "I am her uncle," Chu Yilong replied, casting a glance at the group before opening the car door. "Now that we are at the shelter, it is imperative to adhere to the rules and refrain from causing disturbances." His tone was distinctly official. "Lindsay, get in the car." He displayed no intention of engaging with them further. Both Zhong Yunxin and Min Wei felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. They had hoped to establish connections with individuals in positions of influence, believing that such relationships would facilitate their experience in the shelter. However, they did not anticipate Fan Lin's chilling demeanor toward them. The amiable girl they had known at school, who was always willing to assist, seemed to have transformed completely. Her attitude clearly indicated a desire to sever ties with them. Even in the face of an apocalypse, such coldness seemed excessively harsh. Watching Fan Lin enter the car without acknowledging them left Zhong Yunxin and Min Wei feeling somewhat humiliated. A girl with a round face, who had been rebuffed by Fan Lin, deliberately raised her voice to her companions. She hasn't even bothered to acknowledge her roommate who was on the brink of death at the medical facility, let alone us. Let us go. There's no point in pressing our warm faces against her cold backside. Another girl scoffed. I heard they were once good friends. How heartless to ignore her completely. Zhang Yunxin and Min Wei feigned efforts to stop them from gossiping, yet their peripheral vision remained fixed on Fan Lin. Though she heard them, her expression remained unchanged. Roommate? Good friend? She was not particularly close to Healy. Could it be Liang Suqing and Chen Xian? In her previous life, upon arriving at the shelter, she had not inquired about her roommate's whereabouts. The absence of sight implied an unfortunate fate. To bring it up would only deepen the sorrow. No one wished to dwell on past acquaintances and events. The pickup truck departed, leaving behind a group of individuals with varied expressions as it exited the exchange market. Brother Long, please take me to the medical facility. Certainly. Those afflicted with the plague were concentrated in the treatment area. After half an hour, Fan Lin finally learned about the status of her two roommates. When she laid eyes on her two roommates, now mere shadows of their former selves, she nearly failed to recognize them. Their skin clung to their bones. Pallid and utterly exhausted, lying motionless on the large communal bed. The room was filled with patients, an unbearable amalgamation of various odors and the scent of disinfectant. Fortunately, she wore a mask. Otherwise, she might have succumbed to nausea on the spot. The two roommates, huddled together, merely shifted their eyes slightly upon sensing someone's presence. Their expressions vacant. Without the faintest hint of breath, they could easily be mistaken for the deceased. Even after 3 years of surviving in a post-apocalyptic world, witnessing her once lively roommates now in such a state of despair was heart-wrenching for Fan Lin. Suqing? Xian? She called softly. Who? Liang Suqing murmured weakly, struggling to turn her head. Her gaze met the masked face before her, filled with confusion. She did not recognize her. Chen Xian stared blankly at Fan Lin, her expression dazed. Fan Lin retrieved a bottle of water from her backpack and offered them a few sips before revealing, I am Fan Lin. In the depths of their astonished eyes, Fan and Lin radiated a glimmer of surprise. It took Liang Suqing a moment to comprehend the situation. Her eyes misting with unshed tears. She stammered, her voice hoarse. How did you get here? Chen Xian, equally overwhelmed with emotion, clutched her blanket and began to sob softly. After enduring such calamity, the sight of familiar roommates with whom they had shared pleasant moments stirred their previously despondent hearts, causing emotions to rise anew, illuminating their eyes. I came to the shelter to assist with a few tasks and heard that you were unwell. So I wanted to check on you, Fan Lin explained. After offering them a sip of water, she retrieved a loaf of bread from her backpack, carefully tearing pieces to feed them. First, have a bit to eat, and do not rush to speak. Chapter 99. Keep your distance if you are afraid the slow recovery and high mortality rate from the plague can primarily be attributed to malnutrition, leading to weakened bodily functions and diminished resistance against the virus. The two roommates have withered to mere skeletons, a clear indication of their dire condition. In the communal sleeping area, at least 20 individuals lie in similar states of despair, all suffering from hunger and illness. When Fan Lin unexpectedly produced a loaf of bread, her peers clamored for a morsel. However, Chen Xian glared fiercely at them, her fists clenched, the strain evident in her frail hands. Get lost, she hissed, her words soft yet resolute. They were far too weak to be forceful, yet these individuals often pilfered the porridge meant for her and Liang Suqing. And now they audaciously sought to take advantage of their classmate. Such behavior was intolerable. Fan Lin surveyed the surrounding crowd, choosing to disregard them. She turned to her two roommates, stating, I will be at the shelter for some time and will visit you frequently. If you need anything, let me know. My uncle is a military officer, so you need not worry. Given that Chu Yilong claimed him as her uncle, she decided to wield this familial connection to her advantage. Her words were likely intended for the ears of those around them. Indeed, upon hearing of Fan Lin's influential background, many reclined back on their beds, while a few persistent souls still pleaded for food. Fan Lin remained indifferent, though she possessed ample bread. She had no intention of sharing it with those who might exploit her generosity. She certainly did not wish to be taken advantage of. Will you return tomorrow? After consuming half a loaf, Liang Suqing felt a slight ease in her breathing, her gaze towards Fan Lin brimming with gratitude and longing. Yes, Fan Lin replied. Once her work was done, she would come by. Knowing they were here, she could not simply abandon them. Unlike Healy, these two roommates genuinely cared for her during their time at school. When Li Zizi defamed her, many in the dormitory whispered behind her back. Some pointed fingers at her as they came and went. Healy preferred solitude, fearing the judgment that came from associating with her. While Liang Suqing and Qin Xianxian steadfastly chose her side, passionately confronting those who regarded her with disdain. When Li Zizi sent individuals to follow her, it was the unwavering presence of her two roommates that thwarted any plans. However, on Saturday, as she was leaving the school, she narrowly escaped being abducted by a van parked roadside. It was Liang Suqing and Qin Xianxian who, upon riding their shared electric bike, spotted her predicament and shouted human traffickers. If not for their timely intervention, she may not have managed to escape and call for help. In her past life, the two of them likely perished in the medical facility. In this life, having encountered her surviving roommates, she could not bear to watch them perish. After sharing the bread with her roommates and even offering each a piece of chocolate, she then sought out a doctor. Medical resources were scarce, and patient nutrition was inadequate. Although the shelter exhausted every effort, it remained overwhelmed. Combating the plague relied equally on treatment and one's own immunity. Liang Suqing and Qin Xianxian, despite previously possessing robust health, had not shown improvement in their symptoms, primarily due to insufficient foundational nutrition. Upon understanding the circumstances of her two roommates, she returned to the ward. Stealthily, she slipped 2 compressed biscuits, a pack of pills, and a bottle of water into each of their blankets. Whenever you feel hungry, take a few bites. I shall return to see you tomorrow, she whispered gently. Liang Suqing and Qin Xianxian clutched the items tucked within their blankets, tears welling in their eyes as they nodded in gratitude. You must come back tomorrow, they urged, for they had only Fan Lin left as their source of support. No one desires to perish when life remains. They were akin to drowning individuals, desperate to grasp any chance for survival. Zhu Yilong and 2 elderly individuals waited in the car outside for Fan Lin, and upon her emergence, they inquired about her well-being with genuine concern. Knowing there was still hope for survival, they breathed a sigh of relief. For those worthy of assistance, lend a hand. As for those with whom relations are tenuous, it is best to disregard them. Zhu Yilong concurred with Fan Lin's decision to keep her distance from those with ulterior motives. In this apocalyptic era, feudal social interactions were unnecessary. Grandma Su, holding Fan Lin's hand, remarked, Our Lindsay possesses a kind heart. She surely ignores those unworthy of her attention. For ill-natured individuals should not be engaged with. Fan Lin merely nodded, affirming, Yes, I understand. It appeared that her former classmates were unaware of her situation, mistakenly believing she had also sought refuge in a shelter. Evidently, Healy had learned her lesson, refraining from disclosing her circumstances. Perhaps she had been intimidated into silence. This was for the best. Let her remain frightened and tight-lipped. The following day, after completing her tasks early at the Seedling Center, Fan Lin urged Professor Zhou and Grandma Su to return home. Grandma Su, washing her hands, chuckled, No need to hurry. I know you wish to visit your classmates, and it won't delay anything. LV went away, also washing his hands, feigned casualness and inquired, Do you have classmates here, Fan Lin? Yes. 2 of my roommates are afflicted with an epidemic at the medical station, and I intend to visit them shortly, she responded. Roommates? So they are female. LV went away sighed in relief, though his face displayed concern as he cautioned, The pandemic is severe. You must be careful when visiting the medical station, as it is a hotspot for the virus. His intention was to express concern for the young woman, yet Fan Lin saw through to the essence of his words, questioning, Are you worried I might bring the infection back to you? No, that's not what I meant. LV Wenhui quickly refuted. Just keep your distance from me in the future, especially during off hours. You've misunderstood. It's always wise to exercise caution, he laughed. This girl truly was impervious to flattery. Fan Lin pedaled her small tricycle, transporting the 2 elders back to their residence before heading to the dining hall to fetch porridge and vegetables. She then divided her porridge into 2 portions, adding a few dried fish to each, intending to deliver them to her roommates. She could have instant noodles or bread for dinner. She wouldn't go hungry. Make sure to return early after delivering the food. Don't stay out too late, Grandma Su cautioned, a hint of worry in her voice. Yes, I understand, Fan Lin replied as she made her way to the medical station. The medical station was situated 4 to 5 kilometers from Area 1, and due to poor road conditions, it took nearly 20 minutes to reach her destination. The small 3-wheeled vehicle was placed yesterday in the spot where Chu Yilong parked his pickup truck. Just informed the security office. Today, my 2 roommates appeared to be in slightly better spirits than yesterday, their eyes brightening upon seeing Fan Lin. As they made an effort to sit up, Lin, you've arrived, they called out with genuine warmth. Sit tight, don't topple over. With a mask on, Fan Lin produced 2 plastic lunchboxes from her hands. Here, eat this. I brought you porridge. Liang Suqing and Qin Xianyuan accepted the lunchboxes, deeply touched. Lin, have you eaten? Not yet, but I have food waiting for me at home. Do I look like someone who is starving? Fan Lin stood before them, clearly demonstrating that she was doing well. Her physique was average, neither too thin nor too heavy, and she radiated a healthy and fresh demeanor. A stark contrast to the grim state of her companions in the hospital. She was faring far better than many survivors outside. So shall we eat? The roommates exchanged looks, reassured by her well-being. Go on, eat quickly. Fan Lin glanced around at the eyes fixed upon them, signaling her roommates not to dawdle. Let us not provoke others too much. Finish your meal swiftly. Chapter 100. The arrival of new life. Thus, the two, who had already consumed a meager meal provided by the medical facility, now found solace in a bowl of porridge enriched with dried fish. Their previously empty stomachs now felt a sense of fulfillment. Fan Lin had informed them that she was accompanying two esteemed professors to cultivate mushrooms, contributing to the production efforts at the refuge. She also mentioned encountering some old classmates. I did not engage with them, but it was only through their casual remarks that I learned of your presence here. Chen Xian, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, lamented. Many perished from our school during the earthquake. We, the survivors, should have united, yet we find ourselves divided into factions within the shelter. The three girls, including Suqing and Healy, initially had others rallying to their side, but soon they were deemed unworthy and left behind. When the pandemic struck, we aided in the transfer of patients and, inadvertently, contracted the illness ourselves, which only led to greater disdain from others. Even Healy visited us only once. The bonds of friendship seemed hollow in such dire times. It was only you who, upon hearing the news, rushed to our side to care for us. After enduring such immense calamity, the once vibrant Chen Xian had become sensitive and fragile, tears flowing freely. Liang Suqing, too, had reddened eyes, sniffing back her emotions. Before the disaster, they had disregarded Fan Lin's advice to return home for safety and merely called to suggest their families stock up on provisions. They managed to gather several boxes of instant noodles, bread, milk, and water, which was relatively plentiful compared to their peers. However, Healy, with her loose tongue, consumed all her supplies and asked for theirs. After sharing, she brazenly left to join others. Many in their dormitory suffered from insufficient preparation and hunger. And upon hearing of food in room 403, they flocked to demand rations. When refused, some resorted to theft. Consequently, they all endured hunger, leading to a quarrel with Healy over the matter. Yet, as dorm mates, they could not entirely sever ties, and after the earthquake, they continued to band together. Inquiring about Healy, Liang Suqing turned to Fan Lin and asked, "Have you seen her?" "I have," Fan Lin replied without hesitation. She recalled having seen my identification and remembered the name of my residential complex, where she had taken Li Zizi to confront me. Our community is now a military-civilian cooperative production area, with the authority to legally execute any troublemakers on the spot. Li Zizi is already deceased. What? Both roommates were taken aback by Fan Lin's revelation, their eyes wide with shock. After a moment, Liang Suqing regained her composure and cautiously asked, "Li Zizi, did you kill her?" "Yes." Anticipating their inquiries, Fan Lin nodded affirmatively. The two roommates gasped, gazing at her in awe, then silently gave her a thumbs up. It seemed to be a score settled. How could Healy do such a thing? Chen Xian exclaimed, infuriated. Knowing you had a conflict with Li Zizi, how could she lead her to you? Fan Lin shrugged nonchalantly. Who knows? Perhaps she was manipulated, or perhaps she had her own motives. Regardless of the reasons, it has spared me some trouble, albeit with an impending consequence. Li Zizi wishes for her demise. How could she possibly let her off the hook? Liang Suqing and Xian exchanged glances. While they found Fan Lin's decisiveness somewhat unfamiliar, they were not afraid. Let us not speak of her. She is likely enduring her own tribulations. Without the two of them, Healy would undoubtedly seek ways to form a team with others, for in the shelter, she would be vulnerable to bullying. Liang Suqing could easily imagine the kind of life she was leading. She didn't even inform us when she went to find Lin. How inconsiderate. Chen Xian was still indignant. If she had told us, would we have endorsed her decision? They would certainly oppose it. As long as Healy is not foolish, she would not confide in them. Moreover, in their eyes, the two of them were merely awaiting their fate here. What is there to discuss with those who are destined to perish? Fan Lin gathered up the lunchboxes and said, "Let us not concern ourselves with others' affairs. You must take your medicine and eat on time. It is crucial to maintain your health. As long as you are well fed, your resistance will improve. And there is hope for recovery." The little bread, chocolate, and compressed biscuits they had yesterday had evidently lifted their spirits. With a few more days of proper nourishment, they should soon see improvement. Before leaving, she ensured to leave each of them a loaf of bread, a piece of compressed biscuit, and a bottle of water. With these additional provisions, the two roommates found their voices growing stronger each day. Fan Lin had been supporting the shelter for half a month and was unaware that Building 8 was about to welcome new members. The first to go into labor was the expectant mother Zhang Wen from the 8th floor of Unit 3. "Oh dear, I think my water just broke." Zhang Wen, seated on a recliner and knitting, was momentarily stunned by the uncontrollable flow, occurring a good 10 days before her due date. "Really?" The other pregnant woman, Huang Ziqian, who was also knitting, immediately looked tense. Sure enough, they witnessed liquid dripping from beneath Zhang Wen's recliner. Hastily discarding the half-finished sweater, she stood up, clutching her waist, and cried out in a trembling voice, "Quick, someone. It's time to give birth." Both were first-time mothers and, with no prior experience, naturally felt flustered when the moment arrived. As high-term pregnant women, Fan Jiming had already exempted them from other duties. Building 8 had managed to collect some yarn balls, which they took up as a pastime to learn knitting and earn some points. Hearing the cries, those working below paused momentarily before rushing in all directions. Some went to summon the expectant mothers' families, others sought a doctor, while some called for the building manager. "Hurry, let us lift her home first." Fan Jiming, who was nearby, rushed over and directed several men to lift the recliner, carrying her directly upstairs. Zhang Wen, both anxious and worried, exclaimed, "Where is my husband? Call him here." Her husband, rushing from a distance, appeared even more nervous than she. "Where is the doctor? Quickly, get the doctor." Someone was dispatched to fetch one. "Don't panic. Just take good care of your wife." The retired gynecologist, Director Lin, in her 70s, arrived with her daughter-in-law, Sun Yin, and even the Chinese medicine doctor, Lu Weiqing, was summoned. A swarm of people ascended to the 8th floor where the expectant mother resided. Lu Wanyan did not follow. She felt she could be of no assistance. Yet, I noticed Huang Ziqian's complexion had turned pale, and beads of sweat dotted her forehead. I quickly inquired, "Are you all right?" I'm fine," she stammered, one hand supporting her waist and the other cradling her abdomen, though her heart raced in a panic. "Do not be afraid. The natural course of life unfolds as it should. Maintain a tranquil demeanor, and all shall be well." Aware that pregnant women can be easily startled by such scenes, Lu Wanyan hastily assisted her to a reclined position on the chair. "Rest for a moment. Please do not become overly anxious. If you tense up, the child within you may also feel discomfort. Now, take a deep breath and relax." Huang Ziqian endeavored to follow her lead, attempting to regulate her breathing. Yet her heartbeat remained tumultuous. The results were less than favorable. The expectant mother still bore a pallid visage, her forehead glistening with sweat. "Is there something amiss?" Lu Wanyan asked, sensing the situation was not quite right. Chapter 101. Take care of yourselves finally. Huang Ziqian could no longer contain her distress, exclaiming, I feel a pain in my abdomen as well." Tears began to flow down her cheeks. "I am so frightened." "You too are experiencing abdominal pain?" Lu Wanyan immediately felt a surge of panic. With only one obstetrician available, what were they to do? "Do not cry. If you are to give birth, it is imperative that you do not lose your strength. Hold on. I will go fetch assistance immediately." At that moment, two expectant mothers were in labor simultaneously. What a predicament. Lu Wanyan, her palms clammy with sweat, rushed to call for help. Chaos ensued, with only one person capable of delivering the babies and both mothers belonging to different units. The hope of each giving birth in their own home seemed increasingly unrealistic. Huang Ziqian, who had been in labor later than the others, was reluctantly guided to the 8th floor of Unit 3 to join Zhang Wen for delivery. Days later, Chu Yilong visited the shelter and spoke of the new arrivals in Building 8. Despite Director Lin's decades of experience in obstetrics, this situation was precarious. The premature baby was in distress, with improper positioning and significant hemorrhaging, had it not been for the aged ginseng tablets from a family knowledgeable in traditional Chinese medicine. The outcome could have been dire. The two elderly listeners sighed heavily. Alas, even with a professional doctor present, there was nearly a crisis. Without one, the danger would have been immense. Indeed, the fear was palpable, causing even those who had inadvertently conceived to reconsider their circumstances. Before the apocalypse, Chu Yilong and his wife had contemplated having another child. However, such thoughts had been cast aside in the wake of their new reality. Their sole desire was to raise their son safely, with no further aspirations. The stock of condoms in Building 8 had noticeably diminished during this period. Those who inadvertently found themselves pregnant could only attribute it to fate, for procuring an abortion carried its own risks. As Fan Lin listened to the news from Building 8, she savored the 2 dishes and a soup prepared by her mother, a braised fish with fermented black beans, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a soup of bean sprouts and mushrooms. The eggs were unfertilized and limited in number. The children in the building had none, so they were all scrambled for the 3 of them. After all, they were on official duty to bring honor to Building 8. Although they had Chu Yilong, a military personnel, safeguarding them, every additional accolade provided them with greater leverage. "We have all contributed to the shelter, so do not turn your sights upon us." Building 8 was progressing steadily. But the unpredictability of the apocalypse rendered any assumptions precarious. The strains of fungi they had brought quickly yielded their first harvest of mushrooms. The subsequent task was of utmost importance, to cultivate a substantial quantity of mushroom cultures for widespread planting. Fan Lin visited the medical facility nearly every day until her 2 roommates were discharged. After a week or so of treatment and additional recuperation, Liang Suqing and Chun Xianyuan were nearly fully recovered. Lin, when we exit the medical facility, just drop us off outside District 3. Please do not enter. We wouldn't want to be bothered by those people, Liang Suqing advised her as they emerged from the facility. They understood that Fan Lin had little patience for encounters with other alumni, fearing an unpleasant confrontation. No problem. Fan Lin placed their belongings into the cart and then retrieved a package from her backpack, discreetly tucking it into the bedding. In a hushed tone, she whispered, "These are compressed biscuits and chocolate. Do not let anyone see them. It would be best to keep them in your backpacks while you are out working." She had once resided in a shelter where sharing a room with multiple individuals made it difficult to safeguard one's belongings from theft. "Lin, you have already assisted us immensely. We cannot impose further upon you." Liang Suqing and Chun Xianxian felt uneasy and insisted on returning the items to her. Fan Lin pressed their hands down, urging them not to fuss and to get into the vehicle. Liang Suqing exclaimed urgently, "Really, it's unnecessary. These items are rare now. You should keep them for yourself. We still possess some points, and besides, we will be able to work in a couple of days. We can earn our own food." Fan Lin had already secured the blankets tightly and urged from the front of the vehicle, "Hurry, get in." The 2 roommates, confronted by Fan Lin's resolute demeanor, felt an undeniable strength in her and found themselves incapable of refusing her. Reluctantly, they climbed into the vehicle and settled in, their eyes brimming with tears as they stifled their sobs. As they arrived at District 3, the sun was preparing to set, casting a crimson glow across the horizon. A group of alumni, upon seeing Fan Lin riding a small tricycle with Liang Suqing and Chun Xianxian, were taken aback. Had they truly recovered and been discharged? It was hard to believe. Healy, seated at the doorway, turned pale at the sight of Fan Lin and found herself frozen, unable to hide or flee. They lived in a 25-square-meter room, originally accommodating 10 individuals with 2 large bunk beds against the walls. After Liang Suqing and Chun Xianxian had fallen ill and gone to the medical facility, no one expected their return, and their beds had been occupied. Everyone had spread out to take larger spaces. With their return, naturally, those occupying their spots were expected to relinquish them. Accustomed to their positions, they were reluctant to move, fearing they would have to squeeze closely together again. The other housemates, sharing the space, hesitated unenthusiastically, and not a single person offered a welcome to the returning classmates. Fan Lin, accustomed to such indifference, carried her roommate's bedding inside and placed it directly between the 2 bunk beds. Liang Suqing and Chun Xianxian, upon seeing the coldness of their housemates, felt both disheartened and enraged. "What is going on here? Do you no longer want us to live here?" Chun Xianxian could not restrain herself from asking. With faces set in stern expressions, they delivered their dismissive remarks. "Who is preventing you from staying? We are merely making space for you." However, one added a caveat, "But let it be known, you've just returned from the medical facility. Do not touch our belongings. Who knows if you are truly well and do not wish to infect us?" Chun Xianxian was immediately incensed. "Would a doctor allow us to return if we were not well? Is it that you disdain us? In the past, when you were all ill, did you not appreciate the care that Suqing and I provided? Back then, you had the decency to express gratitude for our efforts, and now, such kindness seems to have evaporated in no time. Enough, just return and do not become arrogant simply because someone is assisting you. If it were not for our intervention, would you have this fortune?" The girl with the square face shot a glance at Fan Lin, clearly displeased. How could Fan Lin ignore them and seek out her roommates? The disparity in treatment was glaring, revealing a lack of loyalty. Who is being arrogant? It is evident that the significance of these matters is trivial. Fan Lin grasped the irritable Chun Xianxian and said, "You have just recovered from your illness. Why are you in such a foul mood? Quickly tidy up your space and take a good rest." Liang Suqing also cast a knowing glance at Chun Xianxian, reminding her that it was getting late and they should not delay Lin's return. Only then did Chun Xianxian suppress her frustration and turn to organize her bedding. As Fan Lin emerged, she found Zhong Yunxin and Min Wei waiting outside, having received the news. Previously met with indifference, they still wished to mend their relationship. "We heard you brought your recovering roommate back, so we came to see," Zhong Yunxin said with a faint smile, attempting to strike up a conversation. However, Fan Lin had already stepped onto the tricycle, casting him a fleeting glance. "What are you looking at? Me or my roommate?" Zhong Yunxin, usually quite adept at handling social situations, was caught off guard by her words, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Just checking if you all are doing well." "Quite well, still alive," came the stiff reply, leaving Zhong Yunxin at a loss for words. Min Wei, however, could not contain himself. Fan Lin, we are all alumni. We shouldn't be so distant. Alumni ties should be cherished, and we should help each other out when needed. Help each other out? What can you do for me? Fan Lin scoffed. If revealing that my roommate is at the medical facility counts as a favor, then I must apologize. The debt is owed by my roommate. She has helped numerous alumni, so that balances out. Therefore, the notion of mutual assistance does not apply here. I am doing quite well and do not require your help. As for our alumni bond, if I were in a worse position than you, you would likely pretend not to recognize me. I am well aware of this. So spare me the pretense, and take care of yourselves in this chaotic world. With that, she disregarded the two seniors whose facades had been stripped away, and with a firm push of her foot, the tricycle rattled away, never once glancing at Healy standing outside. Chapter 102. Such men are not worth having. Healy finally relaxed after Fan Lin departed. She was uncertain about the source of her anxiety. Since Fan Lin had not caused her any trouble in the past, it was unlikely she would do so now. Yet, a sense of unease lingered, and she felt too apprehensive to share her encounter with Fan Lin with anyone else. Nightmares of dark gun barrels and Fan Lin's chilling gaze startled her awake, leaving her trembling deep within. She recognized that Fan Lin had transformed completely since their school days. Life in the shelter was stifling, curled up on a small sofa. Fan Lin played offline games, longing for the comfort of her spacious bed at home. The elderly couple provided her with several chargers for her phone, harboring no suspicions about her activities. They understood that the youth could hardly endure the monotony and stayed up late. As March progressed, the shelter's vegetable yield began to increase, and the dining hall finally offered a more varied selection of dishes. With grains in short supply, vegetables became a welcome substitute. Previously, they could only muster a meager portion of sustenance, but now they enjoyed a generous ladle of vegetables. Although lacking in oil, it was a relief for everyone's stomachs. On the advice of Chu Yilong, the shelter began to pickle or dry the surplus vegetables. The municipal government of Nan City had grown somewhat wary of the apocalyptic predictions circulating online after several disasters, coupled with Chu Yilong's relentless warnings. Mayor Li was persuaded to address the issue of how to cope with the potential onset of extreme weather in a meeting. Afterward, Chu Yilong conversed with the former leader. Vice Minister 1. Yilong, has corn in your community begun to tassel? And how are the potatoes faring? Indeed, the corn that wasn't trampled has all tasseled, while the replanted ones are just knee-high. We should be able to harvest the potatoes by the end of the month. With this yield, we can endure a bit longer. If the weather permits, we might even plant a second crop, though we fear the elements may not cooperate. Minister Wen sighed. It's a shame about the damaged crops. Otherwise, we could have harvested several thousand more pounds of corn. Indeed, it pains me to think about it, Chu Yilong lamented, striking his chest. Those thousands of pounds of corn, ground into flour, could have sustained 200 people for an additional 2 months. It infuriates me to think of how those crops were ruined. Minister Wen patted his shoulder in consolation and shifted the topic. When do you anticipate the occurrence of extreme weather? Minister Wen, do you consider Chu Yilong a meteorologist or a fortune teller? Someone interjected from behind. Turning to see the newcomer, Minister Wen smiled. Secretary Chun, why are you away from your post when Secretary Wang is so busy? Well, as you say, Secretary Wang is considerate of his subordinates and allowed me to leave early today. I am not neglecting my duties, Chen Jinyong replied, casting a self-satisfied glance at Chu Yilong. What does it matter if he returns? He is merely back in the same position, now relegated to the outskirts, far from the center of power. Meanwhile, he had managed to align himself closely with those in authority, and in these tumultuous times, he would surely ascend in due course. Chu Yilong chose to ignore the boasting of his former colleague, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Minister Wen offered a perfunctory response to the self-satisfied individual before taking Chu Yilong away. Once they had distanced themselves, he cautioned. Chen Jinyong has been transferred to the secretary's side. He is quite adept at flattery. Be wary of him, and do not remain as naive as before. Yes, I understand. Chu Yilong replied, somewhat sullen. Whether in prosperous times or during decline, where there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. To believe that everyone could embrace eternal fervor is a mere delusion. With a silent sigh, Chu Yilong continued to deliver meals to the 3 varieties of mushrooms, accompanied by cucumbers and large radishes. However, this meal eluded Fan Lin. Today, after finishing work, she was intercepted by LV Wenwei, who inquired if he could borrow a tricycle to visit the exchange market. I cannot. I need to see my classmate shortly. LV Wenwei immediately responded. Your classmate is in Area 3, right? The exchange market is nearby. We can go together. Together? Such a delightful thought. Yet Grandma Su remained quietly observant. Fan Lin then replied, 2 suggestions. First, go on foot. Second, find yourself another vehicle. In essence, keep your distance from her. After being repeatedly rebuffed, LV Wenwei could not help but ask, Fan Lin, why do you resist my approach so vehemently? He was not unattractive and held some advantages in the shelter. It was not uncommon for several young women in areas 2 and 3 to take an interest in him. Yet, the one he fancied remained as cold as ice, impervious to his kind words. In school and at work, he had been surrounded by those who pursued him, often considering whether he even wanted to engage. Now, in this apocalyptic world, encountering someone intriguing yet being unable to connect was truly disheartening. Fan Lin regarded LV Winway with surprise, her expression suggesting, "How can you be so oblivious?" Of course, she would resist someone she did not like. It was painfully evident. Finding amusement in his plight, she walked away in silence. Grandma Sue, wanting to chuckle, restrained herself upon witnessing the darkening of LV Wenhui's expression, offering him a few words of advice. Fan Lin is not preoccupied with such matters. She merely wishes to do her work and return home. In these times, survival is paramount. Today, she may have enough to eat, but tomorrow, who knows if heaven will grant anyone a path to live? You cannot even manage to scrape by, yet you harbor such thoughts, she remarked. With the matter laid bare, LV Winway no longer concealed his intentions, stating directly, "Professor Sue, I am genuinely interested in her. I can treat her well. Please assist me." Grandma Sue countered. "What can you offer her? You cannot even feed yourself." Feeling the weight of her words, LV Winway's cheeks flushed, yet he resolutely replied, "Even if I go hungry, I would ensure she is well fed first." What a jest. You wish to offer her your scraps in hopes that she will reciprocate? Grandma Sue's gaze was sharp and discerning. She shook her head, saying, "I cannot assist you. It is best not to pursue this further. The girl has no interest in you." Such youthful bravado is often empty. With nothing to offer, his notion of treating a girl well rests solely on empty promises. Men of such ilk are hardly commendable. No amount of superficial charm can mask the ambition of wanting to gain without giving. Only those blind to the truth can be deceived. However, they are not blind. After Fan Lin escorted 2 elderly individuals home, she promptly rode her tricycle towards the 3rd district. Their support work at the refuge base was nearing its conclusion, and they would be returning home in a couple of days. She wished to inform her 2 roommates. The tricycle rattled along the road, the dirt paths of the refuge making it impossible to travel quickly. The rapid movement would only lead to discomfort in her posterior. Suddenly, a vehicle behind her honked from a distance, the sound indicating it was traveling at a considerable speed. On these unpaved roads, swift vehicles would stir up clouds of dust. Fan Lin decided to pull over, retrieving a mask from her backpack. Just as she secured the mask, a jeep sped past, the evening sun casting a gentle orange glow upon her, while her short hair fluttered in the breeze beneath her cap. Not wishing to be enveloped in dust, she remained still, hoping for the dust to settle before continuing her journey. The jeep, initially undeterred in its speed, suddenly screeched to a halt a dozen meters ahead, then began to reverse. Chapter 103. How do you expect me to remain unbothered? The vehicle gradually reversed beside a tricycle, its front skewed, obstructing the path. A short-haired head emerged from the passenger window, whistling at her. "Hey there, beauty. Which district are you from?" It was reminiscent of school days, when boys would flirt on the street. "Hey, classmate. What department are you in?" In times of plenty, such playful banter seemed entirely normal, a trivial pursuit to alleviate boredom. Yet, in a world ravaged by scarcity, to engage in such frivolity felt utterly misplaced. Wearing a mask, Fan Lin could not help but roll her eyes inwardly. "What does my district matter to you? Don't block the road." "Ah, a feisty one, are we? So what if I choose to stop you?" The driver, a young man with a crew cut, turned to glance at her, exuding a brazen air of provocation. Those who dared to flaunt their arrogance in a shelter typically fell into 3 categories: the 2nd or 3rd generation of officials or military personnel, or those who, regardless of the apocalypse's grim realities, could rely on military or political affiliations for protection, wealthy elites or influential families. In her previous life, Fan Lin had never encountered such individuals directly, only hearing rumors of their haughtiness. Regardless of the circumstances, those perched atop the societal pyramid could easily trample the insignificant. She had no desire to provoke conflict, but, if pushed too far, she was not one to be subjugated without resistance. "Not particularly. You may halt this little tricycle, but you cannot stop me." The rear window rolled down, revealing a face adorned with lip gloss, eyes lined meticulously, scrutinizing Fan Lin. Though her face was largely obscured by a hat and mask, Fan Lin recognized her instantly. "It's you? Haha. I can't believe you've made it to the shelter." "Pan Xiao, she's the one I mentioned to you, the audacious one, quite fierce indeed." Deng Jiaxuang had not anticipated encountering Fan Lin in the shelter. Earlier, as their vehicle passed, Qian Xiaoshu had spotted a girl with an enviable figure and urged Pan Xiao to stop for a better look. Pan Xiao, however, had merely reversed the car. Though initially displeased, Jiashuang had been eager to seize the opportunity to connect with the two boys from the official district. Despite their youth, their family status afforded them a certain prominence, providing a potential gateway into the corridors of power, while others toiled for points. They often brought food and drinks to entertain these boys. Over the past 2 months, they had exhausted considerable supplies without truly securing a foothold in the realm of power. For now, they were merely coasting alongside a few idle scions. Susu, seated on the opposite side, leaned over to hear her friend's words, meeting Fan Lin's cold gaze. She flinched, instinctively averting her eyes from that piercing scrutiny. Ah, so it was you who struck her, truly something only a fiery girl would dare. Pan Jishuan observed the individuals outside with great interest. Hey, you should apologize to the person you hit, don't you think? With that, he swung open the car door. Qian Yang from the passenger seat followed suit, while Deng Jiashuang, eager for retribution, pulled a reluctant Susu out of the car. I must settle this score. Please, don't act this way. It's all in the past. Let's not stir up trouble again, Susu implored as she grasped Deng Jiashuang's arm. She knew Susu had her reasons for being here and that there were others in the shelter. It was best not to provoke any issues. With Pan Shao around, what is there to fear? Deng Jiashuang dismissed her friend's concerns, seizing the opportunity that lay before her. With a sense of resignation, Susu trailed behind her. Fan Lin sat composedly on the tricycle, exuding an air of calm rather than panic. Removing her mask, she regarded the two boys with ill intentions and asked coolly, "Are you here to defend them?" "Indeed, they are my friends now. You have harmed my friends, and thus, an apology is in order." Upon seeing her features revealed beneath the mask, Pan Jixin and Qian Yang exchanged glances. Unlike most girls in the shelter, she was neither emaciated nor unattractive. "Apologize?" Fan Lin raised an eyebrow, scoffing. "Your friends probably desire more than just an apology from me." Her gaze shifted to the furious Deng Jiashuang. Her mockery undiminished. "What is the matter? Do you wish to retaliate?" Before Deng Jiashuang could respond, Fan Lin elegantly dismounted the tricycle, positioning herself directly in front of her. The anger that had been etched on Deng Jiashuang's face faltered, and she instinctively took a step back. Feeling a surge of trepidation, realizing she could not contend with Fan Lin, she sought refuge behind Pan Shao, a mix of fear and irritation emanating from her. "Pan Shao, look at her. She's so arrogant. You must help me teach her a lesson," Deng Jiashuang urged. Pan Jixin stepped protectively in front of her, adopting a nonchalant posture as he replied, "You would do well to recognize your place. This shelter is not one you can dominate." He was displeased by her dismissive attitude towards him, and coincidentally, Fan Lin shared the same sentiment towards the privileged second-generation youth who interfered. "I cannot dominate, but you can." "Relying on whom? Your father or some relative?" she retorted, asserting her own standing. Not only did she disregard him, but she also mocked him, which infuriated Pan Jixin. "What did you just say? Will you apologize or not?" he demanded, while Qian Yang was indifferent to Deng Jiashuang's plight. He would not obstruct his friend from standing up for her, opting instead to observe the unfolding drama. As Fan Lin's finger approached her face, she darkened her expression, declaring, "Apologize to a fool? That is utterly impossible in this lifetime." Pan Jixin was taken aback by her audacity. He felt his dignity slipping away. "You're asking for trouble," he warned, raising his hand to strike her. Fan Lin promptly raised her own hand to block the blow. Not only did he miss, but he also felt pain in his wrist from the impact. Pan Jixin's anger intensified, further fueling his sense of humiliation. Behind him, Deng Jiashuang had become animated, urging, "Hit her. Strike her hard. Make her look like a pig's head. Let us see how she boasts then." Susu furrowed her brow, feeling increasingly discontented with her friend's behavior. Upon arriving at the shelter, they had already offended those in their vicinity, losing a portion of their supplies through half-hearted threats and theft. Later, they had clashed with influential families, resulting in the loss of several boxes of bread as recompense. Having sought refuge for merely over 2 months, they have already depleted a significant portion of their survival supplies. With no alternatives in sight, they would be compelled to toil daily, earning points merely to subsist on thin gruel. In such a scenario, it would be more prudent to return to their residential community, where they could likewise work for points in exchange for sustenance. The conditions in Building 8 are considerably superior to those within the shelter. They have heard of the exemplary status of Zijing Hao Yuan and are aware that they hail from that community, leading others to deem them foolish. Why abandon a favorable place for the cramped confines of a shelter? It seems a lapse in judgment. The residences in Building 8 are spacious and comfortable. Yet in the shelter, the two of them are crammed into a mere 20 square meters. Every aspect of life is inconvenient. The notion of striving for a brighter future is far from simple. They are unable to penetrate the true circles of society, instead associating with young scions far their junior. Now, as a close friend resorts to leveraging someone else's influence against the occupants of Building 8, the prospect of returning home becomes increasingly bleak. Contemplating this, she musters the courage to nudge Qian Yang. There are insufficient funds. Let them cease their actions. A mishap would be detrimental to all involved. Chapter 104 Farewell. Qian Yang cast a sidelong glance at her, revealing his disinterest in the woman before him. Though her features were fairly attractive, he found her demeanor insincere. A touch of playfulness in a girl could be charming, but outright pretense rendered her unappealing. Pan Shao could exact his lessons on whomever he pleased, and there was nothing he could do to intervene. Yet, as he spoke, a frown creased his brow. Something was amiss. Before he could approach, Pan Jishuan was felled to the ground by a swift roundhouse kick from Fan Lin. Damn, she's skilled, Qian Yang blurted out. Pan Jishuan, humiliated and infuriated after being knocked down, exclaimed, How dare you strike me? Fan Lin, agile enough to evade several of Pan Jishuan's wild and uncoordinated punches, scoffed. I'm not a wooden post. If someone hits me, I certainly want to hold back. Little brother, school us out, and you can't tell the teacher anymore. You ought to run to your parents and complain instead. I'll be waiting here, sister S ready. Regardless of whom she had offended, the confrontation was now unavoidable. Her mocking reference to him as little brother and the notion of reporting only served to further infuriate the rising Pan Jishuan. You've got guts. Don't come to regret this. Fan Lin smirked. Guts or not, I've already struck. I only regret not kicking you a few more times. Qian Yang approached, observing her with a half-smile and remarked, You've provoked someone you shouldn't have. While Pan Jishuan's parents may not be a concern, his brother-in-law is not someone to be trifled with. The Pan family, boasting a capable son-in-law, walked with an air of confidence within the refuge. Otherwise, Pan Jishuan would not be cruising around in a jeep while many in the political district were left to ride shared bicycles that had seen better days. Unfazed, Fan Lin shrugged, standing resolutely. If you're here to assist, then come along. Qian Yang shook his head. I want to meddle in your affairs, but I advise you. Beautiful, to face the consequences of your actions without hiding. I want to hide. Why should I? If I don't perish, it's your loss. You've got guts. He replied with a wry smile. If you didn't, you'd be crumpled beneath your fears. Qian Yang chuckled at her audacity. This woman had either admirers or was destined to remain alone. Fine, I want to provoke you. Fan Lin shoved one assailant back and turned to the bewildered Deng Jiashuang. I thought giving you a beating would enlighten you, but it seems it didn't. What a waste of my energy. Little did she realize that the person she sought could not even withstand Fan Lin's prowess. Deng Jiashuang's face flushed purple with indignation. Fan Lin's words only served to compound her humiliation. What do you mean by that? What do you take me for? You think beating me will help me see the light? You strike me and then flaunt your bravado? It's infuriating. Qian Yang helped Pan Jishuan, who was clutching his abdomen, to his feet and said, Let us go. As long as you're in the refuge, you'll find a way to deal with it later. It wasn't that he was unwilling to assist. He had sustained injuries recently and had yet to fully recover. Engaging in another fight could render him incapacitated. Although his opponent was a woman, she was formidable and not to be underestimated. Being unable to match her in combat would only leave him a laughingstock. Moreover, it was undignified for two men to fight a single woman over someone who was not particularly remarkable. Just wait, Pan Jishuan threatened, glaring at Fan Lin with resentment. Fan Lin gazed at him with a cold expression, observing the chaos outside. She was eager to see if the shelter was equally devoid of law. Initially, the shelter had been managed quite stringently. Any brawls or disturbances were in violation of public order regulations and were met with severe consequences if detected. The government had exerted considerable effort to maintain the crumbling order. However, with the advent of extreme cold, the living conditions had drastically deteriorated, catching everyone off guard. And the tide of chaos was difficult to stem. At this early stage of the shelter, the government was striving to uphold order. And Fan Lin did not believe that those in power would shield all transgressions. If all else failed, there remained Chui Long to intervene. Thus, she felt somewhat reassured. The only ones unsettled were Deng Jiashuang and Su Su. One sought to reclaim her dignity, but only ended up exacerbating the situation. Unable to contend with Fan Lin and receiving several furious glares from Pan Jishuan, clearly venting his frustrations. The other wished to convey that she bore no malice towards the residents of Building 8, yet found herself without an opportunity to do so. As Fan Lin did not even cast a glance in her direction, the jeep expelled a cloud of smoke as it departed. And Fan Lin remained rooted in place for a while before resuming her journey on the tricycle towards Area 3. This time, she did not fetch food from Area 1, but instead dined in the cafeteria of Area 3 with her two roommates. Each was served a bowl of porridge, a spoonful of stir-fried greens, and a small portion of pickled vegetables. In a couple of days, I will return home. If you too find it unbearable in the shelter, you are welcome to come to our community. Other buildings in the complex should be able to accommodate you, but you will still need to contribute labor or procure supplies to earn your meals. Fan Lin had contemplated this for several days. Her two roommates had been unable to join other teams within the shelter, working tirelessly alongside Healy to earn base points. After falling ill, they had visited the medical station, and she did not understand how Healy managed to join another team. Now, only Liang Suqing and Qin Xianxian relied on one another. Due to her aloofness towards other schoolmates, they had not benefited from her support, resulting in their further isolation. Fan Lin empathized with the feeling of being ostracized. In her previous life, she had faced an even graver predicament. Despite her outward indifference, she inwardly yearned for the warmth of human kindness. Even a gentle word or a benevolent glance could provide a modicum of comfort to a heart chilled to the bone. Having been reborn and encountered two surviving roommates, she felt it unnecessary for them to endure the same profound coldness she had once suffered. Assisting them in leaving the shelter for a stable refuge was a task she was willing to undertake. Liang Suqing and Qin Xianxian were taken aback by Fan Lin's invitation to reside in Zijinghao Yuan, although they longed for it. They did not wish to add to their friend's burdens. During this time, Fan Lin had already assisted them sufficiently. We can sustain ourselves through our daily labor in the shelter. If we cannot form a team to venture outside, we shall refrain from doing so. It is safer that way. You need not worry about us. Please extend my regards to your uncle and aunt, and we will visit you when the opportunity arises. As her friend prepared to depart, Liang Suqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, feeling a pang of reluctance. Qin Xianxian bit her lip, her eyes misting over. Lin, if you have the time in the future, do come to see us. Above all, take care of yourself. We will manage. Hey, don't cry. Fan Lin took out a pack of tissues from her backpack to offer to them, saying that it wasn't as if they would never meet again. If they were unwilling to visit their community, she would come to see them whenever she had the time. She assured them that her word was her bond. Qin Xianxian, with tears in her eyes, smiled and replied that there was no need for such guarantees, as they would never doubt her sincerity. With Fan Lin's assurance, they felt certain they would meet again. Before leaving, Fan Lin pondered for a moment and decided to remind them they should take the time to exchange for thicker clothing at the market. And it would be wise to prepare additional heavy blankets, as extreme weather conditions were likely to occur soon, and it was better to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Liang Suqing and Qin Xianxian exchanged glances, recalling how Fan Lin had previously warned them before a natural disaster struck. The information had come from a relative working at the Meteorological Bureau, and it proved to be remarkably reliable. Now, when extreme weather and thick clothing were mentioned, neither of them harbored any doubts or hesitations. We shall go to the market tomorrow to procure items necessary for the impending cold, Liang Suqing declared promptly. They still had the compressed biscuits and chocolates provided by Fan Lin, which could be exchanged for many useful items. Without Fan Lin's reminder, they would have been reluctant to part with their precious rations for clothing and bedding, but now they understood the necessity. Their roommate was quite perceptive, and Fan Lin felt reassured. Chapter 105, The Fracture. As the trio exited the cafeteria, Fan Lin was about to ride her tricycle home when she was intercepted by the security team approaching her. Come with us. Someone has reported that you were involved in a brawl. Without further ado, the security team confiscated her tricycle. Liang Suqing and Qin Xianyuan, witnessing Fan Lin's impending detainment, hurriedly obstructed the security personnel, who reported her for fighting. Isn't that absurd? How could a girl possibly engage in such a scuffle? Fan Lin had not disclosed the events that transpired on the road to her roommates, who now understood the situation. The so-called retaliation was unfolding just as anticipated. The abuse of public authority was evident in this apocalyptic scenario. Stop the nonsense and come with us. If there was a fight, it must be reported to the security team, the officers insisted, forcefully attempting to escort Fan Lin away. A crowd began to gather around them. Understanding that resistance was futile at this juncture, Fan Lin turned to her panicked roommates and instructed, do not worry. Go to room 9. Row 77 in Area 1 and seek out Professor Zhou. Then find Minister Wen from the armed department and tell them I have been maliciously framed. Oh, all right. Her roommate, who tried to grasp her but was pulled away, quickly agreed. They could not protect their friend, and it was not a time for tears. They could only rush to find help. Among the onlookers were alumni from Nanda University, who swiftly disseminated the news of Fan Lin's capture. Some reveled in her misfortune, while others merely observed the unfolding drama. Once brought to the security team, Fan Lin found no one to interrogate her. She was immediately confined to a small dark room. It appeared they intended to keep her there for a few days, hoping to intimidate her into submission. She was not subjected to any physical punishment initially, merely placed in the dark room, which brought her some sense of calm. The room lacked windows, with only a ventilation duct above. In this apocalyptic world, Even if cameras existed, they likely would not be utilized in such a place. Nevertheless, she retrieved her phone and switched on the flashlight to inspect her surroundings. The small dark room was indeed just that, for plain walls and devoid of any furnishings. Its simplicity was glaringly evident, which reassured her. From her space, she produced a hanging basket swing, placed it on the ground, and sat down leisurely, munching on an apple while engrossed in a novel. Pan Jishuan, leveraging his connections to gain entry, finally felt a release of pent-up frustration. How dare a mere ordinary survivor disregard him and engage in a fight, forcing him to retreat repeatedly and suffer a loss of face? Arriving at the refuge base, he had never endured such indignity before. Deng Jiashuang also bore some responsibility for his embarrassment. Had she clearly communicated that the woman was a trained fighter, he would not have been so reckless, ultimately becoming the subject of ridicule for Qianyang. Had he been forewarned, he would have exercised caution and avoided being felled by a woman's sweeping kick, which left him utterly humiliated. He would never concede that he was bested by her. At this moment, he wished to disregard everyone present, yearning for them to forget him entirely. As for the woman locked away by the security team, he intended for her to suffer hunger and humiliation before releasing her. She believed herself to be formidable, did she? He would ensure she was so weakened that she could hardly stand, questioning her supposed prowess. With a mere word from his brother-in-law, he could have the security team imprison an ordinary survivor without hesitation. The situation fluctuates with the whims of Mr. Pan. After venting his frustration, Pan Jishuan dismissed Deng Jiashuang and Su Su back to District 2, warning them to refrain from seeking him out again, and departed. Deng Jiashuang should have felt a sense of relief upon the capture of Fan Lin, yet she was taken aback by Pan Jishuan's misplaced anger directed at her, leading to his disregard. The frustration stemming from this unreciprocated sentiment ignited her temper upon returning home. Ordinarily, Su Su would have comforted her, but now she felt an overwhelming sense of futility. Everything seemed devoid of meaning, leaving her with an unsettling sensation of floating, as if her feet barely touched the ground. Shuang Shuang, let us strive for stability moving forward. I believe this path is unsustainable. We cannot infiltrate that circle, she mused. The stringent access controls of the political and military districts rendered ordinary survivors incapable of entry without guidance. Furthermore, the denizens within those confines seldom ventured into other areas. Aside from a singular exchange market, the refuge offered no other mingling spaces for individuals. Serendipitously encountering military or political offspring was a fanciful notion. They hardly regarded her as worthy of acquaintance. Even amidst the apocalypse, they possessed a layer of security that she lacked. The meager supplies they held paled in comparison to those who had genuine standing. The affluent, such as the Qian family, engaged in food processing, had generously donated 2/3 of their stockpiled goods to the government post-earthquake, reportedly including 2 large trucks of compressed biscuits. Many business people in the food sector sought to collaborate with military and political authorities to rescue salvageable resources. By donating a significant portion of their supplies and seeking protection from the military and political factions, they secured a more elevated status within the refuge. The items in her possession were merely a slight enhancement over those of typical survivors, rendering them utterly inconsequential in comparison to individuals of true substance. She was unwilling to force the issue. Deng Jiashuang's frustration boiled over, accusing her friend of retreating. What do you mean by striving for stability? If only you had been competent enough to win over Mr. Qian, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Su Su, equally vexed, retorted, how can you say that? It's evident Mr. Qian holds me in disdain. Should I strip myself bare to entice him? Why not? Deng Jiashuang saw no fault in her reasoning. If we are to strive, both must exert effort. It cannot rest solely on my shoulders. Is your effort even effective? Su Su, now incensed, disregarded the matter. How many times have you interacted with Mr. Pan? If he chooses to ignore you, he simply does. A silence enveloped the room before. In a fit of rage and humiliation, Deng Jiashuang erupted, Su Su, how dare you mock me? Grabbing the nearest object, she hurled it at Su Su, cursing. You feast off my hospitality and dare to ridicule me, you insufferable ingrate. A half-eaten container of instant noodles splattered across Su Su. The orange liquid mingled with remnants of noodles and broth staining her light-colored shirt, leaving Deng Jiashuang momentarily stunned by the vivid mark of her excess. Realizing she had crossed a line, the biting words caught in her throat, yet her anger remained palpable. With tears brimming in her eyes, Su Su said nothing, turning to exit the room and tend to the mess on her clothing. Meanwhile, Liang Suqing and Chen Xianxian raced toward District 1, the night having already descended. Without a valid pass, they were unable to gain entry, desperately pleading with others to convey a message to Professor Zhou, yet their entreaties fell upon deaf ears. Chen Xianxian was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her face. Could you not extend a modicum of compassion? Those apprehended by the security team are well-meaning individuals who came to support the production efforts at the refuge base. How can you remain indifferent? Liang Suqing, equally incensed, added, we seek assistance, yet you deny us entry. You refuse to relay our messages. Must you stand idly by and witness these benevolent souls being harmed? The guards remained impervious, resolutely blocking the entrance, indifferent to their cries and pleas, adhering strictly to the rule of non-interference between districts. Chapter 106. Whose words to heed? El Wenwei rode his bicycle, carrying a package as he returned from the exchange market. He noticed a commotion at the entrance of Area 1 but paid it little mind. As he furrowed his brow and pedaled past, he overheard a voice exclaim, she came here to help the base cultivate mushrooms. Yet you all stand idly by while she is in trouble. You are truly heartless. Upon realizing whom the two women at the entrance were referring to, his heart stirred with a flicker of excitement, despite being unaware of the details of the incident. He quickly turned his bicycle around and approached Liang Suqing, asking, are you speaking of Fan Lin? The two women, who appeared on the verge of a breakdown, immediately nodded in affirmation. Yes, it is Fan Lin. She has been wrongfully accused and taken away by the security team for allegedly violating public order. We must find Professor Zhou. Can you help us summon him? El Wenhui was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Fan Lin would be apprehended by the security team, let alone that she had been framed. Who had she offended? Liang Suqing and Qin Xian were only focused on locating Professor Zhou, as Fan Lin had instructed them to find him. El Wenhui quickly deduced that these two young women were Fan Lin's roommates. I am El Wenhui, a colleague of Fan Lin in mushroom cultivation. Do not worry. I will promptly seek out Professor Zhou to assist you, he reassured them. Thank you so much, they replied, relief washing over their anxious faces. Please wait here, he said, before cycling away. However, he did not head towards the houses on row 77, but instead made his way to his uncle's home. After inquiring about his uncle's acquaintance with a minor leader of the security team at the shelter, he proceeded to find Professor Zhou. Chu Yilong, who had brought meals that day, had not seen Fan Lin, and, upon learning she went to find her roommates, departed home without waiting for her. When El Wenhui located Professor Zhou, both elderly men were astonished to hear that Fan Lin had been taken by the security personnel. The news was utterly unexpected, leaving Professor Zhou with no time for contemplation as he swiftly mounted the rear of El Wenhui's bicycle. Meanwhile, Grandma Su could only fret at home. Upon meeting Fan Lin's two roommates, she inquired about the situation but was met with confusion, as they had no idea who had framed Fan Lin. At that moment, El Wenhui proposed, let us first pay a visit to the security team. I will seek out someone who might be able to assist us. Liang Suqing and Chun Xuanxuan's faces brightened with hope. You know someone? That is wonderful. Let us hurry. We cannot allow them to mistreat Fan Lin. However, Professor Zhou recalled his wife's recent grievances. He suspected El Wenhui might have ulterior motives towards Fan Lin. If she were to owe him a favor, it could lead to complications. No, we must not grant him such an opportunity, he thought. Let us first visit the arm department. We have acquaintances there who brought us to the shelter. If trouble arises, they should be the ones to resolve it. Oh, right. Fan Lin said we should find you, and then go to the armed department to seek Minister Wen. The two flustered girls suddenly remembered. Realizing they had yet to convey the latter part of Fan Lin's instructions to the professor, El Wenhui, eager to seize the opportunity to shine, was abruptly doused with cold water upon realizing that they were acquainted with the head of the Armed Forces Department. This connection proved to be far more formidable than even that of his own uncle. Aware of this revelation, he became increasingly attentive, fervently offering Professor Zhou a ride on his bicycle. This is a borrowed bike. I shall return it later, given your age. It would be best for me to assist you, he insisted. At that moment, Professor Zhou, understanding the urgency of rescuing Linzi, could hardly refuse. After all, he was, in a sense, El Wenhui's mentor, and riding his bicycle was a minor inconvenience. The four of them hastened through the night towards the Armed Forces Department. The security guard at the entrance proved more amiable than those in District 1. Upon grasping their intentions, he permitted them to wait at the entrance while he sent someone inside to relay their message. Fan Lin and her companions had come to the refuge base for support, as instructed by Chu Yilong, who had advised them to seek Minister Wen for assistance. The minister would only be at the office during meetings, otherwise. He resided in the neighborhood, concerned that the three of them would lack proper support in case of an emergency. The decision to send them to the refuge base for production support had been made by Mayor Li, but due to his busy schedule, finding him was not guaranteed. Thus, it was safer for the leader of their unit to intervene. When Minister Wen learned that an esteemed professor from Zijing Haoyuan was seeking him, he immediately understood that something was amiss. He promptly emerged in an off-road vehicle. Consequently, El Wenhui, riding his bicycle, was left behind, as the Armed Forces Department would address the situation. Professor Zhou urged him to return and rest. Devoid of the opportunity to showcase his worth, El Wenhui lingered in frustration, helplessly watching the tail lights of the vehicle fade into the distance. Meanwhile, in the dim confines of a small room, Fan Lin nestled in a swinging basket. Engrossed in a contemporary martial arts novel, as she read, she would occasionally chuckle or rise to mimic the actions described. Seriously, such depictions defy human anatomy. How could anyone accomplish that? One must possess some common sense when penning fiction. The portrayal of supporting characters was simply abysmal, as if no decent men existed beyond the protagonists. The female characters were woefully inadequate, hinting at an underlying gender bias from the author. Even the children were depicted unfavorably. The only commendable beings were two huskies, leading her to exclaim that they were superior to the human characters. Alas, this novel is rife with flaws, yet it remains utterly captivating. Alone in her secluded space, she relished the freedom to critique the story without restraint, blissfully unaware of the concern her absence had caused among those outside. The security team had not anticipated that detaining a woman for a few days would attract the attention of the Armed Forces Department, leaving them in a state of perplexity. Whom should they heed? Minister 1, upon witnessing the security team's inability to articulate a coherent explanation, became infuriated and drew his firearm, pointing it at the team leader. You dare to detain someone personally invited by Mayor Li to assist at the refuge base? Who granted you such authority? The mention of Mayor Li instilled a sense of trepidation among the security team, who felt they were outmatched. They had no choice but to disclose that this directive had come from Secretary Qin, who was closely associated with Secretary Wang, a figure known to have differing opinions from Mayor Li. This revelation rendered the situation rather delicate. If the matter concerned another individual, Minister Wen would likely consider a more diplomatic approach to resolving the issue. However, at this moment, he shows no inclination towards conciliation. Qin Jinyang has instructed his subordinates to apprehend a young woman to vent his nephew's frustrations, wielding his power for personal gain to such an extent that it only serves to embarrass Secretary Wang. It would seem that a fool's embarrassment of the secretary brings him some twisted satisfaction. Release her immediately. If that girl loses even a single hair, mark my words, the repercussions will be dire. Minister Wen has a recollection of Fan Lin. She is neither delicate nor ostentatious, and the fact that Chu Yilong trusts her enough to accompany him in his dealings indicates she is not a capricious individual, regardless of whether Qin's nephew was genuinely assaulted. The truth remains that he deserved it. Such a humiliating incident of being bested by a girl should not be publicly aired, let alone seeking assistance from the security team for revenge. Truly, a disgraceful display. Chapter 107. Returning home under the insistence of Minister Wen. The door to the small dark room stirred. Nestled in the swing basket, Fan Lin quickly rose and stored all her belongings away. She then settled down in a corner against the wall. As the door swung open, beams of flashlight illuminated the space, prompting her to shield her eyes with her hand. Upon seeing her unharmed on the ground, Professor Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. Liang Suqing and Qin Xianshu hurried inside to assist her. Lin, are you all right? Did they mistreat you? Fan Lin brushed off her bottom and shook her head. I'm fine. I was just locked in here as soon as I came in. The security team stood awkwardly behind, fully aware that they were merely following orders. Noticing that Fan Lin had not been abused, Minister Wen chose not to comment on the actions of the security team and led his group away. Pan Jishuan, receiving the news, finally exhaled but soon turned back, only to be confronted by Qin Jinyang, who had pieced together the entire situation. Qin denied him the opportunity to cause a scene. If you're feeling disgruntled, take it up with the one who dragged you into this mess. In the future, avoid associating with those who serve no purpose but to complicate matters for themselves. Remember this well. Initially thinking of her as merely an ordinary survivor, he had not anticipated that she would be from the same neighborhood as Chu Yilong. He wasn't afraid of Chu Yilong, but giving him the chance to retaliate would ultimately tarnish his reputation. Moreover, it involved Mayor Li. Causing a ruckus would be a direct affront to him. After months of bravado in the apocalypse, Pan Jishuan found himself needing to tread carefully, his heart seething with anger, ready to lash out at anyone who crossed his path. Upon exiting the security point, Fan Lin requested Minister Wen to first escort her two roommates back to Area 3 before they returned to their residence. Arriving home well past midnight, Fan Lin was pulled around by Granny Su several times, who only felt at ease after confirming her safety. We'll go home tomorrow. We won't stay here any longer. If a mere secretary's brother-in-law can act so brazenly, ordering arrests at will, it's clear that the management here is lacking. It's safer to return to our neighborhood. Tonight, with the assistance of Minister Wen from the armed forces, they had returned safely. However, such an incident left them feeling insecure in the shelter. If someone were to concoct another reason to detain and mistreat them, it would be impossible to explain to Fan Lin's parents. All right, we'll head back tomorrow. There is no set date for support anyway. We've already cultivated a batch of mushrooms, and it's normal for the mycelium to spread. The only difference is that we want to be on-site for the large-scale planting. If they can't manage even that, then they don't deserve to consume the mushrooms. Although she longed to witness the fruits of her labor in the cultivation process, both Professor Zhou and his wife were unwilling for Fan Lin to encounter any unforeseen issues. Thus, they all eagerly anticipated their return home. Aside from her two roommates, Fan Lin cared little for anything else in the shelter. After all, she had already contributed her part, and with the presence of ill intentions towards her, why should she continue serving others? She was not that altruistic. The following day, the three packed their belongings and promptly requested the seedling center to arrange for immediate transportation back home. El Wenhui had not anticipated that before he could devise a plan to pursue her, she would already be departing, leaving no room for entreaty. As the vehicle adorned with a refuge base sign appeared before the entrance of Building 8, Jinyu, stationed at the watchtower, spotted Fan Lin seated by the window through his binoculars. He hurried down to inform the discussing duo of Zhu Jiming and Chu Yilong beneath the shed. Sister Lin is back. Sister Lin has returned? Zhu Jiming exclaimed in surprise, turning to Chu Yilong. Did you not say they would return in a couple of days? How come she is back now? Chu Yilong, equally puzzled, remarked. Old Zhou mentioned they would be back in 2 days. Let us go see. They both swiftly rose and made their way toward the front entrance. Upon learning of Fan Lin's return, the others downstairs chuckled. Now we can rest easy. Lin's parents have been incessantly worrying about their daughter. I reckon they've fretted her into sneezing all day. Laughter ensued. Fan Lin assisted her elderly parents off the vehicle, carrying a bag of items in her hand. The cucumbers and radishes that Chu Yilong had delivered the previous day were brought back, as Granny Su had expressed her displeasure, asserting that the residents of the refuge should not benefit at their expense. Seeing her father come out to greet her, Fan Lin beamed and called out, Dad, I'm back. Did you miss me? Aside from appearing slightly tanned, which seemed inconsequential, Zhu Jiming felt a great weight lift from his heart. He thought, of course I missed you. If you hadn't returned, your mother and I would have had to visit the refuge to see you. Having spent nearly a month apart from his daughter, he had never been away from her for such an extended period. Upon seeing his sun-kissed daughter, a pang of tenderness struck him. It was evident she had labored under the sun. He took her backpack and slung it over his shoulder, greeting the elderly couple. You two must be exhausted. Now that you're back, you deserve a good rest. The two elders smiled, replying, we only had to talk. It's Lin who truly worked hard, toiling day in and day out. You must take good care of her. Look, she has lost weight. Indeed, I will take care of her. Your mother has promised to make hearty dumplings when you return, so tonight, you need not cook. Come to my house for dumplings. Oh, that sounds delightful. We shall enjoy Lin's generosity, the elderly couple replied without hesitation. After having feasted on numerous meals provided at the refuge, indulging in one more would be no burden. Chu Yilong took the elder's luggage and inquired, did something happen? Professor Zhou's expression turned serious as he replied, let us discuss it later. Upon hearing this, both Chu Yilong and Zhu Jiming understood that something was amiss. The group traversed the uneven cornfields on their way back. The vehicle from the refuge departed once it had delivered its passengers. Those from Building 9, keeping an eye on developments, rushed out to discern the situation, only to find the entrance of Building 8 already deserted, leaving them to sigh in disappointment. Back at the ground floor, upon receiving the news, Lu Wanyan dashed out of the building. Upon seeing her daughter, she exclaimed, why have you gotten so dark? Have you been working without a hat? Oh dear. Why aren't you wearing a hat properly? A mother's concern typically begins with a scrutiny of the face. Mom, I did wear a hat. I wear it every day. I might still get a bit tanned, but it's nothing to worry about. A little sun exposure is healthier. Fan Lin smiled as she embraced her mother. What does it matter to be tanned? It is the thought of being parched that truly frightens one. Consequently, Lu Wanyan, upon hugging her daughter, remarked, you've lost quite a bit of weight, haven't you? I told you that a trip to the shelter would surely make you shed some pounds. Look at you. Both darkened and slimmed down. Fan Lin felt a tinge of helplessness in her mother's eyes. Merely stepping out of sight for a few days inevitably meant she had lost weight. In reality, she had not lost an ounce. She had made up for the lack of good meals when no one was watching, ensuring she did not suffer any deprivation. After greeting everyone and returning home, she continued to inquire about the situation with Chu Yilong, who ascended the stairs alongside her. Chapter 108. Enjoying at home. Chen Jinyong's brazen misuse of public authority was utterly audacious. Upon discovering the truth, Chu Yilong slammed his hand on the table in anger. I shall confront them immediately, he declared. Such egregious acts of oppression cannot go unchallenged if we do not seize the moment and take a firm stand. He may mistakenly believe we are intimidated. A person who has ascended through mere eloquence becomes increasingly reckless in the face of adversity. It is concerning that such individuals have assumed positions of leadership and authority. Chu Yilong left with determination, uncertain if he would return in time for dumplings. The elderly couple retreated to their room to rest, which was kept immaculate by Lu Wanyan's frequent cleaning. The home was tidy and well-organized, much like it had been before their departure. Only when the three of them remained did they truly feel at ease. That wretched girl had not only falsely accused you, but even sought revenge. Her family should forget about ever reclaiming that house. It shall be confiscated without hesitation. Lu Wanyan was seething with rage. The decision was made, and no one would dare oppose it. If her daughter was wronged, she would not hesitate to confront the building managers. When Deng Jiashuang departed, she had declared that no one was allowed to reside in her house, and while initially ignored, none had taken up residence there. Now, in her fury, Lu Wanyan contemplated smashing her home. My dear, do not let anger consume you. No one is against the confiscation. You may permit whomever you wish to inhabit it, and no one will object, Fan Jiming reassured his wife, offering her support. This matter is ours to resolve. The building managers will not oppose us, rest assured. Fan Lin also fanned the flames of her mother's anger, saying, Mom, she has gained nothing from this. She is bound to face consequences. Brother Long will surely deal with her. Indeed, Chu Yilong would not hesitate to punish anyone who dared to bully their Linzi, even going so far as to confront the secretary of the committee, let alone someone without any backing or respect. After venting her frustrations, Lu Wanyan caressed her daughter's face, expressing her discontent. Hurry and take a bath. Apply a face mask. Your complexion has darkened and your skin has become quite rough. Unfortunately, skincare products were a luxury they could not afford in the shelter. Fan Lin touched her own face and cheerfully entered the bathroom, indulging in a bath with petals and essential oils, followed by a steam treatment, pampering herself from head to toe. In this chaotic world, true enjoyment could only be found within the comforts of home, and Fan Lin resolved to refrain from any public duties in the future. Why labor as a cog in the machine during the apocalypse when one could simply relax? After her bath and skincare routine, she donned a floral dress and retrieved a basket of creamy strawberries to wash. As she savored the strawberries, she watched her parents prepare dumplings and shared stories about her two roommates from the shelter. Those two classmates who brought local specialties, right? I remember you video chatting with me in the dorm. They had greeted me as well. Fan Lin fed each parent a strawberry and nodded. Yes. One is from Yun province and the other from Hu province. The cured pork ribs belong to Liang Suqing, and the smoked meat is from Chun Xianxian. In the past, the two of them had clandestinely steamed spare ribs and smoked meat in their dormitory, only to be caught by the dorm supervisor and fined 100 yuan. Later, yearning for a taste of their hometown's authentic flavors, the two roommates entrusted her with the task of bringing the meat home to prepare, which they would then pack into thermal containers to take back to school. Fan Jiming recalled a bit. One of them had a round face, while the other sported short hair. He had encountered these classmates a few times at the school gate while dropping off his daughter. Indeed, one was the round-faced Chun Xianxian, and the other was the short-haired Liang Suqing. They were quite polite young ladies. Fan Jiming held a favorable impression of his daughter's close friends. Since they were to remain in the shelter, he suggested that whenever there was an opportunity, she should accompany Chu Yilong's vehicle to visit them. However, she should not wander about recklessly. It would be best to have Chu Yilong accompany her to prevent any undue attention directed at his daughter. Understood, she replied. Having been away from home for nearly a month, their daughter returned, and Fan's parents were reluctant to let her do any chores. The couple prepared two types of dumplings, one with zucchini, radish, and shrimp for the neighbors, and another with scallions and pork for their family. They had no intention of inviting anyone over. Once prepared, they would deliver them directly. Fan Lin first brought 2 plates of generously filled dumplings to the elderly neighbors next door, then delivered a portion to the Chu family as well. On her way back, she encountered Jian Dan, who cheerfully grabbed her arm and struck up a conversation in the hallway. Sister Lin, why have you been gone for so long at the shelter? I thought you would return quickly. You have no idea how dull it's been without you. Fan Lin chuckled. You must be struggling without anyone to help you. There are several people your age in the building. Why not work with them? Jian Dan pouted and shook her head. I don't get along with them. I prefer working with you, Sister Lin. Fan Lin understood. This girl was like her, diligent when it came to work, but would take breaks and relax afterward. However, some people would work for a while, then stop to chat, which resulted in low efficiency. For those with a bit of obsessive-compulsive tendencies, it felt as though they were not on the same wavelength. Jian Dan indeed exhibited such tendencies, meticulously flipping each radish strip to ensure they all faced the same way under the sun. For her, intermittent work felt as disordered as misaligned radish strips, which would be quite frustrating. Fan Lin was aware of Jian Dan's subtle reliance on her but did not mind it. The young girl had a good sense of boundaries. Unlike other residents, such as those on the 10th floor who had come upstairs several times for visits, even wanting to tour their room, this was quite bothersome, prompting her mother to directly send them away, claiming they had nothing but plain rice to offer, making it inappropriate to host guests. Only then were the 10th floor residents persuaded to return home. However, Jian Dan had never intruded upon them. Well then, it seems we shall continue to work together in the fields, Fan Lin reassured the young girl with a smile, which made Jian Dan gleefully wave goodbye. It was only after Fan Lin ascended the stairs that the door to room 901 finally opened. Ruan Furong had been feeling utterly drained during this time, as her son stubbornly insisted on searching for his father. Cursing proved futile, and violence bore no fruit. With a resolute heart, she applied to Zhu Yilong, allowing her son to seek out his father at Building 9. She remained at the entrance of Building 8, reluctant to step outside. In truth, fear held her captive. Although she had relinquished the residence at Building 9 to the Luo family, the matriarch of that household, a fierce woman, had the audacity to stand at the entrance of Building 8, openly denouncing her as a worthless wretch. The Luo family had risen through the connections of the Yu family, meaning that the property, which had ostensibly transferred under her name, was acquired with the funds of that formidable matron. This reality inflicted another layer of humiliation upon Ruan Furong, who had already sunk into despair. Now, even the act of disposing of refuse required her to wait for moments of solitude, striving to diminish her presence in the world. Chapter 109. A subtle concern in the evening, Zhu alone returned, bringing with him the tricycle that Fan Lin had once ridden. It was said to be compensation from the base for Fan Lin. Only Zhu Yilong and 2 other building heads found this compensation quite satisfactory. Although the 8th building had several cars after repairs, they lacked a tricycle. Cars consume fuel and are generally not used unless necessary. While the tricycle proved to be economical and practical, it was ideal for short-distance transport, such as fetching water from the river daily for irrigation. A bicycle could only carry 2 barrels of water, whereas the tricycle could accommodate at least 6, significantly easing the task. Zhu Yilong brought the matter to Mayor Li, who then escalated it to Secretary Wang, resulting in Chun Jinyong receiving a severe reprimand from Wang. Consequently, Chun, with a sullen expression, confiscated the keys to his brother-in-law's jeep and warned him not to hinder his progress, which stirred considerable unrest within the Pan family. Ultimately, Deng Jiashuang, residing in the 2nd district, bore the brunt of their anger. She was struck several times and kicked by Pan Jishuan, and before she could regain her composure, she was expelled from the 2nd district. Deng was accused of attempting to harm technical personnel, which adversely affected the base's production. All her belongings were seized, and she was banished to the 3rd district. It was then that she realized Fan Lin's presence in the refuge base was as a technical support staff member. Moreover, the building head surnamed Zhu held a military position. She had offended someone she should not have, and now it was too late for regret. After being chastised by Deng Jiashuang, Su Su's relationship with her shattered. Despite Deng's attempts at reconciliation, Su Su's heart had turned cold towards her friend. That very day, she packed her belongings and applied for residence in the 3rd district, moving into a large dormitory shared with a dozen others. However, after just one night, Deng Jiashuang found herself in the same predicament. She pleaded with Su Su for help, but Su Su merely stared at her blankly, as if gazing at a stranger, remaining silent. If only she had heeded one piece of advice, they would not have arrived at such a dire situation. What good was crying now? They had lost everything and could not return to Zijinghao Yuan. It seemed they were destined to starve together. Zhu Yilong had already declared that anyone harboring hostility towards the residents of the 8th building was unworthy of residing in the exemplary military-civilian production community, leaving Deng Jiashuang with no path for redemption. Fan Lin's parents were somewhat satisfied with this outcome. A fool would reap no rewards. Fan Lin had anticipated this and moved on. Time swiftly advanced into April, and old Chun led everyone early in the morning to begin weeding and digging for potatoes. The 9th building, observing the 8th building's potato harvest, felt envious. They had planted half a month later and were not faring as well, so they had to wait. As for the other buildings, a ragtag group, even with Zhu Yilong and the Zhuang brothers supervising and urging them, lagged far behind. Nevertheless, they managed to obtain some vegetables and, upon hearing the 8th building's claim that mushrooms grew quickly, began gathering materials to cultivate mushrooms. For those who had run out of staple grains, the lack of communal resources forced them to take risks, venturing out to climb dangerous structures and scavenge ruins. They had no choice but to unite, for otherwise, they would remain a disorganized mess. Even if they found food and water, they could not bring it back. Outside, numerous gangs, large and small, thrived on robbery. Ultimately, the initiative for planting within the community did not receive unanimous support from all residents. Some, despite their desire to participate, lacked the necessary conditions, while certain neighborhoods lacked even a green garden, leaving no space for cultivation. With basic sustenance in short supply and elderly and young children at home, many were compelled to venture into perilous situations. After enduring repeated thefts, it was not uncommon for individuals to resort to taking from others. The struggle for basic necessities, whether for a loaf of bread or a packet of biscuits, became a harsh reality, manifesting in violent confrontations. Zhu Yilong urged the residents to gather resources, instructing that at least 30 able-bodied individuals from each building should venture forth in groups. He encouraged them to replicate the successful model of Building 8. If they failed to do so, they would be left to subsist on vegetables. As the weather changed and crops could not be cultivated, starvation would await them. No one would be accountable for their hesitance. In the 3 acres of land belonging to Building 8, over 10,000 pounds of potatoes were harvested. Such a yield from raw soil was commendable, thanks to the seasoned farmers from the Chen family, who diligently cared for the land, resulting in this bountiful output. This batch of potatoes, if utilized for survival, could sustain the residents of a single building for at least 2 months. Compared to the countless individuals outside who were uncertain about their next meal, the inhabitants of Building 8 could be said to have attained a semblance of security. Joy radiated from the faces of each resident, a stark contrast to the previously silent one Furong, who now engaged in potato harvesting. Her own food supplies had dwindled significantly, leaving her with little confidence. Aware that she could rely on no one else, she turned her hopes solely towards Building 8, adopting a low profile. Even when faced with ridicule, she chose to endure, striving to minimize her presence. Each day, she worked to earn points, feeling disheartened by her son's rebellious behavior. Yet her desire to live for herself prevailed. At only 30, she clung to the hope that as long as she was alive, the future held possibilities. With this thought, she continually motivated herself, enduring the peculiar gazes and various comments from others. The land she tended to, now yielding a harvest, connected her to a sense of fulfillment she had never previously experienced. Observing the cheerful smiles of the building manager and the Fan family in the distance, she could not help but acknowledge their efforts to secure a livelihood for everyone, of which she was a beneficiary. She realized that she was indeed luckier than many. At the very least, she still had a place in Building 8. Sister Lindsay, I plan to make potato cakes later, seasoned with pepper and salt. Would you like some? Jian knew that Fan Lin had a fondness for spicy food, which she herself also enjoyed. Although Fan Lin was not particularly interested in potato cakes, she could not dampen the enthusiasm in the young girl's hopeful eyes. Sure, just give me 2 pieces. Standing beside her sister, Jian Yu beamed upon hearing that Fan Lin would also partake. They first carried 100 pounds of potatoes from their allocation up to their apartment in 2 trips. The Fan family also received over 100 pounds of potatoes. Even though they were not in need of such provisions, they still intended to bring them home for storage. The 2 elderly neighbors next door had their potatoes carried upstairs by others. Now, the residents of Building 8 enjoyed mushrooms daily, a blessing attributed to these 2 elders, who were held in high regard by all. Ruan Furong, having been less proactive in her work, earned few points, and with her son contributing nothing, she received only 35 pounds of potatoes. She uttered no complaints, nor dared to do so. With these 30-odd pounds of potatoes, she felt a sense of relief. By rationing the staple food, she could at least sustain herself for another month. Moreover, with the corn yet to be harvested, there would be a share for all who participated in the labor, ensuring a meal for everyone. She no longer picked and chose her tasks with care. Jian prepared a plate of spiced potato cakes and brought it over to Fan Lin. In her presence, Fan Lin sampled a piece and nodded in approval, exclaiming that it was quite delicious. Pleased by the compliment, Jian spirits lifted. Once the corn was harvested, she could also make cornmeal cakes for Fan Lin to try. I shall await that eagerly, Fan Lin replied with a smile, though a subtle worry lingered in her heart. The neighbors were all anticipating this batch of corn, hoping fervently that the harsh winter would not arrive too soon. Chapter 110. Cheating again, father. When can we harvest the corn? Fan Lin inquired, biting into a potato cake as she stood at the kitchen door. Fan Jiming, who was slicing a cantaloupe, replied. Old Chen mentioned it would be another 10 days or so. Why? Are you eager to eat corn? Not exactly. I'm concerned that the impending rains before the extreme cold might affect the corn's preservation if we harvest during the rain, she explained. Fan Jiming furrowed his brow at her words. Is rain expected? After the floods receded, rainfall has been scarce. We've been relying on fetching irrigation water from the river. Even if it rains occasionally, it wouldn't fill the water reservoir we dug. Their demand for rainwater had always been significant. However, with the extreme cold approaching, rain would be ill-timed. Fan Lin pressed her father, if we must harvest the corn on a rainy day, how long can it last before spoiling? Not long at all. He replied, then asked, have you recalled the exact date the extreme cold is set to arrive? Fan Lin shook her head. She only remembered that there would be rain before the extreme cold, which was due in April. Back then, consumed with worries about food and drink. She hardly noted the precise timing. Remembering it would arrive in April was already commendable. Fan Jiming informed her, the corn is currently in the final stage of grain filling. It can be harvested early, but there won't be much to eat. Lu Wanyan emerged, drying her hair, and remarked, of course. We should wait until it's more mature to harvest. Tender corn is delicious, but it's primarily carbohydrates with little starch. The older it gets, the more filling it becomes. It needs time to grow. After inserting a fruit fork into the sliced cantaloupe, Fan Jiming placed the fruit platter on the dining table. The mother and daughter began to enjoy the cantaloupe. Since the corn needed to mature, there was no point in rushing or worrying. The next day, prompted by his daughter's concerns, Fan Jiming spoke to Old Chun about the potential rain and the difficulties it posed for corn preservation. Old Chun chuckled and reassured him. There's no need for concern. Once it's mature, we can eat a little and harvest a little, leaving the stalks intact. This way, we won't have to worry about storage. Letting the corn mature has its advantages. Ultimately, it will all be edible. Oh, Fan Jiming exclaimed, slapping his forehead, laughing, indeed. I was being foolish. Keeping the corn on the stalk is the best method of preservation. Aha. The entire family had briefly lost their senses, fixated on harvesting the ripe corn and the subsequent storage issues. However, there was no need to harvest all at once. Leaving it on the stalk would be fine even with the extreme cold approaching. It would naturally be frozen. Fan Lin chuckled at her father's realization. Well, that was a moment of folly on her part. In the afternoon, she accompanied her mother to inspect the fuel supplies in the 8 buildings. They had amassed a considerable amount of coal from the freight station, combined with the coal balls found elsewhere, totaling around 30 to 40 tons. This quantity would suffice for over a year for their household. Yet, for the residents of a single building, it would not last long. Fortunately, they also had firewood. They had raised the rooftop walls by a meter and constructed a sloping roof above, where solar panels were installed. Currently, a significant portion of the rooftop was piled high with dried firewood. These reserves of fuel, almost entirely sourced from the tireless efforts of bicycle teams, are brought back daily from the outskirts. Surrounding the base of the building lies a circle of firewood, along with various twigs and leaves. I believe we could gather more. It may seem ample now, but when every household relies on it, there may not be enough. The harsh winter stretches over a year. And recalling the arduous task of gathering firewood during icy days fills Fan Lin with apprehension. The nearby mountains are now bereft of trees to find firewood. One must venture further afield, and the bicycles cannot travel too far. Returning late is perilous. Spending a night outdoors for firewood is unsettling for anyone. So what can be done? Lu Wanyan shares the concern about the firewood shortage. While her own family is secure, the survival of the others in Building 8 during the extreme cold is equally important. What can I do? Fan Lin shrugs. Acknowledging that she cannot conjure firewood from thin air, Lu Wanyan leans closer to her daughter and suggests, why not lend them that truck? This way, at least 2 loads can be transported each day, and within a week or so, there would be a substantial amount of firewood. Although the skilled mechanic has repaired several truck engines, those vehicles are hardly capable of transporting significant loads. Moreover, engines that have been submerged may appear functional, yet remain unreliable, prone to failure at any moment. They had previously scoured the area for abandoned trucks but found none salvageable. Most trucks languish in open spaces, irreparably damaged by the trifecta of typhoons, earthquakes, and floods. The military possesses a fleet of intact trucks, currently dedicated to serving the shelters. Fan Lin scratches her face, pondering. I can provide them, but the manner in which I do so poses a challenge. How can a truck, untouched by water, reasonably appear before the eyes of those in Building 8? For the moment, no viable solution comes to mind. Perhaps I shall accompany them to the outskirts for a closer look. There are fewer opportunities for deception in the city, she concludes. As Zhuang Yusin and his team have mostly retreated to rural areas during this time, the countryside has begun to revive, with vegetables and crops being cultivated, and small patches of rice fields in production. However, they lack essential condiments such as oil, salt, and soy sauce. With supermarkets and stores no longer operational, these necessities are unattainable. Zhuang Yusin leads a group, bringing oil, salt, and soy sauce to barter with villagers for chickens, ducks, or even eggs, and even hopes to exchange for a few pigs. Yet, families with surviving pigs are reluctant to part with them, as one pig can fetch a considerable amount of condiments. They believe that having such a surplus of oil, salt, and soy sauce is unnecessary. They prefer to keep the pigs for future preservation, whether by drying or smoking. These are rare supplies for survival. They are willing to trade poultry or eggs for salt and soy sauce, but pigs are out of the question. Nevertheless, the residents of Building 8 are exceedingly eager for pork. Hence, Zhuang Yusin and his team traverse numerous locales in pursuit of pigs to bring back. They are unwilling to part with their staple grains for trade, opting instead to exchange items they possess in abundance and that are essential for survival. Currently, they have only managed to acquire a few chickens and ducks in return, with the coveted large pigs remaining elusive. The villagers cherish their pigs as if they were treasures, keeping them securely indoors to guard against thieves and robbers. Consequently, the cycling team must navigate their route while simultaneously gathering firewood. The bundles of small branches found at the foot of the building were collected in this manner. To engage in deceit, one must seek an opportunity to venture out. Fan Lin, unable to claim familiarity with rural areas affected by disaster, once again joins the expedition in search of supplies, setting out towards the more remote suburbs. The entire team remains well-equipped, with mountain axes deemed essential and chainsaws equally indispensable. They also carry several large baskets filled with vital provisions. Fan Lin rides a mountain bike, and there are no suspicions regarding her presence. It is entirely reasonable for her family to possess a mountain bike, especially as they are equipped with even a rubber dinghy for rapid response. Chapter 111. A singular desire for meat in the current community. The act of venturing outside is no longer limited to merely the residents of Building 8. Individuals from Building 9 and other nearby structures have begun to join in their excursions, resulting in a formidable gathering of at least 60 or 70 people. This multitude presents both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit lies in the general avoidance of confrontation from outsiders, while the downside manifests in the inevitable competition for resources. Any hint of opportunity incites a frenzied rush to seize it. Although fighting is officially prohibited, heated exchanges are commonplace. The inhabitants of Building 8 and 9 often bring supplies to trade for meat, poultry, and eggs, while those from other buildings, lacking substantial resources, primarily seek firewood. Observing the abundance of firewood collected by Building 8, others feel compelled to follow suit. Today, a woman has joined the ranks of Building 8, initially unnoticed by the others. Fan Lin, clad in a deep gray leisure tracksuit and sporting a black baseball cap, is shielded by the members of Building 8. It has been some time since she last accompanied them, and her absence had seemingly deprived the group of its fortunate aura. Her decision to join them today has stirred a sense of anticipation among the crowd. Securing a pig should pose no problem this time, one might think. Were Fan Lin aware that she was regarded as a goddess of fortune, she would likely abandon any thoughts of deceit. Currently, she pedaled diligently on her bicycle, following the group toward the outskirts of the city. Their destination today is the rural west suburbs, where residents of other buildings have halted their journey after 20 kilometers. They engage in gathering firewood and hunting moles while waiting for the members of Buildings 8 and 9 to return before heading home together. After riding for another 3 or 4 kilometers, the residents of Building 9 chose to stop, opting instead to barter in a nearby village. The people of Building 8, however, pressed on. The roads, battered by the earthquake, are riddled with potholes and fissures, making the journey arduous after several hours of cycling. As Fan Lin pedaled, her mind raced with thoughts. Failing to secure provisions today would mean another day of discomfort tomorrow, a prospect she found most unappealing. The group left the national road for a rural path, but a landslide rendered the route impassable. What shall we do now? Someone inquired of the leader, Zhuang Yusin. Observing the road blocked by debris, Zhuang Yusin had no solution. Let us turn back and find another route. While the mountains nearby boasted an abundance of trees, their immediate priority was to barter for supplies before contemplating firewood collection. Consequently, the group retraced their steps, cycling along an alternate village road. This path, too, proved challenging, obstructed by various stones and fallen branches, though fortunately, it was free from significant landslides or mud flows. When faced with steep terrain, they opted to push their bicycles forward, hoping that the more secluded areas would yield greater rewards as their need for essential goods grew more pressing. After traversing for over half an hour, they finally arrived at a small village nestled on the mountainside. Comprising approximately a dozen households, the village had suffered considerable damage from the earthquake. As the large group entered, the villagers regarded them with suspicion, blocking the entrance with hefty branches. Zhuang Yusin called out to the villagers, "We have come to trade. Do you require oil, salt, soy sauce, or vinegar?" Upon hearing these offerings, the villagers, surprised yet intrigued by the prospect of such essentials, began to reconsider their initial wariness. They indeed require assistance, for their village lacks a convenience store, and previously, procuring goods necessitated a journey to the larger village outside. However, the mountain flood has submerged that very village. The path to the more distant town is obstructed by landslides, and upon climbing the mountain to survey the situation, they discovered that the town too had been inundated by the floodwaters. Fortunately, their village, situated at a higher elevation, managed to survive. Yet the earthquake caused numerous buildings to collapse, tragically claiming the lives of several residents. The calamity was harrowing, Once the flood waters receded, the landscape was littered with the deceased, instilling a profound fear that kept them from venturing beyond their village. It was only long after the waters had subsided that individuals arrived to register the survivors, revealing to them that even the southern city had been devastated. With no stores left, trade had come to a halt, and essential items such as oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar were nowhere to be found. While the villagers could cultivate food, they were at a loss for procuring salt. They were also aware of the chaos outside. Previously, there had been instances of intruders raiding the village. Thankfully, they had concealed what they could, leaving the raiders with only a few sweet potatoes, pumpkins, and vegetables that had been deliberately left in plain sight. Their poultry had vanished, having fled in fear during the earthquake. This marked the first occasion someone sought to barter goods in the village. Several elders promptly sent children to summon the adults from their fields. The group from the 8th building remained patient, standing at the designated checkpoint. Observing the villagers waiting respectfully outside without forcefully entering, they felt a sense of relief, as it appeared they were indeed there to trade. What do you wish to exchange? We have yet to plant our grain, and every household struggles to have enough to eat, so we possess little of value to offer you, an elder remarked. Zhuang Yusin unloaded a basket to reveal its contents, stating, I have cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, oyster sauce, monosodium glutamate, and sugar. We would like to trade for a pig, if none is available. Then perhaps a chicken or duck. The elder immediately shook his head. No, we have neither pigs nor chickens or ducks. The people here can barely feed themselves. How could we sustain such livestock? Truly nothing? Indeed, nothing. The village, elevated and surrounded by farmland, did not have any inhabitants who appeared gaunt from hunger. The elder, being astute, quickly added, we do have some sweet potatoes, mountain yams, pumpkins, and winter melons, along with various vegetables in the fields. Would you be interested in trading some oil and salt for these? While the sweet potatoes, mountain yams, pumpkins, and winter melons were indeed appealing, Zhuang Yusin's foremost desire remained for meat. Sensing his hesitation, Fan Lin suggested, let us exchange for some. Food is never too plentiful. A village would not lack even a single chicken, and it was likely they were unwilling to part with them. The villagers' willingness to offer staple foods in exchange for oil and salt indicated that they were not currently struggling for sustenance. Very well, let us trade a little then. In previous villages, they had encountered reluctance to part with staple foods for oil and salt. The chickens and ducks, which they could not afford to raise, were exchanged with them. Now, the 8th building had dozens of chickens and ducks, nourished daily on chopped vegetables mixed with a bit of dog food, thriving well, and producing eggs regularly. After much haggling, Zhuang Yusin successfully traded several bags of salt and numerous bottles of 1-pound oil for several hundred pounds of local produce. As they prepared to depart, the villagers inquired when they would return. Fan Lin preemptively responded, it is uncertain if we will come back. You are aware that essentials such as oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar are no longer produced in factories. Once we exhaust our supply, there may be no guarantee of our return. Her implication was clear. They would not always have goods available, and the astute among them should stockpile more for future needs. Otherwise, they might find themselves in a predicament later. Upon hearing Fan Lin's words, the villagers began to murmur with concern. They wished to exchange for more. Yet they needed to reserve some provisions for their daily sustenance, fearing that once the harvest came, there might be nothing left to barter. Fan Lin could discern their calculations to some degree. In truth, she did not wish to deplete the villagers' survival resources entirely. She merely hoped they would be willing to part with non-essential items that could be exchanged. Chapter 112. The unexpected village. The 8 houses have collected a considerable amount of kitchen condiments such as oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. During the flood season, they managed to dive into several small supermarkets, acquiring enough seasonings to last the inhabitants of the 8 houses for many years. There would be no issue in exchanging some for necessary items. However, Zhuang Yusin suspected that Fan Lin had ulterior motives in her words and naturally refrained from undermining her. Indeed, after some discussion among the villagers, a robust man stepped forward to speak. I have a large pig, likely weighing over 200 pounds. What can you offer us in exchange? In this moment, no one spoke of money. It was all about bartering for supplies. The 20-odd individuals from the 8 houses grinned broadly upon hearing of the pig available for trade. You see, they had initially claimed there were no poultry or livestock. Yet here it was. It seemed that with Lindsay around, fortune would follow. Fan Lin turned to glance at her companions, who kept mentioning her name, each wearing a peculiar smile that left her bewildered. It was merely a slight maneuver. Was it truly that remarkable? Zhuang Yusin was also elated, having not anticipated that the villagers would initially deceive them. The burly man explained, previously, we were concerned about bandits invading the village, so we drove the chickens, ducks, and pigs into the mountains to raise them safely. With so many of you arriving, armed, we had to remain cautious. Now that we see you genuinely wish to trade, We feel secure in proceeding with the exchange. This caution was understandable. Zhuang Yusin surveyed the supplies they had brought. Originally 80 bags of salt, now reduced to over 60. 5 or 6 bottles of vegetable oil, 10 bottles each of soy sauce and oyster sauce, 10 bags of sugar, and a miscellaneous assortment of spices amounting to roughly 20 or 30 bags. Here's the deal. If your pig truly weighs over 200 pounds, I shall give you all these items. How does that sound? The man approached and inspected the goods. In the past, the monetary value of a pig would far exceed the worth of these items. However, the value of supplies had shifted. While pork may no longer be a necessity, salt certainly was. This amount of salt could sustain the entire village for over a year if rationed, coupled with the other dozens of bottles and bags of condiments. The man returned to discuss with his family and fellow villagers, ultimately agreeing to the exchange. To refuse would leave them with nothing better to offer, and feeling at a loss was unavoidable. These supplies were intended to be traded for a pig, and now they would return with several hundred pounds of local goods along with a hefty pig. Zhuang Yusin felt a surge of joy. Yet, Fan Lin understood that, when considering the apocalypse, the value of supplies was not necessarily in favor of the 8 houses. Seasonings such as salt, oil, sugar, and monosodium glutamate would only increase in value over time as food became scarcer and flavors grew bland. A small amount of seasoning could transform unpalatable food into something desirable, something that many would crave. Though pork would also become rare in the apocalypse, meat would eventually be consumed. In contrast, seasonings could last for an extended period. The residents of the 8 houses, having a solid foundation, had yet to fully grasp the situation and were unaware of how many precious supplies they had traded for chickens and ducks during this time. Alas, it was settled. Everyone was thrilled to have finally secured a large pig to take home, and she would refrain from dampening their spirits. However, their bicycles were ill-equipped to transport such a large live pig back home, necessitating the assistance of the villagers to slaughter the pig and divide it into sizable portions for transport. The villagers, who welcomed these strangers, armed yet non-threatening, bearing essential provisions, offered their wholehearted assistance. Not only did they help with the pig slaughtering, but they also prepared a generous bowl of simplified pig dishes using the pig's blood. They gathered an abundance of vegetables from the fields, added them to the mix, and steamed sweet potatoes, thus providing a hearty lunch for their guests. Naturally, the villagers also partook in a bit of the meat. This marked the closest encounter to the civility of a prosperous era that the residents of Building 8 had experienced since the onset of the apocalypse. Having witnessed countless acts of ruthless plunder and hostility from their fellow humans, observing the warm hospitality of the villagers felt almost surreal, stirring a deep sense of nostalgia within them. Fan Lin was equally astonished to discover such kindness in this place, with some villagers even offering her a handful of cherry tomatoes as a fruit treat, a delightful surprise. In the midst of the apocalypse, she found a sanctuary akin to a utopia on the outskirts of Nanshur. The fertile land allowed the villagers to sustain their homes and crops, ensuring they lacked for nothing in terms of sustenance. Out of fear, they had limited their contact with the outside world, yet they managed to maintain their way of life amidst the chaos. Their aspirations aligned closely with those of Building 8, as the seasonings could enhance the villagers' lives, allowing them to enjoy a more flavorful existence. Fan Lin felt no sense of loss. Before departing, she discreetly left 2 bags of milk candies for the villagers to share among their children. It was not until 2 in the afternoon that they finally departed from the village. During the pig slaughter, they had obtained permission to fell some trees on a nearby mountain. Of the 20-odd bicycles, aside from those carrying pork, the remainder were laden with large bundles of firewood. As they returned, Fan Lin felt somewhat overwhelmed, sensing a lack of opportunities for deceit. The residents of Building 9 and others had grown impatient by the time they arrived back at the assembly point. Upon learning that Building 8 had successfully traded for a large fat pig along with some local goods, envy rippled through the group. Building 9 had fared reasonably well, exchanging for some chickens and ducks. While they could not afford pork, they could at least look forward to some eggs. The other buildings, aside from gathering firewood, had resorted to catching ground squirrels, managing to trap 7 or 8 sizable ones. Yet, these meager offerings scarcely sufficed. Observing the ample meat packed in bags at the rear of Building 8's bicycles, it was evident that each household could enjoy several hearty meals. Indeed, comparison brought forth feelings of inadequacy. Had they known earlier, they would have banded together to search for supplies. Only with shared resources could they hope to exchange for sustenance. Among these individuals were some who had previously participated in the assault on Building 8. Though they now fell under its jurisdiction, their quality of life remained starkly inferior to that of Building 8, leaving them with a bitter taste in their mouths. Yet, they could no longer blame Building 8 for their plight. After Building 8 established its perimeter and began cultivation, suggestions had been made for others to follow suit. But they had not heeded the advice. It was only after the new year, under the firm directive of Chui Long, that they finally delineated their land and banded together to become self-sufficient. Those from Building 9, who lagged behind, were still vastly outpaced by Building 8, leaving those who were even slower to lament their situation in silence. Nevertheless, no matter how dire their circumstances may be, they no longer need to live in fear of home invasions as they once did. The 8th building is armed and collaborates with the military. Should any wrongdoing occur within the community, residents can promptly report it to the personnel of the 8th building. Justice will be served. Those who once perpetrated evil in this neighborhood now dare not act with impunity. While their quality of life and sleep may not rival that of the 8th building, it is still satisfactory. In other areas, chaos reigns, and peaceful slumber is elusive at night. This serves as a comfort, allowing the residents of other buildings to maintain their composure while observing the 8th building enjoying their meals. As they returned to the community, twilight enveloped the surroundings. They knew that the pork they had brought back came from a pig, and the residents of their building could not contain their smiles, reminiscent of a festive celebration. It had been nearly 6 months since they had savored fresh pork, and now they could finally indulge their cravings. Each household with points could exchange them for a pound of fresh pork, while those without points could take half a pound, with the promise of repaying later. The remainder would be frozen. Only the homes of the Fan and Chu families had access to the refrigerator provided by the 8th building. They would need to freeze the leftover meat and ration it carefully, ensuring it lasted longer than just a few days. As for any suspicion regarding their consumption of the pork, the usage would be publicly documented, detailing how much remained and how much had been consumed. There was no need for them to steal. They had ample points to indulge as they wished, yet they chose not to. After all, the rare opportunity to replenish their supply of fresh meat was a cause for communal joy, and by being frugal, they could all enjoy several more meals. After spending the day out, their daughter had found no suitable opportunity to bring out the truck. Mr. and Mrs. Fan reassured her, saying, "It's all right. There is no rush. Tomorrow they should change their route, and perhaps you will find a way then." Fan Lin expressed her frustration. "It's quite challenging. Even if there are tire repair shops in the suburbs that haven't collapsed or been flooded, it's still difficult to rationally park the truck. I believe that if there were places like the forestry farm that Longa visited, the chances might be greater." Chui Long had acquired his pickup truck at a flower and wood farm. Mr. Fan, upon hearing his daughter's remark, pondered for a moment and thought of a location. Chapter 113, The Remembrance of Repayment. The following day, the supply team received a task, as the land where potatoes were harvested needed to be tilled and fertilized. They were required to procure more fertilizer. Previously, they had visited the Shijiao flower and tree farm, but all the fertilizer there had been collected. To find more, they would need to venture farther afield. Approximately 60 to 70 kilometers south of the city, there was once a large nursery. Perhaps they would find what they needed there. However, the distance necessitated the use of a pickup truck, which could only accommodate a few individuals. For safety, they would need to rely on firearms for protection. Knowing that the corn and potatoes cultivated in the Zijing Haoyuan community were nearly ready for harvest, the locals frequently visited to solicit assistance. Rather than resorting to climbing walls, they continually came to plead for help. Chui Long was tasked with overseeing the community to prevent any disturbances. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yusin would lead a team to continue their exploration of the countryside, with Zhou Iyo driving for the trip on Monday. To ensure safety, Fan Lin was summoned to assist Zhou Iyo in searching for fertilizer. Both were armed, alleviating their fears of encountering bandits. Several young individuals, of a similar age to Jian Dan, envied Fan Lin for her frequent excursions, harboring a mix of fear and curiosity. They had heard incessantly about the chaos outside. Fights and robberies were common occurrences during supply missions. In the past, team members often returned injured, but such incidents had become less frequent. Perhaps the presence of the Axe Gang instilled a sense of fear among those who lived by robbery. Or perhaps Zhuang Yusin's armed presence deterred violence, preventing bloodshed. The residents of Building 8 now felt considerably more at ease, no longer living in constant dread for their loved ones venturing outdoors. As Fan Lin stepped out, she carried her black backpack as usual. Noticing the envious glances from Jian Dan and the others, she decided to propose to Zhou Iyo. "Brother Yu, since they haven't ventured out before, let's take them along to broaden their horizons." Zhou Iyo, who was preparing to refuel the pickup truck with an oil drum, glanced back at the eager faces and felt an inclination to decline. What could these youngsters possibly contribute? Hearing Fan Lin advocate for them, Jian Dan rushed over. "Brother Yu, we never left the community, and we know nothing of the outside world. We only heard your stories. It's as if we're blind. Please let us accompany you to gain some experience. You little ones, being able to stay home is a blessing, and you're taking it for granted?" No. Brother Yu, we're not ungrateful. We want to contribute more to Building 8 and also to challenge ourselves." A few others, similar in age to Jian Dan, gathered around. chiming in their requests to join the expedition for experience and growth. Zhou Yiyou found himself in a dilemma. This, understanding Fan Lin's intentions, Chu Yilong recognized that these high school students needed to mature. Although they were only a few years younger than Fan Lin, their mindset and behavior were considerably more immature. They approached tasks with a sense of playfulness and lacked a strong sense of urgency. In a world turned upside down, naivety could be a death sentence. He could not guarantee that he would always be able to protect Building 8. Should an uncontrollable force scatter them one day, excessive protection might instead rob them of their survival skills and courage. Taking them out for a glimpse of the world beyond the confines of the community is indeed a wise decision. Chu Yilong readily acquiesced, albeit with the stipulation that they must secure their family's consent before venturing out, and that they would bear the risks themselves. With the leader's words ringing in their ears, Zhou Yiyou had no choice but to comply. A group of 4 or 5 adolescents, all around the same age, approached their parents with requests to go out and broaden their horizons. Jiandan managed to persuade her brother to allow her to join. Chu Yilong also arranged for Zhuang Yulin to accompany them, alleviating some of the pressure on Zhou Yiyou and Fan Lin. As they reached the front door, just as Fan Lin was about to take the passenger seat, she was halted by Luo Yifan, who had been waiting outside for quite some time. Fan Lin, you're back. It's been ages since we last saw each other. Turning to see him, Fan Lin suddenly recalled this familiar figure. Hadn't she promised to repay him? Ah, yes. 10 bundles of vegetables. She quickly informed Zhou Yiyou, who was refueling. Hold on a moment, I need to take care of something. Oh, go ahead, Zhou Yiyou replied, casting a glance at Luo Yifan but choosing to ignore him. That ill-intentioned fellow dared to harbor thoughts about Lindsay. What an absurdity. Just as Luo Yifan was about to engage Fan Lin in conversation, she preempted him, saying, Wait a moment, I'll be done shortly. With that, she hurried back. Luo Yifan stood there, mouth agape, perplexed about her intentions. Could it be that after her lengthy absence, she had returned bearing gifts for him? Even a glimmer of hope brought a smile to his face. Zhuang Yulin, growing impatient, urged him, Move along. Why are you loitering around our building? Don't you have anything better to do? The relationship between the Luo family and Building 901 was already common knowledge. Now, with the son of 901 embroiled in a quarrel with his mother and having taken refuge in Building 9, it was astonishing that the legitimate wife of the Luo family had accepted the illegitimate son of her husband into their home. Whether it was an intentional act to provoke Wan Furong or held some ulterior motive remained uncertain. Regardless, the departure of that troublesome youth had prompted applause from the children of Building 8. Even Zhuang Yulin could sense the relief in the air, highlighting the considerable shadow that boy had cast on the younger residents when the adults were not around. Birds of a feather flocked together, and none were particularly virtuous. With designs on Fan Lin, Zhuang Yulin was in no mood to entertain him. Luo Yifan, unceremoniously dismissed, felt his expression darken. I'm not here for you. I'm looking for Fan Lin. What is your business? She asked me to wait. He had heard that Fan Lin was helping at a shelter and, after such a prolonged absence, to be asked to wait upon her return suggested perhaps he had a chance. What did it matter if Lindsay had asked him to wait? Did he truly believe something good would come from it? His imagination was running wild. What a delusion. Observing the confidence radiating from Luo Yifan, Zhuang Yulin felt he was suffering from a case of grandiosity. Feeling insulted by the brash young man, Luo Yifan's temper flared. Don't get too cocky and speak to me like that. Jiandan pulled another girl named Oyi Wenwen into the back seat of the pickup truck and whispered a warning. My brother says that one is sweet in appearance but cold-blooded. Keep your distance. At just 17, Oyi Wenwen noticed Jiandan's eagerness to avoid him, as if he were a contagion. It is somewhat amusing. We ought to keep our distance, yet we seldom step outside our door and are unlikely to encounter such scoundrels. Jiandan cast a glance at her and remarked, Perhaps in the future we might venture out more frequently. For now, let us remain vigilant and steer clear of unsavory characters. It felt as though we were evading zombies. Oyuan stifled a laugh. Fan Lin hurried back to the front of the building to find her mother, sharing the matter of repaying a debt with vegetables. Mom, Longa said a bundle of vegetables is worth 100,000. If we give 10 bundles to that Mr. Luo, it would settle $1 million. When he arrives, let us trade 10 bundles of vegetables to repay the debt. The vegetables grown in the field must also be exchanged for points. They cannot simply be picked at will. Before Lu Wanyan could respond to her daughter, the surrounding listeners erupted in laughter. Oh dear, Lindsay, your mother has long since repaid that debt. Do you wish to offer them additional interest? Huh, repaid? When did that happen? Chapter 114. The catastrophe is far from over. Lu Wanyan smiled and informed her. The day you went to the shelter, the building manager returned and told me about it. The very next day, I exchanged my points for 10 bundles of vegetables, along with $1 million in cash. We owe no debts to anyone. The vegetables can merely be considered interest. Why would we need to pay 100,000 for a bundle of vegetables? Fan Ma wouldn't give anyone the opportunity to seize on our vulnerabilities. Chu Ilong did not insist on their actions. He merely sought to remedy the situation concerning that individual, a mere scoundrel who failed to reflect upon himself. How the Fan family chooses to handle matters is entirely within their purview. Lu Wanyan took 100 bundles of cash acquired from prying open a safe, combined it with the 10 bundles of vegetables, and entrusted someone to return it to Building 9, both principal and interest. Her daughter returned without mentioning this matter. Chu Ilong also refrained from discussing it with Fan Lin, leaving her entirely oblivious. It has been settled. There is no longer an issue. I am leaving now, Fan Lin said, waving her hand dismissively. Be careful on your way back. I know, she replied. Upon reaching the front door, she did not even glance at Luo Yifan. Directly taking a seat in the passenger side of the pickup truck, Fan Lin, Luo Yifan hurriedly called out to her. Fan Lin shut the car door and, rolling down the window, curtly replied, My mother already informed me that she has returned the money along with interest. What do you want from me? Luo Yifan hastily explained. I am not here for the money. I do not care what your intentions are. The money has been returned, so we are square. Do not approach me again. Yogu, drive, she commanded. Understood. Without affording Luo Yifan another word, the pickup truck surged forward several meters. In the front cabin sat 4 individuals, 3 of whom were girls. In the back, 4 boys, including Zhuang Yulin and a few others, observed Luo Yifan left behind, their hisses echoing in the air. What audacity! To think that Linzi Jia would still grace him with her favor. Luo Yifan glared in frustration at the receding truck. How could they disregard him so brazenly? He cast a dark glance at the towering walls of Building 8 before turning away, his mood soured. Jiandan admired Fan Lin's decisiveness, exclaiming, Linzi Jia, you are truly impressive. Fan Lin looked puzzled. What have I done that is so remarkable? You are simply amazing, came the reply. The 2 girls in the back erupted in laughter, reveling in the sight of that scoundrel being unceremoniously dismissed by Fan Lin. Zhou chuckled. That overconfident fellow was so thoroughly rebuffed. Let us see if he dares to show his face again. Even if he does, it would be futile. Linzi Jia would not pay him any heed, Jiandan added. Fan Lin nodded in agreement. Indeed, there is no need to acknowledge him. She had not directly confronted Luo Yifan. Their history did not warrant such animosity. Previously, his flirtations had merely been shallow. And while he had assisted Li Zizi in requesting her to delete a post, he had not spoken ill of her. She was not a killer. As long as others harbored no malicious intent towards her, she would not resort to drastic measures. However, should anyone dare to scheme against her, she would not hesitate to retaliate. The boys and girls, experiencing their first departure from the community, stepped beyond their comfort zones, only to be met with vast expanses of urban ruins. The initial excitement of being out for a joyride quickly dissipated. Everything has vanished. The familiar figures of Fan Lin, Zhou Iyo, and Zhuang Yulin remained silent, embodying the stark reality of a post-apocalyptic city. The 10th floor lay in ruins, with 2 more tilting precariously, the survivors standing amidst the debris, enveloped in solitude and desolation. The once bustling streets were devoid of the incessant flow of traffic and the throngs of pedestrians. Instead, only numbed scavengers roamed aimlessly. The front of a pickup truck bore a red insignia indicating military affiliation. Such vehicles were rarely accosted by highway bandits, as the occupants were presumed to be armed. Bold confrontations with the military were discouraged. The pickup truck navigated smoothly out of the city, unimpeded by robbers. However, Jiandan and her companions noticed figures lurking behind the rubble, retreating into hiding as the vehicle approached. Initially anxious, they relaxed somewhat upon realizing that these individuals were too frightened to approach their vehicle. Still, a sense of trepidation lingered, beads of sweat forming in their palms. Outside, danger lurked in every corner, the streets fraught with peril. Zhuang Yulin, seated in the truck bed, advised a few younger boys that bandits typically employed spiked wooden or metal planks to block the road. Once a vehicle halted, they would swarm like vultures, brandishing knives and clubs. Vehicle theft and assaults were commonplace. Our building chief possesses a firearm. If we encounter another vehicle, wouldn't it be an easy target? Someone jested. Zhuang Yulin immediately reprimanded him, stating, the chief is a military officer. How could he engage in such behavior? One must uphold a moral compass even in the apocalypse. Have you forgotten what the chief said? No, I was merely joking. Such jokes are ill-advised. Be wary lest the chief hears and punishes you. Then I'll slap myself. Go ahead, and after that, we shall not report you. Swiftly, he complied, the sound of slaps echoing, followed by laughter. Had they not been traversing through a city of ruins, one might mistake this for a cheerful outing. 40 kilometers south of the city lies the incineration site. Not long after exiting the urban area, Thick plumes of smoke became visible in the distance, rising ominously into the sky. The air was tainted with a foul, acrid odor. Fan Lin distributed masks for everyone to wear. Occasionally, a well-covered large truck would pass by, its occupants fully equipped in protective gear. Zhuang Yulin informed his companions. That truck transports corpses to be cremated. Those who succumbed to disease, fell victim to robbery or violence, starved, or those the government is attempting to remove from the debris, various bodies are collected here for incineration, minimizing pollution. A large truck was filled with corpses destined to become ashes. The boys seated in the truck bed, despite having witnessed numerous deaths in the aftermath of the disaster, felt a chill run down their spines, their faces paling, rendered speechless. Upon realizing they were following a corpse transport, Jiandan and Ouyuan felt a wave of fear wash over them, their bodies tensing involuntarily. Daily fatalities were rampant. Such was the brutal reality of the apocalypse, and the calamity was far from over. Zhou Yiyou, influenced by Zhu Yilong, was also beset with a heavy sense of impending doom. Elsewhere, people grapple with illness, hunger, and the threats posed by malevolent individuals. Although their 8 buildings offer a semblance of stability, they are perpetually haunted by the fear that such tranquility may be fleeting. Fan Lin gazed out at the desolate suburbs, sighing in agreement. The calamity is far from over, it has merely begun. Upon hearing Zhou Yiyou's words and observing the billowing smoke in the distance along with the nearby corpse transport vehicles, Jiandan and Ouyuan instinctively felt an overwhelming sense of dread and concern. The landscape lay ravaged, surrounded by death, rife with malevolence. There remains no sanctuary of safety and peace in this world. It was only after traversing several kilometers away from the incineration site that the acrid stench in the air began to dissipate. However, the roads that the government had managed to repair only extended to the vicinity of the incineration site. The remaining routes bore the scars of devastation. The earthquake had left the pavement cracked and collapsed, rendering some areas impassable. Zhou Yiyou had no choice but to halt the vehicle. Everyone disembarked to engage in road repairs. To labor earnestly. Chapter 115. The irretrievable wandering of the cattle. The group of former high school students was utterly taken aback by the fractured road before them. What a massive chasm! The fissure spanned nearly 1.5 meters in width and plunged to a depth of 70 to 80 centimeters, necessitating a considerable amount of earth to fill it. The devastation wrought by the earthquake was evident, as it could effortlessly rend the once solid concrete asphalt into a gaping trench. Zhou Yiyou and Zhuang Yulin, seasoned in such endeavors, retrieved several shovels and a few burlap sacks from their vehicle. Fan Lin rummaged beneath her seat for a pile of grimy gloves, casually donning a pair. Jiandan and Ouyuan followed suit, selecting relatively cleaner pairs for themselves. The damage to the highway had resulted in numerous raised asphalt fragments, which needed to be relocated to level the fissures, thereby allowing vehicles to pass. The 8 of them labored with their hands, filled the sacks, and wielded the shovels, taking nearly an hour to fill the expansive crack in one lane. All set, Zhuang Yulin declared, driving a large branch into the repaired fissure to make it visible from a distance, thus facilitating a reduction in speed. The group praised his attentiveness. The vehicle continued its journey, stopping intermittently, and it took them half a day to reach the flower and tree nursery. There were no villages nearby. At the end of the exit ramp from the highway lay a cluster of makeshift housing ruins. Upon seeing this desolation, Fan Lin felt a chill of despair. Would they be unable to succeed today? Without cover, the task would prove arduous. However, this was merely the periphery. They still needed to venture deeper into the mountainous region where the flora was cultivated. The flower and tree nursery was in disarray, with many ornamental trees uprooted by the typhoon, now leaning precariously after being submerged. In the low-lying areas, only withered grass and countless black plastic soil bags remained. Brother Yu, if there were any fertilizers here, they've likely been washed away, given the abundant evidence of flooding, Zhou Yiyou observed, surveying the surroundings, lacking any certainty about their findings. It was said that this site was once the largest flower nursery in Nanshi, but they had yet to explore beyond the hillside. The group made their way toward the slope. Higher up, they found that indeed, the area had escaped flooding, retaining some upright trees. Many of the greenery lining the streets of Nanshi had originated from this very place, with a plethora of stout palm trees dotting the hillside. Each trunk stood as resolute as a concrete pillar. Though these trees were not particularly fire-resistant, they served excellently as kindling. Oh, how splendid it would be to transport these trees back from this hillside. They are impressively large, Zhuang Yulin lamented, unable to resist the allure of the burnable material. Fan Lin shared his sentiment, noting that the coarse fibers of the palm trees could serve as substrate for mushroom cultivation, rendering them quite valuable. However, the pickup truck could only accommodate a few, and the cost of gasoline to travel such a distance for collection was prohibitively high. All that remained was a sense of regret as they gazed longingly at the trees. The slopes were devoid of human presence, This land had originally been designated for cultivation, and those temporarily residing here had departed long before the typhoon struck. The hillside also bore remnants of makeshift housing, but a search through the ruins yielded no signs of fertilizer. Disappointment enveloped them. It is likely that the houses here have been devastated by typhoons and earthquakes. Even if there is fertilizer, the incessant rains during the flood season would have rendered it ineffective, making the journey futile. However, it is not entirely in vain. Without fertilizer, we can still return with palm trees. Indeed, we shall not return empty-handed. Such is the only consolation we can offer ourselves. Did you hear that sound? A youth, who had been conversing with the group, suddenly inquired. The crowd blinked in surprise, pausing to listen intently for 2 seconds. No, what did you hear? Someone asked. There is something calling. The boy named Pan Honkai signaled for silence. He was convinced he had heard something. Perhaps it's a bird. There are trees here. And I see birds flitting about, Oyuelwin remarked dismissively. Shoo. Pan Honkai raised a finger to indicate she should be quiet. His earnest demeanor suggested he was not jesting, prompting the group to fall silent. A gentle breeze rustled through the disordered grove, producing the sound of leaves whispering, occasionally interspersed with birdsong. Yet suddenly, a faint bleating sound echoed from afar. Could it be sheep? Zhouyo pondered, uncertain. It sounds like there are sheep bleating. Everyone recognized the sound. But how could there be sheep here? This place hardly seems suitable for grazing. Despite their youth, they possessed some common sense. There was little grass, few flowers, and only a handful of trees remained. Pan Honkai remarked, regardless of what it is, the presence of that call nearby is quite peculiar. Should we not investigate? Intrigued by the prospect of encountering a stray sheep, the group made their way toward the source of the sound. Fan Lin intentionally lagged behind to observe the terrain and environment. As they navigated through a grove of banyan trees, they heard a more resonant call. Wait, that's not sheep, it's cattle. Having grown up in a household that once operated a pig farm, Zhouyo was more familiar with the sounds of livestock and corrected himself. Bleating is different from mooing. Cattle are preferable. They are larger than sheep. And beef is tastier than lamb, one remarked. At this point, it's not about which meat is better. We'd be grateful for any meat at all. A glimmer of excitement spread among the group. Could they really be fortunate enough to find a cow waiting for them? Following the sound, they left the dirt path and ventured deeper into the woods, just as Fan Lin was about to catch up. Her eyes caught sight of a blue rooftop peeking out at the end of the dirt road. Noticing that the others were completely engrossed in the direction of the cattle's call, she halted her steps to avoid alerting them. Instead, she retraced her steps along the dirt path, careful to minimize any noise, and made her way upwards. Before long, she discovered a half-collapsed makeshift dwelling. Fortune is on my side, she exclaimed, quickly clearing the intact section, gathering tools and miscellaneous items into her space, and creating enough room to extract a light truck. The truck had already been disguised at home. Indeed, to facilitate their deceit, the Zhang family had sacrificed the tidiness of their living room, applying a weathered, disaster-worn finish to the vehicle. The truck, covered in dust both inside and out, had its fuel tank nearly empty, making it blend seamlessly into the surrounding ruins. After securing the vehicle, Fan Lin meticulously arranged the scattered tools around her, ensuring that no detail was overlooked before she addressed her footprints and retreated. She then swiftly navigated the path to catch up with the clandestine and cautious group. Zhouyo, along with his companions, was concealed behind a tree, observing a distant cow. After a prolonged vigil, they had yet to see any signs of human presence, and the cow appeared emaciated, its ribcage prominently visible. It seemed to indeed be a stray. There were no signs of habitation nearby, and this was hardly a suitable pasture for cattle. No one would be foolish enough to let a cow graze in such an area. It was more suited for trees. It must have wandered away from somewhere. A lost and wandering beast. They were eager to capture it. Zhuang Yulin and the few boys beside him were itching with excitement. Chapter 116. A stroke of luck. How does one go about this? Though the cow appears lean, it must weigh several hundred pounds. A mere bump from its horns could be quite perilous. Zhouyo, who has slaughtered pigs before, knows better than to underestimate a cow, regardless of its size, as it is always larger than a pig. The prospect of beef, several hundred pounds of it, is too enticing to ignore. Certainly, one cannot let this opportunity slip away. A strategy must be devised to safely transport the cow. A direct approach would be reckless, and the likelihood of successfully capturing the animal is uncertain. Temptation might work. Gathering a substantial amount of grass could lure the cow closer. However, persuading it to board a pickup truck seems nearly impossible. Cows possess a degree of intelligence and are unlikely to follow a mere handful of grass wherever one desires. As for using a gun to shoot the cow, that is the least favorable option. After all, this cow could gain several hundred pounds with proper care. With the abundance of corn stalks available, It could be fed to yield a considerable amount of meat. Such a fortuitous opportunity is rare. Hence, every effort must be made to secure it, unless absolutely necessary. The idea of slaughtering this emaciated creature is not to be entertained. Fan Lin retrieved a stun baton from her backpack. With this, she reasoned, she could incapacitate the cow and then tie it up for transport. The others were taken aback at her possession of such a device. How did you come by that? One asked. My father used to drive for Didi and, concerned about encountering unscrupulous passengers, he acquired it for self-defense. He insisted I carry it when I go out, as it serves as a useful alternative when a firearm is impractical. The group expressed envy. This was indeed a valuable self-defense tool. Sister Lindsay is well prepared. We even left our knives in the car, Jian Dan admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. I thought it would be safe, so I didn't take anything with me. Upon seeing Wei Yuan neglecting her bag, she had followed suit. Fan Lin, with a serious demeanor, admonished them, from now on, remember to carry a weapon at all times. In this post-apocalyptic world, danger lurks everywhere. If you find yourselves in peril without means of defense, who will come to your aid? The decision to bring them along had been made with care, having remained in the sheltered environment of Building 8 for too long. Their sense of urgency had dulled. They seemed to treat this outing as a mere excursion, a mindset that is most unwise. Yu Yuan, feeling chastened, admitted, it's my fault. I thought there would be no danger since the road was clear, so I didn't bring anything. The other two girls accompanying Zhuang Yuan had not forgotten their knives when they exited, but it was only the two younger girls who had momentarily neglected their awareness. Zhou Iyo, while aware that danger was unlikely in this area, could not allow their naivety to prevail. In this post-apocalyptic world, girls must not indulge in a false sense of security. Compared to men, you face greater risks outdoors and must be especially vigilant. Lindsay sets an excellent example. You two should learn from her. Jian Dan and Yu Yuan nodded in agreement, recognizing that they had much to aspire to in Lindsay. I will remain here to keep an eye on the cow. Who among you will fetch some rope from the vehicle? Or perhaps check the vicinity for any? Typically, in the ruins of houses, there is often hemp rope to be found nearby. This is a flower and wood base, and when trees are excavated for sale, their roots are usually tied with rope to secure them in place, so there should be some reserves of hemp rope around. On Monday, you did not feel at ease leaving Fan Lin alone. So he asked Pan Hongkai and another boy named Xiao Fei to stay with her while the others went to search for rope and grass. With the others dispatched to find the rope, he hoped that fortune would not fall upon him again. Fan Lin concealed her calculations behind her eyes, patiently awaiting the moment when others would uncover the surprise. In truth, she had also heard animal sounds earlier, but chose not to voice it. With so many people present, it was unlikely she was the only one who heard. Indeed, someone soon brought it up before her. She dared not tempt fate with such luck. After all, when they had exchanged for a pig in the countryside, everyone attributed the good fortune to her, which had alerted her to the need for discretion. Moving forward, she resolved to remain low-key. Discovering surprises was best left to others, as it would distract attention from her. In no time, Zhuang Yuan rushed over to inform her. Sister Lin, there's a truck on the other side of the slope. It not only has keys, but is in good condition. Fan Lin feigned immense surprise, her face a mask of disbelief. Really? Indeed. Brother, you sent me to tell you. They will come over after finding the grass. Zhuang Yuan, holding a bundle of rope, was beaming with delight. The three left behind to tend the cattle were equally astonished and inquired about the truck, to which Zhuang Yuan animatedly shared the news. Once we reached the main dirt road outside, we spotted a dilapidated house on the slope, half collapsed, with the other half sagging precariously. Initially intending to grab some rope and perhaps check for fertilizer, we instead discovered a box truck parked there, with the keys still hanging in the ignition. A flick of the switch brought the engine to life. We wondered how anyone could abandon a vehicle in such a place, leaving it for us to find. This outing turned out to be a stroke of incredible luck, and we would surely astonish everyone upon our return. The group shared in the joy, exclaiming, "We found a cow and a truck. What extraordinary fortune!" Pan Hongkai, the first to hear the animal sounds, basked in the shared glory. Yes, what extraordinary fortune. He laughed heartily. The laughter startled the cow, which suddenly turned and trotted away briskly. Oh no, the cow is running, Fan Lin exclaimed, dashing after it. The others, realizing their exuberance had startled the animal, quickly fell silent and followed suit. The lean cow quickened its pace upon seeing them approach, breaking into a light run at the base of the slope. What should we do? This cow is faster than us. Previously, they had kept a distance of 20 to 30 meters to avoid alarming it, but now, as they chased after the fleeing cow, the distance only widened. Fan Lin deemed this pursuit futile. Stop, don't chase it, she called out. The more we pursue, the faster it runs. Let us hide instead. We must not let it sense our hostility. Zhuang Yulin and the others quickly complied, though worries crept in about how far the cow might run. Surely, it won't run away forever. It's not a horse, they reasoned, though Fan Lin felt uncertain herself. It seemed to validate her words. The cow, sensing that no one was pursuing it any longer, came to a halt and lifted its head, mooing twice in the stillness. The four of them exchanged glances, stifling their laughter, too hesitant to make a sound. Once the cow settled down again, grazing on the sparse grass, they cautiously approached. You go call you go and the others over here, lest they start shouting in search of us and frighten the cow. Fan Lin instructed Zhuang Yulin to make the trip. All right, but don't get too close. If the cow goes wild, we want to have time to escape. Zhuang Yulin replied, handing the rope to Pan Hongkai before turning to run up the hillside. After several minutes, they finally returned with Zhou Iyo and the others. Each of them held a generous handful of grass, or rather, should be termed as vegetables. Beside the house on the slope lay a garden, presumably tended by a carpenter for personal consumption, which had flourished unattended, yielding some leafy greens. Feeding the cow with these would be far sweeter than the wild grasses. Chapter 117. The scheme of capturing the cow on a Monday. Zhou Iyo approached the emaciated cow, one hand holding a bundle of fresh vegetables and the other wielding a cattle prod. The cow, alert, raised its head to regard him, yet Zhou Iyo feigned indifference, proceeding as if he were merely passing by a harmless creature. As he neared the cow, he tossed the vegetables before it, prompting the animal to retreat a few steps, circling around the greens. Only after confirming that Zhou Iyo made no further moves did the cow lower its head to nibble on the verdant leaves. While chewing, it glanced up at the second bundle of vegetables in Zhou Iyo's hand. He raised the greens, encouraging, "Go on, this is also for you." Whether the cow understood him remained uncertain, but it bent down again to devour the leaves, unable to resist the enticing treat. Zhou Iyo gradually tossed pieces of vegetable toward the cow, inching closer to its body. A few observers, hidden at a distance, held their breath, anxiously watching Zhou Iyo's interaction with the bovine. As the cow savored the sweet delicacy, Zhou Iyo pressed the button on the cattle prod, unleashing a crackling surge of electricity. The cow, startled, leaped back a few paces. Before it could escape, the prod struck its body, the high-voltage current incapacitating the creature and causing it to collapse to the ground. The cow's moo morphed into a distressed pitch, its limbs twitching as it struggled to rise. Despite the potency of the cattle prod, it was not lethal to humans unless aimed at a vital area, and given the cow's substantial size, it merely lost consciousness temporarily. "Quick, hand me the rope," Zhou Iyo called out. Pan Hongkai hurriedly approached, offering the rope. The cow, having sensed the hostility from these humans, found itself powerless to resist. Immobilized, concerned about unforeseen complications, Zhou Iyo instructed Pan Hongkai to step back, urging the others to maintain their distance. He then secured the rope through the ring in the cow's nose, tying a knot just as the cow began to regain some awareness. Snorting and attempting to butt Zhou Iyo with its head, he swiftly dodged, pulling the rope and retreating several meters away from the cow. The onlookers breathed a sigh of relief as Zhou Iyo successfully tethered the cow. "Ah, we shall have beef soon," they exclaimed, eagerly flocking over to witness the now captured creature. Before long, the cow regained its senses and attempted to rise, its temper flaring as it lowered its head to charge at the humans. Zhou Iyo tugged on the rope, causing the cow's nose to sting, which subdued its aggression. Ultimately, it had no choice but to comply and follow the humans. Jian Dan retrieved the uneaten vegetables, and amidst laughter, they led the cow up the slope. "No need for fertilizers now. We've found this cow. Let us gather some firewood and head back." After surveying the area and being fairly certain there were no fertilizers to be found, Zhou Iyo was eager to return to Building 8. Today's unexpected bounty filled everyone with exhilaration. One cow, one truck. What a tremendous windfall. The box truck rolled out, dusted off, and opened its rear compartment. A few planks were fetched to create a ramp, and with a combination of vegetables and force, they guided the cow into the truck's cargo area. Task accomplished. This vehicle was now ready to transport the cow, with Fan Lin at the helm. A pickup truck, laden with several palm trees, departed from the nursery. On their return journey, a military-identified pickup truck led the way unimpeded, yet the highway bandits, noticing the box truck trailing behind, could not resist their greed. The allure of the cargo within was too tempting. They brazenly scattered spikes on the road in an attempt to halt the truck. In a moment of urgency, Fan Lin slammed on the brakes, causing everyone in the vehicle to lurch forward. Jian Dan and Yuewen, seated in the back, gasped in alarm, instinctively reaching out to brace themselves against the front seats. In no time, a dozen bandits surrounded them, some forcefully yanking at the doors while others pried at the rear of the truck, likely hoping to seize whatever supplies they could, even if they could not take the vehicle itself. Jian Dan and Yuewen, witnessing the thugs outside, turned pale with fear. instinctively clasping the doors in a desperate bid to prevent them from being forcibly opened. Fan Lin, taken aback by the audacity of the bandits, heard the clattering of the rear compartment being pried open. Without hesitation, she rolled down the window, uttering not a word, and opened fire on the assailants outside. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, each one striking true and exploding the heads of those attempting to violently wrench the door open. Ahead, Zhou Yiyou parked the vehicle and swiftly disembarked, rushing toward them with his gun drawn. "How dare you impede our passage? Prepare to meet your end," he shouted, firing a shot without aiming. The bandits were taken aback. They had not anticipated that a woman at the wheel would possess a firearm, let alone the addition of a man with a gun. Realizing the peril, those able to move fled in haste, while the incapacitated could only writhe on the ground, awaiting their demise. Familiar with the procedure, Zhuang Yulin exited the vehicle to retrieve the spike strips, while Fan Lin stepped out to inspect the rear compartment. Zhou Yiyou approached to assess the situation as well. Marks of tampering were evident, but fortunately, the lock remained intact. "Such brazen audacity," Zhou Yiyou remarked, "to wreak havoc even with a military flag vehicle in plain sight. They truly act without fear of consequence. Desperation has led them astray. They no longer regard the government or military as a deterrent," Fan Lin replied, her disdain for those who thrived on theft palpable. In her previous life, her father had succumbed to injuries inflicted by bandits, and though he was still alive in this iteration, her hatred for those who preyed upon others' possessions was unwavering. Zhou Yiyou, having dispatched 3 bandits, felt no remorse. They were indeed deserving of their fate. He gestured to a few young men in his vehicle. "Come here. Dispose of these fools so they do not obstruct the road," his tone casual, as if discarding mere refuse. The 2 girls in the back seat, pale and in shock, struggled to comprehend the rapid turn of events. This was their first encounter with the grim reality of gun violence, witnessing the gruesome aftermath of a life extinguished in mere moments. The bandits, once menacing, were now lifeless on the ground. The stark brutality of reality far surpassing any cinematic depiction, leaving an indelible mark on the 2 young women, freshly emerged from the sheltered confines of their previous lives. Zhuang Yulin, having encountered such scenes several times, remained composed as he cleared the obstacles and moved the lifeless bodies. In contrast, Pan Hongkai and a few others were visibly shaken by the still warm cadavers. Zhou Yiyou offered them no reprieve, move them, and dispose of them behind the rubbish heap. His decision not to incinerate the bodies before their eyes was a concession to their youth. Zhuang Yulin cast a knowing glance at the boys, whose faces were etched with fear. "Do not even think of evasion. Get to work swiftly." The 4 of them, each taking hold of a hand or a foot, lifted the bodies and discarded them. Blood pooled around them, a gruesome sight. The youths gritted their teeth, suppressing their trepidation, and carried the 3 recently deceased highwaymen to the roadside. On their return journey, Zhou Yiyou noticed the absence of their earlier lightheartedness and, clicking his tongue, inquired, "Are you truly frightened now?" Chapter 118. Miracles. A few boys exchanged glances, unable to deny the gravity of the situation. The journey had been smooth, yet in an instant, 3 bandits had met their demise. Their audacity in robbery was brazen, their brutality in murder chilling. Crime had become a mundane affair, and human life was treated as if it were mere straw. They were not only terrified by the steaming corpses but also by those capable of snuffing out lives in an instant. In this apocalyptic world, it was a matter of survival of the fittest. Either one perished or the other thrived. They had witnessed this firsthand, and indeed, they were profoundly shaken. The 2 girls in the truck fell silent, gripped by fear and uncertain of what to say. Zhuang Yulin reassured them. "The first time I saw Sister Lindsay kill a bandit, I felt much like you do now. You will grow accustomed to it." "Accustomed to witnessing Sister Lindsay take lives?" The 2 girls gasped in horror, their eyes wide. Realizing the ambiguity of his words, Zhuang Yulin quickly clarified, "I mean accustomed to the chaos outside. Adapting to a world devoid of order is essential." Thankfully, Sister Lindsay had acted decisively, had the bandits smashed the windows and broken in. Anyone caught would have been in grave danger. He had ventured out with the team, learning from numerous harrowing experiences and injuries that one could not rely on old ways of thinking in the apocalypse. His words jolted the 2 girls, who had initially feared that Fan Lin might be overly ruthless. Fan Lin fired to protect everyone. If they deemed her cruel, did they wish to sacrifice themselves to the wolves in a misguided act of mercy? Their expressions returned to normal, replaced by a vehement disdain for the bandits. Driving the truck, Fan Lin heard their furious denunciations of the loss of humanity in the apocalypse, and she knew that the 2 girls had begun to grasp some of the harsh realities. As the pickup truck returned, it was spotted from afar by those on the watchtower. The truck following it was reported to those below, and Zhuang Jimin feigned ignorance, inquiring how a truck had appeared. The watchtower guard replied, "The one driving the truck is Lindsay." The fact that one of their own was at the wheel conveyed a significant message. The truck was theirs. Excitement erupted below. Lindsay found a truck and brought it back? Her luck is truly unmatched. It was said that Lindsay was destined for great fortune whenever she ventured out. Good things were bound to follow. Laughter ensued as the crowd rushed to the front entrance to see for themselves. Zhuang Jimin and Chu Yilong lagged behind. But upon confirming that the truck was indeed a result of their expedition, the residents of Building 8 were further astounded by the truck's cargo. My heavens! There's a cow. The thin cow mooed in discontent at being the center of attention. A live cow. Zhuang Jimin and Chu Yilong were utterly amazed, giving a thumbs up to the fortunate team. Remarkable. You actually brought back a cow. Let's reward each of them with a pound of pork, shall we? Chu Yilong asked the crowd, his excitement palpable. The sight of the cow sparked thoughts of delectable beef among the onlookers. And it was clear that the contributions of these individuals were significant. No objections here. We're in full agreement. They chorused. This was meat brought back without cost. Unlike the goods exchanged for supplies, a reward was certainly warranted. Moreover, there was a truck to consider. Jian Dan and O Yuewen disembarked from the truck, their faces lighting up at the prospect of receiving a pound of meat as a reward. As the crowd caught sight of Jian Dan, a certain event suddenly sprang to their minds, and they hurriedly informed her, Miss Jian, you must return home quickly. Your father has come back. My father has returned? Jian Dan exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. Yes. You had only just left when he arrived. Oh dear, he looks utterly dreadful. You must hurry back to see him. This earth-shattering news struck Jian Dan like a thunderclap, stirring her heart and bringing tears to her eyes. Without pausing to inquire further, she dashed towards her building. The few who had just returned were equally astonished by the news. It had been nearly half a year since the calamity struck, and this was the first instance of someone returning alive to Building 8. A miracle. Fan Lin was somewhat taken aback, not expecting someone who had ventured 2,000 kilometers away to safely return. However, the mention of Jian Dan's father overshadowed the absence of her mother, who had gone out with him. Fan Lin could only sigh for the ecstatic Jian Dan as she raced home. Meanwhile, the crowd at the front gate was engulfed in a euphoric frenzy, barely uttering a few words about the return of Jian Dan's family. They recounted how earlier that morning, a man who resembled a beggar had arrived at the front gate, claiming to be the owner of Unit 902 in Building 8. He had walked back from a city across several provinces, covering 2,000 kilometers over 4 months. His frail frame resembled that of a skeleton, and upon seeing his son, he fainted from sheer excitement. Doctors were still attending to them at that moment. In this apocalyptic world, to return home alive after such a harrowing journey was indeed a miracle. A group of youths nearby began sharing their own tales of encountering bandits on their way back home, turning their harrowing experiences into a captivating narrative. However, upon hearing that Fan Lin had shot dead 3 robbers, a wave of trepidation swept over the crowd. This girl was undeniably formidable, albeit a bit ruthless. Fan Lin, indifferent to how others perceived her, attributed her discoveries of cattle and trucks to others, striving to distance herself from the halo of fortune. Jian Dan's father, Jian Jiming, felt a tightening in his chest as he realized his daughter had once again taken a life. She faced danger alone, solving her own problems, leaving her parents feeling powerless to assist her. Moreover, she bore the weight of others' incomprehension in their gazes. Even though the neighbors did not voice their fears, their apprehension was palpable. As a father, Jian Jiming felt a deep sorrow for his daughter. The crowd worked together to unload the emaciated cow from the vehicle, joyfully tying it to a nearby open space and discarding the potato vines they had unearthed a couple of days prior onto the ground. The lean cow sniffed the ground and began to eat. The little shepherd dog raised in Building 8 barked excitedly, circling the cow. They remarked that the potato vines were useless, merely fit for drying and burning as fodder, but now they could serve as food for the cow. The entire assembly regarded the cow as a treasure for Building 8, dreaming of raising it for a year or so, envisioning it could gain several hundred pounds. In that case, the entire household could enjoy a few more meals of beef. Such dreams were indeed delightful. As the revelry continued among the crowd, having fulfilled her task, Fan Lin ascended the stairs to her home. Passing the 9th floor, she was met with the heart-wrenching sound of Jian Dan's sobs, accompanying his daughter upstairs. Fan Jiming informed her, Jian's father collapsed for several hours after returning home. He woke intermittently, displaying emotional instability, shouting and crying while speaking incoherently. I administered some sleeping pills to ensure he could rest properly. Their mother has not returned, and it is likely she is lost to us. It would be miraculous if she were to come back. Fan Lin sighed. Indeed, considering the perilous journey from such a distant place, it is astonishing that he survived. Upon returning home, they found Lu Wanyun had just finished preparing dinner. I anticipated your return, she remarked. Look, I have made your favorite dish, boiled beef. How fortuitous. Fan Lin exclaimed with a grin as she washed her hands. While others wait, I return to a feast of beef. How fortunate I am. Puzzled by the situation, Lu Wanyan inquired, who else is waiting? Aside from our family in Building 8, who else could possibly enjoy beef? With a smile, Fan Jiming explained to his wife. This time, our daughter not only accomplished her mission but also brought back a live cow. Even Lu Wanyan was astonished by their remarkable fortune. Chapter 119. Shattered Dreams. The 8th building boasts an abundance of resources, not only raising chickens, ducks, and dogs but now also several cows and a truck. It is indeed difficult to resist feelings of envy and jealousy. However, such emotions are futile. Since the natural disaster, the 8th building has maintained its steadfast principles. To harbor ill intentions towards them is to invite misfortune. A humble demeanor may yield assistance, while dishonesty only leads to despair. To this day, the 8th building has chosen to ignore the Lu family, who once conspired with outsiders to bring them harm. They have been left to associate with their malevolent neighbors. And other buildings that strive for self-sufficiency have also refused to accept them. How those individuals choose to live is their own affair. If they wish to cultivate the land, they must find their own means. There are still some vacant spaces around the community, and if worse comes to worst, they can clear the rubble to create some room. Their future is contingent upon their own desires and decisions. The return of a homeowner from the 8th building has made quite an impact within the community. Each building has residents with relatives who were away from home before the disaster struck. When calamity occurred, many quickly lost contact, their fates uncertain. After enduring several months without news, it became apparent to everyone that the outlook was grim, yet there lingered a flicker of hope for a miracle. And now, a miracle has indeed occurred. The father of the Jian siblings has returned. He has walked home from a distance of 2,000 kilometers, igniting hope in families with loved ones abroad. Professor Zhou and Grandma Su feel their hopes intensifying. They had previously sought assistance from Chu Yilong to inquire about news of the retreat from the military. While ordinary people cannot communicate, military channels still exchange information. However, the current situation in the military at the state city is quite complex, and they have yet to obtain any information regarding their daughter's family. As for their son and daughter-in-law who have gone abroad, they do not dare to harbor excessive hopes. As long as their granddaughter in the capital is safe, they will be grateful. Old Master Zhao from 601 and Aunt Lu are also eagerly anticipating the sudden return of their son and daughter-in-law. Although Aunt Lu occasionally harbors thoughts of visiting her brother's family, she understands that the 8th building's residents would never forgive her brother's transgressions. Should she venture out, they would no longer accept her. She can only endure her suffering in silence, hoping her son will return to alter her circumstances. The first harvest of vegetables from the 8th building is at hand, and it is time to prepare pickled vegetables. With little work left to do, Fan Lin refrains from participating, allowing others to earn the points. She takes a stroll downstairs and assists the elderly neighbor with mobility issues by exchanging some vegetables. Jian Dan has not left the house for 3 days, tending to her father, Jian Ruiyang, having returned home on foot over 1,000 miles. Succumbs to exhaustion after his intense journey. His body can no longer withstand the strain, and his spirit falters. His mind is clouded, unable to discern reality from illusion. Jian Yu and Jian Dan, witnessing their father's condition, feel deep sorrow, still unable to inquire about their mother's fate. They dare not even mention her name. The mere utterance causes their father to react with distress, weeping and crying out in anguish. The siblings have come to surmise that their mother has met with misfortune, and in recent days, their eyes have swollen from tears. Observing her father, who had become little more than skin and bones, Jian Dan turned to her brother and said, "Brother, please fetch some pork before heading to work. I shall prepare some nutritious porridge for father." "All right, I will go right away." Jian Yu did not take any time off. He diligently reported for duty each day. With a father whose health had deteriorated both physically and mentally, he felt an even greater need to cherish his stable position as a guard. Upon reaching the 7th-floor residence of the building manager, Chu Yilong immediately understood that he needed pork and without hesitation instructed his wife to retrieve some. Jian Yu requested 2 tails of pork and then exchanged points for 4 eggs. The pork was part of the reward meant for Jian Dan, to be distributed in portions. The siblings refrained from partaking, dedicating it entirely to their father's nourishment. From merely being able to make fried rice and instant noodles, Jian Dan had acquired the skills to cook porridge, pancakes, and stir-fried dishes within just 2 months of being confined at home. Even a high school student could master such culinary arts. Jian Dan minced the pork, marinated it with spices, then stirred it into the nearly finished porridge, added an egg, and finally sprinkled some chopped scallions. A pot of fragrant pork and egg porridge was ready, a meal for their father. The aroma wafted through the air, causing Jian Yu to swallow hard. He quickly grabbed 2 potato cakes and rushed out to avoid drooling. On his way down, he encountered Fan Lin, who was carrying fresh vegetables upstairs. He lowered his head to give way, not wishing for anyone to see his swollen eyes from crying. Fan Lin understood his feelings and offered no consolation, continuing straight upstairs. She delivered the vegetables to the neighbors, where two elderly individuals were discussing the weather. Today feels peculiar. The temperature has dropped several degrees, yet the humidity is high. Look, this growing medium has been sprayed today, and it feels significantly more damp than yesterday. Then we should reduce the spraying frequency today. Professor Zhou noticed Fan Lin's entrance and promptly instructed her, make sure to tell them that with the return of humidity, the mushrooms need less water. Overwatering will cause them to grow improperly. Understood. I noticed the floor was a bit damp as well. Fan Lin placed the vegetables in the kitchen and then turned to glance at their mushroom cultivation room on the balcony. The two elderly researchers were engaged in studying mushroom cultivation there. Building 8 had successfully cultivated numerous mushrooms using the mycelium they developed, yielding a daily harvest. To store the surplus fresh mushrooms, Building 8 had prepared 10 large water tanks for pickling. The harvested mushrooms would be cleaned, dried slightly, and then layered with salt, allowing them to remain unspoiled for an entire year. The two elders were responsible for cultivating mycelium at home, while a dedicated team in Building 8 managed the mushroom growth in the basement. Exiting the neighbor's residence, Fan Lin did not return home, but descended again to inform the personnel in charge of the basement cultivation about the need to reduce the watering. The climatic changes herald the approach of extreme cold. However, she could say nothing. Speaking too much would raise suspicions. She could only watch as old Shin led a team to till the potato field, preparing to plant another batch of potatoes in a few days. Yet, there would be no subsequent harvest of potatoes. A truck had been added to Building 8, which had been efficiently transporting 2 loads of firewood daily in recent days. The vacant land could no longer accommodate the wood, which had to be stacked in heaps. Before long, a relentless rain began to fall. The residents of the 8 buildings busied themselves with covering the firewood and collecting rainwater. The long-awaited rain brought great joy, as the newly planted potatoes received much-needed nourishment from the heavens. It seemed as though fate was smiling upon their crops, heralding a bountiful harvest. What delighted them even more was that the corn was finally ready to be harvested. With over 2 acres of corn, they harvested while it continued to grow. The households of the 8 buildings enjoyed fresh corn as their staple food, and even in their dreams at night, they could savor the sweet aroma of corn. However, this idyllic dream was abruptly shattered by the howling winds of the early morning. A sharp, urgent whistle awakened the remaining residents of the community. Chapter 120. The arrival of extreme cold. Fan Lin was startled awake by the sound of a whistle, immediately grasping the situation. She hurriedly got up, switched on the light, and put on additional layers of clothing. She then secured the soft glass windows tightly, drawing down the thick cotton curtains. Although her parents were somewhat mentally prepared, they still shivered upon leaving the warmth of their bed. My goodness, the temperature had truly plummeted overnight. Lindsay warned that the temperature would drop rapidly, urging everyone to dress warmly to avoid catching a cold. Fan Jiming quickly rose to search for warm clothing. The couple donned thermal underwear, padded vests, and layered on fleece sweaters and down jackets. Lu Wanyan attempted to move her limbs but felt constricted by the bulky attire. Disliking the cumbersome outfit that hindered her ability to work, Fan Jiming helplessly remarked that it was better than being frozen. According to Lindsay, it would only get colder before dawn. Just last night, it had still been around 16 or 17 degrees, and now, barely 8 hours later at 5 in the morning, the temperature had dropped to 3 degrees, prompting the watchful guards to issue a low temperature warning. The residents of Building 8 took the previously circulated disaster warning seriously, paying close attention to the temperature fluctuations. The recent days of rain had led to a continuous drop in temperature, and the humidity in the air was unusually high. No one dared to be negligent, as the sequence of disasters had warned of impending extreme cold. Thus, those on guard duty remained vigilant, ready to sound the alarm at the slightest hint of a sudden temperature drop. Indeed, the humid conditions had transformed into a biting north wind by last night, with temperatures plummeting swiftly. The anticipated extreme weather had finally materialized. Dad, Mom, are you ready? Fan Lin, similarly bundled up, had finished her preparations. I'll go check on the neighbors. Go ahead, we'll be ready shortly. Fan Lin knocked on the neighboring door, waiting for a while before Professor Zhou finally opened it, huddled against the cold. Grandpa Zhou, you should really start a fire to warm up. I'll move the fungi from the balcony into the storage room. After closing the door, Fan Lin dashed towards the balcony. Then you go ahead. I'll tend to the fire, Professor Zhou said as he wrapped himself in a thick cotton coat and hurried off to work. Grandma Su emerged wearing a heavy cotton coat to assist. All those awakened by the whistle felt the sharp chill brought on by the sudden drop in temperature. Within half an hour, the warning temperature of 3 degrees fell to -3 degrees, and frost began to appear in the vegetable patch. The residents of Building 8 hurriedly harvested their crops. Fires were ignited in the greenhouses, and the underground planting rooms quickly utilized charcoal to raise the temperature. Hurry, hurry. The temperature is still dropping. The personnel monitoring the temperature grew anxious atop the watchtower. The unprecedented rapid drop in temperature evoked memories of the terrifying scenes from the classic disaster film The Day After Tomorrow. If that were to happen, it would be truly dreadful. Those working with torches or flashlights already felt their hands and feet growing numb. Oh my, how terrifying. Frost has formed overnight. It's so cold, my hands are completely frozen. The vegetable harvesters felt their fingers stiffening and aching. All harvestable vegetables needed to be picked, and those planted in the more resilient planting boxes had to be transferred to the greenhouse. However, the outdoor greenhouse measured only 100 square meters and could not accommodate all the planting boxes, forcing them to retain only the hardiest vegetables. The second crop of radishes has yet to reach sufficient size, yet temperatures have plummeted below freezing. No one can ascertain how low the temperatures will drop or for how long they will persist. Rather than risking them freezing in the ground, it is wiser to harvest them early. Thus, all the radishes were uprooted and piled into the greenhouse. Residents from other buildings were also urged by their respective leaders to hastily gather their crops. Building 9 fared reasonably well, closely following Building 8. Having produced a fair amount of vegetables over the past month or two, though their corn and potatoes lagged behind. Nevertheless, there would still be some harvest to reap. As they observed the sky, delicate flakes began to fall. A rare snowfall graced the city of South City. With temperatures dropping so swiftly, they dared not harbor illusions and hastily ignited torches to dig up potatoes. Meanwhile, the residents of other buildings were left in despair, having barely enjoyed a few meals from their gardens before facing this rapid temperature decline. With such a freeze, the prospect of consuming vegetables became increasingly daunting. Though Building 8 had constructed a glass-roofed greenhouse, sustaining an entire building's worth of inhabitants was no small feat. The looming threat that had hung over the residents of Building 8 finally descended with alarming swiftness. The dawn broke, and temperatures plummeted to a chilling 16 or 17 degrees below zero, continuing to drop. South City had never experienced such frigid conditions. Snowflakes drifted down, casting a frost-like veil over the desolate urban landscape. The corn from Building 8 was harvested, only to be tossed into crates and frozen. Young corn seedlings, yet to barriers, succumbed to the frost in the fields. Old Shin lamented, slapping his thigh in regret for having planted the second crop of potatoes too early. Sighing over the waste of those seed potatoes, the losses extended beyond that. Although they had kindled a fire in the chicken coop as the temperature fell, several chickens still perished in the cold. To safeguard the remaining fowl, they were compelled to carve out a space in the basement for their care. Even the cattle were led to the underground parking lot, where temperatures were somewhat warmer than above ground and easier to regulate. However, the poor air circulation posed a risk of illness among the livestock. Currently, in response to this abnormal and rapid temperature drop, they had no choice but to temporarily house the animals underground. From 5 to 7 in the morning, after 2 hours of diligent work, they finally managed to gather everything they could salvage. The sudden onset of cold reminded everyone that the days ahead would be arduous. "I need to return to the office," announced Chui Long, wrapped in his down jacket to Fan Jiming. "I fear the snow will not cease. I must go prod those who disregard disaster warnings." Fan Jiming nodded promptly, urging him to hurry. Although the government had mentioned strategies for coping with extreme weather in discussions, they had not implemented any of Chu Elong's recommendations for early action. The online alerts had failed to specify the timing of the impending extreme weather, leading some to remain unconcerned, believing that production was more critical than preparing for unforeseen climatic events. Now, with such unanticipated weather upon them, they found themselves wholly unprepared, suffering losses that outweighed their production. Regret came too late for many. As temperatures plunged, most residents of Building 8 rushed home, seeking refuge in their insulated rooms, bemoaning the cold. However, Fan Jiming and Lu Wanyan found no solace in retreating home. They are tasked with reallocating job opportunities for residents, ensuring that each household can earn points daily even in the harshest of winters. Additionally, they need to register residents for the collection of heating fuel. Suddenly faced with such frigid temperatures, it is challenging for anyone to adapt. Everyone must procure some coal and firewood to warm their homes, to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning. Lu Wanyan diligently reminds each one of them to prioritize safety. Meanwhile, having successfully set up mushrooms in the adjacent space, Fan Lin immediately retrieves the battery and electric heater upon returning home, connecting them to provide warmth. She then brings out the dual-purpose coal and wood heating stove. As the extreme cold descends, the kitchen and living room transform into ice chambers, prompting the family to relocate their dining area to the study. The study, now equipped with insulation, features a bay window that has been expanded into a 1.5-meter tatami area. Fan Lin steps onto the tatami, inserting the flue pipe of the heating stove through the window's ventilation opening. She then seals the gaps around the vent and places a heating table on the tatami. Chapter 121. Do not overestimate yourself. The two electric heaters failed to elevate the room to a comfortable temperature. Fan Lin ignited the coal in the dual-purpose stove, simultaneously boiling a large pot of hot water. She used this water to cleanse 1/2 kilogram of shrimp, several blue crabs, and squid. The shrimp had their heads removed, then were briefly sautéed with ginger slices before being simmered to extract flavor. This broth was then used to prepare a velvety rice porridge. Finally, she added the shrimp, blue crabs, squid, and a medley of seasonings including pepper, oil, salt, and chopped scallions, resulting in a fragrant seafood porridge. Although her culinary skills were modest, her family's fondness for seafood ensured that her basic seafood porridge was quite satisfactory. As Fan Jiming and Lu Wanyan returned home, shivering from the cold, they were greeted by the enticing aroma of the seafood porridge and a plate of pan-fried buns. The moment they opened the study door, warmth and the scent of food enveloped them. It was a rare occasion for their daughter to prepare breakfast, and the couple was delighted. Seeing her parents return, Fan Lin promptly lifted the kettle and said, "There is hot water here. Hurry and wash your hands for breakfast." All right, let us wash up," they replied. After cleansing their hands, they settled onto the tatama mat, curiously inspecting the warming table, a parcel from a logistics park that had proved useful upon unboxing. Indeed, it was serving its purpose now. Beneath the table lay a thick quilt, and seated cross-legged on the tatama, they covered their lower halves with the quilt, warmed by an electric heater. In the frigid weather, dining at such a warming table was a comfort. Fan Ma, who had endured the cold for 2 or 3 hours, initially felt her body stiffen from the chill. Upon entering the cozy study, she soon regained her flexibility. She removed her down jacket and inquired of her daughter, "What temperature can we maintain in this room?" Dressed in her coral fleece loungewear, Fan Lin replied, "It's currently 12 degrees. Isn't that acceptable?" The two electric heaters and warmers barely kept the room at the usual winter temperature of Nanshur. "That's sufficient, if we can maintain this temperature indoors. I want to be fearful," Lu Wanyan sighed with relief, shedding her turtleneck sweater and asking Fan Jiming to fetch her a fluffy bathrobe. Now, she felt at ease. The family, clad in soft, loose, and comfortable attire, nestled on the tatami to enjoy their breakfast. Meanwhile, other families in Building 8 were not as fortunate. With temperatures plummeting to -10 or even 20 degrees, many experienced a chill unlike any they had known. Even those living in insulated homes, with charcoal fires burning, found the indoor temperatures still quite frigid. It resembled the coldest days of Nanshur in the past, which had only lasted for a few days at a time. Making it bearable, down jackets had rarely been necessary. Now, however, they had to brace themselves for a prolonged ordeal. Yet even amidst these hardships, their situation was still far better than that of the majority of survivors in Nanshur. Upon arriving at the shelter, Chui Long, despite his suspicions, was taken aback by the reports he received. The sudden drop in temperature had left the medical facility without sufficient cold weather supplies. Those who were already weakened by illness and disease could not endure. Many patients had succumbed, and trucks for transporting bodies lined up outside the medical center. The leadership of Nan City convened an urgent meeting, summoning all levels of personnel, and Chui Long was directly called to the conference room. Although a fire blazed within, the chill remained pervasive. Everyone huddled, reluctant to sit, instead standing in place, clasping their hands and stamping their feet for warmth. Mayor Li inquired about the conditions of the community, learning that the Zijinghao Yuan neighborhood had responded promptly, preventing significant losses to the crops and avoiding any accidents among the residents due to the rapid drop in temperature. Mayor Li, who had long advocated for preemptive measures against extreme weather, pounded the table in frustration and lamented, "You see, since the calamity struck, this community has taken various precautions. They not only acted swiftly to become self-sufficient after the disaster, but also suffered minimal losses despite the sudden temperature plunge. Your opposition to early planning, believing there was still time, has proven misguided. Now, time has run out, and any actions we take will incur costs tenfold or even several dozen times greater than before. It pains me deeply. Nan City is already beset by numerous afflictions, and the series of disasters has rendered our situation exceedingly dire. We had a glimmer of hope. If we had remained vigilant and implemented our response measures in advance, even in the face of rapid temperature drops, we could have stood our ground. Alas, we have squandered our opportunity, resulting in devastating losses, and now we face the challenge of continuing operations in adverse weather. Now, I ask you, how do we ensure the safety of the survivors in the shelters? How do we maintain production? How do we survive in such conditions? Initially, Chui Long proposed 2 approaches to address extreme weather. The first was to gather or produce warmth-preserving materials in advance, equipping the shelter houses with insulation. The second was to develop greenhouse and underground cultivation, ensuring an ample supply of combustible materials to maintain temperatures conducive for crop growth. However, both suggestions were met with immediate opposition. The idea of insulating all the shelter houses was deemed a labor-intensive and resource-demanding endeavor. Ridiculously. Some contended that throughout Nan City's millennia-long history, extreme cold weather had never occurred. They refuted this hypothesis and prediction from meteorological and geographical perspectives, unwilling to expend manpower and resources on unnecessary preparations during sunny days. Yet, looking back over a millennium, neither had Nan City encountered such devastating typhoons and earthquakes, which have now manifested. Some individuals seem adept at distorting concepts. As for the establishment of greenhouses and underground farming, not only would it require excavating and constructing insulated structures, but it also necessitated preparing sufficient combustible materials, which would further burden the populace. That Chu Ilong refrained from slamming the table before certain leaders already marked a notable change in his temperament. When survival is at stake, concerns for ecological balance seem utterly frivolous, merely opposition for the sake of opposition. Mayor Li's remarks caused some to avert their gaze, avoiding eye contact in their discomfort. At that time, Military Commander Huit Songguang was absent, and the deputy commander attended in his stead, expressing reservations regarding Mayor Li's proposals, and upon returning, did not elaborate on the meeting's discussions. Now, upon hearing Mayor Li's words, Commander Hu reflected briefly before stating, "We must devise plans based on the worst-case scenarios. No matter how challenging, we must implement them expeditiously. The military will strive to cooperate and do everything possible to safeguard the existing survivors. Production cannot cease, for without sustenance, we all perish." The military has acquiesced to Chu Ilong's suggestion. However, the preparations have only just commenced. As Mayor Li remarked, the cost to be incurred will be tenfold, if not several tens of times greater than before. Working in temperate weather is a world apart from laboring amid snowfall. The disparity in both physical and mental endurance for survivors is as vast as the sky and the earth. Mayor Li and the military have reached a consensus, establishing a foundational agreement. The faction previously opposed, led by Secretary Wang, now finds no justification for further dissent. After the meeting, Secretary Wang cast a glance at his aide, Secretary Chun. His expression darkened. Secretary Chun averted his gaze, unable to meet his superior's eyes. Within the confines of the secretary's office, Wang's demeanor was as frigid as the ambient temperature, the sound of his discontent echoing sharply. Qin Jinyang, with a look of shame, murmured, "I did not anticipate the inadequacy of those experts. They failed to foresee such a bizarre drop in temperature. Next time, Secretary Wang interjected, his irritation palpable. "You have already embarrassed me enough. Should the military lean towards Li Chengming, do you comprehend the consequences?" "Yes, I understand," Qin replied, his voice tremulous. Wang shot him a sidelong glance, snorting disdainfully, "I doubt you truly grasp the situation. In this world, do not be so presumptuously clever." Qin Jinyang attempted to defend himself, but Wang had already gestured for him to depart promptly. Chapter 122. Why should I care for you in the rare snowfall of the southern city? Delicate flakes blanketed the rooftops of the shelters. The sudden drop in temperature caused the survivors to huddle beneath their covers, with only a handful braving the fields to harvest. Wrapped in a down jacket, Chu Ilong, after a conversation with his superiors, was about to depart when he encountered Qin Jinyang emerging from the opposite direction. Upon seeing Chu Ilong, Qin Jinyang's frostbitten expression, a remnant of his reprimand from the leadership, instantly transformed into a facade of feigned cheer. "Chu Ilong, your downfall lies in your inability to articulate," he lamented, clicking his tongue in regret. "Had your suggestions been heeded, many lives could have been spared. Alas, your community remains unscathed, while we in the shelter mourn the loss of many." Observing the pompous demeanor of his former colleague, Chu Ilong replied with a half-smile, "Am I to blame? This burden cannot rest solely upon my shoulders. Perhaps it is better suited for Secretary Qin." "Burden? I did not imply such a thing." Qin Jinyong retorted with a raised eyebrow and a smile. "It is merely unfortunate. It could have been a significant achievement had you exerted a bit more diligence." The hypocrisy of Qin Jinyong, who seemed indifferent to the tragic losses in the shelter, irked Chu Ilong. Choosing not to engage further, he sought to avoid provoking him into making another error. With a cold expression, he remarked, "Is it truly worthwhile to harbor such thoughts in this apocalyptic world?" With that, he turned and strode away, leaving Qin Jinyong feeling a mix of humiliation and indignation. Displaying his supposed virtue, he pondered how far Chu Ilong's nobility could extend. Upon returning to his community, Chu Ilong noticed a commotion at the front entrance. After parking his vehicle, he approached to find the Fan family embroiled in an argument. "What is happening here?" he inquired. Upon seeing the building manager return, Fan Lin pulled away the individual confronting her and explained to Chu Ilong, "It is my father's brother's family. They wish to move into Building 8 with us." These individuals had traveled over 100 kilometers from the countryside, and she felt no inclination to even refer to them as relatives. Recognizing her annoyance with these kin, Chui Long gauged Fan Jiming's stance on the matter. Though principles should not be compromised, being from the Fan family, if Fan Jiming chose to overlook them, it would complicate matters. He recalled that when Fan Jizhong's family had initially returned to the town, they disregarded their elder brother's advice to stockpile provisions. After several days of typhoon winds, roofs were torn from houses, and when the earthquake struck, half a street collapsed. Fortunately, their home remained intact. However, following the earthquake, Fan Laopa, upon witnessing the neighboring convenience store partially collapse, rushed over to salvage goods and was ultimately buried beneath the precarious structure. Thus, the three of them survived by scavenging through the ruins of others to procure some food, retreating to the hillside to weather the floods. Once the waters receded, with no resources left in the town, they resolved to venture into the county seat. After enduring 3 months there, they fortuitously heard tales from returnees to the southern city about the Zijin Garden community. It was reported that the government encouraged survivors from the southern city to emulate the self-reliance demonstrated by the residents of Zijin Garden, who thrived through community gardening and faced no concerns regarding sustenance. Zijinhua Garden is not merely a residential complex belonging to my elder brother. Upon hearing that there would be no concerns regarding sustenance, they promptly embarked on a journey to Nanshur with their belongings. After traversing for 3 to 4 days, they arrived at Nanshur last night, still several kilometers away from Zijinhua Garden. They contemplated resting for the night before continuing their journey. Unexpectedly, the weather took a sudden turn for the colder, rendering it unbearable to remain outdoors. They had no choice but to wrap themselves in blankets and continue onward. After much effort, they finally reached Jinhua Garden and were elated to find the building where Fan Jimin resided still standing intact. After a brief exploration, they located the watchtower and called out for Fan Jimin to emerge. Upon hearing that his younger brother had come to see him, Fan Jimin was momentarily taken aback. Unable to fathom that his brother's family would seek him out here, the family exchanged bewildered glances for a while before donning their clothes and descending the stairs. Upon seeing the three of them shivering under their blankets, Fan Jimin felt a pang of compassion, not merely out of pity for his brother's family, but rather from a profound sorrow for the plight of humanity in the face of natural disasters. As soon as Fan Jizong spotted his elder brother, he rushed forward to lament their hardships since the calamity struck, detailing the tribulations they had endured. Yet, before he could elaborate, his son interrupted him, exclaiming that they should not linger outside and should hurry inside, as he was freezing. Just as he was about to rush through the door, Fan Lin blocked his way, asserting, "Halt. This is not a place one can simply enter." Lu Wanan echoed her sentiment, stating, "Our building currently does not accept outsiders. You cannot enter." The words of the mother and daughter left the three newcomers wide-eyed with disbelief. Fan Jizong immediately turned to Fan Jimin and asked, "Brother, what does this mean? Are you no longer willing to acknowledge your kin?" Fan Jimin did not respond to his brother's inquiry, but instead asked, "Where is mother? You still dare to ask about mother?" Fan Jizong seized upon this opportunity to accuse Fan Jimin. "Mother has passed away, and it is your doing. If you had not forced us to return, she would not have been buried under the rubble during the earthquake. You caused her death and now wish to abandon your brother? How heartless can you be? Let us in. Do not think you can cast us aside." The loss of their mother stirred a tempest of emotions within Fan Jimin. Yet his brother's accusations ignited a spark of indignation. "Mother is mother, and you are you. You are in your 40s. Why should I be responsible for you? You are my brother. How can you neglect me?" Fan Jizong retorted, his tone filled with righteous indignation. All along, he had relied on their mother's favoritism, expecting his elder brother to shield him from life's storms, and he had grown accustomed to this entitlement, oblivious to any wrongdoing on his part. Lu Wanyan's expression darkened as she listened. "He is your brother, not your father, and you expect to be coddled like a child." Fan Jimin, equally infuriated by his brother's audacity, felt his temples throb with anger. He exclaimed, "Have I not already taken care of you sufficiently over the past decades? What more do you expect from me? You have a wife, children, and your own household. You possess the means to work. And there is land in the countryside for you to cultivate. Why do you still rely on me for sustenance? Am I indebted to you? Is there any elder brother in this world who is obligated to support his younger brother's family for a lifetime?" He unleashed the pent-up frustrations that had been nestled within his heart for decades, his eyes reddening even more than his younger brother's. Fan Jichong found himself momentarily weakened under the piercing gaze of Fan Jiming, who had always been generous and easygoing. However, the current demeanor of his elder brother was unlike anything he had encountered before, leaving him speechless in the face of such questioning. Is it the duty of an elder brother to support the entire family of his younger sibling? Surely, that notion is unfounded. Even a father cannot provide for himself indefinitely, let alone an elder brother. Previously, they relied on the benevolence of their elder brother, who was accommodating and amiable, but now he had turned against them. What were they to do? Zhu Yinping, fully aware of the unspoken truths, felt a pang of anxiety. She urged Lu Wanyun and Fan Lin to speak kindly, emphasizing the importance of family support and the necessity of maintaining harmony. Yet, Fan Chao glared in anger, realizing that without their grandmother, their uncle seemed to have abandoned any sense of responsibility towards them. He was the only heir capable of carrying on the family legacy. How could their uncle disregard him so easily? Chapter 123. The impossible Chui Long discerned the situation before him. Every family has its own struggles. Yet he had not anticipated that the Fan family would harbor such a multitude of leeches. Fan Lin, dismissing Zhu Yinping's hand, pointed at Chui Long and declared, "This is the leader managing our community. It has been strictly mandated here that no outsiders are permitted to reside. Do not harbor any illusions of entering." Her demeanor was cold and unequivocal. She was determined to prevent these individuals from encroaching upon their sanctuary. Naturally, Chui Long understood the course of action he must take. His daughter loathed these relatives, and as a devoted father, Fan Jiming, even if he had his own thoughts, would surely consider the feelings of both his daughter and wife. Moreover, he observed that Fan Jiming appeared equally reluctant to entangle himself with his brother's family, visibly agitated. He hastily intervened to separate the two parties, asserting, "I do not care who you are. Those who are not residents of Building 8 are not allowed entry. This is our regulation, and it must be adhered to by all." Fan Zhizhong glared at him, angrily demanding, "By what authority do you impose such regulations?" Indeed, what right did he have to enforce such rules? It felt akin to severing familial ties, even with gentle words. His niece and sister-in-law had turned a blind eye to him, leaving the already insecure Zhu Yinping to redirect her frustration towards Chu Yilong. Faced with accusations from these outsiders, normally, Chu Yilong would have swiftly expelled them without hesitation. However, given the circumstances surrounding the Fan family, he felt compelled to show them some respect. Though he was unaware that Fan Lin secretly wished for him to act with unrelenting decisiveness, producing his official identification, Chu Yilong gestured towards Building 8 and informed Fan Zhizhong, "This area is now a model community for military-civilian cooperation. I am the administrator appointed by the government and the military. I possess the authority to enforce the protective agreements ratified by all residents and am obligated to maintain public order here. You are not direct relatives of the Fan family and therefore lack the qualifications to access the resources of this building. Please vacate the premises." He had made himself abundantly clear. The regulations had been agreed upon by the entire resident body, and even if Fan Jiming wished to exercise favoritism, he could not. The residents within would oppose their entry. The Fan family of 3, having endured the recent months of turmoil, understood all too well that the world had irrevocably changed. Faced with a survival crisis, all were in fierce competition for limited resources, guarding against all potential threats. The towering walls surrounding their residence signified that they sought to protect more than just themselves from outsiders. They were acutely aware of the risks. "So, big brother, what do we do? Our home is gone. Surely, you cannot expect us to sleep on the street." They had already arrived, and now they expected him to find a way to accommodate them. As they could not enter his abode, they were determined to find some alternative shelter. Relying entirely on him, Fan Lin saw through their intentions at once and coldly retorted, "My father is struggling to provide for our own family of 3. Who has the capacity to think of you? You still believe this is like before, when we could easily take advantage of others. Currently, the starving outnumber the satiated. And my father lacks the means to assist you. Nature is vast. Find a way to survive on your own or await your demise." What nonsense are you uttering? You are the one who should await death. Fan Lin's indifferent demeanor greatly displeased Fan Chao, who, out of respect for his uncle and aunt, refrained from expressing his frustration. Yet, how could a mere girl like Fan Lin dare to chatter in front of him? Were it not for the presence of his uncle and aunt, he would have slapped her without hesitation. Fan Chao, perpetually arrogant and irritable, believed himself to be the sole grandson of the Fan family, expecting everyone to yield to him. Fan Lin had previously chosen to remain silent about this blatant gender superiority, harboring her resentment internally. After all, her parents had never belittled her for being a girl. They showered her with affection, which allowed her to endure the bias of her grandmother and refrain from competing with her cousin. However, now, having not resorted to violence against the heartless wretch before her, she found it increasingly arduous to restrain herself. She no longer felt compelled to spare them any semblance of respect, and spoke her mind freely. It was time for her father to witness what kind of person his nephew truly was. The audacity of a nephew who dared to hurl insults and glare at his own daughter left Fan Jiming astonished and infuriated. How could he have been blind to the fact that this nephew, lacking any regard for his cousin, was not merely a rebellious boy, but someone devoid of decency? Upon realizing that this ungrateful wretch would sacrifice family for personal gain, he deeply regretted the affection he had once lavished upon him. Now, Viewing his nephew as a mere beast, he felt no familial bond whatsoever. When his daughter was subjected to such crude and rude reprimands, Lu Wanyan erupted in fury, hands on her hips as she pointed an accusatory finger at Fan Chao. Who the hell are you to insult my Lindsay? For the past 20 years. How much have you taken from our family? How many times have you stolen from us and taken Lindsay's belongings? You wish to dominate her? Let me tell you, from this day forth, you shall not bully her even a little. Do not think that just because you are a male of the Fan family, you are somehow exceptional. Bah, my Lindsay is far superior to a thankless wretch like you, so get lost. The more she scolded, the more fervent her outrage became. And the three of them could not escape her wrath. You idle good-for-nothings, surviving off others. It's a miracle you weren't crushed in the earthquake. What kind of person comes to beg for food and still dares to insult others? Pathetic. Get away from us, and do not obstruct our family's sight. Fan Jimin glared at Fan Chao, his voice filled with disdain. I raised you with love, only for a wolf in sheep's clothing to emerge. Truly, you possess a remarkable lack of conscience. He could not bear to scold his own daughter, yet his nephew felt entitled to insult her. How much longer could he endure this? Protected by her parents, Fan Lin felt a surge of warmth in her eyes. In this chaotic world, having her parents by her side was indeed a blessing. Fan Chao stood there, dumbfounded, drenched in humiliation. He could hardly fathom that the usually gentle and generous demeanor of his uncle and aunt could turn so harshly against him. This was completely unexpected. He had merely reprimanded Fan Lin. After all, was it really necessary to react this way? Fan Jicheng and Zhu Yanping were equally stunned by the ferocity of Lu Wanyan's outburst. Their sister-in-law had never displayed such intensity before. Why was she behaving like this? A sense of panic began to creep in. Sister-in-law, he is still young. Please do not hold it against him. Bah. Before Zhu Yanping could finish her words, she was interrupted by Lu Wanyan. What do you mean by being young? My Lindsay is only 3 months older than him. She is already an adult. So how can she still be considered young? Acknowledging that your son is heartless. Conceding that your family are nothing but vampires. Admitting that your entire family possesses a callous and ungrateful nature. Why is that so difficult? Lu Wanyan, in her fury, was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears streamed down her face. In the life where her daughter lived alone, she had always felt a profound unease about the choice she made to abandon her daughter in favor of death. She could not fathom that she would leap from a building simply due to a quarrel with her biased mother-in-law. Nor could she believe she would succumb to despair because her husband failed to unconditionally support her. She had a daughter. How could she possibly forsake her in the face of calamity and choose to end her own life? It was inconceivable. Chapter 124. The Swelling Gum's marital life has its share of grievances. However, if it were solely composed of grievances, their union could not have endured for so many years. Lu Wanyan possesses a clear understanding of her husband's disposition. He is endowed with both virtues and shortcomings, and she has long been aware of his foolish filial piety, which she has learned to tolerate. He is a paragon of a dutiful son-in-law to her parents, tirelessly attending to them during their numerous hospitalizations, feeding them, assisting with personal care, and even carrying them to the restroom, often exceeding the care provided by her as their daughter. Even during disputes with her mother-in-law, he acts as a mediator. She cannot simply dismiss him over such matters, despite his belief that his actions have caused her distress. She is neither weak nor extreme. Her demise harbors too many uncertainties. Given the lethargy of her sister-in-law's family, residing in her home for such an extended period must have led to considerable friction, raising the possibility of ulterior motives. Her daughter assumes she took her own life by jumping from a height, yet this belief is based on her perspective alone, as she did not witness the event firsthand. The truth may not align with her assumptions. These speculations have lingered in her mind. Now, having witnessed Fan Chao's attitude towards her daughter, one marked by contempt despite his ulterior motives, she reflects on the lack of respect he shows her as an elder. His previous displays of charm were merely tactics to gain advantages from her family. At his wit's end, he would not hesitate to sacrifice even his own uncle for the sake of sustenance, demonstrating the depths of his depravity. She loathes these ingrates, who allowed her daughter to suffer in her previous life without parental protection. Lu Wanyan's outburst deflated the spirits of the three who had come seeking refuge. In the past, her elder brother could treat them kindly due to his wife's generosity and lack of resentment. It was not merely his strength that sustained their goodwill. Now that his wife has turned against them, even her brother would likely find it difficult to manage them. Fan Jicheng shot a glare at his son, blaming him for the predicament. The elder brother and sister-in-law were soft-hearted. A few kind words would have sufficed, yet he chose to provoke Fan Lin. He had noticed a change in her demeanor since she had last sent them away. His son foolishly believed he could still dominate her as in the past. Failing to recognize the current circumstances, truly a recipe for disaster. Under his father's watchful gaze, Fan Chao sulked, unable to contain his resentment in times past. When their grandmother was alive, Fan Lin would not have dared to utter a word against him. Now, her audacity irked him, as he could not bear to see her treat him with such disdain. Reluctantly, under parental pressure, he muttered an insincere apology to the ground. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Fan Jiming, feeling the weight of anger and frustration, heard his son's lackluster apology. "There is no need for this. You may leave. Do not think of relying on me. My responsibilities lie solely with my wife and daughter. I cannot take on, nor do I wish to take on, any further obligations." Regardless of Fan Jicheng's pleas and submissive tone, he remained indifferent and cold. He directly informed Chui Long, "Handle this as you see fit. I will not intervene." His wife clutched her chest in exasperation. She could not afford to be further agitated. "Very well, you may enter," she conceded. Chui Long extended his hand to halt Fan Jicheng, who sought to approach his elder brother, and with a serious countenance, he declared, "Do not linger. Even siblings living in the same community are not permitted to visit one another, let alone you. In this harsh world, it seems that no one can afford to support anyone else. We are not a communal dining hall. Yet, we have lost everything. How can we survive in this frigid desolation if my elder brother remains indifferent?" Fan Jicheng is genuinely alarmed. Why has his usually benevolent brother turned so callous? When he claims to forsake them, does he truly mean it? Even in the apocalypse, can familial bonds be so easily severed? They are, after all, brothers. Fan Jicheng's concerns are echoed by Chui Long, who also questions this sudden detachment. When a younger brother seeks help, even amidst discord, it seems implausible that brother Fan would respond with such cruelty. There must be underlying reasons for this estrangement. As for how to survive, he can only offer a suggestion. The refuge in Nan City accepts male survivors under 45 and female survivors under 40. If you meet the criteria, you may seek shelter there. Otherwise, you must find your own way. As for your survival, that is your own affair. But heed my warning. Do not engage in criminal acts within my jurisdiction. I am not held accountable for taking lives here. His chilling proclamation that he is not bound by law petrifies Fan Jicheng and his family. They merely wish to find solace in their elder brother's home, to live as they once did, sharing meals and companionship. How did the conversation devolve into talk of murder? After 6 months of apocalypse, these three have witnessed death in their struggle for food, yet they had never faced the imminent danger themselves. Thus, they were taken aback by Chu Ilong's words, exchanging apprehensive glances even after departing. Upon returning home, Lu Wanyun immediately instructed her husband to fetch her some calming medication, her gums aching from the stress. Her mother's fury was unexpected for Fan Lin. "Mother, please calm down. It's not worth becoming so agitated over them." Though she felt anger, it was overshadowed by a deep-seated resentment. If it were just her in front of those three, she would not hesitate to draw her weapon and unleash her pin-up fury. Yet, with her father present, she must consider his feelings. If she were to kill his brother's family before him, given her father's disposition, he would likely be unable to accept it. I do not wish to be so enraged, but it is unbearable. The more I think about it, the angrier I become, and the deeper my hatred grows. After swallowing the pills, Lu Wanyun sat on the tatami, clutching a cup of water, glaring at Fan Jiming. "Let me make this clear. If you dare to secretly aid them, you can leave and live with them. Neither of us will ever want you back." Repeatedly threatened with hypothetical abandonment by his wife, Fan Jiming felt utterly helpless. "Stop saying such things. In my heart, no one is more important than you two. I would never forsake you for them, especially since I myself." He too was filled with resentment. Before the apocalypse, there was little time for contemplation. Anger was palpable, yet he still could reach out to them for help. After enduring several calamities, witnessing the devastating floods that swept away those attempting to venture out for supplies, he suddenly recalled how his wife had spoken of a previous life, where she had plunged into the flood, likely meeting the same fate. Standing on the balcony, drenched in cold sweat, he struggled to fathom how he could have driven his wife to such desperation. The tangible disasters forced him to reflect on the fragments of the past, granting him the time to ponder and analyze his choices. From the perspective of humanity in a post-apocalyptic world, as well as the behaviors exhibited by her brother's family, he delved into numerous electronic books on psychological human nature, leading to an ever-growing sense of dread with each analysis. With a plethora of conjectures at hand, he certainly would not allow his family to fall into peril. Although her husband spoke only partially, the implication remained clear: they would sever ties with that family. Lu Wanyun felt a sense of relief, rubbing her cheeks, which had indeed swollen. "Dad, how do you intend to explain our family's situation to Brother Long?" The trivial matters at the entrance had already caused estrangement among relatives, and to outsiders, it would undoubtedly appear as though they were excessively cold-hearted. She was indifferent to others' opinions, yet her parents would take them to heart. In the biting cold, few ventured outdoors to witness the spectacle, but within the building, there were plenty who relished gossip. With nothing to occupy their time, some people would resort to idle chatter, while others might find themselves suffocated by monotony. Meanwhile, those at the center of such discussions would find it utterly exhausting. She certainly did not wish for her parents to become wearied by it all. Chapter 125. Shocked to the core before long, Chu Yilong approached Fan Jiming, requesting him to descend to the 10th floor for a meeting. The other two building managers also arrived. Half of the supplies stored on the 10th floor were piled into the confiscated house. The owner of that house still had some belongings inside, and currently, 3 rooms remained untouched, utilizing only the living room, kitchen, and storage room. One room on the 10th floor had been vacated to create an insulated space for conducting meetings. Chu Yilong briefed the group on the conditions of the shelter, noting that on the very first day of the temperature drop, numerous lives had already been lost, suggesting that the situation could become increasingly dire. The somber atmosphere weighed heavily on everyone as they sighed in unison. From the fact that Chu Yilong's suggestions had been disregarded, Fan Jiming understood that the fate his daughter had foretold could not be altered. Overnight, the population in Nanshur had diminished due to the abrupt temperature drop. Only the survivors in their community remained relatively safe. However, despite the abundance of supplies, a pervasive sense of crisis lingered. For they were uncertain how long such harsh weather would persist or whether other unforeseen calamities awaited them on the horizon. In this world, there were no grounds for making judgments anymore. Once the official matters were concluded, Chu Yilong turned to Fan Jiming and said, "Brother Fan, your relatives refuse to leave. The watchman reported that they have gone to Building 11, so you will likely face harassment in the future. Building 11 is now a territory beyond control, housing the families of the expelled ruffians and those who have previously tormented the neighbors. It has become a refuge for those residents ostracized by Buildings 7, 8, 9, and 10. They dare not disperse, fearing they will be picked off one by one, and whether they like it or not, they have formed a nest of mutual disdain, forced to coexist under one roof." Fan Jiming was not surprised by this news. He knew those individuals would not easily relent. He was unbothered by the prospect of family disgrace and laid the situation bare for all to see. "My younger brother has been excessively favored by our mother since childhood. I orchestrated his wedding dowry, bore the costs of childbirth and child-rearing, and he even sought financial assistance for his children's education. The entire family is indolent, relying solely on the pension I provide for my mother to survive. Each month, they come to my home to collect fruits, milk, tobacco, alcohol, and tea, without fail. Month after month, for over 20 years. I have shouldered their burdens for more than 2 decades, neglecting my wife and daughter in the process, subjecting them to considerable hardship. In the wake of the natural disaster, as life quieted down, I reflected on the past and realized how unfairly I had treated my wife and children. Just a handful of leeches. If I allow them to cling to me any longer, I will never find peace. What do you think? Can I still entertain their demands?" Mondayu's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, Brother Fan, you're not a brother. You're a father. Who helps their siblings to such an extent? You've supported them as if they were children, yet they remain as useless as a mud doll that cannot be propped up." Chu Yilong gazed at Fan Jiming, his expression difficult to interpret. "If your sister-in-law hasn't divorced you, she must possess the capacity of a battleship. If it were them, it would be utterly impossible for them to treat their brothers with such generosity. As adults, each of us leads our own lives, diligently striving for our families. While it is understandable to offer assistance in times of difficulty, there exists no obligation to provide unconditional support." Zhuang Yusin, stroking his chin in perplexity, wondered how Lindsay could endure such a situation. Did she not quarrel with her uncle's family? To have been drained of vitality for over 20 years, who could possibly tolerate that? Although they resided in the same building, he had not known Fan Lin prior to the calamity, and his understanding of her emerged only after the disaster. How could such a forthright and resilient girl allow her father's affections to overflow unchecked? Fan Jiming sighed in resignation, acknowledging the hardships faced by his wife and daughter. Lindsay had not always possessed the steely demeanor she displayed now. She had undergone significant change since the apocalypse, and he too felt regret. In his desire to care for his lonely mother, he had taken on the responsibility of looking after his younger brother, unaware that this decision would bind him indefinitely. Even if the house and town were lost, there remained land and property in the village. Instead of seeking self-sufficiency by returning to their roots, they had come to the desolate city, expecting him to provide for their every need. As one of the building leaders pointed out, his brother truly saw him as a paternal figure to exploit. The 3 of them sighed heavily, shaking their heads in sympathy. "Brother Fan, you should distance yourself from them. Let your wife and Lindsay enjoy some peace." They were all averse to witnessing the Fan family ensnared by such bloodsuckers and proposed that Fan Jiming refrain from stepping outside in the future. Should that family create a disturbance outside Building 8, they They could handle it themselves. Fan Jiming felt a wave of relief. This was precisely the outcome he desired. I understand, and I will not venture out casually. As for dealing with them, you need not concern yourselves with my reputation. Our paths have diverged. We are no longer connected in life or death. With this understanding, everyone knew how to proceed. Upon returning home and sharing the situation with his wife and daughter, Fan Jiming exhaled deeply. With several building leaders present, there was no need for them to explain anything further. If that family chose to create a scene outside, let them do so. After a few futile attempts, they would surely realize the futility of their actions. They would continue living their lives undisturbed. Witnessing her husband's steadfast resolve to sever ties with his brother's family, Lu Wanyun felt a sense of relief. She no longer concealed her own doubts, voicing her concerns. I do not believe I am the type to take my own life. The disparities in values between myself, your mother, and your brother's family have always existed. I have endured for over 20 years. There is no reason to believe that a single argument with your mother would drive me to despair and abandon you both in the face of a survival crisis. I feel it is implausible that I would act in such a manner. I suspect there is more to my death. Sitting by the warming table, drinking tea, Fan Jiming was taken aback. He had not anticipated his wife harbored such suspicions. He turned to his daughter, realizing she could provide further details. Initially, he had planned to speak with her privately, but now, with his wife's doubts emerging, it was fortuitous to inquire together. Lindsay, who had been lazily reclining on the tatami mat, engrossed in a mobile game, sat up abruptly at her mother's last remark. Her face a mask of shock as she gazed at her parents. The thought that her mother's demise might not have been a suicide, but possibly a homicide, had never crossed her mind. The blood drained from her face, and she trembled, overwhelmed by the revelation. In her previous life, after an argument with her grandmother, her mother had been upset, embracing her and weeping for a while. She initially believed that her mother had succumbed to a state of depression, leading her to take the drastic step of jumping from the building. However, her mother's reminder prompted her to realize that the situation might not have unfolded as she had thought. What she witnessed could very well have been a performance staged by that pair of grandparents and their grandchild for her benefit. With her mouth agape, she gazed at her parents, feeling a wave of suffocation wash over her, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Seeing his daughter in such distress, Fan Jiming had already formed a judgment in his mind. He poured her a cup of tea, suggesting she take a sip before continuing the conversation. Fan Lin immediately gulped down the tea and, clutching her heaving chest, recounted, at that time, "Dad, you were not at home. You had gone next door." The elderly couple next door had taken in the disaster victims from the first floor, when the child of the victim stole their food and refused to admit it. Grandpa Zhou had no choice but to seek your intervention. I was at home comforting Mom, who was upset with Grandma. I was feeling a bit unwell and worried about passing it on to her, so after a while, I returned to my room. About 10 minutes later, I heard Grandma shout, "What are you doing?" I didn't pay much attention, thinking she was simply conversing with someone. Then I heard her cry out, "A chow." Quickly grab her. Panic surged within me, and I hurriedly leapt from my bed and rushed outside. Ultimately, I saw Fan Chow leaning out of the balcony window, hoarsely calling out to my aunt. Grandma then told me that Mom had jumped, and in that moment, darkness enveloped me, causing me to faint. Chapter 126. I am going to kill him. Fan Lin wept bitterly, lamenting her own foolishness. How naive I was to never question the circumstances surrounding my mother's demise. Lu Wanyan quickly enveloped her daughter in a comforting embrace, urging her to cease her tears. "Do not cry, my dear. This is not your fault. It is unimaginable that the human heart could be so treacherous." Yet, Fan Lin loathed her past innocence and ignorance, recalling how she had believed everything they said. "A chow. Quickly restrain her. Distance yourself from them completely." This left her and her father engulfed in profound sorrow, with nowhere to vent their frustrations. Once doubt crept in, the truth became too fragile to withstand scrutiny. Initially, she assumed her mother was merely in a bad mood, accepting her grandmother's words as truth, believing her mother had succumbed to a moment of despair. After all, her mother had endured the loss of both her parents. If her capacity to withstand pressure were so feeble, she would have succumbed to depression long ago. Yet, though heartbroken by their passing, her mother had remained remarkably resilient, not allowing herself to fall into despondency. Subsequently, when her father faced business failures and incurred substantial debts, her mother did not succumb to despair, but instead worked diligently to repay them. Although her parents occasionally quarreled due to her grandmother's meddling, whenever her mother was upset, her father would tenderly console her. They were undeniably a loving couple, with commendable resilience and a husband who treated her well. Along with a daughter in need of her affection, how could her mother possibly have been driven to despair over a mere argument with her grandmother? In hindsight, This behavior seemed entirely incongruous with her mother's character. At that time, Fan Jichong and his wife occupied the study. Her grandmother slept on the large sofa in the living room, while Fan Chao resided in a small storage room. When she ran out, Fan Jichong and his wife followed closely behind, yet Fan Chao was on the balcony. Thus, the only one with the opportunity to act was Fan Chao. If her mother had indeed been pushed to her death, she would have surely screamed in terror. Yet, no one had heard her cries that fateful day. This implies that she may have already been attacked before falling. To take a life quietly is a feat beyond the capability of most. But Fan Chao harbored a peculiar hobby. He relished the act of wringing a chicken's neck. Back home, he would grasp a chicken with both hands, forcefully twisting its neck before handing it to his family to bleed out. He had expressed enjoyment in the sensation of a neck snapping, a disturbingly sadistic inclination that his grandmother praised as bravery. She had observed him playfully wrestling with others in town, boasting that should he twist their necks, they would surely perish in an instant. This technique resembled a deadly move once demonstrated to her by Chu Yilong, almost a guaranteed fatality. Furthermore, a critical moment that intensified the conflict between her grandmother and mother arose after Fan Chao had expressed, in a fit of frustration, that if they continued to starve, they would all perish. At that time, there was no argument, yet inexplicably, he began to launch verbal attacks against her mother. After enduring insults, her mother did not simply tolerate the abuse. Instead, she retorted with such vigor that her grandmother was left speechless, leading her to resort to unrefined and vulgar language. Her mother was incensed by the presence of a boorish and unreasonable mother-in-law, but held no particular resentment toward her father, for after all, one cannot choose their parents. To die over such an unworthy matron seemed absurd. Her mother was not so foolish. It was she who had been foolish, failing to recognize the depths of human malice. As the grandmother and granddaughter observed the dwindling food supplies in their home, a quarrel erupted, providing a pretext for her mother to concoct a narrative of despair, thereby deflecting suspicion from their involvement in the heinous act of murder. It is inconceivable that her mother would choose to leap from the building without uttering a single word of explanation, suggesting that her demise was not a suicide but rather a murder. Standing over 6 feet tall, Fan Chao possessed the strength necessary to ambush his unsuspecting mother from behind as she approached the balcony. Lu Wanyun envisioned the imposing figure of Fan Chao covering her mouth and twisting her neck, rendering her utterly defenseless. Fan Jiming shared similar suspicions regarding the fate of his wife and daughter. He pondered who could possess both the audacity and capability to take her life silently and dispose of the body. The only plausible suspect was Fan Chao. His younger brother lacked the skill even to slaughter a chicken, and his sister-in-law was frailier than his wife, making her strength insufficient for such a crime. He had even contemplated the possibility of his mother being involved, but after learning she had once traded him for dog food, he found it hard to trust her. If several individuals had conspired to commit murder, there would have been noise. His daughter, being present at home, would have sensed something amiss. Only Fan Chao, if he harbored malicious intent, possessed the capability to carry out the murder and dispose of the body independently, given that he had shown a willingness to sacrifice his own flesh and blood for sustenance. It was evident he would not hesitate to commit such an atrocity against his aunt. Fan Jiming clenched his fists and struck the tatami mat in outrage. The depths of depravity displayed by his own kin, who would conspire to kill his wife merely to satisfy their hunger, were unfathomable. Lu Wanyun, equally filled with indignation, felt her heart heavy with suspicion towards Fan Chao, whose treachery was palpable. Observing his callousness, she could no longer tolerate the thought of someone who had lived off their family for so long, showing no respect for Lindsay. The thought of him killing her and then using her husband as a bargaining chip for dog food filled her with rage. "I shall kill him," cried Tan Lin, tears streaming down her face, her eyes ablaze with fury as she flung aside the covers, ready to confront the detestable wretch. Consumed by anger, guilt, and regret, she grappled with the reality that her mother had been murdered while she lay obliviously in her room, only to later coexist with her mother's murderer. In a fit of rage, she wished to strike herself for having been so naive in her previous life, deceived by such beasts. Lu Wanyun quickly embraced her reckless daughter, pleading, "No, Lindsay, you cannot simply go and kill him." Fan Jiming added, "Revenge must be taken, but do not act impulsively. Listen to your father. Sit down first." Tan Lin's heart felt as if it were being pressed with a hot blade. She was unable to remain calm. "I cannot allow them to live nearby. I must kill him. Father, I will kill them, and you cannot stop me." "I will not stop you, for I share your hatred," her father replied. "But please, come yourself and listen to your mother and me." Reluctantly, Tan Lin sat back on the tatami, her body tense, fist clenched. Lu Wanyun gently pulled her daughter closer, soothing her, "Do not act rashly. Those beasts surely deserve death, but others may not understand why. You would proceed to eliminate them, and the neighbors would brand you as ruthless and bloodthirsty, forcing you to tread cautiously in their presence, which would undoubtedly lead to discomfort. It is wiser to exercise restraint and await the opportune moment to strike unnoticed. Despite the apocalyptic circumstances, your mother wishes for you to refrain from impulsive actions that may invite scrutiny. Fan Jiming also advised, your mother speaks wisely. Harboring resentment does not necessitate immediate action. Since they have ventured into this realm, there is no fear of vengeance being unattainable. If you storm out in fury, your intentions would be glaringly evident, which is imprudent and reckless. Should you venture out today to eliminate those individuals, not only would others misunderstand your motives, but even the building managers may not comprehend your actions. Consequently, you would be subjected to a myriad of gazes and judgments. No one can genuinely remain indifferent to the surrounding opinions. He does not wish for his daughter to become a solitary figure, under the counsel of her parents. Fan Lin compelled herself to regain her composure. Very well, let them live a few more days. Chapter 127. An unusual unease after enduring several arduous days of trekking. They finally arrived at a modest residence in the southern city, following a failed attempt to seek refuge. They chose not to go to the shelter, but instead entered the 11th building, which stood unencumbered by walls. This structure housed numerous vacant rooms, many of which had been abandoned, with some doors even removed by neighbors for firewood. They managed to find a room with a few pieces of furniture to take shelter in. The elder brother and sister-in-law seemed to have truly abandoned them, leaving them to ponder their future. Zhu Yinping, wrapped in a tattered quilt, shivered as she sat on a bare mattress and asked her husband, "What should we do now?" "Now that we are here, there is little we can do but settle in," he replied. "After all, they are nearby. I refuse to believe that my brother would allow us to starve." Yet, Zhu Yinping dared not harbor any hope, feeling that this endeavor might be in vain. The disdainful glances from her sister-in-law and niece were laden with animosity, leaving her perplexed about the source of their hostility. They had done nothing to warrant such resentment. They merely sought refuge, not to take anything from them. Fan Jichong surveyed the frigid abode, resembling an icy cellar, and frowned as he urged, "Hurry up and gather some firewood, and search for blankets or clothes. This building must contain such items. We need to create a shelter that can keep out the wind." Fan Chao had already rummaged through the adjacent room and found a few old garments, which he hastily draped over himself. Then, clutching his quilt, he lay down on the bed and muttered, "Leave me alone. I just want to rest." After their long journey, they had been turned away by their uncle's family, only to be met with scorn. In the past, his uncle had treated him far better than his father ever did. At least his uncle would give him money to spend, while his father would argue over their grandmother's finances. It was evident that this discord had led to his uncle's disdain, which had inadvertently extended to him. Now, filled with resentment towards his father, he had no desire to engage with him. Cold and hungry, he simply wished to lie still and do nothing. Fan Jichong, equally frozen and unwilling to move, grew frustrated. "Get up. If it weren't for you provoking your aunt, your uncle would be more inclined to help us. In this desolate place, where there was nothing, how could he expect anyone to cater to him? Get up and find firewood." "I won't get up. If you want to look for it, go ahead. If not, let us freeze to death," Fan Chao replied, remaining motionless. His son's obstinacy infuriated Fan Jichong, who felt compelled to chastise him. Zhu Yinping quickly intervened, saying, "Let him rest. We should go explore. Why do you still coddle him at a time like this? He was born for this purpose, yet he is of no use now. Even if he is useless, he is still your son. You wanted me to bear him," Zhu Yinping retorted, equally exasperated. "I am freezing to death. We must hurry." In the 11th building, nearly everything that could be moved had already been taken, and what remained was in disarray, with even the wooden floors nearly pried up. They could only salvage doors that others had not taken and a haphazard collection of discarded, dirty clothing. They also stumbled upon a few tattered quilts. Carrying their finds back to the 8th floor, they barricaded the doors and windows, leaving a small opening for ventilation, and then prepared a porridge with the rice they had brought along. They were left with only a few pounds of rice. As the temperature plummeted abruptly, the southern city quickly transformed into a frigid landscape. The residents of Building 8 remained confined within their homes, venturing out only those assigned work to earn points. Previously, the watchtower was manned in 3 shifts during pleasant weather, but with the severe change in conditions, enduring an 8-hour watch became excessively arduous. Even though the watchtower was insulated and equipped with a charcoal stove, it was still untenable for anyone to stand guard for such extended periods. The shifts were thus restructured into 6, each lasting 4 hours. Due to the watchtower's elevated position, it provided a broad line of sight, enabling the personnel from Building 8 to survey not only their own building but also Building 9 and beyond, utilizing binoculars for security monitoring. For community safety alone, 24 households could be organized to earn points. The greenhouse and underground planting facilities required round-the-clock supervision, as did the feeding of chickens, ducks, and cattle. Each household in Building 8 was mandated to have at least one member earning points, while those with larger families had two assigned, ensuring that every family could accumulate points to exchange for essential supplies. Since her son moved next door, Juan Furong had become increasingly despondent. Fan Jiming had arranged for her to tend to the charcoal fire in the greenhouse for 4 hours daily. The points accrued in a day could be exchanged for 4 taels of rice and either a portion of mushrooms or pickled vegetables. Such provisions could sustain a person to a modest extent, and with the addition of potatoes or corn from home, the demands of winter were manageable, preventing life from becoming overly burdensome. Today, with temperatures dropping drastically, her son had not returned. After all, he was her own flesh and blood, despite her heart being shattered. Juan Furong still worried that he might be cold without adequate clothing. In the morning, she had packed a substantial bundle of warm clothes, shoes, socks, and blankets, entrusting someone to deliver them to Building 9. Luo Zhongyi received the items but offered no words of gratitude to his mother, now living with his biological father. Life was not as he had envisioned. His father paid little attention to him, while the elderly woman constantly berated him. And his 2 older brothers were not easy to converse with. Yet, they possessed firearms. He had seen them, which fueled his desire to distance himself from his seemingly useless mother. He wished to align himself with his armed brothers, seeking an opportunity for vengeance against those who had spoken ill of him or cast him disdainful glances. Moreover, food was more plentiful on his father's side. Even if the elderly woman was stingy with meals, his mother merely lamented about the dwindling supplies at home, expressing despair without offering solutions. He had no intention of returning to her. Unbeknownst to Juan Furong, her son had resolutely decided to stay with his father. After tending to the charcoal fire in the greenhouse for several hours and exchanging for some mushrooms, she returned home, planning to prepare a comforting potato and mushroom soup for dinner. As she ascended to the 9th floor and reached for the door, a piercing wail erupted from the neighboring apartment, startling her and sending a shiver down her spine. She feared that the resident had met with some tragic fate. Standing at her door, she was at a loss, aware that her relationship with her neighbor was far from amicable. In fact, her standing with all the residents of Building 8 was poor. They looked down upon her, and she harbored no desire to curry favor. Fortunately, the man from the Fan family treated her fairly, assigning her work without ostracizing her from the community. Now, the sounds of crying and shouting from next door seem utterly chaotic. She is uncertain whether to inquire about what has transpired. After a moment of hesitation, she opts to ascend the stairs in search of someone. The door is opened by Fan Lin, who appears somewhat taken aback to find Juan Furong standing outside. Is there something amiss? Juan Furong asks, her expression tinged with awkwardness. Among the members of the Fan family, she feels the least affinity. Yet she finds herself irresistibly drawn to the top floor. Noticing Fan Lin's chilly demeanor, Juan Furong tightens her grip on the half-bowl of mushrooms she holds. After a brief pause, she ventures, it seems something has occurred in the Jiang household downstairs. The commotion is rather peculiar. The sounds are not the ordinary cries of distress. Rather, they seem to be interspersed with abnormal howls. She cannot discern the words being shouted, but the unsettling nature of it all sends a chill down her spine. Chapter 128. Shock. Juan Furong's words caused Fan Lin to furrow her brow. The fact that this woman had come to deliver news indicated that the Jian family was indeed in trouble. She turned to inform her parents before hastily descending the stairs. Juan Furong followed closely behind, observing Fan Lin's hurried descent with a complex mix of emotions. The Jian family maintained a close alliance with the Fan family. Should they face a crisis, the Fan family would rush to assist without hesitation. However, if she were in distress, it was likely that no one would heed her plight. After 30 years of life, she had found herself in a state of betrayal and isolation, a sense of regret gnawing at her heart. Upon returning to the 9th floor, she discovered that Fan Lin had already entered the Jian residence, the door firmly shut behind her. She pursed her lips and retreated to her cold, unwelcoming home. Inside the Jian house, Fan Lin was greeted by the sight of Jian Dan, seemingly deranged, rampaging about the room, crying out in anguish, "Not human, not human." In this apocalyptic world, the girl who once kept her hair and clothes impeccably tidy now resembled a madwoman, her appearance disheveled. She paid no attention to anyone entering. Consumed by her own emotional turmoil, Jian Yu sat on the cold floor, his head in his hands, trembling and howling in despair, like a trapped beast, his suffering palpable. In contrast, Jian's father, who had been incoherent just days prior, appeared to have regained his lucidity. After opening the door for her, he leaned against the doorway, his lips quivering, unable to articulate a word. The couple had ventured out, leaving behind only one to return home on foot. It was evident to all that the other had undoubtedly met with misfortune. The Jian siblings were likely already aware of this grim reality. Fan Lin had her suspicions about what could have driven them to such a state of anguish and despair. Only an extraordinary cause of death could render those who had been grieving for days now so utterly inconsolable. In this world of chaos, what could be more terrifying than cannibalism? She refrained from offering solace to the siblings and directly inquired of Jian Ruiyang. Has Jian Mother been consumed as food? Having recently regained his senses after days of delirium, Jian Ruiyang was taken aback by the young woman's piercing question. Overwhelmed with anguish, he sank to the ground, covering his face and sobbing. How inhumane. Those people are so inhumane. He and his wife had attended a conference in an city before the natural disaster struck. Initially dismissing the typhoon warning at home, they merely advised their children to stay indoors during the storm and stock up on provisions. On the day the community began a supply chain for essential goods, they were still hundreds of miles away, feeling a growing sense of alarm, concern for their children. They promptly joined the supply chain efforts and sent money to them for additional purchases while urgently seeking train tickets. By this time, air travel was restricted, and no flights to Nan City were available. They attempted to buy high-speed train tickets, but those only reached Zhang City, as trains to Nan City were suspended due to the impending typhoon. Such stringent controls heightened their anxiety, and their colleagues also began to sense that something was amiss. Each worried for their own loved ones. A total of 11 individuals planned to reach Zhang City first, then hire a vehicle to Nan City, hoping to be closer to home. Yet, they were unprepared for the high-speed train, which would slow down due to the exceptionally thick fog. The train arrived in Zhang City a full 3 hours late, by which time Nan City had already been ravaged by an extraordinarily powerful typhoon, with terrifying images circulating online. The automobile was uncontrollably swept off the road by the fierce winds, while billboards toppled and pedestrians were knocked over. The city of Chong was engulfed in thick fog, inciting panic among residents who scrambled for supplies. Upon exiting the high-speed train station, they found themselves disoriented in the haze, making it impossible to arrange transportation home. In haste, they purchased some food and drink and sought refuge in a nearby hotel. Following the fog came a storm, and after the storm, an earthquake, although the hotel remained standing. It was now tilted. Upon escaping, they found themselves with no clear direction, as Chong was submerged in chaos, leaving them stranded for over 2 months. The world had collapsed. Everything lost. If Chong was in such a state, how could the southern city fare any better? Profound sorrow enveloped them, yet their hearts longed for home. Deprived of transportation, they relied on their own legs, determined to perish in their homeland if it came to that. A group of over a dozen persevered through the floodwaters, beginning their arduous trek towards the southern city. Over 1,000 kilometers lay ahead as they walked, scavenging for survival supplies. However, in the aftermath of disaster, with life in ruin, securing sufficient food proved to be a daunting task. Initially united against external threats, they gradually turned to suspicion, as the instinct for survival eroded their moral boundaries. Witnessing the growing hostility among their companions, the couple became increasingly wary, aware that the moral fabric was fraying. In dire need of sustenance, some individuals were willing to kill for a mere plant root. Upon death, they callously remarked, "We must not waste." The couple promptly resolved to part ways and continue on their own. Seizing the opportunity while gathering firewood, they stealthily escaped from the group. Yet, hunger gnawed at them, and with dwindling strength, they could neither walk fast nor far. Their departure felt like an act of betrayal. When others resorted to cannibalism, they could not fathom why they should refrain, convinced of their own humanity while deeming others as beasts. Those who had consumed human flesh had transformed, unable to tolerate the sight of those still clinging to their humanity. When they caught up to the couple, they coerced them into an abyss of despair. The wife, horrified by the gruesome scene, fainted and subsequently fell ill. Faced with the predatory gaze of their own kind, he was forced to yield. Yet he could not bring himself to partake in such atrocities. He retched until his body weakened, pleading with the group to spare them. He would rather consume rodents, snakes, or insects, or gnaw on tree bark and roots, than resort to cannibalism. The journey was long, and so he trudged along with his wife, accompanied by those who had lost their humanity. Eventually, they were trapped in a tunnel by a raging sandstorm, devoid of food and water, and his wife succumbed to the ordeal. Knowing that the group awaited her demise to feast upon her remains, he seized the night, braving the storm to carry her lifeless body away from the tunnel. He struggled to find a place to dig a grave for her. Overwhelmed by grief and exhaustion from losing his wife, as well as uncertainty about the fate of his children, he lost consciousness at her grave. When he awoke, only an empty pit remained beside him. The group had taken advantage of his unconsciousness to unearth his wife and devour her. Unable to bear the memories, he sought refuge in oblivion. In a state of torment, Jian Ruiyang desperately pleaded with Fan Lin, Could you help me find a doctor? He feared that the traumatic experiences would irreparably affect his son and daughter. Like him, after enduring the extremes of mental and physical anguish, he fell into a state of stupor. However, Fan Lin inquired, "Did you kill them?" Jian Ruiyang shook his head in torment. "I could not bring myself to do it. There were 7 of them, deliberating on how to consume my wife while I hid. I fled to a remote mountain, where I secluded myself for more than half a month before finally embarking on my solitary journey. I did not wish for death. I yearned to return home. My sole conviction during the journey back was to reunite with my son and daughter. I have returned, but their mother is gone. I watched helplessly as she was devoured. I have failed my wife. I have failed my children." Jian Ruiyang struck the wall in anguish, overwhelmed by guilt, rage, and sorrow. The entire family was on the brink of madness. A knock resounded at the door, and Fan Lin opened it to reveal her father, mother, and Shui Long, who had all arrived. "What has happened? What is going on?" Their cries were so heartrending that even within the sealed warmth of the room, they could be faintly heard. Their mother was eaten. The 3 at the door stood as if struck by lightning, utterly horrified. Chapter 129. Eliminate them. Fan Lin turned to approach the frenzied Jian Dan and Jian Yu. She exclaimed, "What is the use of crying? You must find a way to kill them, avenge your mother." The 2 siblings, pushed to the brink of emotional collapse by the brutal truth, shuddered at her words and immediately turned to face her. "Indeed, I will kill them." The fire of vengeance rekindled their senses. Jian Dan, her face streaked with tears and filled with profound rage, dashed into the kitchen to retrieve a knife. Jian Yu rose, his fist clenched, his entire being taut with an overwhelming hatred. Revenge. He was determined to kill for retribution. Fan Lin intercepted Jian Dan, who was brandishing the knife, and cautioned her. "Avenge your mother not merely by charging out with a knife. You must possess the strength to slay them, or else you will be walking to your own demise." Concerned for the safety of his children, Jian Ruiyang disregarded how others perceived him and hurriedly advised his daughter, "Xiao Dan, wait until your father is a bit better. I will take you both to exact vengeance. You are all I have left. Should anything happen to you, I would have no reason to live." His emaciated form, even swathed in a thick cotton coat, was alarmingly fragile. In such a condition, seeking revenge would only lead to certain death. The 3 newcomers, confronted by the Jian family's plight, were at a loss for words of comfort. Fan Jiming, having endured his own suffering, felt an even more complex turmoil within. Even Shui Long, who had contemplated the brutal possibilities of a post-apocalyptic world, was deeply shaken by the harsh reality before him. As calamity struck, survival became a daunting challenge, and malevolence flourished. However, the heinous act of cannibalism had yet to be reported in Nan City. Unbeknownst to them, in a past life, the Zhejiang Haoyuan community and even Nan City itself had witnessed such horrors born of desperation. The absence of such depravity now was due to the community's agricultural initiatives, which had granted some survivors a glimmer of hope, preventing a complete moral collapse. Yet, for others, their criminality had escalated to murder and robbery, with cannibalism yet to be discovered. Jian Dan, devoid of any knowledge of where her enemies lay, was fueled by an overwhelming desire for vengeance and grief. Eager to wield the knife, she required a target upon which to direct her wrath. The agony of losing her mother ignited within her a fierce courage, akin to a conflagration. Fan Lin empathized deeply with her. She too had once spiraled out of control. However, the distinction between contemplating revenge and executing it was stark. Retribution could not be achieved through mere blind rage. Without the requisite strength, one would only walk into their own grave. In her own past, she had not even lifted a weapon before being overpowered and bound by the towering Fan Chao, left to await a fate akin to her father's. Had they not possessed provisions, she would have met the same grim end. She understood the anguish of Jian's father. Despite her rebirth, she was perpetually tormented by her former impotence, suffering sleepless nights filled with regret. She wished for the Jian family to avoid a similar fate. Vengeance must be exacted, yet one must cultivate the strength to do so. "From tomorrow onward, train with me in combat," Fan Lin instructed Jian Dan. "To seek revenge, you must first empower yourself. If you cannot stand firm, a mere push will send you tumbling. How can one speak of vengeance?" Fan Lin's words made Jian Dan reflect on the disparity in their strengths during their work, causing her grip on the knife to falter. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "I will learn. I shall learn immediately." Jian Yu echoed her sentiment without hesitation. Fan Lin turned to look at Shui Long, who nodded in affirmation. "I can teach him." The siblings were eager to acquire the skills necessary for avenging their mother. "You must first compose yourselves, eat and drink as needed, if you wish to seek vengeance. Do not dwell on other matters," Fan Lin advised. "In this apocalyptic world, there are all manner of beasts. Only by strengthening yourselves can you swiftly eliminate them." After hearing Fan Lin's words, Jian Dan quickly wiped away her tears, her gaze resolute as she stated, "I understand, Sister Lin. I must first train my physical strength. I am unafraid of hardship. I will avenge my mother. Jianyu, however, directly knelt before Chu Yilong. Headmaster, although you have taught us a few defensive moves, I wish to learn more. I hope you will teach me. He sought specialized techniques for killing. What are you doing? Get up, Chu Yilong urged, extending a hand to pull him up. Before he could assist, Jian Dan imitated her brother, attempting to kneel before Fan Lin, who quickly grasped her arm. Do not kneel. The skills I possess do not warrant such reverence. When Chu Yilong taught her combat, she had merely poured him a cup of tea in return. Everyone could understand the siblings' fervor for revenge. Chu Yilong pulled Jianyu upright, speaking sternly, I will teach you several lethal techniques, but you must commit to rigorous training. Only by building your strength can you master the skills. Jianyu was slender, the kind of boy who could easily be overpowered by any random man. All right. I will train, he affirmed. Nothing was more important than avenging his mother. The hatred in Jian Yu's eyes transformed into courage. Jian Rui Yang observed his children, spurred on by Fan Lin's words, emerging from their previous despair and filled with determination to empower themselves for revenge. There was no need to call for a doctor. The Fan family and the headmaster had restored his faith in humanity. His heart, which had been battered by the cruel realities faced during his long journey home, finally returned to a familiar sanctuary. He could live with clarity once more. That night, the snowfall intensified. The study's window was draped with thick cotton curtains, and a solitary dim yellow lamp cast a soft glow within the room. It was the first night of the harsh cold. After dinner, the three of them nestled on the tatami mat, their minds troubled by the day's events. Fan Lin lay at one end, staring blankly at the ceiling. Her parents were discussing the Jian family, which led to reflections on their own inhumane relatives, leaving their hearts unsettled. Noticing her daughter's prolonged silence, Lu Wanyan assumed she had fallen asleep. Quietly, she peered at Fan Lin, only to find her staring blankly at the ceiling. Lin, are you not asleep? Fan Lin turned to her mother, a solitary tear glistening at the corner of her eye. Lu Wanyan gasped, quickly reaching out to wipe away her daughter's tear. Why are you crying? On the other side, Fan Jiming, hearing his daughter weep, promptly sat upright. Fan Lin hastily wiped her eyes, pulling back her thoughts. It was nothing. Merely a reflection on her past self, who, like Jian Dan and the others, was consumed by an overwhelming hatred and sorrow. Ultimately, she had revealed her murderous intent and had been bound by them. Had it not been for the sustenance they provided, she would have likely been unable to escape to the refuge. The torment endured in that sanctuary, marked by helplessness and despair, was truly unbearable. Lu Wanyan, with reddened eyes, tightly embraced her daughter. Having such a family was indeed their collective misfortune. The words of her daughter pierced Fan Jiming's heart like a dagger. Observing the current disarray of the Jian family girl, he could only imagine the depth of his daughter's grief, anger, and profound sense of helplessness during their darkest times. Those beasts were no longer his kin, and such an intrusion would not occur again. In a few days, he would seek an opportunity to accompany you in dealing with them. Chapter 130. The invitation to the shelter. Suddenly, the southern city was enveloped in a frigid chill. After 3 days of deliberation, the government devised a series of countermeasures. Within a few days, the snow had accumulated to a foot in thickness. As the shelter's vehicle appeared in a crooked manner outside the Zijing garden, Chu Yilong was at the Jian residence, overseeing Jian Yu's physical training. The living room was too cold for comfort, and in such low temperatures, they could only practice in the insulated room. Having cleared out the furniture and beds to create space, Jian Yu trained in the morning, while Jian Dan took her turn in the afternoon, with the coach alternating as well. Just a few days into their training, it had to be interrupted due to the arrival of visitors from the shelter. The purpose of their visit was to invite talents from Building 8 to assist once again in the large-scale cultivation of mycelium. The previous crop of mushrooms had been lost due to a lack of timely protection, and the rapid drop in temperature had destroyed them. Now, the shelter was relying on mushrooms and hoped for a swift regrowth of substantial mycelium to cultivate quickly growing food. Upon hearing this news, Fan Lin flatly refused. The last time the weather had been bearable, but now, going to the shelter meant residing in an icy abode to serve others, which she had no desire to endure. The two elderly individuals, already advanced in age, could not withstand such hardships. She expressed her discontent, stating, "How can they repeatedly insist on sending two elderly individuals in their 70s to toil? They had already taught the basics last time. Have all those who learned perished from the cold?" Her words left Chu Yilong speechless. Indeed, they had previously guided a group of apprentices. How could they still be incapable of cultivating mushrooms? It was not a particularly complex skill. Chu Yilong also found the request unreasonable. As if there was an intention to burden them further, he had conveyed that the two elderly individuals were not suited to work in such weather. Yet they still hoped for Old Zhou to provide technical guidance once more. They argued that the weather was different, and thus the mushroom growth would vary. Their experience in building 8 was deemed essential to ensure a good yield, which was why they had specifically come to request assistance. At that moment, everyone was at the GN residence. Fan Lin contemplated taking a pen to directly write down the current mushroom cultivation process of Building 8 and submit it as a solution. However, she realized that the two elderly individuals were more knowledgeable in this area than she was. She decided to approach Grandpa Zhou and Grandma Su, asking them to document their current methods for cultivating mushrooms so that the shelter could simply replicate them, sparing them the hardship of traveling there. After all, they owed nothing to the shelter. All right, let us settle it this way. Please go and write it down. Once you're done, bring it to my house. As they are still here, she instructed. Chu Yilong agreed that this was a suitable solution. On such a cold day, who would want to venture outside? Each household in Building 8 had an insulated room, making it far more comfortable than any place they could go to serve. Fan Lin ascended the stairs to find the two elderly individuals. Because of the 7 or 8 bags of coal she had stockpiled for them before the disaster. Their heating stove had been running continuously for 24 hours since the temperature dropped, coupled with a few hundred pounds of wood exchanged for points. Their insulated room maintained a temperature between 3 to 5 degrees Celsius, with the stove boiling water throughout the day and hot water bottles to hold. Their days were not particularly difficult. Their conditions were indeed better than those of most families in Building 8. Upon hearing that the shelter was once again seeking their assistance with mushroom cultivation, Professor Zhou found himself utterly perplexed. Had they not previously conveyed that mycelium could withstand temperatures as low as minus 30 degrees, provided they were adequately protected and the greenhouses maintained proper insulation? What more was there to teach? Was this not an exercise in futility? Grandma Su, nestled in a rocking chair by the bay window with a hot water bottle, was wrapped in a thick blanket and donned a plush hat, reluctant to move from her cozy spot. We have imparted all our knowledge to them without reservation, she remarked. As long as they can maintain the right temperature and moisture, what could be so difficult? Fan Lin interjected. That's precisely why I suggested drafting a manual for mushroom cultivation in extreme cold, following our methods step by step. If they remain bewildered, perhaps they ought to reconsider their mushroom consumption. Very well, I shall write one, she declared, eager to dispel any notion that they were unwilling to assist. Professor Zhou promptly sought paper and pen. Grandma Su beckoned to Fan Lin. Lindsay, what have you been busy with these past few days? With the frigid weather and little to do, I've been teaching Jian Dan the art of combat fitness. Fan Lin replied as she settled on the windowsill to converse with the elder. Everyone was aware of the return of Jian family's father. Yet the circumstances surrounding the mother's demise were best left unspoken. The Jian siblings were intent on vengeance, harboring thoughts of bloodshed. The residents of the building were prone to idle chatter, and there was no need to provide them with further fodder for gossip. The two elderly residents of Unit 1102 were composed and refrained from discussing others, but Fan Lin wished to spare them any distress regarding the Jian family's mother being devoured. Grandma Su was aware of Fan Lin's daily exercise regimen and noted the Jian sisters' newfound vigor. She found it heartening, despite their loss. The siblings were fortunate to still have their father. In such a trying post-apocalyptic world, it was remarkable that he could return home from afar. Indeed, it is remarkable. Fan Lin agreed, relieved that their father had regained his clarity of mind, alleviating some burdens from the siblings. He's regained his senses? Grandma Su exclaimed, her heart swelling for the Jian family. Fan Lin nodded. His mind is clear now, though he is quite frail and will need time to recuperate. If he can recover, that is a blessing. My only fear is that he may be mentally scarred beyond repair. Alas, this maddening world makes one ponder how long we must endure. I dread not reaching the end. Grandma Su was not waiting for her son as family, but rather for her daughters. Before the calamity struck, military and civilians had retreated from coastal cities, and at that time, Su's daughter had vowed to secure the closest possible resettlement to fulfill her military duties. The distance from the state capital to the southern city was less than 600 kilometers, and with the military retreating inland by at least 100 kilometers, it could extend to 200 or 300 kilometers. If Grandpa Zhou's daughter lived 300 to 400 kilometers from the southern city, her return would not pose a significant challenge. What was truly worrisome was the possibility that, amidst the disasters, people may no longer be alive. Fan Lin recalled that in her previous life, both elderly individuals succumbed to an epidemic, failing to survive until the extreme cold arrived. During the frigid season, she had resided in the community for over 2 months before departing, and prior to her exit, no relatives had returned to Unit 1102. As for whether anyone came back thereafter, she was left in the dark. At this moment, Grandmother Su is perhaps unable to wait any longer. She can only strive to console this kind-hearted elder. The situation in the southern city is far from stable, and Aunt Zhou and her companions must navigate the challenges of retreating alongside a large crowd, facing undoubtedly more difficulties than others. Moreover, with the rapid drop in temperature, it seems unlikely that Aunt Zoe and her group can extricate themselves from their duties just yet. Once the situation stabilizes, perhaps the building manager can inquire further, and by then, information may be more readily available. Please take good care of your health when Aunt Zoe and the others return. Do remember that I expect my share of the rice cakes. It must not be overlooked. Grandmother Sue could not help but chuckle, saying, "Oh, you, still concerned about that? If rice cakes are made, I assure you, no one shall miss out on yours. You'd better keep your word, lest you end up favoring your grandson over me." Fan Lin replied with a smile. Chapter 131. The time has come as Fan Lin departed with the papers pinned by Professor Zoe in the mushroom room. The smile on Grandma Sue's face gradually faded. If her daughter's family were safe, they would surely find a way to return. However, after half a year of apocalyptic challenges and with the weather turning increasingly harsh, hope seemed ever more elusive. Upon hearing his wife's sigh, Professor Zoe reassured her. "There is nothing to worry about. The building manager can handle it." He assumed she was concerned about being compelled to cultivate mushrooms in the shelter. Grandma Sue refrained from elaborating, instead expressing, "I fear this matter pertains to Lindsay. Could there be others with ill intentions?" Professor Zoe had not considered this angle. Lacking concrete evidence, Grandma Sue relied on her intuition. Otherwise, how could one explain the situation? They had imparted all their knowledge, and with agricultural experts in the shelter, it seemed unnecessary for anyone to seek out two elderly individuals in such severe weather. If a mere piece of paper could not resolve the issue, there must be something amiss. Indeed, Grandma Sue's concern was not unfounded. Despite repeated explanations from Chu Yilong, the shelter personnel still insisted that the trio from last time return to assist once more, claiming it was the directive of government leaders. Though they did not specify which leader, Chu Yilong felt a surge of frustration and promptly declared, "Let us go. I will accompany you back to the shelter and speak directly with the leader." The lack of transparency regarding who issued the directive raised his suspicions. The insistence on bringing two elderly individuals and a young woman to the shelter was perplexing. Recalling the incident where Fan Lin had been apprehended at the shelter, doubts began to fester in Chu Yilong's mind. The arrival of the personnel, upon hearing that Chu Yilong refused to release the individuals and wished to personally visit the shelter, was met with visible discomfort. Yet, Chu Yilong granted them no opportunity to linger, donning his thick coat and preparing with scarf, hat, and gloves. Faced with his determination, the visitors had no choice but to depart together. Yishan-chan escorted her husband to the door, whispering, "Can't you avoid going? Driving in this snow is unsafe. If I don't go, they will claim I am uncooperative with government efforts. It is better for me to understand the situation at the shelter." "Do not worry. I will drive slowly. Just be careful," she replied. "All right." After Chu Yilong left, Fan Lin continued to guide the Jian siblings in their physical training. Jianyu, despite his frail appearance, was still a boy and had spent several months as a protector, quickly adapting to the exercises. Jiandan, however, lacked any foundation. Her previous physical activity was limited to daily school runs. With no enthusiasm for sports, minimal strength, and a body that felt rigid and unyielding, she struggled even with 2-kilogram dumbbells, while Fan Lin effortlessly lifted 7.5 kilograms. In such frigid conditions, clad in thick clothing and devoid of energy, even if given the chance, one could hardly inflict harm. Thoughts of severing someone's carotid artery were futile. Without the requisite strength for height, opportunities were scarce. Focus on training. First, build your strength. Jian Dan, after lifting a few dozen times and feeling her arms grow sore, gritted her teeth and persevered. Jian Yu silently performed push-ups, and the temperature in the room hovered between 1 to 2 degrees. Both siblings were soon drenched in sweat. To prevent them from catching cold, Fan Lin had prepared a dozen towels for them to wipe their sweat and maintain some semblance of comfort. In a distant room, Jian Baba lay recuperating, listening to the sounds of his children diligently exercising, a mix of sorrow and discomfort washing over him. He needed to restore his health swiftly. While Fan Lin was instructing Jian Dan in physical training, another disturbance arose at the watchtower of Building 8. The guards were already familiar with the troublesome brothers from the Fan family. They were akin to leeches, having drained Fangu of his resources for over 20 years, previously relying on him for financial support and sustenance. As the apocalypse unfolded, they, who possessed land in the countryside yet chose not to cultivate it, sought to depend on their elder brother for sustenance. Some expressed skepticism and probed further, uncovering that these individuals had spent their time in the countryside idly playing mahjong instead of working. They made monthly trips to Zhejiang Yuan, thus were quite familiar with the area. Fan Shao even audaciously proclaimed that since his uncle was still capable, and as the legitimate grandson of the Fan family, there was no reason for them to be denied assistance. Such statements led the guards to feel as though they had been transported back a century. In these dire times, dear brother, the concept of clan had disintegrated. Even if you were a golden heir, no one would care. After witnessing the audacity of these intruders, the guards understood why the Fan family chose to remain secluded and disregard their estranged relatives. Upon seeing them approach again, the watchtower personnel wasted no time in rebuking them. Cease your cries. People like you, who possess land yet refuse to cultivate it, have no right to demand anything. Depart at once, or do not expect us to be courteous. The three standing outside the wall trembled in the cold, with their meager supplies dwindling. The frigid weather threatened to either starve or freeze them. During their few days here, they had only encountered Fan Jiming once and had not seen him since. Despite their desperate shouts, they could not coax him out for even a fleeting moment, regardless of their moral pleas or attempts to elicit sympathy. The only response from the watchtower was occasional reprimands. No one from the buildings emerged. The harsh weather deterred even onlookers, leaving them without an audience for any potential uproar. Fan Jizhong, at a loss, pleaded with the watchtower to inform his elder brother, requesting just enough food for their journey back home, vowing never to trouble him again. His voice choked with tears, his face frostbitten. Today's sentries were Wu Sutian and Wei Dong, who sighed in relief upon hearing Fan Jizhong's intention to return home. I'll inform Fan Ge. Let us see what his response will be. Wu Sutian found the individuals outside the wall bothersome, having once assisted his own brothers. The age-old adage of a favor owed breeds resentment resonated deeply with him. He was all too familiar with the frustration of having a brother who only sought to take without offering anything in return. You go ahead. It's better for such brothers to depart sooner, Wei Dong concurred, equally irritated, upon hearing that they were willing to seek help from their elder brother. Fan Jizhong ceased his outcry. He believed that if he could just see his brother and plead earnestly, the prior grievances would be forgotten. He knew his elder brother's heart was soft. He quietly instructed his son, when you see your uncle, you must cry, understand? Fan Chao, wrapped in his thick quilt, glared resentfully at the towering wall, ignoring his father. Uncle has indeed ignored them for several days, even if he were truly angered. It seems unreasonable to hold a grudge against his own nephews. He fails to comprehend this, utterly perplexed. Fan Jiming, upon hearing Wu Sudong's message, harbors no belief that they would return to their hometown. It is merely a ruse to coax him into meeting them. However, he conceals his skepticism and merely states, "Tell them I will seek them out later." Upon receiving this response, the Ji Song family rejoices inwardly, wrapping themselves in their blankets as they return upstairs. When Ji Lin arrives home, her parents await her with solemn expressions. Lindsay, they say, they have expressed their intention to return to their hometown today. The moment has arrived. Chapter 132. A life taken in the dilapidated 11-unit building. The entrance door was long beyond repair, allowing free access. The reason Fan Jichong and his companions could find refuge here was that the residents were largely preoccupied with their own affairs. In the biting cold of recent days, few had the inclination to concern themselves with their neighbors. The inhabitants of the 11-unit building remained cooped up indoors. Fortunately, over the past few months, witnessing the relentless efforts of the residents from Building 8 and other structures in gathering firewood had instilled a sense of urgency regarding their own fuel supplies, prompting them to collect whatever combustible materials they could find at home. While the stored fuel could sustain them for a spell when used for cooking, the swift consumption during the frigid weather was unmistakable. With temperatures plunging to 20 degrees below zero, they found themselves continuously burning firewood to stay warm. Consequently, within a matter of days, their reserves had dwindled significantly. Faced with the prospect of enduring this unchanging weather, the lethargic residents of the 11-unit building began to feel a sense of trepidation. If they continued to remain idle, their fuel would inevitably be exhausted. Someone had set their sights on the uncollected wooden frames from the building, intending to pry them away for personal use. To their dismay, they discovered the presence of newcomers in the building. These outsiders had taken the very items they coveted. This incited their ire. On what grounds did these strangers have the audacity to seize what belonged to their building? A group of individuals banded together and stormed to the 8th floor, demanding that Fan Jichong surrender the firewood. Who were these interlopers to occupy their space and pillage the belongings of vacant apartments? Just as Fan Jichong received word that his elder brother would be seeking him out, he felt emboldened. Armed with a knife, he confronted them, asserting, "My brother resides in Building 8. He will be here shortly. Do not think you can bully us just because we are outnumbered." He was not foolish. Upon observing the strict security measures at his brother's residence, with guards stationed 24 hours a day, he recognized the superiority of their building over this decrepit one. If these individuals dared to act against him, they would need to reconsider. The presence of brothers residing in Building 8 indeed instilled a sense of caution among them. Not only were there military personnel overseeing matters, but they were also armed and held law enforcement authority. Among the 4 or 5 individuals who had ascended were the Liu father and son, who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the residents of Building 8. Upon hearing Fan Jichong's declaration that his brother would soon arrive, They recalled their estranged elder sister and felt a pang of jealousy. Even if the emperor himself were to come, I would not falter. Hand over everything you've taken from this building. The Liu father and son, wielding axes, approached with ferocity, intent on seizing the firewood from within. The others, lacking their level of animosity, preferred to avoid provoking the residents of Building 8. Aware that they would remain here and needed to coexist peacefully. Except for the Liu family, no one else dared to enter and steal the firewood. Seeing someone audaciously attempt to pilfer from his home, Fan Xiao was instantly incensed, seizing a wooden frame and hurling it in their direction. How dare you steal from me? The outsiders hesitated, refraining from entering, while only the old and the young among them continued to bicker. Despite being neither taller nor stronger than him, they dared to act defiantly. Fan Xiao struck Liu the Elder squarely on the head with the wooden plank, relying solely on their status as residents of the building. The Liu father and son had not anticipated that they would be met with violence before they even laid a hand on him. Old Liu let out a heart-wrenching scream before collapsing to the ground, his axe flying several meters away. Blood spattered across the earth. "Father!" shouted Liu's son, his eyes wide with rage. Grasping the axe, he aimed to strike Fan Xiao, but it was Fan Jichong who struck first, landing a blow on his wrist. The axe clattered to the ground. Fan Xiao immediately approached and kicked Liu's son, sending him crashing against the wall with a resounding thud, rendering him unconscious. The onlookers outside were taken aback by the ferocity of the intruders, and out of fear of the 8 buildings nearby, they dared not even glance back and fled in haste. One Liu family member lay with a bloodied head and a faint pulse, while the other remained unconscious and unresponsive. Zhu Yinping felt a surge of fear. If these two were to perish, what would happen when their family came seeking revenge? Fan Xiao, unfazed, remarked, "If they die, so be it. Their family will be devoid of men, and everything will belong to us. What is there to fear?" His son, initially troubled, quickly joined in agreement, asserting, "They instigated this. No one can condemn us for their deaths. In the past, they would only act brazenly when they had the numbers. This father and son brought this upon themselves." With thoughts of seizing another family's resources, the two men turned their attention to the 2 remaining Liu family members. Fan Xiao twisted Liu's son's neck at an unnatural angle, extinguishing his life. Meanwhile, old Liu was seized by Fan Jichong and his wife, his body convulsing as blood congealed. When news reached the Liu women, they rushed to the scene, only to find the bodies already cold. Their wails echoed in despair. Yet no one came to their aid. "You beasts, you outsiders! How dare you kill my father and brother? I will make you pay!" cried one of the Liu daughters, frantically pulling her mother away, fearful of the ruthless adversaries they faced. "We must go find Aunt in Building 8, she urged, tears streaming down her face. The daughter-in-law of the Liu family, upon realizing her father-in-law and husband were truly gone, stood paralyzed, forgetting to weep. If not for her sister-in-law pulling her away, she might have remained in a daze. The 3 women of the Liu family fled, avoiding confrontation. Meanwhile, Fan Jichong and his son, who had initially considered eliminating the women, stood momentarily stunned. Did they have allies in Building 8? Bolstered by their belief in the support of their elder relatives, they had felt emboldened to act brazenly in someone else's territory. Now, confronted with the possibility of equal or greater strength from the Liu family, uncertainty crept in. What if our elder brother is not fierce enough? What if they are stronger? Zhu Yinping fretted. "Fear not, they instigated this. That manager cannot touch us." Fan Xiao dismissed her concerns. He believed their actions were justified as self-defense against the provocateurs, viewing the loss of a few lives as inconsequential in this post-apocalyptic world. At 5 in the afternoon, as snow flurried from the heavens and twilight descended, the Fan family, bundled in thick clothing, stepped out, carrying a bag of goods. On the watchtower, Wu Sutting remarked to Wei Dong, "The Fan family truly delivered provisions to those few. If you ask me, they've come this far. What is stopping them from returning? My concern is that they might take advantage of Brother Fan's kind heart, exploiting him time and again. Surely, if they receive the food and still refuse to leave, that would be utterly shameless." Wei Dong, lacking brothers himself, struggled to grasp the sentiments of those who rely on kinship. As long as one can secure sustenance, what does it matter to be a scoundrel? In this apocalyptic world, who still cares for reputation? They resorted to theft and yet still quibble over such trivialities. If that's the case, I wager Lindsay will retrieve the provisions. Wei Dong chuckled. That girl indeed possesses a steely resolve. At present, among the entire 8th building, she is the only young woman with the most blood on her hands. Chapter 133. Foreknowledge. The 3 members of the Fan family exited through the front door, spending their days peering through binoculars at Luo Yifan in Building 8. He no longer acted with the same reckless abandon as before. After residing here for nearly 2 months, he had gained a clearer perspective on reality. The initial generous sum of 1 million was a means to an end, driven by his desire for Fan Lin, and his failure to achieve that goal left him discontented. He believed that since he had never had any genuine conflict with Fan Lin, and the disputes were instigated by Li Zizi, he could still cultivate a friendship with her. However, Fan Lin offered him no respect or opportunity whatsoever. His pride, characteristic of the second generation, had been repeatedly trampled into the dust. Undeniably, Fan Lin was more captivating in the apocalypse than she had ever been. Regrettably, the tactics he once employed were now rendered utterly ineffective. Luo Yichao observed his younger brother fixating on the neighboring area with binoculars and remarked irritably, "How long will this continue? Can't you survive without a woman?" "I'm just taking a casual look," Luo Yifan replied sheepishly as he set the binoculars down. Whether in prosperous times or in a world turned upside down, he had always relied on his elder brother's presence. Years of living under the imposing shadow of his older brother had conditioned him to this existence. "You better rein it in and use your brain. Stop daydreaming," Luo Yichao admonished, displeased with his frivolous younger brother who still sought to flirt amidst the apocalypse. "Don't forget that Building 9 now falls under the jurisdiction of Building 8. Don't cause any trouble and embarrass us." "I understand," Luo Yifan hurriedly responded. Luo Yichao cast the binoculars aside in exasperation, saying, "Keep an eye on that kid. Don't let him enter our room again. That bastard son of our father had the audacity to sneak into our room and rummage through our belongings. If it weren't for our father's reputation, I would have tossed him off the 10th floor already." Their mother, in her quest for revenge against that wretched woman, seemed to think that keeping her son here and subjecting him to daily torment would bring satisfaction. In this apocalypse, that boy might even be secretly delighted to avoid the burdens of parenthood. There is no need to waste food in such times. The most distressing matter was their father. Despite appearing indifferent on the surface, he remained complicit in their mother's attempts to take out her frustrations on his son. Deep down, he must care for that wretched boy, or he wouldn't secretly provide him with food. When it came to their half-brother, Luo Yifan could barely contain his disdain. The kid is not talkative, but his thoughts are many. Who knows what he intends to do with a mother like that? He has no right to come here and serve as our punching bag, wasting our family's provisions. Having moved here nearly 2 months ago, they had relied on their vehicle and firearms to procure substantial supplies, all of which were hidden in secret locations. Living in Building 9 had its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that their family no longer had to live in constant anxiety. The security and protection here offered a degree of safety, allowing them to relax at home without fear of intruders. However, the drawback was that being in plain sight made it difficult to conceal any missteps. Nevertheless, with their daily supplies secured around their waists, they had stockpiled several hundred pounds of food. They had also amassed several tons of coal and charcoal. A mere illegitimate child had no right to partake in the fruits of their hard work. Thoughtful, Luo Yichao let out a cold smile. Weary of conversing with his younger brother, that lad's thoughts were so transparent, only his foolish sibling failed to see through them. Once their mother had vented her frustrations, he would find a way to address the matter himself. The Fan family of 3 exited the front door, making their way around the wall towards Building 11. The snow on the path was deep enough to engulf their boots, while Lu Wanyan, clad in several heating pads, waddled like a bear. Silence enveloped them. The biting cold rendered conversation a futile endeavor, for speaking would only invite the icy wind. Their shared animosity necessitated the presence of all 3, otherwise, how could the resentment be quelled? As they rounded the wall and approached the sentry tower, they spotted 2 or 3 figures stumbling towards them from a distance, crying out, "Murder! Murder! Come quickly!" The Fan family, along with the sentry tower's occupants, heard the commotion. Wei Dong and Wu Sutian called out to Fan Jiming, "Brother Fan, something's amiss over there. Let us first ascertain the situation." Fan Jiming nodded, pausing to await the arrival of the distressed individuals. Fan Lin, supporting her mother, squinted towards them, her heart inexplicably racing. A few women from the Lu family, seeing the commotion outside the sentry tower, shouted, "Help! Someone's been murdered. Those ruthless outsiders have killed my husband and son. Please, help me. My sister-in-law lives in Building 8. Please call her out for me." The mention of the outsiders sent a chill through Fan Lin and her father, both sharing a foreboding glance. The sentry tower's occupants, Wei Dong and Wu Sutian, were equally taken aback. Wei Dong leaned out to verify, "Which building do you reside in?" "We are residents of Building 11. My sister-in-law, Lu Tsuelan, lives on the 6th floor of Unit 1 in Building 8. Her brother has been murdered. Please bring her out." Indeed, it was the Lu family who conspired with outsiders to strip the 1st floor of Building 8. There was little sympathy to be found. Whether or not to allow them to retrieve the bodies was a decision for the management, not theirs to make. "Wait here. I will inquire," Wu Sutian said, glancing at Fan Jiming. "Brother Fan, what do you think? It seems this incident may be connected to the Fan family, given that only they reside in Building 11 among the outsiders." Fan Jiming pondered for a moment before addressing the Sentry Tower's occupants. You should call for 2 building managers. As for Aunt Lu, let her raise her voice. We must first ascertain the situation. Understood, Wu Sutian replied, hastening down from the Sentry Tower to find the building managers. The Lu family, recognizing the authority of those conversing in front of Building 8, attempted to pull them into their lamentations. Please clarify the situation, Fan Jiming urged. Refusing to entertain unnecessary dialogue. He was eager to discover whether those audacious individuals had brazenly committed murder in plain sight. The daughter of the Lu family, seeing her mother unable to articulate her sorrow, mustered her strength to speak through her grief. My father and brother went upstairs over half an hour ago to fetch some firewood, and shortly thereafter, our neighbor informed us that they had been murdered. The perpetrators of the heinous acts against my father and brother were not residents of our building. They merely occupied an empty apartment on the 8th floor. We ventured up there and narrowly escaped their violent intentions. Their brutality instilled a profound fear within us. The daughter-in-law of the Lu family stood silently by, tears streaming down her face. With her husband gone and her son still so young, she found herself at a loss on how to navigate this apocalyptic world. The 3 members of the Fan family could hardly fathom that these newcomers, having arrived just a few days prior, would resort to murder over a mere dispute regarding firewood. How could these beasts display such audacity and cruelty? Although they had plotted against the Lu family residing in Building 8, the manner in which lives were extinguished left Fan Jiming with an unsettling sense of impending trouble. Had he known, he would have refrained from waiting for the opportune moment and instead taken decisive action to eliminate those brutes before they could wreak further havoc on others. Chapter 134. Grievances have their roots. As Zhou Yiyo and Zhuang Yusin emerged, Fan Jiming simply remarked, "Let us go take a look," and proceeded toward Building 11. Fan Lin and her mother trailed behind, followed closely by the Lu family, who wept as they walked, in the absence of their elder sister. Having these companions was far preferable to the cold-hearted neighbors in their own building. The sight of outsiders witnessing the misfortunes befalling their residents without offering assistance filled the Lu women with sorrow and resentment. Zhou Yiyo and Zhuang Yusin walked alongside, their hearts heavy with sympathy for Fan Jiming. The troubles instigated by the Fan family were a burden they all felt, particularly for Brother Fan. Upon reaching the 8th floor of Building 11, they were met with a grim sight. 2 lifeless bodies lay in the living room, the blood on the floor now frozen solid. In a nearby room, Fan Jichong and his companions huddled around a fire, anxiety gripping them. As they regained their composure, they recognized the trouble they had stirred. Initially contemplating flight, they hesitated to abandon the path laid out by their elder brother, having finally garnered someone to listen to them. How could they forsake their dreams for the sake of 2 lives lost? Resolutely, they decided to take a chance, hoping that Fan Jiming would provide them with the necessary support. Thus, they remained by the fire, awaiting the arrival of others. Seeing the 3 of them warming themselves in such tranquility ignited an overwhelming fury within Fan Jiming, nearly causing him to hurl the bag he carried in frustration. The bag contained not provisions, but a few pounds of dirt meant to obscure their intentions. As it was of no use now, casting it aside would only arouse suspicion. He promptly handed the bag to his daughter behind him. Fan Lin accepted it, discreetly stowing it within her down jacket, effectively concealing it. Upon noticing his elder brother's presence, Fan Jichong immediately took up the mantle of accuser. Brother, they were the ones who attacked us first. They barged in and attempted to seize our belongings. If we hadn't killed them, they would have killed us. Surely you cannot stand by and watch as they bully us. What precious possessions did they seize that warranted murder? Fan Jiming demanded, his teeth clenched in anger. Precious possessions? Is firewood not valuable? Fan Jichong blinked, realizing the tenuousness of his argument. The daughter of the Lu family surged forward, filled with righteous indignation. My father and brother merely came to gather firewood. What precious items could you possibly possess? You killed them without cause and now wish to evade responsibility. You are murderers. I demand retribution. I will see you pay for this with your lives. In her anguish, the Lu matriarch grasped an axe, intent on avenging her kin. Zhuang Yusin quickly intervened, seizing the axe from her grasp. Hold on. Let us clarify the situation before acting rashly. What is there to clarify? It is evident you know each other. Should you side with them, you become complicit in their crimes. You prey upon us, the bereaved, and shall face divine retribution. Zhou Yiyo interjected. Enough. Since we are here, we must at least ascertain the facts. Why the haste? Fan Chao, with a look of deep grievance, addressed Fan Jiming. Uncle, we gathered that firewood ourselves. It is far too cold here. We cannot even sleep. If they seize the firewood, we will not survive the night. Their unreasonable behavior, wielding axes, barging in to rob us, leaves us no choice but to fight back. Otherwise, our demise is inevitable. In this apocalyptic world, food holds the utmost value. Yet in this bitter cold, Firewood is equally essential. Fan Chao discerned the indifference of his uncle, who feigned concern with great effort. Regrettably, his uncle disregarded his pitiable demeanor and turned to Zhou Iyo and Zhuang Yusen, stating, "With Along absent, you will preside over matters here. It shall be as you see fit. I have severed ties with these individuals." Fan Jiming's words unequivocally revealed his stance. Acting impartially is the right course. Upon hearing this, Fan Zhizhong's family was immediately thrown into disarray. Conversely, the women of the Lu family were incensed. "What do you mean severed ties? They're your relatives. Why do you allow them to stay here and wreak havoc? You are the ones bringing calamity upon us." Seeing their vulnerability, Lu rushed forward, intending to strike Fan Jiming. However, Lu Wan swiftly intervened, exclaiming, "What are you doing? They came of their own accord. It is unjust to implicate us." "Unjust? They have called your men elder brother and uncle. You are all kin. They are responsible for the deaths of 2 of my family members, and you must answer for it. If you do not, I shall not let this matter rest," retorted a Lu family daughter, her voice laced with fury. "Our survival hinges on my father and elder brother. With their demise, how shall we live? Tell us, how shall we endure? With the men gone, we cannot survive. If you refuse to intervene, we may as well end our lives here." The mother and daughter of the Lu family shared a silent understanding, seamlessly shifting from demanding retribution for lives lost to insisting on accountability. They sought to leverage the deaths of 2 relatives to secure the benefits they desperately needed. Fan Jiming's apprehensions manifested as reality, and Lu Wan found herself overwhelmed by their demands. Fan Zhizhong and others, witnessing the women pressuring Fan Jiming for accountability, felt a surge of indignation. They had yet to receive any form of restitution. Why should the elder brother's family bear the burden for their household? Yet, they were acutely aware that this calamity was of their own making, and thus dared not voice their grievances. The elder brother's earlier words were likely spoken in anger. There was no need for concern. Zhou Iyo could no longer contain his discontent and boldly queried the Lu family. "If someone must pay for a life taken, why drag others into this? Should your sister-in-law commit murder, would you take responsibility for her actions? I ask you, would you hold your sister-in-law accountable?" The women of the Lu family found themselves at a loss for words. If their sister-in-law were to commit an offense, what would they do? Certainly, they would distance themselves as far as possible. Her actions bore no relevance to them. However, at present, their focus was on holding the residents of Building 8 accountable, as their very survival depended on it. Regardless of fairness, they had firmly established their demands. Observing the uproar, Fan Lin recognized their intentions were transparent. With the men of their household gone, demanding retribution for lives lost seemed futile. Life cannot be consumed. The perpetrators were clearly incapable of yielding anything of value. Only the residents of Building 8 remained a coveted target in the eyes of others. Their calculations were sharp, yet ultimately futile. The women of the Lu family sought to ensnare Fan Jiming and his wife, demanding explanations and assurances. Fan Jiming shielded his wife behind him and addressed the Lu family, saying, "I am well aware of your intentions, but let me make this abundantly clear. Do not entertain any thoughts of retribution against us. If you seek vengeance for the loss of your family members, direct your grievances elsewhere. Should you continue to harass us, the entirety of Building 8 will withdraw, and I shall see if you can still settle your accounts at that juncture. Even if your elder sister were to arrive, my stance would remain unchanged. I am not here to support these individuals nor to clean up their mess. Justice has its rightful claim, and your vendetta can be addressed in the moment. Do not provoke him further. Should we depart, your opportunity for revenge may vanish, and you might even find yourselves facing retaliation. Initially, your aim was to seek justice for your own kin, yet now you find yourselves compelled to yield. He, too, harbors resentment with no outlet for its release." Chapter 135. 2 lives and 60 pounds of rice. Fan Jiming believed he had articulated his stance quite clearly, and the Lu family should comprehend his position. They should not harbor any intentions against him, for severing ties with kin was not an issue for him. He would not shield them. However, no one took his words to heart, dismissing them merely as expressions of anger. Fan Jiming assumed that his elder brother was reflecting on the situation to assist them in resolving their problems. Thus, they were expected to cooperate. "Elder brother, they seek vengeance. Let them come, I fear not." Indeed, it was not as if they had intruded upon another's home to commit murder. It was they who had barged in here, acting brazenly. If they desired death, then let them come. This time, the father and son shouted even more fervently than the Lu family. "Come forth. Let us see who shall slay whom." The Lu family, witnessing the perpetrator's audacity, grew increasingly skeptical of Fan Jiming's assertions. The elder insisted that they seek retribution. An eye for an eye. The younger awaited their move. Was this an attempt to ensnare them all? The inscrutable Aunt Lu had no inclination to speculate. She simply demanded compensation. They had killed 2 of her family members, and she insisted that justice be served. You must execute them to atone for my husband and son's deaths. If not, then provide us with 200 pounds of rice. Without men in our household, we face a dire future. You must bear the consequences." As Aunt Lu wept, she articulated her demands. 200 pounds of grain, a life for 100 pounds. Should this not be met, then let them be slaughtered. Upon hearing the Lu family's words, Fan Jichong felt an immediate sense of relief. His elder brother's strategy was astute. Fortunately, they were cooperating. Regardless, they were brothers, and how could the elder truly demand their lives? It was merely a ruse to redirect these women's cries for retribution into a demand for compensation. 200 pounds of grain. Zhou Yiyou and Zhuang Yusin turned their gazes towards Fan Jiming, for, despite his claims of severing ties with his brother's family, they were all born of the same mother. How could he allow them to pay with their lives? However, the demand for such a substantial amount of grain was unreasonable. No household possessed such a reserve. Even among their neighbors, if they did not use points to exchange for provisions, they had consumed much of what they had stockpiled before the calamity. It was unlikely anyone could provide 200 pounds of rice now. These vampires truly inflicted great harm. Before their parents could speak, Fan Lin directly refused, stating, "Our family does not possess such a quantity of grain. If you do not wish for them to pay with their lives, then seek compensation from them. Our family cannot afford it." Fan Zhao immediately widened his eyes, casting an annoyed glance at Fan Lin. "Elder brother, we have been hungry for several days. How can we offer her anything?" Fan Jichong looked towards his elder brother, feigning a pitiful expression, hoping to elicit sympathy from him to resolve this matter. Yet, Fan Jiming did not even glance in his direction, addressing the Lu family instead. "Ultimately, you wish for me to take responsibility. What obligation do I hold? Although they came here targeting me, I had severed ties from the very beginning. They sought refuge in your building, yet you do not drive them away, allowing them to linger here. When trouble arises, they place the blame on me, which is utterly unreasonable. Regardless of the circumstances, I cannot bear the responsibility. However, if you speak of humanitarianism, I could provide some sustenance to help you through this crisis. Yet, 200 pounds of rice is an unattainable demand. Even if you were to scour my home, you would find no such bounty. The Lu family seems to prefer food over lives. It is fortuitous. What I initially thought would require yielding can now serve as an opportunity for revenge." Fan Jiming exchanged a knowing glance with his daughter, understanding each other without words. Certainly, there is grain to be had, but in the eyes of the residents of Building 8, their household, like the others, has its provisions accounted for. Should they manage to procure 200 pounds of rice, it would draw attention, as it would allow them to continue living comfortably. Therefore, a price must be negotiated. A small quantity of grain in exchange for a few lives, followed by personal retribution, is quite a fair trade. The Lu family, in proposing 200 pounds of rice, is aware that it is somewhat unrealistic. They have set this figure with the intention of negotiating down, and upon hearing that grain is within reach. The Lu matriarch momentarily forgot her grief, her sharp eyes fixed on Fan Jiming as she inquired, "How much grain can you give us?" "At most 60 pounds. That is all the surplus we have," replied Fan Jiming. "That is far too little. We need at least 100 pounds. The Lu family persisted in bargaining. Lu Wanyin turned away, adamant that she would not deplete her family's rice stores for these estranged leeches. "I refuse to do this. Let them seek retribution themselves. We shall leave and not look back." The commanding presence of a mother compelled her husband and daughter to follow in her footsteps. "Elder brother." Fan Jizhong panicked. "Hey, don't leave." The Lu family cried in desperation. Their remaining supplies could barely last a month, and without some grain, they would be left to face starvation. 60 pounds is all I can offer, was the final word, prompting the Lu matriarch to wail in despair. 2 lives for just 60 pounds of grain. How are we to survive in this world? Though she longed for vengeance, the family consisted solely of women and a small child, in such frigid weather. How could they possibly find sustenance? They were left to barter lives for their own survival. Yet, the internal fury and resentment could not simply dissipate. The Lu family resumed their anguished cries. Fan Jiming addressed them, saying, "First, take the deceased away. Tomorrow, we will provide you with the grain. As for your sister-in-law, we will inform her of this situation, but we cannot guarantee whether she will reach out to you." Having heard this, the Lu family had no alternative but to weep as they carried the corpse down the stairs for arrangements. Before departing, they hurled curses at Fan Jizhong, who, incensed, nearly struck them, but was restrained by Fan Jiming. Yusin, you both may return. We have some matters to discuss here." The situation had been resolved smoothly. Yet the offering of 60 pounds of rice to the estranged brother's family left a lingering ache in their hearts. However, regarding the affair of the Fan family, they had no standing to interject, merely witnesses to the unfolding drama. "Very well, we shall return home for now. If anything arises, do summon us." On Monday, Yu Yu and Zhuang Yusin did not linger and departed. Once they left, Fan Jichong remarked post factum, "Brother, there is truly no need to provide them with provisions. Should they dare to chatter, a severe beating would surely silence them. 60 pounds of rice would serve him well. However, it is not unattainable. Humph, once they have vacated, they shall reclaim it. What do a few women have to fear? My thoughts remain concealed." Yet, the son articulated directly, "No matter how much you give them, they cannot hold on to it." Only Zhu Yinping remained huddled in the corner, too timid to utter a word. Logically, one would think that uncle had indeed alleviated their predicament regarding the murder. She ought to feel relieved. However, she found no joy, for the ambiguous demeanor of uncle's family left her deeply unsettled. Chapter 136. Burn the night enveloped the surroundings, and within the dwelling, only the flickering glow of the fire pit illuminated the dim space. "If you wish to avoid death, you must leave this place swiftly," intoned Fan Jiming, his expression obscured by the dancing flames. Fan Jichong was taken aback. Why should they leave? Hadn't the situation been resolved? Fan Zhao shared his confusion. What is the meaning of this? We have aided them to this extent. Surely we ought to escort them home rather than drive them away. This building had been isolated for a reason. Its inhabitants had all engaged in nefarious deeds, each household bearing a dark reputation. You outsiders dare to kill here, but it is merely a fleeting opportunity. Once they unite, it will spell your doom, and no one will come to your aid, remarked Fan Lin, her voice cold and indifferent, as she regarded them with the detachment one reserves for the deceased. The audacity of the outsiders, casually taking lives, instilled fear in the others. While the residents might mind their own business in times of peace, when conflict arose, especially over something as grave as murder, there could be no safety for those residing here. They would undoubtedly seek to eliminate any threats. Upon hearing Fan Lin's words, the father and son duo of Fan Jichong fell silent, recognizing the peril they faced. Outnumbered, they had no choice but to relent. "Brother, where shall we go?" Fan Jichong implored, his earnest gaze fixed upon Fan Jiming, his hopes laid bare. Fan Jiming cast a disdainful glance at him, the loathing and resentment in his eyes unmistakable. How shameful it was that such a heartless creature was his own brother. "You have taken a life. Do not expect to remain in this community. If you wish to live, follow us without delay," he commanded. Picking up a burning piece of wood and signaling for his wife and daughter to leave, Fan Lin and their mother hurried to comply. Although the plan had diverged slightly from their original intent, they had not strayed far from their course. The others, witnessing Fan Jiming's urgency, felt an overwhelming sense of danger and quickly gathered their belongings to follow suit. The remnants of burning would cast a cold light upon the room, now filled with an unsettling chill. As they descended the stairs, the Liu family resided on the 5th floor, their home echoing with muffled cries. The group quickened their pace. Upon exiting Building 11, regardless of Fan Jichong's incessant inquiries about their destination, Fan Jiming offered only 2 words: "Keep up." This aloofness from his elder brother left Fan Jichong both agitated and anxious, yet he had no choice but to stay close. Fan Jiming led them to a nearby community, a few hundred meters away. This area consisted primarily of row houses, most of which had been inundated with water at some point. The community was largely abandoned, littered with debris and refuse. Now, under a blanket of snow, it resembled a vast, frozen wasteland. The entrance to the underground parking lot was partially obstructed, but the warmth beneath provided relief from the frigid air above. Fan Jiming guided them downwards, though the 3 newcomers found the situation peculiar. They could not deny the underground's comforting warmth. At this late hour, venturing too far seemed impractical. Hiding here for the time being felt prudent, especially since their elder brother had not forsaken them, assuring them of his continued support in the days to come. Upon descending into the underground level, it became evident that the vehicles in the parking area had been appropriated as recyclables, as the shelter was in dire need of metal. Scavengers would salvage useful parts in exchange for food at the refuge. This subterranean expanse resembled a refuse dump, and with a small flashlight in hand, Fan Lin scavenged for scraps to serve as fuel. Fan Jiming did not venture far, opting instead for a vacant patch to halt. Silently, he placed the firewood on the ground, while Fan Lin quietly added her collected debris, causing the flames to flicker brightly. Turning around, Fan Lin drew her weapon. Not far behind, Fan Jichong and a few others expressed their dissatisfaction with the dismal surroundings. "Brother, there is nothing here. How can we reside? There are no beds, no firewood, and we lack provisions." Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and Fan Chao, 3 meters away, staggered and collapsed. Zhu Yinping screamed in fright. Fan Jichong, startled, ceased his complaints, yet before he could comprehend the situation, a second shot echoed, and a sharp pain pierced his chest, eliciting a cry of agony before he could utter another word. A piercing scream followed, accompanied by another gunshot. Realizing something was amiss, Zhu Yinping was struck in the neck. Her scream faltered, stifled in her throat, as her breath ceased. Fan Chao, hit in the head, died without a sound. Only Fan Zhichong remained alive, clutching his chest. Disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Fan Zhiming. You. He collapsed to the ground, death closing in. Still unable to fathom that his brother would orchestrate their demise. Fan Zhiming looked at the fallen Fan Zhichong, his face contorted in pain. The younger brother who once shared his candy had transformed into something grotesque. As he plotted how to harm his wife, barter him for dog food, and bully his daughter. His countenance must have been even more repugnant than it was now. You and your family are beasts. I am ashamed to call you my brother. He unleashed his pent-up resentment upon the still-breathing Fan Zhichong. Since childhood, you have been favored by our mother. I never contested that. As you grew, you expected my support for your family, and I never complained. Throughout the years, I have shown you nothing but kindness, even when you took from us without restraint. My wife and daughter never treated you with disdain. Yet you, with hearts of wolves and lungs of dogs, turned against me. To call you beasts would be an insult to true beasts. You are less than that. I. Fan Zhichong's eyes widened in horror. Yet he could not articulate a single coherent word. His eyes remained open in death. Fan Lin put away her gun and, noticing her mother's ashen face as she regarded the lifeless Fan Chao, approached and kicked him over. A single shot to the head splattered blood and brain matter across the ground, a gruesome sight. This wretch had died without a sound, a fate too lenient for him. Mother, would you like to stomp on him a few times for relief? Lu Wanyun, hearing her daughter's words, touched her neck, her expression returning to normal. No matter the hatred, the sight of the dead was unsettling. She took a step back, disdainfully declaring, filthy, ominous, do not step on him. Her daughter's audacity left her at a loss for words. It is of no consequence. I shall change my shoes shortly. Fan Zhiming gazed at the unblinking Fan Zhichong, closed his eyes momentarily, and suppressed the tumult of emotions within. Let us incinerate them. The corpses are an eyesore left here. The act of cremation is rather simple. A splash of gasoline, a flicker of flame, and it is done. Emerging to the surface, inhaling the crisp, cold air, the weight of resentment lightened. And the three of them exhaled deeply. Not a word was spoken as they made their way back to the community in silence. Upon returning, they realized that Chu Yilong had yet to return. He Shanshan, with an expression of urgency, sought them out. What shall we do? It is so late. And there is still no sign of him. Could something have happened? It is already 8 in the evening. Chu Yilong has never been this late returning from the shelter. Chapter 137. The three of us lived while the Fan family remained oblivious to the circumstances surrounding Chu Yilong. They could only offer consolation to Yishan, suggesting that perhaps it was due to the late hour and the accumulation of snow on the roads, making driving perilous, and that he had sought refuge at a shelter. If he did not return by the next day, they would go to the shelter to search for him. In such inclement weather, there was little else to be done. Yishan could only anxiously await his return at home. The family of 3, having avenged their grievances, secured the door tightly. They turned on the electric heater in the study, stoked the charcoal in the stove, and prepared a fragrant bath. They cleansed themselves thoroughly, washing away all traces of misfortune. Half an hour later, the 3 of them sat on the tatami, raising their cups to sip the sweet potato beer. The past was now a distant memory. The hatred that once consumed them dissipated into the snowy night as they sent the devil to hell with their own hands. On the table, a small charcoal stove simmered a pot of bamboo shoots, mushrooms, and chicken soup, complemented by meatballs, tofu, and vegetables. A comforting warmth enveloped them. Dad, Mom, from now on, the 3 of us will live well, Fan Lin declared, her eyes shimmering with tears of joy. She believed that she would no longer awaken in the middle of the night, plagued by insomnia. Yes, we shall live well together, came the relieved response from her parents, who felt a weight lifted from their hearts. Their daughter had returned from her past life, carrying burdens far heavier than they had imagined. After this night, they hoped she would find more joy and freedom from the shackles of her previous existence. The following day, upon learning of her brother and nephew's murder, Aunt Lu was inconsolable, weeping bitterly. When she arrived at Building 11, she discovered that the perpetrators were, in fact, members of the Fan family. Enraged, she unleashed a torrent of furious accusations upon the father and daughter of the Fan family, asserting, "It is your fault. If it weren't for your family attracting those beasts, my brother and nephew would still be alive. Do you think 60 pounds of rice can settle this? Absolutely not. You must exchange your points for food to compensate us, every bit of it." In her fury, Aunt Lu overlooked the fact that the Fan family harbored a daughter who was not hesitant to resort to violence. What? Do you also wish to extort us through the dead? Fan Lin queried coldly. Aunt Lu felt a chill at her gaze yet continued to express her indignation, insisting. You owe us. You owe nothing, Fan Lin retorted sharply. There are rightful debts and wrong parties. If you have the ability, go seek them out. Do not raise your voice here, or I shall give you not a single grain. Chu Yilong had not returned throughout the night. She still intended to search for him at the shelter. She had no time to engage with a shrewish woman. The Liu family, of course, hoped that their aunt could secure them some advantages. However, seeing that the Fan family had yet to part with even 2 bags of rice, they feared provoking them further and thus gain nothing. They could only shake their heads and exchange glances with their aunt. Aunt Lu's ire was palpable. With her brother and nephew dead, she could hardly contain her rage. You must bring those beasts to atone for their sins. Murder cannot simply be erased with a few dozen pounds of rice. It is not that easy. Unable to confront the Fan family directly, she sought to lash out at their relatives. This matter could not simply be dismissed. However, Fan Jiming interjected, "They fled last night. If you wish to find them, you must do so on your own." Aunt Lu immediately exclaimed, "How can you allow them to escape after they have committed murder? This is an act of shielding them." After the brutal slaying of the Fan family, Fan Jimin had shed his former benevolence. He retorted coldly, "Your sister-in-law had the opportunity to avenge them. It is their choice not to retaliate while demanding we compensate them with food. Furthermore, your brother and nephew were not entirely innocent in this matter. Do not presume that by offering you 60 pounds of grain, I can be treated as a soft target. Open your eyes and realize that this apocalypse does not bend to your whims. Such obstinate behavior will only lead to a swift resolution." With that, he instructed his daughter to set down the sack of rice and turned to leave. Fan Lin placed the rice bag on the ground, casting a sideways glare at Aunt Lu, who was left speechless with anger. Upon returning to the community, Fan Lin drove the light truck, accompanied by the Zhuang brothers, to the refuge. In this frigid weather, both scavengers and robbers had diminished, and their journey to the shelter was uneventful. Upon arrival, they discovered that Chu Yilong had sustained injuries. Yesterday, when Chu Yilong visited the shelter, it became clear why they were seeking individuals from Building 8 to cultivate mushrooms. To conserve fuel, the cultivation was to occur in the subway tunnels, where the person in charge of mushrooms had relocated all the spores underground. Unexpectedly, a section of the tunnel collapsed, burying all the spores below ground. The collapse was triggered by a few dilapidated buildings above, which fell due to vibrations caused by a brawl among several young ruffians nearby. One of them had thrown a detonator to intimidate others, inadvertently leading to the collapse of the precarious buildings, with Pan Jishuan being the one who threw it. Pan Jishuan was the brother-in-law of Secretary Qin, and some individuals at the cultivation center, feeling aggrieved, sought an explanation from him. Qin Jinyang, who had repeatedly been hindered by his brother-in-law, promised to appease the cultivation center to mitigate negative impressions before the leadership. He boasted of arranging for another batch of mushrooms to be cultivated. However, after making such grand claims, he grew anxious that Chu Yilong might refuse to release the individuals due to their prior conflicts, instructing the staff not to mention his directives and to bring the people back to the shelter first. Unbeknownst to him, the residents of the community did not respect authority. While those in the shelter regarded the official stance, the inhabitants of Building 8 were solely concerned with their own interests. Qin Jinyang initially intended to quietly rectify the situation, but instead of the mushroom cultivators arriving, it was Chu Yilong who showed up. This led to the leaders above becoming aware of his abuse of power, resulting in a severe reprimand. After uncovering the underlying causes, Chu Yilong did not intend to linger at the shelter, but just as he was about to leave, he noticed thick smoke billowing from the mayor's office. A fire had ignited, scorching the insulating curtains. He rushed in to extinguish the flames, hastily grabbing items to smother the fire in the absence of water. In his attempt to salvage the documents on the table, his hands were burned, and after receiving treatment at the medical station, night had fallen. The burns made it difficult for him to drive, and with the leadership urging him to stay, he spent the night at the shelter. Fortunately, the injuries were not severe. With 10 days to a week of care, he would recover. Aware that the residents of Building 8 would surely worry upon seeing him absent, he felt fortunate to have arrived just in time, sparing him the need to drive. Chu Yilong raised his bandaged hands, still in good spirits. Upon encountering people, there was little cause for concern. Fan Lin, along with the 2 brothers of the Zhuang family, felt a sense of relief. The sister-in-law must have been in a state of anxiety, likely having spent the entire night in restless wakefulness. In this apocalyptic world, communication is fraught with difficulties, and without seeing one another, one remains oblivious to the other's circumstances. Alas, who could have foreseen such events? It is best to return home now. Since there appears to be no pressing matter, it is undoubtedly wiser to head back to the community. And Chu Yilong had no intention of lingering here. However, Fan Lin wished to take the opportunity to visit her roommate. Then let us accompany you, they said. After the previous incident, Chu Yilong was uneasy about Fan Lin traversing the refuge alone. Within the sanctuary, the idle signs of the 2nd and 3rd generations could conjure trouble out of thin air. The notion that they could cause havoc both outside and within the refuge is indeed disheartening. The group proceeded to Area 1, where, with Chu Yilong's presence, they faced no obstacles. As Fan Lin led the way inside, two fellow students clearing snow at the entrance of the building changed countenance upon seeing her, their expressions betraying a hint of panic as they hastily averted their gazes, refraining from approaching to speak. Noticing this unusual behavior, Fan Lin promptly quickened her pace. Chapter 138. Pack your things and follow me. A path was cleared through the snow on the ground. Chu Yilong and a few others stood several meters away. Refraining from approaching the house, Fan Lin pushed open the door to the room where Liang Suqing and the others were staying. The weather was frigid, and the doors here were draped with quilts to block the wind. The shelter had only just begun to implement measures to cope with the extreme cold. The survivors who had not been assigned any tasks huddled inside, enduring the harsh conditions. The room housing 8 individuals lacked a fireplace for warmth, leaving it devoid of any comfort. Upon seeing someone enter, those nestled under their blankets turned their heads to look. Initially, they could not discern who had come in. However, when they noticed the newcomer striding directly towards Liang Suqing and Chen Xuanyan's beds, realization struck. Some individuals began to shift restlessly beneath their covers. Fan Lin observed her 2 friends curled up in their insufficiently thick blankets and immediately furrowed her brow. Suqing? Xianyan? She called out. Liang Suqing and Chen Xianyan, feeling dazed from the cold, took a moment to register the voice. Once they recognized who it was, excitement surged through them as they scrambled to sit up in their blankets. Lin? What brings you here? Chen Xuanyan's eyes were already tinged with red. Why did you? She intended to ask why it had taken Lin so long to arrive, but then recalled that Lin had never mentioned when she would come. They had been longing for her presence day and night. The days had been unbearably tough, making them feel as though they might never see her again. Why is it so cold? Lin queried, noting the scarcity of blankets. Hadn't she instructed them to prepare adequate warm clothing? Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanyan's eyes grew even redder. She glanced at the nearby bed, which was covered with 2 blankets, opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. Fan Lin, of the same age, had not only survived in this post-apocalyptic world, but had also proven her worth by supporting the shelter, living with an unassailable dignity. In contrast, her friends had repeatedly fallen victim to bullying. They could not even protect their own belongings and had to rely on Lin to help them resolve their issues, which filled them with a sense of shame. Upon observing the expressions of her friends, Lin surmised the situation. Had someone taken their blankets? Her guess was spot on. Liang Suqing and Chen Xianyan could only nod in affirmation. Who? The 2 hesitated for a moment before pointing towards the bulging bed covers. Lin immediately approached, lifted the 2 large blankets, and tossed them to her roommates. The abrupt removal of the blankets caused the warmth to vanish instantly, and the bed felt cold in an instant. The 2 individuals, who had been on guard since Lin entered, were taken aback by her unhesitating action. They immediately shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Are you blind? Return their blankets. Those blankets are supposed to be compensation for us. Mind your own business." Lin turned to her roommates. Yang Suqing quickly interjected, "No, it was they who colluded with someone from next door to falsely accuse us of injuring them, forcibly taking our 2 large blankets under the pretense of compensation, and even seizing several of our thick garments." The 2, now exposed to the cold, glared back defiantly. "Who is lying? It was clearly you who injured us, and now you're trying to wriggle out of it. You are the ones who are trying to evade responsibility." At this juncture, Chen Xianyan could no longer contain her indignation and exclaimed with fury, "You conspire against us, and when the 2 from next door deliberately collide with us, we merely evade, and yet you fall to the ground claiming injuries. One complains of a coccyx ache, another of a concussion. If you were so fragile, you would have perished long ago, yet here you are, alive and well. These individuals have bribed the administrators, coercing a judgment that they must be compensated for the injuries they claim to have sustained. Should they refuse, they will face the punitive measures of the shelter and be expelled." There was no need for excessive explanation. Fan Lin was well aware of their character. In her previous life, she had been bullied by these very people countless times. Before those 2 could utter another retort, she swiftly kicked each of them down to the ground. The onlookers, wrapped in their blankets, gasped in astonishment. Healy, hiding in the corner, shrank back against the wall. With Fan Lin's arrival, these individuals were destined to suffer. Fortunately, she had not underestimated Fan Lin, even upon hearing that she had been apprehended by the security team. Healy dared not engage in any gossip regarding her. Liang Suqing and Chen Xianyan found themselves isolated, and she maintained her distance. After all, she had finally formed a team with others, and she did not wish to be ousted due to a close association with them. She could at most refrain from participating in their schemes against Fan Lin. Beyond that, she felt powerless. Now, witnessing Fan Lin's formidable presence as she stood up for Liang Suqing and Chen Xianyan, she felt a twinge of regret. If only she had chosen to side with Liang Suqing and Chun Xianyan, perhaps she too could have garnered Fan Lin's assistance. Crouched in her corner, she simultaneously hoped that Fan Lin's visit would be of aid to her two roommates while wishing that it would not be too generous. She did not want to become the most vulnerable entity in the room. The two arrogant classmates who had been kicked to the ground were taken aback by Fan Lin's even greater audacity, their coccyx truly aching now. Fan Lin looked down upon their pitiful state, incredulous that they had dared to bully them. Truly, they were blind to the consequences. Their arrogance was now eclipsed by someone even more formidable. Fan Lin's intimidating demeanor and prowess were utterly terrifying. They trembled in fear. The fact that she had once been apprehended by the security team yet still dared to act so brazenly suggested that she indeed had powerful backing. Who had claimed that the Fan Lin captured by the security was merely a fade? They had gravely misjudged her. These individuals were utterly unaware that Fan Lin had been released from the security team with great swiftness. Liang Suqing and Qin Xianyan refrained from leveraging their connection with Fan Lin to defend themselves, even in the face of ridicule and mockery. Suqing, Xianyan, gather your belongings and come with me, Fan Lin commanded. Healy, taken aback, lifted her gaze in shock. Fan Lin intended to take them away? Instantly, she felt a mix of envy, jealousy, and regret, her insides churning. Liang Suqing and Qin Xianyan, upon hearing that Fan Lin wished to escort them, wasted no time and began to collect their things. Remaining here would render them too weak, and it was only a matter of time before they would be bullied into submission. Soon, the two had their belongings packed. Let us go. Fan Lin helped them carry their blankets and led them out. The occupants of the room did not dare utter a word. Fan Lin's imposing presence made it abundantly clear that they were not to be trifled with. Upon witnessing Fan Lin emerging with her luggage, Chu Yilong comprehended the implications immediately. Hidden behind the door, someone had been surreptitiously observing, and upon seeing them depart, those who had bullied Liang Suqing and Qin Xianyan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The fact that Fan Lin could escort someone away indicated that she indeed possessed the capability to protect her roommate. Those who had initially sought to forge connections were merely drawn by her apparent connections. When they witnessed her being apprehended by the security team, they mistakenly believed her background to be a fade. Now, it was too late for them to lament their hasty judgments. With two vehicles carrying the group, they returned to the community by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Prior to seeking refuge, Fan Lin had not contemplated bringing her roommate back. The various heating arrangements in her study were unsuitable for outsiders to behold. Furthermore, she was bound by the regulations established for Building 8, which prohibited entry to anyone who was not an immediate family member. Consequently, through discussions between Chu Yilong and Dong Kai, it was decided that Liang Suqing and Qin Xianyan would reside in Building 9, sharing an apartment with a mother-daughter pair who had relocated from Building 11. However, an entry fee comprising 30 jin of potatoes and 20 jin of rice was required. Chapter 139. Desolation. Fan Lin utilized her points to exchange for supplies in Building 8, initially covering the costs for her roommates in Building 9, providing them with 2 pounds of rice, 2 pounds of potatoes, and half a bowl of pickled vegetables to tide them over. She also transported several dozen pounds of firewood, along with a pot, a kettle, and a stove. Do not worry, settle in and rest well. The day after tomorrow, I shall take you out to search for more supplies. Bringing people here necessitated finding ways for them to survive, and this opportunity was precisely what she needed to replenish her own supplies. Liang Suqing and Qin Xianyan were so moved they could scarcely find their words. The chance to settle here was already a stroke of luck for them. The prospect of accompanying the residents in their search for resources felt like a serendipitous multiplication of fortune. This arrangement would afford them the opportunity to repay Fan Lin's kindness, preventing a one-sided exchange devoid of reciprocity. They understood well that such an imbalance could deplete even the deepest of affections. Among the new residents was a mother and daughter duo. The mother was nearing 70, and the daughter was in her 40s. They had originally resided in Building 11, stockpiling over 300 pounds of grain and an abundance of noodles before the apocalypse. They cleverly concealed 10-pound vacuum-sealed bags of rice within their bedding, disguising them as mattresses and sleeping directly on top. The noodles were discreetly stashed in the kitchen ceiling. Upon hearing of neighbors becoming tyrannical, the mother and daughter swiftly concealed their supplies, evading the fate of being completely plundered. They later sought refuge in Building 9, providing 40 pounds of rice for their accommodation. In Building 9, they had only residential rights, lacking ownership, and the inclusion of new residents was entirely at the discretion of the building manager. Although there was some discontent regarding the arrival of the two young women, no one dared voice their objections, particularly since the newcomers had established a good rapport with the residents of Building 8. The mother and daughter had converted a room into a warm space, now sharing a single room, while their 2 spare bedrooms were filled with items they had brought from Building 11. To make room for the newcomers, they had no choice but to relocate their belongings. Fan Lin assisted them in moving their items, noting that the spare room lacked insulation and was quite cold. They would have to endure this discomfort temporarily until they could gather adequate materials for improvement. After settling her roommates, Fan Lin encountered the Luo brothers on her way downstairs. Luo Yifan, upon seeing Fan Lin, was taken aback, his face lighting up with surprise as he inquired, "Fan Lin, what brings you to this side? Are you here to look for him?" "I have matters to attend to," Fan Lin replied, her pace unwavering as she descended the stairs. "Hey." Luo Yifan attempted to call her back, but as he turned the corner, she had vanished. Luo Yichao shot his younger brother a disapproving glance. "She has gone, clearly. She has no desire to engage with you." After finally encountering someone, Luo Yifan felt regretful that their exchange had been so brief. "How could she come to our side? Does she know someone here? We never crossed paths before." "Ask the heir," Luo Yichao retorted, uninterested in his brother's meandering thoughts, and left him behind. Feeling dejected, Luo Yifan followed suit. Upon returning home, Fan Lin noticed her father was absent and surmised that they were convening on the 10th floor. The matters concerning those remnants would undoubtedly be disclosed to Chu Yilong. They had left no trace behind. It was entirely reasonable that those who had taken lives would not dare linger in this neighborhood. No one would suspect a thing. They had previously awaited the opportune moment, hoping that their targets would succumb to impatience and voluntarily utter words of departure, thereby granting them the chance to strike. Otherwise, if they had declared an irrevocable severance of ties and then suddenly ventured out to seek them, only to vanish without a trace, it would have blatantly suggested to others that they harbored suspicions of eliminating future threats. The elder brother, fearing entanglement with his vampiric sibling, resorted to fratricide. Such rumors, if circulated within Building 8, would render the management of the establishment exceedingly difficult. Not only would the family be branded as ruthless and cold-blooded, but they would also attract accusations of bloodlust. In the eyes of the populace, the crime of vampirism did not warrant death, at most. One could simply choose to ignore it. To resort to murder for such a reason would invite universal condemnation. Despite the apocalyptic backdrop, Building 8 resembled a microcosm that upheld conventional societal values, necessitating careful consideration of various influences to maintain a stable and harmonious existence. This principle had previously eluded Fan Lin. Yet the drastically altered circumstances of Building 8 compelled her to absorb her parents' admonitions with newfound seriousness. In this context, the notion of eliminating future threats brought with it no apprehensions. The relatives of victims did not demand the perpetrator's life and retribution but rather sought compensation. Although they had severed ties with the murderer, they still bore the burden of restitution, refusing to abandon their impoverished kin. Such benevolence would hardly lead anyone to suspect that they would take matters into their own hands. Upon hearing of this situation, Chu Yilong harbored no doubts whatsoever. "Alas, this turmoil has left you, brother Fan, with an empty household, hasn't it? You've been compensating with provisions and assisting others. 60 pounds of stored grain, coupled with the resources extended to others, had cost the Fan family a significant amount of points, resources that, if utilized for their own survival, could sustain the family for at least half a year. The loss was palpable, and anyone who heard of it would feel a pang of sympathy for them. In this post-apocalyptic reality, few could afford such generosity. Only the unfortunate Fan family, compelled by circumstance, remained benevolent." Fan Jiming wore a bitter smile, lamenting the loss of the few dozen pounds of rice they had saved. Their current stock comprised merely some flour, noodles, and the potatoes they had received. While they could manage for now, the absence of a substantial food reserve left him uneasy. Indeed, while their points were plentiful, their expenditure was equally high, and the daily toil consumed resources at a pace exceeding that of other residents. Without a reliable stockpile, anxiety was inevitable. The building leaders understood these concerns. The rice they had hoarded was depleted at a rate of dozens of pounds daily, amounting to nearly a ton monthly. How long could they sustain themselves under such conditions? 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? Given their present environment, cultivating rice was exceedingly challenging. In truth, rice had become more precious than life itself. The victims' relatives demanding 60 pounds of rice could sustain their family for half a year. While the 2 men in that household might not even ensure the same longevity for their women, they were all acutely aware of this reality. Why not, brother Fan? Take 50 pounds of rice back with you? Let us not even mention trading points for it. Your family has contributed significantly to Building 8, especially Lindsay. Consider this a modest reward for her, suggested Chu Yilong, a sentiment echoed by Zhou Iyo and Zhuang Yusen. Indeed, when it came to resource gathering, none matched Lindsay's diligence. She consistently thought of what others overlooked. Otherwise, we would not have sufficient warm clothing to fend off the cold. During the pandemic, there was a scarcity of protective gear. Moreover, the essential medications and medical equipment donated to the government were instrumental in securing Long Ji's reinstatement and the opportunity to carry firearms lawfully. I truly believe we should allocate this portion of food. Indeed, I concur, Fan Gu. You should stockpile some rice at home. After all, these provisions are rightfully ours to reclaim. Fan Jiming was taken aback, realizing that revealing his financial struggles would lead to such an outcome. With a mix of laughter and exasperation, he declined, saying, "That cannot be. Would it not mean that the burden of those few beasts' transgressions falls upon us? This is unacceptable. We will bear the consequences of our own family's troubles. Please do not undermine our foundations or disrupt the system. Furthermore, this is merely a temporary predicament. Since Lindsay excels at sourcing supplies, our family will not endure excessive hardship. There is no need for concern." With a light-hearted tone, Fan Jiming remarked. The three building managers were suddenly taken aback. Lindsay is going out to gather supplies? Chapter 140. Nothing is more important than living. Fan Jiming returned home to find his daughter reclined on the tatami mat, her body partially enveloped in the warmth of a heated table. While savoring some delicious grapes, she enjoyed a film on her tablet. With a chuckle, he tossed a few bags of snacks to her, saying, "Here you go." These were the provisions he had not requested, but were insistently offered by the building managers, who insisted he keep a tab on them. Unable to refuse, he accepted them. Upon learning the reason, Fan Lin giggled while clutching her bounty of snacks. "Dad, I truly believe that your and Mom's decision back then was remarkably wise. Last time, countless souls perished from hunger and cold, with at least a third of our building unoccupied. Now, look at us. Everyone is safe and sound, and I even have snacks to indulge in. What a life. It feels like heaven on earth." She had begun to appreciate the comfort of sheltering beneath a great tree. "What do you mean by heaven and earth?" asked Lu Wanyun, returning from the restroom. Fan Lin raised her snacks and exclaimed, "These are from Dad. The building managers gifted them to soothe the losses we incurred today. If it weren't for your and Dad's astute decision to unite everyone in this building to endure the apocalypse together, we wouldn't be in such a fortunate situation now. It is certainly not like the plight I faced in the previous apocalypse. Indeed, our family's standard of living has not diminished. We could easily seek a better life. Thus, one must reside in a stable environment to thrive and enjoy life's pleasures. Otherwise, it's difficult to even dare to take out what little we have to relish. With hungry wolves lurking about, it's not just about cooking meals. The mere scent of food might attract intruders banging on the door to seize it. How could one live well under such circumstances?" Fan Jiming nodded in agreement, appreciating their current state of affairs, yet fearing the potential dangers that prolonged adverse weather might bring. Excellence comes with both advantages and disadvantages. Opportunities and risks coexist. The 8th building has been armed with advanced weaponry, but the risks now rest upon our shoulders. During their meeting today, they discussed these very issues. With the harsh cold approaching, if it lasted a few months, they could endure. However, if it extended for an extended period, troubles and dangers would inevitably arise, a concern shared by all. His daughter mentioned that the extreme cold could last nearly a year and a half, which would be a brutal reality for Nanshur, making it difficult for their community to weather the storm, let alone others. For now, all they could do was strive to adapt to such frigid temperatures while seeking ways to sustain their livelihoods. Soon, a hearty meal of beef stew with potatoes, angelica duck soup, fried silver fish, cucumber salad, and a plate of water spinach was served. After dinner, Fan Jiming and his wife broached the topic of their daughter's 2 classmates. The absence of insulation posed a significant challenge, and merely relying on a stove would likely prove inadequate. Fan Lin rubbed her nose thoughtfully, recalling that they had endured worse in the shelter, even lacking a stove. However, if her classmates were faring even worse than in the shelter, what was the point of bringing them back? Certainly not. Presently, they reside in Building 9, sharing a room, which is already far superior to their previous circumstances in the shelter. If she lacked certainty in securing their well-being, she would never hastily bring them back. What she can offer is a stable foundation for them. Even if they venture out together in the future, they must learn to survive in this desolate world. She has no desire to become their crutch. Although her 2 roommates are dear to her, the nature of human relationships is unpredictable. Maintaining a sense of boundaries is crucial for her. Nevertheless, she understands her mother's intentions. Naturally, her roommates are more familiar than those neighbors with whom she has exchanged not a single word. Even those who have indirectly assisted them cannot compare to the obligation she feels towards those closer to her. However, she has her own plans regarding how to extend her help. Early the next morning, she carried over a pile of items her mother had set aside for her 2 roommates. These were things no longer needed at home, and leaving them unused would be wasteful. She first pitched the tent on their bed. The room required a considerable amount of insulation material, which is currently hard to find. Thus, this would suffice for now. By layering a few blankets and a comforter atop the tent, it would serve as an adequate insulator, though they must leave a small gap while sleeping to avoid suffocation. With this setup, Chen Xian cheerfully joined in the activity, exclaiming that with this, They would be warm tonight. Liang Suqing, nearby, was tending to the fire to cook thin porridge and inquired if Fan Lin had eaten breakfast. When told she hadn't tea, she added more rice. I have eaten. Do not concern yourselves with my appetite. I shall not go hungry. Very well, I shall prepare for us then. Liang Suqing replied without being overly proud. In the shelter, their meager points had afforded them 2 pounds of rice, and with the additional rice Fan Lin provided, they now had around 5 to 6 pounds of provisions. If they rationed carefully, it could last them 10 to 15 days. She understood that even without breakfast, Fan Lin would not diminish their scant supplies. With the tent secured for warmth and the porridge ready, they set the bedside table as their dining surface. Each with a bowl of thin porridge too thick would be wasteful. They could only afford to eat a small piece of the half bowl of pickles they had. Making it last, Fan Lin observed silently, and only after they had finished breakfast did she pull out 3 packages of jerky from her pocket. Here, take this. Don't refuse hastily. Tomorrow, we shall venture out. You need some nourishment to keep up with us. Liang Suqing opened her mouth to protest. But Fan Lin's words choked her response. In such weather, sourcing supplies would be far more challenging than before. Their current physical condition could indeed hinder their efforts. Fan Lin, do you think we can find supplies out there? Chen Xinshan asked, a mix of anticipation and anxiety in her voice. If they failed to find anything, they would be at a loss for how to repay their debts to Fan Lin. As long as we are not afraid of hardship and possess sufficient courage, we can manage. My 3 years in this apocalyptic world have not been in vain. There are still places uncharted by others where essential supplies can be found. The reason I haven't informed those in Building 8 is that previously, the resource-seeking missions were primarily led by the building leaders. I merely need to join the group going out. If I were to suggest specific locations, it would draw unnecessary attention. Now, as the 8-member supply team enters the winter hibernation period, she has formed her own group and can make her own decisions, drawing upon the memories of her previous life. She is filled with confidence. Fan Lin's words elicited expressions of joy from Liang Suqing and Chen Xinshan. There is nothing more significant than being alive. They fear nothing. Previously, they refrained from venturing out due to their youth and lack of strength. Even if they discovered something, they lacked the means to bring it back. The prevalence of robbers made it impossible for them to cope, and the risk to their lives was ever present. Now, with Fan Lin and the solidarity of so many within the community, they need not worry about being robbed. Their only concern is whether their stamina will hinder the team. For lunch, we will have rice, and for dinner, rice with potatoes, Liang Suqing declared resolutely. One must be willing to make sacrifices to achieve their goals. Only when their bellies are full can they muster the energy to strive onward. They were prepared for the journey ahead. But little did they anticipate that the reality of their departure the following day would differ from their expectations. Chapter 141. The elderly gentleman takes it easy. The Fan family, in their pursuit of aiding relatives and friends, has depleted their resources and now seeks to form a team for an adventure. The Jean's siblings, upon learning of this, are eager to join. Driven by deep-seated grievances, they yearn not only to engage in solitary cultivation but also to hone their skills in the field, while simultaneously replenishing their supplies. Their father, returning from a long journey, is in a state of significant physical decline. Mere survival through points earned is insufficient for his recovery. They are determined to carve out a path for survival in this apocalyptic world. Alongside them is Zhuang Yulin, the building supervisors. Uneasy about the Fan father and daughter embarking on such a venture, cannot participate themselves and thus decide to send Zhuang Yulin along for added security. Zhuang Yulin provides his brother with a firearm, enhancing the safety of their small team. Others, hoping to benefit from the venture, initially express interest in joining. However, upon realizing that Fan Lin is leading the group, predominantly composed of women, they retreat, deeming it frivolous. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the residents of Building 8, under the guidance of their supervisors, have managed to maintain a semblance of stability in their daily lives. When faced with significant risk, their adventurous spirit is waned. Fortunately, Fan Lin does not desire a large entourage. Liang Suqing and Chen Xianyan initially anticipated a team of dozens, yet only 7 individuals set out into the frigid, snowy day. They journey on foot to the ruins of the exhibition hall, several kilometers away. Prior to the calamity, the Nanshire Exhibition Hall had hosted an exhibition on regional specialties. In her previous life, Fan Lin had traversed this area with her father in search of supplies and, inspired by a sudden insight, recalls the possibility of finding resources within the hall. At that time, over a month into the extreme cold, they discovered some intact packages of wild mushrooms, dried bamboo shoots, sweet tea, green tea, kudzu powder, and honey beneath the ruins. While others overlooked this location, they managed to uncover a hidden bounty, regrettably unable to carry it all away at once. The following day, when they attempted to return, they found their opportunity lost, as others had seized the site for themselves. leaving the father and daughter to depart in disappointment. Now, significantly ahead of the timeline of her previous life, the resources beneath the exhibition hall should still remain. After assembling their team, Fan Lin promptly discloses their destination, garnering no objections from the others, who, after all, had paid little attention to the hall's activities before the disaster. Based on Fan Lin's analysis, they all concur on the likelihood of resources being present. Thus, they trudge through the snow, braving the cold. And after more than 2 hours of walking, arrive at the ruins of the exhibition hall. In such weather, survivors with sufficient food are unlikely to venture out in search of supplies, which affords them the freedom to excavate at will. Fan Lin casually points in a direction, instructing, "Let us begin digging here. Everyone be cautious and avoid injury." Understood. The group, equipped with gloves, shovels, and iron bars, commences the task of clearing snow and digging through the ruins. Liang Suqing and Qin Xianyan, having consumed rice and potatoes with dried meat for breakfast, are acutely aware that their stamina cannot possibly match that of those with ample provisions. Nevertheless, they grit their teeth and persist, motivated by the anticipation of uncovering resources from the ruins, which bolsters their courage and strength. The two women keep pace with the others, refusing to lag behind. The Jian siblings ventured forth to hone their skills, undeterred by the biting cold as they tirelessly excavated debris and shifted slabs. Although Zhuang Yulin bore the heavy responsibility of safeguarding the group, he felt reluctant to linger too long, especially with several young women so fervently engaged in their tasks. Moreover, the desolate surroundings offered no signs of life. Fan Jiming accompanied his daughter, driven by both concern and the desire to fully commit to the endeavor. With the household empty, the head of the family naturally could not allow his daughter to shoulder the burden alone. The 7 individuals toiled diligently for over an hour before uncovering a corner of the exhibition hall's ground floor. The materials unearthed, display cases and door frames, were carefully set aside. Liang Suqing and Qin Xianyuan, in particular, cherished every scrap of wood, refusing to overlook even the smallest fragments. The main exhibition hall, standing merely 3 stories high, had its display cases and platforms buried beneath the collapsed flooring. It was Fan Jiming who first struck gold, discovering several bags of well-packaged sweet tea amidst the wreckage of a shattered display case. Though sweet tea alone may seem trivial, its presence hinted at the possibility of more treasures. After 2 hours of arduous travel and over an hour of excavating the ruins, the weary and famished group found renewed vigor at the sight of the sweet tea, their spirits soaring as if invigorated by a fresh surge of energy. The promise of additional discoveries spurred them on. Zhuang Yulin could hardly contain his eagerness to quicken his pace. The Jian siblings, having trained their physical endurance over the past few days, were equally determined. Liang Suqing and Chun Xuanyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, their faces alight with anticipation. Hope ignited within them as they gritted their teeth and hoisted heavy slabs of flooring, undeterred even when their legs trembled under the weight. As they continued their excavation, a wealth of local specialties emerged from the rubble. Among the finds were medicinal herbs such as giagulin and dendrobium, an array of wild dried mushrooms, dried black fungus, and natural bamboo shoots alongside tea oil, honey, kudzu powder, various chili sauces, pickles, and an assortment of teas. There was even rasher. Though many items had been damaged by the collapse and waterlogged, reducing them to mere remnants of packaging or shattered bottles, a small portion remained intact. This modest bounty, salvaged from the ruins, constituted a significant cache for the group. In a previous life, Fan Lin had accompanied her father, prioritizing staples like kudzu powder, honey, tea oil, and dried mushrooms. Their limited strength had hindered them from carrying away substantial quantities, and by the time they considered a second retrieval, the opportunity had slipped away. Now, with 7 members equipped, and each bearing a large backpack, they also had 3 sleds capable of transporting goods. These sleds, newly constructed for traversing snowy terrain, were fashioned from steel. The efforts to create these sleds had nearly depleted the last reserves of power stored by their team. Fan Lin had rented the 3 sleds at a considerable cost, 80 points each, which could also be offset with supplies. Despite the harshness of the frigid environment and the strenuous labor involved in meticulously extracting items from the ruins, the group remained undeterred. Their singular focus was to overturn every stone in this area, though it was clear that such an ambitious goal was not entirely feasible. As we delve into the area showcasing these products, we must retreat before 3:30. Returning in the dark poses a danger. Although armed for protection, Fan Lin is reluctant to return too late. What time is it now? The others inquire of Fan Lin, the only one adorned with an electronic watch. It reads 2:05. We have at most another hour and a half. Retrieving our supplies will undoubtedly be more arduous than our initial journey, and the time required will certainly exceed our arrival duration. 3:30 is not particularly early. Upon learning that they can only excavate for another hour and a half, the group, initially intending to pause for a snack, suddenly feels compelled to utilize every fleeting moment. Every bit unearthed translates to a greater yield. There is no reason to leave anything behind for the night. Witnessing their fervor, Fan Lin refrains from suggesting a break. For those lacking sufficient resources, nothing is more paramount than acquiring survival supplies. They ought to exert themselves to the utmost for their very existence. However, seeing her father so vigorously engaged in labor raises her concern for his stamina. She quietly approaches him, slipping a piece of chocolate into his hand, whispering, "Take it easy. There's no need to overexert yourself. You're not as young as you once were." Yet, Fan Jiming, his expression brimming with excitement, gestures towards the ground, urging her to observe. Look at this. Chapter 142. The sharpening stone. Fan Lin blinked as she observed the scattered items on the ground, their dirtiness rendering them barely recognizable. Even if they were grains of rice, there seemed to be nothing remarkable about them. It was puzzling to see her father so elated, as if he had never encountered rice before. "This is tribute rice." Fan Jimin, recognizing his daughter's lack of discernment, displayed the tattered rice bag to her, explaining that this was the imperial tribute rice from the Miao region, not just any ordinary grain. "Isn't it still just rice?" Fan Lin failed to grasp the significance of rice once consumed by emperors. Her father shook his head in disbelief, calling over others to assist in the cleanup, hopeful that there might be more tribute rice hidden here. The mere mention of rice brought joy to the crowd. Regardless of its type, rice was a treasured commodity, essential for survival in both prosperous and dire times. In a world plagued by scarcity, rice equated to life itself. Liang Suqing and Qin Xianyuan were particularly exhilarated, immediately digging in, for their greatest need was rice, and finding it would bolster their resolve to live alongside Fan Lin in the community. The enthusiasm of the group filled Fan Jimin with satisfaction. Clearly, there were those who recognized its value. Vacuum-sealed Miao tribute rice lay crushed beneath the decaying floorboards, most of it spoiled and scattered, yet a few bags remained intact, and two showed signs of mold through their packaging, while others shunned the moldy rice. Liang Suqing and Qin Xianyuan collected it without hesitation. After all, what was aflatoxin in the face of hunger? Consuming moldy rice was far better than enduring the harsh winds of starvation. The rest of the group understood their predicament and refrained from further comment. Having unearthed 7 or 8 bags of quality tribute rice, each person was assured at least one bag, although each bag weighed merely 5 kilograms. The joy among those who had never tasted tribute rice was palpable. By 3:30 p.m., everyone's backpacks were brimming with goods. 2 of the 3 sleds were laden with wooden fuel, while the third carried an assortment of Miao specialties. The 7 hurriedly consumed some dry rations before swiftly departing the ruins of the exhibition hall. Remarkably, no one else had appeared in the vicinity during their entire excursion, leaving them feeling fortunate and hopeful for a second excavation. As they trudged back, their backpacks heavy and the snow deepening, they anticipated a significant amount of time to return to their community. Initially, they believed that the frigid weather would deter others from searching for supplies. However, halfway through their journey, they encountered a group of over a dozen individuals. The meager haul of this group was evident, as only a few among them carried bags. Upon spotting the 7-member team, the newcomers' eyes gleamed with avarice, fixating on the large backpacks and sleds laden with abundant supplies. The two parties stood several dozen meters apart when Fan Lin warned her companions to ready their weapons and safeguard their provisions. At the rear, Zhuang Yulin promptly drew a firearm, though he refrained from exposing it to the opposing group just yet. Fan Jimin unsheathed a watermelon knife, while Jian Zhu brandished an axe. Jian Dan wielded a kitchen knife, and Liang Suqing and Qin Xianyuan each held an iron rod and a shovel, respectively, all bracing for what might unfold. Unaware that Fan Lin and Zhuang Yulin were armed, they felt the tension escalate as they observed that their adversaries outnumbered them significantly. In times past, they would have likely chosen to relinquish their possessions in exchange for personal safety. Yet now, the abundance of their belongings has rendered them incapable of easily letting go. For their sake, Fan Lin has already sacrificed much. If they prove to be of no value, what face would they have left to continue living? The two women gripped the tools that had transformed into weapons, their eyes shifting from fear to reluctance and finally to determination. The two factions halted 10 meters apart. Upon noticing that 4 out of the 7 in the opposing team were women, the initial wariness of their adversaries quickly dissipated. "Hey, quite the haul you have there. With such a small group, you've managed to gather so much. It must be tough for you in this frigid weather. How about this? Hand over your goods, and you can leave unscathed." "Yes, leave the goods behind, and don't force our hand," the bandits urged, their eagerness evident as they advanced, itching to take the possessions. Fan Jiming immediately interjected, "Hold on. These items are not yours for the taking. You do well not to provoke us." The leader of the opposing group was a tall man, his gaunt cheeks indicating a life of hardship. The sight of Fan Jiming's unusually plump face in this desolate world was irksome to him. Annoyed, he brandished a gun from his pocket, directing it at Fan Jiming while cursing, "Are you living in a fool's paradise? If you're brave enough, come and take it from me. If not, drop your things and don't waste my time. Be careful, or I might just butcher you like the fat pig you are." The mere sight of the gun caused the color to drain from their faces, which only pleased the bandit leader further. "Yes, let us treat him like a pig to be slaughtered." His companions jeered. As the gun was raised in threat, the expressions of everyone except Fan Lin turned pale. The Jian's siblings, especially, felt a surge of rage replace their initial fear upon hearing the bandit's chilling words. Although Fan Jiming was terrified at the gun pointed at him, he remained composed and did not lose his demeanor. Zhuang Yulin regretted not taking decisive action sooner. Was it still possible to do so now? His brother had only given him 2 bullets to practice with, and he lacked confidence in his marksmanship. Anxiously, he glanced at Fan Lin, seeking her guidance in this dire situation. At that moment, someone lunged at Jian Dan, attempting to seize the large backpack she carried, armed with a kitchen knife. Jian Dan felt a mix of anger and loathing, wishing to eradicate these fiends. With a fierce glare and a swift swing of her knife, she aimed for the thief. However, the man, taking advantage of his size, easily evaded her strike. "How dare you seek your death?" he bellowed, enraged that a mere girl would dare to resist. Raising his iron rod, he swung it at Jian Dan. In a flash, Jian Yu rushed to assist her. Liang Suqing and Chun Xianxian brandished iron rods and shovels, wildly swinging at the encroaching attackers, shouting, "Get away. Don't even think about taking our things." Under the threat of a gun pointed at her father, Fan Lin restrained herself from retaliating immediately. She was waiting to see the Jian siblings fight back, waiting for her roommates to show courage instead of fear. Only when she witnessed their defiance did she draw her own handgun, aiming directly at the man intimidating her father, and coldly remarked, "You think a toy gun can scare me? It seems you are quite tired of living." The other party's expression shifted to one of surprise as they hastily redirected the gun towards Fan Lin, exclaiming, "You must be joking. You are the one with a toy gun. Be careful, or I shall shoot you dead." No sooner had the words left their lips than a gunshot rang out, startling everyone present. The gaunt figure staggered slightly, unable to believe what had just occurred as he glanced at his thigh. In the next instant, a searing pain surged through his leg, causing him to cry out and crumple to the ground. Completely unprepared for the revelation that his opponent was none other than Zhuang Yulin wielding a toy gun, he cast aside his reservations and brandished his weapon at the approaching assailants, shouting, "If you wish to die, come and try to steal." In truth, his shout was unnecessary. Their leader's futile attempt at bravado had already met with violent retribution, leaving them stunned and fearful. Faced with someone armed with a real gun, they recoiled in terror, raising their hands in surrender and retreating. Subsequently, they fled in a frantic rush. Their leader, witnessing the abandonment and realizing he was left to fend for himself, felt a surge of anger and desperation as he dragged his injured leg in an attempt to escape. However, the gun in Fan Lin's hand was once again aimed at him, her gaze now shifting towards the Jian siblings. "Come here," she commanded. Chapter 143, Kill him. Jian Yu and Jian Dan approached, their gazes fixed fiercely upon the injured robber. "Kill him," Fan Lin instructed the siblings. "What?" Jian Yu and Jian Dan's eyes widened in shock at Fan Lin's command. They were not alone in their astonishment. Others around them shared the same disbelief. The robber, upon hearing the verdict of his fate, cried out in terror, "Don't kill me. Please, spare my life. I was wrong. I beg for your forgiveness just this once. My family is starving, and I was left with no choice but to commit such acts. Please, let me go. I implore you." Even the youngest, Jian Dan, could not be swayed by such pleas. It was evident that this man was no stranger to the ways of robbery. In a world ravaged by catastrophe, who had it easy? Resorting to robbery in difficult times was merely an attempt to exploit the vulnerable for personal gain. While many struggled against the biting cold to scavenge for supplies, how could one compare that arduous endeavor to the ease of taking from others? No matter how tragic his story, it could not disguise the fundamental loss of morality and humanity that defined his actions. Fan Lin, unfazed by the robber's desperate pleas, noticed the hesitation of the Jian siblings and immediately adopted a serious demeanor. "If you cannot bring yourselves to act, then you may as well retreat to Building 8 and abandon thoughts of revenge. If you lack the resolve to execute justice upon a demon of carnage, how will you confront true evil?" Though the siblings had never taken a life before, they understood Fan Lin's intentions. The robber undoubtedly deserved death, regardless of whether he had consumed human flesh or merely preyed upon ordinary survivors. Jian Yu clenched his jaw, his gaze hardening as he stepped closer to the pleading robber. Yet, his hand that held the axe trembled slightly. "Brother." Jian Dan glanced at Fan Lin, uncertainty clouding her expression. Fan Lin met her gaze in silence. conveying that this was a lesson they must learn on their own. Gritting her teeth, Jian Dan grasped a kitchen knife and followed her brother. With a single gunshot, the robber's life would be extinguished. However, Fan Lin demanded that the Jian siblings execute the act themselves, leaving Jian Jiming to infer his daughter's intentions. Though it was undeniably cruel, she was imparting her own experiences as lessons in survival in their new reality. He supported her in silence. Zhuang Yulin regarded the Jian siblings with a hint of envy. Sister Lin had not made a point to include him in such practice. Liang Suqing and Qin Xianxian remained in a state of shock since Fan Lin had fired her weapon. They had never witnessed such decisiveness from her, and it left a profound impact on their hearts. As they observed her urging the siblings to take a life, although puzzled, they trusted that Fan Lin would not engage in meaningless actions. Speechless, they suppressed their tumultuous emotions and stood by, perhaps realizing they too had lessons to learn. The injured robber, perceiving the siblings' intent to kill him, panicked and shouted as he struggled in the snow. "On what grounds do you intend to kill me? You have suffered no loss. I have gained nothing and am injured. I tell you, in this apocalypse, murder is still a crime. And the police in the refuge will murder is still a crime in the apocalypse? Will the police in the refuge come to enforce it?" Jian Yu and Jian Dan exchanged doubtful glances, seeking validation from Fan Lin. With an impassive expression, Fan Lin commanded, "Act." In contrast to Fan Lin's decisive calmness, Jian Yu, as a young man, suddenly became acutely aware of the vastness of his own shortcomings. With a fierce resolve, he let out a cry and raised his axe to strike. Although the robber had sustained an injury to his leg, his hands remained functional, and the instinct for survival ignited a surge of strength within him. In a swift roll, he evaded Jian Yu's blow. Seizing the moment, he grasped a handful of snow from the ground and hurled it, obscuring Jian Yu's vision. Taking advantage of the distraction, the robber grabbed a fragment of brick and hurled it towards Jian Yu. Jian Dan gasped in alarm, rushing forward to protect her brother. The brick struck her head, eliciting a pained cry as she staggered, clutching her head, and collapsed to the ground, blood quickly oozing from the wound. The crowd gasped in shock, eager to rush to her aid. However, Fan Lin raised a hand to stop them. If they could not even handle a downed robber, there was no need for them to accompany her in the future. They were far too weak. The siblings were deficient not only in physical strength but also in their awareness of danger and their reflexes. Without confronting the harsh realities of the apocalypse, how could they hope to achieve their goal? Their quest for vengeance would merely turn into a sacrificial offering. Wiping the snow from his eyes, Jian Yu was horrified to see his sister bleeding profusely from her head. A surge of fury flooded his heart as he swung the axe towards the robber, who was attempting to rise and retaliate. Without wavering, he struck the robber's head with tremendous force, causing a deep indentation. The robber let out a muffled groan and collapsed, his brain matter and blood staining the pristine snow, and with the gunshot wound in his leg, he was left with little hope of survival. Seeing Jian Yu severely injure the robber, Fan Lin finally retrieved first aid supplies and bandages from her bag to tend to Jian Dan's wounds. Fortunately, the knitted hat had cushioned the blow, and the injury, located near her ear, was not overly grave. After disinfecting the wound with alcohol, applying ointment, and bandaging it, she asked, "Are you feeling dizzy?" Jian Dan, her face a mask of shame, shook her head gently, admitting that she had felt a bit faint earlier but was now feeling much better. Fan Lin forced a smile, remarking, "You were lucky." Jian Dan felt utterly humiliated. They had been tasked with dispatching a foe who posed no real threat, yet she had ended up injured herself. What a display of incompetence. Recalling her earlier declarations of vengeance for their mother, she felt a flush of shame. Enduring the pain of her wound, she picked up a kitchen knife and stepped cautiously towards the unconscious robber, staring at the near-death figure and forcing herself to suppress her fear. "Xiao Dan," Jian Yu called out, noticing something amiss with his sister and feeling a wave of concern. Jian Dan lifted her gaze to her brother, offering a bitter smile. "Brother, we are so pathetic. How can we ever avenge our mother in this state?" Night after night, she was haunted by nightmares filled with horrifying images of their mother being skinned and boiled. She had foolishly believed that by setting her sights on vengeance, she could muster the strength to act. How naive, how powerless, how utterly useless she felt. Jian Yu pressed his lips together tightly. They truly were inadequate. If they could not swiftly and decisively deal with a robber lying helplessly on the ground, venturing out to avenge their mother would likely lead to the same grim fate of being skinned and cooked. "Brother, allow me to practice first. I shall leave it to you next time." With that, Jian Dan raised the kitchen knife and struck towards the robber's neck. She understood the necessity of evading the splatter of blood that might erupt from the severed carotid artery. Fan Lin, with a slight curve of her lips, realized that even if it meant taking the life of an unconscious villain, she had crossed a significant threshold. The sky was darkening. It was time to return. The assignment set at the scene had been completed to a barely acceptable standard, and it was indeed time to head home. Yes, yes, in this frigid weather. It is best to return and discuss everything later. Fan Jiming was the first to react, pulling the sled and setting off. Zhuang Yulin followed suit, dragging another sled behind him. Liang Suqing and Qin Xianxian gripped the remaining sled, coordinating their efforts to pull it along. The events they had just witnessed left them profoundly shaken and contemplative. Without uttering a word, they returned to the community, and by the time they arrived, it was already past 6 in the evening, the darkness having descended early. They entered through the front gate and unloaded their belongings beneath the parking shed. Having returned with bountiful rewards, it was only natural to share the fruits of their labor. Chapter 144. Beyond their means, each individual's backpack was filled with pre-packaged chili sauce, bottled pickles, tea oil, and honey. The sleds bore rice alongside an assortment of medicinal herbs, supplements, tea leaves, dried mushrooms, and kudzu powder, as well as some intricate textiles from the Miao region. The firewood on the 2 sleds, which was deemed unnecessary by the residents of Building 8, was entirely offered to the 2 young women from Building 9 who were in need of fuel. In exchange for the firewood, they declined the lingji mushrooms, tea leaves, and some medicinal items they could not utilize. Once everything was distributed, Liang Suqing generously gifted 2 well-preserved bags of tribute rice and over 2 pounds of loose rice to Fan Lin. We shall return this rice to you. You must accept it, she insisted. Fan Lin furrowed her brow. But you've given me everything. What will you eat? Liang Suqing smiled reassuringly. We still have 2 pounds of rice, and with these 2 slightly moldy bags, after sorting through, we should have enough to sustain us. We also received over a dozen bags of kudzu powder, which is quite filling. Please do not worry about us. Chun Xinshan added, you have aided us immensely. How could we not repay you? We wouldn't be able to sleep at night knowing we owe you. Lin, please accept it. Do not deprive us of our peace of mind, she urged. With such heartfelt insistence, Fan Lin relented. Very well, I will accept it. Please return and rest well. I will notify you when we have our next operation. All right, we shall await your call. The 2 friends embraced Fan Lin gratefully. Meanwhile, Lu Wanyun and the Zhuang family, who had been anxiously monitoring their return from upstairs, rushed out to assist. Although Jian Ruiyang had not yet fully recovered, he joined them outside. Upon seeing that everyone was unharmed, his gaze fell upon his daughter, her head wrapped in a bloody bandage. Jian Ruiyang's eyes glistened with concern as he scolded his son. Xiaoyu, how could you fail to protect your sister? She is the youngest among us. How could you allow her to be harmed? Jian Yu hurriedly replied, Father. We encountered robbers on the way. It was my negligence that led to Xiao Dan's injury. I will explain everything in detail when we return. Jian Dan interjected, Father, I am fine. It was merely a scrape from a brick. Please do not worry. Jian Ruiyang, preoccupied with concern for his daughter, did not realize that his earlier words implied criticism of the team's oversight. However, no one took offense, and they briefly recounted the encounter with the robbers. Overall, it was a harrowing yet uneventful experience. When the assailants brandished a gun, everyone was taken aback, except for Fan Lin, who remained remarkably composed. She did not deduce that the weapon was a toy. Rather, she reasoned that if it were genuine, the band of robbers would have long since secured their bounty and retreated to safety, especially in such frigid weather. Only those lacking resources would venture out into the biting cold in search of sustenance. Her analysis was later corroborated when it was confirmed that the gun was indeed a toy. The Zhuang parents, having worried for their youngest son throughout the day, were relieved to see him return safely with several valuable items. Though they said nothing, they were secretly pleased. They refrained from reprimanding their eldest son for sending his younger brother out with a firearm. Zhuang Yusin patted his brother on the shoulder, commending him. Well done. You have brought home a wealth of provisions for our family. This is indeed a significant achievement. Zhuang Yulin chuckled, realizing that, had it not been for Sister Lindsay, they would never have thought that supplies could be found beneath the exhibition hall. They had assumed that they would have to scavenge through the ruins of shopping malls and supermarkets. Once those places collapsed, the debris would be as towering as mountains, making it nearly impossible to unearth anything valuable. In contrast, the exhibition hall, with its mere 3 stories, was far more accessible for digging. Lindsay was always astute. Following her to seek supplies guaranteed they would not return empty-handed. Zhuang Yusin also believed that Fan Lin had exceptional luck, consistently bringing surprises to the team during their outings. Upon hearing both sons praise the daughter of the Fan family, Zhuang's parents exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowed. The daughter of the Fan family was formidable, a killer without remorse, having taken countless lives. Such a fierce young woman was beyond their family's capacity to handle. Fan Lin inadvertently caught the gaze of Zhuang's mother. Despite the thickening twilight, it was evident that her expression was not favorable. She did not dwell on it, nor did she care. Assisting her 2 friends in loading supplies onto the sled, they prepared to transport them to Building 9. Liang Suqing and Qin Xianyan expressed their gratitude to Fan's parents for their care and support. Without their backing, Fan Lin could not have been so generous to them. Lu Wanyan observed the two girls, who were notably slimmer than her own daughter, and felt a pang of sympathy. Please, do not be so polite, as Lindsay's friends. You are like family to us. You must take care of yourselves and strive to survive for a hopeful future. Yes, we will do our utmost to survive. Liang Suqing and Qin Xianyan replied, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Their homes were in a distant province, and amidst the apocalyptic crisis. Returning home felt like a distant dream. They could only focus on preserving their own lives to have a future to look forward to. When Fan Lin returned home, it was already 8 in the evening. Hurry and eat. After dinner, take a warm bath and get some rest. Understanding her daughter's exhaustion, Lu Wanyan had already prepared a meal for her. Starving, Fan Lin quickly filled her stomach and then enjoyed a hot bath before collapsing onto her bed. With her electric blanket on, and the warmth from the stove and electric heater maintaining a comfortable temperature of around 10 degrees Celsius, she soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, others in Building 8 were envious of the supplies obtained during this group expedition, their thoughts becoming restless. In Building 9, the arrival of the two new girls, who brought back an impressive haul of supplies, stirred feelings of envy and jealousy. The mother and daughter duo residing together were particularly impacted. Although they had insulated their home, their firewood supply was limited, primarily used for cooking rather than heating. Witnessing the new arrivals return with a large stack of wooden planks inevitably made them envious. Where did you find such planks? Could you take me with you next time? Tao Zi, a woman in her 40s who had remained unmarried and lived with her mother, had managed to conserve a fair amount of food through cautious planning. However, she knew the day would come when their stores would dwindle. With the extreme cold settling in, job opportunities in Building 9 had significantly decreased, leaving her feeling anxious. Liang Suqing and Qin Xianyan had initially maintained their distance from the Tao mother-daughter pair. In these tumultuous times, trusting others was a precarious endeavor. Without Fan Lin's approval, the two of them could not hastily acquiesce to others' demands to join the team. Tao Zi did not anticipate being met with refusal so swiftly, and her expression darkened slightly. However, she refrained from saying much and returned to the master bedroom. Closing the door behind her, Qin Xianxian quietly asked her friend, should we bring the boards into our room? Never mind, that would clearly indicate we are guarding against them. Let's not create a hostile atmosphere right after our arrival. Then let us arrange the boards neatly. That way, if anyone takes them, we will notice immediately. In the apocalypse, harboring suspicions towards others has become the norm. Indeed, Qin Xuanchuan's concerns were not unfounded. Chapter 145, a few more performances after venturing outside. They acquired a substantial supply of provisions that would sustain them for a considerable time. With the tea oil, Liang Suqing fashioned a wick from the salvage brocade and lit an oil lamp. She then collected a basin of accumulated snow from the windowsill, preparing to melt it for cooking rice. Although their bodies were weary, the excitement and joy within them sustained their spirits as they tallied their gains from the day. Honey has a long shelf life. We must preserve these 2 bottles and refrain from opening them casually, Liang Suqing remarked, cradling the glass bottles of honey with great care, wrapping them in a piece of old clothing. Qin Xianxian, who was tidying up the mushrooms, black fungus, and dried bamboo shoots, nodded with a smile. Let us first consume these dried goods. Later, we can cook some mushrooms and bamboo shoots, mixing them with chili sauce. It will surely be delicious. The thought of the fragrant chili-coated mushrooms and bamboo shoots made their mouths water. Their physical strength remained inadequate, making their efforts to scavenge from the ruins less deft than others, yet they still benefited from sharing the resources. Initially, this was overlooked, but they could not continue to take advantage of others. With these supplies, they needed to eat well to restore their health and enhance their endurance, striving not to hold the group back. As long as they ventured out, they believed they could still find essential resources for survival. This time, Fan Lin's analysis of the exhibition hall had inspired them. Places like farmers markets, supermarkets, street shops, and various office buildings, hotels, and restaurants had already been thoroughly ransacked by survivors. The probability of finding resources in these locations was now exceedingly low. They would need to explore areas that others might not think to search to procure what they desired. Indeed, one must sacrifice to gain, and only by nurturing their health could they grow stronger. Qin Xianxian paused and asked her friend, do you think if we possessed even half of Fan Lin's tenacity, we would suffer so many losses in the shelter? Today, Fan Lin had not only been decisive, but had also urged the pair of siblings to raise their weapons and eliminate the already defenseless bandits. In their case, they might have hesitated for far too long, perhaps to the point of losing their own lives without being able to strike down their assailants. As Liang Suqing poured boiling water to soak the mushrooms and bamboo shoots, she reflected in silence before responding, if we had even half of Lin's capabilities and resolve, I believe those individuals would merely seek to cling to her strength. Ultimately, it was their own ineptitude that invited disdain from those around them. Kindness in a post-apocalyptic world proved futile, equating to weakness. Regrettably, even if they understood this truth while in the shelter, reversing their circumstances would be challenging. Chen Xian added more firewood to the stove, observing the glowing embers as she murmured, "If we encounter bandits again, I hope I too will have the chance to hone my skills. To confront and eliminate those evildoers would force me to grow." Fan Lin must have walked a similar path to cultivate the presence that set her apart from them. Liang Suqing remained silent but recognized that to survive in this desolate world, one must confront danger with calmness and decisiveness akin to Fan Lin. It was the most promising way to endure until the end. They both needed to learn from this. Who would not wish to survive until the very last moment? The oil lamp in the Jing household burned brightly into the late hours of the night. Jian Ruiyang, deeply concerned for his daughter's injury, asked his son to invite the doctor to their home for a thorough examination and redressing of the wound before he could feel at ease. Upon learning the details of the encounter with the bandits, Jian Ruiyang remained silent for an extended period. It was only after dinner that he addressed his children. "From now on, I will also practice my physical fitness daily. Whenever you two go out, heed the advice of the Fan family. Do whatever they instruct without hesitation." The Fan family's earnest efforts to help his children mature swiftly revealed to him his own narrow-mindedness. The Jian family, being of slender build and average height, lacked the strength necessary for self-defense. Without courage, they would indeed be rendered ineffective in battle. The need to avenge his wife and survive in this harsh world demanded resilience. Observing their father's understanding, Jian Yu and Jian Dan felt a wave of relief wash over them. They both nodded firmly, assuring him, "Dad, rest assured. We will diligently learn from Sister Lindsay." That night, Jian Dan, who had decisively severed the bandit's neck, did not suffer nightmares. Exhaustion overcame her, and she fell into a deep slumber. The Jian father and son took turns checking on her a few times before they finally settled into a peaceful sleep in the early hours. The following morning, Chu Yilong approached Fan Jiming to inquire about the situation. Once reassured that all was well, he too felt relieved. He refrained from dissuading them regarding their plans to venture out for supplies. However, Fan Lin was not in a hurry to go out again. While neighbors eager to accompany her in search of bargains grew increasingly impatient, several groups visited her throughout the day, inquiring when she would next venture out for supplies, prompting her to hang a sign at her door that read, "Not going out in the near future." Their family had recently returned from an outing with several bags of premium rice, sufficient to last a month, so why should she remain so eager? She had no penchant for hardship, were it not for the need to maintain appearances for others and to support two roommates. She wouldn't bother to go out even once. Nestled on her tatami mat, wrapped in a warm blanket, enjoying fruits, feasting on crayfish, and sipping milk tea, wasn't tea that blissful? Why endure the bitter cold outdoors? After posting the sign, she found that no one knocked at her door the following day. At last, she could relax in her cozy abode. Meanwhile, the two elderly residents of room 1102 were just becoming aware of the troubles that had beset the Fan family. Generally, they did not venture downstairs unless necessary, but today they intended to take a batch of cultivated mycelium to the basement for planting. Upon hearing from their neighbors about the situation, they learned that a relative of the Fan family had caused quite a stir even in the apocalypse, leading to a murder that resulted in significant losses for the Fan family, thus forcing them to risk going out in the cold to search for supplies. Professor Zhou and Grandma Su returned home, each carrying 4 bags of 20-pound rice to knock on the door of the Fan family. Peering through the peephole and recognizing the two elderly neighbors, Fan Jiming quickly gestured to his daughter to collect the items. Fan Lin turned off the electric heating table, stored away the electric heater and battery, and within a second, all the fruits, milk tea, crayfish, and various barbecued delicacies vanished. She even opened the window for a few seconds to allow fresh air to circulate through the study. The temperature dropped several degrees instantly when the two elderly guests entered. Apart from a hint of barbecue aroma, everything else appeared perfectly normal. "Oh dear, what brings you two here?" Lu Wanyan exclaimed, surprised to see the two elders entering with bags of rice. Grandma Su deliberately wore a stern expression, having exhausted all the food supplies without informing us. "The grains we had were all purchased by Lindsay. Now, with none left, how could we venture out into the bitter cold?" Professor Zhou furrowed his brow, asserting that there were still hundreds of pounds of rice at home, along with ample flour and noodles. "There was no reason for you to go hungry. In the future, do not conceal any matters from us." The 3 members of the Fan family were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated the generosity of the 2 elderly neighbors, who were willing to share their food reserves. It would be disingenuous not to feel touched, especially for Fan Jiming, who reflected on the leeches and ungrateful souls within his own household, contrasting them with the kindness of the neighbors. The disparity indeed stirred a complex array of emotions within him. After considerable effort, they finally convinced the two elderly individuals that they were not lacking in provisions. It took quite a bit of persuasion to return the 4 bags of rice that the elderly had brought over. Once the family of 3 resumed their place on the tatami to relish their meal, they exchanged knowing smiles. There is certainly wisdom in the notion that good deeds yield good outcomes. Not everyone in this world is ungrateful. Where shall we seek supplies next? Fan Jiming inquired, savoring a sweet cantaloupe as he addressed his daughter. The resources of the elderly ought not to be exploited, for they still had a few more acts to perform in their shared narrative. Chapter 146, A Visit with 2 or 3 Portions of Pork. Fan Lin leisurely remarked, "Let us head towards the exhibition hall. If it no longer holds any value for further excavation, we shall dig in the adjacent renowned club, which seems untouched. Although the ruins of the club are concealed beneath a blanket of snow, it is still possible to discern whether anyone has previously disturbed the site." Upon hearing his daughter's words, Fan Jiming recalled that place. If it had indeed remained undisturbed, it could potentially yield a significant amount of fine wine. While wine cannot satiate hunger, it can be traded for essential supplies. According to Chui alone, many affluent families in the southern city are living quite well in their shelters. Such individuals do not lack food, but rather seek a semblance of grandeur, and fine wine is a splendid symbol of such status. If we could unearth some good wine, it would allow us to barter with those wealthy families for provisions. Fan Lin was somewhat uncertain. In her previous life, they had only witnessed those individuals monopolizing the exhibition hall. Later, when they passed by, they observed that the area around the club had already been excavated haphazardly, leaving them unsure of whether any wine remained. However, there should be some other goods left behind. The club provided meals, which implies that there must have been grains. And surely not all of them would have spoiled. This was her line of reasoning. As for the wine, it is typically stored in glass or ceramic bottles, which are prone to shattering. Just like the chili sauce and wild honey they discovered at the exhibition hall, very little survives intact amidst the abundant shards of glass. Even if some wine has fortuitously escaped destruction, it is likely to be scarce. "Perhaps I should accompany you," she suggested. The father-daughter duo was left to wait at home. While Lu Wanyan felt anxious throughout the day, with a building leader guiding the group, she felt less apprehensive, but when her daughter was in charge, she could not sit still. "I will apply extra heat pads, just like that night. I believe I can endure it." On the night of vengeance, she had affixed nearly 50 heat pads to her body, layered beneath thermal clothing, topped with an oversized thermal outfit, a down vest, a cashmere sweater, and finally, a long down coat. Although her mobility was significantly compromised and she felt quite uncomfortable, she indeed did not feel cold. Before Fan Lin could say anything, Fan Jiming objected. "No, you must not go outside. It is one thing for 2 to endure hardship, but there is no need for the entire family to suffer. Furthermore, your absence would necessitate an extra share of supplies, which may not sit well with others." While Lu Wanyan did not mind the hardship, the thought of taking more supplies, when their family did not lack, felt somewhat unfair. "Very well, then I shall stay behind," she conceded, without needing her daughter to persuade her. Lu Wanyan decided against going out. Fan Lin chuckled. "Mother, you are like a benevolent deity." Lu Wanyan laughed and playfully smacked her daughter's backside. The family huddled together around the warm heating table, enjoying their cozy time together, unaware that many neighbors in Building 8 were anxiously awaiting their return. Initially, everyone was merely observing, fearful that Fan Lin leading the expedition might result in a one-way journey. Now, seeing them return safely, their concerns began to dissipate. After all, spending a day outside could yield tangible rewards, far more beneficial than earning points within Building 8. Even the members of the 8th Building's resource team could not suppress their excitement. In the past, when accompanying the building manager, all the resources they found were communal. While they received some rewards and accrued points, no one ever complained about an abundance of supplies. Fan Lin had been cooped up at home for 4 or 5 days, venturing downstairs only once to check on Jian Dan, urging her to maintain her exercise regimen and not to slack off due to a minor injury. As for Jian Yu, he had already begun to practice the basics of combat with Chui Long. Noticing that the temperature had dropped another 2 or 3 degrees, now reaching a chilling -27. The cold was becoming increasingly unbearable. Fan Lin exchanged her points for 3 tails of pork, intending to bring it to a friend. Upon reaching the bottom floor, she paused, realizing she couldn't solely rely on pork for sustenance. Thus, she went to the basement and traded points for a pound of mushrooms. Surely, a stew of mushrooms and pork with a dash of radish would be delightful, she thought, and proceeded to the greenhouse above to acquire 2 frozen radishes. With her provisions in hand, she made her way to the 9th building. Luo Yifan, with an entire day devoid of activities, spotted Fan Lin approaching from the window. He was already aware that Fan Lin had 2 friends residing in the 9th building on the 7th floor, although he yearned to descend and feign a chance encounter. The warning from his elder brother held him back, leaving him restless as he tugged at his high-neck sweater. Each passing day without a woman felt exceedingly tedious. Observing his half-brother, Luo Zhengyi, darting about the house with such energy in the frigid weather only heightened his annoyance. "Get back to your tent and stop being an eyesore," he shouted at Luo Zhengyi. Luo Zhengyi spent his time either running around the house or seeking out others to play with, more accurately, to bully. In the 8th building, the children were warned by adults, leaving him without playmates to torment. However, in the 9th building, it was as if he had entered a vast ocean. He had already intimidated nearly every child, instilling a fear that prevented them from reporting his actions to their parents. Yet, as time passed, the adults began to take notice, and inquiries revealed numerous troubling incidents. Just a few days prior, Luo Zhengyi had been reported by parents for having choked another child, leaving the poor victim hoarse from the ordeal. It was evident how much force he had exerted. Furthermore, he had not limited his bullying to just one child. Several had suffered at his hands. Among the few children in the building, ranging from ages 5 to 9, nearly all had fallen victim to his antics. Upon hearing this, Dong Kai was furious and immediately confronted the Luo family. Luo Haitao, incensed by his younger son's brutal behavior, chastised him severely in front of the building manager. While Luo Zhengyi feigned contrition, he remained indifferent behind closed doors. His dismissive expression was caught by Luo Yichao, who promptly seized him and dangled him over the balcony. One slip of his hand could send this loathed child of the Luo family plummeting to a gruesome fate. For the first time, Luo Zhengyi felt the chill of death's threat, bursting into tears. Fortunately, his father, softened by paternal instinct, ordered his elder son to bring him back. Instructing the younger one not to bully other children in the future, Luo Mu stood nearby, coldly observing her husband protect their youngest son, later advising both of her sons to refrain from interfering with the actions of their illegitimate sibling. Luo Yifan was perplexed by his mother's intentions. She remained reticent, leaving only his elder brother in the know, yet he too chose silence. They all seemed to regard him as a fool, oblivious to the turmoil brewing around him, which was truly exasperating. Luo Zhengyi, accustomed to his second brother's bellowing, merely rolled his eyes and retreated to his room. Once the door was shut, his expression morphed into one of dark fury, and he pounded fiercely on the misshapen pillow until his hand grew sore. Meanwhile, Fan Lin arrived at Building 9 and ascended to the 7th floor. Just as she was about to knock, she was met with the sound of heated arguments emanating from within. Pressing her ear against the door, her frown deepened with each word she overheard. With a firm resolve, she rapped on the door of room 701. Chapter 147. Quarrel in the same room. As Chun Xianyuan opened the door, her initial anger morphed into surprise and delight upon seeing Fan Lin. "Lin, you've come." They had been eagerly anticipating their second move. But several days had passed without any sign of action. They felt hesitant to inquire at Building 8. Now, witnessing Fan Lin's arrival, their joy overshadowed the recent unpleasantness at home. As soon as they exited the staircase, the sound of their quarrel reached them. "What has transpired?" Fan Lin inquired upon entering. In the living room, Liang Suqing and Tao Zi stood, their faces flushed with anger, vehemently accusing one another. "She took our firewood and refuses to admit it, claiming we are falsely accusing her since we just arrived. She wants the building manager to arbitrate. It is indeed slander. We've been living here for months and have maintained good relations with our neighbors. Yet you newcomers accuse us of theft. This is a tarnishment of my character. How can you behave this way?" Tao Zi knew that the two girls had acquaintances in Building 8, but her months in Building 9 had not been in vain. If it became known that these newcomers were troublemakers, who would believe them in the future? Liang Suqing and Qin Xianyuan, having only recently arrived, were reluctant to escalate matters, and their hesitance allowed those older than them by over 20 years to exploit their vulnerabilities. Their arguments were more assertive than those of the two girls, who found themselves at a disadvantage despite being the victims of theft. "Let the building manager arbitrate," then, suggested Fan Lin, who quickly discerned the truth. The two roommates, from university to the refuge, had interacted with a limited circle of people. They had seldom encountered such unreasonable and quarrelsome individuals, and it was evident they would struggle in this confrontation. "Let us not quarrel. Instead, let us use their own strength against them. The batch of wooden planks we sourced from outside possesses distinctive characteristics. It will be clear whether they belong to the same lot. They are all shelving wood, easily distinguishable." Upon hearing this, Liang Suqing and Qin Shuanyuan's eyes brightened. Indeed, why should they be afraid? They were not wrongfully accusing anyone who said that those who had resided longer were inherently honest. They were still newcomers. How could they fabricate such stories? However, Fan Lin's words shifted Tao Zi's expression. The two girls who lived together seemed manageable, yet those from Building 8 were formidable. She hastily altered her tone. "Is it truly necessary to involve the building manager over such trivial matters? We would only invite ridicule upon ourselves, living under the same roof. I hope we can coexist peacefully and avoid making a scene." Chun Xianyuan retorted immediately. If you wish to avoid embarrassment, then refrain from taking our wooden planks. You were the one who suggested calling the building manager, yet now you fear ridicule. It is the thief who fears being laughed at. What do we have to fear? She recognized the truth. Kindness could lead to being taken advantage of, and she resolved to be more resolute, refusing to be intimidated this time. Liang Suqing added, Sister Tao, your demeanor suggests guilt. We addressed you as sister in hopes of harmonious coexistence, but is this your idea of civility? As Fan Lin observed her two roommates retaliate, she stood there providing them the confidence they needed. Upon witnessing the newfound confidence of the two young women, Tao Zi realized her precarious position and that her chances for a favorable outcome had diminished. However, admitting to the theft of the wooden planks felt too humiliating for her, leaving her in an awkward silence just as the door to the master bedroom swung open. Tao Mu, holding two long wooden boards, threw them onto the floor, exclaiming, These planks are mine. What is the fuss about? I'm just an old woman taking a few planks for firewood. Why be so stingy? When the daughter could not hold her ground, the elder came forth to assert her age. You truly are a mother and daughter in every sense, inheriting that thick-skinned audacity. What does my lack of upbringing matter in comparison? Qin Xianxian could not help but scoff in irritation. As Fan Lin, who saw in Tao Mu the visage of some cantankerous old hag, nodded in agreement, she remarked, Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, you still flaunt your age. Perhaps you've consumed too much salt to even grasp the concept of decorum. You all are simply remarkable, displaying such a lack of manners, Tao Mu retorted, her voice laced with indignation. The three young women only laughed at her. Do you possess manners while stealing? Does your ancestry still bless you? Qin Xianxian unleashed her sarcasm. Realizing that the situation could escalate into a feud, Tao Zi hastily restrained her irritable mother and addressed the trio. I genuinely had no knowledge that my mother took your planks. As an elderly woman, please let it go. I will ensure she does not take anything in the future. She swiftly led her mother back to the master bedroom and closed the door behind them. With the confrontation dissipated, they were left without a quarrel. Having returned a mere 2 planks from the considerable number taken, they could hardly storm back in to reclaim their belongings. Liang Suqing and Chun Xianxian could only shrug in resignation. Fan Lin raised the items in her hands, proclaiming, Look what I've brought for you. Within the white plastic bag lay meat, mushrooms, and radishes. Well, Lin, how did you manage to bring so many vegetables, and meat too? This is an extravagant act of charity, Qin Xianxian exclaimed, nearly in tears from hunger. Liang Suqing, amused yet exasperated, accepted the bag. All right, now that we have everything, let us prepare a meal together and enjoy a feast. It's been ages since we dined together, the last time being in the shelter. Exactly. You too. Hurry and prepare a delicious feast. I shall dine here for lunch today. Fan Lin clapped her hands, taking charge. Fine, we shall craft a delightful meal for you. That's a promise. This was not mere boastfulness, for they had stumbled upon a delectable new cooking method. By boiling a pot of rice and stir-frying a plate of mushrooms and dried bamboo shoots with a dash of pickled vegetables, then adding a spoonful of chili sauce to mix with the rice, the result was extraordinarily delicious. It was so good that they nearly forgot to savor it. Now with meat added to the mix, the dish would surely be even more delightful. Qin Xianxian described the meal while salivating. Hee. You're about to drool right into the plate. Liang Suqing teased her. Slurp. Qin Xianxian playfully mimicked the sound. The three burst into laughter, reminiscent of their university days, sneaking culinary delights in their dormitory. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, the mother and daughter huddled under the covers, sighing heavily. See, I'm getting old. If one day I'm no longer here, what will you do alone? Each passing day seems devoid of hope. If only she had heeded her mother's advice to marry someone, she would not find herself in such a helpless predicament now. In her pursuit of firewood, she has resorted to actions that are beneath her dignity. For the sake of her daughter's reputation, she has even sacrificed her own pride. If there were but one man in the household capable of venturing out to earn substantial points, their situation would not be so dire. In this frigid weather, they lack even the means to gather firewood for warmth. Tao Zi turned over, pulling the quilt over her head, and murmured, What good does it do to speak of this now? Who could have foreseen that the world would deteriorate to such an extent? Before the calamity, she had chosen to remain single, secure in her pension insurance, and possessing a commendable job, with savings ample enough to afford a respectable nursing home in her old age. Marriage and child-rearing would have demanded considerable time and energy, and she preferred the freedom of living alone without encumbrance. Yet, the advent of the apocalypse has shattered her retirement plans. Now, she and her mother are confined to this place that feels anything but home, merely enduring the days. She has no friends. If her mother were to pass, could she survive in such a world? She does not know. The laughter emanating from next door is both jarring and envious. Regret consumes her. Chapter 148. The survival plan of friends. Fan Lin enjoyed a delightful lunch with her friends in Building 9, consisting of rice mixed with spicy minced meat and a pot of pork, mushroom, and radish soup. The aroma was so enticing that it could make anyone across the street salivate. Who would have imagined that two impoverished young women, having arrived with nothing, could, within just a few days, prepare a meal rich in flavor? Tao Zi, nestled in her blankets, felt a growing sense of regret. This meal, abundant with meat, vegetables, and soup, moved Liang Suqing and Chun Xianxian to tears. It had been over half a year since they had last enjoyed such a wholesome meal, and the experience was truly a mix of emotions. It was simply exquisite. Chun Xianxian, wiping her tears and sniffling, spoke, "Lin, once we find some insulation boards or thermal cotton, we plan to create a planting box by the bay window. We can keep a fire going to maintain some warmth. Surely, we could grow something. This way, they would have vegetables to eat." Fan Lin glanced towards the bay window, which measured about 2 square meters. Even with a fire going every day, the ambient temperature here is still too low, hovering only a couple of degrees above freezing. At that temperature, don't expect to grow mushrooms. In our basement, the temperature doesn't drop below 15 degrees to ensure a daily supply of mushrooms. As for other vegetables, a few varieties that tolerate lower temperatures could be worth trying. Yes, let us give it a shot. If we manage to grow something, it would supplement our food supply. Currently, we have no opportunities to earn points in the building, so we must devise our own solutions. Next time, I'll bring you some vegetable seeds. The two friends expressed their gratitude in unison. Once we gather more firewood, raising the temperature shouldn't be an issue. We can build a large box and place a brazier inside to easily increase the warmth. If we make a ventilation opening at the top and have a door to facilitate air circulation, the heat should remain contained, making it feasible to cultivate mushrooms. Upon hearing their plan, Fan Lin praised, "This is indeed a practical idea. In a post-apocalyptic world, one must not be overly particular about living conditions. There are 10 square meters available in this room, and with the 2 square meters of the bay window, we can utilize that space for growing vegetables. Setting up a box in the corner for mushroom cultivation, as long as we can maintain a consistent heat supply, small-scale production is not a mere fantasy. We have already resolved to find ways to cultivate our own food. We cannot rely solely on scavenging. Besides, the resources outside will eventually be exhausted." Fan Lin nodded in agreement, affirming that production is the fundamental means of survival. In adverse weather, one must devise strategies to cope, ensuring that their firewood is well protected and not pilfered again. At the mention of theft, Liang Suqing and Chun Xianxian felt a pang of frustration. They had first discovered the theft of their firewood when it was taken by a mother and daughter duo. Initially, they made subtle remarks, but the pair dismissed their concerns and continued to steal. They had taken at least a dozen pieces of firewood, and today they found another 4 or 5 missing, prompting their ire. If this situation was not addressed, that mother and daughter would grow accustomed to using their firewood. It was only reasonable that, having contributed supplies, they should rightfully use the 2 rooms allocated to them, while the storage room could be secured with a lock to prevent future thefts of their firewood. Firewood placed in the living room inevitably incurs losses when faced with undisciplined roommates. The allure of readily available resources is hard to resist. Chun Xianxian remarked, "We have considered clearing out the utility room, but without a lock and key, it is futile. This is easily resolved. I have an extra lock at home. You might as well change the door lock to prevent any potential loss of supplies while searching for resources," Liang Suqing suggested. The uncertainty of such occurrences loomed large. Even if Building 9 maintained the same constraints as Building 8, it could not ensure that the moral integrity of individuals would not falter. Concerned about the preservation of their own provisions, Liang Suqing stated firmly, "All right, let us head over to get it. We shall change the lock today." In recent days, the relentless theft of firewood had left them both exasperated. Fan Lin put down her bowl and continued, "If you cannot resolve an issue yourselves, consult the building manager. If they are incapable as well, the residents of Building 8 will certainly intervene. In this apocalyptic world, allowing others to take advantage would eventually lead to dire consequences." It was a candid truth. Liang Suqing and Chun Xianxian felt a twinge of embarrassment, acknowledging their shortcomings in navigating this harsh reality. Henceforth, they would learn from her. Fan Lin raised an eyebrow, asking, "What do you intend to learn from me? To kill?" The 2 roommates exchanged serious glances, affirming, "Yes, if anyone threatens our safety, we will not hesitate." Fan Lin scrutinized them for a moment before breaking into a smile. "That's the spirit." The 3 shared a moment of laughter, and both Liang Suqing and Chun Xianxian felt a sense of relief. They would not be a burden or ineffectual. After finishing their meal and scheduling a time to search for supplies with her roommates, Fan Lin and Liang Suqing stepped out of the room together. Upon opening the door, the main bedroom door also swung open, Tao Zi, carrying a small bag of rice, handed it to Liang Suqing, saying, "Taking your firewood was indeed inappropriate. Consider this half a kilogram of rice as compensation. We should coexist harmoniously. We do not wish to become enemies." Life in this desolate world was already challenging. Why exacerbate the situation with discord? This elder sister, accustomed to leadership, seemed unable to fully lower her guard even while apologizing, hinting at blame towards others. Although Liang Suqing found her prideful yet penitent demeanor somewhat perplexing, she graciously accepted the rice. Since compensation had been rendered, they could let the matter rest. Under the same roof, they preferred to avoid unpleasantness. After placing the rice inside, Liang Suqing continued, "There is another matter we wish to address fairly. You occupy both a master bedroom and a secondary bedroom, while we are left with only this one usable room. Logically, the utility room should be ours to utilize. We hope you can clear it out for us, Sister Tao." Tao Zi furrowed her brow, contemplating refusal but lacking justification. She recognized the evident unfairness. And even consulting the building manager would yield no solution. It was surprising that only a few days had passed before they were expected to share living space. "Very well. I will clear it out shortly," Tao Zi conceded, taking a deep breath, her expression resigned, regretting her earlier greed that had led to this discord. She sought to mend their relationship. There are numerous ways to seek advantage, yet she chose the most imprudent one. As the temperature dropped, so too did her intellect. And she found herself regretting her petty thievery. It was merely two young girls. Had she approached the situation differently, it would have been more beneficial for her. Had she known from the outset that she should embrace rather than resist, it would have made all the difference. Realizing the truth is one matter, but the process of making amends is an entirely different challenge. Tao Zi retreated to her bedroom, feeling as though she had made a grave misstep. Fan Lin returned home with 2 keyed locks and several lock-changing tools for Liang Suqing, making 2 trips up and down, inevitably drawing the attention of the neighbors. Someone bundled in a thick winter coat emerged to ask her, "Lindsay, when are you going out to gather supplies? Take me with you." Chapter 149. A halo behind Fan Lin gazed at the burly man obstructing her path, her expression tinged with displeasure. She held no affection for this family. In her previous life, they had been inundated by floodwaters, coercing the elderly neighbors next door into sheltering them, all the while bullying the old couple. They not only pilfered the elderly's provisions, but also sought to usurp their home, lingering for over half a month after the waters receded without any intention of departing. It was only when her father intervened that they were finally expelled, allowing the elderly to reclaim their water-damaged home. Each encounter on the stairs had been met with their foul-mouthed resentment directed at her family. Although this time around such events had not transpired, she had still witnessed this man toasting to the elderly during the New Year, ostensibly thanking them for providing mushrooms for everyone. Yet, she could not shake off her aversion. She preferred to keep her distance from such individuals, rarely engaging with them, and merely nodding in acknowledgement when their paths crossed. To her surprise, after knocking on her door without receiving a response a few days prior, he had now taken it upon himself to block her way. "If you wish to venture out to gather supplies, you can form your own team. There is no need to fixate on me. My capabilities are limited and I cannot accommodate many," she asserted. The more individuals involved, the thinner the distribution of resources would become. She was not about to toil for these people. Zhang Fukuan, residing on the first floor, had not anticipated encountering resistance again. Unable to save face, he remarked with some irritation, "If I had a gun for protection, I would certainly assemble a team to seek supplies instead of solely looking out for myself." Fan Lin curled her lip, responding coldly, "There are plenty of survivor teams without firearms from Nan City venturing out for supplies, yet they do not refrain from forming teams due to a lack of weapons. I do not possess your magnanimity. I am indeed looking out for myself, hence I will take whomever I choose. This is my prerogative. Kindly step aside." Her gaze turned icy as she advanced toward the man blocking the staircase. "How can you be so selfish?" he retorted, being rebuffed repeatedly by a young woman. Zhang Fukuan's countenance darkened, but he ultimately stepped aside. To refuse would be to provoke the Fan family, and he lacked the courage to make an enemy of them. As Fan Lin ascended 2 steps, she glanced back at him, coolly declaring, "And what of my selfishness? Who dictates that I cannot be selfish?" Upon returning home, her expression remained somewhat gloomy. "What is the matter? You returned from a gathering with friends looking so displeased," her father, Fan Jiming, inquired as he glanced up from his tablet, where he had been watching videos. Wanyan, who was washing her hands and slicing fruit, turned to see her daughter's discontent. Fan Lin huffed, "That man on the first floor, with his brutish demeanor, actually blocked my way to insist on joining my team. When I refused, he called me selfish. Huh, if I were truly selfish, would they have managed to survive this long? They would have perished from disease long before the bitter cold arrived." Without the Fan family's constant admonitions, urging everyone in Building 8 to prepare and take precautions, It would be a miracle if the residents of this building made it through the pandemic unscathed. Several households would have surely perished. That family on the first floor had been completely wiped out in my last life. Fan Jiming furrowed his brow. You mean the Zhang family? They are indeed quite overbearing. Perpetually bickering with the neighbors and expressing discontent with their assigned tasks, they are hardly a reasonable family. Had it not been for the formidable and capable leadership of Chu Yilong and a few other building managers, individuals of such character could easily have become a source of calamity for the building. To accuse you of selfishness without reflecting on what he has contributed to Building 8 is quite audacious. Aside from accumulating his own points, his family has engaged in no charitable endeavors whatsoever. They are calculative in their dealings and lack efficiency in their actions. I have ceased to allow them to participate in mushroom cultivation, as they consistently seize the opportunity to pilfer mushrooms. Lu Wanyun brought over a plate of sliced watermelon for her daughter, scoffing. In their attempts to save points for food, they resort to petty thefts that irk the neighbors, leading to constant quarrels. This family is truly not commendable. After washing her hands, Fan Lin removed her shoes and jacket before stepping onto the tatami. Only after indulging in the sweet watermelon did her mood lighten. The existence of such petty individuals, daring to call me selfish, is quite laughable. With unabashed pride, she proclaimed, I must be surrounded by an aura now, yet he is too blind to see it. Is there truly such self-aggrandizement? Both Fan's father and mother couldn't help but chuckle. Once again, the 7-member team set forth. Although Jian Dan's wound had not fully healed, it did not hinder her from joining the expedition. Others in the building expressed their discontent at being excluded from the team. However, Chu Yilong asserted, Lindsay may choose whomever she wishes to bring. She has no obligation to fulfill your demands. If you wish to venture out, form your own teams. Do not rely on a single girl to help you prosper. There are countless survivors outside, enduring hunger and cold, who can form teams to search for supplies. They are thriving in Building 8, while you wallow in lethargy. Must you have armed protection to venture forth? Look at the troubles that have arisen from such indulgence. If you cannot muster even a modicum of adventurous spirit, then you shall consume only what you have, with no hopes of surplus. His words caused some to reconsider their intentions, while others were compelled to face the reality of self-reliance, discussing how to form teams for a venture. Previously, this thought had not crossed their minds, as everyone was focused on earning points for Building 8. Now, witnessing Fan Lin leading a successful search for resources, envy brewed amongst them. Chu Yilong understood this sentiment. It is a natural human inclination. As long as they could bear the risks themselves, he would not impede the residents from independently seeking supplies. Experiencing the outside world could be beneficial. Encountering misfortune could be deemed unfortunate, yet it would also foster a deeper appreciation for what they have in Building 8. Upon returning to the exhibition hall, the 7 moved deftly along the paths they had previously tread, continuing to clear the debris. After 2 to 3 hours of labor, they unearthed some medicinal bath packets and a few ordinary herbs, leaving the group somewhat disheartened. Fortunately, they eventually discovered 30 or so jars of ginger brown sugar and Yao Mountain cured meat, which lifted their spirits. Particularly, the cured meat, vacuum-packed but damaged by the debris, had much of its packaging compromised, rendering much of it spoiled and inedible. To find a dozen intact packages among the rotting meat was indeed a stroke of luck. The group, undeterred by the circumstances, cleaned the packaging with snow and beamed at the bright orange cured meat, their smiles reaching their eyes. Meat, meat, meat. I crave meat. Gorging on succulent morsels, Zhuang Yulin, in a moment of exuberance, broke into a rap, inadvertently swiping his hand against Chun Xianxian's head and sending her hat flying. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, he exclaimed, quickly retrieving the hat and brushing off the snowflakes before handing it back to her. Chen Xianxian, equally delighted, waved it off with a grin, saying, As long as there's cured meat to enjoy, you can toss my hat aside without a care. Laughter erupted among the group. With a bounty of over a dozen bags of cured meat and several jars of ginger syrup, they already felt their excursion was worthwhile. However, upon reaching the club, they were met with an even greater surprise. Chapter 150. A bountiful harvest. After realizing there was little left to excavate at the exhibition hall, they shifted their focus to the ruins of a nearby clubhouse. Much like the exhibition hall, this venue bore the marks of age, and despite renovations, its structural integrity was compromised. The 6-story building had crumbled into rubble during the earthquake. Estimating the location of the kitchen, they began to dig and not only unearthed several usable pressure cookers but also discovered a wealth of kitchen ingredients. Within a deformed stainless steel cabinet, they found several barrels of peanut and olive oil, both remarkably preserved. Another warped cabinet housed dozens of bags of fragrant rice from Cambodia, along with a variety of grains, including millet, black rice, and glutinous rice, as well as an assortment of beans and ingredients for 8 treasure porridge. Thanks to the stainless steel cabinets, The items remained in good condition. This was indeed a significant windfall. The fragrant rice was packaged in 10-kilogram bags, allowing each person to claim at least 2, resulting in a minimum of 40 pounds of rice per individual. Coupled with the various other grains, each person could expect over 50 pounds of food. The sheer volume of survival essentials collected overwhelmed Liang Suqing and Qin Xinyuan, who embraced one another in tears of joy. This is wonderful. We will never suffer from hunger again. With over 100 pounds of food between them, they could sustain themselves for at least 6 months without worrying about provisions. They had not anticipated such a fortunate turn of events upon leaving the shelter. Lin, thank you so much. Without you, we might have frozen or starved in the refuge. The two exclaimed, weeping as they hugged Fan Lin. All right, enough tears. Your faces will freeze, Fan Lin chuckled, gently pushing them away and urging them to wipe their tears. The Jian siblings were equally thrilled. They had added over 100 pounds of food to their supply, along with several pounds of cured meat, ensuring their father would no longer have to go without. Zhang Jiming had not expected to acquire several hundred pounds of food while merely seeking fine wine. It was indeed a pleasant surprise. Zhuang Yulin had already brought a sled to load the food bags, working diligently. He understood that he had been somewhat thrust into this group by the building leaders. In truth, with Fan Lin's capabilities, she could have safely led the expedition without him. Both he and his elder brother recognized that they had benefited from her strength. Their parents, however, could not comprehend this dynamic. Mistakenly believing that his brother had enlisted him for protection, he felt a twinge of shame about his own limited abilities. His inclusion in the team was the leader's decision, aimed at enhancing protection, though they may not have needed him. Feeling somewhat guilty for riding on the coattails of others, he wished to contribute more to justify his share of the bounty. In scavenging the clubhouse kitchen, they also came across 2 boxes of solid alcohol blocks. Liang Suqing picked up 2 alcohol stoves and a small double-handled pot for personal use, while Jian Dan did the same. As for the fine wines Zhang Jiming sought, only a few bottles were found amidst the glass shards and debris. 2 bottles of Armai Martin and 3 bottles of Hennessy. The group also gathered the broken wine racks for firewood. Among the ruins of the clubhouse lay a dozen corpses, likely guests or staff who had been trapped there before the typhoon struck. Having witnessed numerous fatalities, such a scene was hardly unexpected. The bodies were gathered in one place, heaped with crushed cement and bricks to form a makeshift grave. They refrained from incineration, fearing it might attract unwanted attention and trouble. Collecting their finds, by mid-afternoon, 3 sleds were filled to capacity. This time, Fan Lin assisted her 2 friends in dismantling several sofas from a club, extracting ample sponge material, and also salvaging thick curtain fabric. With these items, they could create insulation for their rooms. Liang Suqing even dragged away 2 deformed stainless steel cabinets from the kitchen, claiming she would use them to cultivate mushrooms. This venture yielded remarkable success. Fortune smiled upon them today. They encountered no robbers on their way home, arriving safely. Upon their return, more onlookers from Building 8 had gathered. Some even braved the biting cold to catch a glimpse of their haul. After witnessing their bounty, many found it difficult to sleep that night. Fan Jiming intended to hand over 5 bottles of foreign liquor to Chu Yilong, seeking his assistance in trading them for supplies at the shelter with the wealthy. The Fan family had amassed such a substantial collection of goods that they finally felt secure, now nearly on par with the affluent residents of Building 8, if not slightly ahead. At last, they could rest easy. Venturing out in such frigid weather was truly beyond the comfort of those from the south. Fan Jiming's ears had become frostbitten and unbearably itchy. Lu Wanyan roasted slices of radish to help soothe him, chiding him for neglecting to apply protective ointment. Ouch, that's too hot. Fan Jiming grimaced at the scorching radish. He had thought that wearing a hat would suffice, but he had not anticipated the frostbite. Fan Lin, soaking her feet to warm up, expressed deep sympathy for her father's plight. Fortunately, she had taken ample precautions before heading out. Otherwise, like in her previous life, she would have suffered from frostbite on her hands and feet, which would have been truly unbearable. The following day, a group of 30 to 40 people from Building 8 eagerly set out in search of supplies. It must be noted that Fan Lin's previous expeditions had yielded significant results, impacting her neighbors profoundly. Everyone yearned to bolster their stock. If they could also secure 100 or so pounds of food, they could comfortably hibernate in their insulated homes for the winter. The dream was delightful, yet reality proved harsh. Even though many in the team were former members of the supply crew, this outing bore little fruit. In such bitterly cold weather, they could only traverse a few kilometers. Venturing no farther, many locations had already been stripped bare, leaving them to scavenge through the ruins that others had already rifled through, naturally yielding scant results. The vast expanse of white snow obscured the remnants of previous excavations, making it difficult to discern which areas had been disturbed and which remained untouched. They relied on their previous knowledge to dig at the approximate locations of markets, shops, supermarkets, and dining establishments, as well as following fans' experience in searching for supplies at the sites of entertainment venues, yet they found nothing of value. After a day of labor, they managed to drag back only some wooden furniture, boards, and door frames to use as firewood. With dozens of individuals participating, the division of firewood among several sleds resulted in minimal distribution per person. Renting the public sleds also required returning them with points deducted. The disparity between the supplies acquired by the fan family and those gathered by others was stark. Some who ventured out once returned disheartened. In such frigid weather, venturing out to salvage a few wooden planks from the ruins hardly seems worthwhile. It would be far more prudent to remain at home, accumulating points to exchange for firewood. This way, one can avoid enduring the bitter cold for prolonged periods. Upon hearing about the bounty reaped by the team from Building 8, Fan Lin felt no surprise. Such outcomes were to be expected. Following the flood's retreat, countless survivors roamed this desolate city daily. Once the buildings have been cleared, the remnants of the ruins present an increasingly elusive challenge for resources. We are fortunate, however, as our 2 outings have yielded abundant returns. A fact for which Fan Jiming is immensely grateful. Had it not been for his daughter's remarkable rebirth, they may never have considered seeking supplies at the exhibition hall. Without that initial venture, the nearby old clubhouse would have remained overlooked, and thus, the unexpected fortune would never have materialized. It is solely thanks to the echoes of his daughter's past life that they were able to seize this opportunity. Chapter 151. How did you end up here? Though they possessed an abundance of supplies, they had never acquired tribute rice. Its taste indeed surpassed that of ordinary rice. The fragrant rice from Cambodia was also delightful, and upon lifting the lid of the rice cooker, the aroma of the grains wafted through the air. Fan Jiming could now consume an extra bowl of rice at each meal. Had it not been for Lu Wanyun's concern over him gaining weight, he could have indulged in yet another half bowl. Fan Lin, nestled under a warm blanket, languidly remarked, "Dad, since they cannot find supplies, they will likely come to bother me again. You handle it. I have no desire to engage with them." Discovering such a wealth of high-quality fragrant rice and other grains in that old club was purely serendipitous. Should the residents of Building 8 presume her to be exceptionally fortunate and insist on accompanying her to search for supplies, she would find it utterly vexing. Fan Jiming nodded. "I will manage this matter." Luck, he believed, could not perpetually favor them. His daughter was under no obligation to toil for their neighbors. After Liang Suqing and Qin Xianxian returned for the second time with a plethora of supplies, their presence in Building 9 drew attention. Coupled with the prior instructions from Chu Yilong, Dong Kai dared not underestimate these 2 young women. When they encountered them, he informed them, "Next month, you will be eligible to participate in the building's operations, but only 1 slot is available. The work entails 4 hours daily, involving both mushroom cultivation maintenance and greenhouse vegetable upkeep." "All right, we shall undoubtedly fulfill our duties," they replied. Being involved in the building's agricultural endeavors signified that the community had genuinely embraced them. With only a few days remaining until next month, it meant they would soon engage in the production activities, and both were exceedingly delighted. However, they could not neglect their domestic production plans. They had managed to bring back 2 deformed stainless steel cabinets, the purpose of which puzzled their neighbors until they learned of their intent to create insulated boxes for mushroom cultivation. This revelation sparked inspiration among the onlookers. While they had previously attempted to grow a few trays of vegetables in insulated spaces, the lack of sunlight had rendered such efforts nearly futile, with most plants wilting or dying. While they could cultivate yellow chives, the scarcity of seeds and roots hindered success. Mushrooms, on the other hand, were easily sourced for their spores, thriving with minimal light as long as the temperature remained suitable. Why had they not considered constructing insulated boxes for mushroom cultivation? The innovative approach of the 2 newcomers ignited a wave of enthusiasm for planting among the neighbors. Although Building 9 possessed some supplies, they paled in comparison to those of Building 8. As the weather grew colder, productivity dwindled, and the items redeemable with points became increasingly scarce. Every household recognized that under such conditions, life would only become more arduous. Without devising strategies to supplement their food supply, they would inevitably face days of hunger. The prospect of galvanizing the community towards self-sustenance brought joy to Liang Suqing and Qin Xianxian. After rectifying the shape of the 2 cabinets through diligent effort, they exchanged some grain with the building for cultivation substrates and spores, and soon began growing mushrooms in a corner of their bedroom. They had already inquired with Fan Lin about the planting methods and intended to follow her guidance. The cabinets were arranged with their doors facing each other, overlapping slightly, leaving a 60-centimeter gap in the center for a brazier. Both the interior and exterior of the cabinets were insulated with a layer of sponge to retain heat, with an additional thick curtain layer for further protection. A ventilation opening is left at the top of the gap, while the rest is sealed off. This way, without needing to burn much charcoal, the temperature within the cabinet can be elevated. The storage cabinet itself consists of 3 or 4 layers, each laid with culture medium for mushroom cultivation, collectively amounting to an area equivalent to 3 or 4 square meters dedicated to mushroom farming. Once successful, the yield from this modest space would suffice for the daily needs of 2 individuals. The crucial prerequisite, however, is the availability of sufficient firewood to maintain the temperature. In the same dwelling, Tauzi and her mother observed that the 2 young women not only increased their supplies but also actively engaged in indoor mushroom cultivation, stirring a sense of unrest within them. We must cultivate these mushrooms as well, otherwise we'll be left watching while others feast. Tao's mother now regretted having previously bullied the newcomers, believing that the young girls, being timid, would not dare to speak out if she took some firewood from them. Yet, despite their youth, they proved to be resourceful, managing to procure ample supplies. In contrast, her own daughter merely lingered in the building, earning meager points without even being able to replenish the firewood for warmth. It was a miscalculation. They had offended such a valuable neighbor. Tauzi lay on her bed, lost in thought. Faced with her mother's suggestion, she felt both willing and powerless. Mother, how can we cultivate mushrooms without sufficient firewood? We can easily acquire a cabinet, but without enough firewood, we cannot sustain the warmth required for 24 hours daily. Her mother replied, convert all your remaining points into firewood, get started, and then find a way to venture out for more. If those 2 girls can do it, why can't you? If all else fails, I will accompany you. If we meet misfortune and perish outside, then so be it. After all, living like this is devoid of joy. We barely eat enough, we are inadequately clothed, and we languish in the cold day and night. If you do not strive, then I too shall have no attachment to this world. With nothing left, there is nothing to mourn. Mother, are you blaming me for my inadequacy? Tauzi's eyes reddened. Her mother sighed, I do not deny your excellence before the calamity. But since then, you have been excessively despondent. You must understand that you are not the only one who has lost everything. No one can return to the past. Everyone is struggling to survive in this apocalyptic world. Dwelling on the past is futile. Only by confronting reality can we endure. Unable to contain her tears, Tauzi lamented. For she had indeed been trapped in her memory since the disaster, reluctant to move forward. Once she faced reality, she relied on the stored food at home and hesitated to venture outside. Fear of death, as well as the dread of encountering corpses, held her back. Time passed, and with the onset of extreme cold, they found themselves with only a modest supply of food and insufficient firewood, while others enjoyed some warmth in their insulated homes. Theirs resembled an icy cavern, only warming slightly during cooking. Thus, upon witnessing the newcomers swiftly amass a significant amount of firewood, she could not help but feel envious and tempted to take advantage. Crying served no purpose. If she wished to survive, she needed to fight. Perhaps they could endure this harsh reality. Wiping her tears, she resolved, I will exchange all my points for firewood. And today we shall set up a box to cultivate mushrooms. Go, go. The sooner we plant, the sooner we shall reap. Talmu exhaled in relief. Having the 2 neighbors next door to engage her daughter was beneficial, for it meant that she no longer had to rely solely on those meager points for sustenance. Building 9 was not akin to Building 8. The resources they could procure with their daily points were more than double that of Building 9. Liang Suqing and Qin Xianyuan had successfully cultivated mushrooms, and upon hearing the familiar clattering from next door, she surmised they were following suit. There was nothing inherently wrong with this. As long as they could be self-sufficient, they would not covet what the others had. Nor would they harbor ill intentions to create discord. As long as there was no theft of resources, they were willing to coexist peacefully. By early May, Liang Suqing participated for the first time in the task of earning points, tending to the fire in the greenhouse to ensure the temperature remained above 3 degrees Celsius. The greenhouse was filled with hardy vegetables such as tatsoi, spinach, cilantro, and lettuce, all of which thrived in cooler conditions. The warmth of the greenhouse felt more comforting than her own home, and Liang Suqing found this task to be a sheer delight. Unable to suppress the smile that graced her face. Yet, in the next moment, that smile froze in place. What are you doing here? Chapter 152. Breaking the ice. Liang Suqing was somewhat taken aback to see Luo Yifan in the greenhouse. She certainly recognized Li Zizi's affluent boyfriend. Previously, in an attempt to flaunt her wealth, Li Zizi had insisted on treating them to a hot pot meal. To their dismay, this wealthy scion acted like a playboy, adding their WeChat accounts right in front of his girlfriend, leaving Li Zizi utterly embarrassed. Subsequently, she insisted they remove her boyfriend from their contacts, although, in truth, they had all intended to delete him anyway. However, her haughty demeanor, perceiving them as potential rivals, was rather infuriating. They deliberately retained the scoundrel's WeChat to irritate Li Zizi. After all, everyone has their pride. This incident sparked Li Zizi's animosity towards Fan Lin, as the scoundrel had messaged Fan Lin the most. Unable to confront her wealthy boyfriend, she directed her frustrations at Fan Lin, ultimately leading to her downfall at Fan Lin's hands. Serves her right. Meanwhile, the scoundrel continued to thrive, residing comfortably in Zijinghao Yuan. When Liang Suqing heard Fan Lin recount this story at the medical facility, she and Qin Xianxian were filled with astonishment and indignation. How could such a despicable person remain unscathed in the apocalypse, living so close to Fan Lin? The thought alone was disheartening. Little did she expect to encounter this cat on her very first day at work. Hello. What a surprise to see a familiar face here. Luo Yifan greeted cheerfully. Liang Suqing merely tugged at her lips, her demeanor frosty. We are not acquainted, she replied curtly. Those who were familiar are now but decayed bones. Luo Yifan chuckled nonchalantly. No worries. It's always the first time that feels unfamiliar. To meet an old acquaintance in the apocalypse is a twist of fate. I reside on the 10th floor. We can look out for each other if needed. His casual attitude left Liang Suqing momentarily speechless. She could not decipher Luo Yifan's intentions. All she could manage was a dismissive, we have no need for your assistance. We are doing just fine. That is good to hear, Luo Yifan said. Settling by the fire and adding a log, feigning a serious interest in the flames. Each corner of the greenhouse had a person tending the fire, while others were watering and fertilizing the crops. To ensure that every household had an opportunity to earn points, the less than 100 square meter greenhouse contained 6 or 7 individuals. The other residents were somewhat familiar with the Luo family, who had been residing there for over 2 months, their luxurious off-road vehicle hardly going unnoticed. Wealthy individuals, even in the apocalypse, managed to live better than others, evoking envy among the ordinary. The newcomers were also remarkable, despite their recent arrival. They had stockpiled more supplies than others, and they were so young. Families with eligible sons inevitably harbored some thoughts upon seeing Luo Yifan and Liang Suqing conversing, realizing they were old acquaintances, leading to hushed murmurs. Liang Suqing paid little heed to the scrutiny and curiosity of her neighbors. She was there to earn points and integrate into the community, albeit feeling somewhat insecure as a newcomer. Fortunately, most of the individuals here appeared more civilized than those in the shelter, making interactions relatively normal. Luo Yifan only occasionally exchanged a few words with Liang Suqing, as if they were merely acquaintances without any deliberate attempt to steer the conversation. Although Liang Suqing found this somewhat peculiar, she did not display any outward signs of discomfort. As soon as the 4-hour work shift concluded, she hastened back to the 7th floor and informed Qin Xianyan about her encounter with Luo Yifan. Qin Xianyan immediately cautioned her to steer clear of him, asserting that he was not a good person. Liang Suqing chuckled, clarifying that she had no intention of getting close to someone like him. She merely felt he had ulterior motives, which was why she brought it up. From what she gathered, it was his first time participating in the greenhouse work, leading her to ponder whether he was targeting them. It was that she was being overly sentimental. Rather, Luo Yifan was a person who could not withstand scrutiny. A notorious playboy, he was particularly despicable. As long as his intentions were not directed towards Fan Lin, they had nothing to fear. Qin Xianyan remained indifferent. After enduring several months of calamity, having brushed against the edge of death multiple times, who had the inclination for romance, they dismissed the greasy scoundrels with disdain. Liang Suqing erupted in laughter, affirming that their hearts were as hard as iron, and regardless of his scheming, they would repel him. Yes, repel, repel, repel. The two exchanged high fives and mirth. In the days that followed, the two alternated between working in the greenhouse or the basement, maintaining their distance from Luo Yifan whenever he was present. They neither offered cold shoulders nor warm welcomes, simply observing his actions. After more than half a month, things appeared relatively normal. Luo Yifan did not overtly harass them and even exhibited gentlemanly behavior. Were it not for their awareness of his past, they might have mistaken him for a rather affable scion of a wealthy family in a post-apocalyptic world. However, Liang Suqing and Qin Xianyan were not deceived by this fade, continuing to interact with him as ordinary neighbors, neither warm nor cold. Luo Yifan was unhurried. Relationships, after all, required time and strategy. His previous impatience with Fan Lin, as his brother had pointed out, had diminished his standing. Yet, Luo Xiao remained confident that he could win over whoever he desired in due time. Meanwhile, Fan Lin, who had not ventured outside for over half a month, was blissfully unaware of the seemingly cat-and-mouse game between her two roommates and Luo Yifan. She spent her days practicing with Jiandan. The teams from their building that ventured out in search of supplies returned with meager findings, often coming back empty-handed, which dampened their spirits and led them to retreat into their homes. Several individuals had attempted to approach Fan Lin, but all were turned away by Fan Jiming. With so many people failing to find resources, it was unreasonable to place such expectations on his daughter. If she were to join them and also return empty-handed, he would undoubtedly face blame. Perhaps there would even be doubts about whether his daughter was deliberately sabotaging their efforts, inciting resentment. With no one bothering her, Fan Lin spent several hours each day at Jian's home. After working up a sweat, she would return home for a bath. Concerned that the running water in their space would eventually run out if consumed excessively, she planned to venture out to collect some ice and snow for storage. With the extreme cold persisting for a month, the reservoir should have frozen over, and the snow should be quite thick by now. After discussing with her parents, the family of 3 decided to make a trip to the reservoir to gather a sufficient amount of clean ice and snow, ensuring they would not have to worry about a water shortage in the future. Once the ice and snow melted into water, it could be filtered through a purification system, making it completely safe for use. And so, they set their plan into action. The following day, the family of 3 set out fully equipped. Those who needed to apply heat packs did so, while others smeared themselves with anti-frost ointment. Dressed in down jackets, large scarves, thick hats, and leather gloves, they ensured that their destination remained a secret. Fortunately, 2 friends resided in Building 9, allowing them to utilize the pretext of visiting friends next door to exit. Upon reaching Building 9, they discreetly veered to the side of the building and exited the community from an alternative route. After waddling approximately a kilometer, they observed that their mother, burdened by her cumbersome attire, was struggling to walk. Thus, Fan Lin guided her parents to a secluded area behind a dilapidated site. Once satisfied that no one could see them, she retrieved the G-Class vehicle equipped with anti-slip chains from her concealed space. Chapter 153. Come and take a look. As the engine roared to life, the most potent heating system was activated. Clad in bulky layers, Lu Wanyun entered the vehicle and spent several minutes in the sealed space before finally feeling the warmth envelop her. Alas, the cold was truly unbearable. Even with a heating pad, she felt chilled to the bone. This was her first venture into the expansive snowy landscape, and she was acutely aware of what it meant to be freezing. It was even colder than that fateful night when they faced their adversaries. In mere moments, the breath she exhaled crystallized upon her scarf. Driving the vehicle, Fan Lin jested with her mother, suggesting, "Shall we indulge in a bath amidst this icy expanse? Experience the romance of the snowy hot springs." Lu Wanan immediately objected, dismissing the idea as sheer folly. Fan Jiming chuckled, remarking that it was not romance but rather a recipe for disaster. The stark contrast of ice and warmth was hardly a playful venture, and they would certainly catch a cold. As the great G maneuvered along the road, they caught a glimpse of a group in the distance. However, before the figures could draw near, the vehicle vanished down the snow-covered path. The temperature continued to plummet, and the number of survivors venturing outside dwindled. The government was actively encouraging the survivors in Nanshur to cultivate mushrooms in insulated cabinets to enhance their food resources. This initiative had been proposed by Fan Jiming after discussions with his daughter's 2 roommates and consultations with Chu Yilong. Currently, those who ventured out were primarily in search of combustible materials. Survival necessitated self-sufficiency in this harsh environment. The reservoir lay 30 to 40 kilometers from the city, and in such frigid weather, no one could trek that far in search of firewood. Collecting ice and snow here was comparatively safer. After more than an hour's drive, they finally arrived at the reservoir, which was indeed frozen solid, with not a soul in sight. The 3 donned their garments and disembarked, stamping their feet on the thick ice surface. The ice remained utterly unmoved, appearing quite sturdy. Fan Jiming commented, "Let's saw it open and see how thick it truly is." Fan Lin retrieved 3 electric chainsaws, 1 for each of them, and also brought out a generator to recharge the depleted batteries. The silent generator had a low power output, taking a long time to charge the batteries at home, but here, a higher-powered generator could quickly restore their charge, allowing for immediate use. Despite the biting cold causing their limbs to stiffen, the trio was filled with enthusiasm as they commenced their ice-sawing endeavor. It was their first experience with this task, and even handling the electric chainsaw was a novel venture. The family approached the ice with caution, carefully pressing down on the surface. The whirring sound of the electric saw filled the air, and soon they had carved out an irregular square. However, the 16-inch blade could not penetrate the ice's base. It was simply too thick to yield. Fan Lin attempted a cut, but the ice block wouldn't fit into the designated space. She fetched a large hammer to test its resilience. Fan Lin quickly retrieved a hefty iron hammer, and Fan Jiming instructed his wife and daughter to stand back. "Step away a bit. I fear shards of ice may fly." Once the 2 had retreated several meters, Fan Jiming raised the heavy hammer and struck the ice block. A muffled thud resonated as a small dent appeared, indicating some loosening. "Lindsay, come give it a try," he called. Fan Lin hurried over, removed her gloves, and reached out to touch the ice. To her delight, the ice block had vanished. "We did it," she exclaimed joyfully. The 3 individuals exhaled in relief. The ice layer appeared to be merely a few centimeters thicker than the blade of the chainsaw. Fan Lin felt fortunate for her timely arrival. Had she come a month later, the ice surface would have been considerably thicker, making the task of breaking the ice much more arduous. First, let's saw a piece out. I will strike it later, and then Lindsay will collect it. Fan Jiming tossed aside a heavy hammer and picked up the electric chainsaw. Thus, the trio commenced cutting dozens of square meters of ice. After observing several ice blocks, Fan Jiming began to swing the heavy hammer to build his arm strength. With each strike, Fan Lin would collect the pieces, as gaps formed in the ice surface. Separating the ice blocks became significantly easier. Collaborating tirelessly, they labored for half a day, taking a break at noon to have lunch in the vehicle before continuing their efforts. After gathering several hundred large ice blocks, Fan Jiming's arms grew weak, rendering him unable to strike any longer. Lu Wanyun's hands became numb, and she could no longer saw effectively. Fan Lin's fingers lost feeling from the cold. Eventually, they managed to gather a dozen large snow piles. Concluding their supply mission for the day, a cursory glance revealed that the space had undoubtedly gained several hundred tons of usable water, conveniently piled in a corner without the need for containers, and there was no concern of melting. Let's go back. We will return when the opportunity arises. While working, their blood circulation kept them warm, but once they paused, the heat dissipated quickly. Fan Lin rubbed her frostbitten fingers and jogged toward the vehicle. Lu Wanyun, shivering, hurried to keep pace, suggesting they take a ginger wine bath to ward off the chill. Sounds good. We can soak while sipping milk tea. Fan Lin responded with a smile. With such an abundance of water at their disposal, they could indulge in leisurely baths, feeling both exhausted and exhilarated. The most physically demanding task fell to Fan Jiming, who, upon entering the vehicle, promptly retrieved the sweat-absorbing towel from his clothing, replacing it with 2 fresh towels to keep the moisture at bay. As they returned to the community, dusk had fallen, and the guard tower had seen 2 shifts of personnel. Observing them return from the adjacent building, no one raised any suspicions. A few days later, Fan Lin set out again, this time alone, genuinely heading to Building 9. The guards at the tower remarked how fortunate Fan Lin's friends were, noting her return with supplies. This time, she brought a pound of lettuce and several ears of corn, which had been frozen during the extreme cold, still in their husks, retaining their sweet flavor when boiled. Her friends, Liang Suqing and Chen Xian, felt a bit embarrassed. Next time, you need not bring anything. We have plenty to eat here. Fan Lin chuckled, showcasing the corn. Look, how long has it been since you had corn? Liang Suqing took the black bag, revealing 4 or 5 fresh ears of corn. Both she and Chen Xian gasped in surprise. Where did you get these? We harvested them from our building, during the extreme cold. We picked some that were not yet collected and froze them. This batch of corn is highly coveted. Many are reluctant to eat it, but we have ample points, so we can indulge. Indulge? Liang Suqing and Chen Xian exchanged glances, feeling both envious and eager to savor the corn. Liang Suqing laughed, shaking her head as she went to wash a pot to cook the corn. How does it taste? Have you been faring well during this time? Although we reside in close proximity, she remains rather indolent and seldom visits uninvited. Fan Lin calculated that it has nearly been a month since her last visit. We are all quite well. After we fortified the insulation of our dwelling, it has become considerably warmer. Our provisions can sustain us for an extended period, and no one dares to bully us any longer. Chen Xian, whose face has filled out a bit, beams with joy, her eyes curving into crescents. Furthermore, we are now able to earn points, which can be exchanged not only for vegetables but also for essential staples like firewood, rice, oil, and salt. Fan Lin listened with satisfaction, affirming that the building manager is commendable, treating everyone equally. Lin, come here, come take a look. Chen Xian beckoned to Fan Lin, who was about to sit on the edge of the bed, her bright, crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with excitement. Chapter 154. Speak your mind, settle your scores. Look. The mushrooms we planted have emerged. Chen Xian exclaimed, lifting a piece of sponge from the top of the cabinet to reveal a larger area for Fan Lin to admire. Between the 2 cabinets, a small pot of charcoal burned brightly, maintaining a significant warmth. On the layers of culture medium within the cabinets, clusters of mushrooms of varying sizes thrived, with the largest nearly the size of a finger. Fan Lin marveled, impressive. In just a few days, we'll be able to harvest them. She felt admiration for her 2 roommates. This was indeed a clever method, as a single incubator could continuously supply them with food. It was reassuring, they wouldn't go hungry. Not so fast. Chen Xian chuckled, shaking her head. We still need to gather firewood to sustain the mushroom cultivation. Although they had stockpiled some wooden planks, it was far from sufficient. The trays of vegetables they had planted on the windowsill had not grown much due to the low temperatures. Their initial expectations had been overly idealistic. A substantial amount of firewood was still necessary to achieve self-sufficiency. After a moment of contemplation, Fan Lin assumed her roommates intended to invite her to help gather firewood. However, she felt no need for it. She had already assisted them as much as she could, and some tasks were best undertaken by themselves. There should be others in your building organizing firewood gathering. You could join them to mitigate risks. She thought her roommates might feel disappointed by her response, but instead, Liang Suqing and Chun Xianxian hesitantly asked, Lin, you won't mind if we go out with that Luo Xiao to gather firewood, right? Fan Lin was taken aback, puzzled by their inquiry. What do I have to mind? I have no connection with him. Her two roommates sighed in relief, a bit embarrassed as they explained. We didn't mean to imply you had any relationship with him. We just feared you might be uncomfortable with us teaming up with him, especially considering that Li Zizi situation. Fan Lin found it somewhat amusing. After all, he was now a resident of Building 9, just as they were. They were neighbors and could not avoid interaction. Just keep it within reasonable bounds. You know what kind of person he is. We know. We are aware and maintaining our distance. We won't let him take advantage of us. Both roommates responded with clarity. Then there's no issue. Our building stocked up on plenty of firewood and coal before the harsh cold set in, so we won't have to venture out in this weather. You in Building 9 are short on supplies and will need to rely on yourselves for replenishment. Just stay safe, no matter whom you go with. Moreover, going out with the Luo family might be a safer option. The Luo family is armed. Their level of safety is at least higher than that of other groups. Liang Suqing and Chun Xianxian understood this as well, and seeing Luo Yifun's respectful demeanor towards them, they were encouraged to join him on the firewood expedition. All right, when he organizes the next outing, we'll join, they decided, feeling relieved now that Fan Lin had given her consent. Fan Lin reminded them. The government is promoting the use of incubators for cultivation, and to maintain the output of these incubators, everyone needs a substantial amount of firewood. Once the urban ruins are cleared, you shall commence the deforestation in the suburban mountains. In such frigid weather, it is imperative that you protect yourselves to avoid falling ill. Recently, several elderly residents in the community, whose health was already precarious, succumbed to the harsh cold. Infants are also at risk. 2 newborns in Building 8 have been taking turns falling ill, particularly the premature one, whose condition is reported to be quite dire. Even the young and healthy are not immune, as many are suffering from colds and fevers, and recovery in this weather is no small feat in this apocalyptic era. Even minor ailments demand utmost caution, for they could lead to grave consequences. Fan Lin's observations have instilled a sense of concern in Liang Suqing and Chen Xianan. With temperatures plummeting, they are uncertain of their ability to endure. Both women huddled deeper into their cotton jackets, which are regrettably limited in number. Some of their thicker clothing, exchanged at the shelter, was forcibly taken by others in their haste to leave, causing them to forget to reclaim it. If only they had a few more warm garments. They could layer for better protection. Unfortunately, finding clothing has become increasingly difficult in the wake of the deep freeze. The places where they could scavenge for clothes and blankets have long been ransacked. Despite their internal worries, they chose not to reveal their concerns to Fan Lin, merely assuring her that they would take care to stay warm. However, Fan Lin noticed that the zippers on their jackets could no longer be fastened. After spending an hour in Building 9, she finally returned home. In the afternoon, during practice at the Jian residence, Jian and Jian Yu appeared hesitant to speak. Growing impatient with their reticence, Fan Lin urged them to express their thoughts directly. The siblings exchanged awkward glances, and eventually, Jian spoke up, Sister Lin. How do you think my training is progressing? It was evident to Fan Lin that he was eager for revenge. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, Your strength has improved rapidly, your agility is significantly better than before, and your reflexes have also enhanced. However, I fear that your current prowess may not suffice for you to seek vengeance and emerge unscathed. Jian, feeling anxious, implored, Sister Lin. My brother and I train diligently every day, even consuming 4 meals to sustain our practice. How much longer must we train before we can confront those scoundrels and avenge our mother? She had been pushing herself to the limit, engaging in sparring sessions with her brother, and felt a marked difference in her abilities compared to before. Jian Yu remained silent, yet his gaze reflected a similar urgency. He had learned several lethal techniques from Zhu Yilong and trained his stamina daily, yearning to avenge their mother sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, Jian's father, sharpening his skills, has regained considerable weight and about 70 to 80% of his former strength through diligent exercise. Fan Lin empathized with their eagerness. If you believe in your capabilities, it is not out of the question. However, I caution you that it may be somewhat reckless. According to Long Ji's investigations, 3 of your enemies have already entered the shelter, and these 3 are more manageable. One by one, the 3 of you should be able to handle them. The others are not in the shelter, they must be at home. You cannot know how many reside in their household. If you go to their door, and they have a large family, you may not escape unscathed. Jin Yu immediately remarked, no matter when one seeks vengeance, there will always be risks. We have contemplated this. It is better to act swiftly than to delay. If those beasts were to perish from freezing, illness, or starvation, would that not be advantageous to them? Indeed, such a possibility exists. To seek revenge when the target is absent would leave one with a heart burdened by regret, a torment that could last a lifetime without respite. The Jian family has resolutely decided to pursue vengeance, and Fan Lin, after some contemplation, did not oppose. When do you intend to take action? Chapter 155. Returning to the old ground once again standing atop the Huayong mansion, Fan Lin felt a lingering discomfort in the lofty heights. The snow accumulated on the rooftop had remained untouched, at least a foot thick. 4 women and 1 man stood amidst the snow, cold and with racing heartbeats. I believe I can give it a try, Jian Yu declared as he approached the railing and gazed downward for several minutes before making his decision. Jian Dan's face was pale and silent. Sister Lin had said that before seeking vengeance, one must first accomplish a task that would not only replenish their needs but also cultivate courage. This was their rite of passage, fueled by a thirst for revenge. They no longer had the luxury of remaining in a greenhouse or comfort zone. Liang Suqing and Qin Xianxian shivered slightly. It was the fear of heights that unsettled them, but rather the cold. This mission had taken them by surprise. They had no valid reason to abstain, for Fan Lin had mentioned the abundance of clothing available here, albeit at the risk of having to parachute into a high-rise residence. Liang Suqing had experienced bungee jumping and rock climbing, familiar with the ropes. Yet the task at hand posed a significantly greater challenge. She felt no absolute certainty of success, but stepping in as a backup was certainly within her capabilities. You go first. If it doesn't feel right, I'll take over, she affirmed, tightening her clothing and gritting her teeth. Jian Yu, who had bungee jumped a few times but never climbed, shook his head. I believe I can manage. If I can't accomplish this, then what is there to say about other endeavors? The peril of descending from great heights was trivial in comparison to the fearlessness he had cultivated since learning the truth about his mother's demise. Jian Dan said nothing, simply fastening the safety rope to the smoke vent. Brother, I believe in your ability, she stated. Failure is not an option. We have no reason to retreat. Fan Lin nodded discreetly. These siblings were undaunted by danger and faced challenges head-on, not rushing impulsively into action for revenge. Instead, they heeded her advice to first gather the necessary equipment. Previously, when they had come here searching for firearms, they had ransacked the homes of the residents on the 22nd floor. At that time, their focus had been on weapons and provisions, showing little interest in clothing, shoes, or bedding, which they had left untouched. When she noticed her 2 companions lacking sufficient clothing, the thought of sending them here to collect supplies had crossed her mind. However, the inherent danger had made her hesitant to voice it immediately. Upon hearing the Jian siblings' impatience for vengeance, she was reminded of the Huayong mansion once more. The affluent residents were indeed wealthy and generous with their spending. During their previous search of the wardrobes, she had come across several sets of extreme cold weather gear, as well as skis and snow boots, suggesting that the family frequently ventured into frigid landscapes, well equipped for such excursions. Their minds had been solely focused on locating firearms then, and with the heat of the weather, no one had considered such items. Even if she had wished to collect them, the opportunity had not presented itself, as exposing themselves in the open was hardly worthwhile. Now, however, it would greatly benefit those in need. Have you made your decision? If so, let us warm up and take action. Fan Lin, herself afraid of heights, would only guide them here. Everything else would depend on their own abilities. We've made our decision. Jian Yu immediately stretched his limbs, preparing for a high-altitude descent in such frigid weather. Courage was paramount, followed closely by the necessity of physical agility. Should he become frozen and lose his flexibility, the danger would undoubtedly escalate. Jian Yu resolved to take the lead. While Liang Suqing and Qin Xianxian assisted in securing the safety ropes, Fan Lin drew out her pistol. The absence of any visible figures at Huayong Mansion suggested that everyone was huddled at home for warmth, yet precautionary measures remained essential. 15 minutes later, having donned his safety harness and double-secured his ropes, Jian Yu climbed over the railing and prepared to descend to the 22nd floor. Fan Lin, holding her breath, intently watched his figure. Lacking formal training in rope descent, Jian Yu relied on Liang Suqing's impromptu guidance. Suspended precariously outside the high-rise, his swaying form induced a sense of sweat on the palms of those observing. He descended cautiously, recalling his previous bungee jumping experience, which had involved a sudden plunge that left his body uncontrollable. Now, with rope descent, he could regulate his speed, maintaining control as long as he overcame the disorienting sensation of weightlessness. Jian Yu was confident in his ability. Of course, suspended midway, any issues would have to be confronted. He spent approximately 3 times longer than Chui Long had during his descent, finally reaching the terrace of the 22nd floor safely. The bulletproof door, previously opened, remained unlocked, allowing him to push it open and enter the interior. Upon witnessing Jian Yu's south feet touch the terrace, Fan Lin knew all was well. All right. "Secure the ropes and come down," she called. The trio, who had been holding their breath and peering down, finally exhaled. Shun Xianxian, her complexion slightly pale, remarked to Jian Dan, "Your brother is truly impressive. Bungee jumpers have an extraordinary courage." Jian Dan, her face even paler, trembled from either cold or anxiety, managing only a smile as she stiffly began to untie the safety ropes. The four descended swiftly to the 22nd floor, where the massive steel door stood open. Such a residence, accessible only by high-altitude descent, was not meant for the average person. It appeared as it had when Fan Lin last departed, save for a layer of accumulated dust. "Wow, so much mahogany furniture, my goodness!" Shin exclaimed upon entering, her excitement palpable. Liang Suqing's envy was evident as she gazed around. The spacious room, adorned with an abundance of furniture, made her wonder just how much firewood they could gather if they were to haul it all away. Jian Yu and Jian Dan marveled at the opulent decor and furnishings of the expansive flat. The wealth of the affluent was clearly evident. If they were to remove all the items from this residence, it would likely require multiple trips. Most of the furniture was crafted from fine mahogany: sofas, cabinets, screens, display racks, tables, chairs, and even a grand bed, all fashioned from quality wood. Coupled with the wooden flooring throughout, there was no shortage of materials suitable for firewood. Yet, it seemed a shame to use such exquisite furniture for that purpose. "You're primarily here to collect clothing and bedding. Those are what you need most right now," Fan Lin reminded them. "Yes, indeed. Today, we're here to gather supplies for warmth. We can deal with the furniture later. Now, let us see what the wealthy have in their wardrobes." Liang Suqing eagerly pulled Qin Xianyuan and Jian Dan towards the bedroom to broaden their horizons. Fan Lin gestured towards Jian Yu, who remained in place, indicating the direction of the storage room where the snow gear was kept. Jian Yu nodded and said, "I will go retrieve it." They required snowshoes and lightweight, insulated polar clothing. The snowshoes would diminish their physical exertion while traversing the snowy terrain, and the polar attire would enhance their agility in maintaining bodily warmth. With these two essentials, they could conserve their strength as much as possible in the frigid conditions, thus greatly increasing their chances of success. While their adversary appeared cumbersome and ball-like, hindering mobility, they would possess the advantage of freedom of movement with their own limbs. Chapter 156. No need for questions. The master suite boasts 2 walk-in closets, each spanning over a dozen square meters, brimming with seasonal garments aplenty. Their son, studying abroad, has also contributed numerous articles to the collection. An abundance of bedding, including various quilts and blankets, fills the space. How fortunate it is that they brought a sled. Otherwise, transporting such a multitude of items would have been impossible. Upon discovering high-quality winter attire within the wardrobe, several young women promptly selected a piece each, replacing their lesser protective garments. They felt a touch warmer now. With determination, they meticulously sorted through the contents of both closets, intending to divide the items right there and pack them for transport. Among the treasures were 3 fur coats of varying lengths, all designed for women, which Fan Lin claimed for herself. She kept these few pieces and allowed the others to divide the remaining clothing and footwear. She generously relinquished all bedding to her companions. The sheer volume of items was overwhelming. The bags they had brought barely filled half. They resorted to using curtains as makeshift packing material. It became evident that multiple trips would be necessary to transport everything downstairs. Fan Lin instructed the others to make the first trip while she organized the items at the entrance. In the brief time they were gone, she efficiently stowed away all the furniture and easily movable appliances into her space. Regrettably, she could not salvage the central air conditioning unit. Otherwise, she would have taken that too. Previously, during expeditions with the supply team in search of resources, the appliances had gone unclaimed, leaving her to lament their wastefulness while being under watchful eyes, unable to make them vanish. After the waters receded and shelters were constructed, the authorities encouraged survivors to gather various appliances and metals to exchange for supplies. Within mere months, the ruins of the city yielded not even a kettle. Some individuals had even traded their own appliances at shelters for food. Today's haul was indeed fortuitous. Any useful items were welcome. Once the door was shut behind them, future visits would necessitate an aerial drop. However, regardless of who may come next, little of value remained inside. Perhaps just the wooden floorboards might be pried up. When they had approached, the group had trudged through the snow with bare feet, making each step increasingly laborious. Now equipped with snowshoes, walking became significantly more effortless. Chun Xianxian tested her footing in the snow, initially struggling with balance as her feet seemed to clash. Yet, she soon mastered the technique. A wider stance allowed her to navigate more smoothly. The sled was piled high with their bounty, but 3 large bags remained unaccommodated, necessitating dragging them along. As they returned, their arms laden with treasures, they inevitably encountered ordinary survivors searching for firewood or mushrooms. Witnessing the group's impressive haul stirred feelings of envy and admiration among them. Absent any inclination to approach and attempt to seize their goods, Fan Lin paid them no mind, should any greedy souls draw near. She would not hesitate to fire a warning shot. After all, the instinct to survive is universal. Armed with her weapon, the journey back was relatively uneventful. Though Fan Lin felt a pang of regret for expending 4 bullets that day, the Jian family, fully armed, set out early the next morning, intending to confront the 3 predatory beasts at the shelter. As the building manager, Chu Yilong offered his assistance. Taking the trio to the shelter on his way back to his unit, the Jian family's vendetta was theirs to avenge, and Fan Lin chose not to involve herself further. She nestled at home, observing her mother bustling about in a short mink coat, preparing a meal. It was said that Northeasterners once relied on mink for warmth, and indeed, this garment surpassed ordinary cotton and down jackets in insulation. The ease with which her mother moved about was evident. Working in a bulky cotton coat was cumbersome, whereas the mink, with its superior heat retention, allowed her to wear a thermal shirt and vest without fear of catching a cold. The absence of layers made her feel less encumbered, positively influencing her mood while working. Fan Lin anticipated that today's meal would be particularly delightful. While she savored her meal, Chu Yilong encountered 3 rather well-nourished men at the shelter, which aroused his suspicion. He was acutely aware that the quality of the shelter's provisions had been declining, and most survivors were emaciated, their faces gaunt and sunken. Yet these men appeared somewhat robust, nearly matching Jian Ruiyang, who was fortunate enough to have regular meals. Discreetly, he glanced toward the office file cabinet and began inquiring about the men's workplaces and personal histories. Behind the cabinet, Jian Ruiyang was tense, his eyes filled with hatred, signaling to Jian Yu and Jian Dan that their adversaries were perilously close. The siblings felt an overwhelming urge to rush out, but Jian Ruiyang restrained them, silently gesturing for them to wait. Although Chu Yilong was the building manager of their block, his official responsibilities at the shelter compelled him to conduct an investigation. It was already a rare exception to allow them to hide behind the cabinet. They could not put him in a difficult position, especially since there were 2 staff members present in the room. The 3 men brought in were now somewhat anxious, standing in the middle of the room while covertly scrutinizing the man seated behind the desk. This was the Armed Forces Division, and they were baffled as to why they had been brought here. Even if they were in trouble, this did not seem like the appropriate venue. They were utterly perplexed. Answering Chu Yilong's questions without hesitation, they disclosed their workplaces, where they had been before the disaster, and how they had returned. It was only when Chu Yilong inquired, "You departed with 11 individuals, yet only 6 returned. What of Song Weining? Did she not come back with you?" That the expression on their faces shifted dramatically. After a moment, the balding man replied, She fell on the way, and we buried her where she lay." Yes. She perished after only a third of the journey," the tall man quickly concurred. The younger one merely nodded, his gaze darting about nervously. "And her husband, Jian Ruiyang? Is he also gone?" Chu Yilong probed further. "Jian Ruiyang has also met his end. He succumbed to starvation. We dug a grave for him near a tunnel in your province." Upon realizing that this leader was acquainted with the couple, Jian Ruiyang, the balding man responded swiftly, his expression tinged with sorrow and regret. The tall man exchanged a glance with the younger man, who promptly echoed his sentiments. "We are all fellow townsfolk. We ensured that our compatriots who perished on the road were laid to rest properly, so as to spare them from the bites of snakes and vermin. In the future, we shall certainly be able to locate their burial site." In this apocalyptic world, being able to gather news about the Jian couple indicated a connection that was undoubtedly profound. If they could leverage this relationship to gain favor with the leader before them, it would be akin to securing a protective shield within the sanctuary. With such thoughts in mind, the 3 of them presented themselves in front of Chu Yilong as though they shared a close bond with the Jian couple, asserting that they had contributed to their dignified burial after their demise. At this point, further inquiries were unnecessary. The trustworthiness of their words was self-evident. Chapter 157. No matter how much you say, you must die, just as Jian Ruiyang could no longer contain his urge to expose them. Chu Yilong began to pose another question. The Jian family had no choice but to halt their steps. "How have you fared in the shelter?" This question was heartwarming. An opportunity to cling to a benefactor. The tall man immediately wore a pained expression and replied, upon returning after a long and arduous journey, "We discovered our home was gone, leaving us no choice but to seek refuge in the shelter. However, we arrived too late and now find ourselves cramped with over 20 others in a communal sleeping area, struggling even to turn over. We endure each day with scant sustenance, lamenting when it will all come to an end. A house is on its way," he added. "Indeed, in these trying times, we live day by day, unaware if we might freeze to death in that communal space." The balding man sought warm supplies. "Yes, in this frigid weather, earning points in the shelter is exceedingly difficult. My hands and feet are so numb I can scarcely move them, yet I still desire points. Chu Yilong chuckled softly but remained silent, scribbling a few lines on a piece of paper before handing it to a colleague. The colleague, upon receiving the note, exhibited a brief flicker of surprise in his previously calm demeanor before swiftly turning and departing. The three individuals standing in the center of the room assumed that Chu Yilong was preparing to facilitate their escape, their faces revealing a glimmer of hope. You may come out now, Chu Yilong directed towards the filing cabinet. To their astonishment, the Jian family emerged behind them. Upon hearing the footsteps, the three turned to see, their expressions instantly transforming. Jian Ruiyang? The tall man's voice quivered, betraying his fear. Jian Ruiyang, who was half a head shorter, suppressed his overwhelming rage and coldly snorted, "Rest assured, I am a man, not a ghost. Fang Ke, you never expected I would still be alive, did you?" He then turned to the visibly frightened, pallid balding man. "Director Qin, you truly embody the duality of mercy, allowing me and my wife to perish while still receiving your generous care. How shall I express my gratitude?" His former superior, Director Qin, was rendered speechless by terror. The young man, upon witnessing Jian Ruiyang's arrival, realized the gravity of their predicament. This encounter was undoubtedly the Jian family seeking retribution. He understood that, under the shelter's rules, individuals like them could not expect forgiveness. Yet, as the least significant member of the group, he was compelled to follow the lead of his superiors, remaining subservient even in this apocalyptic world. Relying on the fact that he was not the mastermind, he was the first to kneel before Jian Ruiyang. Bowing his head in apology, "Deputy Director, you know I am but a puppet to circumstance. Please, forgive the sins I have committed." He bowed deeply before the family. The man's supplication was met with indifference from the Jian family, who watched him bang his head repeatedly against the ground. The other two, witnessing his eagerness to confess guilt, were immediately incensed, their faces turning ashen. Although they were terrified by the current situation, they resolved to refute whatever Jian Ruiyang might say. For without evidence, they believed they were untouchable. As for the notion that Jian Ruiyang had perished, they could merely assert that they had simply erred in memory. After all, what hardships had they endured to return from such a distant place? A certain disarray of recollection was indeed understandable. Yet, this foolish individual has hindered our progress. Fang Ke and Director Qin were so incensed that they would have gladly dispatched him with a single kick. However, within the domain of the armed forces, and beneath the watchful eyes of their superiors, they dared not act rashly, yet they were unwilling to remain passive. They could only feign ignorance and look at Jian Ruiyang, saying, "So, you are not dead after all. Who, then, did we bury? We have encountered numerous horrific events on our long journey, and upon our return, our memories occasionally falter. Could it be that we have all erred?" The man kneeling on the ground looked up in shock, still capable of such desperate resistance. Jian Ruiyang was incensed by the audacity of this beast, shaking with fury. Yet, Jian Yu rushed forward and kicked Director Qin, cursing, "You wretched creature. You are not human. You devoured my mother and now pretend to be feeble-minded. If I do not eliminate scum like you, I shall not bear the surname Jian." After training for a month, Jian Yu's strength had significantly increased. Clad in high-quality cold-weather gear, his agile physique allowed him to easily topple the larger man, who resembled a bear. He then leapt atop him, raining down blows. Channeling his rage into strength, he struck the larger man until he was unable to defend himself. Similarly furious, Jian Dan wielded a knife, ready to support her brother with a few well-aimed stabs. The man being pummeled, seeing her readiness, dared not retaliate. He preferred the fist to the blade. Chu Yilong observed the brawl before him with indifference, while his stunned colleagues, taken aback by the accusations of cannibalism, refrained from intervening. In desperation, Director Qin shouted defensively, "I did not. How can you make such outrageous claims? Did your father tell you this? He is slandering me. Your father neglected your mother, being selfish and inept. When she fell ill, he abandoned her, and it was we who assisted in her burial. You cannot misjudge right and wrong and casually spread such rumors." Fang Ke, yet untouched, felt a chill. Seeing Director Qin so quick-witted despite being beaten, he rushed to intervene, exclaiming, "Stop, stop. Such a monstrous thing could never happen within our returning party. This is truly an injustice." Finding it difficult to separate them, he turned to the trembling Jian Ruiyang, saying, "Deputy Director Jian, we understand your guilt for not caring for your wife, leading to her demise on the journey. But you cannot shift the blame onto us. How can you utter such malicious accusations? The failure to care for his wife, allowing her to perish on the road, indeed haunted Jian Ruiyang deeply. These individuals sought to exploit this vulnerability, attempting to twist black into white, thinking they could leave him speechless. Though he refrained from engaging in disputes at work, it did not mean he enjoyed suffering in silence. Jian Ruiyang directly asked Chu Yilong, "Do you believe me?" Not having stopped Jian Yu from venting his wrath, Chu Yilong observed as he locked his enemy's neck, a faint glimmer of appreciation crossing his face. Upon hearing Jian Ruiyang's inquiry, he chuckled lightly, suggesting that if one were to wait, let the evidence speak for itself. Jian Ruiyang blinked in confusion, questioning what evidence existed. These brutes refused to acknowledge their cannibalistic acts, even attempting to invert the truth. In the absence of evidence, to others, it would merely be one family's word against another. He firmly believed that Zhu Yilong would undoubtedly assist him, yet without proof, could Zhu Yilong's authority sway the outcome against him? Do not fret, Zhu Yilong reassured him, signaling for him to relax. He then addressed Jian Yu, who still had a victim in a chokehold. Release the individual. It will soon be evident who is human and who is beast. Jian Yu understood that one could not simply resort to murder. A charge must be substantiated before action could be taken. After releasing the victim, he glared fiercely at the three, declaring, "Do you think your silver tongues can save you? I assure you, no matter how much you say, you shall meet your demise today." He was not foolish. The peculiarities that Zhu Yilong noticed, he too had discerned. Chapter 158. Retribution. The words of Zhu Yilong and Jian Yu left the three individuals pale as death. When the personnel who had previously left returned, they were accompanied by several law enforcement officers. Upon their arrival, the police immediately placed handcuffs on the three. Qin Kanqing, Feng Ku, and Guan Liang. You were suspected of being involved in 4 cases of missing persons. The police commenced an immediate interrogation. The Jian family was isolated in an adjacent office, awaiting the outcome. Within less than an hour, the result became evident. Initially defiant, the three soon succumbed after being stripped of their clothing for less than 10 minutes. Shivering and stammering under the cold. In the shelter, the trio could only manage 3 meals a day, and as time wore on, their hunger began to gnaw at their minds. Having returned, they had resorted to cannibalism countless times, their empathy for fellow humans extinguished, replaced solely by a primal urge to hunt. The multitude of souls in the shelter appeared to them as mere prey, and when hunger struck, their innate carnivorous instincts surged forth, causing them to salivate at the sight of nearby survivors. With the onset of extreme cold, they found themselves with an even greater justification for their actions. Knowing that one meal would not suffice, they could find a secluded spot to freeze their victims, thus avoiding waste. In total, they had murdered 4 individuals, all fellow survivors residing with them. Each time, they used the pretext of venturing out for supplies to lure their victims outside the shelter, where they would be slain. Once in a remote area, they would cook and consume one before dispatching another. Those who shared their quarters did not suspect a thing, believing the missing individuals had merely encountered danger while scavenging. Indeed, danger was present, but it emanated from within their own ranks. Death was a daily occurrence in the shelter, so it did not raise any alarms among the remaining residents. It was only when the police arrived to investigate Qin Kanqing and his cohorts, inquiring if any of the missing individuals had been close to them, that the pieces began to fall into place. The missing persons had seemingly vanished after going out for supplies with Qin Kanqing and his companions. The police also learned that the trio had been leaving the shelter daily in the frigid weather without fail. Upon encountering them, the officers noted that their appearance was markedly healthier than that of their fellow survivors, a fact that elicited a sense of dread. Zhu Yilong's suspicions that they were secretly indulging in cannibalism were thus validated. Unable to withstand the interrogation, the three revealed the horrific truth. Such malevolent beings were not to be publicly executed, for fear of inciting panic among the other survivors. Thus, the matter was entrusted to Zhu Yilong to handle. Following their conviction, the law enforcement officers departed. The 3 culprits, now clothed, were bound and tossed into the back of a pickup truck, while Zhu Yilong led the Jian family away from the shelter. Where shall we deal with them? Knowing that the 3 had descended to such depravity, resorting to the slaughter of their own kind for sustenance, the Jian family could hardly contain their seething hatred. Right up ahead, in that open space, Jian Dan urged, her voice trembling with fury. We must execute them immediately. They do not deserve to ride in your vehicle any longer. She was determined to avenge her mother, to exact retribution upon her enemies with her own hands. Thus, they resolved to confront them head-on. The members of the Jian family, equally tense, nodded in solemn agreement. Zhu Yilong maneuvered the vehicle to a secluded area. As the car came to a halt, Jian Yu and Jian Dan eagerly exited. With faces contorted in rage, they dragged 3 individuals, their lips turned purple from the cold, out of the car and unceremoniously tossed them into the snow. Guan Liang, desperate to survive, struggled in vain. I had no choice. I was coerced into this. Deputy Jian, you understand that if one does not conform to their demands, one becomes their target. You 2 have been forced into submission, have you not? I never intended to partake in such horrors. Please, spare me. Before he could even bow his head in supplication, Jian Ruiyang delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. With venom in his voice, he retorted, When you savagely carved pieces from my wife to curry favor with your superiors, were you also acting against your will? You forgot your humanity while indulging in cannibalism. Yet now you feign innocence? You wretched monster. Guan Liang's face drained of color, cold sweat trickling down his brow. As he realized he had inadvertently pointed the blame toward himself. He had insinuated that they could consume human flesh, had it not been for him. They would never have entertained such thoughts. He was the true instigator, while they were merely influenced. Likewise, Qin Kangqing and Fang Ku, unwilling to accept their fate, echoed these sentiments, placing the blame squarely on Guan Liang. The three of them turned on each other, revealing their grotesque nature in their final moments. From the moment Jian heard that her mother had been brutally mutilated, her eyes blazed with fury, gripping the bone knife given to her by Fan Lin. She lunged forward, plunging it into Guan Liang's back as he attempted to protest. Guan Liang fell to the ground in agony, with his sister taking action. Jian Yu did not hesitate. Armed with an axe, he swung it at Qin Kangqing. You think you can twist the truth with your words? Speak, I command you. Previously, Qin had accused Jian Yu's father of neglecting his mother, labeling him incompetent and selfish, while shamelessly attempting to disrupt their family bond. Such a treacherous wretch. No, a beast. As even the term scoundrel seemed too generous. This creature believed that mere words could reshape reality. Jian Yu aimed to silence him, to prevent him from taunting his father further. Bound and helpless, Qin Kangqing recoiled in terror, yet there was no escape. With a decisive swing, the axe cleaved into Qin's face, leaving his nose a mangled ruin. Blood gushed forth, staining the snow crimson, and he collapsed, unconscious from the brutal blow. The scene caused Chu Yilong's brow to twitch in disbelief. He had not anticipated such ferocity from the boy. One victim, pierced repeatedly by a sharp blade, was rendered mute by pain. Another, with his visage shattered, found himself unable to scream. Meanwhile, Fang Ku, paralyzed by fear, soiled himself, trembling uncontrollably on the ground, his face pale, unable to articulate a word. In stark contrast, Jian Ruiyang maintained a chilling composure. He simply observed Fang Ku, stating, "At the office, you have always sought to usurp my position during business trips. You have schemed against me, and after violating my wife, you still dare to plot against me. You have consistently harbored animosity towards me. And this enmity has rendered you less than human. Had it not been your intention to betray me, I would have been honored to share your surname. What have you gained from such cruelty and depravity? You have consumed human flesh and returned on foot for miles, yet you have lost everything, your home, your wife, your children, and now you face your own demise. In contrast, look at my offspring. They are thriving in this apocalyptic world, surpassing those who flourished in times of prosperity. Even though my wife met a tragic end, I continue to live with dignity, and my children too can hold their heads high. Fang Ku, your jealousy is futile. No matter how eloquent your words may be, in the next life, you shall still find yourself defeated by me, for you have ceased to be human. And in your next incarnation, you will only be reborn as a wretched beast." Chapter 159. The gunshots from below frozen in fear and envy. Fang Ku was utterly devastated by Jian Ruizhang's words. Having lost everything, he faced a grim fate, while Jian Ruizhang retained nearly all that he had, save for a wife. With a sudden burst of anger, Fang Ku spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. But did he think that fainting would spare him from death? Jian Ruizhang released the pent-up frustration within him. His hatred remained unabated. He drew a kitchen knife and struck Fang Ku, rousing him from unconsciousness, only to knock him out again with another blow. The Jian family dealt with their adversaries one by one, while Chu Yilong observed them, entrusting the execution of justice to their hands. The following day, Fan Lin listened intently to the tale of revenge recounted by the Jian siblings and couldn't help but admire them. In this apocalyptic world, there were countless beasts masquerading as humans, and they would show no mercy in future encounters. Killing such beasts became a familiar act, stripping away the fear that once gripped them. At the very least, this brother-sister duo would face any threat without hesitation. Jian Yu smiled, a hint of weariness evident in his expression. There are still 3 left. We shall hunt them down one by one. Having feasted on human flesh, their sense of reverence had vanished, posing a threat to ordinary survivors. The building manager had stated that eliminating these threats was for the greater good. Fan Lin nodded in agreement, offering her assistance should they require it. She had never anticipated that such inhuman monsters would display such audacity within the shelter, having transformed into ferocious predators devoid of civility, more brutal than any beast. Sister Lin, you have already aided me greatly. That bone-cleaving knife is extraordinarily effective. It doesn't kill instantly, but renders one powerless to resist. If those monsters were to die immediately, it would be too merciful, Jian remarked, leaning on Fan Lin's arm without asking for further help. Their family's vendetta was theirs to avenge. Fan Lin and the building manager had already provided ample support. They could not impose further burdens upon them. In this harsh world, they needed to learn to fend for themselves. For now, Fan Lin chose to remain at home, allowing herself to recuperate. With numerous television dramas and novels to keep her entertained, she began to lose track of time, feeling as though she had forgotten which day it was. After completing her morning duties distributing supplies, Lu Wanyan returned with news that the troublesome brat from downstairs had come back, leaving her momentarily bewildered. It took a moment for her to recall who it was, and she casually remarked, "His mother is here." It was only a matter of time before he returned. No matter how fierce the quarrels, reconciliation is inevitable. It's merely a question of time. Upon hearing that her son was returning, Wan Furong rushed out, crying, presumably ready to spoil him once more. If she doesn't teach him well, she'll be the one to suffer in the end, Fan Lin thought dismissively. When Luo Zhongyi returned to Building 8, many regarded it with indifference. Initially, he had stirred quite a commotion when he sought to move to Building 9, while it had provided amusement. Everyone understood that a child could not stray far from their mother and would eventually return. Yet, no one could foresee the extent of the cunning a 9-year-old would employ in orchestrating his return. Lu Wanyan had informed Fan Lin of this incident around 8 or 9 in the morning, but by noon, a gunshot echoed through Building 8. Although Fan Lin was nestled in her well-sealed study, she still caught the sound of the shot. Fan Jiming and Lu Wanyan naturally heard it as well. Was that gunfire? Lu Wanyan inquired. She recalled the sound when her daughter fired a weapon from the watchtower. Fan Jiming also harbored doubts. As his daughter, Fan Lin, began to don her clothes and shoes, he declared, "It is indeed gunfire. I must go and investigate." Lu Wanyan quickly grasped her daughter's arm, urgently advising, "You mustn't go out. If it isn't the building manager and the others, it could be perilous." The sudden emergence of gunfire within the building filled her with a foreboding sense, compelling her to remain vigilant. "Mother, in matters of shared fortune and misfortune, we must face this together. If it isn't the building manager, then it is undoubtedly an external threat. If there are weapons within our building of which we are unaware, do you truly believe we can remain safe? I must ascertain the situation. Rest assured, I will exercise caution." The gunfire was too unusual. Fan Lin believed it was improbable for the building manager to have accidentally discharged a weapon. The sound seemed to emanate from below, and she swiftly conjectured a possibility. This thought likely crossed Lu Wanyan's mind as well. Since the natural disaster, the building had been a bastion of stability, with the sole source of instability being the family in Unit 901. Their nanny had mentioned that Wan Furong had once harbored vengeful intentions against the father of her child. While the Luo family residing in Building 9 had not intended to defend Wan Furong, it remained uncertain whether she and her son had relinquished their desire for retribution. The Luo family was known to possess firearms, and they all understood that the troublesome child had lived in Building 9 for some time, potentially harboring ulterior motives. Moreover, it was rather coincidental that the peculiar gunfire erupted shortly after his return today. Lu Wanyan's sense of crisis intensified. "Lindsay, our family is at odds with theirs. If they seek vengeance, they would undoubtedly turn their ire towards us. It would be best for you to stay out of sight." Fan Lin shook her head. "Mother, if it is truly them, we cannot simply stand by. What if they lash out at innocent neighbors?" Lu Wanyan anxiously glanced at her husband. "I saw that boy when he returned this morning. His expression was dark and brooding, far from that of a normal child. He glared at me with such intensity. If he sees Lindsay," Fan Jiming comforted his wife, saying, "Our Lindsay is armed. Have faith in our daughter. She will safeguard herself. If others seek revenge, can we truly hide at home and evade danger? It is better to confront issues head-on. Mother, you must learn to trust me, just as father does." Fan Lin exchanged a knowing glance with her father, urging him to keep an eye on her mother before stepping outside. Other neighbors also heard the gunfire. Yet many were slow to react, some even mistaking it for a firecracker from a nearby home, causing confusion and outrage. No one ventured out to investigate. Only Fan Lin and Chuilong rushed to the 9th floor, both armed and alert. Fan Lin pointed toward Unit 901, and Chuilong nodded in agreement. Together, they approached the door of 901 with caution, straining to listen for any sounds from within. At that moment, the door to Unit 902 creaked open. And when Jianyu saw the two of them, her face registered surprise, and she opened her mouth to speak. Fan Lin quickly gestured for him to be silent, raising a finger to her lips, and waved for him to close the door hastily, urging him not to interfere. Jianyu, who had intended to share something with them, found himself in a bit of a quandary, scratching his head in confusion. Upon noticing him still standing at the doorway in a daze, Chuilong shot him an irritated glare, signaling him to return quickly. Jianyu had no choice but to tiptoe back into his home, gently closing the door behind him. Inside, Jiandan, seeing her brother retreat so swiftly, immediately inquired, "Brother, why didn't you go?" Jianyu lowered his voice to inform his sister, "They are right outside, forbidding me to make a sound, and insisting I close the door at once. What? They made it to the 9th floor? Jian Dan couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. Then, that means. Chapter 160, The Assurance of Violence Against Violence at the entrance of room 901. Two individuals stood, listening to the intense quarrel within. Wan Furong was inside, angrily scolding her son while Luo Zhongyi repeatedly shouted, "Give it back to me." After 2 months apart, the mother and son had barely reunited for half a day before chaos erupted. It seemed that Wan Furong was unaware that her son had returned with a firearm. She had seized it from him, nearly being shot in the process. She insisted on returning the weapon to the Luo family, refusing to allow her son to wield it as a threat. Yet, Luo Zhongyi was adamant about retrieving it. The two were locked in a fierce struggle, with Wan Furong denouncing her son as an ungrateful wretch, declaring that a son who strikes his mother deserves divine retribution. She lamented that his actions could lead to her demise. Outside, the two onlookers exchanged glances. Bewildered by the spectacle, was the son attempting to assert dominance with a gun while the mother merely wished for a life of decency? It was not difficult to comprehend. If Wan Furong possessed any sense, she would recognize that neither the Luo family nor their mother-son duo stood a chance against the higher echelons of the 8 buildings. Defiance would only culminate in homelessness. Wan Furong appeared to have grasped this grim reality, while Luo Zhongyi was fixated on exterminating those who displeased him. A 9-year-old child screamed for their destruction. This was far from the behavior of a typical child. A child like this, armed with a lethal weapon amidst the 8 buildings, posed a grave threat. Chu Yilong promptly knocked on the door of room 901. Upon hearing the knock, Wan Furong felt a sense of relief. She desperately sought assistance, unable to withstand her son's wrath any longer. In that moment of vulnerability, Luo Zhongyi seized the opportunity to wrench the gun from her grasp, brandishing it at her while berating, "You are utterly useless. What right do you have to control me?" Wan Furong, faced with the gun pointed at her by her own son, turned pale. The knocking at the door persisted, yet she did not respond, merely gazing at her flesh and blood. Eventually, she emitted a soft laugh that crescendoed into a wild, manic guffaw, her face streaked with tears. Wiping her tears, she confronted her son. "Go ahead, kill me. If you do, no one will stop you from doing as you please. Come on, end my life." Luo Zhongyi took a step back. He had no intention of killing his mother. His disdain stemmed from her increasing ineffectiveness. He was determined to keep the gun, believing that as long as it was aimed at his mother, she would not attempt to take it from him. This was a weapon he had fought hard to obtain. After 2 months residing in the 9th building, he had initially hoped to enlist the help of his 2 older brothers to address his grievances. Yet they had ignored him and grown increasingly resentful. Thus, he relied solely on himself. He had guarded the secret for 2 months and finally discovered the location of the gun that belonged to his father. His father had shown it to him, but it was under his eldest brother's strict control. The eldest brother kept it under his pillow while sleeping and carried it with him at all times when awake. He fiercely guarded that weapon, rarely allowing even the second brother to touch it. After several attempts to obtain it, he finally found an opportunity in the early hours of the morning. His 2 brothers had returned late the previous night, laboring under the weight of 2 large bags of coal, and fell into a deep slumber. This provided him with the chance he needed. Once he secured the gun, he concealed it within his tent, waiting for dawn to break before he would return to the 8th building after breakfast. Shortly after his return, his mother discovered that he had brought a gun home. She reprimanded him, forbidding any thoughts of vengeance, and disallowing him from seeking retribution against the individuals from Building 8. Previously, she had spoken of enlisting his father as help for revenge. Now, reduced to such a state, she could endure it, but he could not. Those who had scolded him, belittled him, or mocked him, he would no longer tolerate their disdain. He wished for them to recognize his newfound power, armed. He would not hesitate to retaliate. Anyone who dared to treat him with disrespect would face dire consequences. The actions his ineffectual mother could not take, he would undertake himself. Wan Furong, witnessing her son's regression, smiled bitterly as she approached him step by step. "Go ahead, shoot me. Kill your mother. After all, I am so useless, so pathetic. If you find me a source of shame, then end my life, and perhaps you will no longer feel embarrassed." Luo Zhongyi's grip on the gun trembled as he shouted in frustration, "Get away, don't push me." Wan Furong remained undeterred, feeling utterly defeated, to the point where life seemed devoid of meaning. The son she had born and nurtured now pointed a gun at her, capable of taking her life at any moment. If death was to come at the hands of her own child, so be it. Let him live with the memory of having killed his own mother. She wondered if a heart hardened from childhood could ever feel remorse. Outside the door, 2 individuals sensed something was amiss. The situation had escalated unexpectedly into a standoff between mother and son. The door remained locked, not the kind that could easily be forced open. "You keep an eye here, prioritizing your safety. I'll climb down from above. The situation inside may spiral out of control. Chu Yilong instructed Fan Lin. All right, Brother Long, you be careful too. Fan Lin replied earnestly, standing vigil at the door of room 901. Ruan Furong, alternating between laughter and tears, urged her son to kill her, her emotions seemingly shattered. The fate of the mother and son mattered little to her, as long as their actions did not harm their neighbors. Chu Yilong climbed from the balcony of the office floor to the outside of room 901, witnessing the tense standoff between the mother and son in the living room. Luo Zhangyi, with his back to the balcony, was unaware of Chu Yilong's presence, as Ruan Furong continued to frantically demand that he shoot her, only exacerbating his agitation. I told you to get away. Don't force my hand. Do you hear me? He shouted, wildly waving the gun. Chu Yilong knew that with a mere squeeze of Luo Zhangyi's finger, a bullet could be unleashed at any moment. The child, unable to manage the recoil of the weapon, would likely lose control, and the bullet could veer unpredictably, possibly ricocheting. This child could not be assessed by conventional reasoning. Verbal negotiation might prove ineffective. Before one could utter a word, he might already pull the trigger. A child devoid of moral compass or reverence was difficult to predict in his actions. He would not easily risk himself. Violence begetting violence was the only assurance of safety, suspended by a safety line outside the window of room 901. Chu Yilong prepared to draw his handgun to open a window when Ruan Furong suddenly spotted him. Her expression turned to one of shock and disbelief. Noticing her reaction, Luo Zhangyi turned to see someone attempting to enter through the window. He immediately turned and shouted angrily at the person outside the window, "Get away, or I'll kill you." With both hands raised, he was poised to fire at the figure beyond the glass. However, Ruan Furong had already discerned the identity of the person outside, and a wave of terror washed over her, restoring her reason. It was none other than Chu Yilong, a man of military rank. If her son dared to pull the trigger, he would be unaware of the fatal consequences that awaited him. She rushed forward to seize her son's weapon, exclaiming, "You mustn't shoot. You cannot shoot." Infuriated by his mother's interference, Luo Zhangyi yelled, "Get away. Leave me alone." The two were entangled in a struggle within the confines of the room, one desperately trying to wrest the gun away, while the other clung fiercely to his hard-won treasure. As Chu Yilong opened a window, his foot barely grazed the edge of the frame when a series of gunshots erupted, echoing through the air. Chapter 161. Father. Do not want mother. The ceiling of the living room, the walls, and even the balcony windows bore the scars of bullet holes. A ricochet shattered the television, sending shards of the screen flying and leaving cuts on Ruan Furong's face. Strangely, she felt no pain as she stubbornly wrestled the gun from her assailant's grasp. Yet, at that moment, the firearm, devoid of ammunition, posed no threat. Fortunately, no one had been struck by its bullets. 20 minutes later, in the living room of Building 8, Room 901, a group had gathered. Luo Haitao stood in the center with his two sons, surveying the chaos that had unfolded. The ceiling was pockmarked with dust falling from the holes, the walls similarly marred, the balcony littered with shards of glass, and the television bore a gaping wound. Luo Yichao's eyes blazed with fury as he seized Luo Zhangyi, demanding, "How many shots did you fire?" Luo Zhangyi, his eyes wide and face defiant, remained silent. Ruan Furong, her expression numb, handed the gun back to him, stating, "It is out of bullets." Her son frantically pulled the trigger, yet nothing emerged. She understood that the bullets had been expended. Luo Yichao, enraged, released Luo Zhangyi and, with a rough hand, seized the handgun, exclaiming, "You have raised a fine son. Are you trying to endanger our family?" Despite all their precautions, they had not anticipated this young wretch would stealthily enter his room while he slept, steal his gun, and deplete its ammunition. Their means of survival in this apocalyptic world had been stripped away. In his fury, he struck Ruan Furong across the face and then turned his wrath upon Luo Zhangyi, delivering blows with fists and feet. "You dare to steal a gun and attempt to harm others? How can you, at such a tender age, harbor such a bloodthirsty nature? You are nothing but a wolf cub. Our Luo family has no place for your kind." Caught off guard by his older brother's violent assault, Luo Zhangyi had no time to seek his father's protection. He received several slaps and punches before being kicked to the ground, struggling to catch his breath. Unable to utter a word due to the pain, in a fit of rage, Luo Yichao glared up at their father, unable to contain his anger any longer. "This wolf cub is certainly not of our blood. We disown him, and I forbid you from acknowledging him. If this rift is not severed, do not blame us if we abandon you in the future." If he had shown this ferocity 2 months earlier, we would not have been so severely afflicted by a child. Regret and fury consumed him. Upon realizing the gun was devoid of bullets, Luo Haitao's complexion turned ashen. The members of the Luo family had relied on that firearm for sustenance since the onset of the apocalypse. It was through that very gun that they had managed to accumulate some supplies. Without it, they would soon find themselves in a dire situation. Much like others who struggled for their next meal, The havoc wrought by his youngest son was so grave that even a severe punishment seemed insufficient. The slight affection he held for his younger child paled in comparison to the harsh realities of survival in this world. Faced with his eldest son's public humiliation and threats, the former president of the Luo group, though visibly distressed, recognized the gravity of the situation. He wearily gestured, "I am too old for this. You take charge." The consequences of this incident were far too severe, stemming entirely from his decision to welcome his youngest son into their home. If his two legitimate sons resented him for this and chose to disregard him, how could a man in his 60s or 70s survive in such a world? Now, it was not his sons who relied upon him. Rather, it was he who depended on them for survival. Without hesitation, he relinquished his 2-month-old son, showing no inclination to weigh the consequences. He even offered a formal apology to the residents of Building 8, expressing his regret for the troubles caused by the Luo family's negligence, and stated that they were free to handle the situation as they saw fit. Chu Ilong merely cast a fleeting glance before gesturing for him to depart. With this clear dismissal, it was evident that he sought no further connection. This was the first occasion that outsiders were permitted entry into the building, a rare exception made to address the gun-related incident. Once his biological father had abandoned him, the battered Luo Zhongyi, overwhelmed by despair, finally broke down in tears. The Luo brothers were merciless in their assault, exhibiting no compassion whatsoever. Chu Ilong did not intervene, and Fan Lin observed coldly. The commotion drew the attention of Jian Yu and Jian Dan, who had initially intended to warn the building manager and the Fan family about potential retaliation from next door after overhearing a heated argument. They were unprepared for the escalation, which resulted in bullets penetrating their living room. Even Fan Jiming and Lu Wanyan descended in concern. No one attempted to stop the Luo brothers from brutally beating this miscreant of a child, who had the audacity to return with a firearm in a misguided quest for revenge against the residents of Building 8. A child devoid of moral discernment, harboring such a vengeful spirit, could not be tolerated. Wan Furong, having been slapped, stood numbly, seemingly oblivious to her son's anguished cries. From the moment her son brandished a gun at her to the instant a bullet grazed her cheek, her heart had become utterly desolate. A thankless, destructive child. Rejected even by his own father, would she still want him? If she were to claim this burden, Building 8 would no longer be a sanctuary for her. With even his mother abandoning him, Luo Zhongyi was mercilessly beaten into unconsciousness by his brothers. Luo Yichao spat at him in disdain, exclaiming that such a scourge deserved to perish. Ultimately, the incident concluded with the Luo family held accountable for their failure to secure their firearms, resulting in panic for Building 8, and they were compelled to compensate the residents with 30 pounds of provisions. Wan Furong, having risked herself to prevent her son from inflicting harm on others, managed to maintain a semblance of integrity, absolving her of parental negligence. She could continue residing in Building 8, but Luo Zhongyi was no longer welcome. The building would not harbor a child with such an extreme disposition, one who posed a threat to the community. As for what might become of a 9-year-old left homeless in the bitter cold, that was a fate left to the universe. In a world gone awry, who would extend compassion to a wolf cub that harbored animosity towards all? Should Wan Furong be unwilling to part with her son, she had the option to take him away. However, she cast the burden upon the Luo brothers, declaring, "He even wishes to harm me, his own mother. I shall consider him non-existent. He belongs to your family, and you cannot simply choose to disown him. You have nearly beaten him to death. Do not expect me to take him back. Take him away, and do so quickly." After uttering these words, she disregarded everyone in the room, locking herself away in the insulated room, refusing to emerge again. The Luo brothers, furious, contemplated breaking down the door. They had failed to properly raise their own son, causing a calamity and seeking to shift the blame onto others. What a disgraceful act. Yet, Chu Ilong did not afford them the opportunity to create further turmoil. Wan Furong's intentions were abundantly clear. She wished to remain in Building 8 to live a peaceful life. The son is no longer wanted. Let him face his fate. So be it. Take him away quickly. With the leader's command, Luo Yichao gazed at the feeble wolf cub lying on the ground and could only nod in agreement. Very well, we shall take him away. The two brothers, one lifting an arm and the other grasping a leg, dragged the unconscious Luo Zhongyi out of Area 8. Brother, are we truly responsible for this wretched brat? I warn you, whatever you and mother plan to do not even think about allowing him back through our door. As they exited the front gate of Area 8, Luo Yifan angrily released his grip. Luo Yichao followed suit. Luo Zhongyi, like a sack of rotten mud, collapsed onto the snow-covered ground. What need is there for responsibility? Simply discard him. Had I known he would become such a calamity, I would have expelled him long ago. Luo Yichao felt even more exasperated than his younger brother. As for his brother's inquiry about what he and their mother intended, It only added to his frustration, a lament for losses that outweighed any potential gains. Chapter 162. A terrifying fate. Luo Yichao's face was filled with anger. It was merely a woman's vengeful jealousy. Mother could not swallow this indignation and wished to let father see what kind of person this wayward child had become. Now that the truth was revealed, the immense cost paid for such triviality seemed hardly worth it. I should not have indulged mother's whims. A mere child could provide her with an outlet for her frustrations, yet he took it lightly. This illegitimate child, with a temperament intolerable, stubbornly clung to their family. And he was curious about his true intentions. As time passed, suspicions arose, and precautions were taken, but he never anticipated it would slip so far from his grasp. Luo Yifan, feeling utterly defeated, had nothing left to say. The eldest brother, renowned for his wisdom, could also be foolish at times. In a world gone awry, wouldn't it be better to sleep through the boredom rather than engage in frivolous pastimes that could lead to disaster? What could they accomplish with merely empty guns? He gestured disdainfully towards the ground. Leaving it at the entrance of Building 8 would not bode well if the residents were displeased. Why not simply dispose of it? After all, they could never bring it back home. Dispose of it? Luo Yichao scoffed, after expending all our bullets and consuming 2 months' worth of our provisions. Not to mention owing 30 pounds of grain to Building 8, discarding it would only benefit him. Indeed, they could not afford to let him profit. After all, they were brothers, and their unspoken understanding was palpable. When Luo Zhengyi regained consciousness, he vaguely heard voices. He tried to pry his eyes open, but they remained stubbornly shut. And his entire body ached so painfully that he could hardly breathe. Whenever he felt pain, Mother would always be anxious for him. Why, in this moment of suffering, did she not come to alleviate his discomfort? He longed to call for her, yet his throat was parched, and his lips trembled, unable to produce any sound. It hurt so much. It was so cold. The agony was unbearable. He could scarcely catch his breath. He thought he heard someone mention that there was finally meat to eat. Summoning all his strength, Luo Zhengyi managed to open his eyes. His swollen face had distorted his features, and through the narrow slits of his eyes, he saw an unfamiliar environment and strangers surrounding him. Upon noticing that he was awake, one person approached, astonished, and exclaimed, "Oh, a flicker of life here." Another, grinning, remarked, "Fresh meat that hasn't expired, still tender. We've spent several pounds of flour on this. It's worth it." As the meaning of their words dawned on him, Luo Zhengyi's eyes widened in terror. But no matter how much he strained, he could not see a familiar face around him. What awaited him was a sharp butcher's knife. After the tumultuous incident, the Luo brothers took the instigator away. The fate of that mischievous child was all too predictable. Those two brothers would never allow such a menace to remain and jeopardize their safety. Fan Jiming mused, that woman must deeply regret raising such a son. Yet regret will not mend what has been done. Adults who stray off the path may weigh the pros and cons and adapt to their environment for survival. If a child strays from the right path, they remain oblivious to the notion of self-reflection, blindly traversing their darkened road. It is evident that children must be diligently guided from an early age, instilling in them a clear sense of right and wrong, so that they may ease their parents' burdens as they mature. Wan Furong now possesses a greater understanding of propriety. She toils diligently and no longer looks down upon others. Quiet and earnest, she accumulates her points with integrity. Once relying on her lineage, she now depends solely on her own efforts. Despite enduring various hardships and the judgments of others, she has demonstrated remarkable resilience. The adage "you reap what you sow" holds a profound truth. Since the birth of her child, Wan Furong has cherished and spoiled him as if he were a precious gem. When her son clashed with other children, it was always the fault of others. She raised him in an environment where right and wrong were indistinguishable, fostering an inflated sense of self-importance. As if giving birth to a corporate magnate's son made her superior to the residents of their community. Under such a misguided belief system, it is truly remarkable that the child could thrive. The saying goes, a child as character is seen at 3, and their future at 7. In the face of adversity, she may find it impossible to alter her course. She can only endure. Now, having reached a breaking point, she has callously decided to abandon him. Initially, it was assumed that Wan Furong would continue to indulge her son, Lu Wanyan. The unexpected outcome of her relinquishing him is indeed surprising. However, Fan Lin is not the least bit astonished. As her father remarked, it is merely a matter of weighing pros and cons. If she wishes to keep her son, she must leave Building 8. In this weather, even the thought of seeking refuge is daunting. Considering her son's frail condition, could she sustain herself alongside her seemingly inept child? It is inevitable that they would succumb to hunger. By relinquishing her son, she secures her place in Building 8, ensuring she has enough to eat and a warm shelter. Aside from the loss of an ungrateful child, she finds herself lacking nothing. It would be foolish to forsake her current circumstances. In the face of survival, human nature instinctively makes its choice. The daughter, despite her tender age, has already discerned the complexities of human nature. Lu Wanyun finds herself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. The frigid weather persists, with temperatures continuing to plummet, and those lacking food and firewood grow increasingly anxious. The hope that the weather will warm and the seasons will return to normal fades with each passing day. In the days to come, the Fan family has made numerous trips to the reservoir, continuing their efforts to gather ice and snow, under the pretense of visiting the neighboring building to discreetly conceal their movements. When the accumulation of ice and snow reaches 3 or 4 stories high, Fan Lin finally ceases her collection. By this time, the temperature has plunged to over 30 degrees below zero. The extreme cold has persisted for 4 to 5 months. With no end in sight, survivors in Nanshire rely on insulated cabinets to cultivate mushrooms for sustenance, yet fuel is becoming increasingly scarce. To ensure continued production, survivors brave the wind and snow to seek firewood in the mountains on the outskirts of the city. Liang Suqing and Qin Xianyuan also joined the expedition. Despite their storage areas and balconies being overflowing with wood, they remain vigilant and unyielding. As temperatures continue to drop, no one knows how long this relentless cold will endure. If it lasts a year, 2 years, or even longer, their meager supply of firewood will scarcely suffice. When the time comes that they are out of firewood and the outskirts have been thoroughly scavenged, they will have to venture even farther afield. Rather than laboring doubly hard in the future, it is wiser to exert oneself diligently in the present. Observing the tireless efforts of the two women, despite their abundance of firewood, Taozi felt a pressing need not to fall behind. She has now tasted the sweetness of cultivating her own mushrooms. A humble insulated cabinet, scarcely 2 cubic meters in volume, can yield several layers of mushrooms, providing her with a daily sustenance that fills her to 6 or 7 parts of satiety. This has significantly reduced her reliance on staple grains. Even if the staple grains were to diminish in the future, with a proper cultivation of mushrooms, starvation would not be a concern. The Luo family has likewise adopted the practice of mushroom cultivation within their insulated cabinet. The existence of firearms in their household is no longer a secret. Chu Yilong refrained from confiscating their weapons, even though he suspected they had no ammunition left. He feigned ignorance, allowing them to assume the mantle of protecting Building 9. The Luo family bears their burdens in silence. Chapter 163. Uninvited guests. When the gun is devoid of bullets, it loses its potency. How can they safeguard Building 9? They would have to tread cautiously even when venturing outside. The atmosphere at home has turned stifling, and Luo Yifan has lost all desire for romance. His repeated absence from the wood-gathering expeditions alongside his team has puzzled Liang Suqing and Qin Xianyuan, but they did not let it deter them from their tasks. Currently, apart from Building 8, nearly every household in Building 9 and the other blocks has taken to cultivating mushrooms and insulated cabinets, all requiring a steady supply of firewood. The teams sent out to gather firewood are substantial in number. The greater the number of people, the less fear they have of bandits and highway robbers. Thanks to the insulated cabinets, residents of the Zijinghao Yuan community have largely been spared the pangs of hunger. As long as they can secure fuel, they shall reap a bountiful harvest. Some families prefer to forego warmth, determined instead to maintain the temperature within their cabinets. Professor Zhou and Grandma Su diligently cultivate their mushroom spawn each day, with any surplus from Building 8 being traded externally. This trading is conducted through a barter system. Nearby survivors exchange firewood for the much-needed mushrooms. Now, not only Professor Zhou and Grandma Su are adept at cultivating mushrooms. Many individuals who frequent the basement for mushroom farming have taken it upon themselves to learn the craft as well. This has resulted in an ever-increasing supply of mushrooms available for trade, ensuring a consistent flow of firewood in return. In fact, the residents of Building 8 need not even grow mushrooms at home, as the basement's yield far exceeds their consumption. They must even preserve the surplus. And 10 large jars are no longer sufficient. They have since procured dozens more. The surface greenhouses have also been upgraded, with 50 square meters now dedicated to 2-tier planting racks, experimenting with potatoes as a staple crop. Although the low temperatures have hindered the growth of the potato sprouts, there remains a glimmer of hope. This year's Mid-Autumn Festival arrives amidst a chilling landscape. Though snow has yet to fall, the world appears shrouded in desolation. With little to occupy themselves at home, the Fan family endeavors to make mooncakes for the occasion, crafting 2 varieties, sesame filling and lotus seed paste with salted egg yolk. They plan to gift the sesame mooncakes to neighbors, while the latter will remain for family consumption. After all, no one would mind the sesame mooncakes, as they are readily available among the supplies of Building 8. However, lotus seeds and eggs are rare commodities, and they must be discreet about their usage. Sesame and lotus seeds are ground into powder to prepare the dough, with Fan Lin assisting in the process. Once baked in the oven, they intentionally char the mooncakes a bit for authenticity, as charcoal-baked mooncakes should bear the marks of their preparation. Having completed the mooncakes, They first deliver 2 to the elderly neighbor next door and then share some with the 3 floor leaders. Subsequently, Fan Lin dons her fur coat and descends with 2 bags in hand. She pauses on the 9th floor to knock on the door of the Jian family. After dealing with the monstrous threats from the shelter, the Jian family took 2 months to locate and eliminate several other beasts, meticulously planning their retribution. Though they received guidance from Chu Yilong, the execution was solely in the hands of the Jian family trio. Following their vengeance, they have kept a low profile in Building 8, venturing out only when absolutely necessary. Their ordeal and experiences remain largely unknown, shared only with Chu Yilong and the Fan family. Healing, whether physical or psychological, requires time. After Fan Lin handed over the mooncakes to Jianyu, she exchanged a few words before departing. Jianyu stood at the door, holding the mooncakes, watching her fade into the hallway, and heard her footsteps descending the stairs. She likely intended to deliver mooncakes to friends residing in Building 9. Gradually, Jianyu closed the door, cradling the still-warm mooncakes in her hands, her eyes growing slightly misty. "Brother? Who's knocking?" Jian Dan's head peeked out from the room. Jianyu raised the mooncake in his hand to inform his sister. "It's Sister Lin. She brought us some mooncakes, saying today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and even in these troubled times, we must celebrate." Upon hearing this, Jian Dan's eyes gleamed with moisture. They were both aware that today marked the Mid-Autumn Festival. The festival symbolizes family reunions, yet their family could never be whole again. Although they had avenged their mother, she could not return, having suffered such a tragic fate. Such a holiday only deepened their sorrow. However, life must go on. "Let us make some spiced potato cakes today. Sister Lin loves them. We must reciprocate. We can't just take from others without offering something in return." "All right, then let's prepare a bit more." Jianyu handed the mooncake to his sister, sniffed back his emotions, and said, "I'll go wash the potatoes." Fan Lin arrived at Building 9, where Liang Suqing and Chen Xianxian were preparing sweet rice cakes with brown sugar. "We were just thinking of sending some your way once they're done, and here you are, saving us a trip," Chen Xianxian remarked with a smile. The rice cakes were steaming in the pot, the brown sugar syrup was ready, and the peanuts had been crushed. For the Mid-Autumn Festival, they wouldn't make mooncakes due to a lack of ingredients, so they decided to prepare brown sugar rice cakes instead. "No wonder the house smells so sweet. You can make brown sugar rice cakes too." Fan Lin handed the mooncakes to them. "However, for today's Mid-Autumn Festival, we cannot have a celebration without mooncakes. These are filled with sesame. Do have a taste." "Oh, mooncakes too?" Chen Xianxian wiped her hands and eagerly accepted the bag. Discovering 2 round mooncakes inside, their golden brown crust glistening appetizingly. Liang Suqing was equally surprised. "Did your family make mooncakes?" "Yes. My mother always said that today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and regardless of the state of the world, life must continue. Therefore, mooncakes are essential for the celebration." In this apocalyptic reality, it was quite unexpected to still enjoy mooncakes. The 2 friends smiled, their eyes moist with gratitude. "Thank you, Lin, for making us feel less alone in this time." The Mid-Autumn Festival is a day imbued with nostalgia for loved ones. Without the thought of expressing their gratitude towards Fan Lin for her assistance, they would not have gone out of their way to prepare sweet treats. Yet, every time they made something for her, she would reciprocate with even more. This exchange of favors made them feel increasingly indebted, and they found themselves somewhat embarrassed. "What is there to thank? You both have prepared wonderful treats as well." Observing the syrup in the bowl, Fan Lin dipped her finger into it and licked it, so fragrant and sweet. The syrup, having been cooked, carried a delightful caramelized sweetness. Seeing her delight, Liang Suqing hurriedly lifted the pot lid, placed a rice cake in a bowl, drizzled it with brown sugar syrup, and sprinkled crushed peanuts on top. "Try it and see how it tastes." Fan Lin, unreservedly, blew on the steaming glutinous rice cake, took a bite, and exclaimed, soft, chewy, and sweet. Perfect. Indeed, this apocalyptic world had transformed remarkably. Just look, even the brown sugar rice cakes were no longer a concern. She genuinely gave a thumbs up. Her 2 friends beamed with delight, sharing a mooncake among them. The sesame-filled mooncake was rich and delectable, exuding a robust sesame aroma, truly delightful. The Mid-Autumn Festival in this desolate era seemed less forlorn than one might expect. While Fan Lin gathered with her friends in Building 9, an unexpected visitor approached Building 8. A helicopter hovered above the community, making a circuit before landing on the vacant lot in front of Building 8. This commotion inevitably roused all the residents of Building 8. Chapter 164. Fortunate return. To everyone's astonishment, a helicopter descended, adorned with a 5-star insignia. The sentinels atop the watchtower found themselves at a loss, exchanging bewildered glances. Residents from the 8th building hurried to their balconies, peering down in curiosity. Fan Jiming and Lu Wanyun, equipped with binoculars, raised them to their eyes and discerned several figures disembarking from the helicopter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were 5 individuals. This was a military aircraft, and they appeared to be soldiers. Who could they be, and what was their purpose here? In his confusion, Fan Jiming could only observe from his elevated vantage point. Hearing the whir of the helicopter blades, Chui Long rushed outside. Initially, he speculated that there might be an emergency at the shelter, but he quickly dismissed that notion as the figures had not yet reached the ground floor. Even if there were an issue at the shelter, it was unlikely they would dispatch a helicopter to seek him out. As a mid-level officer in the armed department, he was not indispensable. Who were they? What brought them here? He was utterly perplexed as he hastily exited the building, signaling to the guards in the watchtower to remain calm before opening the gates. Zhou Yiyo and Zhuang Yusen hurriedly emerged from the building as well. Who are they, given such a grand display? Zhou inquired. I have no idea. Let us go find out, Chui Long replied, striding towards the snow-covered ground where corn stalks once stood. The helicopter had landed precisely in that spot, and the newcomers were unloading their luggage. You there, who are you? Chui Long called out as he approached. Recognizing the aircraft as a military helicopter, he surmised that the individuals were certainly affiliated with the military. 3 men and 2 women emerged from the helicopter, none of whom he recognized. Upon seeing them, a middle-aged female soldier clad in a military coat introduced herself. I am Zhou Mingwei, the daughter of Zhou Yuhang, a soldier from the military district of Yuano City. I have come to visit my parents. Zhou Yuhang's daughter? Who is Zhou Yuhang? Zhou Yiyo and Zhuang Yusen, who had followed closely behind, appeared utterly bewildered. However, upon hearing her association with the military district, Chui Long quickly deduced her identity. After all, Professor Zhou had previously enlisted his assistance in obtaining information about his daughter's family. Unexpectedly, he had not been able to gather any news, yet here she was. Returned at last, he promptly informed Zhou Yiyo and Zhuang Yusen, it's Professor Zhou's daughter. Both Zhou Yiyo and Zhuang Yusen were taken aback. Chui Long then saluted respectfully before introducing himself. I am an officer from the government's armed department and the building head of the 8th block. These 2 are also building heads. We are the main authorities responsible for maintaining security and productivity in this community. Welcome back. As direct relatives of the elderly couple and military personnel, there was no reason not to embrace Zhou Yuhang's daughter and her companions. The soldiers promptly returned the salute. One of the professor's grandsons, with an injured arm that remained motionless, extended his functioning hand to shake hands with Chui Long and the others, saying, I am Pei Yunjia and will be staying with my grandparents for a while. That is perfectly fine. Your grandparents must have missed you terribly and likely spent sleepless nights worrying. It is wonderful that you are back. Come, let us go inside. It is far too cold out here. All 3 building managers enthusiastically assisted with the luggage. The only one not donned in military attire was a young girl in her early 20s, who, with her lips pressed together, trailed slightly behind Pei Yunjia, appearing somewhat bewildered. Zhou Mingwei glanced at her son, who was preoccupied with bidding farewell to his comrades, and with a hint of helplessness, pulled the girl along, saying, Ning Ning, let us proceed inside. All right, Su Ning promptly responded, following Zhou Mingwei. On the upper floor, Professor Zhou and Grandma Su stood on the balcony, their eyes brimming with tears of joy. Old man, we've finally arrived. We have awaited this moment. Indeed, we have witnessed a miracle. Although they lacked a telescope, the elderly couple instinctively knew their daughter had returned. Watching the group enter the building, they excitedly supported each other as they opened the door to their home, standing at the staircase, eagerly anticipating the arrivals. Downstairs, Fan Jimin and Lu Wanyan, who had been observing the helicopter through binoculars, were suddenly struck by a realization. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Could it be that the 2 elderly neighbors are about to fulfill their dreams? The residents of Unit 1, who were also watching the helicopter, opened their doors to see what was happening, inquiring about the identities of the newcomers. Upon learning that it was the family of Professor Zhou returning, they were astonished and shared in the joy of the elderly couple. Conversely, others, separated from their loved ones, felt a pang of sadness for not experiencing such a fortunate reunion. As Fan Jimin and Lu Wanyan emerged, they witnessed the 2 elderly figures embracing each other in the corridor, their sobs barely contained. In this tumultuous world of chaos, the reunion of family members, separated by distance, stirred emotions not only in those directly involved but also in the onlookers who found themselves moved to tears. Everyone clustered into apartment 1102. Understanding that the long-awaited family reunion required privacy, they courteously offered their congratulations to the elderly couple before quietly withdrawing. An emotional Grandma Su embraced her daughter, then her granddaughter, only to notice something amiss with her granddaughter. Yanja, are you injured? Where are you hurt? She asked anxiously, examining her granddaughter, who could only hug her with one arm while the other was clearly incapacitated. Grandma, it's nothing serious. I just sustained a bruise from a heavy object on my shoulder. With some time to recuperate, I shall be fine, Pei Yunjia assured her. Are you truly all right? Grandma Sue's gaze shifted to her daughter, still filled with concern. Zhou Minghui, wishing to ease their worries, added, "Yes, it's nothing major. He just needs to refrain from lifting heavy objects with his left arm for a while to heal." Then she turned to the girl beside her to make introductions. "Mom. Dad, this is the daughter of my friend, Su Ning. Ning, you may address them as Grandpa and Grandma Yunjia from now on. There's no need to be formal." Su Ning promptly and politely greeted, "Grandpa, Grandma." Professor Zhou, responding without much thought, noticed Grandma Sue's brief look of confusion. Why had their daughter brought a friend-s child home? Zhou Minghui, with a hint of sorrow, explained, Su Ning's parents, along with Yunjia's father, sacrificed their lives during the floods while attempting to rescue supplies. Our families share a strong bond, and amidst the calamity, we vow to look after each other's children in the event of loss. Su Ning will live with us, just like my daughter. The expressions of Professor Zhou and Grandma Su shifted dramatically. Their son-in-law had perished. Not seeing the son-in-law return together with them led them to believe he was simply unable to leave his post. Little did they know, he was no longer with them. The joy of reunion faded a touch. Minghui, Yunjia. Grandma Su, filled with sorrow, held her daughter and grandson close, tears streaming down her cheeks. Professor Zhou, too, was overcome with grief, shedding tears. Grandpa, Grandma, do not be disheartened. We are already more fortunate than many others, and we cannot ask for too much. Pei Yunjia comforted the elderly with tears in his eyes. Natural disasters and upheavals have obliterated countless families. And how many soldiers have found their final resting place amidst ruins and torrents? Yet, they were still able to gather here, which was an immense blessing. The words of her grandson prompted Grandma Su to wipe her tears and nod in agreement. Seeing Su Ning still softly weeping, the elder compassionately extended her hand, saying, "Child, do not cry, come to Grandma." Chapter 165. Recognizing people. A helicopter descended upon the community, creating quite a stir, and naturally, Fan Lin in Building 9 was aware of it. The balcony was cluttered with firewood, and unable to venture out, she could only peek through the bay window. Could something serious have occurred? Qin Shan and Liang Suqing shared the same immediate concern. Even while relishing her red sugar glutinous rice cakes, Fan Lin was astounded. The deployment of a helicopter could only indicate the involvement of either the government or the military. Was another inspection underway? The spectacle was somewhat perplexing. Why resort to a helicopter when vehicles could suffice? Such extravagance. A few months prior, Mayor Li had conducted another inspection, primarily to assess the state of the exemplary community. Upon witnessing the residents' mushroom cultivation thrive to the point of surplus, and noting that other families in different buildings had sufficient supplies to meet their own needs, Mayor Li could only offer praise for this bastion of hope in a post-apocalyptic world. Although their refuge had constructed various tunnels, basements, and cellars for cultivation, their yield could not match that of the Zijinghao Yuan community, primarily due to unstable temperature control. The larger the planting area, the more fuel was required. With the onset of extreme cold and a lack of stored combustible materials, the refuge found itself in a precarious situation. Eventually, many survivors were compelled to exchange firewood for food, gradually amassing a stockpile of firewood. The surrounding mountains of the southern city had been stripped bare. Those who once spoke of ecological harmony in the wilderness during the apocalypse could only lament their plight, wishing for more resources, lest they find themselves shivering through sleepless nights. During that previous inspection, although they had received Mayor Li's renewed approval, it also attracted the attention of envious onlookers. Some insinuated that Chui Long could not hoard so many resources while countless survivors in the refuge went hungry. However, Chui Long countered their claims by referencing his earlier contributions to the refuge's agricultural efforts. He had proposed various strategies to prepare for disaster, but some refused to heed such advice. Their lack of proactive measures had led to diminished production, causing subsequent failures to keep pace, despite their diligent efforts. If the refuge itself could not keep up, it seemed rather shameless to demand that they share the fruits of their labor without compensation. Chui Long scolded these individuals to temporarily quell their greedy ambitions. As for those struggling to survive outside, Building 8 offered a means of exchange, firewood for goods. They had dozens of jars of pickled mushrooms available for trade, as well as mushroom spores. For those seeking sustenance, they could exchange firewood for a portion of pickled mushrooms to tide them over. For those aspiring to cultivate their own bountiful harvests, they could trade firewood for spores and learn the planting methods at no cost. This open support for other survivors to engage in production effectively deterred some from harboring ulterior motives. After a few months of steady living, the tranquility was abruptly shattered by the arrival of a helicopter. I must return to investigate, regardless of whether it is an inspection. The appearance of this helicopter is certainly abnormal. Shall we accompany you? Liang Suqing inquired hastily. While they could not enter the building, they were permitted to traverse the grounds in front of Building 8. No need. You should stay here and not wander. You should bring some brown sugar glutinous rice balls back for Uncle and Aunt to taste. Fan Lin did not decline and took a plate of the sweet delicacy home. Upon returning to the building, the cold could not deter the enthusiastic gossip of the neighbors, and Fan Lin soon learned the identity of the visitors. It turned out that Grandpa Zhou and Grandma Su's daughter had returned. She breathed a sigh of relief. This was indeed a cause for celebration. Grandpa Zhou and Grandma Su could finally rest easy. No one knew better than she did the condition of the two elderly individuals. Nearly a year had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and the elderly couple had transitioned from initial hope to gradual psychological adjustment, appearing to maintain an optimistic calm. However, in truth, they often succumbed to despair. With each shattered hope, their health had deteriorated. Devoid of expectations, and with the weather being brutally cold, a moment's carelessness could lead to illness. Fortunately, there was a doctor in the building who could provide treatment at any time. Otherwise, it was uncertain how they would have endured until now. Now, with their long-missed family member back, the elderly couple could finally find peace of mind and health. Fan Lin cradled the still-warm brown sugar glutinous rice balls as she ascended to the 11th floor, gazing at the door of Unit 1102 with genuine joy illuminating her face. She chose not to intrude upon their family reunion, but instead returned to her own home. Upon seeing the brown sugar glutinous rice balls brought back by their daughter, Fan Dad and Fan Mom each took a taste before discussing the return of their neighbor's family member. The entire family felt joyous for the elderly couple. The emotional reunion was so overwhelming that the family was brought to tears, a sight that tugged at their hearts. In the face of such calamity, to still be alive and reunited after such a long separation was indeed a remarkable feat, as the two elders would say. They could die in peace now. Fan Lin, hearing this, laughed and said, "Why talk of death? With family back, Grandpa Zhou and Grandma Su should live even better. They should relish the happiness of family reunion. To die after fulfilling a dream would be a grave loss." Lu Wanyan chuckled and playfully pinched her daughter, saying, "Now that's a rather contented expression. And you're being overly serious." She continued, "Let us prepare a few mooncakes for them, share some of the brown sugar glutinous rice balls, and also bring a few pounds of squid and nuts." Over the past year, we've enjoyed quite a few treats from the elderly couple. Now that they have such joyous news, it's time to return the favor. The squid and nuts were common supplies in Building 8, and although the stock was low, sharing these would not raise any suspicions. "All right, Mom, whatever you say," Fan Lin replied promptly, retrieving a box of squid and a bag of nuts from her storage. Lu Wanyan picked up a box to pack the mooncakes as she continued. 3 people have returned. One appears to be their daughter, another is their grandson, and the last is likely their granddaughter-in-law. We haven't seen their son-in-law. He is probably not back yet, so let us prepare 3 mooncakes for them," she clarified. It's not about being stingy. During these apocalyptic times, giving too much could raise eyebrows. To offer a mooncake to each close neighbor is quite generous. In the current South City, there are few families as generous as theirs. To give more would draw attention. Fan Jiming had no objections. Whatever his wife decided was fine by him. He fetched a large supermarket bag to pack the squid and nuts. Once everything was packed, the task of delivering the gifts was entrusted to their daughter. In any case, it is customary for the daughter to run errands, delivering dumplings and buns. Familiar with the routine, Fan Lin carried a large bag in one hand and a plate in the other as she approached room 1102 and knocked on the door. The door was opened by Professor Zhou, who, upon seeing her, smiled and expressed his congratulations on being reunited with his family. Professor Zhou chuckled and invited her in, saying, "Why are you bringing so many things? You shouldn't empty your home." "Not at all," Fan Lin replied. "Today is a momentous occasion for your family, and I have come to share in the joy." She proceeded deeper into the home, understanding that it would be impolite to leave without acknowledging those present. Inside, Grandma Su had already heard her voice and smiled as she remarked to her daughter, "It's the lovely Lindsay from next door. She is such a wonderful girl." Chapter 166, Social Misfit. Upon hearing such an endearing term, Zhou Minghui understood that her parents enjoyed a commendable rapport with their neighbors. She had only visited this place once before, during the year her parents had recently moved in, and her recollection of that brief stay was rather faint. Had it not been for her inquiries with the Nanshur military district prior to her arrival, they might not have located the place with such ease. Before long, she encountered the splendid young lady her mother had extolled. The girl was radiant and beautiful, devoid of any trace of despair typically associated with the post-apocalyptic world. Her features were relaxed, and her lovely visage appeared more rounded than any other young woman Zhou Minghui had encountered during the bleak times. This was not to imply she was overweight. Rather, it was the stark contrast to the other survivors who had become exceedingly gaunt, rendering a normally proportioned person's face appear full. Upon closer inspection, she noted that her parents had only lost a slight amount of weight compared to their former selves, showing no signs of malnutrition or deprivation. In contrast, she and her companions had endured a year of hardship, their health having deteriorated significantly. Upon seeing Fan Lin enter, Grandma Su could hardly contain her joy. "Little Lin, what have you brought for Grandma?" "Such a large bag." With a smile, Fan Lin first handed over a plate. "This is brown sugar rice cake, made by my friend from Building 9. I thought you might like to try it." "Oh, those two girls have such talent." "Excellent, excellent." She continued, "Here are some mooncakes, along with some squid snacks and nuts, to celebrate your family reunion, Grandma Su." Seeing the abundance of treats, Grandma Su was momentarily at a loss. "Oh dear, this is too much. Why have you brought us so many?" The newcomers in the room were astonished to see brown sugar rice cakes, marveling that such delicacies could still be crafted in these dire times. Upon discovering the mooncakes and instant squid snacks, their disbelief only deepened. Fan Lin set the items down on the cabinet, smiling. "It's not too much, really. Grandma Su, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival today. Your family ought to celebrate in a lively and bountiful manner. Just remember to save me some delicious treats when you have the chance." "Absolutely. I'll make sure not to forget you." Grandma Su chuckled, pulling her in to introduce her family. "Lin, this is my daughter, Zhou Minghui. You may call her Aunt Hui. It feels more intimate." Fan Lin complied without hesitation. "Aunt Hui, I'm Fan Lin. I live next door." Without needing further inquiry, Zhou Minghui discerned that her elderly parents had indeed received care from their neighbors. Otherwise, her mother would not exhibit such affectionate familiarity. Playfully, she remarked, "Hello there, little Lin. I hope you don't mind me calling you that alongside Grandma Su?" Fan Lin's smile faltered slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Grandma Su, in her joyous mood, had treated her like a child. Being addressed in such a manner at her age made her feel momentarily juvenile. "Lin, you should call her Lin. That's how we all refer to her here. Only I get to call her little Lin," Grandma Su proclaimed with a hint of pride. "All right. I shall henceforth call her Lin." "Mother, Lin is truly beautiful." Zhou Minghui sincerely complimented. In the post-apocalyptic world, there are few young women who can still be deemed beautiful. Even those with striking features have succumbed to a pallid complexion and emaciated forms, rendering their beauty nearly irrelevant. Grandma Su, brimming with pride as if she were extolling her, declared, "Of course, Lindsay is not only beautiful and intelligent, but also exceptionally capable, a truly remarkable young lady." Such unabashed praise caused Fan Lin's cheeks to flush, leaving her somewhat flustered. Grandma Su then continued her introduction. "This is my grandson, Pei Yunjia, with Yun meaning cloud and Zhi meaning philosophy. He is not much older than you. You can simply call him Yunjia." Pei Yunjia, who had just risen, found himself puzzled. The girl entering clearly appeared to be quite young. How did his grandmother perceive him as only slightly older? He extended his hand towards Fan Lin, greeting her. "Hello, Lindsay. I am 26 this year." Fan Lin's mouth twitched. What did revealing one's age signify? Grandma Su burst into hearty laughter, genuinely amused. Pei Yunjia, somewhat exasperated, defended himself. "Grandma, I look considerably older than her. How can you say I am not much older?" The young lady might feel displeased. Fan Lin quickly withdrew her hand and reassured. "Not at all. There is no displeasure. Age is not an issue." Everyone fell silent, and Fan Lin slapped her forehead, realizing her social ineptitude. She laughed awkwardly. "What I mean is, since you are Grandma Su's grandson, even if you are just a day older than me, you are still my elder brother, right, Yonjagu?" Calling him brother wouldn't diminish anything. There was no need for hesitation. Pei Yunjia chuckled, thinking how this candid young woman made him seem overly concerned. "If you call me brother, I will look out for you," he replied with a hearty demeanor. Half a month prior, upon learning that his grandparents were on the survivor list in Nanshur, they decided to apply for a transfer to serve in the military district there, planning to reside in Nanshur henceforth. As long as he drew breath, he would strive to protect those he wished to safeguard. Zhou Minghui shot her son a reproachful glance, noting how he, a soldier, spoke as if he were a member of the underworld. Grandma Su playfully patted her grandson, saying, "Our Lindsay is quite impressive. Do not underestimate her." She then introduced Su Ning. "This young lady is also part of our family. Her name is Ningning. You are of similar ages, so you can chat together when you feel bored." Fan Lin smiled and nodded. "Ningning, welcome to Building 8. "Thank you, Lindsay," replied the slender Su Ning, her face adorned with a smile, albeit tinged with a hint of envy. Despite being of comparable ages, she was acutely aware of the significant differences between them without even glancing at a mirror. Standing before her was a young woman whose radiance rivaled that of the prosperous times. With a healthy complexion, smooth and elastic apple cheeks, tidy attire, and hair that was refreshingly clean, it was evident that her standard of living was only on the rise. The overall demeanor of the others present was nearly indistinguishable from that of ordinary residents during prosperous times. It was genuinely surprising. The clean environment of the building and the warmth of its inhabitants evoked a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of the days of abundance. Their retreat from the coastal region had been fraught with relentless natural disasters. The breakdown of societal order has led to a gradual erosion of moral constraints within human nature. In the face of calamity, the purity of familial bonds, friendships, and romantic relationships diminishes significantly. To survive, countless individuals resort to unscrupulous means, disregarding all else. The visage of a normal society has long since collapsed into disarray. Yet, in this world ravaged by civilization's decline, there exists a corner where human connections endure, and harmonious coexistence prevails. One cannot remain unshaken by this reality. Initially, she harbored considerable trepidation about leaving the state capital for life in the southern city. However, her once restless heart now feels more at ease than before. Freed from the need for vigilance, she naturally extends kindness. Having met a relative of the Zhou family, Fan Lin politely declined the invitation to stay for dinner and took her leave to return home. After her departure, the elderly couple finally shared their experiences following the natural disaster with their daughter and grandson. Chapter 167. Like a granddaughter in the insulated room, 2 stoves were lit, each equipped with a flue for smoke ventilation. The warmth enveloped the space, and the smoke was not overwhelming. The family gathered around the stoves, basking in the glow and sharing lively conversations, reveling in the joy of their reunion. However, it wasn't long before Grandma Sue remembered it was time to prepare a meal. She quickly rose to wash the rice and place it in the pot. Seeing her mother about to cook plain rice, Zhou Mingwei instinctively interjected, "Mom, we could just make porridge instead. Every bit saved counts." Although they had brought back some grains, it was hardly sufficient. Typically, they did not eat plain rice, favoring rice porridge instead, occasionally accompanied by steamed buns, managing to feel content with just a modest meal. The thought of cooking plain rice tugged at their hearts. Knowing how precious the grains were, Grandma Sue chuckled and shook her head. After all your efforts to return safely, how could we settle for porridge? Moreover, today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. A reunion dinner must consist of rice. Rest assured, we have plenty of provisions at home, so there is no need to worry about hunger. Her confidence was astonishing. Mom, are you speaking truthfully or merely comforting us? Zhou Mingwei asked. Of course, I speak the truth. Why would I deceive you? Professor Zhou added. Your mother speaks honestly. We owe a debt of gratitude to Lindsay and the Fan family. On the day the typhoon hit, we were merely participating in a collective grain procurement, planning for each person to receive 100 pounds. Had that been our only supply, we would find ourselves in a precarious situation. Fortunately, Lindsay has relatives at the Meteorological Bureau who had some insight into the impending disaster. She helped us procure an abundance of supplies: rice, oil, compressed biscuits, various canned goods, coal, and thick quilts, enough food to sustain us for 2 to 3 years. Furthermore, our building has gathered a considerable amount of supplies post-disaster, which we can redeem with points. Since the flood receded, we have initiated production. We now possess greenhouses and underground cultivation rooms, and the mushrooms grown in our basement are so plentiful that we cannot consume them all daily. You needn't worry. Whether staple grains or vegetables, we have ample resources to support us. The 3 of them were left momentarily speechless. Supplies sufficient for 2 to 3 years? And mushrooms that were left uneaten every day? While survivors across the nation and even globally were struggling to get by, it was astonishing to learn that here an abundance of food existed. How could this not be shocking? The South City Refuge had not successfully replicated the disaster response model from the Zhejiang Garden. Whether among the upper or lower classes, they merely suggested mushroom cultivation without actively promoting it. Thus, other regions did not place great importance on mushroom farming. After all, cultivating mushrooms was not a simple endeavor. It required specific substrates, cultures, and methods, all of which were indispensable. Hence, when Zhou Mingwei and the others heard about the surplus of mushrooms, they found it hard to believe. Moreover, the abundance of survival supplies at home left them utterly astonished. They went to inspect and found the adjacent bedroom stacked with vacuum-sealed bags of rice, totaling around 10 kilograms and numbering 60 to 70 packs. There were also noodles, flour, cornmeal, bean flour, compressed biscuits, and various canned goods, a truly considerable stock of survival supplies. It was evident that there was no deception for the sake of comfort. As they witnessed Professor Zhou descend the stairs to exchange for a chicken and an abundance of vegetables, they were rendered speechless. A profound sense of returning to a prosperous era during the Mid-Autumn Festival enveloped them. The table was laden with radishes, corn, spinach, lettuce, potatoes, mushrooms, squid, mooncakes, and sweet glutinous rice cakes. Additionally, several bottles of beverages and beer, graciously provided by Chu Yilong, adorned the table. The newly returned relatives of the Zhou family were genuinely astounded by the lavish spread before them, a reality they could hardly have envisioned prior to their return. Meanwhile, in Unit 1102, the Fan family was also engaged in the preparations for their mid-autumn reunion dinner. A couple of large crabs were steamed, a substantial lobster baked, and several steaks pan-fried, complemented by a dish of broccoli and a bamboo shoot soup. The fusion menu proposed by Lu Wanyan met with no objections from the father and daughter duo. The traditional white-cut chicken, a staple of past mid-autumn celebrations, was unceremoniously discarded. The sheer abundance of provisions left little room for such luxuries. A helicopter landed in the community, heralding the return of a daughter from the 8th building. A piece of news that quickly spread throughout the neighborhood. It was evident that she was no ordinary person, adding an unspoken sense of gravitas to the 8th building and the entire community. Moreover, a large sign hung at the front of the 8th building proclaimed, "Firewood exchanged for mushrooms, firewood exchanged for mycelium, comprehensive guidance provided." They did not offer their goods for free. One could obtain food in exchange for firewood. For those contemplating robbery, the very sight of this sign would surely evoke a sense of shame. Rather than resorting to thievery, one could strive for self-sufficiency. Even in a world where societal norms had eroded, one could at least endeavor to maintain their humanity. The residents of the 8th building, and indeed the entire community, felt increasingly empowered. Zhou Minghui and Pei Yunjie dedicated 2 days to thoroughly understanding the circumstances of the neighborhood. Upon discovering that many households were cultivating mushrooms using insulated cabinets, achieving self-sufficiency, they were deeply inspired and eagerly anticipated a trip to the military district in Nanshur. They were determined to relay the remarkable achievements of the Zhejianghao Yuan community via satellite phone to the military district in the state capital, advocating for the promotion of mushroom cultivation as a means to alleviate the dire conditions caused by extreme cold and to ensure the survival of more survivors. Chu Yilong, sharing their fervent belief, readily offered his support. Despite having transformed Zhejianghao Yuan into a model production community in Nanshur, his influence barely reached beyond the city. With information flow severely restricted, even if he wished for others to replicate their disaster response model, he lacked the means to disseminate it. The satellite phones were monopolized by the upper echelons of power, leaving even the armed forces without access. Since Professor Zhou's granddaughter had the opportunity to connect with the higher authorities, the prospect of their survival and production model being adopted in more regions filled Chu Yilong with anticipation. Consequently, he personally escorted them to the military district shelter. Though Professor Zhou and Grandma Su were concerned about their granddaughter's still healing injuries, they recognized the futility of restraint and allowed her to proceed. Su Ning, who was not a soldier, remained at home. Grandma Su, fearing her boredom, planned to invite Fan Lin over for a chat. Su Ning shook her head and replied, "Grandma, there's no need. I noticed that the study lacks proper insulation, and I am contemplating ways to improve it. Our home has only one insulated room, and with 3 additional people, it feels rather cramped to share a single space. The day before yesterday, I exchanged some points for insulation boards and encircled the study with them, though my efforts were rather hasty, resulting in a temperature that cannot compare to the master bedroom." Upon hearing Su Ning's intention to further enhance the study, Grandma Su promptly informed her, "Lindsay is quite skilled at this. She was instrumental in setting up our insulated room. I shall ask her to assist once more." Su Ning attempted to intervene, but found herself unable to stop her, watching with a sense of resignation as the elderly woman proceeded next door. Truly, Grandma treats the neighbor as if she were her own granddaughter. Chapter 168. A conversation starter. Grandma Su sought assistance, and naturally, the Fan family was eager to help. The 3 of them came together to ensure that the insulation in the study was tightly secured, leaving no gaps. And they applied an additional layer of soft glass adhesive to the windows. Lacking sufficient heating stoves, Fan Lin suggested the creation of a heating barrel. By placing bricks as a base and inverting an old stainless steel trash bin from our community atop it, they could make a hole at the bottom to insert a flue for smoke expulsion. The large opening of the bin would allow for firewood to be added for combustion. As long as they exercised caution, the heating effect should be quite satisfactory. This method was already in use in their building, and fortunately, the residents of Block 8 had the foresight to collect the stainless steel trash bins before they were taken as scrap metal. Upon hearing Fan Lin's suggestion, Grandma Su readily agreed. "Then let's exchange points to obtain one." Originally, Su Ning had planned to hang a blanket as a thicker curtain to enhance insulation, but now she felt it unnecessary. Although the heating barrel posed safety risks, such as the potential for burns, its effectiveness seemed promising. How had she not thought of this? It was not her fault. She was unaware of the abundance of resources available in this building. Fan Lin assisted Grandma Su in retrieving a stainless steel trash bin, while Fan Jiming helped by cutting an opening, and Lu Wanyan aided in trimming the smoke pipe. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Ning asked Fan Lin, "Is there anything I can do? Come downstairs with me to fetch some bricks for the floor." Fan Lin replied without hesitation, saving herself a trip. "All right, let's go together." Feeling a sense of purpose, Su Ning followed Fan Lin downstairs. She expected to engage in conversation during their descent, but Fan Lin hurried ahead, showing no inclination for leisurely chatter. It was only when they reached the bottom of the stairs to collect bricks that Su Ning managed to inquire. How many bricks do we need? Fan Lin estimated. About 10 should suffice. The trash bin isn't very large. We'll each carry 5. Sounds good. Fan Lin picked a few bricks from the corner pile for Su Ning to carry, while she herself took 5 as well. The weight made ascending slow, and they climbed the stairs several steps apart. As they walked, Su Ning remarked, "It's truly remarkable how you all maintain such harmonious coexistence here. It's quite rare in this apocalyptic world." Fan Lin, who was ahead, replied, "Indeed, it is quite rare. Are there many communities like yours in Nanshire?" "Not many. This exemplary community is unique. Even if others wish to replicate it, achieving success would be challenging due to numerous missed opportunities. You are indeed fortunate." By the time Su Ning reached the 4th floor, carrying the bricks had left her slightly breathless. Fan Lin smirked, reflecting on the considerable effort their family had invested. This was not merely a matter of luck. You are also fortunate to have returned here from the state city. Yes, quite fortunate. The conversation had grown a bit dry. Su Ning casually shifted topics. "I heard from my grandmother that you have helped them immensely. And that so much of the grain at home is." Fan Lin immediately turned back, shaking her head and signaling with her eyes to stop Su Ning from continuing. Su Ning was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Fan Lin ascended steadily, creating a considerable distance between herself and Su Ning, exhibiting no inclination to engage in conversation, despite the chilly weather deterring most from venturing outdoors. The stairwell occasionally witnessed the presence of neighbors. It would be detrimental if word spread that the household at 1102 was well-stocked with provisions. Recognizing Su Ning's negligence, Fan Lin deemed it necessary to impart a warning. Upon reaching the top floor, she lingered in the corridor for a considerable time before Su Ning finally arrived. Breathless from the exertion of carrying bricks weighing over 20 pounds up 11 flights of stairs. Upon seeing her companion, Fan Lin advised, "It is essential to keep the quantity of food at home confidential. Refrain from discussing it with anyone outside." Initially, Su Ning felt discomfort by Fan Lin's abruptness and her lack of patience, but soon realized her own oversight. With a hint of regret, she apologized, "I'm sorry. I was momentarily careless, thinking this place was so harmonious that we need not be on guard like we do outside." Fan Lin, somewhat exasperated, understood that Building 8 was merely a diminutive corner of a dilapidated city, susceptible to the influences of its surroundings. In this apocalyptic world, true utopias were non-existent. The stability enjoyed by Grandpa Zhou and Grandma Su was attributed to their discretion. Fan Lin candidly expressed her thoughts before proceeding to knock on the door. Su Ning felt a twinge of embarrassment, regretting her attempt to make conversation which had inadvertently landed her in an awkward situation. Though her grandmother wished for her to cultivate a friendly rapport with the neighbors, the latter displayed little warmth, and Fan Lin's forthrightness stung her. Su Ning's sentiments were not unfounded. Fan Lin was indeed reluctant to forge a closer bond. Grandma Su subtly encouraged the youth to interact more, hoping for a camaraderie that transcended superficial exchanges, intending to nurture a strong relationship between the two families for future generations. However, for Fan Lin, this was a burden outweighing its benefits. Maintaining distance was crucial to safeguarding her secrets, for those devoid of boundaries were a considerable nuisance. In this perilous world outside, where safety was a luxury, confinement to a small space made social interactions with nosy neighbors inevitable. Fan Lin abhorred such socializing, fearing exposure of her inexplicable possessions. The elderly couple next door preferred minimal interaction, often concluding conversations at the threshold, a courtesy others failed to observe. Consequently, she maintained a respectful distance from everyone else, treating Su Ning with the same demeanor she reserved for ordinary neighbors. She would respond when questioned, but would not initiate idle chatter. Upon returning home after her labors, her parents, Fan Ba and Fan Ma, inquired, "Lindsay, do you harbor any grievances against that girl next door?" They noted her cool demeanor and lack of a smile, leaving them puzzled. After changing out of her work clothes into loose, warm loungewear, she lazily nestled under the heater and remarked, "I do have some reservations, not overly serious, but significant enough. I'd rather keep my distance. I fear her foolishness might affect me." Intrigued by her comment, Fan Ba and Fan Ma exchanged glances, contemplating the girl who, despite her busyness and polite demeanor, had not garnered their daughter's approval. They observed that although her intelligence could not be gauged through mere appearances, her emotional intelligence seemed adequate. The girl remained unfazed by Fan Lin's aloofness, continuing to ask questions whenever issues arose. They wondered how she had managed to offend their daughter. Fan Lin did not conceal her thoughts. As she descended to carry bricks upstairs, she, in an idle moment, remarked in the corridor about the ample provisions at Grandma Sue's home. In this day and age, even the most naive individuals tend to safeguard their family's resources, refraining from revealing such information. Yet, she casually divulged this, startling me. Fortunately, the corridor was empty. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss for how to disguise her words. Fan's parents sighed in exasperation. Fan Lin shook her head, aware that walls have ears and that human intentions are inscrutable. A thoughtless remark from her could jeopardize Grandma Sue's household by exposing their supplies to covetous eyes. When the rice in our building runs out, neighbors will come asking for this and that, lamenting and seeking sympathy, leaving Grandma Sue no peace. Chapter 169. Habits within the building. A plethora of supplies exists. However, rice is the essential commodity for survival, with substantial consumption. The rice stockpiled before the flood has now diminished by 1/3. This is despite the fact that residents had stored a supply of food prior to the disaster, highlighting the rapid depletion of their reserves. Now, a year into the apocalypse, at least half of the households have already exhausted their provisions, relying daily on points to exchange for rice from the building to sustain themselves. Mushrooms cannot serve as a staple. When rice is available, it is the primary food source. Only when the staple is consumed will they resort to mushrooms for sustenance, akin to the other survivors outside. By then, everyone will be devoid of staples, and the two elderly residents' peaceful days will come to an end. Once the extreme cold passes, they will face the intense heat and drought that hinder the growth of crops. And life in their building will not improve during those times. When hardships arise, the harmonious atmosphere within the building may be disrupted by various issues. At that point, it is uncertain whether the residents can maintain their current moral standards. Su Ning's casual remarks in the corridor, if overheard, could pose significant risks. And Fan Lin genuinely felt a surge of anger. Even if she did not intentionally act coldly, she lacked interest in forging a friendship with the girl. Moreover, if others were to discover that they had assisted in preparing supplies for Grandma Sue's family, their own stability would likely be jeopardized. How could they have purchased such a large quantity of food for their neighbors while having none for themselves? Who would believe that? To risk venturing out for supplies after losing 60 pounds of food for someone else appears theatrical. This matter must not be allowed to circulate. Should it be speculated upon, their family would become a target of suspicion, and the building leaders might suspect them of ulterior motives. Only the two elderly residents remained steadfast in their belief, not doubting their intentions, even going so far as to bring rice to offer assistance. Yet, others would not extend the same trust. Upon hearing their daughter's concerns, Fan Dad and Fan Mom furrowed their brows. A seemingly innocuous comment overheard could indeed lead to dire consequences. By the time Zhou Minghui and Pei Yunjia returned from the shelter, it was already evening. Upon learning that their neighbors had taken the initiative to ensure the warmth of their study, both felt a pang of guilt. Holding a box of biscuits brought from the state city, the mother and son proceeded to express their gratitude to Unit 1101, while their parents busied themselves in the kitchen. Fan Lin answered the door. She did not invite them inside but spoke directly at the threshold, indicating that there was no need for such formality. After all, they had been neighbors with Grandpa Zhou and Grandma Su for many years, and it was merely a small effort on their part. Nowadays, every household resided in insulated rooms for their daily activities, primarily in the master bedrooms, as the frigid living rooms were uninhabitable. With no intention of inviting them in, Fan Lin allowed Zhou Minghui and Pei Yunjia to express their thanks at the door. Fan Lin declined their offer of gratitude, but they insisted on giving, knowing the neighbors likely did not lack for such items. After all, on the day they returned, the neighbors had generously provided a large bag of food. They still wished to extend a token of their appreciation. Pei Yunjia would not allow Fan Lin to refuse, pressing the items into her hands, stating that it was a modest offering of their limited supplies, still within the expiration date, and urged her to accept it without disdain. I'm not disdainful. You are simply too courteous. Fan Lin gazed at the iron box in her hands with a hint of exasperation. While she had an abundance of biscuits for the two individuals before her, it was likely a cherished collectible. The box felt slightly warm to the touch. It's not that we are being polite. Rather, Lindsay, you should hurry inside. It's quite chilly outside, Zhou Minghui said with a smile, gesturing for Fan Lin to return indoors. All right, thank you. Thank you, Gugu Yunjia. Fan Lin closed the door, observing the biscuit box in her hands, and shrugged, grateful to the Fan family. Zhou Minghui returned to find that the study had been warmed by a heating barrel, and indeed, the indoor temperature had risen, prompting her to commend the cleverness behind it. However, Pei Yunjia remarked to Grandma Su, Grandma, I've merely sustained a minor injury. I am not incapacitated. Please do not consider me useless. In the future, if there are tasks at hand, allow me to assist. I am capable. He felt a sense of inadequacy, being a grown man who needed to rely on others to prepare a heated room. Before Grandma Su could respond, Suning hurriedly interjected, Gugu Yunja. It was my thought to tidy up the house a bit. Grandma was worried about my lack of experience, which is why she sought help from next door. You should have waited for my return to tackle it together. This house is where I reside with Grandpa, and we could endure a bit of cold, he replied. They were eager to understand the situation at Zijinghao Yuan and to relay their findings back to the original unit. Improvements to the heated room were planned for after the pressing matters had been addressed, given the generous assistance from their neighbors. It was inappropriate for them to trouble others now that their family had returned. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Suning clarified, I did not intend for Grandma to call them over. All right, it is merely my habit to reach out to Lindsay and the others when there are matters to attend to, Grandma Su said with a smile. Yinja, focus on your recovery. Once you are well, you can repay the kindness shown to Grandpa and Grandma. Pei Yunja nodded in agreement. Zhou Mingwei, feeling a pang of guilt, said, Mom, I'm perfectly fine, and with Ning Ning around, we can handle everything at home. You must get used to relying on us. The return of their family members meant that relying on outsiders indicated a failure on their part. All right, from now on, you two will manage the household. And we old folks can rest easy, Grandma Su continued to smile as she organized dinner preparations. Zhou Mingwei gently nudged Su Ning to assist Grandma with washing the mushrooms. Oh, Su Ning, slightly distracted, quickly joined in to help. In the 8th building, mushrooms were a staple food consumed daily by every household. Consuming more mushrooms meant that their staple grains could last longer. Everyone understood that in such weather, rice could not be cultivated, and it was uncertain when conditions would normalize. Without a harvest, their staple food would diminish with every meal. Although the Zhou family had stockpiled provisions, there would inevitably come a day when they would run out. Hence, mushrooms were essential each day. During dinner, Su Ning's hesitance caught Zhou Minghui's attention. Ning Ning, what is the matter? Su Ning hesitantly confessed, I think I said something wrong today, which seemed to upset Lindsay. Grandma Su looked up in surprise. She had assumed that the two girls had little to discuss due to their unfamiliarity. It turned out there had been an unpleasant incident. What did you say that upset Lindsay? She is not a petty person. Perhaps you were overthinking it? Everyone turned their gaze towards Su Ning, who, feeling a bit shy, remarked, I wanted to foster a good relationship with my neighbor, so I sought a topic to discuss, but it didn't go as planned, and I misspoke. The crowd awaited her to continue, but she hesitated, seemingly torn between the desire to express herself and the fear of doing so. Pei Yunja slightly furrowed his brow. Listening to such half-finished thoughts, lacking emphasis, was quite taxing. Zhou Mingwei, unfazed, chuckled, from my observation, Lindsay is quite magnanimous. She likely won't hold any missteps against you. So don't dwell on it. Yet, Su Ning lamented, but it seems she no longer wishes to converse with me. Chapter 170. Who did not come Ning Ning? What did you say that angered Lindsay? After much deliberation, Professor Zhou could not help but inquire. Although Su Ning felt a twinge of anxiety, she chose to speak up. I inadvertently mentioned in the corridor that the abundant provisions at Grandma's place were largely due to Lindsay's assistance. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present immediately turned grim. Professor Zhou raised his voice. Why would you bring this up outside? Yet, Grandma Su asked, did anyone overhear? Pei Yunja remained silent, pursing his lips. Even Zhou Mingwei furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. The reactions of the group only heightened Su Ning's unease. She quickly added, no one else heard. It was just the two of us in the corridor. Lindsay was very vigilant and immediately stopped me from speaking. Once we reached the top floor, she cautioned me against disclosing the family's abundant provisions. I realize now that I was wrong. It was unintentional. I thought this place was like the previous world, where one need not be overly cautious, and I spoke without thinking. After enjoying several days of plentiful meals and accompanying Grandma Su downstairs to exchange points for various vegetables and mushrooms, she was led to believe that the atmosphere here was harmonious, and that everyone was kind-hearted, devoid of ill intentions. Yet, she forgot that in the apocalypse, human nature cannot be overestimated, herself included. Pei Yunja, clearly irritated, remarked, in the previous world, no one would disclose how much money they had at home. Only a fool would do that. In the apocalypse, food equates to wealth in prosperous times. Only in dire circumstances would one reveal their family's savings. Grandma and Grandpa's home now resembles that of a wealthy family in prosperous times, a prime target. If that statement were to be overheard, it would invite calamity. Feeling chastised, Su Ning's eyes reddened, her voice catching. I'm sorry. My intention was to commend Lindsay for helping Grandma and Grandpa so much, not to speak carelessly. Your thoughtless words could potentially bring trouble to Grandma and Grandpa, as well as to the neighboring Fan family. If you lack even this basic caution, it is foolishness. Pei Yunja grew increasingly blunt. Aren't there enough robber gangs in the world? Zhou Mingwei discreetly kicked her son under the table. While Su Ning should not have made such a blunder, it was unnecessary to speak so harshly. After all, she is a girl, sensitive by nature. Since no one else overheard, there should be no lasting danger. Ning Ning, please be more careful in the future. Do not discuss household supplies outside. And even if someone asks, refrain from speaking about it. Do not cry. Let us eat. If someone cries while eating, it will spoil everyone's appetite. Yes, I will be more cautious in the future and will refrain from speaking carelessly. Wiping away her tears, Su Ning forced a few bites into her mouth. But the flavors eluded her. Yunjia always wielded his sharp tongue, showing her no mercy. This time, she had been careless. Yet it was not as if others had not been listening. Why was he so harsh with her? Calling her a foolish pig was simply unkind. Su Ning, feeling aggrieved, sniffled softly. Her grandson's stern rebuke had brought her to tears, and the two elders, initially inclined to offer some words of comfort, ultimately deemed it unnecessary. With no one else around to overhear, Su Ning came to recognize her own fault and resolved to keep her words in check henceforth. Grandma Su consoled her, saying, Lindsay is not a petty girl. Although your words were ill-timed this time, she will not shun you for it. Do not dwell on it. You will grow more familiar with each other over time. With tears still glistening in her eyes, Su Ning quickly replied, I understand, Grandma. I spoke carelessly. And it is only natural for Lindsay to feel upset. I won't take it to heart. I will make an effort to get along with her. Grandma Su opened her mouth, as if to say something, but held her tongue. The two girls had rather starkly contrasting temperaments, and it seemed unlikely they would become good friends. Shifting her gaze to her grandson, she noted his tall and handsome stature, though he appeared somewhat gaunt, his cheeks sunken in. With a heart full of concern, she served Pei Yunjia several pieces of canned meat, urging, Yunjia, you must eat more. We have plenty of these cans that Lindsay bought, and we haven't consumed much. There are still over a dozen boxes left. Given your current condition, you should replenish your protein. Though her granddaughter was not particularly bright, it mattered little, for she had an exceptional grandson. Thank you, Grandma. You must eat as well, Pei Yunjia replied, also serving his grandmother some vegetables and a piece of canned meat for his grandfather. Very well, everyone eat up. The two elders laughed and enjoyed their meal. The atmosphere at the dining table became warm and cheerful, and Zhou Minghui also wore a smile. Su Ning, with her head bowed, felt a shift from reassurance to unease within her. As the mid-autumn festival passed, the temperatures dropped significantly. The snow outside the building grew thicker. And had it not been for the external canopy, the windows of the first-floor residence would likely have been completely obscured by the snow. Fan Jiming, bundled in a down jacket and wearing a fur hat, descended to the greenhouse to post the work schedule for the staff. The path, cleared of snow, was once again coated in a layer of over 10 centimeters of fresh snow. The bitter cold seemed endless, and the residents were increasingly resigned to the harsh weather. Upon seeing Fan Jiming arrive, those tending the fire in the greenhouse immediately reported, Manager Fan, someone has failed to arrive for their shift on time. Fan Jiming had come down precisely when he intended, aware that the shift change had been delayed by at least 20 minutes. Who was missing? He scanned the area, struggling to recall who was supposed to be on duty at that hour. It was that Ruan Furong. Everyone else had come, but she had not. When someone fails to arrive punctually, the person already on duty must bear the burden. A short delay may be overlooked, but as time stretches on, discontent begins to brew. With over 20 minutes gone, the person waiting to switch shifts had grown impatient. Who could take so long to arrive? If she didn't come soon, they might as well let her rest at home while they completed her tasks. Many households had exhausted their stored provisions, relying on work to earn points to exchange for food. Each additional shift work translated to extra points, and those waiting to switch were eager to take on more work. However, having to cover for another for half an hour without any compensation would surely lead to frustration. I shall investigate the matter. Do not be anxious. If it takes too long, she may compensate you with a few points. This is within Fan Jiming's jurisdiction. If there are points to be allocated to me, then all shall be well. I would rather not have her come at all. Fan Jiming meticulously arranges the new schedule, then returns to the 10th floor office to find his wife. In the morning, some individuals are to collect firewood, and both Lu Wanyan and Ishan will be occupied for a while. Upon entering, Fan Jiming addresses the two of them, that Ruan Furong has not come to switch shifts. Could one of you kindly knock on her door and inquire about the situation? Unlike other households, he need not request assistance from others. In Unit 901, there is but one woman at home, and Fan Jiming feels it inappropriate for him to seek her out personally. Chapter 171. A visit. Having just completed her tasks, Ishan rose from her seat, suspecting that she had overslept. Indeed, Lindsay was still nestled in bed, unresponsive to calls for breakfast. Lu Wanyan, who was counting, chuckled and shook her head. On such days, once one is ensconced in the warmth of their blankets, thoughts of emerging are often abandoned. Ishan could empathize, for she too harbored a desire for a lazy morning. Descending to the 9th floor, she knocked on the door of room 901. Fan Jiming followed closely behind, intent on reprimanding Wan Furong upon their meeting. The shift system in the greenhouse demanded punctual rotation. Without rules, order could not be established. To work was to submit to the arrangement. After a prolonged bout of knocking, silence persisted. Could something have gone amiss? She pressed her ear against the door, but heard nothing. The lack of response caused Fan Jiming to grow uneasy. The bitter cold had lingered for over half a year, claiming the lives of several survivors in the community, some frozen to death, others succumbing to carbon monoxide poisoning due to faulty exhaust systems, and still others falling ill. Within the building were 2 doctors, one elderly and one young, frequently called upon for consultations, yet their duties were far from easy. The apocalypse was a realm of survival of the fittest. It was indeed uncertain whether Wan Furong might have inadvertently faced elimination. I shall fetch Yilong, Fan Jiming declared, unwilling to take any chances. Chu Yilong was at home training his son. After a year of persistent exercise, Chu Yinchi's physical condition had notably improved. Even in such frigid weather, he rarely fell ill, unlike before when he was often unwell. Understanding Fan Jiming's purpose, Chu Yilong promptly donned his attire and ascended to the 10th floor. Scaling the balcony to the 9th floor was not a novel endeavor for him. He skillfully lowered himself to room 901. The balcony of 901 had previously sustained damage, a bullet having shattered a portion of it, which Wan Furong had merely covered with cardboard. With a swift kick, Chu Yilong broke through the makeshift barrier and slipped into the room. Rather than immediately searching for Wan Furong in the bedroom, he first opened the front door. The unusual circumstances prompted Lu Wanan to join them. The group entered 901 together. Proceeding to the master bedroom to ascertain the situation, Yishan continued to knock while calling out, Wan Furong? After a while, they finally heard a stir from within. A collective sigh of relief followed. The presence of sound indicated that all was not lost. Wan Furong, why aren't you at work today? Are you unwell? Inside. Wan Furong lay in bed, struggling to rise, her body heavy with fatigue. She felt miserable, her head throbbed, her throat ached, and her entire being protested against the effort to open her eyes. All she could muster were faint cries, her throat rasping. The group outside caught the faint sounds, concluding that she was indeed ill and prompting Yishan to suggest they break down the door. Unable to unlock it, Yishan urged Chu Yilong to force entry. Please step aside, he instructed, then delivered a powerful kick, splintering the bedroom door open. As it swung ajar, they beheld Wan Furong lying in bed, issuing pain groans. Lu Wanyun approached and felt her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh dear, she's burning up. Quick, fetch a doctor." Fan Jiming dashed off to find medical assistance. The fire in Wan Furong's room had died down, leaving the bedroom frigid. Estimating that illness had rendered her unable to rise and gather firewood, she endured her suffering, only to find her condition worsening. Her mind was clouded by fever. They decided to prepare a stove for her and boil some hot water. Noticing that her lips had become parched and cracked, though they harbored no fondness for Wan Furong, they could not bear to witness her demise. Yishan took charge of the stove while Lu Wanyan, observing the lack of properly filtered water in the house, ventured outside to gather snow for boiling. Seeing the two tending to her, Chu Yilong took it upon himself to cover the dilapidated window on the balcony. Ever since her son had been taken away due to a grave incident, Wan Furong had become noticeably despondent. Each day, she forced herself to participate in work, remaining silent for an entire day without uttering a word. Initially, onlookers would comment on her state, but eventually they fell silent. This woman, once proud and lofty, had been gradually brought low, living in Building 8 with a humility surpassing all others, a tragic existence. Why add insult to injury? When a person loses their spirit, illness is inevitable, and the fact that Wan Furong had endured until now before succumbing is a testament to her strength. A normal mother, upon witnessing her son reduced to a mere shadow of life, could hardly remain indifferent. Regardless of the magnitude of her son's transgressions, the heart would still ache with pain. Such anguish would only deepen with the loss of her son. Wan Furong had no means of relief, confined alone in a vast, cold, empty house, living a life facing nothing but walls in this desolate world. How bleak her existence was. Lu Wanyun, observing her face, now more haggard and emaciated than 6 months prior, exchanged a glance with Yishan, both shaking their heads in quiet lament. Had she taken the time to properly guide her son and moderated her own demeanor? How could she have fallen to such depths? Now, with no friends left, she found herself in need of care from those she considered adversaries, undoubtedly suffering greatly within. Wan Furong indeed felt immense torment, both physically and mentally. She believed she was on the brink of death, only to be surprised by the arrival of someone to aid her, someone she had once vowed to seek revenge against. With her eyes closed, a wave of sorrow filled her chest, and tears escaped the corners of her eyes. When the doctor arrived, he examined Wan Furong and prescribed medication. The consultation fee and medication would be deducted from her points card. Over the past 6 months, she had accumulated points from her labor, ensuring that she would not deplete them daily. After receiving treatment, she still had a surplus. Lu Wanyun, noticing that she had a bit of rice left, exchanged some points for mushrooms and lettuce, preparing a pot of mushroom and lettuce porridge for her. Eat something before taking your medicine, or your stomach will suffer. Thank you. Wan Furong replied hoarsely, mustering the strength to prop herself up, her pale hand trembling as she accepted the bowl of porridge. Lu Wanyun feigned ignorance, allowing her to take what she could. It was impossible to offer meticulous care, yet simply preparing a pot of porridge was already an act of kindness and generosity. After spending an hour at Wan Furong's home and ensuring she had taken her medicine, Lu Wanyun returned home. Upon arriving, she found her daughter still in bed and, fearing she too had fallen ill, hurried over to touch her forehead. Fan Lin jolted awake, her sleepiness dissipating significantly, and protested with displeasure. "What are you doing? I was worried you might catch a cold." Hearing her daughter's voice full of vigor, Lu Wanyun felt reassured. "Hurry and rise for breakfast. Do not linger in bed." Fan Lin yawned, lazily stretching beneath the covers. After a night spent engrossed in a series, she had inevitably stayed up late and was now inclined to indulge in a bit of slumber. "Mother, you've just returned from outside. Your hands are so cold. Your forehead is practically frozen." Lu Wanyun was about to share with her daughter what she had been up to, when a knock at the door interrupted her. "I will answer the door. You should get up quickly." Outside stood Su Ning, cradling a wooden tray laden with freshly made rice cakes. Initially, Grandma Su intended to deliver them herself, but Su Ning suggested she visit the Fan household to chat with Fan Lin. Grandma Su, believing that young people should seize the opportunity to connect and understand one another better, readily acquiesced to her request. Chapter 172. Dispelling troubles. Having already deliberated on how to interact with their newly arrived neighbors, Lu Wanyun greeted Su Ning at the door with a polite smile. "Has Grandma Su prepared another delightful dish?" Su Ning raised her tray and replied with a grin. "Auntie, these are freshly made rice cakes with peanut and sesame filling. I brought some for you to taste." "Thank you so much. Grandma Su is quite skilled. She can make anything, and we are all fortunate to enjoy her culinary talents." Lu Wanyun accepted the tray but did not invite her inside. "Please wait a moment. I will return your plate after I set down the rice cakes." As Auntie Fan did not invite her in, Su Ning hesitated at the threshold. Just as Lu Wanyun was about to turn back inside, she quickly inquired, "Auntie, where is Lindsay?" "Oh, she is still in bed, that lazy pig," Lu Wanyun replied with a seemingly helpless smile. "Ah, still in bed." Su Ning expressed a slight disappointment. Lu Wanyun, already turning to enter, remarked, "Yes, when the weather is cold, she loves to sleep in." "I let her be. With Lindsay still asleep." Su Ning reluctantly abandoned her intention of visiting. It seemed she had arrived at an inopportune moment. Lu Wanyun retrieved the rice cakes and placed a bottle of pear syrup on the wooden tray. The two elderly folks have been coughing a bit from the dry air after spending too much time by the fire. This syrup should be finished. Please take this bottle to them, so they can sip on it occasionally. It's excellent for soothing the lungs and alleviating coughs. Su Ning, cradling the tray, could only express her gratitude repeatedly. The Fan family truly cared for the elderly. No wonder her grandparents always thought of them first. When making rice cakes, they prepared the peanut and sesame filling first, as Lindsay favored those flavors, while they themselves preferred red dates, which they prepared afterward. Such heartfelt affection was enviable. After freshening up, Fan Lin sat down on the tatami, enjoying a bowl of beef porridge and a fried egg. Having heard about Wan Furong's illness, she learned that her mother had repaid grievances with kindness by cooking a pot of porridge for Wan Furong. With a hint of sarcasm, she remarked, "She can eat it." "I suppose. I too made it with reluctance. I couldn't just watch her perish in bed. She's not at the point of being pitiful enough to die." After enduring numerous setbacks, Wan Furong had changed considerably, and Fan Lin hoped she might learn a bit about being a decent person in the future. Whether Wan Furong understood the nuances of human decency was of no concern to Fan Lin. Rather, it was the neighbor next door that posed a potential problem. Having breakfast, she found little appetite for the freshly made rice cakes. Wan Furong had lain at home for 3 days before finally mustering the strength to return to work. After a few days of labor, she accumulated enough points to exchange for 4 eggs, which she delivered to both the Fan and Chu families as a gesture of gratitude. As for her son, she had never inquired about his fate with anyone, convincing herself that he had been taken back by the Luo family and that there was no longer any connection between them. Even though she was aware of her self-deception, she could only continue to deceive herself, fearing that the truth would bring her even greater anguish. A month and a half later, the daughter of the Zhou family and her grandson started working at the military district in the southern city, leaving only the 2 elderly folks and Su Ning at home. During this past month, Su Ning had sought Fan Lin several times, but Fan Lin deflected her inquiries with excuses of feeling unwell from a cold and various oversleeps, even using the need to visit a friend next door as a pretext to evade her. As two members of the household departed for work, Su Ning found herself enveloped in an even greater sense of boredom. She felt an incessant urge to venture outside, regardless of the circumstances. Frustrated, Fan Lin decided to rally Jian Dan, Jian Yu, and the other young residents of the building for a snowball fight in the front yard. This would allow Su Ning to meet new acquaintances, reducing her reliance on Fan Lin for entertainment. She also invited Liang Suqing and Chen Xian, both of whom had been cooped up at home for quite some time and were eager for some amusement. The snow in the front yard was piled high, prompting everyone to wrap their shoes and pant legs in plastic bags to keep them dry. With high spirits, Su Ning playfully chided Fan Lin, asking why she hadn't organized such activities sooner. After all, so many young people in the building were confined indoors, risking their vitality. Fan Lin could only respond with a chuckle. Unknown to her, the Jian siblings and the Zhuang brothers kept themselves fit with daily exercise at home. Much like Fan Lin herself, determined to maintain their physical prowess. Both mind and body must remain prepared for any eventuality. The relatives from the Zhou family had returned, and while many in Building 8 had heard of them, few had actually met, as most were hunkered down to escape the cold. The days spent confined in the building during this apocalyptic winter had become monotonous and dreary for nearly everyone. Su Ning's presence brought a breath of fresh air, as she shared news from the state city, distinct from the usual reports of Nan City. Additionally, her pleasing appearance, having gained a bit of weight since her arrival, enhanced her charm. Her smile revealed delightful dimples, and her sweet voice endeared her to the group. While they frolicked in the snow, everyone eagerly inquired about her experiences in the state city, and Su Ning gladly shared her insights. Meanwhile, Fan Lin and her two friends busied themselves building a snowman. Liang Suqing and Chen Xian had improved significantly since their time in the shelter. They now had a bit of flesh on their bones, no longer appearing gaunt. They could now enjoy hearty meals, though rice remained scarce, while mushrooms were plentiful and could be consumed generously. With the ability to earn points for other vegetables, even potatoes, they often reflected on how fortunate they were to have returned with Fan Lin. After laboriously gathering a roomful of firewood, they rarely ventured out anymore. Liang Suqing, adding a handful of snow to the snowman, asked Fan Lin, "When do you think this bitter cold will end? It's been freezing for over half a year. If it continues like this, life will be quite arduous." Fan Lin shook her head. "I don't know, but the temperature seems to be dropping further. I suspect we will have to endure this for a while longer." Chen Xian, her nose reddened from the cold, sighed. "We might be stuck in this chill for 2 or 3 years, and we'll have to survive on just a couple of mushrooms, turning into mushroom creatures ourselves." Eating mushrooms, boiled, roasted, or stir-fried, had become tiresome, and even the most skilled culinary efforts could not alleviate the monotony of such limited ingredients. If they had not experienced the gnawing hunger in the shelter, knowing how rare food was in this desolate world, they might have grown weary of mushrooms altogether. Come now. With mushrooms to eat, you still complain? Listen to what that girl from the state city said. Mushrooms are scarce there, and far more people die of starvation than here. Liang Suqing chided her friend with a playful glance. Meanwhile, Su Ning continued to regale the group with tales of her adventures in the state city. Due to the inadequate recovery of production in the state, countless lives have been lost to starvation. And the social order here is far more chaotic than in the southern city. Many soldiers are engaged in maintaining social order, among them Pei Yunjia, who sustained an injury to his shoulder guard during a confrontation with ruthless bandits. At that moment, his internal organs were also damaged, causing him to cough up blood. As Su Ning spoke of Pei Yunjia's and other soldiers' tireless efforts and sacrifices, particularly recalling how her parents were swept away by the flood while protecting vital military supplies, tears welled in her eyes. While everyone admired her, they also offered words of comfort to her. Chapter 173. Have you read the apocalyptic novel? Su Ning was initially an outsider to Building 8, yet her presence there went unremarked upon. This was partly due to the respect everyone held for the two elderly residents, whose contributions to the building were significant, and thus no one dared to speak ill of them. Furthermore, Su Ning did not engage in the competition for contribution points within the building, meaning she posed no threat to the acquisition of resources among her peers. The points earned by the elderly couple were more than sufficient to sustain the upbringing of a granddaughter. Additionally, the couple's daughter and grandson both worked at the military district in Nanshur, returning home only once or twice a month at most. So treating those they left behind kindly was mutually beneficial. Before long, Su Ning had seamlessly integrated with the others. Fan Lin found herself regretting her delayed action. Had she devised a way for Su Ning to blend in sooner, perhaps she would not have had to fret over the incessant knocks on her door. Suddenly, a snowball struck the back of her head. Fortunately, her down jacket had a hood, preventing the snow from slipping down her neck. Turning around, she spotted Su Ning a short distance away, smiling and waving. Lindsay, come here. Stop building snowmen and come play with us. With that, she bent down to scoop up more snow to hurl in her direction. With a sigh, Fan Lin dodged the incoming snowball and waved her hand to indicate she wasn't interested in playing. With so many companions, she had underestimated the situation. She had thought she could relax. That girl was bursting with energy. If one did not speak of her circumstances, one would hardly guess she had lost her parents, radiating such cheerfulness. Although they were of similar ages, Chun Xianxian felt as though she could no longer revel in the world's joys amidst the apocalypse. The exhaustion of both body and spirit weighed heavily upon her. If not for the opportunity to converse with Fan Lin or build snowmen, they would hardly be enthusiastic about such activities. Fan Lin remarked with a wry smile. Though she has lost her parents, she lacks neither affection nor care. Naturally, her heart is at ease. In this apocalyptic world, receiving such all-encompassing protection may not necessarily be a blessing. Liang Suqing, however, perceived that excessive protection in such dire times was not advantageous. One ought to possess their own will to survive. This was not a case of sour grapes. They too had benefited from Fan Lin's protection, yet to establish themselves in this environment, they had to rely on their own strength. Had Fan Lin done everything for them, they likely would have remained ineffectual. Fortunately, they had learned to strive for themselves, shedding their former weakness. Fan Lin served as an exemplary model, establishing a benchmark for them. Venturing out with the residents of the building to scavenge for supplies was fraught with peril. Dangers lurked both from the outside and within their own ranks. Any display of weakness would invite further encroachment. Thankfully, they had acquired a modicum of resilience, ensuring that no one could take advantage of them. Though they had joined Building 9 later than other residents, the supplies they found were no less than those of their peers. It was through overcoming challenges that they realized the strength of wielding their own swords was far superior to living in the shadows of others. Delicate flowers are easily crushed, and Su Ning seemed to embody such fragility. Lin, do you not particularly care for her? Fan Lin looked up at her friend. Is my demeanor so apparent? Chun Xianxian smiled. Not at all. It's merely a guess. Liang Suqing glanced at Fan Lin and then at Qin Xianyuan, feeling a bit embarrassed as she said, I thought I was the only one who found it somewhat displeasing. I feared you might think I was envious, which is why I hesitated to voice it. Such navet is truly out of place in this apocalyptic world. The three of them exchanged knowing smiles, shaking their heads to dismiss the topic. As Su Ning and the others approached, have you built your snowman yet? If you have, come join us for a snowball fight. We'll split into 2 teams, and the losing side must graciously allow the winners to crown them with a hefty snowball. How does that sound? Su Ning exclaimed enthusiastically. Zhuang Yulin also chimed in, inviting Fan Lin and the others. Come on, let us all play together. It's a rare occasion to organize such fun. Fan Lin chuckled. Rare? I simply dislike freezing outside. If you wish to play, you can organize it yourselves. Alternatively, you can let Su Ning take charge in the future. She will surely ensure everyone has a splendid time. Just look at how much fun you're having today. Yes, I can organize it from now on. Su Ning beamed with joy. Jian Dan pulled Ouyuo into her side and said, I want to be on Sister Lin's team. Then I want to be on Sister Lin's team too. Zhuang Yulin joined in. Fan Lin was taken aback, having not even declared her intention to join, yet they had forcibly assigned themselves to her side. Zhuang Yusin, dragged out by his brother to join in the fun, scratched his head. He too wished to be on Fan Lin's team, as he was accustomed to being teammates with her. However, Zhuang Yulin blocked his path, stating, Brother, you go to the other side. I want to face you today. Zhuang Yusin retorted, What kind of brother is this? So infuriating. Jianyu was similarly directed to the opposing side by his sister. Brother, you go to the other side too. Jianyu was a bit displeased. You want to face me as well? Yes. I can't beat you at home, so I must defeat you in the snowball fight. After practicing with you every day at home, I need to reclaim my dignity in the snow, Jian Dan declared. Eager to find her footing, Zhuang Yusin, sharing the same plight, patted Jianyu's shoulder with a grin. Come on, we won't stop until we've proven ourselves against them. With a total of 12 participants, the teams were divided, and on Fan Lin's side, there were 5 girls and 1 boy. Upon observing her team, Su Ning could not help but laugh. Lin, you are bound to lose. Fan Lin shrugged nonchalantly. If we lose, we lose. It's just for fun. However, Jin Dan, Zhuang Yulin, and Ouyuan protested. Sister Lin, we cannot lose. We must win. With her teammates so fervently invested in victory, Fan Lin felt the pressure mounting and turned to Liang Suqing and Qin Xianyuan, saying, Did you hear that? We must win. The 2 friends, similarly coerced into joining, exchanged resigned smiles. All right, let us all do our best. They marked a line between the 2 teams, established the boundaries, and began rolling a pile of snowballs for battle. The rules were simple. Anyone hit by a snowball had to step out of the game, and the last team standing would be declared the victor. The snowball fight erupted into a flurry of activity, with participants dodging and aiming meticulously, creating a lively spectacle that attracted onlookers from the nearby buildings. On this frigid day, laughter filled the air as everyone enjoyed the playful chaos below. Some children, unable to resist the allure of the snow, tugged at their parents, eager to join in the merriment. On the 10th floor of the office, Chu Ilong stood by the balcony, smiling at Fan Jiming. If we disregard the outside world and focus on our building's front, who could claim this as the end of days? Laughter and joy filled the snowy ground, as everyone reveled in merriment, momentarily casting aside the despondency, anxiety, and trepidation associated with apocalyptic times. They had fashioned a small haven amidst the chaos of the world. Indulging in the pleasures of the moment is indeed a blessing. Gazing down from the high-rise, Fan Jiming could not discern which figure belonged to his daughter, but he was certain she was among the throng of playful souls. A thought crossed Chu Ilong's mind, and he inquired of Fan Jiming, "Brother Fan, do you believe that after this bitter cold, further calamities await us?" Fan Jiming turned to glance at him and sighed. "Have you read any apocalyptic novels? If we have endured extreme cold, how far can extreme heat be?" Chu Ilong remained silent. Chapter 174. The Butchering of Cattle in the Snow-Laden Landscape. Recreational activities have garnered the affection of the younger generation and children residing in the building. In a world ravaged by catastrophe, such simple games provide a delightful respite, infusing life with a much-needed vibrancy. No longer must they endure the drudgery of mere survival. Fan Lin, having taken the lead, has retreated into her home, seldom venturing out. Meanwhile, Su Ning has emerged as the principal instigator of these snowy pastimes, discovering her sense of purpose within Building 8. Passionate about organizing various outdoor events, she breathes vitality into their existence amidst the apocalypse. These activities benefit both body and soul, enriching their lives with joy while fostering unity and cooperation, earning the enthusiastic support of the building leaders. As the events grew in scale, the entire community eventually joined in, forming teams from each building to engage in a series of snow-based competitions, with mushrooms often serving as the coveted prizes. The promise of rewards ignited a fervent spirit of participation. The lifestyle within the Zijinghao Yuan community has taken on a refreshing new aspect. When Zhou Mingwei and Pei Yunjia returned from their respite at the refuge, they were relieved to learn that Su Ning had seamlessly integrated into Building 8. Their work commitments prevent frequent returns, but with Su Ning accompanying the elderly couple, they felt assured that the two were well looked after, alleviating the need to constantly burden their neighbors. Since the last time, Fan Jiming jokingly suggested that the arrival of extreme cold might herald an equally extreme heat. Chu Ilong cautiously charged a long-dormant mobile phone with the little electricity stored in the building. Upon reviving the device, he scoured the original community group and the building's chat for messages from before the calamity struck. Some residents had shared disaster-related news gleaned from the internet. In sifting through the messages, he unearthed 2 predictions regarding the potential for extreme heat and drought following the extreme cold. The remainder primarily referenced severe weather phenomena. Although the term extreme weather is somewhat vague, it generally pertains to either intense cold or heat, as well as prolonged storms and droughts. Most disasters had indeed transpired, with only extreme heat and drought yet to be realized. Given the harrowing experiences of past calamities, the alarming accuracy of these online forecasts left Chu Ilong wary. He feared that the end of the extreme cold could usher in another unforeseen disaster. In this world turned upside down, he found himself unable to predict the future, relying solely on these messages for contemplation. As the year drew to a close, temperatures plummeted to over 50 degrees below zero. Concerned that the community might succumb to illness, the entertainment and fitness activities were curtailed. After much deliberation, Chu Ilong conferred with several members of the management team, intending to prepare for the impending heat and drought once the new year had passed. Fan Jiming was, of course, in support, though Zhou Yuyo and Zhuang Yusin were uncertain about the necessary preparations. How would they secure water? Their building possessed a few water tanks, but even if each household had one, they could only store a few tons of water, insufficient for the long haul. "We could dig a cellar to store ice," Chu Ilong proposed, sharing his long-held thoughts. Given the current thickness of the snow, which is easy to access and much cleaner than the icy river water, households could utilize their stoves to melt snow into water for freezing and storage. However, with the ground beneath the snow now frozen solid, excavation would prove challenging. Fan Jiming suggested, "We should look for spots in the parking lots beneath the collapsed buildings. There, we won't encounter the frozen soil. As long as the cement floor is broken, one can dig deeply beneath. Although chiseling through cement is not less laborious than excavating the frozen soil outside, a cellar situated underground undoubtedly presents significant advantages." Firstly, it maintains a relatively constant temperature. Secondly, access is conveniently facilitated. Shu Yilong nodded in agreement. This aligns with my own thoughts, but we must select a location on the surface that we have already cleared to mitigate risks. Then we shall head towards the direction of Building 17, where the surface has been transformed into farmland, distanced from our building, ensuring the safety of its foundation. Suggested Zhuang Yusen. The group unanimously concurred. The residents of Building 8 intended to excavate a cellar for ice storage and had communicated their plans to the other buildings. Naturally, Building 9 was eager to follow suit. The trials faced since the onset of the apocalypse had taught them that aligning with Building 8 was their best chance for sustenance. Though Buildings 7 and 10 were late to join, they certainly fared better than those outside. The yield of mushrooms alone surpassed that of other communities. While some expressed reservations about the excavation of the cellar, the fear of extreme heat and drought loomed large, prompting concerns that they might be abandoned by Buildings 8 and 9, unable to keep pace. During the coldest days of winter, the Zijinghao Yuan community undertook a proactive task. Preparations were underway to construct an ice storage cellar after the new year, in anticipation of another form of extreme weather. Following the holiday, significant efforts would be made, as Building 8 planned to slaughter the cow they had raised. After nearly 10 months, the cow had consumed all the corn stalks and potato seedlings they had stored, leaving nothing left for its sustenance. Fortunately, after such a hearty diet, the once emaciated cow had gained a substantial amount of weight. The time had come for its sacrifice. Although Zhou Yiyo had never slaughtered a cow, having honed his skills on pigs, he adeptly wielded the butcher's knife to end the life of the cow he had personally brought back, wasting not a drop of its blood. Fan Lin chose not to witness the slaughter, while Jian Dan, Oiwen, and Pan Honkai attended. This was the cow they had collectively nurtured, and they often fed it. Despite the fact that raising the cow was ultimately for sustenance, witnessing its death left the young ones feeling reluctant. Oiwen, wiping her tears, expressed a mix of fear and curiosity, while Jian Dan, though somewhat affected, felt her emotional fluctuations had dulled since her previous experiences. The fears that haunted her peers no longer concerned her, their worries had become trivial. She began to understand Fan Lin's aversion to idle chatter, even without becoming inseparable friends. She felt no regret. With her inner strength fortified, they no longer needed intimate connections to derive emotional value, for they had learned to endure both solitude and loneliness. Observing Oiwen's tears for the cow, Jian Dan remarked leisurely, "Braised beef is delectable, boiled beef is refreshing, potato beef is fragrant, spicy beef is appetizing, and tomato beef is delightful, while scallion beef is tender." "Oh dear, Jian Dan, please stop. You've made my mouth water," interrupted the previously sorrowful group of youths, their expressions shifting as they salivated. Having gone months without indulging in meat, who could resist such a tempting menu? Before us lies a dying cow, its mournful cries transforming into steaming piles of delectable meat, tantalizing our senses. Amidst the bloodletting on that fateful Monday, laughter erupted. "Xiao Dan, you truly have a way with words, making my mouth water. Oh dear, please refrain. I am eagerly awaiting the opportunity to prepare a sumptuous beef blood-hot pot." Alas, a droplet of saliva falls into the blood, an unappealing prospect indeed. This dish is my utmost favorite, fragrant, spicy, and exquisitely tender. A single morsel of beef blood-hot pot can accompany 3 mouthfuls of rice, utterly delightful. "Ah, you only heighten our hunger." The crowd could endure no longer. Their compassion for the cow long extinguished. They yearned for the swift conclusion of the slaughter, eager to procure the beef, blood, and offal, to craft a grand feast and indulge in culinary pleasures. Chapter 175. She is a tough one. Su Ning was not as desperate as the others, for she often savored canned meat. However, the menu presented by Jian Dan made her mouth water uncontrollably. Her grandparents' points were at her disposal, and exchanging for some beef was a trivial matter. Since the elderly did not enjoy spicy food, she decided to prepare a tomato beef dish, which she adored. The greenhouse tomatoes were scarce and not thriving, prompting her to hasten to exchange for them before someone else seized the opportunity. With that thought, she immediately turned her attention away from the slaughtering of the cattle and dashed to the greenhouse to request tomatoes. Noticing Su Ning's departure, a few young friends called out, "Su Ning, where are you going?" "I'm not going far, just keep an eye on things, and I'll be back shortly," she replied as she hurried to the greenhouse and informed the staff of her desire for tomatoes. The tomato patch was only a few square meters, with half the plants bearing fruit and the other half still sprouting. There were not many ripe tomatoes, yet Su Ning insisted on exchanging for 3 pounds. Tomatoes could be stored without fear of spoiling. The staff, seeing her demand for such a quantity, expressed some reluctance. "There are only a few pounds available in total. If you take so many, there won't be enough for others." Su Ning pouted, "Others can choose different vegetables." My grandparents have a poor appetite lately and crave something sweet and sour. Upon hearing about the elderly's lack of appetite, the staff relented and allowed her to pick 3 pounds of tomatoes. With her bounty in hand, Su Ning hurried home to explain to her grandparents that these tomatoes were obtained through a fortunate exchange and that there would be none left by the new year. Grandma Su, observing the bag of tomatoes, some still slightly green, understood that the patch had been nearly depleted. Tomatoes were not very frost-resistant and did not thrive well in the greenhouse. They only occasionally exchanged for a few to eat. With Su Ning's generous haul, it seemed the other residents would likely miss out on enjoying them. I'll share some with Lindsay, so they won't miss out on tomatoes for the new year. Grandma Su mentioned to Professor Zhou. Professor Zhou readily agreed. Let us divide them. We'll keep half for ourselves, which should suffice for a couple of meals. Thus, Grandma Su took half of the tomatoes to give to the Fan family. When Su Ning returned with the beef and noticed that half the tomatoes were gone, she pouted. Without needing to ask, she already knew they had been shared with the neighbors. On New Year's Eve, in the second year of the apocalypse, the residents of Building 8 decided against a communal meal due to inclement weather. They had slaughtered a cow, yielding several hundred pounds of beef, which everyone could exchange for with points to enjoy a meaty feast at home for the holiday. Building 8 also distributed some festive goods to each household, prioritizing items nearing their expiration dates, such as candies, cookies, sunflower seeds, and beverages. The Fan family received a share, 10 candies, a pack of cookies, half a pound of sunflower seeds, and 4 bottles of drinks. Fan Lin exchanged for half a pound of beef and shared some festive goods with Liang Suqing and Chen Xianxian. Building 9, however, did not enjoy such benefits and instead provided their residents with an additional 2 pounds of mushrooms for the New Year celebration. Liang Suqing and Chen Xianxian prepared a New Year's Eve meal of mushroom braised beef over rice. The rice was scarce, with most of the dish comprising mushrooms, and only 1/5 of the serving included beef. Yet, with the added meat flavor, both enjoyed their festive dinner immensely. With the remaining quarter of beef, the two utilized the leftover dried bamboo shoots and shiitake mushrooms, along with some spicy sauce, to create a delectable dish of spicy beef with mushrooms and bamboo shoots. They packed it into 2 glass jars. One was reserved for themselves, while the other was intended for Fan Lin to accompany her noodles. The New Year's Eve feast at the Fan household was lavish, featuring white-cut chicken, steamed fish, salt and pepper shrimp, and flour snails. Complementing the meal was a pot of mutton soup accompanied by various vegetable dishes. The table was laden with food, more than enough for the 3 of them, simply for the sake of enjoying a bountiful spread during the festive season. Next door, the atmosphere on New Year's Eve was equally joyful. The daughter and granddaughter returned home, and the lively ambience brought smiles to the faces of the elderly couple. Their New Year's dishes included tomato beef and a hearty pot of stewed beef bones with radishes and mushrooms. The 2 individuals employed at the military district managed to bring back 2 pounds of yellow bean sprouts from work, gifting 1 pound to the Fan family while keeping the other for themselves. The dining table was a delightful medley of meat, vegetables, rice, and soup, allowing Pei Yunjia, who often only managed to eat to 6/10 fullness at the military district, to indulge and reflect on the abundance. The elevated standard of living in this community is undoubtedly attributed to the foresight of several building leaders. Their proactive measures before disasters struck ensured that they could respond effectively when calamity befell them. Consistently staying ahead of crises, they managed to avoid starvation in these challenging times, which was no mere coincidence. Initially, the idea of digging ice cellars to store ice as a safeguard against extreme heat and drought seemed a bit excessive to him. However, upon contemplating the community's history, he came to appreciate the wisdom behind such prudent preparations. After the new year, Chu Yilong proposed this precautionary approach to the authorities, resulting in heated debates between proponents and opponents, leaving no definitive conclusion. However, he received preferential support from military representatives. While he lacked authority over government matters, he was able to take charge of his own community. Following the Lantern Festival, he promptly organized the residents to begin digging ice cellars. The endeavor of excavating ice cellars was monumental, mobilizing nearly all the labor force in the community. Men toiled in the basement, digging and transporting soil, while women collected clean snow to bring home. They utilized firewood to gradually melt the snow, pouring the resulting water into pre-prepared ice trays downstairs to form large ice blocks. Each household was responsible for producing a specific quota of ice daily, stacking the finished blocks in an open area until the cellars were complete for storage. This massive undertaking required Fan Lin to venture out daily, hauling buckets of accumulated snow home, and then lugging buckets of melted snow downstairs to create ice. This cycle repeated itself day after day. Due to the ice cellar excavation and ice production, recreational activities in the snow came to a halt, and people were forbidden from trampling the snowy grounds. Su Ning found herself without purpose and had to join the others in collecting snow for ice making. This task was beyond the capabilities of the elderly, leaving it solely to her. However, her petite stature and the high floor of her residence made it a strenuous endeavor. Each time she carried half a bucket of snow, she needed to rest several times before reaching the top floor. Descending, she could manage only half a bucket of water. Consequently, she had to make countless trips up and down each day, leaving her utterly exhausted. Watching Fan Lin effortlessly lift a bucket of snow, she felt a deep admiration for her. Indeed, Lindsay was remarkably strong. Just beside her, the village matriarch, who was busy packing snow, overheard and chuckled, saying to her, "Lindsay can even overpower men. Naturally, she possesses great strength. She is not an ordinary girl." As for Fan Lin's exploits, Su Ning had heard snippets, such as her having once shot someone. However, she had never heard of her engaging in physical confrontations with men, and her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Has Lindsay ever fought with men?" The village matriarch nodded. In the past, when she accompanied the supply team to scavenge for resources, she often encountered robbers on the road. She was formidable. "My son told me that she faced those ruffians without flinching, charging at them and sending those men fleeing in terror. My eldest son once practiced boxing, and my younger son trained in fencing, yet neither of them could match her ferocity." Su Ning's eyes widened in astonishment at this revelation. Chapter 176. Do not set your sights on me. Zhuang's mother shared various matters she was privy to with Su Ning, though her words seemed to praise Fan Lin's prowess. Su Ning discerned an underlying implication. Fan Lin was not universally adored. After their conversation, Zhuang's mother graciously invited Su Ning to visit her home whenever she had the leisure, to which Su Ning joyfully acquiesced. Chu Long and his team dedicated over 2 months to excavating a spacious vaulted chamber several meters deep beneath the basement. An additional month was spent implementing thermal insulation and waterproofing measures before transporting the meticulously crafted ice blocks to the cellar for storage. Everyone participated, and the task of creating ice blocks was easily accomplished. After fulfilling her daily quota, Fan Lin also produced some to place in the storage space. Snow collected from downstairs was transformed into ice blocks to be shared, while fresh snow was gathered from the rooftop at night, directly deposited into the storage space. The stove burned continuously, necessitating the boiling of water day and night. Despite the frigid temperatures plummeting from -50 or 60 degrees to just over -30 degrees, the cold remained severe. Aside from Building 8, the other buildings faced a dire shortage of staple food, relying solely on mushrooms and some vegetables for sustenance. Although potatoes could be cultivated in the greenhouse, the limited space yielded meager harvests, and their growth was painfully slow in the frigid climate. Life continued, albeit with great difficulty, as many were running low on firewood, prompting the necessity to venture out in search of more. Without firewood, mushrooms could not be cultivated, and without mushrooms, there would be no food. Regardless of how biting the cold was, they had no choice but to trek far afield for firewood. Even the supplies in Building 8 had been significantly depleted. Zhuang Yusin inquired of Chu Yilong whether they should stockpile additional firewood. Chu Yilong, observing the temperature fluctuations on his chart, from -10 degrees to -50 or 60, and back to the current -30, contemplated whether the worst was behind them. Could it be possible for temperatures to rise above -10 degrees within 6 months? If conditions were to improve, they could utilize trucks for timber harvesting, greatly easing their burden. In the current climate, seeking firewood required arduous manual labor, which was taxing. Others were compelled to seek firewood out of necessity. Yet Building 8 still had some reserves to rely on. If there was a chance of warmer weather, they need not endure such hardships. Both Shou Yi and Zhuang Yusin shook their heads in uncertainty, predicting the end of the extreme cold was no easy feat initially. They believed the bitter cold would last only a few months, yet a year had passed with no sign of thaw. The future remained uncertain. Knowing when the extreme cold would cease, Fan Jimin felt reluctant to witness his companions suffer. Trekking through the snow for firewood over dozens of kilometers was no trivial endeavor. As Chu Yilong noted, others had no choice but to seek firewood, while those in Building 8 still had some fuel remaining, alleviating the urgency to venture out into the harsh conditions. With several months' worth of firewood still available, they decided to postpone their decision. If the cold persisted, they could address it then. Chu Yilong nodded in agreement. They would reassess in a few months. With the cellar completed and the ice blocks fully stocked, Building 8 resumed its former snowbound recreational activities. Due to the numerous residents venturing out to gather firewood, Su Ning found it impossible to organize the anticipated competition and instead resorted to arranging recreational activities within her own building. She had become quite familiar with the inhabitants, who were fond of this enthusiastic and vibrant young woman. Mrs. Zhuang was particularly keen on facilitating opportunities for her eldest son. However, Zhuang Yusin remained oblivious or indifferent to Su Ning's frequent visits, choosing instead to pass his time playing cards with Chu Yilong, Zhou Yiyo, and Fan Jiming in the office. This pastime was the sole entertainment for many who were reluctant to leave their nests. Though monotonous, it was preferable to languishing idly throughout the day. Lost in thought and unable to sleep at night, Su Ning often made her rounds to the office, having visited numerous households in Building 8. She exhibited great potential for community leadership, and her visits were always warmly received. Interestingly, she had yet to step foot into the Fong household next door. In fact, up until now, she had never truly entered their home. Whenever the two families exchanged items, it was merely a courteous handover at the door, a practice the Fong family had deliberately maintained. From the outset, Fong Lin perceived Su Ning as someone lacking a sense of boundaries. Fearing that a little warmth would lead to an overwhelming glow, a single visit could easily lead to countless more, necessitating the tidying away of various items unsuitable for display, a cumbersome task. In the event of any missteps, explanations would be awkward. Thus, it was preferable to establish distance from the beginning. "I'm sorry, we don't have much in common. Please do not disturb." After facing numerous subtle rejections, Su Ning no longer sought to approach Fong Lin. She had made many new friends throughout the community, all of whom she met through organizing snowy recreational activities. They showed her great respect, bolstered not only by the support of two influential elders, but also by two officials from the military district. No matter the circumstances, having connections to officials garnered respect, even in a post-apocalyptic world. She frequently visited Building 9, where Liang Suqing and Chen Xianshu had welcomed her on 2 occasions. Their demeanor towards Su Ning resembled that of Fong Lin, courteous yet lacking intimacy. Su Ning was unbothered and could still engage in light conversation with the Tao mother-daughter duo next door. The arrival of such a lively and energetic girl in Building 8 did not go unnoticed by Luo Yifan. He had participated in last year's community snow-themed entertainment competition, becoming somewhat familiar with the residents. Now, instead of spying on Fong Lin with his binoculars, he turned his gaze towards Su Ning, who emerged almost daily, providing ample amusement. With the intention of befriending her, he extended an invitation for her to visit his home. However, having heard the gossip surrounding his family, most notably that Fong Lin had killed his first girlfriend, who he still wished to pursue, Su Ning felt no inclination towards Luo Yifan. She promptly declined, stating, "I will not associate with a scoundrel. If my brother Yinja finds out, I will be scolded mercilessly." At that moment, Luo Yifan was taken aback. It was the first time someone had called him a scoundrel to his face. Although he was aware of his own shortcomings, he wondered if there was no semblance of politeness in such an assertion. Su Ning was indeed quite blunt, declaring, "Do not harbor any intentions towards me. I shall not be your friend. I regard you merely as a neighbor in the community." Luo Yifan felt a rush of blood to his heart, utterly humiliated by her words. Upon returning home, he recounted the incident to his older brother, only to be met with a reprimand from Luo Yichao, who chastised him. "Do you even look in the mirror? I ask you, do you? Who do you think you are to provoke her? She has 2 armed guards at her home. Entertain any misguided thoughts, and you might find yourself in grave danger. Are you willing to risk your life?" Just because he laid eyes on an appealing young woman, his hormones surged uncontrollably. In this apocalyptic world, did he still believe he was the pampered young master of the Luo family? That wealth could grant him the freedom to act as he pleased? Chapter 177. The extreme heat descent during the moment when Su Ning fiercely struck Luo Yifan's face. Fan Lin was not present. Later, upon hearing Jian Dan's account, she admired Su Ning's audacity and directness. A person like Luo Yifan deserved such treatment. Otherwise, he would remain oblivious to how much he repulsed others. She was aware that 2 of her friends residing in Building 9 had also likely been unilaterally drawn into his web, and had it not been for their shared living arrangements, they might have faced incessant harassment. As early August approached, temperatures rose to -20 degrees, though still frigid. The continuous increase in temperature instilled a sense of hope among the survivors for a return to warmth. By September, the temperature unexpectedly surged to a few degrees below zero, and the once overcast sky, shrouded for more than a year, revealed glimmers of golden light. Snow began to melt. Chu Yilong promptly urged all residents to gather as much clean snow as possible for their daily needs, lest they find themselves without potable water once the snow melted. The river water at that moment was still questionable, necessitating a period of flowing before it could be deemed safe, as the water before the extreme cold had been contaminated. The ice blocks in the cellar were reserved for times of severe water shortages. Other sources should be utilized first to avoid depleting the ice reserves. Having been encased in ice for over a year, the residents began to gaze at the sky early each morning, yearning for sunlight. The mere presence of sunlight signified a rise in temperature. They had endured enough of the icy cold and longed for the return of normal seasonal weather. A change was imminent. Fan Lin sat on the tatami mat, drawing back the curtains to bask in the sunlight. The long-awaited rays felt warm and comforting, but soon they would have to be avoided as the heat became unbearable. Fan Lin's parents felt a mix of joy and concern upon seeing the sun. The weather had swung from one extreme to another, and adapting would be a trial. Their greatest worry was the potential impact of the extreme heat on mushroom yields. What would everyone eat then? Would the fields still yield a harvest? Fan Lin was aware from her previous life that nothing could be grown under such conditions. With scorching heat and drought, people would perish from thirst, and how could crops possibly survive? This time around was already different, but to what extent? She felt uncertain. The sunlight was intense, and the snow continued to melt, leaving the ground outside Building 8 drenched, making it easy for anyone venturing out to slip. When Jian stepped out to gather more untouched snow, she saw Su Ning enter, covered in mud, followed by a young man named Feng from the adjacent unit, who was incessantly apologizing. "Sister Su Ning, did you fall?" Jian asked in astonishment. With a face full of chagrin, Su Ning replied, "Indeed, it's too slippery outside. This is my second fall. You should be careful too." Jian noticed the meager amount of snow in Su Ning's bucket. Surprised, "Were you collecting snow?" As far as she knew, Unit 1102 had a large water tank, and conserving one tank could last a month, making it unnecessary to venture out for the last remnants of snow. "I just thought it would be better to stock up for washing my hair and bathing later." Su Ning lamented, "Who knew I'd need dirty 2 sets of clothes? If I had known, I wouldn't have come out." And Feng, who was following her closely, offered to carry the bucket for Su Ning, but she declined his assistance, saying, "Please don't follow me. I can manage on my own." Had it not been for his sudden appearance and the loud sneeze that startled her, she would not have stumbled. It was entirely his fault. Irritated, Su Ning left Feng behind and ascended the stairs alone. And Feng hesitated but ultimately did not pursue her, awkwardly smiling at Jian before scratching his head and departing. Jian, perplexed, could not comprehend Su Ning's seemingly counterproductive actions. The snow she brought back was insufficient to wash her dirty clothes. It seemed illogical to replace one dirty outfit with another. Having learned from Su Ning's experience, she proceeded with greater caution. The sun shone brightly. In the courtyard of Building 8, the deepest accumulation of snow had transformed into a muddy puddle, compelling her to gather snow from the original pile near the wall. However, this snow melted swiftly. By noon, the snow by the wall had vanished, and in the afternoon, temperatures soared above freezing. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the warmth continued to rise. Fan Lin stored the electric heater away, along with the thick bedding on the warming table and tatami. She replaced it with a large bamboo mat spread across the tatami. The stove in the study was no longer needed. "Mom, we can cook in the kitchen tonight," said Lu Wanyun, who sensed the rapid increase in temperature. Acknowledging this, she proceeded to clean the kitchen. It had been over a year since they last utilized it, necessitating a thorough cleansing both inside and out. Upon opening the cupboard, she gasped, "Oh no, what happened?" Fan Lin immediately rushed out from the study. Lu Wanyun pointed at several small dark spots and exclaimed, "There are baby cockroaches." Fan Lin was taken aback. How could there be cockroaches so soon after the temperature rose? Wasn't it said that cockroaches couldn't survive below 5 degrees? It seemed unbelievable that they had survived the prolonged cold. She leaned in for a closer look, only to realize that her mother had misidentified them. These were not cockroaches, but rather cockroach eggs. "Eggs are just as frightening. We must crush them." Lu Wanyun was already on her way to fetch some paper towels. Fan Lin, recalling the pestilence that often follows warmth, felt a surge of dread regarding the cockroach eggs. "Mom, we need to conduct a thorough cleaning of the house immediately, eradicating all the eggs to prevent them from multiplying in our home. All right, let us eat some prepared food from the storage today and skip cooking. We need to focus on cleaning." The mother and daughter set to work without delay. They began in the kitchen, meticulously cleaning every nook and cranny with cloths, spraying insecticide in areas that were hard to reach. When Fan Jiming returned home and opened the door, he was greeted by the strong scent of insecticide. "What are you two doing?" he inquired, noticing the sleeves rolled up on both women, who were busy yet not cooking. Without looking up, Lu Wanyun responded, "There are cockroach eggs in the house. We're doing a deep clean. You need to help us." Hearing about the cockroach eggs, Fan Jiming understood the urgency. He had heard from his daughter that pestilences could occur in a post-apocalyptic scenario. With the weather warming, the eggs would soon hatch into pests, necessitating their extermination before they could proliferate. A family, neglecting their meals, busily cleans every corner of their home, while also taking the opportunity to disinfect thoroughly. As night falls, they draw all the curtains and turn on the lights to continue their labor. One by one, each family member removes a layer of clothing. The down jackets are cast aside, the sweaters are shed, and the vests are no longer needed. Once the chores are completed, even the thermal underwear feels excessively warm. By 9 o'clock in the evening, the temperature rises to a balmy 20 degrees above zero. Such an extraordinary surge in temperature dissipates the initial excitement of the residents in the community over the warming, replaced instead by a sense of unease. At this rate, Will tomorrow not transform into a veritable mountain of flames? Chapter 178. Claiming territory. The rate of temperature increase was unusually rapid, prompting the community's greenhouse to hastily dismantle many barriers overnight to facilitate ventilation. In the basement where mushrooms were cultivated, the use of charcoal was swiftly halted, and ventilation openings were enlarged to prevent the fatal consequences of excessive heat on the fungi or their young. The swift rise in temperature left everyone in a state of anxiety and dread. Just last night, they had huddled by the fire beneath thick cotton blankets for warmth. Yet tonight, they yearned for the coolness of air conditioning. The weather in this post-apocalyptic world was utterly unpredictable, devoid of any semblance of reason. The Fan family ensured their surroundings were clean, meticulously checked the gaps in doors and windows, and only after a refreshing shower did they feel secure enough to dine. Fans and air conditioning units were set up in anticipation of the stifling heat. By the early hours, many were awakened by the oppressive warmth, drenched in sweat and unable to return to slumber. However, the three members of the Fan family enjoyed the gentle breeze from their fan, sleeping soundly until dawn. In the blink of an eye, they had transitioned from the depths of winter to the sweltering heat of summer. At daybreak, the sun blazed fiercely, illuminating everything with a blinding white light. Residents shed their heavy winter coats, donning long-forgotten summer attire, which lightened their bodies but weighed heavily on their hearts. The glaring sun seemed unrelenting, and the air was stiflingly oppressive. Chu Ilong had not anticipated that his concerns would materialize so abruptly. The trials of survival had become more severe. Approximately 3 tons of staple grains remained in Building 8, with little else of sustenance left. This meager supply would barely sustain the residents of one building for half a year, and without producing more staple grains during this time, their future would be bleak. On the first morning of this sweltering heat, a long-awaited collective meeting was convened once again, with everyone gathering beneath the building to discuss their predicament. Chu Ilong outlined the status of their supplies, explaining that their main food source could last no longer than 6 months, and that mushroom yields would significantly diminish in the face of high temperatures. In essence, they were now confronted with the prospect of insufficient food. The only way to ensure they could eat adequately was through self-sufficiency and cultivation. Thus, starting now, Building 8 and the entire community must rapidly engage in production. Expanding their planting areas and enhancing cultivation efforts for staple grains was their only hope of survival in this harsh new world. Realizing that many had grown lethargic from prolonged inactivity, Chu Ilong urged them to act swiftly if they wished to avoid starvation. During the bitter cold, the ample firewood stored in Building 8 allowed its residents to endure the harsh winter without the need to venture out for fuel, preventing them from becoming complacent. However, after such a long period of relaxation, the sudden shift to intense labor left many feeling sluggish and unmotivated. Chu Ilong understood that the abrupt change in weather, coupled with their extended idleness, had contributed to their low spirits. Regardless of the reasons, they needed to overcome these challenges. Building 8 had thrived for the past 2 years due to their proactive approach in this post-apocalyptic world. To continue to surpass others, they must remain ahead of the curve. Otherwise, once others became aware of their situation, there would be no territory left to cultivate. With renewed determination, they rallied to claim their territory. Someone promptly inquired of Chu Ilong, building leader, "Where shall we go to stake our claim?" "To the nearby riverbank," came the reply. "For proximity to a water source will facilitate our cultivation efforts." The verdant flora and trees along the riverbanks had long since vanished, leaving the barren banks as the most suitable ground for cultivation. Although the distance from the community was a kilometer, such a distance was inconsequential. "Wouldn't planting so far expose us to theft or robbery?" Chu Ilong promptly replied, "Naturally, we must safeguard it. We will collaborate with other buildings to form a protective team, taking turns to patrol and guard. You need not worry about this. Focus solely on your planting efforts." He oversaw the entire community, so he could not solely prioritize Building 8. Other buildings must also actively seek to expand their territory and engage in production. If other buildings were to join in, would that not lead to a competition for land? Some grew anxious. The community remained a community, and each building remained its own. Residents of Building 8 would naturally prioritize their own structure. "Let us hasten to claim the stretch of riverbank closest to our community." Those who had previously seemed listless and lacking in spirit suddenly felt a surge of determination upon hearing that other buildings would also venture to the riverbank for cultivation. Fearing the loss of prime land to others, Chu Ilong exchanged a knowing glance with Zhuang Yusen, who waved his hand decisively. "All original material team members, come with me to stake our claim at the riverbank." He was keen to ensure no one got ahead of them, immediately summoning the material team. "Each of you, take 10 steel bars and bring ropes and hammers. Follow me." This was the vanguard, and they were required to respond promptly to the building leader's call. Despite the glaring sun making them feel dizzy, 30 or so young adults rallied their spirits and followed Zhuang Yusen to get busy. Given the priority rights concerning their building, these individuals dared not delay. They swiftly gathered what they needed and hurried towards the riverbank. Lindsay, you should also bring some people to enclose the area by the square, he instructed. Near their community, there was a square beside a patch of previously cultivated land, relatively flat and suitable for planting. Chui Long worried that Zhuang Yusin's group would only have enough manpower to encircle the other side of the flower patch. As Building 9 was always keeping a watchful eye on Building 8, and they would soon follow to stake their claim. Fan Lin immediately agreed and turned to find Jian Dan. Before she could speak, Jian Dan rushed out. Sister Lindsay, I will go with you. Oh Yuan, Pan Hongkai, and a few others hurried over. Sister Lindsay, we are going too. Su Ning, who had also come to participate in the collective meeting, saw Fan Lin counting heads and, not wanting to be overlooked, dashed over. I want to go as well. Good. Fan Lin readily welcomed their enthusiasm. Once everyone had gathered their steel bars, hammers, and ropes, she wasted no time and promptly led her team toward the riverbank. However, they hadn't ventured far when they noticed a large group emerging from Building 9. This is not good. They are coming out too. Fan Lin immediately urged her team, quickly, we must rush over and not allow them to seize the advantage. Though they were all residents of the same community under Chu Ilong's jurisdiction, the camaraderie of good will could not stand in the way when it came to claiming territory. Jian Dan, Ouyuan, and the others began sprinting. The rest hurriedly followed suit. As they ran, Su Ning asked Fan Lin, what kind of land are we aiming to claim? The location is conveniently close and the terrain is gentle. This is the only way Fan Lin could convey it to her. The nearer the fertilization site, the easier the task, sparing one the effort of carrying manure over an extended distance. When it comes time to reap the rewards, it will also save some steps. The narrow riverbank is not universally suitable for cultivation. Certain patches of flora are situated on slopes, necessitating a trek to reach the flatlands. Securing the nearest level ground as a prime planting area is undoubtedly the most advantageous choice. How could one feel content without claiming the best? Although Su Ning, who was not entirely clear on the matter, appeared somewhat bewildered, it did not deter her from hastily following the crowd. The residents of Building 9 shouted behind them in pursuit, while two additional groups trailed closely behind. Chapter 179. A sudden jolt, a peculiar scene unfolded along the short stretch from the Zijing Haoyuan community to the riverbank. Groups of people were sprinting, chasing one another, leading any onlooker to believe that a significant event had transpired. In truth, they merely sought to claim the most recent plots of land for cultivation. No one wished to endure the arduous journey of traversing additional distance. Jian Dan was the first to reach the vacant space beside the square. With the snow melted, the ground remained somewhat damp and soft. Jian Dan stood on the open patch and tossed the rope in her hand to the approaching Pan Hongkai. Quick! Pull the rope to block them. Pan Hongkai hurriedly seized the end of the rope and took off, unfurling the jute string with a swift whoosh. Fan Lin, who had run close behind, darted past them directly to the other side of the grass, intercepting Luo Yifan, who was attempting to take a shortcut. The residents of Building 8 had arrived first and had already cordoned off the area with the rope, yet some still thought to enter from the opposite end, attempting to claim half of the territory for themselves. Fan Lin, you can't do this. I arrived around the same time as you. We deserve half of this space. Luo Yifan insisted. Clearly, this was their underhanded tactic. The individuals following Luo Yifan echoed that they too deserved their share of the land. Why don't you say that this place should belong entirely to you? Fan Lin rolled her eyes in response. Luo Yifan chuckled. If you were to concede it to us, that would be splendid. We in Building 9 would be immensely grateful. Who cares for your gratitude? This land is ours. Now be off with you. Fan Lin retorted. This area is vast, and we've arrived as well. How can there be no claim for us? The residents of Building 9 protested. While they voiced their objections, Jian Dan and Pan Hongkai had already encircled half of the vacant land with the rope. Ouyuan and Su Ning joined them at the perimeter, using their bodies to act as barriers, shouting to prevent others from entering this space. It felt akin to participating in a competitive game of seizing territory. The building leader said that whoever arrives first claims it first. We got here first. Even if it was by a second, that still counts. Luo Yifan argued stubbornly. Believe me, I can divide your claim, Fan Lin replied coldly. Unwilling to engage further with him, Luo Yifan, who was merely seeking amusement, blinked and sheepishly stepped back. It was inevitable that he couldn't contend with Building 8. He simply wished to tease Fan Lin without provoking Su Ning. To his surprise, he ended up annoying her instead. All right, we concede to you. Who says we aren't generous? Luo Yifan laughed awkwardly as he departed. Claiming territory through strength, who would yield? Fan Lin scoffed. Undoubtedly. This piece of land belonged to Building 8, and the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Su Ning excitedly asked Fan Lin, should we claim more plots? Fan Lin shook her head. Let us leave some opportunities for others. There are several nearby communities along the river that still have residents. Upon hearing this, Su Ning immediately nodded. Right, we ought to give others a chance to survive. So, what shall we plant in this space? I'm not sure. We have experienced cultivators in our building. They will know what is suitable to plant. Jian Dan approached with exuberance, exclaiming, I believe we should plant potatoes. Their yield is substantial. She vividly recalled the first batch of potatoes harvested from Building 8, which had yielded over 100 pounds for her family. Potatoes, when made into pancakes, are not only delicious but also quite filling. However, considering the vast expanse of land, where would the potato seeds come from? The few potatoes in their greenhouse would certainly not suffice. In truth, Fan Lin felt that the prospects for corn were far more promising, given that Building 8 possessed several hundred pounds of corn seeds. Corn, too, could be ground into flour to create corn cakes, which Jian Dan found quite appealing. Potato pancakes. Corn cakes. If we plant sweet potatoes, will you also make sweet potato cakes? Fan Lin teased. Jian Dan, somewhat bashful, chuckled. I just think making those items into pancakes is tastier. Well, you might truly have the chance to try, Fan Lin casually remarked. Jian Dan responded with enthusiasm, saying, all right. Once we have sweet potatoes, I will definitely make sweet potato cakes for you to taste. Great. I shall look forward to it, Fan Lin replied. Indeed. Once I have sweet potatoes, I will make them, Jian Dan affirmed. As they conversed, they took the lead in driving steel bars into the edges of the land, erecting a bar every few meters and tying them together with ropes. This action signified that the territory was now claimed, deterring others from neighboring buildings or any outsiders from coveting this plot of land. The riverbank boasted an array of flowers and grasses. If survivors flocked there for cultivation, the land would soon be insufficient. Naturally, the first to stake a claim would reap the rewards. Su Ning observed Fan Lin laughing and chatting with Jian Dan, her expression darkening. Why was Fan Lin so close to the girls downstairs while remaining distant with her? She couldn't comprehend why, given the relationship between their families. Fan Lin should have been quite amiable with her. Yet, regardless of her efforts to be friendly, Fan Lin remained indifferent, leaving Su Ning feeling disheartened. Yunjia had even suggested that the issue lay with her, and despite her attempts to refrain from discussing family matters publicly, it seemed that the past would not be easily forgotten. Initially, Su Ning was quite cheerful, but witnessing Fan Lin's differing treatment left her with a heavy heart. The land claimed by Building 9 was separated from Building 8 by a square, and half of it was sloped, although it boasted ample space. Buildings 7 and 10 were even further away, yet all were interconnected, facilitating future collaboration in their defense. With the territory secured, the next steps involved tilling the soil, enriching it with fertilizers, and sowing seeds. After enduring over a year of frigid conditions, with fires burning tirelessly for 24 hours a day, an abundance of ash had accumulated, serving as a source of potassium fertilizer, coupled with manure and other organic fertilizers. It was no challenge for the residents of a single building to provide enough fertilizer for over 20 acres of land. On the first day following the retreat of the extreme cold and the onset of the sweltering heat, the Zijinghao Yuan community sprang into action. Everyone capable was mobilized, and the land that had previously been cultivated was turned over promptly. The several clusters of sweet potato seedlings grown in the greenhouse were harvested that day and transplanted into the freshly tilled soil. With the sun blazing, the area was equipped with shade nets for careful protection. In the greenhouse, the potatoes are in their final growth stage. With the warm weather, they will be ready for harvest in about 10 days, after which they will be used entirely for breeding purposes. Those households in the building with potatoes should promptly initiate the sprouting process. Many residents who have run out of staple food are attempting to grow potatoes on the windowsills of their insulated rooms. Some have succeeded, while others have not. Fan Lin retrieved nearly 10 pounds of small-sized potatoes from her space, disguising them as her own harvest from the windowsill of her insulated room, and then handed them over to the building for sprout cultivation. Upon seeing her carrying a bag to the greenhouse, Zhuang Yusin inquired about its contents. When he learned they were potatoes, he was astonished and leaned in to take a closer look. So many? Yes, I planted 3 trays, but they haven't grown large. This is already impressive. They are no less than those in our greenhouse. You truly are remarkable. Fan Lin smiled and replied, I hardly think so. It's just this little. Even this little, no one has grown as many as your family. Zhuang Yusin was greatly impressed, pondering why his own family had not succeeded. Just then, Zhuang's mother stepped out of the unit and noticed her eldest son chatting happily with Fan Lin a short distance away, causing her heart to skip a beat. She hurried over. Chapter 180, A Dark Countenance Asen. Did you not say you would take people to plow the riverbank? Why have you not yet departed? Upon hearing his mother's voice, Zhuang Yusin looked up and replied, I shall leave immediately. He then turned to Fan Lin and added, You must take the individuals to till the land you have claimed. We plan to plant corn there first. All right, I'll call Jiandan and the others. Let us gather more people. We can manage with 20 or 30 from the front yard today. We must strive to plant corn along the riverbank. Zhuang Yusin remarked as he walked away. Fan Lin responded, Understood, I will take care of it. Once Zhuang Yusin had left, Zhuang's mother inquired of Fan Lin, Lindsay, are you also going to the riverbank to plow? Yes, one must heed Sun Ji's commands. Fan Lin quipped. However, this statement, taken by Zhuang's mother, seemed to carry an undertone of flirtation, and the polite smile on her face evaporated. To her dismay, such levity was unfolding right under her nose. She felt no need for Fan Lin to follow her son's directives. Her displeasure transformed her tone into one of rigidity. This work is not arranged by my son. He is merely echoing your father's wishes. This is by no means a command from my senator. The abruptness of her words momentarily stunned Fan Lin, leaving her perplexed by the unexpected hostility. She brushed it off, attributing it perhaps to the weather's tendency to irritate. Indeed. Then I must heed my father's orders even more. I must get busy, Fan Lin replied, feeling no inclination to engage in idle chatter with Zhuang's mother. A brief greeting sufficed for their interaction. She grabbed her bag and proceeded directly to the greenhouse, with Zhuang's mother trailing behind her. Her mind was consumed with various thoughts on how to compel her son to listen to her, and her displeasure manifested visibly, darkening her countenance. Upon reaching the greenhouse, Fan Lin handed over the accounted potatoes to Old Chin to expedite sprouting, and then turned to leave, unaware of Zhuang's mother's displeased expression. Returning to the building, Zhuang's father had already assembled a team for her. Zhuang Yusin had taken the stronger laborers, leaving behind a second tier of workers, while the older folks were tasked with tending the few acres around Building 8. Everyone in the building, aside from the elderly, infirm, and children, was required to participate in the urgent planting. As the temperature soared to 30 or 40 degrees, it was expected to rise even higher. With a sense of urgency stemming from dwindling food supplies, everyone was compelled to endure the heat, donning sun hats and wielding hoes and shovels to labor. Other buildings lacked sufficient farming tools, forcing them to focus on their own plots until the land around Building 8 was prepared. Working under the blazing sun was grueling. Upon returning at noon, all laborers were drenched in sweat, their heads spinning from the heat, faces contorted in exhaustion. While Fan Lin could discreetly add ice cubes to her water bottle for relief, the others only had access to warm water. Within just 2 days, the soil by the riverbank had turned parched and pale. Once home, Fan Lin dried off with the fan, took a refreshing shower, and then settled comfortably on the sofa to enjoy a bowl of cold noodles. Your father is quite something. Why did he assign you to the riverbank? What difference does it make if you're absent among so many? Is it impossible to arrange for you to stay within the building? Must you be exposed to the harsh sunlight? He himself hardly endures the scorching rays, unaware of the toil others endure. Lu Wanyan feels a pang of sympathy for her daughter. Even if the building supervisor insists on everyone participating in labor, her husband ought to assign their daughter a lighter task. In this world, what talk of fairness is there? If one possesses privileges, they ought to be utilized. Mom. Dad's decisions are made with consideration, Fan Lin interjects, displaying understanding. Look, there are several primary processes involved in this task. First is tilling the soil, then sowing seeds, followed by fertilization and maintenance. I have already completed the first 2 stages. As for the latter 2, my non-participation will not invite criticism from others. Our family cannot all 3 hide from the sun in the building. That would certainly arouse envy. The latter processes involve working with fertilizers, and I would rather not endure that odor. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Lu Wanyan recalls the pungent smell of manure from their previous vegetable garden. Your father could assign you to the mushroom room. That would be far less strenuous than tilling the riverbank, and you have experience in cultivating mushrooms. Nevertheless, Lu Wanyan still believes her daughter should not be subjected to the harsh sunlight while enjoying a bowl of cold noodles. Fan Lin disagrees with her mother's perspective. The mushroom room is meant for those like Grandpa Zhou and Grandma Su, who cannot handle strenuous labor. Even Su Ning is out there tilling. If I do not join in, the supervisors may not say anything, but others certainly might. Now she understands that her parents hold managerial positions in Building 8. Even with a few supervisors' protection, they must still earn the respect of their peers to maintain stability. Realizing this, Lu Wanyan acknowledges her oversight. The current circumstances are indeed different. The land is cultivated collectively, the hardships are shared, and the contributions are acknowledged by all. If there are those who harbor ulterior motives, they may very well seek to undermine the Fan family. Why should the Fan family consistently enjoy managerial privileges and lighter duties while earning high points? As times grow tougher, such doubts and grievances are likely to increase. Fan Lin reassures her mother, I have the means to protect us. No one will dare challenge our family. In Building 8, aside from the supervisors, Only we can maintain our managerial position. Others would not be able to hold it. Such confidence is essential. Lu Wanyan reflects and agrees, her confidence restored. Suddenly, there comes a knock at the door. Fan Lin hurriedly returns the watermelon she had just taken out to its storage, relieved that she had not cut it open. Otherwise, the scent might have been difficult to explain. Grandma Su arrives to request Yunnan Baiyao spray, mentioning that Su Ning's hands have developed blisters. It is quite common for those unaccustomed to farm work to suffer blisters from wielding a hoe. Even Fan Lin, who frequently lifts weights, must wear sports gloves to prevent blisters on her palms. Please wait. I will fetch it for you immediately. Lu Wanyan smiles and invites Grandma Su inside. Grandma Su stands at the entrance, and upon seeing Fan Lin, inquires, Lindsay, have you developed any blisters on your palms? Grandma Su, I am wearing sports gloves. So I have not developed any blisters, Fan Lin replies, taking the spray that her mother found and handing it to Grandma Su. Grandma Su expressed her intention to borrow it for a few uses before returning it. As she turned to leave, she glanced back and inquired, Lindsay, do you have any extra sports gloves? If not, she would simply fashion a pair herself. Fan Lin found it difficult to admit that she had none, as the packages in her space contained not fewer than several dozen pairs of sports gloves. This, of course, was a matter she preferred to keep undisclosed. Primarily, she had already given Jian Dan a pair, and now, if she were to provide Su Ning with another, would it not seem rather absurd for her to possess so many? Ultimately, her affection for Grandma Su prevailed. It was rare for Grandma Su to ask her for anything, making it quite hard for her to decline. Thus, she replied, I have a spare pair. I shall fetch it for you. Chapter 181. A great blunder. Upon receiving the gloves brought back by Grandma Su, Su Ning's face lit up with joy, though a hint of doubt lingered in her heart. It was only because her grandmother had inquired that she had received such a gift. Had it been her, she might not have even been allowed entry. Nevertheless, she now possessed gloves, a fortunate turn of events that offered protection to her worn hands. Grandma Su was acutely aware of the mediocre relationship between Su Ning and Fan Lin, yet she chose not to elaborate. Her original intention was to foster a closer bond between the youth, maintaining a friendly rapport between their families. However, the young ones had their own perspectives, and she did not wish to impose. It was a pity that her own grandson only returned once a month. He had promised to repay her kindness by bringing back some bean sprouts or similar items from the refuge. Though such provisions were somewhat rare in the apocalypse, they were not particularly precious. It was frustrating that a young man of his stature could not think more creatively. Alas, the worry for him was akin to hating iron for not turning into steel. In contrast to the delicate nature of the young lady, Zhuang Yusen, accustomed to physical labor, returned home, wiped the sweat from his brow, and promptly devoured a large bowl of noodles. As the building manager, and one focused primarily on resources, the Zhuang family did not lack staple foods. They had flour and rice in abundance, and during the harsh winter, they saved by staying indoors. For physical labor, ample food was always prepared for his two sons. After the younger son was sent off to his room, Zhuang's mother retained the elder son in the living room. The parents had something to discuss with him. Perplexed, Zhuang Yusen asked, Dad, Mom, what is it that you want to say? The parents' behavior felt rather peculiar. Why would they separate him from his brother to converse in secrecy? It seemed to undermine their brotherly unity. Ah, son, his mother began. Do you have a girl you like? What? No. Zhuang Yusen immediately refuted. Who have you been listening to? He was preoccupied daily with survival strategies in this dire world. Fearing that if he survived this year, next year would bring another calamity. He had no time to entertain thoughts of affection. Zhuang's father furrowed his brow. Speak the truth to your mother. Do not think you can hide anything from us. Zhuang Yusen was at a loss for words. What could I possibly be hiding? There is nothing to conceal. Back in the days when we had free time, it was understandable to chat aimlessly. But now, everyone is busy scrambling for resources. Who has the leisure to gossip in front of you? There were indeed many young girls in their building, and since he became the manager, some had even approached him during the floods. Yet, he had no interest. However, others misconstrued his indifference, and some idle chatter reached his mother's ears, igniting his irritation. Later, in front of the gossiping aunt and the girl in question, he declared, Zhuang Yusen has no intention of pursuing romance amidst calamity. At that moment, witnessing the multitude of deaths in Nanshire, he was uncertain of how long he could survive. In such an unstable world, safeguarding his own family was already a significant burden. He lacked both the capacity and the inclination to take responsibility for someone else's life. Now, hearing similar gossiping inquiries from his mother, he truly could not fathom where such baseless rumors originated. Zhuangfu addressed his wife, saying, Do not beat around the bush. Speak plainly and let us see how he will explain himself. Upon hearing his father's words, Zhuang Yusen felt utterly bewildered. What is there to explain? He thought. as his mind raced in confusion, unable to comprehend what he had done that warranted any form of justification. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yulin, hidden within the room, leaned against the door in an attempt to eavesdrop, but the fragmented snippets of conversation remained unclear to him. Mistaking his son's silence for pretense, Zhuang Mu boldly inquired, "What is going on between you and Fan Lin? Do not deny it. We have discerned the truth. Since the moment you both ventured out to gather supplies together, your affection for her has been apparent, hasn't he it? Let me tell you, son, she is not suitable for our family. We cannot accept a daughter-in-law who has taken so many lives. You cannot handle her, and neither can we. A girl with such a heavy aura of death is not one we can welcome." From the very first sentence, Zhuang Yusin felt as if a thunderbolt had struck him, leaving him in a state of shock. The ensuing barrage of revelations only intensified his disbelief as he stared at his mother in astonishment. Fortunately, these words were spoken within the confines of their home. Had they been uttered in public and reached the ears of the Fan family, he would have been at a complete loss on how to face Fan Lin. It was utterly absurd. "Mother, how did you discern my feelings for Lindsay?" he questioned. Regaining his composure after the initial shock, Zhuang Mu, visibly irked, responded with an air of vindication, while Zhuang Fu furrowed his brow in displeasure. Though they had harbored suspicions, hearing their son admit to his affections made them feel as if their once manageable child had grown defiant. "What is there to miss? You both ventured out for supplies with her accompanying you each time. Whenever you brothers returned, you extolled her bravery, her prowess, and her remarkable fortune. Your father and I have grown weary of hearing it. Your disinterest in other girls stems solely from her. I must insist, this is simply unacceptable." Zhuang Fu chimed in, adding, "That girl does not appear to be compliant. She is not a suitable match for you." Zhuang Yusin could only manage a bitter smile, genuinely taken aback by his parents' disdain for Fan Lin. What right did they have to judge her? He felt utterly humiliated. "Father, mother, since the onset of the calamities, you have remained within Building 8, seldom venturing beyond the confines of our community. The harsh realities of this apocalypse are merely the tip of the iceberg that you have witnessed. Your limited exposure has clouded your judgment regarding many matters. You cannot truly empathize with the dangers we have faced, nor can you comprehend the profound psychological scars this new world has inflicted upon our generation." Zhuang Fu and Zhuang Mu exchanged glances filled with disbelief and irritation, yet Zhuang Yusin did not allow them the opportunity to retort. He continued, "Fan Lin's responses during the early days of the apocalypse were nothing short of exemplary, and her capabilities have left many of us feeling inadequate. If expressing admiration for her when at home signifies affection, I do not deny it. Who would not appreciate such an outstanding teammate? However, the affection I feel is not the kind you presume it to be. Furthermore, the Fan family has contributed significantly to Building 8. It is unjust for you to speak ill of their daughter. If Lindsay refrains from taking a life, there exists a possibility that your son could fall victim to someone else's malice. We ought to express our gratitude for the sacrifices made by others, rather than belittling their actions." Zhuang Yusin felt a genuine irritation towards his parents for their disparaging remarks about Fan Lin. What a wonderful young woman she is. Yet in their eyes, she appears both fierce and unruly. In this apocalyptic world, can being well-behaved suffice as sustenance or hydration? When faced with peril, one must consider whether it is the formidable who suffer first or the foolish who perish swiftly. Zhuang Yusin's candidness and counter-argument caused his parents' expressions to shift from a pallid hue to a flushed countenance. Could it be that they had misjudged? Moreover, Zhuang Yusin earnestly addressed his parents, stating, "If you hold Lindsay in such low regard, rest assured that she holds me in even lesser esteem. Henceforth, do not perceive your kin as treasures while viewing others as mere weeds." Zhuang's mother was instantly displeased. Succumbing to a common mindset, why should Fan Lin deem herself superior to her son? Chapter 182. What brings you here? Having reached this juncture, upon realizing the misunderstanding, Zhuang Fu and Zhuang Mu shifted to another inquiry. "Since you harbor no affections for Fan Lin, why do you not seize the opportunity to pursue Su Ning? That young lady possesses remarkable qualities. She has visited our home several times, which should have piqued your interest. You are already 28. Even in this apocalyptic era, personal matters ought to be addressed." Just as one topic of discomfort was set aside, another emerged. Zhuang Yusin could not help but rub his temples. "I have already conveyed to you that I am not currently contemplating such matters. I will address them once life stabilizes. What instability exists? Our family merely possesses a few more supplies than others. If a prolonged period of extreme heat and drought were to occur, no one would endure. Father, mother, this world has become profoundly abnormal and crises can arise at any moment. My brother and I strive to ensure your safety for each day, but we truly lack the bandwidth to care for others." Zhuang Mu immediately interjected, insisting that it is precisely for the sake of our family that you should consider Su Ning. Her family boasts 2 officials working in the military district. Should life become truly unbearable, individuals of such status will provide a greater assurance, alleviating our worries. Heed your mother's advice, be attentive, and do not allow others to get ahead of you. Zhuang Yusin could empathize with his parents' intentions, yet he simply could not acquiesce. I maintain my stance. I will not consider these matters for now. Please do not pressure me, nor engage in any unnecessary actions that might lead to scandal and tarnish our reputation. I shall take a nap. I am utterly exhausted. Zhuang Yusin sought a reason to retreat to his room, wishing to avoid further discourse with his parents. Lying on his bed beneath the fan, he felt a twinge of irritation from the heat. Had they, his parents, been too well protected by him and his brother, rendering them oblivious to the dire circumstances and still preoccupied with finding a daughter-in-law? Such naivete was astonishing. If the bitter cold persisted for an extended period, it was improbable that the sweltering heat would be brief. When the time came, if the heat became so oppressive that one could scarcely breathe, an additional person would only add to the burden. Should an unfortunate event occur, necessitating the termination of a pregnancy, it would be akin to the other 2 households in their building, where couples dared not keep their children for fear of the harsh reality. 2 resolute men, members of the supply team, had urged their wives to terminate their pregnancies, concealing their anguish from their spouses while outwardly displaying stoicism. Yet, when speaking with others, tears flowed freely. They wept for the heart-wrenching necessity of relinquishing their own flesh and blood, for the obliteration of a prosperous era, and for the uncertain future of a world in decline. These couples, married for 2 years before the onset of the apocalypse, had once envisioned the joy of parenthood when the time was right. Yet, in this dystopian reality, having endured myriad calamities, they could not bear to subject a child to such a cruel existence. The painful decision to terminate their own progeny had become an agonizing necessity. Zhuang Yusin would rather embrace monastic solitude than face the day when he might be compelled to make such a harrowing choice. Zhuang Yuan, having eavesdropped on the conversation, reflected on how their parents had subtly broached the subject with him as well, prompting a bittersweet smile to form on his lips. He is nearly the same age as Fan Lin. To be honest, had it been a prosperous era, he might have considered pursuing her. However, in this apocalyptic age, such thoughts are inconceivable. While he harbors affection, it is not of a romantic nature. They interact as comrades, where gender holds little significance, overshadowed by mutual respect and admiration. Perhaps Fan Lin perceives their calm gazes as if separated by a layer of insulation. Those with self-awareness would retreat, avoiding unnecessary turmoil. In the face of survival crises, certain emotions find no fertile ground for cultivation. Oblivious to the ripples her actions have caused, Fan Lin busied herself along the riverbank for several days. After becoming sun-kissed twice, she finally managed to plant the corn. Subsequently, she delegated the tasks of watering and fertilizing to others. After attending a meeting at the refuge for 3 days, Chu Yilong returned with 2 grave pieces of news. The mushroom cultivation area at the refuge suffered from inadequate ventilation, and with the oppressive heat, pests and diseases erupted, leading to a precipitous decline in yield. The refuge, which had relied on mushrooms to endure the extreme cold, now faced famine. They hastily turned the soil and replanted. But during this frantic endeavor, many succumbed to heat stroke and several fatalities were reported. The temperature in the southern city had exceeded 40 degrees. Just days after the extreme cold and snow had vanished, the humidity soared. The still, stifling air caused dizziness, headaches, and even disorientation. Some survivors, unable to acclimatize to the sudden heat, fell victim to heat stroke. The mortality rate from heat stroke is notoriously high even in well-resourced times, let alone in a world where cooling measures and medical supplies are scarce. Fortunately, the community's work schedule was humane, starting at dawn and concluding before 10 to avoid the peak heat, resuming again at 5 until dusk. Although sun exposure still led to some instances of heat stroke, the symptoms remained relatively mild. The news brought back by Chu Yilong stoked a sense of dread. Fear of heat stroke mingled with anxiety about the potential failure of their crops. The local government encouraged all survivors to cultivate available land, promising to assist with seeds or seedlings. Even the faintest glimmer of hope for production could not be overlooked. Along the riverbanks of the southern city, other survivors began to claim land and dig. The Zijing Haoyuan community, having taken the initiative, had already planted their crops while others sought seeds. To prevent theft of their corn seeds, the community established watchtowers by the river. Consequently, each building erected a large tent near the cornfields, topped with a simple steel shelter for enhanced insulation. Day and night, dozens stood guard over the cornfields, effectively deterring theft. Building 8 also cultivated corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and various melons and vegetables. The basement's temperature was cooler than the surface, and the mushroom room reduced the planting layers while increasing ventilation, employing multiple preventive measures to eradicate pests and diseases at their inception. Although yields diminished, the mushrooms continued to grow healthily. However, the mushrooms cultivated in insulated boxes by other families faced infestations during the days of extreme heat, resulting in a decline in production. Fortunately, during the bitterly cold times, everyone followed the guidance of the building leader, Ba Dong, to preserve the surplus mushrooms. Now, with the yield sharply diminished, they can still rely on pickled mushrooms to satisfy their hunger. Although somewhat salty, it remains a viable source of sustenance. Everyone is striving to adapt to the sweltering heat, seeking ways to cultivate crops, when suddenly, 2 men and 2 women appeared outside Ba Dong's residence, demanding to see the building leader. Upon receiving the news, Chu Yilong stepped outside and found the newcomers to be quite unfamiliar. "Who are you, and what brings you here?" he inquired. The girl at the forefront, who appeared gaunt and pallid, was taken aback to realize that the building leader did not recognize her, her expression wavering in uncertainty. The man beside her subtly nudged her from behind, urging her not to let this opportunity slip away. Chapter 183. The unexpected visitor. Chu Yilong gazed at the individual before him, a flicker of recognition dawning upon him. It was only when the person mentioned Unit 1101 that he fully comprehended. "Ah, it is you. As far as I am aware, you are not the owner of 1101. You are merely her friend. What brings you here?" Unit 1101 belonged to Deng Jiashuang, who had not returned since her departure to the refuge. Of course, she would wish to return, but Building 8 would not accept her back. Chu Yilong had no intention of granting any further chances to someone who repeatedly sought to undermine Fan Lin. Susu, having endured the bitter cold in the refuge, appeared before the place she once inhabited, weary and parched, her lips cracked as she gazed at Building 8. It was evident that the residents here lived far better than they had in the refuge. How foolish they had been to abandon such a fine community in pursuit of support at the refuge, only to find nothing and suffer greatly in return. As Susu recalled her own hardships, tears welled in her eyes. With a quivering voice, she implored, "Building manager, Deng Jiashuang has passed away. She succumbed to illness shortly after the harsh winter set in. This is her home. It was she who urged me to seek shelter here from the typhoon. I stayed for nearly 3 months, and I still have many belongings inside. I have longed to return, but the refuge is too far, and I cannot traverse the distance in this bitter cold. I bear no animosity towards you, nor have I harmed any of you. I beseech you to allow me entry. I swear, I shall not commit any wrongdoing against Building 8. Chu Yilong frowned at her words. It was not uncommon for individuals to perish in the refuge, and a senseless death was hardly surprising. Yet here stood someone resilient enough to escape the refuge and arrive at this place. Merely having once resided here did not grant her ownership. You claim to have belongings in that residence. You may retrieve them, but you cannot dwell there. Regardless of whether or not you are the owner, you are still allied with that group, and Building 8 shall never accept you again." Susu's heart sank upon hearing this. Having once harbored a glimmer of hope, "Building manager, could you not show some leniency? I truly cannot endure the refuge any longer. I implore you. Do not plead with me. You lack the standing to request an exception. Retrieve your belongings swiftly and refrain from prolonging this." Choking back her emotions, Susu turned to the man beside her, her options exhausted. She looked to him for assistance. "Building manager, greetings." The man, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, introduced himself. "I am LV Wenwei. I once studied mushroom cultivation under Professors Zhou and Su. I am also acquainted with Fan Lin. Might you permit us to visit them?" Chu Yilong scrutinized LV Wenwei, inquiring, "From the Seedling Center?" "Indeed, I am from the Seedling Center. My uncle is the director there, and I have come specifically to visit the 2 professors and Fan Lin." Chu Yilong raised an eyebrow, realizing Fan Lin was the primary focus of this visit. He chuckled softly. "In this apocalypse, it seems even mirrors are a rarity. It is apparent you are someone who struggles to find sustenance, yet still finds time to visit Lin." Initially, allowing Lindsay to accompany the 2 elderly individuals to the refuge may have been a miscalculation. I can convey your message. As for whether they wish to meet you. Chu Yilong paused, noticing the other party's gaze falter. As I suspected, given Fan Lin's reserved nature, it is improbable she would maintain a close enough rapport with such individuals to visit them. Most likely, this is someone lacking self-awareness, hoping to strike it lucky here. With such a dismal demeanor, they are bound to encounter failure. You may wait outside and observe. Chu Yilong turned to Susu, granting you half an hour. Is that sufficient? Susu quickly interjected, requesting an hour, as she needed time to tidy up. Very well, you shall have an hour. After ushering Susu inside, Chu Yilong firmly closed the door. The interior of the refuge was segmented into plots, evidently cultivated with various plants, causing the three outside to envy the environment and management within. Aren't you planning to meet your classmates? Both men inquired of the previously silent girl. She lifted her gaze, surveying her surroundings, feeling somewhat at a loss. Just as she contemplated how to seek them out, she heard voices approaching from a distance. A group carrying buckets was making its way towards the community. Her heart raced as she peered in their direction. The corn, planted along the riverbank, required watering twice daily. Liang Suqing, Chun Xianxian, and a dozen others were responsible for a plot of land, tasked with fertilizing, watering, and weeding. Today, the sight of sprouting corn seedlings brought them joy as they anticipated a bountiful harvest. Xianxian, do you prefer corn porridge with pickled vegetables or white rice porridge with pickled vegetables? Liang Suqing, donning a sonnet she made herself, inquired with a smile. I crave corn porridge with 8 dishes and white rice porridge, Chen Xianxian replied, wiping the sweat from her brow, her face alight with laughter. The others nearby chuckled at her words. Your expectations are quite fanciful. Even one bowl would be a dream come true for me. I would be content with just half a bowl. Your aspirations are rather modest. If you lie down and close your eyes, a grand feast could be yours in dreams. Laughter erupted among them. Having subsisted on mushrooms for over a year, they relied on light-hearted banter to indulge in their longings for richer fare. As they approached the community, the gates of Building 9 aligned with those of Building 8, separated by a distance of over 100 meters. The individuals outside Building 8 did not capture their attention. Yet they were being scrutinized closely. Liang Suqing, Chen Xianxian. Just as they were about to enter, the two halted at the sound of their names being called. They turned towards the source of the voice, spotting a figure racing towards them. Who is that? They exchanged puzzled glances, recognizing that the person was unfamiliar. As the figure drew nearer, they were taken aback to discover it was Healy. What brings you here? They exclaimed in astonishment. They had never anticipated encountering Healy in this place. Overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes glistening with tears, she exclaimed, I have missed you both so much. I set out from the shelter at dawn and traveled for quite some time before arriving here. Suqing, Xianyan, have you not thought of me at all during the more than a year you have been away? Liang Suqing and Chen Xianyan. They're doing well. And there is truly no reason to think of anyone from the shelter. Upon seeing Healy unexpectedly encounter her classmate without any effort, LV Wenhui immediately remarked to his companion, Mo Jean, let us first accompany Healy to see, as Su Su may not emerge for a while. Mo Jean nodded. It seems that there is more hope with Healy. Let us go and take a look. Chapter 184. The Hidden Things. The sudden appearance of Healy took Liang Suqing and Chen Xianyan by surprise. However, they did not forget that she had previously distanced herself from them. They had weathered storms together and supported one another for a time. Yet, from the moment they learned that Healy had brought Li Zizi to trouble Fan Lin, their bond had grown tenuous. Following Fan Lin's capture by the security team at the shelter, news of it spread among their peers. Healy deliberately avoided any conversation with them, choosing to align herself with others instead. When they were bullied at the shelter, she turned a blind eye, even if Healy had not actively contributed to their misfortune. Her indifference had left a chill in their hearts. When Fan Lin came to rescue them, they completely forgot about Healy, leaving without a trace of attachment. Now, Healy's sudden display of deep friendship felt utterly insincere to Liang Suqing and Chen Xianyan. Chen Xianyan scoffed, saying, we are busy striving for self-sufficiency every day, worrying about hunger, without the luxury to contemplate anything else. You, on the other hand, have enjoyed a stable life at the shelter, allowing you the leisure to indulge in sentimentality. Although Liang Suqing remained silent, it was evident that she felt no emotion towards Healy's unexpected visit, apart from confusion. The one-woman show of heartfelt friendship was only moving to Healy herself. Healy was not particularly surprised by the coldness of her two former friends. She understood that restoring their relationship would not be an easy feat. With some embarrassment, she wiped away her tears and forced a smile, saying, you are well aware of my circumstances at the shelter. After you left, they constantly mocked me in front of my face. I thought I had integrated with them, but it was merely a delusion. I should have known better, just as you did, that differing values cannot be forcibly reconciled. I deeply regret not standing by your side. I also regret, in a moment of impulsiveness, bringing Li Zizi here. I have carried this remorse within me, and thankfully, Fan Lin was not harmed because of her. If given the chance, I would like to apologize to Fan Lin as well. In the past at school, she had found Fan Lin somewhat intolerable, as her family background greatly surpassed that of Fan Lin. Upon learning that Fan Lin's parents were involved in a ride-sharing service and engaged in small business ventures, one would expect such a girl to exhibit a certain modesty. Yet, Fan Lin exuded none of the traits associated with a humble upbringing as a science student. She could also play the violin beautifully. Rather than disdain the incongruity of her excellence with her family circumstances, Healy found herself envious of such brilliance. Thus, their relationship had always been strained, limited to a superficial semblance of friendship. Little did she know that the onset of the apocalypse would render her once proud background and foundation utterly powerless to look down upon anyone. The moment Fan Lin unhesitatingly shot Li Zizi, Healy understood that the tables had turned. It was now Fan Lin who looked down upon her. She had long wished to apologize to Fan Lin but could never summon the courage. The turmoil within her heart had caused her to miss numerous opportunities. It was only after Fan Lin took Liang Suqing and Qin Xianyan away during the onset of the extreme cold that she realized what she had missed. Regret consumed her. However, lacking the courage to traverse a significant portion of the city in the biting cold to seek forgiveness, she found herself in a different climate today. Although the sweltering heat is arduous, it pales in comparison to the dangers of navigating a desolate city in sub-zero temperatures. Moreover, having made acquaintances with Su Su and Lu Wenhui at the shelter, they all expressed a shared desire to visit the Zijing Garden, prompting her to eagerly seek out her roommates. Liang Suqing and Qin Xianyuan appeared indifferent to He Li's explanation. Neither they nor Fan Lin would regard this belated confession with any significance. However, the arrival of two men caused them to momentarily pause. As one of them was somewhat familiar, Lu Wenhui greeted them with a sense of recognition, exclaiming, "Long time no see. It seems Fan Lin has brought you here. You all appear to be doing quite well." Initially, when Fan Lin encountered trouble at the shelter, these two had sought assistance in District 2, and Lu Wenhui had been of help to them, a fact that Liang Suqing and Qin Xianyuan had not forgotten. Although they were unsure of how He Li had come to know him, they remained courteous towards Lu Wenhui. "We merely wish to tour the community to observe its response to the extreme heat. Are you available to guide us?" Lu Wenhui proposed a reason he deemed suitable, hoping for an opportunity to converse. Upon hearing Lu Wenhui's request, Liang Suqing and Qin Xianyuan exchanged puzzled glances. Typically, such tours were conducted by the personnel from Building 8. It was curious that this person, who clearly knew Fan Lin and two esteemed professors, would approach them instead, given that he had previously offered assistance. Liang Suqing and Qin Xianyuan felt obliged to politely inform Lu Wenhui, "I'm afraid we lack the authorization to conduct tours." Lu Wenhui's expression fell with disappointment. "What a pity. I had thought everyone was acquainted, which would make things easier." Mo Jin glanced at He Li, subtly signaling her. Left to her own devices, He Li bit her lip and inquired of Liang Suqing, "Suqing, where do you reside? We have walked for several hours, and our throats are parched." Lu Wenhui and Mo Jin nodded in agreement, indicating their thirst. This implied a desire to enter and procure some water. Building 9 did not impose restrictions on entry for those not residing there, as they maintained relations with Buildings 7 and 10. However, outsiders wishing to enter must know a resident and obtain their consent. After a moment of hesitation, Liang Suqing and Qin Xianyuan reasoned that ignoring these individuals would not yield any significant consequences. Yet, if a simple glass of water could repay a small favor, it was best to comply. "Then do come in for a drink," they acquiesced, leading them into Building 9. The personnel on duty at the watchtower of Building 8 observed this with a sense of disapproval. They noted that even their building manager had not brought anyone in. And now people were being allowed into Building 9. What a situation. Upon returning to the residence where Su Su once lived, she discovered it had undergone a remarkable transformation. The living room was filled with a myriad of supplies: tents, inflatable boats, various cardboard boxes, tools, and a plethora of automotive equipment. It was evident that the residence had been repurposed as a storage facility. Zhu Yilong instructed the duty officer, Jian Yu, to keep a watchful eye on the situation, with plans to escort the individuals out after an hour. Jian Yu stood in the living room, awaiting developments. Meanwhile, Su Su, under surveillance, anxiously entered the room she had once inhabited, fearing that it might have been transformed into a storage space. To her relief, the room remained unchanged, just as she had left it. Thankfully, it appeared untouched. She promptly closed the door and drew the curtains wider to allow more light in. The airless room felt stifling, heavy with the scent of mildew. With no time to spare, Su Su hastily bent down to search beneath the bed for the belongings she had once hidden away. Chapter 185, Schemes. Before departing from Building 8, she had prepared a contingency plan. Secretly, she concealed 2 boxes of compressed biscuits, 2 boxes of canned food, and a box of instant noodles beneath her bed. Deng Jiashuang was rather careless, oblivious to the quantity of supplies consumed and remaining within the room. She had stashed away several boxes of provisions without Deng Jiashuang noticing a thing. Su Su dragged the items out, unpacked them, and placed everything into her travel bag. She then opened the wardrobe and retrieved several bottles of water hidden inside. After a moment's contemplation, she also took a few discarded garments of Deng Jiashuang. Next, she hurried to the master bedroom occupied by Deng Jiashuang, rummaging through a plethora of belongings. Realizing she could not carry them all, she reluctantly abandoned some non-essential items. Her large travel bag and backpack were both filled to the brim. Approaching the shoe cabinet at the entrance, she picked out several pairs of shoes, binding them into a string to hang from her person. At this point, she no longer cared for appearances. The fact that these items still existed spoke volumes of the principles upheld by the residents of Building 8. Aside from a few possessions she had stored, the owner's belongings remained untouched. Should the apocalypse come to an end, Su believed that if Deng Jiashuang were still alive, she could indeed return to live in this house. Without the myriad crises of the apocalypse, the building manager would no longer need to fear her becoming an unstable element and would surely return the property to its rightful owner. Alas, Deng Jiashuang had perished, and she was unable to obtain the right to reside in the house. The sense of loss was heart-wrenching. "It's time to go," Jinyu reminded her. Holding a clock, reluctantly leaving, Su descended the stairs, burdened with her possessions, clutching some in her hands, wearing others on her shoulders, and draping some around her neck. A neighbor spotted her, initially taken aback, and then rolled their eyes in disdain. The incident involving Fan Lin seeking revenge on behalf of Deng Jiashuang in the shelter, which led to her capture by the security team, had not been concealed from the returning elders. They had gone to the shelter to support Building 8. But Fan Lin had faced bullying there, inciting outrage among the residents of Building 8. As someone closely associated with Deng Jiashuang, Su naturally bore the brunt of the neighbor's scorn and disdain. With her provisions in hand, Su lowered her head and exited the confines of Building 8. To her dismay, she discovered her companions were not waiting for her at the designated spot. Panic surged within her as she stood bewildered at the front entrance. Scanning the area, it wasn't long before the glaring sun left her feeling dizzy. She feared wandering off, worried her belongings might be snatched, and that her companions would be unable to find her later. She had met He Li because their house had collapsed under the weight of accumulated snow. During the bitterly cold days, heavy snowfall was frequent, necessitating regular snow removal from the rooftops of their homes. Failure to do so could result in a perilous collapse. He Li's residents had indeed succumbed to the weight of snow. Before it could be repaired, everyone had to disperse to other houses for shelter. A lottery determined who would stay where, and He Li drew the lot for the house where Su resided, sleeping in the spot recently vacated by the deceased Deng Jiashuang. As they shared a space, they engaged in conversation, gradually uncovering each other's backgrounds. They discovered they were acquainted with the same individual, Fan Lin. This common connection fostered a shared interest, and naturally, the two formed a bond. Later, He Li introduced herself to El Wenhui and Mo Jane. El Wenhui's acquaintance with He Li stemmed from Liang Suqing and Chen Xinyuan. Shortly after Fan Lin emerged from the security team, she departed from the shelter, shattering El Wenhui's painstakingly devised plans. He felt a sense of despair, convinced that with relentless effort, he could leverage his connection with Fan Lin to secure a more stable life. Fan Lin had friends in the shelter, and he believed that as long as he connected with her friends, this line of communication would remain intact. He had seen Liang Suqing and Chen Xinyuan and was aware they resided in Area 3, where he had observed them on several occasions. Unfortunately, despite wading through the biting cold, he never encountered them. As the extreme cold set in, it became increasingly unbearable, and El Wenhui dreamed incessantly of escaping the harsh conditions of the shelter. However, when he finally mustered the courage to inquire about Liang Suqing and Chen Xinyuan, armed with his meager savings of 2 packets of instant noodles, he learned that they had already been taken away by Fan Lin. El Wenhui, a step too late, was filled with regret, wishing he had acted sooner. Ultimately, amidst the scattered bits of information he gathered, he took notice of He Li. Through her, he became aware of Su, who hailed from the Zijing Haoyuan shelter, which thrilled El Wenhui. Upon discovering that Su was one of the 2 individuals who had previously deterred him, his spirits lifted even further. Pretending to seek out Liang Suqing and Chen Xinyuan, he first acquainted himself with He Li, and soon, through her, he met Su. After delving deeper into Su's background, he learned she was not the owner of Zijing Haoyuan, which initially disappointed him. However, upon realizing that Su had stored supplies there, his interest was reignited. He continually encouraged Su to return to Zijing Haoyuan and simultaneously advised He Li to reconcile with her roommate in hopes of re-establishing contact. Yet, the distance between Zijing Haoyuan and the shelter was daunting, and both girls lacked the confidence to traverse such a long journey in the extreme cold. The thought lingered in his mind for over a year until the harsh winter transformed into a sweltering heat, allowing them to reunite and embark on their journey. Seated in the living room of the 7th floor of Building 9, the trio gazed enviously at the spacious house shared by Liang Suqing and Chen Xinyuan, which boasted complete furnishings and solar-powered fans. Holding a glass of cool water, He Li witnessed the transformation of her 2 friends, no longer gaunt but rather thriving in their new environment, which left her feeling a pang of bitterness. If only she had stayed by their side during their times of illness and offered help when they faced bullying, perhaps she too could be living comfortably here. Healy looked at her two roommates and said softly, "I truly envy your ability to live here." El Wenhui immediately seized the opportunity to speak. "You could ask your roommate to take you in. Such camaraderie is rare. In these dire times, we should extend our support to one another." He then turned to Liang Suqing and Chun Xianyuan, feigning casualness, and remarked, "Don't you agree? After all, Healy was once your roommate." However, the impression of El Wenhui plummeted in the eyes of Liang Suqing and Chun Xianyuan, who were merely extending hospitality to repay a small favor. They thought to themselves, "Who does he think he is, so brazenly advocating for others?" Chen Xian retorted with a scornful expression, "It's easy for you to say. Everyone residing here must pay an entry fee in the form of grain. Each individual is required to contribute 25 pounds. Have you inquired whether Healy possesses such an amount? You are utterly ignorant of the circumstances here, and yet you speak so freely. Do you truly believe you can assist her in providing 25 pounds of grain? How absurd. Even if it were merely 5 pounds. El Wenhui would not have it to spare. Even if he did, he would never sacrifice his own sustenance for another." El Wenhui, his face flushed with embarrassment, felt a pang of regret. He had acted too hastily, failing to first comprehend the situation before impulsively offering his support to Healy. Chapter 186. Intentions. Healy hastily sought to ease the atmosphere, realizing that speaking without comprehension was indeed unwise. "Suqing, Xian. How did you initially manage the food supply? Do you have any effective methods that I could consider?" In truth, she had her suspicions, yet still felt compelled to inquire. The two of them had received ample assistance from Fan Lin, while she had gained not a single advantage. At the outset, Fan Lin had taken the initiative to front the cost for us, and later, after we ventured into the ruins and found some provisions, we repaid her. Now, however, the ruins in the southern city have been extensively scavenged, making the likelihood of discovering food exceedingly slim. It seems you cannot replicate our approach." Healy was taken aback. It was merely a matter of an advance, which was to be repaid. She had not anticipated this. So that was the case. She had assumed that Fan Lin's kindness towards Liang Suqing and Chun Xian would be unwavering. The threshold for securing food supplies was daunting, and she found herself incapable of meeting it. Should she muster the courage to seek Fan Lin's assistance? As Healy contemplated this, Liang Suqing saw through her thoughts. "You need not consider approaching Fan Lin. She will not assist you, nor is she capable of doing so." Healy raised her gaze. Her expression tinged with discomfort as she remarked, "I understand that the circumstances surrounding Li Zizi's arrival here are difficult to elucidate, but I truly did not intend to cause her distress. There is no need for you to share this with us. You have encountered her several times at the shelter. You had ample opportunities to apologize or explain, yet you chose not to. Now, with time having elapsed, further discussion holds little significance. Healy, I recognize that you have faced hardships at the shelter, but departing from there does not guarantee a better existence. This community is not as affluent as you might imagine. Although it may have possessed some resources in the past, 2 years into this apocalypse have depleted them. Everyone must labor diligently to have food on their plates. Moreover, we have already cultivated all the available land in this community. We have toiled extensively, and no one is inclined to welcome newcomers who wish to reap the benefits without contributing." The fleeting glimmer of hope that Healy harbored was shattered by Liang Suqing's words. She lowered her eyes in disappointment. Alongside her disappointment were 2 men who had finished their glass of water. With Su Su's situation having reached a dead end, had they come here in vain? No. Su Su had indeed garnered some results. El Wenhui, still feeling awkward, sensed that Healy would not receive assistance from her peers. He was reluctant to waste any more time here and stood up, saying, "Let us depart. Without a guide, we can merely stroll around the outskirts." Mo Jean glanced at Healy, his eyes betraying a sense of frustration. She could not even manage to elicit sympathy, and her pride would not fill her stomach. Liang Suqing and Chen Xian had lost the desire to entertain these visitors. Each of them seemed to calculate their own interests, considering the two of them as easy targets, oblivious to the current hardships of the world. Upon hearing their intention to leave, they promptly rose to see them out. Just then, Tao Zi returned from outside, her brow furrowed in confusion upon noticing 3 unfamiliar faces in her home. "Tao Jia, they are from the shelter, acquainted with us. They merely came in for a glass of water." Tao Zi refrained from commenting further, merely nodding as she proceeded into the master bedroom. Her mother had fallen ill, unable to adjust to the changing weather, and had been bedridden for several days. She toils daily while also caring for her elderly mother, leaving her physically and mentally exhausted. As long as her 2 housemates do not exceed her tolerance, she is disinclined to exert herself in disputes. When Healy saw someone enter the room, she refrained from confronting her roommates, feeling increasingly envious of the harmonious atmosphere they shared, with fewer residents and a spacious home. The ambience here was far superior to that of a mere refuge. As she descended the stairs, she could no longer restrain herself and implored Liang Suqing, please help me. I truly cannot endure another moment in the shelter. If I remain there, I will either starve or succumb to despair. For the sake of our shared living experience, I beg you. Liang Suqing halted her steps, observing Healy, while Chun Xianxian behind her smirked slightly, realizing that Healy had finally reached out to them for assistance. Lu Wenhui and Mo Jin also paused in the corridor, keen to witness the culmination of Healy's final plea. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from above, and Luo Yifan descended the stairs. Upon spotting him, Healy's eyes widened in astonishment. Luo Xiao, what brings you here? Luo Yifan, equally taken aback, swiftly regained his composure and replied, what is strange about my presence here? Those with ability can reside here. But you, why are you not at the shelter? Come to visit classmates? He glanced at the detached Liang Suqing and Qin Xianxian, a smirk curling his lips. Seeing your two classmates thriving here, are you not tempted to join them? Healy was taken aback to discover her acquaintance with a man in this setting, while Mo Jin frowned, somewhat displeased with Luo Yifan's cavalier demeanor. The surprise of encountering Luo Yifan left Healy momentarily speechless, and without hesitation, she nodded, I would like to come. But Suqing and the others mentioned a requirement of 25 pounds of grain, which I do not possess. Indeed, entering Building 9 necessitated a grain payment. However, he casually remarked, if you lack the grain, you could always go to Building 11. They do not require a grain payment, though the environment there is somewhat inferior. Healy Lu Wenhui and Mo Jin exchanged glances, their eyes alight with excitement. Is that true? There are residences available without a grain payment? Healy's voice rose several notches. Suqing, Xianxian, why didn't you inform me? Chun Xianxian shot a glare at Luo Yifan, responding tersely, that building houses individuals who have been rejected by the community, those who have engaged in wrongful deeds. If you are unafraid of danger, then by all means, go. Just do not hold us accountable if you face trouble. Nor should you blame me. I merely mentioned it in passing. Haha. With a sense of satisfaction, Luo Yifan descended the stairs, relishing the opportunity to vex the two women who treated him as if he were a thief, never permitting him inside. He felt a tinge of frustration, especially since Fan Lin protected him from imposing any penalties upon them. Meanwhile, Healy and her companions persistently questioned Liang Suqing and Qin Xianxian. Outside the entrance of Building 8, Su Su, under the blazing sun, had finished a bottle of purified water, reluctant to discard the empty bottle, which she tucked into her bag. As her impatience grew, a truck gradually approached. Today, Zhuang Yusin led a team to the outskirts to gather firewood and branches, intending to use these materials as support for the crops in the 8 building area, providing shade with nets. The sun blazed fiercely, causing concern that the vegetables and vines in the fields might wither under its relentless rays, adversely affecting the harvest. During their initial collection of supplies, they gathered anything deemed useful, including a substantial assortment of shade nets, which sufficed to protect the cultivated areas surrounding the 8 buildings. However, the vast expanse of land by the riverbank remained unshielded. Fortunately, the proximity to a water source ensured an ample daily supply of irrigation, mitigating the issue significantly. Among those accompanying the team to the mountains for timber harvesting were Su Ning, Jian Dan, and several members from the supply team. Jian Dan had been reluctantly persuaded by Su Ning to join the expedition. Seeking a female companion for the journey, Su Ning opted for Jian Dan, as it was inconvenient to call upon Fan Lin. Chapter 187. The distance of disparity. Zhuang Yusin was not inclined to take Su Ning out. It was evident that his mother had divulged the news of his team outing to her. Su Ning, with her vibrant personality, thrived on excitement and could not resist the allure of joining. Upon learning they would be driving out, she unhesitatingly squeezed into his truck. Throughout the journey, her incessant curiosity filled the air with questions, her exuberance akin to that of a tourist venturing into a scenic destination, a sentiment Zhuang Yusin found perplexing. Jian Dan shared his confusion. She preferred the tranquil demeanor of Linzi, who spoke only when necessary. The other team members, however, chattered animatedly with Su Ning, their lively banter only subsiding as they reached the entrance of the community. Who was that at the gate? Su Ning inquired. Noticing a figure squatting by the wall with luggage beside them, her curiosity piqued. Jian Dan leaned out of the car window and spotted Su Su, who was also looking up at them. I recognize her, Jian Dan said, recalling someone who had previously lived there before moving to a shelter. Su Ning gasped. Is that the pair of simpletons you mentioned? 2 women from Building 8 had forsaken their stable lives to seek refuge in a shelter, only to offend Fan Lin and be barred from returning. The stories circulating about Building 8 during the past 2 years of the apocalypse were well known to Su Ning. Now, upon Jiandan's mention, she understood who awaited outside. Why is there only one person? Weren't there supposed to be two? Who knows? Jiandan shrugged, uninterested in gossip. It was too hot, and all she desired was to return home to enjoy a cool breeze and drink some water. As the vehicle halted, Su stood up immediately upon seeing Zhuang Yusin, weakly calling out, "Building manager." Zhuang Yusin scrutinized her, noting the bulging luggage at her feet, and frowned. "What are you doing here?" "I came back to retrieve my belongings," Su hurriedly replied, her bags packed to the brim. "Why haven't you left, then?" "This place will not accept you anymore." Her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Su acknowledged, "I know Building 8 will no longer allow me to reside here. However, building manager, may I reside in another building?" She summoned her courage to ask, defending herself. "I had no part in what Deng Jiashuang did, and I have never offended anyone here. Could you grant me a chance? I do not wish to return to the shelter." As she sat there, she contemplated that while Building 8 would not welcome her back, perhaps other buildings might. Yet, without her companions present, she lacked anyone to confer with. Unbeknownst to her, Li and others had already scouted Building 11 for housing. Initially disinclined to engage, Zhuang Yusin, upon seeing her woeful expression, remarked, "Aside from Building 8, you may inquire about the others yourself." This implied that if other buildings accepted her, she would be permitted to reside within the community. A spark of hope lit Su's face. "Thank you, building manager. I will go ask right away." She promptly grabbed her backpack and headed toward Building 9. Knowing that finding a place to stay was of utmost importance, she yearned to avoid the communal living of the shelter. Su Ning quietly inquired of Jiandan, "Is Singu quite familiar with that woman?" Jiandan shook her head. "How would I know? She doesn't reside in the same unit as Zhuang Yusin." And those two women left early. At that time, aside from Fan Lin, she was not acquainted with anyone else. How could she understand the affairs of others? Jiandan's ignorance did not dissuade Su Ning. Her curiosity would inevitably be satisfied by someone. Upon hearing that everyone at the shelter wished to visit her and the two elderly individuals, Fan Lin frowned at the mention of their names. The two elderly were increasingly impatient, insisting on not meeting them. People like that are difficult to shake off once they latch on. Let them go. It had been more than a year, and yet they resurfaced to disturb them, particularly infuriating to Grandma Su. If they are not to be seen, then there is no need to concern oneself with them. Chu Yilong was not at all surprised by the trio's attitude. Meanwhile, Lu Wenhui, who had once devised elaborate plans to pursue women, found himself utterly devoid of confidence upon arriving at Zijing Haiyuan. He recognized that it was rather presumptuous to seek an audience with the esteemed professor and Fan Lin, acknowledging that the likelihood of them agreeing to meet him was exceedingly low. After enduring the prolonged, frigid weather, he had developed a modicum of self-awareness, realizing the improbability of any connection with Fan Lin. With the focus shifting to Su, his schemes adapted accordingly. While Su went to gather supplies, the three of them finally gained insight into the current structure of Zijing Haiyuan. Buildings 7, 8, 9, and 10 formed a cohesive unit, with Building 8 as the centerpiece. Each of these buildings was managed, making it unwise to accept outsiders easily. Only Building 11 was composed of scattered residents, allowing free comings and goings without oversight. Liang Suqing and Chun Xianxian could provide little information, as they had never visited Building 11. They were unaware of the specific conditions inside, only knowing it was less secure compared to the managed buildings. Lu Wenhui, Li, and Mo Jing considered the advantages of not having to pay for residence, thinking that they could endure some disorder. The small team of 4 was no weaker than an average household, possessing sufficient self-defense capabilities. Thus, they hurriedly made their way to Building 11 to inspect the vacant apartments. During the extreme cold, 1/3 of the apartments were occupied, but later 3 families had vacated. Most neighbors were unaware of how the numbers dwindled, and those who did knew better than to speak of it. After visiting Building 9 and seeing the well-furnished and clean apartments, Li and the others felt a profound sense of disparity upon arriving at Building 11. From the outside, the structures appeared similar, yet the interiors were vastly different. There were even rooms without doors. How could anyone live there? Li felt deeply disappointed. Lu Wenhui and Mo Jing shared the sentiment, their spirits plummeting as they surveyed the derelict spaces. They encountered various debris and trash. Not a single vacant room had a door, let alone beds or sofas. Everything that could be burned had already been scavenged completely. What could they do? How could anyone live in such conditions? The apartments occupied by Liang Suqing and Chen Xianxian were devoid of any deficiencies. Here, aside from the intact tiled floors, everything else had fallen into disrepair. No wonder this building did not require a residency fee, with such conditions. There were plenty of similar dwellings throughout the southern city. Who would pay to live in such a place? Mo Jing pondered for a moment and remarked, "There is still some advantage here. The security at Zijing Haoyuan is quite good, and external thieves and brigands do not dare to act brazenly here, which at least mitigates half the danger. As for the inhabitants of this building, as long as we exercise caution and refrain from provoking them, there should be no significant issues. Just now, upon our arrival, we noticed that upon seeing us, several individuals hastily retreated to their homes and closed their doors, indicating that the residents here are not particularly bold. They might even harbor a fear of us. Are you suggesting that this place has potential? Do you possess a better alternative?" He Li and El Wenwei fell into silence. Installing a security door and tidying up the premises is feasible, and we can gradually gather and procure other necessities. These matters are manageable. The most pressing concern, however, is what we will eat while residing here. El Wenwei immediately interjected, stating that Su Su has a stockpile of supplies that can temporarily sustain us. Our intention in coming here is to engage in cultivation and achieve self-sufficiency, ensuring we have adequate food. Meanwhile, Su Su is currently investigating the food situation in Building 9.